silent Zen. Generally, you refrain from speech, yet if you do utter a word, you have indeed spoken. Corpse explosion technique. Upon your demise, your corpse shall explode. Would you like to dance? When you pose the question, would you like to dance? The two of you will commence to dance together. The most dapper. Once you equip this card, you shall become the most dapper individual. You must attack the minion that possesses taunt. Staring blankly at the skill card he obtained, old Deng, explode coins. Charlotte's eyes glazed over, his expression vacant. This is truly fascinating. Chapter 1. The narrative begins in a peculiar manner, for the chapter title is lengthy, yet the chapter itself is brief. Marvel Universe, Earth 66666, New York, Arkham Asylum. Note, no DC. Run. The author is a lunatic. Here comes the little flying stick. It's too late to escape now. 3 patients chased after one another, giggling as they dashed past the boy. Clad in a white patient gown, the boy sat vacantly on a small stool, fixated on a glass of water before him. This glass was unremarkable, a commonplace vessel, filled with plain, cool water. Yet the boy, gazing intently at the water, wore a serious expression. Seizing the opportunity while under observation, he raised his hand to access the transparent personal information panel. Charlotte. Level, Madness Power Level 3. Age, 16 years registered as 8. Yet you are truly 16. Strength 1. Spirit 8. Constitution 1. Life 1. Beauty 10. Attribute points 3. Equip skill cards. Word Spirit. The witty remarks you utter have a certain probability of coming true. Backup skill cards. Silent Zen. Generally, you refrain from speech, yet if you do utter a word, you have indeed spoken. Corpse explosion technique. Upon your demise, your corpse shall explode. Would you like to dance? When you pose the question, would you like to dance? The two of you will commence to dance together. Barrier. The most dapper. Once you equip this card, you shall become the most dapper individual. You must attack the minion that possesses taunt. Low-level invisibility. Blind individuals cannot see you with their eyes. Creepy. When you equip this card, someone is certainly being creepy. Impeccable. The destitute, devoid of any faults. Equip this card, and you shall lose all assets. Friend from nothing. Used during the cleansing phase, and you will automatically generate a friend. This is splendid. He possesses the vigor that the system desired. Indeed, he has a system, and this system is known as the unusual system. It is the system that transported him to the Marvel Universe and led to his confinement in the asylum. This system is devoid of missions and daily rewards, offering only a Madness Power upgrade system, a character attribute interface, and a skill card equipment slot. The sole means of acquiring skill cards is through the execution of unusual or exaggerated actions, which may yield a skill card. What strange things have I acquired? Even if I do not equip the creepy card, someone is inevitably being creepy, and blind individuals cannot see me, and my corpse will explode? Then I shall die within the system, splattering your system with blood, bringing misfortune upon you all. When he was acting out on the street, he never anticipated that the skill cards he obtained would be so extraordinarily peculiar. He begrudgingly attempted a few more times, only to become disheartened. Thus, he was sent to the asylum. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. In the hospital, acting out drew no attention whatsoever. The only regret was that his identity as a normal person had been exposed. What to do now? Continue feigning madness? Yet, amidst a throng of lunatics pretending to be mad, he often felt out of place due to his normalcy. Over time, surrounded by the naturally eccentric individuals, Charlotte began to feel inferior, and even the doctors detected his ruse. Now, he could only earnestly gaze at the glass of water, attempting to appear more unusual. After a long observation, Dr. Arthur, the psychological therapist, approached. He silently stood behind Charlotte, and together they stared at the glass of water for a considerable time, until Dr. Arthur could no longer restrain his curiosity. What do you see? Doctor, I believe I possess superpowers. Charlotte confidently responded, evading the question. Superpowers? Upon hearing this response, Arthur shook his head internally but still took up pen and paper, inquiring with a serious demeanor. Oh? Then, Charlotte, what superpower do you possess? My superpower is telekinesis. I can control this glass of water. At this mention, Charlotte's excitement was palpable. Dr. Arthur, however, remained speechless, his mouth agape. There's no saving you. Prepare for your demise. Oh. After a moment of silence, Arthur feigned cooperation, jotting notes with a curious expression. Then, what will you do next? Telekinesis. Telekinesis. It is a power that requires incantation to activate. Charlotte declared, brimming with confidence. I once told a cat, "Go die," and the next day, that cat indeed perished. I told a fellow patient, "I never want to see you again," and indeed I have not seen him since in the entire narrative. Turning his head, Charlotte's dark eyes reflected Dr. Arthur's figure. Just now, I said I really wanted to see Dr. Arthur. Locking eyes with Dr. Arthur, observing his increasingly focused expression, Charlotte smiled. "Indeed, Dr. Arthur, you have truly appeared before me." For a moment, Arthur was indeed taken aback, but he tapped the atomic pen in his hand, frowning. Charlotte, the cat's demise was due to elderly Mrs. Annie, who suffers from Alzheimer's. She often forgets that animals need to breathe. As for your fellow patient, I believe only one patient has been transferred in these days, and he was gravely ill. As for me, Charlotte, I must conduct my rounds at this time daily, even if you wish not to see me. It is impossible. You don't believe me. Dr. Arthur Charlotte's face fell. Then his eyes flickered as he looked at the glass of water. Shall I demonstrate for you? Seeing Dr. Arthur offer no refusal, Charlotte's expression became solemn as he focused intently on the telekinesis operation. As he pointed at the glass of water, his fingers pressed firmly, and he repeatedly chanted, "Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hey!" The glass remained motionless. Wow, how truly marvelous. Staring blankly at the glass of water, Arthur's expression darkened gradually. To be honest, there were indeed fleeting moments when he believed in Charlotte's absurdities. But, damn, you made me lose so utterly. Turning his head, he locked eyes with Charlotte's teasing smirk. His gaze was filled with disbelief. No way. Could you possibly believe that? Haha, you've been played. Enough. Arthur suppressed the fury bubbling within, getting angry at a soon-to discharged psychiatric patient. Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. Sighing, Dr. Arthur remarked, "Charlotte, you have just one more week until your discharge. Put away your tiresome tricks, or you may find yourself readmitted." Really, is that true? Charlotte's expression darkened and had failed to deceive the astute Dr. Arthur once again. Watching Dr. Arthur's retreating figure, Charlotte let out a sigh. If I must leave, then so be it. It would provide a perfect opportunity to closely observe the true Marvel universe, to blend in as an ordinary. A sudden loud shout startled Charlotte, who was lost in nostalgia. Turning around, he saw a fellow patient flashing a broad smile, all 8 teeth gleaming, looking at him politely. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, responding courteously, "Damn, I still have the ability to change my tone. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a skill card, Language Master. When you equip this card, all languages spoken between you and your target will switch. Free attribute points, too." Gazing at the newly acquired card, Charlotte beamed with pride, exclaiming joyfully, "Damn, what rubbish." With that, he knocked over the water cup in front of him. Cool water spilled onto the floor as Charlotte spread his arms wide, swiftly joining the frenzied crowd. He dashed through the wall, across the yard, and over the fence. A ragged, homeless man paused mid-step, one foot raised, the other planted, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide open, frozen in place like a piece of performance art. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Bruce Banner, terror etched on his bearded face. Moments later, the restraint on his strength faded quietly, and the homeless man trembled, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 2. Yes, we have an older brother. Packing his meager belongings, Charlotte prepared to bid farewell to his home in the Marvel Universe. Indeed, this place was home, the location where Charlotte had spent the most time since arriving in Marvel. Squeezing out a few rabbit-like tears in reminiscence of his impending departure, Charlotte felt a profound sense of nostalgia. The people here spoke beautifully and were all a bit eccentric. He truly adored it. His time spent here had taught him many excellent methods of eccentricity. As he ventured beyond these walls, he believed he would undoubtedly acquire more skill cards. The means of obtaining skill cards involved engaging in unusual activities, but such endeavors required an audience, and in the presence of a group of inherently unusual individuals, any peculiar actions he undertook would lose their novelty. Thus, with his studies complete, he was ready for discharge. "Charlotte, your older brother has come to see you." A plump nurse knocked on Charlotte's door and called out. "Okay," Charlotte promptly replied. Indeed, he had an older brother. After all, without a brother, how could he afford to stay in a psychiatric facility? You may not be able to prove you are not mentally ill, but you can certainly prove you are destitute. Of course, this older brother was more akin to a father, uncle, or grandfather. However, when he was adopted, the clerk responsible for the registration was utterly negligent, resulting in a chaotic record. They recorded his age incorrectly, misrepresented relationships, misspelled names, and even misdated the registration. Thus, Charlotte ended up with an older brother. As for why Charlotte, upon his arrival, would have an older brother in Marvel, you might want to inquire with the great system yourself. Upon entering the meeting room, Charlotte encountered his elderly brother with snow-white hair and a golden-haired companion. "Hi, Charlotte," Gwen elongated her tone, waving at him. Her beautiful, fair face was smooth and radiant, her playful smile charming, her nose elegantly shaped, and her features strikingly deep, making her impossible to overlook at first glance. Beside her, the kindly Ben also offered a warm smile. "Honestly, I'm leaving tomorrow. Was it necessary for you to come see me today?" Though he feigned annoyance, Charlotte felt a surge of happiness within. Having traversed into this world, he had acquired inexplicable free family members and a lovely little companion. The only regret was that he learned of this during a visit in the psychiatric hospital. "What? I was originally named Peter Parker, but the clerk made a mistake in the registration? What? I used to call him Uncle Ben, but now things are different. What's the matter? Charlotte, aren't you happy to see us? All your classmates at school miss you dearly," Gwen said, her face beaming with a smile as she revealed the very news Charlotte dreaded to hear. School, the tale of his eccentricity had spread far and wide, landing him in the infamous Arkham Psychiatric Hospital. Just days ago, Gwen informed him that he had become the talk of the school, unmatched in his notoriety. People frequently approached Gwen to inquire about Charlotte's whereabouts. Rumors even suggested that Charlotte was committed to the psychiatric hospital by Gwen's father, George Stacy, and subjected to inhumane torture. Of course, that was utter nonsense. Rolling his eyes, Charlotte pouted. "School? What school? The doctor says I'm sick. I want to stay in the hospital. I'm not going anywhere." "Enough, Charlotte." Observing Charlotte's theatrics, Ben Parker's expression turned serious as he admonished. "We and the doctor have seen through your ruse. You simply don't want to go to school. To avoid it, you distributed flyers on the street, claiming this world is a fabrication. You even appeared on a news broadcast, alleging that Tony Stark's uncle would kidnap him. Yet you don't even know his uncle's name. You claimed aliens would invade New York. You said Captain America would rise from the dead. You said Thor descended from the heavens. You claimed purple sweet potatoes would save the world. And you even shouted China #1. But the truth is, you just don't want to go to school because you face threats there. Don't worry, Charlotte, the issues have all been resolved." Gwen wore a scowl as she recalled how she had worried and come to visit this guy, only for him to act as if he didn't know her. Her kindness had been met with ingratitude. The reason she forgave Charlotte was simple. It was during one of his eccentric episodes that he incessantly praised her beauty. Ugh, Charlotte sighed, reflecting on all he had done. In the end, he obtained only 2 skill cards from distributing apocalypse flyers and causing chaos on the news. A spell of words, a dazzling figure. Alas, with a flick of her golden locks, Gwen raised her head and declared, "All right, allow me to regale you with some amusing anecdotes from school. By the way, I have also prepared the recent lessons taught by the teacher. Upon our return, you must not fall behind. In the realm of the obscure, the great often hides in the confines of a mental institution. Even in my seclusion, you still do not relent." Observing the unwilling Charlotte, Ben furrowed his brow. The previous Charlotte was taciturn, timid, and introverted, seemingly consumed solely by his studies. However, after his admission to the psychiatric hospital, he had indeed transformed, brimming with newfound vitality. Though perhaps a tad too exuberant, he resembled a different person altogether. Yet, regardless of his mannerisms, micro-expressions, or peculiar habits, Ben knew he was still his own Charlotte. He had merely evolved from a studious child into a whimsical nonconformist. All these changes could only be attributed to the side effects of his time in the institution. Nevertheless, witnessing Charlotte's current demeanor, with his lips curled in a charming smile, exuding handsomeness, warmth, and an infectious cheerfulness, his slightly curved eyes seemed perpetually concealing a multitude of mischievous schemes. In truth, this transformation was not without its merits. I still recall the first time I laid eyes on this little fellow, so adorably captivating with his large dark eyes that drew May and me to him instantly. Charlotte, with a twinkle in his eyes, looked at Gwen and inquired, "You refer to Ben as uncle. Since I am Ben's brother, how should you address me?" Just moments ago, while sharing anecdotes, Gwen slammed her fist onto the table, glaring at Charlotte with indignation, her small canine teeth bared in a mock threat. "Do not push me. If you provoke me, I am capable of anything." "Oh." Charlotte's eyes lit up as he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, flipping to a page filled with calculations, and excitedly presented it to Gwen, exclaiming, "This is the Riemann hypothesis. Quickly solve it. Our fortune awaits." The calculations were penned by another patient, who, with an expression of triumph, conveyed to Charlotte that this was indeed the proof. Yet, Charlotte did not comprehend. He dared not inquire, simply accepting it as truth. Clutching the pen in hand and glancing at the Riemann hypothesis, Gwen's face was etched with determination. Very well, Charlotte, sensing the atmosphere, reluctantly tucked away the notebook. If you manage to solve it, do let me know. I shall always be prepared for you. What followed was a tedious lecture, during which Charlotte discreetly assessed his attributes. A typical person possesses a mere point of mental acuity, yet Charlotte had elevated his to an extraordinary 8 points. Indeed, Charlotte's mental state was remarkably robust. A beauty score of 10? Do not inquire. It is merely a gift from the system. Listening to the monotonous lecture, Charlotte stifled a yawn. Can we conclude this already? What? Did you comprehend? Gwen, momentarily setting aside her textbook, regarded him with a stern expression befitting a teacher. Of course not. Then where did your understanding falter? It was right at the beginning when you mentioned a young couple finding a child in the grove. How vexing. I still cannot fathom why I was unable to find one. Chapter 3. How could one possibly leave the psychiatric hospital so easily? Seated within the confines of a truck's cargo hold, 10 armed figures clad in black remained silent as they meticulously inspected their firearms. Dressed in matching combat attire that enveloped them completely, their faces obscured by masks. Only their merciless eyes were visible. Producing a photograph, the commanding officer instructed the others to examine the image of a young boy. Our target is him. Exercise caution. He is no ordinary individual, possessing unknown supernatural abilities. Memorize his features. As for the others, they are expendable. Upon concluding his orders, he raised his wristwatch, prompting the team to synchronize their timepieces. In 10 minutes, we will storm the front entrance. Group A, you will proceed to the left and breach the medical area, while I will lead Group B into the living quarters. Once we locate him, we will incapacitate him and extract him swiftly. Remember, we have only 10 minutes. After the gunfire erupts, our group can only hold them off for that duration, after which the police will arrive. By that time, it will be too late to escape. The team exchanged silent glances, raising their weapons in unison. Now move. At the command, the truck's rear doors swung open, and they descended in an orderly fashion, drawing astonished looks from a handful of passers-by. Who are you? A gunshot rang out, and the security guard at the entrance collapsed, struck down. As if summoned to meet his maker, the group advanced with brisk determination, and soon the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries echoing throughout the psychiatric facility. Meanwhile, in his room, Charlotte curiously lifted his head. He was dressed in a loose-fitting white tank top and floral shorts, his feet adorned with mismatched slippers. He had put considerable effort into this whimsical ensemble, eagerly anticipating a visit from Gwen in a few hours to surprise her. However, what was that sound? Were there cheers? Why were they so jubilant? Who was setting off firecrackers? Was this a celebration of his impending departure from Arkham Psychiatric Hospital? Those rascals. Could they not wait until he was actually gone to celebrate? Fuming, Charlotte swung open his door and peered out. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as blood erupted before him. A caregiver with whom he shared a close bond lay slain. A bullet lodged in her head. Her lifeless body sprawled upon the floor. Crimson liquid splattered across the ground. In disbelief, Charlotte gazed toward the source of the gunfire, where a black-clad figure wielding a rifle had also spotted him. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte bolted, relieved that his room was just around the corner, allowing him to evade the gunman's line of sight. As for returning to his room to await rescue, what a ridiculous notion. The psychiatric ward's rooms lacked locking mechanisms. Remaining inside was akin to inviting death. The substantial mental fortitude allowed him to swiftly compose himself in the face of death for the first time, prompting thoughts of what might be most advantageous for him at that moment. His extraordinary abilities. Come on. Speak up, my mind. Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have your way. With a light slap to his own face while fleeing, Charlotte admonished himself, don't be so foolish. Think first. Hearing Charlotte's banter, the two men in black exchanged glances. The one who had just fired his weapon, holding a rifle, sneered coldly and remarked, leave it to me. I will turn him into a sieve. The other man nodded and, rifle in hand, proceeded toward another door. With each hurried step, Charlotte had already reached the dining area of the mental health facility, where the floor was stained with blood and littered with corpses, yet he had no time to mourn. Weapons. He needed to find weapons. Scanning the dining tables, he found only flexible plastic cutlery. Casting a glance back to see that the men in black had not yet caught up, Charlotte dashed toward the kitchen. Indeed, the kitchen door had been forcibly breached, and he could faintly discern the body of a chef in the corner. His gaze quickly darted around to identify his target, and he seized a steel knife from the knife rack, clutching it tightly in his palm. Hearing commotion from the dining area, he dared not hesitate further and crouched behind the shelf of pots and pans, concealing himself. Bang! The dining room door was kicked open. Whistling, heavy military boots struck the ground with a sharp sound. With a black military mask obscuring his face, the man with the rifle scanned the shelves with piercing eyes and sneered. "Come out. I've spotted you, yellow-skinned brat. Rest assured, I'll turn you into a mushy tomato just like your friends." Though he spoke boldly, his gaze lingered on the shelves, clutching his rifle and remaining motionless. Unwilling to advance, he was exceedingly cautious. Clutching the knife, Charlotte couldn't help but smirk. "Thankfully, I too am quite spirited." His mental vigor instilled fear but not terror, causing his hand to tremble but not quaver. Should he charge out and kill him? Drive the knife into the man's neck? No. To say nothing of his complete lack of experience in killing, the adversary was brandishing a rifle. Concealing the knife was merely his last line of defense. What was the difference between rushing out and courting death? Opening the system panel, he glanced at his skill cards. With a friendly smile, Charlotte rose to reveal half of his head, nervously grinning at the man in black, and said, "You must be here for me, right? Well, you've caught up to me, so you can laugh out loud now. Indeed, I am the superhuman you seek." The man in black let out a stiff, jarring laugh, disdainfully gazing at Charlotte, mocking. "A superhuman? You? Who said we were looking for you? Our target has already been found. Now you can die." He raised his gun, aiming it at Charlotte's head, preparing to pull the trigger. Charlotte extended his hand towards the armed man, saying, "Congratulations, you caught up to me. Now hand over the gun. It's my turn to chase you. You fool. What nonsense are you spouting?" The man in black erupted in a fit of derisive laughter, removing his rifle from his shoulder. Tilting his head, he glared at Charlotte, his eyes wide with fury, his expression grotesque beneath the mask. "Die, you damn monkey," he shouted, advancing menacingly while presenting the rifle to Charlotte. With a bashful smile, Charlotte took the rifle, aiming it at himself, causing the man in black to tremble and turn to flee. "Stay right there. My aim isn't very good." With that, Charlotte pulled the trigger. His aim was indeed lacking. The recoil jolted his shoulder, leaving his wrist aching. However, the trembling barrel released 2 bullets. One struck the man in black in the thigh, while the other shattered his groin, eliciting a cry of agony. Charlotte blinked, observing the bleeding man, and remarked, "I told you not to move, didn't I? Look, you moved and I hit you." He pulled the trigger again. Chapter 4. Do you want to dance? Click. Pulling the trigger produced a crisp sound. And only then did Charlotte realize the rifle was out of ammunition. Before him, the man in black's crimson eyes bore into Charlotte, his bloodied hands trembling from the excruciating pain below, as he drew a Glock 43 from his waist, aiming it menacingly at Charlotte. With a smile, Charlotte bashfully extended his hand, eagerly inquiring, "Could you hand that over to me, sir? Let me take a shot at you." However, this time, his banter bore no effect, as the man's sole intent was to eliminate Charlotte immediately. "Die, you monster." The man gritted through the pain, releasing the safety on the handgun. Charlotte, donned in a tank top, suddenly changed his demeanor. He puffed out his chest, lifted his head proudly, tossed his non-existent hair, and pointed a dinner knife at the man in black, tauntingly challenging, "Do you wish to dance too?" The skill card has been activated. The behavior once again spiraled out of control, and the bullet that was merely a heartbeat away from striking Charlotte ultimately remained lodged in his gun. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he tremulously inquired, "What have you done, yellow-skinned monster?" The ceiling above resonated with an inexplicable melody. As the music commenced, both individuals straightened their bodies, gracefully lifting their arms and rising onto their toes, stretching their forms. Charlotte's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this Swan Lake? The lively, buoyant rhythm, accompanied by the dancing notes overhead, painted a picture of little swans frolicking by the lakeside. With a return to composure, Charlotte and the panicked figure in black struck the ground with their toes, disregarding the expressions on their faces. Under the influence of the skill, their movements were undeniably elegant and beautiful. The figure in black screamed as he executed an exaggerated aerial split before kneeling and crashing to the ground. Blood sprayed from his body, and foul language escaped his lips, yet his movements were nothing short of explosive in beauty. His heavy military boots nimbly tapped the floor, and his extraordinary dance skills allowed him to stand firm like a mountain. "Buddy, you dance marvelously," Charlotte remarked as he spun around. "Stop, you filthy wretch. What have you done? Stop." Despite his discomfort, Charlotte maintained a facade of enjoyment before the figure in black, declaring, "I simply cannot stop." As the prelude to their dance concluded, they raised their hands above their heads and began to turn in unison on their toes. In stark contrast to Charlotte, who had discreetly enhanced his stamina. The figure in black was in agony. His blood sprayed forth as he spun, akin to an agricultural sprayer. The room was awash in crimson, and by this point, the figure in black could no longer feel his toes. His lower body racked with pain. Compounded by the weight of his 15-kilogram gear, he danced with every ounce of strength he possessed, ultimately losing even the ability to cry for help. His eyes, once filled with anger, fear, pleading, and despair, now reflected nothing but torment. Amidst the enchanting music, the two of them waved their arms and twisted their bodies, embodying lightness, elegance, and harmony. Over 2 long hours had elapsed, and for the figure in black, each second felt like an eternity. He had come to understand Charlotte's expression. Would Charlotte stop? Did he wish to await rescue? No, he only yearned for vengeance, and he was intent on dancing to his demise right here. There were no teammates arriving, no sign of the police, and no one to witness or disrupt the exquisite dance that belonged solely to the two of them. As the powerful music resonated, the figure in black could no longer withstand the pressure. He shuddered violently and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Exhaling deeply, Charlotte paused. Her mouth agape. The music above her abruptly ceased, and the barrier between the kitchen and the outside world shattered, allowing the shrill wail of police sirens to penetrate the space. At the entrance, Gwen, barred from entry, wept with reddened eyes, her voice trembling as she inquired of George, "Have you found Charlotte?" The aged Ben Parker, appearing a decade older, trembled as he cast a concerned glance. The burly George sighed heavily, recounting the words of a nurse who had survived a gunshot. She claimed to have witnessed a criminal pursuing Charlotte with a firearm. Now, having confirmed the identities of most victims, Charlotte, Dan, and the chef Chris were among the few still missing. George offered a semblance of comfort. The fact that we haven't found her yet could be a good sign. She may be all right. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Gwen sank to the ground, unable to contain her tears. Charlotte was her dearest friend since childhood, the one closest to her aside from her father. They had been together just yesterday. Had she left a day earlier, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. George sighed once more, longing to embrace Gwen and offer her solace, yet he was aware of the pressing duties that awaited him. Turning, he grasped the walkie-talkie and approached the entrance of the nursing home. "Andrew, search with all your might. We must ascertain their direction of departure." Suddenly, George froze, his gaze fixated on a figure approaching, Charlotte, clad in a pristine white tank top, leaving a trail of blood-soaked footprints as she emerged from the gruesome crime scene. Her expression bore an innocent bewilderment, yet she exhibited no fear before the walls splattered with blood, the hellish scene around her seemingly inconsequential. She appeared as clean as a child returning home from school, an unsettling dissonance in the air. As she approached George, her weary form broke into a smile, meeting his astonished expression. The police officers bustling about halted in their tracks, staring at her in disbelief. "What? Where did you come from? You're unharmed. Uncle Ben, look. Charlotte is safe," Gwen exclaimed, her tear-streaked face lighting up with joy upon seeing Charlotte at the door. Clutching her chest, Ben felt the weight of his heart lift. Regardless of the circumstances, the most important thing was that she was all right. George's face also softened with relief as he stepped forward to pat Charlotte on the shoulder. "Charlotte, where have you been hiding?" "I did not hide. I remained in the kitchen, and no one else came by." George frowned, saying, "Are you suggesting that you have been concealed in the kitchen all this time? Yet, not a single officer has entered?" Turning his head, George glanced at his subordinates. The officers exchanged glances, bewildered. "The kitchen? Wasn't that your area to search?" "Huh. Did you not claim you would go? I thought you had already been there." "I assumed he had gone." Soon, the negligent officers began to shift blame onto one another. Under the gaze of the news reporters, Charlotte was transported to an ambulance. George was the first to arrive at the kitchen door, where he immediately spotted a gruesome corpse against the wall. Such a scene was an embarrassment even for George. This was a monumental failure on the part of the police. With so many officers conducting a thorough search, what exactly were they seeking? It was utterly absurd. Chapter 5. A pig full of spirit in the hospital. Charlotte underwent a brief examination and emerged unscathed. The sole issue at hand was the exorbitant cost of American ambulances, which only exacerbated an already strained financial situation. At that moment, Gwen sat beside Charlotte, her eyes puffy and her lips pursed in displeasure, for her father, George, along with another officer, Hank, would soon question Charlotte. The assailant had disabled all the cameras at Arkham Asylum, leaving the police with scant information about the attacker. The events of the tragic incident could only be recounted by those directly involved, and Charlotte, unscathed, stood out among them. This was not solely due to her clarity amidst the madness, but also because she alone knew the truth about what transpired in the kitchen. The figure who perished in the kitchen, clad in black, was the only fatal assailant. It was not until he was discovered that the police learned of the attacker's weaponry. This case was significant, with far-reaching ramifications, particularly as the adversary had vanished without a trace, manipulating the New York police with ease. Aside from the corpse, the police were left with little direction for their investigation. As for the deceased man in black, through investigation, he was identified as Blinken, an Indian-American veteran who had once served in the Afghan War, a combat hero who had returned home wounded. Reports indicated that his wife had left him long ago during his service, leaving him unencumbered and alone, surviving by working as a laborer on construction sites. A month prior, he had mysteriously vanished, and the indifferent foreman merely presumed he had perished. His former comrades had all perished during a special operation, leaving him as the sole survivor who chose to retire. The investigation could not be said to be entirely devoid of knowledge, but rather, it was devoid of fruitful leads. The pressure now fell upon the forensic team. According to the forensic examination, Blinken's demise was nothing short of astonishing. His time of death occurred 2 hours after the police arrived at Arkham Asylum. Indeed, a full 2 hours later. While they were preoccupied with moving the body and diligently tracking the assailant's trail, one of the attackers remained in the kitchen. Moreover, the injuries sustained by the assailant were rather peculiar. Particularly, his toes suffered from multiple comminuted fractures, as if they had been crushed by a truck. His legs bore several strains, and his entire musculature exhibited signs of extreme exertion, were it not for the meticulous confirmation of his cause of death as exsanguination. The coroner might have suspected that this assailant had been literally worked to death. The kitchen was awash with blood and footprints, all originating from the same individual, rendering the scene both brutal and bizarre. "Sherlock, we discovered your fingerprints on the rifle. Pray tell, what transpired in the kitchen?" This was yet another reason to interrogate Sherlock. The fingerprints found on the trigger belonged to him, while he emerged from the assault unscathed. Had it not been for his knowledge of Sherlock, George might have doubted that Sherlock had wielded the rifle, compelling the criminal, who had been shot in the legs and groin, to run until he ultimately succumbed in the kitchen. However, this scenario defied logic. Not to mention how Sherlock acquired the rifle. It was devoid of ammunition, and only 2 shells were found in the kitchen. How could an unloaded rifle possibly lead to a criminal's demise? A handgun? There were no fingerprints of Sherlock on the pistol. Uncle George, with a somber expression, began to recount the events that had transpired. "I was in the midst of packing, preparing for my discharge, when I suddenly heard a commotion outside the door, akin to fireworks in celebration. Curiosity piqued. I opened the door to find Louise, bloodied and collapsed before me. I was terrified, utterly terrified. Fear propelled me to flee towards the kitchen, but he pursued me. I grabbed a kitchen knife and concealed myself behind a shelf." George's demeanor was grave, and Gwen clenched her hands, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Sherlock. Hank, pen in hand, scribbling notes, inquired, "And then?" Sherlock, his visage a mask of terror, replied, "Then he relentlessly pursued me. He found me. He stood before me, grinning slyly, and handed me the rifle, saying, now it's your turn to chase me." Hank's pen froze, his gaze lifting in disbelief as he regarded the earnest expression on Sherlock's face. "But how could I be so foolish?" Sherlock proudly lifted his chin. "I took the rifle and pulled the trigger, injuring 2 of his legs." "Huh, now you can't outrun me." With that, Sherlock beamed at the astonished George, his smile radiant. "He fled. I pursued. He was like a bird with clipped wings. Then, it was his turn to chase me. Yet this time, he could not catch up, merely watching as I moved swiftly ahead. Eventually, exhausted from the game, he lay down peacefully and drifted into slumber." Hank transcribed Charlotte's words verbatim into his notebook. Regardless of their truth, they sounded far more plausible than George's wild speculations. So he hastily noted them down to share the truth with the team upon his return. Drawing a breath of surprise, George turned to Gwen, who had her mouth agape in disbelief. "Gwen, are you certain Charlotte has fully recovered?" Gwen offered a polite yet awkward smile, responding, "At least Dr. Arthur believes so." After a brief silence, George, feeling a lack of words, patiently inquired of Charlotte, "Charlotte, is there anything else you wish to say?" Charlotte lifted her forehead, asking with hope, "Is everyone all right? My friends, are they all safe?" George hesitated, unsure of how to convey the harsh reality to Charlotte, finally stating, "Dr. Arthur is fine. He is your friend, is he not?" With a sorrowful expression, Charlotte nodded. Once the inquiries concluded, George glanced at Gwen, seated beside Charlotte. His face darkened gradually, mirroring Hank's beside him. In their youth, Gwen was adorable and charming, while Charlotte was the mischievous rascal next door. George once thought having a daughter was delightful, unlike the frustrations of raising a son. However, as Gwen matured, an unsettling truth loomed before George. He dreaded the day Gwen might approach him with, old dang. My boyfriend's ghostly ride is parked downstairs. Is it safe? He could almost hear Charlotte stepping forward to support his head, saying, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Clenching his fists, watching Gwen whispering to Charlotte, George roared, Gwen, do not disturb Charlotte's rest. You must return home at once. Gwen pouted, then smiled at Charlotte. Come on. Let's head home together. Charlotte nodded, inquiring, what about you, old dang? Are you busy all night? Do not worry about him. I've been alone at home lately. Would you like to see my new luminous wall clock? A luminous wall clock. Of course, I want to see it. That sounds amazing. George felt a surge of frustration. After all these years, he suddenly found everything about Charlotte irksome. This was no longer just the neighbor's mischievous child. It was a spirited little piglet. Chapter 6. Accept it. This is the system that has assigned you a new identity in this world. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a skill card. Old dang, gold coin explosion. You are the eternal soil of ghostly rides. Freedom attribute points. To Charlotte. As he turned his head, he found himself gazing into George's dark face. What is this? Faced with George's vigilant stare, which resembled a guard on high alert, Charlotte appeared quite innocent. The luminous clock indeed had an uncanny allure. Second only to a cat that could perform acrobatics. Feeling a pang of guilt, he couldn't help but reach out and poke the adorable face of Gwen. Teasing the two of them. What are you doing? Gwen exclaimed, her face flushed with surprise. Are you behaving inappropriately? Not far off. George, with his stern expression, reached for his waist, while Charlotte, maintaining his composure, replied, you have something on your face. I was merely helping you clean it. Gwen. Her initially rosy complexion quickly cooled, and without hesitation, she pinched Charlotte's face. Hey, what are you doing? If you keep teasing me. I wash my face diligently every day. How could there possibly be anything like that on my face? Observing the playful interaction between Charlotte and Gwen, Hank, the African-American man, wore a nostalgic expression. He too had once been a dashing youth, but alas, time had moved on. He threw an arm around George's shoulder, guiding him toward the door. All right, George, your offspring will have their own fortune. This Charlotte is clearly a spirited young man. We still have much work to do. Rest assured, Charlotte will take good care of your daughter. Be quiet. George swatted Hank's arm away, showing no intention of turning back. As he adjusted his police uniform, he remarked, it seems there will be no further revelations here. We should investigate Danforth. Now, only he remained, the sole missing person from Arkham Asylum. Upon hearing George mention this, Hank's demeanor grew serious, and he teased, at your service, Sheriff. Do you require your little brother to drive for you? No. You should sit in the back. Settling into the car, they drove onward, soon arriving at an unfamiliar house. Upon exiting the vehicle, Gwen dashed toward her home. At the threshold of the old house, a weary-looking elderly woman, Aunt May, leaned on her cane, her eyes scanning eagerly. The moment she caught sight of Charlotte, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she opened her arms, her form trembling, even her voice quivering with emotion. Charlotte, it's enough that you've returned. Seeing Aunt May for the first time, Charlotte felt an immediate sense of closeness. Her eyes and expression evoked a profound warmth within him, causing his heart to ache. Aunt May embodied a genuine affection. He hurried forward to embrace Aunt May, feeling a weight lift from his heart, his eyes brimming with tears. Aunt May, my friends have passed away, and I shall never see them again. Gently patting Charlotte's shoulder, Aunt May offered her words of comfort. Child, they have merely departed to a more serene realm. In the distant future, you shall reunite with them, and at that time, you will have many delightful stories to share. However, Ben, who had always assumed the role of a stern father, felt his eyes welling up with tears. Despite Charlotte being his only 8-year-old brother, he had always regarded her as a son. Wiping away her tears, Aunt May appeared revitalized. With a smile, she entered the house alongside Charlotte. From the outside, the house seemed quite unsightly, and upon stepping inside, it became evident that it was indeed far from attractive. The dilapidated wooden structure was aging and bore the lingering scent of a cheap, long-standing insecticide. The household relied solely on Aunt May and Uncle Ben's meager retirement savings, supplemented by Ben's paltry odd jobs, struggling to make ends meet. Meanwhile, Charlotte, who had ventured out to distribute flyers, had come to understand the profound mysteries of the soul. Her disappearance had dealt a heavy blow to the family. Although Charlotte was eventually found at Arkham Asylum, Ben could hardly conceal his sorrow. The family was teetering on the brink of collapse for Charlotte's sake. Charlotte surveyed her surroundings. The living room was modest, and as she passed through the entryway, her eyes were drawn to a square dining table surrounded by 4 chairs. The layout of the room felt remarkably compact, yet Charlotte found it exceptionally cozy. The pale blue wallpaper imbued the space with a tranquil ambience. While the items scattered about were numerous, they were not disordered. Gwen, with a bashful demeanor, dashed in, appearing even more familiar with the house than Charlotte. She circumvented Charlotte and placed a small parcel on the table that she had brought from home. Seeing this, Charlotte's eyes brightened slightly. Gwen, you arrived just as you said you would, and you even brought a gift. How thoughtful of you. Upon hearing this, Gwen beamed with a radiant smile, her flowing golden hair making her resemble a little sun. This is for the homework you haven't written during this time. I specifically brought it for you. The smile on Charlotte's face instantly froze. Homework? How could your mouth utter such chilling words? Take your homework and leave me at once. You are not welcome here. All right, Aunt May chuckled. The blueberry pie I made for you is nearly cool. Just leave Gwen's homework in Charlotte's room. She adores doing her assignments. Charlotte laughed bitterly. After a brief prayer, a hasty meal, she retreated to her room, denying Gwen entry who wished to come in. Glancing around her cramped and cluttered space, Charlotte tossed her clothes onto the floor and collapsed onto her bed. A panel of the system materialized before her. Charlotte, level, madness power, tier 3. Age, 8 years, 16 years, strength, 2 spirit, 11, trait, you are truly spirited. Constitution, 2 life, 2 attractiveness, 10, trait, you will invariably attract the attention of unknown entities. Attribute points, 2 equipped skill card, shiver, when you equip this card. Someone is certainly engaged in shivering. During his stay at Arkham Asylum, fearing the descent into madness, Charlotte unhesitatingly invested all his attribute points into spirit. Now, the fruits of his labor have finally begun to manifest. Upon elevating his spirit to 10 points, he awakened a unique spiritual trait. He is indeed very spirited. Despite his physical exhaustion, he felt invigorated, as if he could tackle 10 sets of mathematical problems without fatigue. Sleep? Absolutely not. Rise and rejoice. Reclining on his bed, Charlotte picked up a photograph of himself and Aunt May, a gentle smile gracing his lips. How wonderful it is. In this quaint, dilapidated room, he is surrounded by his charming and lovely best friend, the kind and wise Uncle Ben, and the warm-hearted, gentle Aunt May. Here, he possesses everything he had never had before. With an open heart, he once again allocated attribute points to spirit and closed his eyes. In the next moment, it seemed that another version of himself appeared before him. A refined young man named Parker stood there, wearing a timid smile, though he lacked glasses. He exuded an aura of a bookworm. Are you Parker? Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Glancing around, he realized they were in a dimly lit sewer. What on earth is happening? Surely, a nine-tailed fox 1T suddenly emerge, will it? I am you, and it brings me genuine joy to meet you. As he spoke, fragments of memories surged through Charlotte's mind, like scenes from an old film. Chapter 7. The purpose of going to school is no longer to attend school. The future is entrusted to you. With you here, Uncle Ben and Aunt May will surely experience much joy, won't they? Who is he? He is both a presence and an absence in life, a character added by the system, embodying everything Charlotte Parker had experienced, the memories unique to the bookish Charlotte. He observes from a third-person perspective as he sees himself being born, abandoned, adopted by Ben and May, growing step by step, striving to learn, being bullied, witnessing his own ordinariness and mediocrity. His existence serves one purpose, to be replaced by Charlotte. He stumbles and falters, timid and fearful, subjected to humiliation, discrimination, and bullying. He once contemplated resistance, yet life bent him low. Each time, he concealed the wounds on his face, striving to spare Aunt May any worry. Alone, he lay in his current position, akin to an injured puppy quietly tending to its own hurt. Loneliness and monotony enveloped him, yet he remained eternally kind-hearted, his spirit brimming with hope. As he opened his eyes once more, a solitary tear cascaded down his cheek. Morning had arrived, marking the dawn of a new day, while memories faded like a dream without a trace. Truth be told, he was not the one being bullied. He could not fully empathize. Yet gazing upon a face so similar to his own, he found it impossible to remain indifferent. Good morning, Charlotte. Upon opening the door, he beheld Gwen, adorned in a black dress, seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Beneath the table, her fair legs crossed, she wore a pair of petite, white boots. All the pent-up frustration within Charlotte dissipated. As he beheld her exquisite visage, he could not help but question the course of his life. Was this truly his home? It felt more like Gwen's abode. Observing Aunt May's gentle gaze upon Gwen as she dined, Charlotte felt more akin to an unwanted guest. Perhaps I should trade lives, he mused. Would George welcome him if he were to stay at Gwen's residence every day, relishing the glow of the clock? After breakfast, Gwen escorted Charlotte onto the school bus that was there to transport students. Upon boarding, all eyes turned toward him. He had become a legendary figure within the school, the illustrious Charlotte Parker. Hey, Francie, seated in the front row, extended his legs, resting one hand on the seat while tilting his head to observe Charlotte. A smirk plastered across his face. Have you truly lost your mind, you bookworm? I always said you were a bit eccentric. It's utterly ridiculous to think you've actually gone mad. Education can be quite detrimental. Be quiet, Francie, Charlotte retorted, raising his pinky finger at him. You, a mere fan. Stop fixating on my life. I shall never fall for you. Taken aback by Charlotte's reaction, Francie was momentarily speechless. A mere fan? Fall in love? Did he imply that he thought he was gay? How dare he? Yet, he had indeed been paying far too much attention to Charlotte, consistently seeking to bully this earnest fellow. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As he glanced around, the other students on the bus directed their gazes towards him, and Francie felt a surge of embarrassment. Unable to suppress his indignation, he rose to his feet. While seated, he felt little, but standing, the towering Francie exuded an undeniable sense of intimidation. With a robust chest, powerful arms, and a face contorted with anger, he loomed over Charlotte, who, standing at a height of 1.7 meters after a recent growth spurt, still appeared as diminutive as a sprout in comparison to Francie's towering presence. Gwen extended her arms, obstructing Francie's path, and furrowed her brow. Do not quarrel, and certainly do not resort to violence. Francie, return to your seat. One advantage of having a sheriff for a father is that one is generally spared from the scourge of schoolyard bullying, and the self-important delinquents within the institution tend to keep their distance. Observing Charlotte making faces behind Gwen, Francie, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, Parker, you cannot perpetually hide behind a woman. I will certainly strike you. Behind Gwen, Charlotte beamed brightly, baring her teeth and raising an eyebrow, engaging in playful antics. How could I, a superhuman with a commendable strength rating of 2, fear you? You too. Upon turning, Gwen beheld Charlotte provocatively sticking out her tongue at Francie. Sensing the intensity of Gwen's gaze, Charlotte calmly ceased her antics, tossed her backpack behind her, and playfully patted Gwen's head. All right, let us hasten our departure. We cannot linger in the aisle, as the driver needs to commence the journey. The tables were turned, and Gwen was gently propelled to her seat by Charlotte. Hey, Harry. A figure clad in a leather jacket with disheveled hair popped his head out from behind Charlotte. Do not be surprised to find Harry on this dilapidated school bus. Unlike the affluent youth depicted in the film Spider-Man, Harry belongs to a less fortunate lineage. He once enjoyed prosperity, retaining the aesthetic of his former wealth. Yet it is now his last bastion of pride. The Osborne Group was dismantled and sold off by shareholders. In the wake of capital maneuvering, Norman Osborn not only failed to receive financial compensation, but also amassed substantial debt. Recently, it was confirmed that Norman has been experiencing mental health issues. Had the Osborn family not fallen on hard times, the Green Goblin and Spider Parker would likely have reunited in Arkham Asylum. Charlotte, let me hazard a guess. When do you think Francie will strike you? Mary Jane, seated beside Harry, with her dark hair and slightly tanned complexion, chimed in with a smile. I suspect it will be after the exams. Exams? A stammering Charlotte echoed Mary Jane's words in horror. Are you certain you are not jesting? Turning to the seemingly nonchalant Gwen, Charlotte felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her by the neck and demand, Gwen, what exams? What are we being tested on? How could there be an exam today? Upon hearing this, even Harry found it peculiar. Charlotte, did you not use to relish examinations? I was under the impression you specifically chose to be discharged today to partake in the test. Mary Jane swept her hair behind her ears. Parker, though you have been absent from school for a while, today is indeed the final exam, and tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. You haven't forgotten, have you? A few of us had indeed devised a travel plan for the holidays. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte rose to his feet, evading Gwen's outstretched hand, which sought to grasp him with its ghostly grip, and quickly made his way towards the front of the vehicle. Driver, please stop. I must disembark. I suddenly recalled that my automatic rifle is left at home. I need to retrieve it. With a sinister grin, Francie stood up, blocking Charlotte's path. You shall not escape. Parker, I will stuff you headfirst into a trash bin. Observing Francie's brazen demeanor, Charlotte lowered his voice. Francie, today is the day of the exam. He emphasized his words, hoping Francie would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Let us engage in a brawl. That way, we can avoid the examination. What a delightful thought. Francie clenched his jaw, glaring at Charlotte, feeling insulted. Charlotte, you underestimate me. I shall pummel you after your exam. I will ensure your grades remain unaffected. But once you finish, you will understand the extent of Francie's prowess. Goodness. Francie, you are quite audacious. Chapter 8. Every Charlotte deserves his own Yuanhua transported into the Marvel Universe. Having spent time in Arkham Asylum, upon my return to school, I was met with the immediate obligation of examinations. What difference does this bear to being reborn only to face college entrance exams the very next day? The rebellious act of running away from home was my final semblance of dignity. After a failed escape, Charlotte declared, I truly love studying. Although the exams proved relatively simple for him, that did not prevent Charlotte from wearing a sullen expression. Finally completing the last subject, he opened the dilapidated, peeling locker and unceremoniously tossed his papers and pens inside. Damn Gwen, I shall draw Peppa Pig all over her face. Hey, Gwen, standing behind Charlotte, expressed her discontent. I am still here. Ignoring her, Charlotte muttered a string of incomprehensible insults that Gwen could not fathom. At that moment, Francie squeezed Charlotte's shoulder from behind, leaning down to reveal his fierce visage. Let us converse in the restroom, shall we, Charlotte? Another boy, tall and clad in a blue hoodie, with tousled hair, displayed a wicked grin. We will treat you well. Who are you? Observing the lanky boy, who appeared rather feeble, even more so than himself, Charlotte inquired with curiosity. You scoundrel. The boy could no longer contain his anger. He shoved aside Gwen, who attempted to mediate, and stepped up to Charlotte, seething with rage as he grasped Charlotte's collar. I am Fitz Hancock, a classmate of yours. How could you possibly forget me? Title Sorcerer Fitz? Charlotte's eyes brightened as he seized Fitz's hands. Did you say your name is Fitz? Everyone look. I, Xiao Luo, have my very own Yuanhua, exclaimed Xiao Luo with an expression of sheer delight, turning to Gwen to share the news. He said his name is Fitz. His name is Fitz, Gwen. Can you believe it? Gwen, initially anxious, gradually became perplexed. What nonsense are you babbling about? He has always been called Fitz. Fitz, exclaimed Francie, unable to contain herself. What is so surprising about him being called Fitz? Why aren't you surprised that I am called Francie? Do you look down upon me? Fitz, equally exasperated, felt that Xiao Luo was mocking his name. At least I'm named Xiao Luo. Do you dare to challenge me? Enough, Yuanhua. Stop causing a ruckus. I know we're in this together. This Francie is the real adversary. Once again, Fitz. He shouted angrily at Xiao Luo. My name is Fitz. I warn you to keep your distance from Mary Jane, or I will take action. Seeing Fitz's face flush with anger, Xiao Luo shook his head. All right, Yuanhua. I understand now, Yuanhua. By the way, Yuanhua, we friends all call her that. Clutching his chest, Fitz felt as if he had suffered a spiritual assault. The commotion at the lockers quickly attracted the attention of surrounding students, who began to jeer, eagerly anticipating a scuffle among the group. Don't get too familiar with me, Fitz. Mary Jane interjected angrily, pushing her way forward with her textbooks clutched tightly. I have clearly told you to keep your distance. Raising his arm, Xiao Luo presented a differing opinion. His name is not Fitz, he is Yuanhua. Oh, is that so? Mary Jane looked at Xiao Luo, who had meant to offer a kind reminder, momentarily taken aback, before quickly correcting herself. Apologies, Yuanhua. However, I have made my stance quite clear. You scoundrel. Fitz, already feeling quite hurt, could no longer endure Xiao Luo's words and swung a fist towards his nose. Yet, Xiao Luo had been anticipating this moment and was prepared to wait. Francie raised her arm to block Fitz's strike. Yuanhua, I mean Fitz. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Luo is a patient now. We cannot just bully him. You certainly have principles, Fitz retorted. Clapping her hands, Francie pointed at Harry, who was standing at the edge watching the scene unfold. He is Xiao Luo's friend. He is not sick. Let's go after him. All right. Fitz agreed enthusiastically. The two glared at Harry with fierce determination. Harry, who had been exuding an air of arrogance, stood frozen in place. Wait, what are your rules? Why are you planning to attack me? Mary Jane rolled her eyes and pushed Harry with a swift motion. Run, Harry. If they catch up to you, you are doomed. Huh. Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, Harry swiftly dashed away. We are going to thrash you, and you dare to flee. Fitz and Fran, infuriated, abandoned Charlotte and pursued Harry directly. The farce was nearing its conclusion. Charlotte began to stow her belongings in the locker, while the three of them forgot about Harry and shifted their focus to discussing their summer plans. I will be interning at Hammer Technologies, you know? They acquired Osborne Group back in the day and are now the leading name in biotechnology, though I will be interning in the materials department. Raising an eyebrow, Charlotte couldn't help but inquire, then why not opt for the superior Stark Industries? Is it due to a dislike for Stark Industries? At this, Gwen rolled her eyes, stating that if she had the chance, she would certainly choose Stark Technologies. However, their standards were exceedingly high, and she had not succeeded in the interview. Observing Gwen's expression, Charlotte proudly produced an invitation from her pocket. Among us, there is one who has not received an invitation from Stark Industries. As for her identity, I shall not disclose it, but she knows. It was an invitation to the Stark Expo. Seeing the item in Charlotte's hand, Gwen's eyes sparkled as she reached for it. Where did you get that? Although it was not an opportunity to intern at Stark Technologies, it was still invaluable. Skillfully evading Gwen's grasp, Charlotte pinched her cheek. Chuckling at her pout, Charlotte remarked, "This is a personal invitation from Mr. Stark himself. Let me see. It allows for 4 guests, including Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Alas, I can only take 2 of you." The journey to obtain this invitation was quite convoluted. It stemmed from Charlotte's promotion of Stark during the kidnapping incident, which inadvertently drew Stark's attention. Indifferent to the fashion model in his embrace, Stark granted Charlotte this invitation and made a wager with him. If he failed to appear at the expo, he would fulfill one of Charlotte's requests. Such confidence from Stark. Yet it also served as Charlotte's reason to boast. "Well," sighed Mary Jane, "you all should go. I have no particular interest in the Stark Expo." Although she too yearned to attend, this invitation was evidently more significant to Gwen and Harry. Gwen bit her lip, her desire to attend intensifying as she gazed at Charlotte's invitation. "Thank you. There is still time. Perhaps I might miss it due to my work at Hammer Technologies. Perhaps we shall see you at Hammer's booth, where you will be gloomily introducing us to Hammer's ex-wife missiles," Charlotte teased. Chapter 9. The Underground Deliverman. "Harry, you cannot escape." Breathless, Francie and Fitz were in hot pursuit of Harry. However, as a privileged youth who had engaged in fitness and boxing from a young age, Harry sprinted faster than a hare. Rather than claiming they were chasing him, it was more accurate to say that Harry was toying with the two of them. Moreover, even if they managed to catch up, they would hardly stand a chance against Harry, who had trained in martial arts. With a lightly packed backpack, Charlotte had searched for them several times, finally spotting their figures on the back playground. At the conclusion of this chase, Francie and Fitz were crouched down, mouths agape, panting like dogs. In stark contrast, Harry stood at a distance, composed and unperturbed. Approaching them, Charlotte gave Francie a hearty pat on the back and laughed. "Francie, you really ought to train harder. Catch your breath." Charlotte Park, "I'm not hitting you because you're unwell. Besides, tomorrow is a holiday. Fitz and I still have to earn some money. There's no time to waste on beating you two." In response, Francie raised his middle finger at Charlotte and Harry, feeling a sense of bravado. Money? At the mere mention of the word, Charlotte's eyes sparkled with interest, fixating on Francie with a mischievous grin. The glint in his expression made Francie feel inexplicably uneasy as Charlotte inquired, "Francie, I believe I just heard you mention making money?" Standing upright, Francie straightened his back and retorted angrily, "That's none of your business." "Huh." Charlotte reached over and tugged sharply at Fitz's waistband, lifting him off the ground. With a yelp, Fitz was flipped over by Charlotte's force. Upon release, Fitz, clutching his groin, fell heavily to the ground, curling up in pain like a shrimp. Swallowing hard, Francie watched as Charlotte, smiling, reiterated, Francie, I just heard you say you have a little plan to make money. Is that right?" Seeing Fitz's floral underwear exposed, Francie's pupils widened, and he instinctively shielded his own groin. "Don't take advantage of us, you nerd. How has Charlotte become so fearsome? We definitely have a little plan to make money." "Oh, what is it?" Charlotte had once contemplated ways to earn money, even delving into American criminal law, ultimately concluding that tax evasion was the quickest route to wealth. However, this was hardly practical for him, given that one must have money to evade taxes. A penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes. The Parker family was currently in dire financial straits, and Charlotte was striving to remedy this situation. He had even entertained the notion of emulating the films by engaging in underground fighting. Undoubtedly, such actions would only be taken as a last resort. Primarily, the intention is to earn money to support household expenses, which necessitates a reason acceptable to Uncle Ben and a legitimate method. To this end, Francie astonishingly claims to possess a profitable scheme. Charlotte, intrigued by this assertion, awaits further details with bated breath. "Very well, I shall elaborate." Just 2 seconds later, lying on the ground while clutching his groin, Francie, under the weight of Charlotte's intimidating presence, reluctantly divulges everything. There exists a minor job, a part-time endeavor, which may carry a slight risk, yet Fitz and I believe that taking a bit of risk is worthwhile, for the remuneration offered is quite generous. Charlotte rolled her eyes and demanded, "Get to the point, or I shall seize your underwear and hang you from the school lamppost for all the girls to witness your disgrace." "You must be a devil," Francie exclaimed. "I shall reveal it now." Feeling the humiliation of that imagery, Francie hastily interjected, "It involves delivery." "It's delivery." "Delivery?" Harry, who had approached with a puzzled expression, cautioned, "Charlotte, I strongly advise against engaging in such activities. This sounds dangerously intertwined with gang-related dealings, fraught with complications, and prone to mishaps. It would be far better to distribute flyers. Charlotte nodded, contemplating that the funds he sought were intended for Uncle Ben. Delivering goods for a gang seemed far less desirable than robbing them outright. No, 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 it's not for the gang, Francie quickly clarified, sensing the misunderstanding from Charlotte and Harry. It's akin to food delivery. Food delivery? Is that all? What a waste of my expression. Feeling the disdain from Charlotte, Francie's pride could no longer bear it, and he explained, cheeks flushed, this is not merely simple food delivery. It is part of the underground courier industry. It is quite challenging, with strict deadlines. First, the agreed terms cannot be altered casually. Second, no names are to be mentioned. Third, packages must never be opened. Noticing that the duo still seemed perplexed, Francie, clutching his modesty, patiently elaborated, of course. We're merely handling a small segment of the underground courier service, which is not particularly dangerous. It mainly consists of food delivery. Charlotte shook his head in exasperation, expressing little interest in Francie's notion of an underground food delivery service. He mused that it would be far more worthwhile to actually deliver food for a restaurant. Meanwhile, Harry, stroking his chin, inquired, just the two of you? How do you manage deliveries? Do you have a vehicle? Or are you planning to run? To this, Francie responded, we have an electric bike. It is the year 2007, and Steve Jobs has just unveiled the first iPhone at a conference. The internet is still in its infancy. The concept of food delivery is merely a glimpse into the future, while underground food delivery is still in its nascent stage, relying on established customers placing orders over the phone. It is amidst this backdrop that the underground delivery service is gaining momentum. Certainly, this development is closely tied to the flourishing underground delivery industry in New York. While the goods they often transport may be of dubious nature, the increasing affluence of individuals has led them to seek professional couriers even for legitimate deliveries. This has resulted in a notable trend where many utilize underground courier services for their meals. However, the meager commissions from food deliveries, coupled with the frequency of orders and the complexities of handling specialty items, have rendered the wait times quite lengthy. Consequently, professional underground couriers are generally reluctant to engage in food delivery work. Despite their disinterest, the underground food delivery business has gradually evolved, eventually reaching a certain scale. Unlike conventional delivery personnel of this era, these individuals do not work for restaurant owners. Rather, they resemble the future of delivery, solely responsible for the delivery and receipt of payment, albeit with a portion going to the underground platform. Furthermore, proficient underground couriers may receive training, qualifying them to become true underground delivery agents. Among them is Francie, who harbors dreams of becoming an underground courier, donning sunglasses and driving an Audi 8 through the streets. Evading the police, he proclaims to clients that underground delivery is his mission and it shall be fulfilled. Suddenly, a sharp clap from Charlotte jolted Francie's daydream back to reality. Tell me, are you making money? Chapter 10. The gears of fate begin to turn. Of course, I'm making money. Francie enthusiastically shared his findings with Charlotte. To become an underground courier, you simply need to cater to the clients assigned by the platform. In essence, it's about delivering meals as swiftly as possible. From Francie's explanation, it became clear that underground food delivery is a byproduct of the underground courier industry, where couriers primarily earn tips from customers after prompt deliveries, albeit with inherent risks. After all, those who employ underground courier services are seldom upstanding citizens. And the same likely applies to those utilizing underground food delivery. This leaves us with one final question. Should we give it a try? Charlotte, you are so clever. If you're willing to team up with us, I can provide an electric bike, though I will charge you a rental fee. All right. Trying it out doesn't seem like a bad idea. After all, it's just food delivery. What about you, Harry? Are you in? Harry's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he sighed. No, Charlotte, you know I need to return home to care for my father. The loss of the Osborne Group has hit him hard. Recently, he has embarked on his own entrepreneurial venture, focusing on military exoskeleton technology and flying hoverboards. He insists he will reclaim everything he has lost. After a brief silence, though he did not wish to see Osborne transform into the Green Goblin, Charlotte replied, I wish him success. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with Charlotte standing beside a small yellow bike, hands tucked in pockets. Gwen had gone to intern at Hammer Tech, Mary had enrolled in a vocal class, and Harry was busy with his father's startup. As he stood beside a dilapidated, rudimentary, and modified electric scooter, Charlotte couldn't help but express his disbelief. Isn't it handsome? Francie inquired, a grin plastered across his face. Do you perhaps misinterpret the term handsome? It's exceedingly unattractive, a truly hideous little scooter. In response, Charlotte turned his attention to Francie's own vehicle, a sleekly modified motorcycle. I deliver meals on this. What about you, Francie? Stepping forward, Charlotte gently caressed Francie's motorcycle, his curiosity piqued. Francie's eyes widened. Wait a moment, that's not acceptable. This bike is. Relax, Francie. I assure you I won't damage it. Worst case, I'll have it deducted from my commission. Observing Francie's lingering hesitation, Charlotte deftly shifted the conversation. Are you truly confident that this venture will yield profit? Even renting a motorcycle incurs considerable expense. Furthermore, where do you acquire your clientele and platform? My brother is part of the underground delivery industry. He helped me make the connections. He advised me to gain some experience in this field before I enlist, and then I can return to carry on his legacy. With a foolish grin, Francie finally revealed his ambitions, his expression brimming with pride. And what could possibly go wrong? All of you are students I recruited from school, none of whom relish trouble, merely summer workers. I only need to coordinate your pickup locations, your delivery clients, and the time each of you spends on a delivery. I will take a cut from your commissions while deducting expenses for motorcycle modifications. You truly are getting an excellent deal. I cannot possibly incur losses. To Charlotte's astonishment, the burly Francie possessed an innate talent for mercantilism. Such merchants ought to be hung by their undergarments from lampposts. Sensing Charlotte's disapproval, Francie hastily maneuvered the motorcycle closer to him. What are you waiting for? Give your vehicle a try. With a smile, Francie handed Charlotte a schedule for pickup and delivery times, placing the first prepared meal in the rear compartment of the bike and extending a helmet towards him. I have the utmost faith in you, Charlotte. With the two of us together, we shall undoubtedly amass a fortune. You are like a lethal assassin, and I am your agent. Your sole responsibility is to execute the tasks punctually, while I shall provide you with all the necessary support. With a gleeful smirk, Francie added, and remember, this isn't school anymore. You should call me by my code name, Francie. Charlotte rolled his eyes, mounting the motorcycle. Eugene Francie Thompson, you are undeniably mad. We've always referred to you this way at school. Francie shook his head. This is different. He spoke with utmost seriousness. I just want to make it clear that this time, I am indeed the boss. And you, Charlotte, are my strategist? Well, of course, while you are at work. You are the assassin, and I am your agent. So you understand what I am saying, right? Covering his forehead, Charlotte suddenly felt an urge to turn and leave. Francie was simply too foolish. He believed that their meeting place should not be here, but rather in a mental hospital. Leave the role of strategist to Yuan Hua. I have no interest in that. Activating the skill card, Old Deng, explode with coins. You are the eternal soil of ghost fire. With a roar, the motorcycle ignited. And in an instant, Charlotte felt as if he and the ghost fire had merged into one. He even felt the impulse to lift the front of the bike, as if executing the move Nine Heavens Thunder, propelling himself forward. I am the eternal king of ghost fire. With a smirk, he glanced at the delivery order in Francie's hand and eagerly inquired, so, I just need to deliver the takeout within the deadline, correct? Of course. Swallowing hard, Francie stared wide-eyed at Charlotte, perched on the motorcycle. He noticed that the aura of this individual had shifted. Indeed, his choice was absolutely correct. My God, Parker truly is my strategist. He looks like a natural-born delivery person. Twisting the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life, and with his helmet secured, he took off at breakneck speed. The entire bike was as swift as lightning, while simultaneously, Charlotte unleashed a torrent of curses towards the system. He knew without a doubt that there was nothing remotely normal about the skills within it. As soon as he revved the engine, he uncontrollably barreled toward the crosswalk, the front of the bike adeptly swerving to avoid one threat after another amidst his exclamations. Ghost fire, as dangerous as it is, it invites trouble. Every second, he teetered on the brink of disaster, his riding skills dazzling and steady as a rock. He was a one-man army. Under Francie's envious gaze, he exhibited an aura that the spirited youth could never hope to surpass. Even in the absence of danger, he sought to create peril. Charlotte accelerated furiously, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not rein in his restless hands. Executing a dragon raises its head. At breakneck speed, the bike surged at a 90-degree angle, rattling ominously, as if it were on the verge of toppling over, the front obscuring Charlotte's line of sight. Yet, Charlotte remained expressionless and unperturbed. His trust extended beyond himself. He had unwavering faith in the system. The system had never faltered. With a thud, the motorcycle, having run over a small stone, lost control, soaring into the air amidst the terrified gazes of nearby drivers, flipping several times before landing steadily in the tunnel. Then, with a burst of acceleration, it sped away. Propelled by the system's enhancements, vanishing in a flash. My God, how did he manage that? Amidst his astonishment, he glanced at the dashboard displaying 180, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly challenged. This was not merely technology, it was art. Chapter 11. I was bitten by a spider. How exhilarating. How astonishing. How did he accomplish this? Before the sports car driver could further ponder this profound question, the motorcycle, which had long since departed, inexplicably decelerated. In no time, it matched pace with the sports car. They exchanged a few glances, and Charlotte raised the visor of his helmet, reached for his waist with one hand, paused momentarily, and retrieved the delivery slip, inquiring toward the trembling man within the sports car. You are the one who ordered lightning delivery, aren't you? Yes, that's me. The man stammered, believing he was about to be shot. The first delivery location provided by Francie was indeed on the highway, and the recipient was identified solely by the license plate number. As for his whereabouts, it was up to Charlotte to ascertain. The license plate number he had glimpsed while speeding and the delivery slip he had scanned melded perfectly in Charlotte's mind, presenting a simple yet harmonious solution. Releasing both hands from the handlebars, he maintained a silky smooth ride. In the astonished gaze of the man within the sports car, Charlotte turned around, retrieved the securely packaged and pristine delivery from the box, and casually tossed it into the man's lap. Turning back, Charlotte waved at him, saying, "Enjoy your meal, buddy. Now, quickly give me my tip." The man, of course, lacked the courage to let go of the steering wheel to search for money. They both halted on the emergency lane, and shortly thereafter, Charlotte received a handsome tip. "Brother, let's exchange contact information. I'll be ordering from you in the future," the man said with a smile. Given Charlotte's flamboyant driving skills, he certainly earned a higher regard. "All right," Charlotte nodded. Accepting the Franklin, he wore a friendly smile. "Sir, as long as your tips remain this generous, feel free to contact me anytime. I provide all sorts of delivery services." Initially harboring disdain for this profession, a single Franklin, $100, immediately changed Charlotte's perspective. Waving goodbye to the departing man, Charlotte couldn't suppress his smile as he flicked the bill with his fingertips. He then lifted the front of his motorcycle and executed a spin, heading back in the direction he had come from. One might wonder why Charlotte consistently allocated his points to spirit rather than strength, physique, or vitality. The primary reason was not merely his fear of developing mental illness, but rather the euphoria that an increase in spirit bestowed upon his mind. As his spirit points ascended, the first attribute to enhance was agility, a characteristic not even present on the system panel. In other words, it was the speed of mental response. As long as he focused his attention, his thoughts soared to the clouds, unrestrained, accelerating, while the entire world seemed to slow down. The motorcycle surged forward with remarkable speed, seemingly leaving Charlotte unable to react. In truth, all the changes were well within his judgment, akin to simple mathematical equations swiftly calculated in his mind. Often, before he even commenced any action, his brain had already issued instinctive commands to his hands. Each increment in his mental acuity sent waves of ecstasy through his mind, rendering him entranced. The physical exhilaration, the evolutionary advancement of life, and the burgeoning strength paled in comparison to the euphoric resonance of his cerebral faculties. Coupled with this skill card, Charlotte traversed the perilous precipice of existence while deftly managing the trajectory of his own life, an exhilarating sensation that urged to burst forth in a triumphant cry. Although his physical prowess often lagged behind the velocity of his thoughts, the feeling of cognitive acceleration perpetually ensnared him in its allure. Everything appeared simple, everything within reach. After a day of toil, no unexpected occurrences transpired. In fact, the time spent waiting for orders significantly hampered Charlotte's delivery count. That evening, cradling a milkshake, he lounged with one leg crossed over the other, lazily seated across from Francie. He gazed in bemusement at the robust Francie, who was diligently tapping away at a calculator with a look of utmost seriousness. It was the third round, and each time, Francie's calculations yielded different results. Fortunately, Charlotte's primary income relied on tips. He had previously computed his earnings from deliveries, and after deducting the rental, maintenance, fuel costs of the motorcycle, and Francie's commission, little remained. Scratching his head in contemplation, Francie expressed his confusion. "I should owe you 1,000, but why am I at such a loss? This defies logic." "You fool. Do you still aspire to be a capitalist?" Charlotte rolled his eyes and replied, "You don't pay attention in class. You fail to acknowledge your work after school. You labor in entrepreneurship without profit. You can't even compute basic arithmetic. Look here, and here. I should be giving you 20. Tilting his head and examining the dense page of calculations he had written, Francie, though uncertain of his error, felt a surge of confidence in Charlotte. He extended his hand. saying, "All right, then hand over the money." "No money," Charlotte replied with calm assurance. "Just deduct it from my commission in the future." "Oh, very well." Pondering his calculations with a furrowed brow, Francie nodded. "I knew I should be making a profit. Charlotte, please help me check if I've miscalculated for others." With that, Francie presented the delivery records of 7 other individuals. As Charlotte scrutinized Francie's chaotic ledger, his mind arranged the sequence with clarity. "But Francie, why have those few only delivered so few orders? I delivered more than all of them combined in the morning, and the earnings are still so meager." They are novices. Engaging in the ordinary task of food delivery, Francie, with a broad grin, gave a thumbs up to Charlotte. "And you, my friend, are the star of our lightning underground delivery." "Star?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "Are you looking for trouble?" "Charlotte, you are more astute than we are. Yesterday, we all knew you were stronger than us. My brother has always taught me to cultivate relationships with intelligent individuals." How amusing. Reflecting on the days when Charlotte was bullied, it becomes apparent that this was your method of befriending the clever. "I noticed you were quite solitary, so I often brought my friends to keep you company. You were unwell before, so I assisted you in building your strength. My brother taught me that the best way for someone to learn to fight is to start by learning how to take a hit. It seems you have indeed acquired the skill to fight." "Shut up, Francie. If I didn't know better, I would think you had equipped a Generate Friend skill card to create a brother to absolve you of your transgressions. Do you think I would forgive your bullying so easily?" "Charlotte, look." After a lengthy calculation, Francie opted for the simplest method, directly counting the money in his cash box. "We earned a total of 8,793 today. It's actually 8,894. You idiot." "Wait, the two of us?" Charlotte blinked in surprise. "Indeed. As the leading assassin of lightning delivery, you should hold a 50 stake in the business. Then I'll get you an Audi A8 and a Harley Davidson, and let's thrive and create brilliance once more." Upon returning home, Charlotte, beaming with pride, displayed his tips before Uncle Ben. As they gazed at the stack of bills exceeding 300, both Ben and May stared at Charlotte in astonishment. Although Charlotte had preemptively informed them of his delivery work, could it truly be so lucrative? Extracting a 20 bill from the pile, Uncle Ben chuckled and pushed the remainder toward Charlotte. "With greater ability comes greater responsibility, but Mr. Parker, this is all you deserve, a testament to your hard work." The wrinkles on Uncle Ben's face spoke volumes of his pride in Charlotte. Observing the weary yet triumphant Charlotte, his admiration remained steadfast. Gazing at the cash before him, Charlotte smiled as he took a 10 bill, saying, "Uncle Ben, you underestimate me. I am now the top ace, earning hundreds in mere moments." A worried expression crossed Aunt May's face as she cautioned, "Do be careful. Watching you ride back on your motorcycle was truly nerve-wracking." "Don't worry, Aunt May. Have faith in me," Charlotte exclaimed, proudly gesturing towards the money before him. "Behold, this is a Franklin worth $290. I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, we can certainly attain a better life. Although this household is already in straitened circumstances, and $290 indeed represents a substantial sum for them." Aunt May's gaze remains fixed upon Charlotte. "Charlotte, we simply wish to prevent any mishaps." Under the earnest scrutiny of Aunt May and Uncle Ben's averted gaze, Charlotte fell into a moment of silence. "They genuinely care for you. They sincerely wish to shield you from harm. How could you bear to inflict pain upon those who are truly devoted to you?" With a smile gracing her lips, Charlotte suddenly felt that everyone she encountered in this world was kind, and that the universe held an abundance of affection for her. As she revealed her 8 pearly teeth, Charlotte's eyes crinkled with delight. "Aunt May, rest assured, there will be no accidents. You need not worry about me. My driving is exceptionally steady." Upon hearing Charlotte's reassurance, Aunt May visibly relaxed. She picked up the banknotes from the table and solemnly stated, "I shall keep this money for you, lest you squander it carelessly. You may need it when you decide to marry." Is this line of reasoning universally applicable? It seems even in this other world, such wisdom has been learned. "All right, Aunt May." Having feasted and quenched her thirst, Charlotte returned to her modest room, feeling that the first day of her holiday was remarkably fulfilling. She set her alarm clock, preparing for the delivery schedule the following day. Lying on her bed with her hands behind her head, Charlotte smiled and soon drifted into a splendid dream. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone jolted her awake, shattering her blissful reverie. Frowning, she glanced at her phone. It was already 1 in the morning, and the call was from Gwen. What calamity has befallen her? Without hesitation, she answered the call, and Gwen's voice, laced with tears, came through. "Charlotte, could you come to my house?" Charlotte, bewildered, replied, "What is it that you want?" Before she could inquire further, Gwen continued, "Today, while I was working at Hammer Tech, I accidentally got bitten by a spider and only just now realized it." "Charlotte, am I going to die?" "What? You were bitten by a spider. Chapter 12. Skill Card, Identification Technique. What? You were bitten by a pig. Does that make you pig hero? It's a spider. Oh, it's a pig, then. Hanging up the phone, Charlotte leaped through the window, executing a nimble somersault and landing upon the ground in a superhero manner, ensuring not to disturb Aunt May and Uncle Ben's slumber. Skillfully, Charlotte crept into the lower floor of Gwen's building and beheld Gwen, weeping like a rain-soaked flower. Looking haggard as she stood at the door, dressed in her pajamas, her clothes were drenched in sweat, clinging to her form, accentuating her fair skin and exquisite figure. However, her complexion was pale, and she appeared haggard, with two unmistakably dark circles under her eyes. Sensing Charlotte's gaze, she quickly pulled him inside the house. Upon seeing Charlotte, her demeanor brightened considerably. For some inexplicable reason, she found him particularly handsome and charming today. Observing her frightened and disoriented state, Charlotte surmised the cause of her distress. After all, in the tale of Spider-Man, those bitten by a spider invariably meet one fate, transforming into a superhuman, scaling walls, and rescuing the citizens of New York City. Embracing the distraught Gwen, Charlotte spoke soothingly. It's all right, Gwen. You're safe. You won't perish, trust me. You don't understand. Gwen replied, unassuaged by his words. That is no ordinary spider. It is a hybrid of 3 or 4 species that Osborn has been studying, possessing unimaginable radioactivity and toxicity. At this revelation, Charlotte paused, reflecting on the notion of being bitten by a spider and becoming Spider-Man, a mere cinematic fantasy. If such an event were to transpire in reality, it could indeed pose a grave danger. Would Gwen be all right? Gripping her wrist, he felt her pulse and gently lifted her eyelids to examine her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he reached toward her heart. What are you doing? She exclaimed, slapping his hand away. Charlotte registered the force of her response and noted the rapid return of color to her cheeks. Confirmed, Gwen was unharmed. Darn it. I merely wanted to ensure your well-being. Once assured of Gwen's safety, Charlotte patiently listened to her account. However, her first day interning at Hammer Industries was anything but pleasant. Perhaps it was due to Hammer Industries' disregard for Osborn's once preeminent biotechnology. Within a mere morning, they had experienced 4 incidents of biological specimens going missing, including a green-haired monkey, a 2-meter-long lizard, a radioactive venomous spider, and a phosphorescent puppy. At that time, Gwen was not surprised. She privately mused that Hammer Industries was indeed unreliable, and her decision to trust its reputation and pursue an internship there seemed somewhat foolish. Yet, upon returning home, she felt inexplicably exhausted, discovering that George was not at home. She even forgot to reach out to Charlotte for dinner, falling into a deep slumber that lasted until now. Upon waking, she instinctively reached to the back of her head, only to discover the lifeless radioactive spider, sending chills down her spine. The two sat at the dining table, where the deceased radioactive spider lay ominously before them. With a contemplative nod, Charlotte inquired, "So, it was this creature that bit you, transforming you into Spider-Gwen?" Gwen, with a complexion radiant and captivating, wore a sorrowful expression. Faced with the specter of death, she exhibited a vulnerability previously unseen. "Charlotte, do you think I will perish? If I were to die, my father would be heartbroken. Will you all remember me?" Grasping the webbing, Charlotte gazed at the black and white striped venomous spider, adopting an air of scholarly assurance as he consoled Gwen, "Trust me, you will be just fine." As for the toxicity of this spider, without hesitation, he opened his mouth and devoured the spider's corpse, calmly observing Gwen's wide-eyed astonishment. Charlotte casually extended his hand to help her close her gaping mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he savored the burst of flavor from the spider. He slurped the webbing as if it were noodles, and before Gwen could protest in shock, he had swallowed it down. Hee. Since being bitten by a spider turns one into Spider-Man, surely, by biting a spider, I shall become even more formidable. With a hopeful grin, Charlotte gave Gwen a thumbs up. "It tastes like chicken, crunchy, and rest assured, there's truly no poison. You are unharmed." Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Identification Technique. By keeping your tongue on a target for 3 minutes, or by chewing it directly, you may identify anything you wish. Free attribute points. 2 ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill card, Pig Spider-Man. You are a one-of-a-kind pig. Free attribute points. 2. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to the 4th stage of Madness Power. You have gained an additional skill card slot. Free attribute points. 5. Raising an eyebrow with anticipation, Charlotte opened his attribute panel. Having consumed the spider, I must now be akin to Spider-Man. My attributes are surely enhanced. Charlotte. Level, 4th stage of Madness Power. Age, 16 years. Strength, 3. Spirit, 14. Trait, You possess great vitality. Constitution, 3. Life, 3. Attractiveness, 11. Trait. You invariably attract the attention of unknown life forms. Attribute points, 9. Equipped skill cards. Word spirit technique. Your provocative statements have a chance of becoming reality. Is this all? An increase of just 1 to all attributes? What a jest. The spider that transformed Spider-Man surely possesses greater abilities than this. Spit it out. It's toxic. Anxiously, Gwen reached to pry open Charlotte's mouth. However, Charlotte was determined not to be caught. A single miscalculation could lead to his chin being torn off by Gwen. A nimble dodge, shifting to the side, Charlotte elucidated, "This is my unparalleled identification technique. Trust me, I can discern anything, including plants, animals, food, and even the stockings of an unknown woman." Adopting a solemn demeanor, Charlotte began to weave a fanciful narrative based on the film's plot. This is a fine spider. It has an 8-year-old mother above and 3-month-old spiderlings below. Throughout its life, it has never harmed a soul until it encountered you, its destined master. Its fate is inextricably linked to yours, choosing to forfeit its own life to make you the singular individual. It shall transform your genes, rewrite your destiny, and elevate you to a superhuman, far surpassing even those formidable superhumans portrayed on television. What nonsense are you spouting? Gwen scoffed, utterly unconvinced. With a grunt, Charlotte struck the dining table with a heavy fist, creating a small indentation. Rising to his feet, he leaned over, imposing as he pressed his face close to Gwen's. Observing her flushed cheeks and darting eyes, Charlotte exhaled the breath of a spider, gravely stating, "Therefore, you must remember, with great power comes great responsibility." Chapter 13. When you equip this card, someone is certainly up to no good. With great power comes great responsibility, a phrase akin to a curse. Spider-Man is destined to lose his loved ones, becoming prey ensnared in the web of intertwined fates, living a life of solitude and suffering. To this, Charlotte could only reassure, "Fear not, George. I shall take good care of Gwen." Huh, why would I be the one to face misfortune? What a jest. As if destiny would dare to target me. I am, after all, the legendary individual with a system. The following day, in a state between slumber and wakefulness, Charlotte straightened his abdomen. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Super Strength. When used in conjunction with the Pig Spider-Man card, your strength and constitution will double. Free attribute points, 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Shano's Reflex. When used in conjunction with the Pig Spider-Man card, you possess the Pig Spider's reflexes, enabling you to sense malice within a radius of 50 kilometers. Free attribute points, 2. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill card, Web Shooter. When used in conjunction with the Pig Spider-Man card, your wrists can launch webs and threads the thickness of a rope. Free attribute points, 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Electrostatic Adhesion. When used in conjunction with the Pig Spider-Man card, you can crawl like a pig. Free attribute points, 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, 400 Armor. When used in conjunction with the Pig Spider-Man card, and once your strength, constitution, and spirit exceed 1,000, you will be able to summon Leopatin. Upon awakening, it appears that I have indeed acquired the superpowers of Spider-Man. It seems that all Spider-Men must indulge in a slumber before embracing their destiny. As for why I am dubbed Pig Spider-Man instead of Spider-Man, who truly cares? It is merely a quirk of the system. It is worth noting that all of Spider-Man's closest friends eventually become his adversaries, often meeting their demise in his arms. Does this not render my situation perilous? As I ponder this unsettling thought and prepare to turn over for more sleep, I suddenly feel a weight upon my chest. Furrowing my brow in confusion, I open my eyes to behold an unfamiliar ceiling, with a familiar beauty nestled in my embrace. The room, adorned in soft pink hues, is filled with the delicate scent of lavender laundry detergent, lulling me into a dreamy state. My gaze falls upon Gwen, her charming face flushed, clad in the same pajamas from yesterday, resting atop my abdomen. It dawns on me that I must have drifted off during our conversation last night. With little regard for her delicate beauty, I firmly press my palm against Gwen's mouth and nose in a manner that could be construed as an attempt to stifle her, successfully rousing the sleeping beauty. Observing her flail in confusion, I calmly inquire, "Gwen, how do you feel now?" Clutching her stomach and sensing the unfamiliar contours of muscle beneath her skin, Gwen's cheeks flush deeper as she shyly admits, "I feel quite hungry." This is entirely normal. Becoming a superhero necessitates confronting an appetite that has multiplied several times over to balance energy expenditure. I adopt the role of an expert, stroking my chin as I scrutinize Gwen's figure. I cannot help but notice that she has grown taller, her proportions becoming even more exquisite. A pale arm casually drapes over my abdomen, while her slender legs intertwine behind her. Her cheeks tinged with pink, she diverts her gaze from my physique. Tucking her golden locks behind her ear, her delicate, fair feet gently shift, unable to resist a subtle wiggle. Summer, what nonsense are you speaking about, superpowers? Seeing that Gwen remains bewildered, I promptly demonstrate for her, clenching my right hand into a fist the size of a sandbag. I wear a mischievous grin as I aim a playful punch at her head. Should this affectionate blow connect, it could very well induce a concussion. My spider sense immediately kicks in, or rather, it is Gwen's instinctive reaction. My fist, clear as day to her, reveals the intricate patterns of my skin. Following the contours of my muscles, her gaze draws up to my face, contorted in a wicked grin, before glancing downward. Initially half leaning on me, Gwen straightens up and tilts her head as my fist whizzes past her. Gwen glanced at the slow-moving fist, then at the dashing Charlotte, and back again at the fist and the charming Charlotte, her expression one of disbelief. In the next moment, her spider sense tingled, prompting Gwen to leap from the bed, narrowly evading a merciless kick aimed at her backside. Observing Gwen clinging to the ceiling, Charlotte shrugged her shoulders. It was truly uninteresting when one could not land a hit. One could only imagine that Gwen's spider-like attributes far surpassed his own, but just how much greater were they? Perhaps it was time for an evaluation. Gwen, initially engulfed in her frustration, suddenly realized her peculiar position. She was indeed stuck to the ceiling. Like an inverted spider, she hung in an odd posture from the ceiling. Raising her hands in disbelief, Gwen exclaimed, "Charlotte, goodness, I truly possess powers akin to a spider. Yet, how did one activate such abilities?" Before she could ponder this further, her unfamiliar powers abruptly vanished, and with a shriek, Gwen plummeted from the ceiling, landing heavily atop Charlotte. "Ouch!" Charlotte cried out in pain, grasping Gwen by the back of her shirt and unceremoniously tossing her aside, cradling himself in agony on the bed. "Charlotte, you've grown taller." In a scene shift, the two sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Observing Charlotte's impassive face, Gwen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, in just a month, Charlotte had shot up from a height of 1.6 meters to 1.79 meters, while Gwen appeared to have reached about 1.7 meters. Both now strikingly tall and beautiful. This transformation rendered their clothes significantly shorter. With an eager expression, Gwen turned to Charlotte and said, "That spider bit me, and you consumed the spider. We should now share the same superpowers, right?" "Not at all," Charlotte replied, calmly shoving oatmeal into his mouth as he shot her a glance. "What? Just because the spider bit you, do you think you can bite me? Dream on. I won't let you bite me so easily." Contemplating his evaluation technique, Charlotte squinted and added, "However, if you let me bite you for 3 minutes first, I might agree to let you bite me for 2 hours. Sticking out her tongue, Gwen rolled her eyes and made a face, scooping a spoonful of oatmeal into her mouth. The once unpalatable oatmeal now tasted exceptionally delightful, and before long, she had devoured an entire bowl. Yet, as she patted her flat stomach, she felt it was still not enough. Should she eat more? Time was running short. If she indulged further, she would surely be late. Unhurried, when Charlotte calmly raised her wrist to glance at her children's watch and declared, "I will take you there. Trust me, you will not be late." With a hint of skepticism, she gazed at Charlotte, hesitating momentarily. The Navi Gwen chose to indulge in another bowl before setting off. Chapter 14. Good morning, Officer George. Amidst the buzzing cacophony, a motorcycle careened recklessly across the crosswalk, rousing George from a restless night's slumber in his police car. Groaning, he opened his eyes and glanced up. Impressive driving skills, quite dashing. During the morning rush hour, the motorcycle's sleek and flamboyant maneuvering certainly caught one's eye, leaving pedestrians and George momentarily blinded. Having been tracking the Arkham terror attack for several days, George was finally presented with a lead. A grassroots organization, calling themselves the Life Restorers, had claimed responsibility for the incident. Their mission was to eliminate all superhumans, aiming to restore the essence of life to this world. Initially dismissing them as a small-time group seeking notoriety, George was taken aback by footage of Dan, brutally beaten and ultimately murdered, showcased in their video. They proclaimed they had identified their next target, a superpowered individual they intended to dismember. The video sparked a media frenzy, placing immense pressure on the police and providing a clearer focus for the investigation. George and Hank found themselves at Dan's neighbor's residence, and after days of arduous inquiry, they finally began to discern a path forward. This revelation allowed George, after several days of disorienting fatigue, to finally catch a good nap in the car. Observing the motorcycle still in motion, George clenched his fists, feeling the reassuring weight of his sidearm. The spirited youth riding before him was evidently accompanied by a charming girl with short, golden hair. One could only wonder how worried her father must be. Unlike him, Gwen had always been a good child. They are bound to get into trouble sooner or later. It seems imperative that I teach them both a lesson today. 2 minutes prior, lacking longer attire, Gwen had no choice but to reveal her pristine midriff. Tugging at Charlotte's shirt, she reluctantly mounted his steed, exclaiming anxiously, "This is disastrous. We're stuck in traffic. I will definitely be late for my internship." "Stuck in traffic?" Charlotte replied unhurriedly. "Where's the congestion? The sidewalk appears quite spacious." "Does it not?" Gwen gasped. "Charlotte, what are you planning? Don't be reckless." With a smile, Charlotte, revving the engine, urged, "Hush. Hold on tight." Gwen promptly took out her phone. "All right, I'm calling the police." A gentle tap of the accelerator. Charlotte remained focused, feeling the soft presence of Gwen colliding against his back as a mobile phone flew out from his right side. With an elegant gaze, he caught the phone midair and swiftly tucked it into his pocket. A roar erupted as a supercharged vehicle thundered towards the crosswalk. "Skill card ready, old dang." Unleash the gold coins. Just as Charlotte reveled in his triumph, speeding between the sidewalks and savoring Gwen's tight embrace from behind, an officer named Old Dang brandished a Nesser gun, blocking their path. "Police, don't move. Pull over." The situation unfolded far more smoothly than George had anticipated. It seemed the rider chose to comply upon recognizing him. The motorcycle came to a halt before George, and the rider removed his helmet, revealing Charlotte's face underneath. "Good morning, Officer George," Charlotte greeted with a friendly wave and a smile. George was momentarily taken aback. "Charlotte?" He glanced at the girl who was coyly hiding behind Charlotte. Her tall stature was unmistakably different from the petite Gwen, though her demeanor and movements bore a striking resemblance. George's expression shifted from paternal pride, relieved that his daughter had not succumbed to Charlotte's reckless ride, to a furious anger. "You scoundrel! How dare you lead my little potato astray?" Charlotte, puzzled by George's rapidly changing demeanor, watched as George, darkening with rage, shouted, "Get out! Produce your driver's license and your insurance documents." At that moment, Gwen removed her helmet, shaking her hair free, and sheepishly exclaimed, "Hi, Dad." George's eyes widened in shock, a cold breath caught in his throat. Reflecting on Charlotte's reckless driving, and then recalling Gwen seated behind him, George felt a wave of darkness envelop him. Though Charlotte lacked the signature blonde hair and flashy leather attire, George couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a delinquent. Exhausted from days of labor, George nearly gasped for breath. Sensing something was amiss, Charlotte stepped forward, steadying George and patting his back, saying, "Breathe deeply. Dizziness is normal. Get lost." George shrugged off Charlotte, struggling to suppress the urge to draw his weapon, his expression fluctuating as he turned to Gwen. "Gwen, have you grown taller?" "Dad, I still have to go to work." Gwen quickly diverted the conversation. Before her were her beloved family and her cherished father George, causing her tone to be slightly forceful due to her urgency. Embarrassed, she flashed a grin, stepping forward to grasp George's arm, pleading, "Dad, please, let us go quickly. I promise, this will be the last time for Charlotte. And I have been advising him. He hasn't caused any danger, has he?" With a scowl, George turned his head and found Charlotte smiling, presenting his driver's license before him. Just because Francie lacked intelligence did not imply that Charlotte was similarly deficient. He had long arranged for Francie to handle these matters. Taking a deep breath and casting a glance at Charlotte's credentials, George still felt somewhat lightheaded. Regarding the two, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "Let us go. Gwen, Charlotte. Once I conclude this case, the three of us must have a serious discussion. Love you." His fatherly affection evident, Gwen hopped into the vehicle, wrapping his arms around Charlotte's waist. "Goodbye, father-in-law." Charlotte wasted no time, revving the motorcycle and leaving George engulfed in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Gritting his teeth, George's back no longer ached, nor did his legs hurt. He felt invigorated enough to endure another month of night shifts. "Just now, that bastard called me what?" George roared with palpable fury. Gwen, of course, was not late. The reason being, Charlotte's watch was malfunctioning. The minute hand moved faster than the second hand, causing Gwen to arrive over an hour early. Amidst Gwen's forlorn gaze, Charlotte swiftly departed, embarking on today's delivery journey. Upon receiving the order from Francie, Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. Today's delivery was destined for a single location and a singular recipient, all requesting the identical item. This piqued Charlotte's curiosity. An hour later, clutching a heavy package, Charlotte wielded a flashlight as he ventured into a labyrinthine, semi-abandoned sewer. Observing the arrows marked on the walls, Charlotte's heart sank slightly. Equipping his skill cards, "Do you wish to dance?" and "Word magic," he readied himself for battle. following the directional indicators. He moved farther away from the filthy sewer area. Leaping down to a platform, he arrived at an abandoned subway station. Fixating on the distant lights, he tightened his grip on the package. With focused determination, he stepped inside. This was an underground laboratory. Noticing the dust cover on the door, Charlotte furrowed his brow. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped inside, consciously cleansing himself thoroughly. After a brief pause, he donned protective gear and discarded the package at the entrance. After conducting a second disinfection, Charlotte pushed the door open and entered the laboratory. Inside, a man with a severed arm and a balding head was diligently working at an experimental apparatus. Hearing the sound behind him, the man turned slowly with a smile. An enigmatic expression on his face, the corners of his thin lips curling up. "Hello, Parker." Chapter 15. The Lizard Doctor's Lizard Formula. "Hello, Professor Connors." Surveying the surroundings, Charlotte took in the pristine laboratory environment. With a friendly smile, he calmly strolled over to Dr. Connors' side. Although uncertain of Connors' intentions, Charlotte had formed a rough hypothesis. She glanced down at the experimental apparatus Connors was operating, a rather expensive electronic microscope. Kurt Connors, a name perhaps unfamiliar to many, is better known by his moniker, Dr. Lizard, a professor who had once taught Charlotte a few lessons. According to the narrative, Connors had previously served as a military doctor, losing his right arm in the throes of war, akin to the legendary Yonggwa. In his quest to restore his severed limb, Connors embarked on a study of the regenerative systems of reptiles, aiming to transfer the lizard's remarkable genetic traits to humanity, enabling the rebirth of amputated limbs. While the concept was admirable, it was also naive, for countless comics and films have taught us that Dr. Connors is destined for failure. The arm he sacrificed while fighting for America can never heal. Now, Connors had achieved his goal, having successfully developed the plasma extracted from reptiles, preparing for the final experiment. "Look," Parker exclaimed, his expression a mixture of excitement and eagerness as he relinquished his position to allow Charlotte a better view of the microscope. There was no hesitation. Before her stood the feeble Connors, not the towering figure of Dr. Lizard. Charlotte peered into the microscope, witnessing cells rapidly dividing and healing, surpassing the speeds she had learned in her scientific studies. This sight indeed stirred a thrill within Charlotte, igniting her scientific spirit, only to be subdued by the weight of her powerful system's external influences. Rich individuals rely on science. I have an advantage. Do you see it, Shano? Do you remember the formula you helped me modify before? Charlotte, you are a genius, a true genius. We have succeeded. We have truly succeeded. However, Charlotte felt no exhilaration. For countless cautionary tales warned her that no version of Dr. Lizard would ever succeed, and this iteration was even less likely. A tip for you, Dr. Connors. Let us round it off to 2980. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, the exhilarated Connors stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at her. "Parker, don't you feel any excitement? Remember, this is our masterpiece. Have you forgotten those joyful times? You borrowed half an eraser from me while I secretly read your diary, and you flipped through old photographs while I styled your long hair?" Charlotte rolled her eyes and picked up a pen and paper from the table, inscribing a new formula. With a smile, "Dr. Connors, you have not reached out to me for quite some time. I had begun to assume you had given up. Shortly after providing you with the formula, I experienced a surge of inspiration and discovered an error within it. Dr. Connors, here lies the revised formula. It is worth mentioning, with a hint of languor, that I also uncovered significant side effects. The genes of lizards and humans are destined to be incompatible, inherently leading to adverse consequences. Its sole purpose is to facilitate the transplantation of lizard genes into lizards. No, Charlotte Park, have you truly forgotten your former timid, cowardly, and impoverished self? You yearned for strength, you longed to be free from harm, and you wished for no one to bully you. We have painstakingly progressed step by step to reach this juncture, and now we stand merely one step away. Now we are so close, Dr. Connors urged eagerly. Enough, Dr. Connors, Charlotte interrupted, her gaze darting around until she finally approached a small white mouse with green eyes. Unlike the other timid mice that hid away, this one exhibited a ferocious demeanor, hurling itself at the cage in an attempt to attack Charlotte. The creature's wildness transcended mere savagery. It was rife with primal instincts. Its fur was sparse, its frame emaciated, and its teeth were jagged and uneven. Yet, it fixed its gaze on Charlotte, emitting a series of sharp, piercing squeaks. With a swift motion, a single finger sent the small mouse flying. "Is this truly the culmination of your endeavors, Dr. Connors?" Charlotte inquired with disdain, observing the abomination within the cage. "Certainly not," Connors hastily began to clarify. "This is merely the initial outcome. I had long recognized the flaws in the equation, prompting me to embark on new research. At the Osborne Group, I discreetly withheld our findings, and at the Hammer Group, I misappropriated funds to continue our noble pursuit. Through layers of iteration, we have finally arrived at this point. Oh, intrigued, Charlotte followed Connors to another small mouse. In contrast to the others, this one was dainty. Its fur immaculate, and its pale pink eyes scrutinized the two with a hint of curiosity, displaying a certain endearing quality. Look at its tail, its limbs, its ears, its snout. All have returned to their former glory, Charlotte remarked. With such remarkable self-healing abilities, could it not be cooked indefinitely? Glimpsing at the newly inscribed equation from Charlotte, Dr. Connors wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, hesitating momentarily before resolutely turning to retrieve his notebook. He rummaged through the pages, making corrections, and ultimately presented the final equation to Charlotte with fervent enthusiasm. Charlotte, I need your assistance. Together, we can create miracles. I am confident we can achieve this. Upon receiving the equation, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. It bore a striking resemblance to her own work and could indeed be deemed a correct result. However, in the realm of science, there exists a considerable chasm between theoretical results and empirical truths. Particularly in this field, the conjectures of a half-hearted surgeon and a high school student seem inherently dubious. What? Connors is a genius? Yet who is not? Perhaps we could ascend to expertise in animal protection? Turning to Connors, Charlotte once more urged caution. But if we wish to embark on research concerning human anatomy, we still have a long journey ahead, Kurt. Why not consult an expert in the pertinent field with our formula? I am acquainted with Tony Stark. He could take a look at this equation. Stark. This was the first instance Charlotte witnessed Connors exhibiting unabashed disdain for someone. A wretched war profiteer. A capitalist scoundrel who thrives on the bloodshed of war. A playboy built upon the corpses of those lost in conflict. Absolutely not. We cannot allow him to glimpse our formula. He would incite further wars, exploiting this technology for his own gain. No, Charlotte Parker. You must not present this formula to him. Grasping Charlotte's wrist, an almost frantic Connors implored with desperation in his eyes. Having experienced the horrors of war, his aversion to it is profound. Charlotte held no significant objections, only respect. But what of Professor Banner? Though I am not yet acquainted with him, I sense our paths shall inevitably cross. Chapter 16. Is this the spider sense? Is this spider radar? Perhaps he could wipe the perspiration from his brow, as Dr. Connors glanced around, betraying a hint of unease. In truth, he was no mad scientist, and had never contemplated appropriating Charlotte Parker's contributions to lizard serum research. Thus, upon achieving results, he promptly chose to reach out to Charlotte. To his astonishment, the genius he once esteemed was now, under the duress of life's demands, delivering takeout, leaving him with a sense of nostalgia and regret for having pilfered from Hammer Industries to pursue clandestine research. Today, however, his sole intent in contacting Charlotte was to express his desire to inject himself with the lizard serum, yearning to be the first human subject of this groundbreaking serum technology. Eager to witness the transformation of his own arm. What? No human trials? How then was Captain America born? If human experimentation is forbidden, why do super soldiers still exist on the battlefield? If such trials are prohibited, where have the injured and disabled soldiers, who have signed non-disclosure agreements, gone? If human experimentation is off limits, why do the faces of the homeless on the streets of New York change annually? This is merely a politician's deceitful rhetoric, a weapon wielded by the media to assail rival contenders. Having traversed the darkness of both the battlefield and scientific inquiry, Connors is most acutely aware of the sinister truths lurking behind the grandiloquent phrases. All right, Connors, just wait a moment. I have placed your food at the door, and I shall fetch your second portion now. With these words, Shero turned and strode toward the exit. As he watched Shero's retreating figure, Connors wiped the sweat from his brow, and the spark in his eyes dimmed. Perhaps I can wait a little longer. Perhaps I can no longer afford to wait. After delivering takeout to Connors for an entire day, Shero felt justified in requesting a tip. What? Connors is your acquaintance. How can you have the audacity to ask for a tip? Connors is indeed my acquaintance. How could he possibly refuse to give me a tip? That night, unable to slumber, Shero ascended to the rooftop of the building via the elevator. After a day of restraint, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test his newfound Spider-Man skills. Opening the system panel, he beheld Shero, level, frenzied power, stage 4. Age, 16 years. Strength, 3. Spirit, 14. Trait, you are quite spirited. Constitution, 3. Life, 3. Attractiveness, 11. Trait, you invariably capture the attention of unknown life forms. Attribute points, 19. He allocated points to raise his spirit to 20, while also enhancing his strength, constitution, and life by 1 point each. An indescribable sense of euphoria enveloped Shero, causing him to sway as if intoxicated. After lying on the ground for some time, he regained his composure and stood, hesitating for a moment before raising his constitution to 10, succumbing once more to bliss as he collapsed back to the ground. To the uninformed, it might appear as though he came up merely to reward himself. Yet, those in the know would affirm, your intuition is spot on. He subsequently equipped the Pig Spider-Man skill card. Shero, Strength, 4, Spirit, 20, Trait, Telekinesis, a power that can be wielded through mere thought. Constitution, 10, Trait. You possess remarkable vitality. Life, 4, Attribute points. 4, Equipped skill card. Pig Spider-Man. You are a truly unique pig. With arms outstretched, Shero felt invigorated. The moment the skill card was activated, a classic red and blue spider suit enveloped his entire being. The comfortable attire fit him perfectly, and the striking triangular eyes did not hinder his vision in the slightest. The only minor annoyance was the not-so-subtle pig snout drawn upon the spider emblem on his chest. The instant he donned the suit, one could sense a surge of power, known as Spider-Man, coursing through his body. Your arms, strong and formidable, your chest, broad and majestic. Your skin, impervious to blades, your loved ones, tragically lost. Perched atop the edifice, Charlotte assumed the guise of a certain superhero. Indeed, it was none other than the omnipotent boss, Spider-Man. Continuing her experimentation, Charlotte merely had to whisper in her heart, and like a nanotech suit, her spider costume vanished without a trace. Although the skill card bore no explicit indication, once equipped, Charlotte felt an enhancement in her vision, granting her extraordinary sight, along with an additional formidable ability, communication with pigs. Eagerly, Charlotte began to explore other skill cards, first inserting the Super Strength card into the slot. This card needed no elaboration. She was immediately aware of her newfound might. The intoxicating power was utterly captivating, making her reluctant to remove it. Next, she equipped the skill card, Electrostatic Adhesion, enabling her to crawl like a pig. Charlotte, however, bypassed this and stood tall, opting instead for Spider Sense, which resonated within her like a jolt. As soon as the card was activated, a hum reverberated in her mind, inundating her with a torrent of information, which her impressive 20 points of intellect helped her process flawlessly. This was no mere spider sense. It was akin to a spider radar, successfully detecting malice within a 50-kilometer radius, enveloping the entirety of New York City. The radar was rife with red dots, indicating a city awash in criminal intent. Amidst this, she spotted a singular white, and a mere flicker of intuition revealed it to be Gwen, another Spider-Man akin to herself. Meanwhile, at home, George and Gwen were enjoying a delightful moment, savoring a spoonful of egg yolk pie, when suddenly Gwen's spider sense inexplicably activated. Her head began to shake uncontrollably, akin to a bobblehead. George, bewildered, watched as Gwen's head blurred into a phantom-like image. Fortunately, the erratic motion subsided as if she had consumed a hallucinogenic. She halted her actions, wide-eyed and perplexed. Just moments prior, her spider sense had seemingly alerted her to the presence of a kindred spirit. Gwen, surely you jest? George scrutinized her with a weary expression. My little sweet bear has undoubtedly been led astray by that rascal, Charlotte. After a brief silence, George's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His return home was solely to oversee Gwen and Charlotte, ensuring they did not embark on any perilous ventures. Though he trusted both girls and believed they would not descend into villainy, he hesitated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Gwen, do you recall what I told you? As George began to speak, Gwen sensed his misunderstanding. Dad, I assure you, I did nothing wrong. I might have just caught a chill. Charlotte and I would never engage with such things. Although I was recently surprised by Charlotte's newfound fascination with motorcycles, it does not necessarily follow that riding one makes one a villain. He is a good person. Speaking of Charlotte, I am reminded of the recent tingling sensation akin to a spider's instinct, and of the spider he consumed. Gwen's sixth sense fervently shook her head. It was him, indeed. Our friend Charlotte, who had just embarrassed us. Did that fellow truly not gain any superpowers from eating that spider? Or is he deceiving me? Chapter 17. The inaugural action of Spider-Man web shooting. Charlotte exclaimed with exuberance, defiantly raising his middle finger to the sky. A strand of web, as thick as a finger, shot forth from his wrist, defying the laws of physics as it soared straight into the heavens, exploding against the wall he aimed at and forming a web. Tugging at the web to gauge its strength, Charlotte's face lit up with exhilaration. Incredible, he exclaimed, unable to contain his anticipation. Without hesitation, he leaped forward. Drawing his legs in, and swung through the air on the web. With a whoop, Charlotte pulled on the web, gracefully tracing an elegant arc through the air. Truly, he was a Parker. The moment he touched the web, he felt an intimate connection, as if it were a part of his own body. With his eyes closed, he spun effortlessly in midair, executing various poses with agility. Eventually, his brief arc reached its conclusion, and he slammed against the wall. Releasing his grip, he plummeted from a height of 1 meter, landing on the ground below. Indeed, Charlotte had chosen a more sensible spot to practice his web swinging. After all, who would dare attempt such recklessness from the dizzying heights of a skyscraper? Rising joyfully to his feet, hands on his hips, he proclaimed, "I am truly remarkable." After a moment's hesitation, he shot a web to the left and another to the right. With a vigorous tug, a wicked grin adorned his face. And in the next instant, he propelled himself into the night sky. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is now online. As he grew more accustomed to the motion, Charlotte's smile widened. Swinging ever higher. Following his earlier spider sense, he moved swiftly, utilizing his enhanced vision. A glance downward revealed a shady figure attempting to pry open a car. With a nimble somersault, he executed a superhero landing, alighting atop the vehicle. "Hey there, friend. I am your friendly neighbor. Would you care to get acquainted? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a superhero, and my name is Spider-Man. Remember this name. I shall quiz you on it the next time we meet. Moreover, in the future, you shall undoubtedly come to adore me." Upon spotting Charlotte atop the car, the thief was taken aback, losing his footing and tumbling to the ground. Cursing vehemently, "Damn lunatic. Get away from me, or I shall stuff that clown costume down your throat." "Oh, how rude," Charlotte replied, casting a mock glance around. "Oh, where could you be hiding, my friend? Why can I not see you? Oh, my goodness. You are indeed an invisible superhuman." With that, Charlotte leaped down, embarking on his inaugural superhero endeavor as Spider-Man. It must be said, the sensation was truly exhilarating. With a defiant gesture, 2 thick strands of webbing shot from Charlotte's hands, instantaneously ensnaring the thief, rendering him completely immobilized on the ground. With an agile leap, Charlotte landed upon the thief's abdomen. His compound eyes, resembling a triangular formation, gazed down at the thief, their dark reflections exuding an air of intimidation. "Remember this. I am Spider-Man, a good neighbor to the citizens of New York City, and you, my friend, are the very first criminal I have apprehended. Come, let us take a commemorative photograph." Saying this, Charlotte retrieved his phone from his pocket, wrapping an arm around the thief's neck as he began to snap pictures. "Smile? Quick, give me a smile. This photo isn't quite right. Shall we take another? How about this pose? Damn it, your face isn't visible in this shot. Widen your eyes and show me those teeth, you son of a—" Frustrated, the thief retorted, "This is my own car. I merely forgot my keys." "Huh." Charlotte paused, glancing at the photos stored on his phone before turning back to the vehicle, where indeed he spotted a picture of the man and his girlfriend. "I sincerely apologize for my hasty judgment," Charlotte admitted, feeling somewhat awkward as he sliced the webbing apart. "Forgive me, it is my first time as a superhero, and you, well, your appearance is quite reminiscent of a criminal. You were attempting to break into a car. I can hardly be blamed for my assumptions. Filthy wretch. Damn you, scoundrel. You are nothing more than a worthless insect." The thief spat as he rose, cursing. Charlotte blinked and grinned widely. "Very well, darling. The superhero activity is hereby cancelled. Prepare for a robbery. Hand over all your valuables, or I shall strip you of your clothing and stuff it down your throat." 10 minutes later, suspended in midair, Charlotte adorned a magnificent gold chain around his neck and a luxurious watch upon his wrist, beaming with delight. Having moved past the earlier incident, it was now time to truly embody the superhero Spider-Man. My first victim, no, shall I say the encountered one, the rescued one? In any case, you comprehend the essence of it. Now, where might she be? Feeling rather idle, Charlotte swung through the streets of New York City, rescuing several innocent citizens throughout the night. As the journalist snapped photographs, he deliberately slowed his pace, delivering a swift kick that sent the robber sprawling, striking a pose that exuded coolness. Indeed, the very next day, news of Spider-Man graced the newspapers. Seated behind Charlotte, Gwen clutched Charlotte's clothing, her expression betraying unmistakable skepticism. "Charlotte, a superhero emerged in New York City last night." "Oh," Charlotte replied dismissively, revving her motorcycle. "So, is Spider-Man truly not you?" Gwen launched a direct inquiry. "Of course not," Charlotte responded without hesitation. After all, the neighborhood hero, Spider-Man, not only rescued several individuals, but also pilfered a gold chain and watch from a thug. Although this scandal had yet to break in the news, Charlotte felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of Gwen discovering the truth. Despite having casually gifted the gold chain and watch to a disheveled, yet amiable homeless man, The act of theft remained inexcusable. Well, Gwen said, half convinced. Sitting behind Charlotte, her spider sense remained eerily dormant. If Charlotte were indeed the Spider-Man, her instincts would have long since alerted her. Could it be that spider sense could be toggled on and off? Based on her own experiences, Gwen was certain that spider sense was an involuntary instinct, akin to a reflex that couldn't be suppressed. Chapter 18. I launched a punch. An idea sparked in Gwen's mind. There was a straightforward way to ascertain whether Charlotte possessed spider sense. Seated behind her, Gwen tightened her fist with mischievous intent, eager to test the waters. Meanwhile, Charlotte, blissfully unaware as she rode her motorcycle, cheerfully remarked, "Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Which superhero would dare call themselves Spider-Man? I find Spider-Hero to be far more appealing. What do you think of that name, Gwen? And what would your hero name be? Spider-Gwen? Perhaps?" A punch landed squarely on the back of Charlotte's head, causing her helmet to jolt. Pulling over to the side of the road, Charlotte removed her helmet, her expression darkening as she removed Gwen's with equal annoyance. Gazing at Gwen's sheepish smile, Charlotte raised her hand, clenching her fist, which was roughly the size of a sandbag. "I was merely testing you. I thought you could evade it. I meant your superpower." "Superpower? What superpower do I possess?" Gwen tilted her head, employing her spider sense to dodge Charlotte's sudden assault. Mimicking Charlotte's tone and expression, she exclaimed, "Stop pretending, Charlotte. Do you recall what you told me? With great power comes great responsibility. You act like a master, so you must already be a superpowered being. Just admit it. The Spider-Man seen at night is you." "No." Charlotte shot a fierce glare at Gwen, who dodged two of her punches. "If you wish to avoid being left here, you better sit tight. Remain seated and do nothing." Once more don the helmet, and the engine roars forward. Charlotte nonchalantly explained, "How could Spider-Man possibly be me? On the first night, I consumed a spider. And by the second night, I was parading in a spider suit. It defies all logic. Spider-Man is certainly not me. Otherwise, how would you account for the origin of my costume?" Gwen narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing Charlotte from head to toe, and remarked, "I see. You possess an affinity for cross-dressing, having prepared a form-fitting costume for yourself all along." Hey, hey. This is an outrageous accusation. How could I possibly enjoy wearing spandex?" The scene shifts to a figure clad in a tight costume, burdened with a delivery bag, swinging through the air. The sensation of the spider suit is truly delightful. Are you not filled with anticipation? Behold, the limited edition, everyday friendly Spider-Man has arrived. Now, let us see where crime lurks. Activating his spider sense, a crimson-tinted New York materialized before Charlotte. With arms outstretched, he plummeted from the sky, his superhuman eyesight catching sight of multiple crimes unfolding simultaneously. Selecting one, Charlotte swung his web, crashing down with tremendous force, shattering the concrete below. Rising to his feet, he witnessed a robbery, where a nefarious criminal brandished a knife at a young girl, intent on seizing her homework-laden backpack. As the city's hero, the good neighbor of New York landed between them. With a gentlemanly gesture, Charlotte raised his voice, introducing himself like a host. "Pleasure to meet you both. I am the superhero who walks the line between justice and evil. I am the messenger from the depths, and your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Please give me the warmest applause. Would you like a photograph? My good sir, this snapshot will be quite memorable. Once you arrive in prison, you can flaunt it to your fellow inmates." Covering his chest, Charlotte joyfully proclaimed in a soaring tenor, "You bunch of criminal mediocrities, I was apprehended by the great Spider-Man, and none of you are worthy of that honor. Damn it." The bewildered robber, knife in hand, stared at the oddly dressed Charlotte. "Who the hell are you, you freak? I don't care if you're Spider-Man or some other nonsense. Hand over the money now." Charlotte stepped back, positioning himself beside the equally startled Mary Jane, while chuckling at the robber. "Ha ha ha. My good sir, if I heard correctly, you are attempting to rob me? How utterly hilarious. You are attempting to rob a superhero. This is my first time being robbed. May I take a picture with you? Such a dashing criminal." As he spoke, Charlotte retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. Indeed, his spider suit had pockets, situated right at the snout of the chest emblem. Before the robber could refuse, Charlotte pivoted and took 3 rapid shots. "Oh, for heaven's sake." The robber raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield his face. But it was already too late. He was instantly filled with fury. Here he was, committing a robbery without a mask, and yet someone had captured photographic evidence. "Hand it over, you scoundrel. Give it to me." Glancing at the pictures on his phone, Charlotte turned to show them to Mary Jane. "Hello, my dear lady. What do you think of my photography? Does it make my suit look a bit bulky?" Mary Jane chuckled awkwardly, gripping her bag tightly. Just that morning, she had read about Spider-Man in the newspaper, and now she found herself in the midst of a robbery with Spider-Man. The entire scenario felt almost surreal. "I think the photos are splendid. Oh, Spider-Man, look." That man is charging at us. Without turning his head, he simply raised a middle finger at the criminal. A strand of webbing, as thick as a rope, shot from Charlotte's wrist, striking the furious robber. The force of the web sent him crashing against the wall, ensnared in a sticky white cocoon that even sealed his mouth shut. A swift somersault brought Charlotte beside the robber, seizing the dagger from his hand and pressing it against his own neck for a dramatic pose. Yes, that's the expression. I think you could be a bit fiercer. No? That's too much. Your expression makes it look as if I am your father's nemesis. Come on, cooperate. Don't look so despondent. I am your friendly neighbor. Thank you, Spider-Man. After a moment of fright, Mary Jane couldn't help but feel intrigued by this newly emerged superhero. No need for thanks. Just remember to spread the word. With a leap, he swung to the rooftop, where he picked up the takeout box he had left behind and swiftly continued on his way. Charlotte considered himself somewhat different from the real Spider-Man. After all, he couldn't afford to be late for deliveries. A few blocks later, Charlotte emerged from an alley and hopped onto his motorcycle, swiftly arriving at the drop-off location. On a secluded highway, an Audi A8 was parked by the roadside, where a balding man was fussing about in the trunk. Drifting to a stop, Charlotte smiled and greeted, "Hello, is this your takeout, Berdaston?" With a professional smile, he approached, perhaps infected by the loquacious nature of Spider-Man. Looking at the face of Jason Statham, he couldn't resist chattering. Did I get the name wrong? Jason? Arthur? Clay? With a twinkle in his eye, Charlotte formed his fingers into a gun shape, pointing at Frank with utmost certainty. "Little handsome. This time, it surely can't go wrong. Can it?" Frank's expression darkened as he gazed at the two takeout boxes in Charlotte's hands, his brow furrowing deeply. According to industry regulation number 2, one must never mention names. No name should ever be uttered. While he was certainly not among those individuals Charlotte had just named, her act of naming had challenged his professional integrity, as she had violated industry protocol. More importantly, he had also just breached that very regulation himself. Rookie. Industry regulation number 2. Absolutely no names mentioned. Charlotte nodded, glancing at the trunk he had just closed. Then why did you order 2 servings of KFC? There must be someone in the trunk, right? Let me guess, she is definitely not a man. And let me wager, Jason, you must be in trouble. Shut up. Frank's face darkened further. He had chosen to order takeout discreetly to avoid unforeseen complications, yet the food he had ordered had now become his predicament. He pulled out his wallet and handed Charlotte 2 bills, saying, "Put these away, kid. It's time for you to leave. Want to know why I said you're in trouble?" Charlotte turned to look towards the forest, where behind a few trees, clothes were partially hidden. Frank's heart sank as he instantly suspected that Charlotte was the source of his impending crisis. Just as he prepared to confront Charlotte, he noticed him lower his head and raise his beloved car as a shield against the bullets. The sound of gunfire was melodic, striking against the car with a delightful resonance. Taking cover behind the vehicle, Frank watched in dismay as Charlotte effortlessly held his car to shield himself from harm. Cursing under his breath profusely, "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Charlotte exclaimed. Just 2 meters away, his prized motorcycle was being mercilessly turned into a sieve right before his eyes. Similarly, cries erupted from the Audi's trunk, and only then did Frank remember the goods that needed delivering still lay inside. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Frank cursed vehemently, exclaiming, "Damn it! Kid, there's someone in the trunk. You can't use her as a shield. The goods must not meet with any mishap before successful delivery." "Oh, my apologies," Charlotte replied, lowering himself from the car. Seizing the moment as their adversaries reloaded, he yanked open the trunk, pulled out the bags, and tossed them at Frank's feet. "Jason, they are here for you, and now they've damaged my motorcycle, so you must compensate me with a new one. That bike is an essential tool for my deliveries. Without it, am I to swing on a swing every day to deliver takeout? That would be utterly foolish. They've also damaged my car." Frank's forehead throbbed with veins bulging. Just hearing the sounds, he could envision the devastation inflicted upon his prized vehicle. "First of all, my name is not Jason. Are you called Chuyushin?" Silence. Under no circumstances must names be mentioned. Furthermore, one must never inspect the package. Additionally, with a knowing glint in his eyes, Charlotte smiled at Frank and cautioned him against indulging in futile curiosity. Frank widened his eyes slightly, raising his guard against Charlotte once more. It was indeed his unwarranted curiosity that led him to prematurely examine the package, revealing that it contained a woman. Now, amidst the gunfire they were facing, Frank was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly connected. The Audi was reinforced, yet the tires were not. Fortunately, the woman in the trunk, Lai, was merely frightened and unharmed. Frank opened the duffel bag, revealing the tightly bound Shu-Chi, and unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground. Should the need arise, they might have to coerce Lai into making an escape. Tilting his head, Charlotte regarded Lai with a look of pity. her pleading for help evoking his curiosity as he inquired, "Why are you winking at me? Are your eyes dry?" Observing the situation with keen interest against the car's exterior, Frank was momentarily taken aback by Charlotte's question and glanced down at Lai. Her expression was frozen, disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Charlotte. With eyes so wide, it must be that they are dry. Ignoring the sound of the vehicle being pelted, Charlotte retrieved a bottle of eye drops from his pocket and remarked with a smile, "Fortunately, I always carry eye drops." With a grin, he twisted open the cap and pinched Lai's cheeks, administering drops into her eyes. Hey, Frank could hardly bear it. This boy seemed utterly deranged. At such a time, he was still contemplating administering eye drops to someone else. Meanwhile, Lai was left pondering a singular question. Why would he carry eye drops with him? As Charlotte pried open Lai's left eye and administered 2 drops, he proceeded to do the same for the right. That's sufficient. 2 drops for each eye will do. However, in a careless moment, the cap of the bottle slipped from his grasp, and an entire bottle of eye drops cascaded into Lai's eyes. The gagged Lai let out a startled scream. That was too much. Charlotte chuckled sheepishly and tossed the empty bottle aside. Congratulations. You have acquired a skill card. Are your eyes dry? When you possess a bottle of eye drops, you may inquire if someone's eyes are dry. If they reply in the negative, you will forcibly administer eye drops to them. Freedom attribute points. 2. Stop fooling around, you lunatic. Frank exclaimed as he opened a takeout container and handed Charlotte a can of cola. I saw you have considerable strength. Use this to take down our adversaries. I've observed that there are 4 enemies, each armed with A41. You handle 2 of them, and I'll take care of the other 2. Weighing the can of cola in his hand, Charlotte raised an eyebrow and remarked, I apologize for my aim, which is rather poor, and they are armed. Perhaps we should call the authorities? Call the authorities? Frank's eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Charlotte. Absolutely not. We cannot reveal our identities. Such discretion is the cornerstone of our survival in this profession. The underworld is a realm that must remain shrouded in darkness. Those who expose themselves to the light are doomed to perish. With a swift motion, a bottle of cola soared through the air, exploding against a tree, scattering shards like shrapnel in every direction. The trees struck were pierced through, demonstrating considerable force, yet they missed their target. Chapter 20. The Greatest Dilemma. Fortunately, there was a second delivery. Charlotte unwrapped the takeout with a sense of purpose and nonchalance, subsequently indulging in a hamburger. Meanwhile, Frank anxiously monitored the enemy's movements. But after what felt like an eternity without any action from Charlotte, he looked down to find him leisurely devouring his meal. What are you doing? Frank took a deep breath, feeling a wave of dizziness. He was certain that prolonged exposure to Charlotte would lead him to hypertension. Having waited in vain for any skill cards to materialize, Charlotte pouted in dissatisfaction and declared, I'm eating a hamburger. Without sustenance, where would I find the strength to throw things? That requires considerable energy. His reasoning was sound and persuasive. Frank found himself at a loss for words, watching as Charlotte voraciously consumed his second meal and quaffed the entire can of cola in one go. After a second round of gunfire, the assailants, realizing their bullets could not penetrate the vehicle, ceased their attacks. The forest fell silent, yet a sense of foreboding stirred within Frank. Charlotte, with a hamburger still in his mouth, lifted his gaze, his supervision allowing him to discern the enemy's intentions. Oh dear, Baldy, we ought to leave. They are preparing rockets, though if your vehicle can withstand it, then disregard my warning. Rockets? Frank and Lai gasped in shock. With no time to dwell on being called Baldy, he scooped up Lai and sprinted forward, with Charlotte closely behind. As predicted, the moment the trio vacated the vehicle, a rocket obliterated it, sending debris skyward. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets rained down, prompting Charlotte to swiftly equip the Shane 01 and brace himself. He dared not underestimate the oncoming fire. His strength and resilience paled in comparison to the true Spider-Man, who would evade bullets with ease. He could hardly hope to do the same. Disregarding the Spider-Man whose face was scratched by the blue melon bomb, following the instinct of his spider senses, Charlotte initially felt a tinge of apprehension, yet gradually, he moved with an air of nonchalance as if taking a leisurely stroll. Indeed, this exemplified the prowess of Spider-Man's most formidable skill. He arrived at the hideout of Frank and cast a sideways glance at the assailants, inquiring, What now? What should we do? Run away? Woe is me. Run. Charlotte's voice rose incredulously. They've wrecked our vehicle. Is fleeing all we can do? The collateral damage was evident, as his motorcycle had just been sent skyward by a rocket. He had quite the fondness for that bike. Charlotte envisioned himself as a ghost rider, though not the kind who parades through the streets, but rather a spectral knight surrounded by flames. Yet now, his ghostly motorcycle truly was engulfed in flames, and he felt no joy in this calamity. What do you propose? Shall we charge at them recklessly? Do as you wish, I won't hold you back. With a scoff, Charlotte straightened his posture, exuding a sense of grandeur, and declared, I shall curse them loudly. Taking a deep breath, he turned toward the forest and bellowed in a thunderous rage. Having crouched beside Frank, Charlotte added, I've vented my frustrations. When shall we make our escape? Now. While you're busy cursing, Frank untied the ropes binding Lai. Grasping Lai's hand, the trio fled at a swift pace. However, as they ran, Charlotte suddenly felt a sense of disconnection from the two, observing their joined hands. He felt akin to a glaring light bulb amidst them. The smile that had adorned his face, once lost in the thrill of the game, gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Damn it! A sudden urge to betray them surged within him. As dusk descended, Charlotte messaged Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen, and even Francie to assure them of his safety. The three found themselves in Frank's makeshift secret base, momentarily ensnared in an awkward predicament. Frank's previous phone had been left with his beloved vehicle, now reduced to ashes, leaving him with merely the delivery address and no means of contacting the client. After a brief silence, he focused his gaze on Lai. This was the only viable option. I ask, you answer. Clear and concise, no rambling, understood? Frank spoke with a stern demeanor. Bound to the chair and having his mouth sealed, Lai nodded. Frank then ripped the tape from Lai's face. Who are you? Frank inquired earnestly. I am Lai, hailing from a place yet to be fully articulated, when suddenly Frank silenced me once more. Taking a deep breath, I attempted again. Frank cast a glance at the idle Charlotte nearby and felt a sudden realization that communicating with these American-born Chinese individuals was indeed challenging. It was a question-and-answer format. No embellishments, no omissions. Let us try once more. With the tape removed from my mouth, Frank inquired, have I landed myself in trouble? A considerable dilemma, an enormous one. They are the underworld. Before I could elaborate, Frank hastily sealed my lips again, bowing his head heavily. Meanwhile, Charlotte, propping his head with one hand, scrutinized the couple's playful banter. His eyes widened as he endeavored to amplify his presence, exclaiming, and you, lad, who might you be? Frank, relinquishing his focus on Lai, turned to Charlotte with an inquisitive gaze. Charlotte replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Do you need to seal my lips and bind me for this game? I am more than willing to comply, and I am entirely prepared. Come on. I can hardly wait. Taking a deep breath, Frank nonchalantly covered his head, stating, I ask, you respond, straightforward and succinct, no extra words. Who are you? Charlotte flashed a grin, revealing 8 pristine teeth. Just that smile darkened Frank's countenance. Charlotte proclaimed loudly, rule number 2 of the industry, names must not be mentioned. I recall it well, but lacking a proper name is rather inconvenient. Since you are not Jason, I shall affectionately nickname you Baldy, while my moniker will be Jason. With that, Charlotte beamed at Frank, wearing an expression that sought praise. Taking a deep breath, I recognized that feeling faint was entirely normal. Frank, cradling his head, shared the same thought with Lai. This youth was the most formidable adversary of all. Don't be like that, Baldy. Quickly, ask your second question. I am eagerly anticipating it. Exhaling deeply, Frank acknowledged, I understand now. You are indeed our greatest trouble. Chapter 21. Why don't they attack Spider-Man? The fatigue from the long journey, coupled with psychological torment, left Frank mentally drained. After a moment of respite, cradling his smooth forehead, he untied Lai and sighed. Let it be. I shall retire for a good sleep. Upon awakening, everything will be better. So, who do you intend to sleep with? Charlotte teased, tilting his head. Frank chose to ignore the remark, treating Charlotte as if he were invisible. He turned to Lai, saying, stay put, do not move around. With that, he exited, ascending the stairs. Now, in this house, only Charlotte and Lai remain, with but a single sofa available for repose. Charlotte turned her head to meet Lai's gaze. Humph, she arrogantly averted her face, exclaiming, what are you looking at? I would never share a bed with you, so do not harbor such delusions. With that, Charlotte turned and made her way to the balcony. Who said I wanted to sleep with you? Don't be so self-important. Lai, with her halting English, settled onto the sofa, casting a glance at the departing Charlotte. Curiosity piqued, she scanned the surroundings and her eyes landed upon a heavy box of documents atop the cabinet. Noticing that she was alone, she tiptoed to peek inside. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the box toppled, nearly striking her on the head. Unable to suppress a gasp, Lai hastily covered her mouth. She had already concocted an excuse in her mind, but the upstairs and balcony remained silent. After a moment of hesitation, Lai began to sift through the documents, discovering materials from Frank's military days. Meanwhile, Frank had ascended to the upper floor, unlocking the bedroom door with a fingerprint scanner. Noticing that the two had not followed, he entered the room, opened the wardrobe, and then took a secret elevator down to the villa's basement. Trusting two strangers he had just met? Such scenes belong only to the realm of cinema. Frank was filled with wariness towards them, should anything go awry. He would utilize the underground passage to make a swift escape. As he activated the surveillance feed, he witnessed Charlotte leap from the balcony, then whistling as she relieved herself in his garden. Meanwhile, Lai was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the documents he had left behind. Damn, Frank cursed under his breath. It was too late to retrieve the papers now. He scrutinized Lai in the room. There she sat, deeply absorbed in the materials. He had to admit, Lai was certainly the type he favored, and this was the primary reason he chose to save her. Love at first sight? No, it was merely lust. As for Charlotte, his gaze shifted back to the garden, only to find that she had mysteriously vanished. A gloved hand, adorned with evidence gloves, grasped a deformed bullet. Placing it into an evidence bag, gazing at the charred remains of a vehicle, and then at the wreckage of a motorcycle, George's expression darkened. The only solace was the absence of blood and bodies. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to explain things to Gwen. Although he had only seen Charlotte the day before, her motorcycle was etched into George's mind, haunting his dreams even that morning. Now, this fiery ghost of a bike lay in ruins, and rather than feeling relief, George was consumed with worry for Charlotte. Once again, an assault has occurred. Observing the evidence bag containing bullets identical to those from the Arkham incident, George confirmed that this attack was indeed aimed at Charlotte. The nearby car frame was no ordinary sight either, reminiscent of a recent bank heist where the assailants drove an Audi A8, exhibiting exceptional driving skills. They executed a thrilling chase across a pedestrian crosswalk, skillfully maneuvering with a daring drift to evade capture by the police, reflecting on Charlotte's remarkable prowess in pedestrian driving. The sight of the two wrecked vehicles led George to ponder whether the two individuals were already acquainted. Yet, the paramount concern remains finding Charlotte. If, like Dan, he were to be slain and the footage disseminated across the internet, George could hardly fathom the repercussions. Hank approached, assuring him, "Rest easy, George. Yulin has already surveyed the attack site. Aside from the terrifying debris from the rocket explosion, it appears that no one was injured." He continued, "Do you recall those footprints? The three individuals fled swiftly, clearly unharmed. Additionally, we found KFC packaging, evidently delivered by Charlotte, with his fingerprints discovered upon it. It seems he was indulging in a burger that should have been for a customer, perhaps hiding behind the vehicle." With the knowledge that Charlotte was unharmed, George nodded, his expression softening slightly. However, a pressing question lingered. How did the assailants know Charlotte would be delivering food to this location? They had been waiting here in advance, launching their attack the moment he arrived. The two men approached the spot where the gunman had stood, finding only spent shell casings scattered about, with little else of value remaining. George's demeanor darkened as he remarked, "If this attempt fails, they will undoubtedly orchestrate a second assault swiftly. How many times can Charlotte evade them? Not to mention, they are a band of ruthless criminals who would show no mercy in their pursuit. They previously attacked Arkham Asylum. Tomorrow, they might dare to strike a school. We cannot afford to delay, Hank. We must expedite our efforts and prevent these scoundrels from wreaking havoc in New York." Hank nodded earnestly in agreement. "Our investigation has faced significant resistance. Initially, we assumed this obstruction originated from within our police ranks, but it now appears to stem from higher up." George raised an eyebrow, recalling the fraudulent department, and continued, "Although their impersonation was rather unprofessional, their methods were quite adept. Recently, they approached me again, seeking my cooperation in their investigation of Arkham Asylum. I was considering acquiescing. Perhaps they possess vital information." In Hank's mind, an image materialized of a man impeccably dressed in a suit, with golden hair and a high hairline, wearing a smile. He approached, producing identification from his pocket, claiming that he would take over the case. However, he was swiftly subdued by two individuals, until ultimately, a phone call from the director cleared up the misunderstanding. Hank nodded in agreement. Indeed, those rascals never dressed so ostentatiously, and a man adorned in such flamboyance was certainly not one to be trusted. A provocatively framed question had revealed his flaw. Charlotte's fate remained uncertain. "I believe I can acquiesce to their demands, sharing the complete files on the Arkham case with them. You decide. By the way, have you heard about the newly emerged superhero in New York City?" Hank was intrigued as well. It seemed he was called Spider-Man. "What superhero?" George remarked coldly. "He is merely a masked vigilante executing private justice. His actions are inherently criminal. To stick a person to a wall for an entire day? To assault a thief? He nearly choked someone to death with his damned webbing. Not to mention the reports of robberies involving Spider-Man. Don't be so agitated, George. I mean, his methods could be somewhat more temperate. If we hadn't arrived in time, that man would have nearly perished." George, what I mean is, Spider-Man is currently the most renowned superhuman in New York City. Why do you think they haven't attacked him? There is but one possibility. They do not know who Spider-Man is. Chapter 22. The first encounter between Jean and Spider-Man. Imagine, Charlotte took a leave of absence, vanishing for a week, during which New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man also disappeared. When Charlotte finally reappeared, the superhero Spider-Man resurfaced in the public eye. Wasn't the connection crystal clear? Could Gwen not deduce the correlation? Indeed, Spider-Man must have been out gallivanting with Charlotte, leaving her behind. To mask this inconsistency, Charlotte journeyed back from the suburbs to the justice of New York. Descending from the skies, a knight kicked a thieving woman clad in spandex against the wall. Observing the woman's well-defined figure, dressed in alluring black leather, Charlotte shook her head in disbelief. Is there such fierce competition in the thieving profession that they now compare uniforms? Shaking her head, Charlotte raised her fists toward the woman crumpled against the wall. Come on. I can hardly wait to have a proper fight with you. The woman rolled her eyes and slid down the wall, foaming at the mouth as she collapsed to the ground. Sighing in resignation, Charlotte lamented, I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. I was looking forward to an exhilarating battle. She stepped forward and seized the golden key from the woman's grasp, turning to face the victim of the theft. He was a robust, bald man clad in a pristine, tailored suit. His ample girth stretched the suit to its limits, and his furrowed brows coupled with a triple chin rendered him all the more intimidating. He exuded an aura of authority, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. Hello, dear chubby fellow. Is this the key you misplaced? The playful moniker hung in the air. The initial encounter with Spider-Man was anything but delightful, and Kingpin's expression turned even more frigid. So, you are the harbinger from hell, Spider-Man? This is the most notorious title among the victims of the Mafia, and Kingpin had heard tales of this insidious executioner. Thank the heavens you addressed me correctly, Spider-Man, rather than the foolish reporter who dubbed you Spider-Man, a name utterly pedestrian. What's this, dear chubby fellow? Are you a fan of mine? Hoping for a photograph? As he spoke, Charlotte stepped forward, extending the key towards Kingpin. A thief lurking near the wall observed Charlotte's gesture and, clutching his chest, interjected, You cannot give him the key. With a swift motion, Charlotte thrust the key into Kingpin's hand and, rolling his eyes beneath the mask, remarked, If not him, then whom? Returning the key to its rightful owner is the duty of a superhero. You will regret this. The thief hissed, teeth clenched. Patting Kingpin's exaggerated pectorals, Charlotte quipped, How amusing. Regret? Mimicking. No one can make me regret, not you, and certainly not her. Dear chubby fellow, you won't be the one to instill regret in me, will you? In response, Kingpin narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the thief, and then turned to Charlotte, inquiring, Mr. Spider-Man, would you be interested in working for me? You may capture my body, but not my heart. My aspiration is to become a superhero, fighting for justice and peace. So, what is the compensation like? How much is the salary? What benefits are offered? Is there a weekend off? How many vacation days? What about insurance and retirement funds? Kingpin, taken aback, felt a growing fondness for Spider-Man, recognizing his potential, and replied with a smile, Rest assured, everything will be as you desire. Charlotte, filled with intrigue, found himself wavering between continuing as Spider-Man and seeking employment at a factory. Remarkably, he hesitated, ultimately choosing to endure the rigors of school instead. The compensation is appealing, yet not quite suitable for my current circumstances, he sighed, raising his hands in surrender while gazing up at the towering Kingpin, patting his shoulder. Keep that position open for me. Once I've had my fill of play, I shall return to seek retirement. Dismissing Kingpin, Charlotte took a few steps forward, hands on his hips, and grinned at the recovering thief. Now, I must attend to business. As for you, dear thief, given that this is your first offense and you've not caused any harm to the rightful owner, allow me to administer a proper thrashing. My fists are trembling with anticipation, Spider-Man. From the shadow behind Charlotte, Kingpin spoke in a low voice. Just leave her to me. I will teach her a profound lesson. Leave her to you? No, 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 chubby little man. You are neither a police officer nor a superhero. I do not advocate for vigilante justice. You should uphold the law and cherish peace, just as I do. Grabbing the thief by the collar, Charlotte lifted her off the ground, launching a web and swinging towards the police station. Watching Charlotte's retreating figure, Kingpin's expression hardened as he clenched the keys in his hand. Spider-Man, we will meet again. You scoundrel. Suspended in Charlotte's grasp, the thief, realizing her efforts were in vain, cursed angrily. You before she could finish her sentence, Charlotte, with a cold smile beneath her mask, hurled her upwards. In the next moment, the thief let out a piercing scream as she arced through the air, plummeting towards the ground. The webbing encircled her waist, and the elastic strands provided her with a thrilling bungee jump experience. Perched atop a construction crane, Charlotte yanked forcefully, drawing the thief back up like a yo-yo, binding her tightly with the webbing. Is it fun? Would you like to experience it again? Observing the thief's pale face, wrought with fear and dizziness, Charlotte excitedly introduced, "This is my invented Spider-Man amusement park experience, and only a select few have had the pleasure. Everyone who has tried it has said it was delightful." Charlotte paused, her black compound eyes fixated on the thief, her tone icy as she inquired, "So, what do you think of this experience?" Opening her mouth, overwhelmed by dizziness and with countless profanities swirling in her mind, the thief chose to concede. "It's good. Hee hee." Came Charlotte's malicious laughter from beneath the mask. "If it's good, you wish to try it again, don't you?" "No." Before she could complete her protest, Charlotte released her grip, sending the thief spiraling downwards, only to yank her back up again with great force. This was not due to Charlotte's waning interest, rather. There were eager reporters below capturing the moment. Suspending the nearly disoriented thief from the crane, Charlotte took a couple of steps back, observing her as she violently vomited. From a safe distance, she declared, "As your good neighbor Spider-Man, I express my concern for you. I believe you will remember this lesson. In the future, refrain from engaging in thievery. Of course, if you wish to continue playing games with Spider-Man, consider my words as unspoken. I have a plethora of thrilling and exhilarating experiences awaiting those fortunate enough to partake. So farewell, Miss Thief." "Wait." The thief bent down, glancing at the precipice below her, her legs trembling. "Superhero Spider-Man, there are many who require your assistance, countless individuals. Indeed," Charlotte extended her palm, "the entire city is in need of my aid. How could they possibly survive without me? I refer to Kingpin, the trafficker of humans." "Kingpin?" Charlotte mused, stroking her chin. "Is he the rotund fellow from earlier?" Although she had her suspicions, the thief's nod confirmed her assumptions. "So what do you propose I do?" Perched atop a crane, Charlotte supported her chin with one hand. "I, Spider-Man, am not a superhero who preys on the weak. However, I must declare that I am currently no match for that rotund fellow, Kingpin. Those who know him are aware. For those who do not, allow me to enlighten you. He is a formidable adversary. He is the most notorious crime lord in New York and indeed all of America, ruling over a vast and shadowy underworld. He is cunning, his intellect surpassing that of ordinary men, and more than 90% of his physique is pure muscle, granting him incredible strength. He could even kill Spider-Man with his bare hands. To confront him, I require further development, additional attributes, or perhaps an extraordinary skill card to vanquish him outright." Interrupting Charlotte's contemplation, a faint voice emerged from below. 500 people, 500 every month. 500 every month? Grasping a web line, she hoisted the thief from her suspended position, observing her filthy state. Charlotte expressed her disdain, then suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Would you like to cleanse yourself of that grime?" "Of course, it makes me feel utterly uncomfortable." "Then allow me to handle it." "What are you planning?" Upon hearing Charlotte's tone, the thief felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Indeed, in an instant, she was yanked by Charlotte's web, soaring through the air in an arc, and lifted above Charlotte's head. The filth cascaded down like rain, splattering upon the heads of several gangsters below. "Boss, acid rain is falling. Oh crap, we must flee." It turned out that the acid rain was both pungent and foul. "Boss, we are doomed. Woe is me, I haven't even established my beach fortress. Mother, save me." Charlotte paid no heed to the plight of the gangsters below. With a swift motion, he dragged the thief forward by the webbing clinging to her, soon tossing her onto the rooftop of a towering building. Although much of the grime had been removed from her, the lower half of her face, exposed by the mask, was nearly purple, and her once crimson lips had turned a shade of black, prompting a wave of nausea. In her frustration, she removed the hood to reveal the visage of a striking woman, crowned with lustrous silver hair. This individual, known as Spider-Man, had swiftly established a formidable reputation within mere days, even spawning terrifying urban legends in the underworld, where he was ominously referred to as the Spider Fiend. Spider Fiend? A name far more vulgar than Spider-Man. As he scrutinized the alluring figure before him, Charlotte tilted her head and remarked, "Pray tell, I do not have the luxury of time to squander. Today, Spider-Man has yet to fulfill his assignment." Her gaze bore down on the woman,
a menacing glint in her eyes as she continued, "I have recently developed a fondness for displaying a dazzling smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth.
To instill a lesson in the notorious criminals of New York, I intend to collect a total of 8 teeth today. Are you willing to serve me alone?" Clutching her chest in horror, the woman, whose name was revealed to be Catwoman, suppressed her nausea and quickly responded, "I am known as Catwoman. Not a thief, but a vigilante. By strict definition, We should be on the same side. A collaboration between me and Black Mask is on the horizon. And these 500 individuals represent our inaugural partnership. The stolen keys I possess can prove Black Mask's guilt. Even if he cannot be imprisoned, he will choose to abandon this transaction. Stepping closer, Charlotte locked her gaze onto Catwoman's eyes. Despite the palpable pressure, the expression beneath the mask became utterly frozen. My God, what have I done? 500 individuals each month. How did I become so villainous? I returned Catwoman's evidence keys to the antagonist, Black Mask. Why is fate so unjust? I merely wished to do good. Inwardly reflecting, she pondered whether Spider-Man would intervene if he witnessed a theft. Though the thief possessed a graceful figure and the victim appeared robust and villainous, Spider-Man never judged by appearances. After much introspection, she concluded that she was entirely justified, thus placing the blame squarely on divine will, as if it were ordained for her to act in such a manner. A sinister laugh escaped her lips, masking her embarrassment. I do this all for the skill card. Indeed, it is all for the skill card. Having found her rationale, Charlotte became emboldened. Pointing an accusatory finger at Catwoman and berating her, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why the delay in revealing this?" Catwoman, momentarily taken aback, stared at the finger directed at her, feeling a profound sense of disillusionment with the city as a whole. With the presence of such a superhero, can New York truly be saved? No. One must remain steadfast in their convictions. Perhaps I have grown old, unable to keep pace with the changing times. It may be time to retire. Does Spider-Man appear aged to you? The once graceful woman now sits disheveled on the ground, exuding an unpleasant odor. The eccentricity of the older woman baffles Charlotte. Are we not discussing superheroes? Why so erratic? After a brief silence, Charlotte gently reassured her. What nonsense are you speaking? Auntie, you do not appear old at all. You look merely in your 30s, well preserved. In a bid to showcase her observational skills, Charlotte boldly guessed, you must be around 50, right? A crisp sound echoed, and glancing at the flustered woman before her, Charlotte innocently blinked. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a skill card, the secret of a woman's age. You can discern the exact age of female beings. Free attribute points, too. Charlotte blinked again, silently switching the skill card. 37 years old. Clearing her throat, Charlotte quickly amended. I was just joking. Auntie, you clearly don't look that old. Perhaps only 36. This should suffice. I intentionally made you a year younger. The spirit cat suddenly sat down, weeping uncontrollably. This is my final act as the spirit cat. I shall retire. Focusing on family and self-care. Please don't. Auntie, you're making me quite uncomfortable. One might think that New York's friendly neighbor, Spider-Man, is bullying you. After a moment of silence, Charlotte, experienced in handling a woman's tears, decided it was best to leave. With a swift motion, she leaped off the building, gliding into the distance. Experience teaches that distance is the best remedy. As long as I am far enough away, I cannot hear her cries. And not hearing them equates to them not existing. Having vented her pent-up frustrations, the spirit cat left the rooftop, carefully navigating the streets until she reached her doorstep. Observing the lights glowing from the second floor, along with a graceful silhouette, she exhaled deeply, revitalizing her spirit before quietly opening the door. A bright yellow student shoulder bag hung by the entrance, adorned with a charming doll and the emblem of Midtown Science High School. Silently releasing a breath, she removed her boots and, barefoot, treaded cautiously on the floor, making not a sound. However, Felicia Hardy leaned out from the second floor, her gaze fixed upon the sleekly clad figure of a raccoon-like creature heading towards the bathroom, a smile adorning her face. Hello, Mommy. Chapter 24. Found you cough. I failed to update yesterday. I became engrossed in downloading Black Myth. Yukon. Hee. Spider sense permeated throughout New York. Charlotte was the first to locate Gwen, allowing her to sense his presence, confirming that Spider-Man was indeed in New York at that moment. As for Gwen, who was aimlessly wandering the street, Charlotte paid no heed to her disheveled appearance. Yet, gradually, the mischievous smile on his face faded, and he furrowed his brow, shifting his focus away from Gwen to seriously perceive the familiar source of malevolence nearby. In an instant, Charlotte leapt into the air, soaring 3 meters high, then landed stiffly, maintaining a gesture of raising his middle finger towards the sky. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he silently retracted his hand. Cough. He had forgotten that his spider-sense skill card had changed. He could no longer swing on webs. After a brief silence, clad in his spider suit, Charlotte set off at a brisk pace towards his target. On the street, a few fleeing thugs spotted the running Spider-Man. One astute henchman shouted, "Boss, look! Spider-Man's webs have been corroded by acid rain. He can only run today." The boss, adorned with a frog tattoo on his chest, angrily slapped the henchman on the head, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Let us ignore him. As long as we run faster than him, the acid rain won't get us." Yet, they were destined to miscalculate. Charlotte's speed was unmatched, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. Several gang members gritted their teeth and desperately pursued the direction in which Charlotte had fled. Ascending the escape ladder to the rooftop, Charlotte peered down at the crime scene. 3 burly men clad in suits were brandishing box cutters, attempting to seize a briefcase from a bespectacled man. The bespectacled man clutched his briefcase tightly, crying out for help. "Help me, Spider-Man. Please come save me." One of the suited men scanned the surroundings, noting the silence, and raised his dagger, pointing it at the bespectacled man. "Stop wasting your breath. No matter how much you scream, Spider-Man won't come to save you. Hand over the $10 million you're holding, or we will kill your son." "You can't do this," the bespectacled man exclaimed, his face pale with despair. "Then bring us the money, and place this briefcase, which contains a bomb, in the bank. Tomorrow, we shall blow up the entire downtown." He spoke with a frigid expression before turning to his companion beside him. Upon receiving a nod, he boldly threatened, "Otherwise, we shall dismember your son and feed him to the dogs, sending the video to your wife and your elderly mother." Clutching his briefcase, the man's eyes brimmed with despair, pleading, "Save me. Who will come to my rescue? I beg you, please help me." Suddenly, the only one who had remained motionless, the man in the suit with a zombie-like countenance, changed his expression, brandishing a knife at the half-visible face of Charlotte on the rooftop, exclaiming, "Who is it? Damn it, it's Spider-Man. Boss, he has uncovered our plan." The leading criminal yanked the bespectacled man off the ground, his foot pressing down on the briefcase, threatening coldly, "Come down. Spider-Man, you must descend immediately, or I will kill him." All right, don't get agitated. "I will come down," Charlotte replied, having been discovered. Reluctantly, he stood and waved to them, reciting his opening line, "Indeed, I am your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." With that, the unarmed Spider-Man turned towards the escape ladder. The 4 men below fell silent, listening to the series of footsteps echoing from the escape ladder, unable to resist glancing at the man in the suit holding the bomb-laden briefcase. "Are you certain this is Spider-Man?" "Absolutely, it must be him. But doesn't Spider-Man climb walls? Perhaps he has an upset stomach today." With a small leap, Charlotte vaulted from behind the wall into the center of the alley, crouching down with one hand forward and the other back, striking a spider-like pose. "Don't get too excited seeing me. Gentlemen, I am your superhero idol, Spider-Man." Satisfied, he clapped his hands, stood up, and with hands on his hips, admonished, "Villains, what you are doing is wrong. Now, you shall kneel on the ground with your hands on your heads, begging me to spare you." "And you are Spider-Man?" interrupted the man on the left, holding the bomb, stepping forward and coldly staring at Charlotte. Charlotte exhaled, realizing that these imbeciles were truly challenging to communicate with. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "Who said I am Spider-Man? I am not Spider-Man." "Huh?" The man in the middle stood frozen, his hand reaching for the gun behind him hesitated, bewildered as he inquired, "Then who are you?" "Heh," Charlotte scoffed, gazing at them. "I am your father." The 3 men could no longer contain themselves, kicking aside the briefcase and shoving the bespectacled man towards Charlotte, each drawing their guns and aiming at Charlotte's head. The bespectacled man squealed in surprise, stumbling as he clutched his briefcase and hid against the wall. Pointing at the 3 men in suits, Charlotte disdainfully remarked, "With your distorted appearances, you believe yourselves to be worthy adversaries of your so-called Spider-Grandfather? Be wise and present your firearms to me with both hands, or I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome." Relying on his spider sense, Charlotte ambled forward with his hands casually tucked behind him. Lowering his gaze slightly, the black compound eyes of the spider betrayed an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. The 3 suited men exchanged glances, genuinely unnerved by Charlotte's bravado. The first to act was the bespectacled man, who abruptly opened his briefcase. As Charlotte passed in front of him, his back turned, the man's expression darkened as he unhesitatingly drew his firearm and squeezed the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted. But Charlotte, having already discerned their intentions, was prepared. Utilizing his spider sense, he swiftly twisted his body, allowing the bullets to whiz past him in a slowed perception of time. Retreating, he turned to face the direction of the gunfire. The man in the center clutched his bleeding neck in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word before another bullet lodged itself in his mouth. Remarkably, he did not perish immediately, but was struck by 2 more rounds, writhing in agony on the ground. "Damn it!" Observing his fallen companion, another man, still clutching his briefcase, opened it to reveal his own firearm. Crap! Realizing he had inadvertently shot his ally, the bespectacled man's face darkened, with Spider-Man positioned between him and his armed companion. He gritted his teeth, lowering his aim to target Charlotte's legs. The sound of gunfire rang out, but before the bullets could be discharged, Charlotte's spider sense had already forewarned him. Nonchalantly nodding at the bespectacled man, he leaped into action, evading not only the 2 shots aimed at him, but also the 3 bullets fired by the stoic-faced man. He vaulted behind the man who had just drawn his firearm, seizing his right hand that rested upon the trigger. Amidst excruciating pain, the trigger was pulled involuntarily, and the weapon discharged, flames licking from the barrel. A bullet fortuitously struck the bespectacled man's left hand, eliciting a cry of pain as he jerked the gun, a flash of fire erupting. In an instant, the stoic-faced man beside Charlotte collapsed, a bullet lodged in his forehead, lifeless. Charlotte released his grip on the rifle-wielding man's hand, maintaining an unperturbed expression. With immense force, he propelled the resisting man towards the bespectacled individual, pressing his entire body against the gun's muzzle. Peering around, Charlotte inquired gently, "My friends, it brings me joy to see you. So please enlighten me as to why you sought to assault me? Damn it, you superpowered bastards. I will annihilate all of you." The man blocking Charlotte's path flushed crimson, letting out an enraged roar. The bespectacled man, trembling with fear, gazed at the furious figure in a suit and the tilted head of Spider-Man behind him, his heart filled with despair. "I shall ask once more." Charlotte's voice grew cold, the dark lenses reflecting the grotesque and contorted visage of the bespectacled man. "Tell me, who are you? Why have you attacked me?" The suited man laughed mockingly, his voice rising in a furious roar. "We are the Life Restorers. We shall return superpowers to the world. You may kill me, you may kill him, but can you eliminate every member of our organization? We advance relentlessly, united in purpose. Today, we may fail to eliminate you, but tomorrow it will be your family, your friends, your beloved. You shall be torn apart by us." "Kill you?" Charlotte hastily shook his head. "No, do not speak such nonsense. Spider-Man is a non-lethal idealist. He never takes a life." Charlotte feigned indignation, rebutting, "They were slain by this bespectacled man. I am so weak, so innocent. As for eradicating your entire organization, oh heavens, that is too terrifying. So where is your organization? How many of you are there? Do not misunderstand. I merely seek information." "No, not me. It is you. You are the one responsible." The bespectacled man's eyes betrayed his fear, a palpable terror of the Life Restorers organization. Even if he were to mistakenly kill a comrade under duress, he would face horrific punishments within the organization, which was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppressive hatred towards superpowered individuals. Observing the panicked expression of the bespectacled man, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. Let the facts speak for themselves. Surely, you would not want to cast aspersions on the innocent Spider-Man, would you? Good heavens, you are truly malevolent. The entire world knows Spider-Man is a virtuous being. He would not even dare harm a polar wolf. Grasping the barrel of the gun, he positioned it against the heart of the suited man. "Fire away, the facts are immutable. You have killed their kind, and the Life Restorers will not spare you. And you are the last one. Surely, you would not wish for him to report back to the organization?" With a smile, Charlotte sealed his lips. The bespectacled man's eyes flickered with apprehension as he tightly shut his mouth. Indeed, even if he returned alive, the act of killing the captain was already fated. The suited man would not speak on his behalf, only report the truth. Contemplating the brutal manner of death that awaited him, he felt an aversion to the thought of dying. However, if the suited man were not to return, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the bespectacled man's eyes. Successfully returning alone was his sole means of survival. Yet Spider-Man claimed he would not take a life. Noticing the gradual shift in the bespectacled man's demeanor, the suited man immediately recognized that he had been swayed. "You fool. This is a counter-strategy. Have you not studied Sun Tzu's art of war, even in prison?" In a fit of rage, the suited man with bloodshot eyes bellowed curses, desperately trying to awaken his senses. Fuck. 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 His mouth opened wide. Yet all that escaped were those solitary, expletive words. The bespectacled man, transfixed by the murderous glare of the suited individual, was immediately seized by fear. With a thunderous crack, the gun trembled as several bullets pierced the body of the suited man. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the bespectacled man, having already retreated to safety. Shero released his grip as the lifeless suited man collapsed to the ground, his eyes forever unblinking. Replacing the Language Master skill card with the Spider Sense, Shero felt the warmth of the gun barrel in his palm, while observing the bespectacled man pull the trigger on an empty chamber. With a sardonic smile, Shero remarked, "It seems we two should have a proper discussion, or else, heh, I shall inform your organization of Life Restorers about your demise." Embracing the bespectacled man's shoulder, Shero sat beside him against the wall, amidst the gruesome scene of bloodshed. The 4 bullets in his hand fell to the ground as the bespectacled man trembled, murmuring, "You are a devil." "I have already mentioned," Shero replied, "I am but a messenger from hell." With a friendly pat on the shoulder, he casually inquired, "Now, little glasses, could you enlighten me on how I was exposed? Why did you attack me this morning?" "Exposed? This morning? Attack?" The bespectacled man suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his complexion paling as his voice quivered. "So you are Shero Parker? Oh, my friend, it seems you are unaware of my identity." "Indeed, I am Shero Parker. Alas, it appears I've inadvertently revealed my name to you, which means I cannot allow you to live." With a gentle sigh, Shero inquired softly, "If killing Shero and vanquishing Spider-Man are 2 separate matters, could you explain to me why you wish to eliminate Shero? Additionally, divulge all there is to know about your organization, and I shall grant you a less agonizing demise." I. The bespectacled man stammered, his face ashen. "I am merely an ordinary operative. Shero is a superhuman, and he has slain one of our own. All I know is that we had arranged an underground transaction at your delivery location, intending to kill you. As for our organization, all I am aware of is the lofty slogan of the higher-ups, 'Long live.'" Suddenly, with a deafening bang, a bullet struck the neck and mouth of the suited man, who had collapsed to the ground, bloodied and speechless. The bullet originally meant for Spider-Man had now found its mark in the bespectacled man. As the bullet pierced his heart, blood gushed from his mouth, and with a tilt of his head, he despairingly took his last breath. Having preserved the secrets, a smile crept across the face of the dying suited man. As Charlotte removed the spider mask, she exhibited neither anger nor disappointment, but instead revealed her youthful face adorned with a radiant smile. Rising to her feet, Charlotte nodded cheerfully at the suited man, listening to the approaching wail of sirens. She approached the breathless man, saying, "Thank you, my friend. As I mentioned earlier, Spider-Man will not kill anyone." The suited man, coughing up blood, managed a grim smile, his breath faint, unable to utter a word. "What did you say?" Charlotte leaned closer, pretending to be astonished. "You're hiding in Hell's Kitchen, in the industrial buildings on 3rd Avenue? The suited man's eyes widened with terror as he gazed at Charlotte. She flashed a smile revealing her pearly whites, her gaze towards him laden with meaning. The sirens ceased, and urgent voices echoed nearby. Shaking her head, Charlotte turned to leave, saying, "All right, farewell, my friend. I must be off. May you find peace in death." Watching Charlotte's retreating figure, the suited man summoned the last vestiges of his strength to raise his hand. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Charlotte casually turned her head, evading the bullet. The suited man's vision of Charlotte blurred, and in the final moment before the police arrived, his head fell to the ground. Chapter 26. The non-existent 5th man. Just as Charlotte departed, a clean-shaven Chinese officer emerged from behind the wall. Observing the chaotic scene, Yulan felt a jolt of alarm. He quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for suspicious individuals. Another officer approached Yulan from behind, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, inquiring, "What is the situation?" The gunfire of the night rang clear, echoing throughout the street, as residents nearby opted to call the police. Even several streets away, they could hear it distinctly. Just before they entered the alley, there was another sharp gunshot. The officers swallowed hard. If this gunfight was mishandled, they could find themselves in peril, and caution was paramount. The situation remained unclear. Yulan appeared composed, frowning as he stepped forward, revealing himself from behind the wall. His gaze swept over the 4 individuals. First, he noted the glasses-wearing man, lifeless with a bullet wound to the heart. Next, he observed the suited man lying before him, riddled with blood. Then, there was the corpse of a man with a bullet in his forehead, his face frozen in death, followed by another suited man sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain. Gripping his firearm, Yulan approached the prone suited man, noticing the slight rise and fall of his chest, and exclaimed, "Quick, call for an ambulance. This man is still alive." Reinforcements from the police arrived from the opposite end of the alley, with George leading the charge, wielding a Colt 2000. George swiftly surveyed the current scene and rushed to Yulan's side, glancing down at the suit-clad man, now turned over and covered in blood, his brow furrowed with concern. Hank, arriving shortly thereafter, kicked the gun from the man's hand, exclaiming in anger, "These ruthless gangsters deserve to be eradicated. What brings them here to trade and engage in shootouts? Are they simply bored?" The priority now was to save a life. He needed to ascertain what had transpired here, as he surely had greater insight. With urgency, the arriving officers lifted the suited man and began to carry him out of the alley. It was only then that George found the moment to observe the scene with greater scrutiny. He approached the corner, donning gloves, and retrieved a rifle discarded against the wall. "Indeed, it is the same model," Yulan remarked with a serious expression as he snapped photographs. He delicately picked up a shell casing with tweezers and presented it to George, affirming, "This proves it's them." George nodded in agreement, acknowledging the evidence. Suddenly, Hank emerged from the shadows with an air of disdain, exclaiming, "What are you two playing at? What do you mean by them? Can't you articulate your thoughts more clearly?" Startled by Hank's abrupt entrance, Yulon trembled, causing the shell casing to fall back to the ground, while George, accustomed to such surprises, remained composed. Clutching his chest, Yulon explained, "They are the life restorers. The very same fiends who attacked Arkham Asylum." "What?" Hank gasped, looking down at the body of the bespectacled man. "Is it really them?" Suddenly struck by a thought, George bent down, illuminating the ground with his flashlight, observing the chaotic array of footprints, his expression contemplative. Evidence collection continued at the scene, with police tape being erected at both ends of the alley. Soon, dire news arrived. The suited man had succumbed before reaching the hospital, or rather, he had passed away prior to being loaded into the ambulance, having not survived the journey. All 4 individuals at the scene were now deceased. Gazing at the scattered shell casings and fired handguns, Yulon began to analyze. It appears that these 4 were engaged in mutual annihilation. He tapped the briefcase on the ground. Continuing, initially, it was meant to be a transaction, but these 2 concealed the rifles within the briefcase and attacked the other 2. The bespectacled man, seeking to claim everything for himself, ambushed and killed his teammate. Little did he expect that the man shot in the neck and mouth would not perish. Instead, in a final act of defiance, he shot and killed the bespectacled one. As Yulon gazed at the trajectory on the forehead of the emotionless man, he shook his head and remarked, "This is my rough conjecture. There is no evidence of a 5th person at the scene." The 5th individual, George, squinted, crouching before the bespectacled man, observing the lingering terror in his eyes. With a grave expression, he stated, "I believe the truth is not so simplistic. Perhaps there truly was a 5th person orchestrating this chaos. Let us not forget that they are life returners, whose purpose is to assault those endowed with supernatural abilities. They may have entangled themselves in troubles best left alone." Having retrieved the breakfast prepared by Frank, Charlotte stuffed a fried egg into his mouth, swallowing it almost whole without chewing. Frank, holding his chopsticks, wore a somewhat stiff expression. This was breakfast intended for Lai, and he had thought Charlotte would not return after a night out. With a satisfying gulp, Charlotte finished a glass of milk, belching contentedly before moving on to the bread. Frank, pursing his lips, noted that the milk and bread were meant for him. After they finished their breakfast, Charlotte rubbed his stomach and inquired, "Is there more?" "I am still hungry. I thought you wouldn't come back." Frank hesitated for a moment before opting to reheat 2 glasses of milk. "Of course, I had to return," Charlotte replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Frank. "You still owe me for my motorcycle." Although those individuals had attacked him, Frank was merely a victim in this scenario. Nevertheless, Charlotte could not afford to compensate Frank for his car, especially since he himself required a motorcycle. Conversely, Frank was relatively affluent, thus it must surely be Frank's fault. "Me compensate you for your motorcycle?" Frank laughed in disbelief. "Then who should I turn to for compensation for my car? You can certainly ask Lai to pay." "Excuse me," Lai interjected, peeking his head through the door and inquiring about the conversation. "Did I hear my name mentioned?" "Your timing is impeccable." Charlotte extended his hand toward Lai, demanding, "I need you to compensate me for my motorcycle, and this bald fellow here needs you to pay up too." "Shut up," Frank retorted, flustered. "I never said such a thing." Clenching his fists, Lai hesitated for a long moment before seemingly arriving at a decision. "I can compensate both of you." Clearing his throat, Charlotte interjected, "Just to clarify, you mean for the motorcycle, right?" "Of course." Lai shot Charlotte a glare before elaborating. "There are 500 individuals. The one who hired you is named Wolf, and he has trafficked 500 people. They are being held in a container at the docks. I implore you to save them. I am willing to pay any price to secure their rescue." "Human trafficking? 500 individuals?" The image of Gene and his gang immediately surfaced in Charlotte's mind. Frank considered himself neither a saint nor a villain. 500 individuals were trafficked, and upon hearing this, fury ignited in his eyes. Chapter 27. A new adventure, a heartrending tale gradually unfolded from Lai's lips. Born into a life of affluence and happiness, her fortunes took a tragic turn when her father's investments faltered. In his desperate bid for recovery, he was deceived, left destitute, and burdened with an overwhelming debt to unscrupulous lenders, an amount that would take a lifetime to repay. The creditors coerced him into selling his children. Reluctantly, her father opted for an alternative path, liquidating their assets and resorting to illegal immigration to the United States. He leveraged his connections to contact a known smuggler, rallying the entire family to embark on this perilous journey, unaware that they were plunging into an abyss of despair. The initial phase appeared promising. They evaded the grasp of the loan sharks and boarded a cargo ship. However, confinement awaited them in a dark, stifling shipping container, and upon reaching the open sea, the smuggler revealed his true nature. The agony had only just begun. They were stripped of every last cent, coerced onto a smaller vessel, packed like sardines in a cramped container. It was not just her father who endured this plight, but also her young brother and beautiful sister. After surviving countless hardships, they finally arrived in America, only to find that the life her father had envisioned was nothing but a cruel illusion, as they were treated like commodities, sold off without mercy. Lai could scarcely fathom what awaited them. Now, someone had set their sights on her, treating her as mere cargo, to be delivered to an unknown destination. Fortuitously, Frank came to her rescue. Yet, her ailing father, her stunning sister, and her young brother remained in the clutches of Wall, alongside the 500 other deceived and trafficked immigrants. Listening to Lai's story, Charlotte cleared her ears, remaining unfazed, while Frank was visibly moved, his gaze hardening with determination. Lai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she implored Frank, "Please help me, Frank." Upon hearing his name, Frank felt no surprise. It was all due to that damn dossier. Their eyes locked, an electric spark igniting between them, their breaths suspended, even the air grew thick with tension. Hormonal signals passed silently in their shared gaze, subtly altering the dynamics between them. Frank did not contest being called by his name. Instead, his resolute expression softened. However, the kind-hearted Charlotte interjected, "Lai, you've got it wrong. You should call him by his code name, Baldy." Baldy? Lai couldn't help but glance at the top of Frank's head, where the glaring sunlight reflected off. The enchanting atmosphere was abruptly shattered, the temperature plummeting. Frank clenched his jaw, turning to Charlotte, who was sipping milk, and remarked, "Kid, you truly ought to silence yourself. You should refer to me as Jason, and I shall not linger on trivialities." With a long exhalation, Frank suddenly felt an insatiable itch in his fists, while Charlotte's head appeared to be a rather inviting target for a blow. Lay interrupted his restless thoughts, helplessly inquiring, "But what shall we do now? I am unaware of where they have imprisoned those individuals, nor do I know whom to seek. All I know is a name, Wool." "Fear not," Frank replied, tapping his temple confidently. "They left me an address and owe me a vehicle. Perhaps we should inquire there." "A vehicle?" Charlotte's eyes sparkled with interest. "Might there be a motorcycle? Having lost my ride, I find myself unable to function properly. I suspect you two imbeciles would be quite eager for me to depart." Charlotte continued, "Just grant me a motorcycle, and I shall vanish from your sight, leaving you to your romantic escapades." "Certainly," Lay affirmed, "as long as you assist us." With a flourish reminiscent of a cowboy tipping his hat, Charlotte's enthusiasm surged. "Friends, let us embark immediately. A new adventure awaits us." Meanwhile, seated on the villa's sofa, Wool's face was ashen, his mood exceedingly bleak. Lay had failed to provide any updates, despite the delivery being due yesterday. He felt like a foolish donkey for ever having believed in the underground courier system and the three damned rules. In New York, they appeared clad in designer suits, residing in villas, puffing cigars, and cruising in luxury vehicles, projecting an air of authority. Yet, in truth, they were merely a trivial gang dabbling in the perilous and desolate trade of human smuggling. Only recently had they established tenuous communication with the underworld's sovereign, Jean, thus acquiring a modicum of influence. To seek out two individuals within the New York underground was akin to chasing a mirage. It would be far more effective to report to the authorities. "Have you found them?" Wool inquired darkly as four underlings entered. The leader, clad in a white tank top revealing a half-tattooed frog on his chest, bore a long tongue that curled around his neck, scratching his purple buzz cut. He gazed at Wool, his eyes ringed in black, and apologetically stated, "Apologies, boss. We were searching all night," and as it turns out he swallowed hard. Lacking the courage to convey the full truth, instead embellishing, "We encountered Spider-Man. I had a sudden inspiration. He must know something, but when I approached to inquire, he panicked and fled. We chased him for an entire night." The other subordinates exchanged glances and quickly chimed in, affirming, "Yes, yes, yes. The boss is absolutely right." Wall's hand, which held a cigarette, froze as he gazed at the subordinates before him, momentarily unable to discern the authenticity of their claims. If true, it was utterly outrageous. Noticing Wall's increasingly grim expression, the tattooed frog eagerly reported, "However, I do have some news. I learned that yesterday, on the highway leading to our villa, an attack occurred. A rocket propelled an Audi A8 into the sky." "Into the sky?" Wall's countenance darkened further. But the tattooed frog quickly interjected, "The occupants of the car were unharmed. They apparently managed to escape after the attack. From what I've gathered, there were two of them, a man and a woman." Thus, with a scowling face, while clasped his hands together, his eyes glinting with unabashed malice. He has violated the first rule by failing to deliver on time and breached the third rule by opening the package without permission. Swallowing hard, the tattooed frog continued. Moreover, I have received information that a delivery boy was also caught up in this incident. A boy? Will raised an eyebrow, completely disinterested. That is inconsequential. Jason, your information is useful, but I desire more. It is imperative that we locate them as swiftly as possible. Chapter 28. Out of the ordinary subtle infiltration? Upon hearing Frank's plan, Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, I love this plan. So what should we do? Feint to the east while striking the west? Lure the tiger from its lair? Startle the snake in the grass? Sneak around? Or perhaps play a game of deaf-mute? Frank's thoughts momentarily spiraled into confusion. He fell silent for 2 seconds, opting to disregard Charlotte's musings, simply stating, "Stay close behind me and be ready to face any potential danger." To this, Lai had no particular thoughts, but was merely curious, while Charlotte brimmed with various opinions. Confronting danger? Infiltration? So, you mean we must eliminate anyone who discovers us? I should have anticipated that. Movies always portray such stealthy infiltrations as requiring absolute secrecy. Regardless of Frank's inner thoughts, he maintained a stoic expression, upholding his tough guy persona. However, Lai pondered more deeply. Looking at Charlotte, Lai's right eyelid twitched as he blinked, his gaze resting on Charlotte's face, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired with an uncertain expression, "Jason, he is just a child. Do we truly intend to bring him along?" Charlotte's erratic behavior often overshadowed his age, drawing attention instead to his somewhat eccentric personality. It was only when Lai posed this question that Frank seemed to awaken from his reverie. The visage of that rugged man surprisingly radiated a genuine sense of joy. "You are absolutely right. Jason, I regret to inform you that you are too young. This endeavor is far too perilous for you, and we cannot take you along. Remain steadfast. Their target is me. Rest assured, as long as I am engaged, they will not dare to assault you. However, is it not possible that those individuals have come to strike at me, while you two are merely collateral damage?" Charlotte seethed with rage, her indignation palpable. "You shall not evade me to indulge in your own little world. Until you compensate me for my motorcycle, I will not budge an inch." Charlotte widened her dark, luminous eyes and pointed accusingly at the duo, threateningly declaring, "I shall keep my gaze fixed upon you, watching you." In truth, the primary reason Charlotte had not returned home recently was his concern about inadvertently placing his family in peril. Currently, only the enigmatic moniker of the Life Restorer lingered, and he had yet to fully comprehend who this adversary truly was. Yet, the likelihood of it being Hydra was undeniably high. After all, Marvel's persistent antagonists are few and far between. If he were alone, Charlotte would harbor little fear. However, with family and friends, he found himself tethered to this world, bound by obligations. Concealing his identity had become paramount. This realization dawned upon him, as it could indeed mitigate unnecessary dangers and troubles. Just a single usage of his abilities at Arkham Asylum had drawn danger to him like a moth to a flame. Faced with the potential threat to his loved ones, Charlotte found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. After all, it was not merely an individual pursuing him, but a deeply entrenched organization. Frank, having been rebuffed by Charlotte, was not taken aback. Instead, he pondered unprecedented strategies to persuade Charlotte through reason and emotion. As for resorting to violence, what a ludicrous notion. This was someone who could hurl a soda can with the precision of a projectile weapon. As night deepened, the forest echoed with the calls of unknown insects. The sky sparkled with distant stars, the bright moon cloaked in ethereal clouds. In the woods, clad in his nocturnal garb, Charlotte crouched beside the unchanged forms of Frank and Lay. "Do not look at me like that," he said, patting his black attire with a smirk. "This is what one might call professionalism." Casting a glance at the duo, who wore expressions of exasperation, Charlotte produced 2 large bottles of black ink from behind him and handed them over. "No need for thanks. Just apply it to your bodies." The invisibility effect rivals that of the darkest skin. Rejecting Charlotte's remarkably mature suggestion, Frank maintained a stern demeanor as he inspected his gear. A tranquilizer gun, a revolver loaded with live ammunition, prepared to confront any peril with the worst-case scenario in mind. Lay tightened her grip on the small handgun that Frank had given her, her body trembling with palpable excitement. Receiving the backpack filled with cola, Charlotte disdainfully curled his lips, inquiring, "Is there truly no alternative? Perhaps a bag of beer instead?" Moreover, the marks left by the exploding cans were far too conspicuous. It would be wiser to exchange them for genuine grenades. "You need not intervene," Frank replied, shaking his head as he turned his gaze toward the heavily fortified villa. That was the address left by the client, and he remained uncertain whether it was a trap. Insects crawled over him, disregarding the itch, while the seasoned veteran, Frank, stood motionless. Lay, in contrast, swatted at the bugs tormenting her, scratching at her inflamed skin. Conversely, all the insects kept their distance from Charlotte, as if he were their natural enemy. He amused himself by playing with a small, adorable spider, encouraging it to weave a web in his palm. Hours passed, transitioning into the early hours of dawn, when Frank's demeanor shifted, a glimmer of determination lighting his eyes. It was time to act. Regardless of the adversary's intentions, he had to bang. Crack. Gurgle. Interrupted, Frank turned with a scowl to find Charlotte sipping cola, embracing the chilled beverage. Charlotte leisurely stretched his neck, noticing Frank and Lay's scrutiny, and bashfully smiled. Would you care for a can? Exhaling a deep breath, the stalwart Frank steeled himself, his resolve unwavering as he coldly declared, commence the operation. With that, he discarded the binoculars and swiftly advanced toward the villa, crouching low. Charlotte followed closely, while Lay, gripping her handgun, brought up the rear. In silence, 2 tranquilizer darts swiftly incapacitated the guards Frank had been observing for some time. Seizing a napkin from the table, he rushed forward, ensnaring the neck of another guard who had just heard the disturbance, tightening his grip until the guard slumped unconscious. Another quick motion, and a dart struck the neck of yet another guard who had stepped outside to investigate. Without much commotion, the trio successfully infiltrated the premises. Charlotte, eyes gleaming with excitement, applauded Frank's deft execution. Excellent. I have learned well. Picking up a Thompson submachine gun that lay on the ground, Frank frowned slightly, hoisting it in his hands, gesturing for the others to follow. In just one encounter, Frank discerned that these individuals were merely armed with staplers. They appeared formidable, yet lacked any real combat prowess. Compared to the well-equipped assailants he had previously faced, these adversaries were woefully underprepared. The mere sound of gunfire, the rapid trajectory of bullets, the seamless coordination, and the poised grip of firearms reveal the presence of exceptionally trained elites. One is soaring above, while the other lurks below. Surely, it cannot be them. This is merely a band of rabble. Could it be that old adversaries have come knocking? Entering the bedroom, Wall embraced a blonde beauty in a swimsuit. Reclining on the bed, with a smile gracing his face, he seemed to be indulging in a delightful dream. Frank stepped forward, using a swift motion to render the blonde beauty into a deep slumber. Observing Wall's continued lack of reaction confirmed Frank's earlier suspicions. They were simply a bunch of inconsequential thugs. Chapter 29. I will avenge Dan. Hey, wake up. Hey, wake up. In a dreamlike haze, the dark-haired beauty conversing with Wall transformed before his eyes into a black-haired gorilla, delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. Then, baring its yellowed teeth, it lunged at him. Dripping with foul saliva, suddenly jolted awake, Wall, still prone, felt the heavy weight of 2 more slaps from a calloused hand against his face. With a swollen visage, Wall, clad only in shorts, struggled to rise and gazed at the imposing figure of Frank. Although merely a minor player, Wall's instincts kicked in swiftly, and his expression hardened as he reached for the pillow beneath him. Grasping nothing but air, despair gripped his heart as he forced a grim smile and inquired, "What do you want?" Frank picked up Wall's 1911 pistol, removing the magazine and extracting the bullets one by one, all while casting an oppressive gaze upon him. Glancing at the lifeless blonde beauty beside him, Wall prudently raised his hands in surrender. Taking a moment to collect himself, he narrowed his eyes, a peculiar smile playing on his lips as he assessed the trio before him. 1 man, 1 woman, and a child. The child was inconsequential, aside from Lay. He recognized none of them. As Frank pointed a revolver at him, his demeanor stern and unyielding, Wall felt the weight of the moment settle heavily upon him. Unlocking the safety and pressing the gun against Wall's temple, Frank demanded, "Before we discuss business, tell me why you intended to kill me?" "Kill you?" Wall exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Frank. "You're the one pointing a gun at me. And who are you, anyway? I don't even know you." After a brief pause, Wall attempted to probe further. "Are you the delivery guy? When did I ever send someone to kill you? Besides," turning to face Lay, who was armed, Wall sneered, "you violated the rules. It was you who failed to deliver the package on time, and you who unilaterally opened the parcel. I suspect that the last rule of not asking for names has also been violated, has it not, Lie?" Although confronted at gunpoint, Wall is indeed the one in the right. Regardless of Wall, the agitated Lie began rummaging through the bedside table for information. "Tell me, what is the ship number?" Wall cast a glance at Lie but chose to disregard her, focusing all his attention on the figure of Fleck before him. "Now, I have politely answered one of your questions. I will not respond to any further inquiries, so I suggest you kill me immediately." With arms outstretched, Wall appeared unperturbed. Fleck furrowed his brow. He could ascertain that these individuals were not part of the group that had vandalized his beloved vehicle, yet the smuggling of humans was equally unforgivable. Kill me, then go seek your own demise. Wall sneered at the dark muzzle of the gun. He perceived Fleck's hesitation and reluctance to stir trouble, searching for a way to break the impasse. Discarding the useless black market transaction data to the side, Lai's expression hardened as she raised her gun, aiming it at Wall. Open it. Open it now? I know the information I seek is undoubtedly inside. Wall's gaze remained locked on Fleck upon hearing Lai's words. He could not help but roll his eyes in disdain, a smirk creeping onto his lips, laced with caustic mockery. I now understand what you desire, Wall taunted. Observing Fleck's expression. Poor delivery boy, what has she divulged to you? Are we transporting illegal immigrants in shipping containers? Truly befitting of the surname Lai. Have you considered how you will explain this to your father? Lai's father? Fleck frowned, turning to Lai with a questioning look. Did you not say your father is in the shipping container on the vessel? Yes, Lai hastily affirmed. Wall chuckled derisively, tapping a photograph beside his bed, prominently featuring himself. Lai and her father. Just by looking at their expressions, it was evident that the trio's relationship was far more complex than one might assume. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, tears welled in Lai's eyes as she implored, Fleck, he is the smuggler I told you about, closely tied to my father. The 500 people locked in the cargo container are all in his hands. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Fleck stepped forward, eager to inquire further. Though Fleck held no malicious intent, Lai, feeling guilty, reacted with extreme intensity. She turned the gun's barrel towards Fleck, exclaiming, Stay where you are. Do not approach. Wide-eyed. Fleck gazed at Lai in disbelief, as if staring at a stranger. Indeed, she was a stranger, despite the fluttering of newfound emotions. They had known each other for merely 24 hours. She has caused your heart to shatter, hasn't she, Frank? The agitated Lai glared, her hands gripping the gun as she approached Wall. 10 seconds. I shall grant you but 10 seconds. Reveal the answer now. Surrender the information or lose your head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Lai, do not act rashly. Frank cautioned, observing Lai's tense grip on the firearm. I do not comprehend your words, Wall replied. His expression now grave, as he locked his gaze onto Lai's eyes, convinced she would not pull the trigger. 4, 3, 2, 1, Wall elongated his tone, preempting Lai's countdown, reclining against the bed as he mockingly urged, Go ahead, shoot. After a prolonged moment of watching the drama unfold, Charlotte finally rose from the nearby sofa, and only then did the three engrossed individuals recall her presence. Wall reminisced about Jason's words. There is also one inconsequential child, a delivery boy, who has become entangled in this. It seemed this was indeed that insignificant child. With a hint of boredom, Charlotte yawned, approached Lai and Frank, and complained. This is utterly dull. Lai, when will you take me to fetch the motorcycle? Lai, clutching her gun in a state of nervous tension, was nearly amused by the absurdity of the situation. At a time like this, I'm on the verge of committing murder. And you're still fixated on your wretched motorcycle. Before she could finish her sentence, Charlotte stepped forward and effortlessly snatched the firearm from Lai's grasp. As Lai lost her weapon, both Frank and Wall exhaled in relief, entirely unaware that it had fallen into the hands of the most perilous individual. Lai emitted a short, terrified shriek. Without her weapon, she felt bewildered, tears instantly welling in her eyes as she cried, Jason gave it to me. 500 lives. Those are 500 lives at stake. Charlotte paid her no heed. Amidst the fearful gazes of the others, he raised the unlatched gun nonchalantly, scratching his scalp. What a bother. It appears I must resolve this, he mused. Recalling Dan's appearance, Charlotte chose to imitate him. His eyes became vacant and glazed, nervously widening as his mouth slightly parted to reveal his stark white teeth, his expression oscillating between laughter and tears, emitting a low, incoherent sound imbued with madness. So, all I need to do is ascertain where he has concealed those 500 individuals? Ha ha ha, what a delightful game. I do adore games. In a fleeting exchange of glances, as Charlotte's thrilled eyes met Wall's gaze, and his gun trembled with excitement, Wall's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. In that mere moment of eye contact, Wall discerned nothing but a stagnant pool of insanity, utterly convinced this was a damned lunatic. Jason? You also go by Jason? Wall forced a smile in an attempt to connect. Yet Charlotte was impervious to such tactics. Jason? What Jason? I am Dan. I am merely Dan. No, that is incorrect. Dan is already dead. Ah, my dear friend. He perished within the confines of Arkham Asylum. So who am I? With my left hand pressed against my forehead and the muzzle of a gun resting against my temple, My trembling finger lingered upon the trigger. Ha ha ha, who am I? Who am I? Charlotte's gaze, clouded and unfocused, locked onto Wall's eyes, rapidly reddening with fury, as he suddenly stepped forward with a grotesque grin, pressing the gun against Wall's head. I remember now. I am the Avenger. It is you wretched scoundrels who attacked Arkham Asylum, and I shall forever remember the visage of your villainy. And now, I shall exact vengeance for Dan. A chill surged over Wall's head, and he could not suppress a shiver. An attack on Arkham Asylum? What kind of damned accusation is this? Chapter 30 Gold? Arkham Asylum? The mere thought of this name caused Wall's pupils to dilate, his heart racing as he recalled the horrific incident that had transpired not long ago. A band of heavily armed marauders descended upon Arkham Asylum, mercilessly slaughtering a group of lunatics. No one knows precisely what transpired. Yet the unusual nature of the event has become a topic of conversation over tea and meals. As a minor leader with some connections, Wall was certainly privy to more information. Damn it, you are insane. Have you not even checked the news online? This atrocity was perpetrated by the Life Restorers. That other band of lunatics. With wide eyes, Wall's thoughts turned, and he began to understand more. Twice. These two incidents were actually attacks by the Life Restorers targeting you. Gazing into Charlotte's flickering eyes, Wall felt a deep-seated fear. He was a harbinger of disaster. Astonished, he exclaimed, "You are a superpowered being?" Frank's reaction was no less swift, recalling the car's front end lifted by Charlotte and the cans hurled at their enemies. He too grasped the entirety of the situation. Initially, Frank had believed himself to be the most profound thinker among the three, the one who hid the deepest. Little did he know that Lai and Charlotte were the true masterminds, while he appeared as a mere pawn. I am not insane. I am not mad, Charlotte retorted vehemently, his face flushed with indignation. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the skill card. Masterful performance. Give me a chance. How do I give you a chance? I had no choice before, but now I wish to be a good person. Very well, go tell the judge. Let us see if he allows you to be a good person. That would mean my death. I apologize, I am an actor. Free attribute points. 2. The emotions on Charlotte's face shifted abruptly, transitioning from a flustered rage to a serene calm, affording the trio no time to react as he resumed the previous discussion. Life Restorers? The keyword prompted Charlotte to completely shed Dan's fade and revert to his former self. A curious smile danced upon his lips as he casually perched on the edge of the bed. Casting his gaze upon the sweating Wall, he inquired amiably, "Oh, my dear fellow, I sincerely apologize for mistaking your identity. I may have startled you. Might we engage in a meaningful discussion about the Life Restorer?" Charlotte exuded a relaxed demeanor, reminiscent of a cheerful and optimistic youth. Yet, such a transformation appeared all the more peculiar to the other three observers. They were acutely aware of the tragic events at Arkham Asylum, the aftermath of which was still fresh in the minds of all New Yorkers, given that the calamity had unfolded merely days prior. Observing Charlotte's erratic behavior and fluctuating personality, at times aloof, at others frenzied or whimsical, he resembled a deranged individual who had escaped amidst chaos. This prompted Ray to contemplate contacting the authorities. Suppressing his trepidation, Ray fixed his anxious gaze upon the increasingly unstable Charlotte. The Life Restorer? Wall's smile faltered as he reluctantly divulged the scant knowledge he possessed. It was an organization primarily targeting individuals with extraordinary abilities. Their most notorious act involved an assault on Captain America's museum, where they set ablaze his uniform and photographs alongside his comrades. Furthermore, they disseminated perilous rhetoric, vowing to enact the most horrific tortures upon all superhumans. They launched online attacks against extraordinary figures from ancient mythologies and legends, including Jesus himself, and recently assaulted a self-proclaimed magician with supernatural powers. It could be said that the attack on Arkham Asylum was their most brutal operation to date. Rapping his knuckles against the bedside table and grasping the compact Browning in his hand, Charlotte pondered aloud, a band of heavily armed marauders executing a meticulously planned assault, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Wall, Frank, how could they possibly achieve such feats? Wall blinked, his expression stiff. How would I know? In contrast, Frank appeared contemplative, weighing the revolver in his hand, and replied with a sidelong glance at Charlotte, an organization, a plan, influence, capability. There must be a backing. The assailants were well prepared, equipped with superior gear, and thoroughly trained. They not only possessed intimate knowledge of the police routes, but may even have had informants within the force. The rapid disappearance following the attack indicates that they did not flee, but rather concealed themselves within New York. Their refuge would not stem from any official backing, but rather from the underworld. And in New York, only one entity dares to act with such audacity. Wall's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling. Charlotte listened intently, his eyes gleaming with insight. It makes perfect sense. What you say is indeed quite reasonable. He opened his mouth and uttered the name that Wall would prefer never to hear. The Emperor of the Underworld, Jean Bin. Upon hearing the name, Wall shuddered. It was truly intriguing as he toyed with the compact pistol in his hand. Charlotte mused. It is akin to a web of fate, intricately woven, silently intertwining everything in a seamless embrace. Jean Bin. Wall, I recall he is your collaborator, is he not? How do you know that? Wall, bare-chested, was drenched in sweat, his scalp prickling with dread. The title of the Emperor of the Underworld encompassed not merely status and rank, but also Jean Bin's formidable methods. No, I cannot disclose anything. I know nothing. Wall trembled. The thought of betraying Jean Bin was unfathomable. In the presence of the three, he was confronted solely with death. Yet, betraying Jean Bin was an even more terrifying prospect. All right. Charlotte gently patted Wall's shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort. Do not be so agitated, Wall. I was merely inquiring. You need not divulge anything. With a smile, Charlotte added, for I already know the address. Wall's eyes widened, a chill coursing through him. He knew the address. He was aware of a particular location. Although he possessed no information, would Jean Bin's suspicious nature lead him to believe that Wall had betrayed him? Once doubt took root, the accusation was already established. Wall's complexion turned ashen as he gazed at Charlotte, his expression shifting to one of desperation. You cannot do this. Jean Bin will not spare me. I implore you. I can tell you anything you wish to know, but please, spare my life. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, playing with the cold firearm in his hand, his gaze distant. Why should I desire to know? In truth, I am uncertain of what I wish to learn. Perhaps you could enlighten us regarding the location of the cargo and also compensate me with a motorcycle? Chapter 31. Hurrying to the night shift after several days of gaming. I find myself not only stuck, but also feeling quite off. Grinding his teeth, Wall resolved to lay everything bare. The mastermind behind it all was none other than his superior, Old Lie, the father of Lie. In his early years, Old Lie, with ruthless determination and unscrupulous tactics, amassed some wealth. However, after encountering misfortune, he fled to America amidst the tumult. Initially, the path was far from smooth. He washed dishes, scrubbed toilets, and spent time in prison, enduring considerable hardship before finally encountering a turning point. During his incarceration, in the struggle for survival, he chose to band together with others, employing every means at his disposal, eventually succeeding in joining the Huashui gang. Upon his release, he diligently cultivated his underworld enterprise. Coincidentally, at that time, someone reached out to him, seeking to come to America. His mind stirred with ambition. He engaged in speculative ventures, liquidated assets, established a company, and acquired a small cargo vessel. Utilizing the connections he had painstakingly built, he navigated through challenges and completed his first transaction successfully, subsequently ascending to the role of a smuggler's leader. As his enterprise expanded, he understood well the adage that one benefits from the shelter of a mighty tree. After a prolonged period of indecision, he soon recognized a golden opportunity before him. The recent arrival of 500 individuals, clandestinely smuggled, marked his inaugural collaboration with this opportunity, which he regarded with utmost seriousness. Regardless of the intentions behind this group, he was indifferent to their purpose. What captivated him was merely the prospect of advancement, a chance to elevate his position further. To stand firm, one must possess ruthlessness. From the very beginning, he was a man of resolve, exhibiting harshness towards himself, his kin, and others alike. Years ago, he had forsaken his family to seek fortune in America, and now, as he approached his twilight years, he sought to rekindle familial bonds. Upon reflection, he discovered that due to past events, his wife and children had met tragic fates, leaving behind only a daughter adrift in the world. Consequently, he chose to bring her back. However, this endeavor was fraught with complications and unexpected setbacks. The relationship between him and his daughter was strained, and her sentiments towards his long-cultivated enterprise were decidedly opposed. Nevertheless, no business could surpass the importance of family. In a fit of anger, she chose to run away, only to be found and returned forcibly, leading to unforeseen consequences. As he recounted this tale, Ray's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, gazing at Frank with tear-filled eyes, apologizing profusely. I didn't mean to deceive you. It was just observing Ray's distress, Frank sighed, refraining from placing blame. With a father of such a nature, Ray felt cornered. He stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Ray was not entirely deceitful. After all, the plight of the 500 detained individuals was real. Gaining understanding, she embraced Frank tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Casting a disdainful glance at the two conspirators, Charlotte rolled her eyes. Playing with her pistol, she tucked it away and, with a beaming smile, leaned closer to Wall, whispering, "What do you say to a deal, Wall? Help me keep these secrets." Before the astonished Wall could respond, Charlotte's expression turned somber as she lamented, "Yet, stories often reveal that only the dead can safeguard secrets." With pursed lips, her dark eyes fixed on Wall expectantly, she inquired, "Mr. Wall, may I request your demise?" Wall pressed himself against the wall, a visage of despair etched upon his face. The commotion here attracted the attention of two others. Dejected, Charlotte hung his head and sighed in disappointment. Aware of the significance of concealing his identity, he had never contemplated firing a gun while holding it. He wished to keep Charlotte perpetually untainted and above reproach, steering clear of any peril. The life restorer, Jean, currently posed the greatest threat. Observing his slender, bony hands, Charlotte let out a gentle sigh and turned to Frank and Rye, relaying the ship number and container details, thus concluding their transaction. "Now, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the motorcycle I used for deliveries." With a deep breath, Wall, who had narrowly escaped death, replied, "Mr. Jason, the bike is in my garage. You may retrieve it at your convenience." Clutching his chest, Wall spoke resolutely, "Rest assured. The reason secrets remain secrets is their unspeakable nature, and I am indeed a keeper of secrets." Frank, slightly furrowing his brow, glanced at Charlotte before directing his gaze back to Wall. He had no desire to escalate matters, lest he be forced to change his name and relocate to another city. However, he could not simply let Wall off the hook. Instilling fear in a person proved far more effective than mere respect. As Frank's demeanor turned icy, Wall's expression stiffened. In the next moment, a gunshot rang out, and a tranquilizer dart struck Wall's shoulder. "I can come once, I can come twice. I assure you, the next time it will be a bullet aimed at you." Hearing Frank's words, Wall rolled his eyes in understanding, collapsing to the ground. Casting a glance at Wall's inert form, Rye, her expression complex, wiped away her tears and opened the door, heading towards the garage, followed closely by Charlotte and Frank. However, the atmosphere among the three had shifted, devoid of its previous levity, each harboring their own thoughts. Rye had much to discuss with Frank, but was hindered by Charlotte's presence. Frank, lost in contemplation, pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament. Meanwhile, Charlotte was preoccupied with worries, wondering what to have for a late-night snack. In the underground garage, Charlotte happily mounted a Harley Pan America, his spirits soaring at the thought of this becoming his future ride. Accepting the keys tossed by Rye, he eagerly started the motorcycle and addressed Frank, who had chosen a black Mercedes. "Frank, our transaction is complete as previously discussed. You've compensated me with the motorcycle, so we are settled, correct? Thus, I bid you farewell." Frank glared at Charlotte, his expression darkened. "How dare you bring this up? My beloved car was blown to smithereens because of you, you scoundrel. Not to mention, this rogue deceived me, nearly making me a fool. Jason, are you not joining us?" Lay stepped forward, pressing for an answer. Although he had wished for Charlotte's disappearance at every moment prior, he now recognized Charlotte's extraordinary abilities. Given the myriad troubles that lay ahead, Charlotte would undoubtedly prove to be an invaluable ally. Charlotte raised his hand to glance at his childlike watch. "Invite me? Do not forget that those individuals known as the life restorers are still searching for me. Are you not concerned that my presence might usher in danger?" With that, he revved the engine, exiting the garage with haste. Time was of the essence, as Spider-Man still had to report for his night shift. Chapter 32. The Trace of the Fifth Person. This is the investigative report from the accident scene. Yulan, shaking his dizzy head, handed a stack of documents, painstakingly compiled through sleepless nights, to George. Rubbing his closely cropped hair, Yulan's once resolute gaze now bore the weight of fatigue, his eyes, though wide open, shadowed by faint dark circles. The materials he provided to George included case analysis, scene reconstruction, ballistic trajectories, evidence appraisal, autopsy reports, and character investigations, among other things. With a surge of recent major cases, the Arkham incident and the alleyway shooting were being handled concurrently. Merely reviewing these documents consumed several hours of his time. He was utterly exasperated. He could not restrain himself from stretching, producing a series of cracking sounds, and raised his hands to adopt a Jeet Kune Do stance. His fists taut, showcasing his strength. With his compact yet formidable physique, he lamented, "Damn it. I am far better suited for field work than sifting through this pile of dreary paperwork." With a swift motion, he unleashed two punches that resonated loudly. Shifting his weight forward while rotating his shoulders and hips, executing a straight punch with his lead hand, followed by a downward strike with his rear palm. Another loud crash echoed as his hand forcefully struck George's desk. Watching the water cup leap from its place, George felt a slight throb at his temples. "Be patient, Yulan. The Arkham case is our most pressing concern. The internal pressure within the precinct is immense, and the higher-ups have already begun their investigation into this matter. Our task is to, with their assistance, unravel the layers and identify the true perpetrator lurking in the shadows. Gazing at the thick stacks of documents before him, even George felt a headache coming on. He had not returned home in several days, each night communicating with Gwen to assure her of his safety. Recently, the only piece of good news he had received was Gwen informing him that Charlotte had not encountered any danger and was still communicating with her via text. The reason Charlotte had not returned home was due to his busy work schedule. He wished to avoid disturbing Aunt May's rest by coming home too late. Certainly, Gwen rotated her clever little mind, pondering that the main reason for Charlotte's recent disappearance was merely to distinguish herself from Spider-Man's leisurely movements, thereby achieving an effect akin to an alibi. However, the truth remains singular. A loud bang jolted George from his drowsy stupor. His hand trembled with the documents, and he abruptly looked up, only to find Hank had succumbed to slumber atop the table. Yulon yawned, lethargically taking her seat, her interest waning as she perused the materials before her. The urgency of the day stemmed primarily from the impending arrival of 2 agents the following day. The director had instructed them to be well prepared, not only to avoid embarrassment, but also to assert their dominance over the agents. Resting her chin on her hand, Yulon observed George as he sifted through the documents, compelling herself to shake off the lingering drowsiness. She murmured to explain the materials to George. According to the on-site investigation, no evidence of a 5th individual was discovered. Reconstructing the ballistic trajectory revealed that each bullet's path was flawless, neither excessive nor deficient, and fired from the firearms present at the scene. Furthermore, only their own fingerprints and skin flakes were found on the weapon, with no signs of tampering. Gesturing with her hands to illustrate the trajectory, Yulon continued, the first individual shot was the last to perish, Eber Borey. The premeditated assault by the bespectacled Allen commenced with a barrage directed at Borey, the bullets striking him immediately, first hitting his left shoulder, then penetrating his neck, and finally entering his mouth, shattering the back of his skull. This was no cinematic performance. The power of the rifle was immense, nearly obliterating Borey's shoulder, neck, and head. Yet, his will to survive sustained him for several minutes. Drawing her hand above her head in a mimetic gesture, Yulon lamented. Thus, Borey collapsed onto the ground, and the 3 individuals present believed him to be deceased. However, Borey's companion Adam reacted swiftly, his aim precise, as he raised his weapon and struck Alan's left hand. By unfortunate coincidence, Alan's left hand flailed, and a bullet struck Danik in the forehead, resulting in his immediate demise. At this juncture, Yulon paused, as the subsequent events indeed defied logic. For reasons unknown, Adam was shot at close range by Alan, becoming a sieve, while the fallen Borey managed to shoot Alan dead. The scene endured considerable chaos in the effort to save the critically wounded Borey, rendering the footprints on the ground utterly indecipherable. Particularly, based on the direction of Alan's gun when he fell, Yulon discovered the last bullet fired emanated from the alley where George had arrived, suggesting the presence of another individual at that location. Yulon could not help but exclaim, "We are utterly unable to trace the 5th individual's existence. He is formidable, akin to a specter, leaving no trace to pursue, vanishing without a whisper, and we are even uncertain of his actual existence." George, pressing his forehead in contemplation, was equally perplexed, pondering, who is he? What is his purpose? Why does he act in this manner? How does he accomplish it? And why would the Life Restorer take action against him? A sudden realization struck Yulon, his hair standing on end as he widened his eyes. Are you suggesting that this elusive 5th person is a superhuman? George nodded gravely, unable to conceive of any alternative. The case appeared to be a clear instance of mutual slaughter, yet it remained fraught with enigmas. Particularly, all 4 deceased were members of the Life Restorer. Although it was suggested to be a gang transaction, no evidence of their mutual demise was found at the scene. While I cannot confirm the existence of superhumans, it is evident that their mutual slaughter was not without cause. George retrieved a dossier from his drawer and handed it to Yulon. Upon seeing the unfamiliar insignia and a lengthy, unsavory name, Yulon paused slightly before accepting the dossier and opening it to extract the documents within. After perusing several pages, astonishment washed over his face. Damn it, they are deceased veterans? They were once comrades of the suspect Blinken from Arkham. This Life Restorer was far more complex than we had anticipated. Including Blinken's commanding officer, their squad had once comprised 11 members. According to the records and subsequent investigations, Blinken recounted that they were on a rescue mission, but erroneous information led them into a trap set by the Al-Qaeda organization, resulting in an explosion that claimed all lives, leaving only him, who was tasked with covering their retreat, to escape. Now, with these 4 individuals being Blinken's former comrades, the case had become increasingly convoluted. As he examined the remaining 6 individuals' profiles, Yulon, invigorated yet with a grim countenance, inquired, "George, what should we do now?" Once the military becomes involved, the investigation becomes even more intricate and challenging. Fortunately, this time, George had additional assistance. Chapter 33. The Phantom Spider's initial experience. Time flowed on, and before long, several days had passed. During this period, George was overwhelmed, struggling to manage his current affairs, while a human trafficking case weighed heavily on his shoulders. An unending succession of complications arising like an unrelenting crop of chives. Adding to his burdens, 3 days prior, Tony Stark had encountered an armed assault in the Middle East, subsequently going missing. The Afghan war had intensified, and arms trafficking was escalating alarmingly. The international situation is far from optimistic, and the crime rates in New York are flourishing. The homeless individuals in the underpasses have begun to mysteriously vanish en masse, while the sounds of gunfire resembling the frying of beans frequently echo through Hell's Kitchen. Spider-Man has grown increasingly rampant. During his idle nights, he has even embarked on a career in live streaming. He stripped 2 rapists of their clothing and bound them in a peculiar formation, suspending them from a tall lamppost. Additionally, he broadcasted a video of a vigilante punishment inflicted upon 2 robbers, showcasing how he soared into the sky with them, allowing them to experience a Spider-Man exclusive version of multi-layered bungee jumping. Under Spider-Man's indiscriminate targeting, the temporary detention center of the New York Police Department has become overcrowded. In a brief moment, Spider-Man has risen to prominence, with numerous newspapers vying to report on his exploits. These events have injected a refreshing sense of amusement into the monotonous lives of New Yorkers. Each morning, one might stumble upon delightful surprises placed conspicuously by Spider-Man. 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 All you know is Spider-Man. Gripping a dropper, Gwen gazed intently as a drop of pale blue liquid descended into a test tube. She then lifted her head, tossing her golden short hair. "I also saved a cat, a girl, and a scruffy homeless man. Why has no one reported my deeds?" With a displeased expression, she shook the test tube in her hand and forcefully returned it to the apparatus. Monotonously completing the experimental tasks assigned to her by Hammer Technologies, she complained, "Spider-Man must be Charlotte. That scoundrel has been plotting all along." Covering her head, her fair skin tinged with a faint blush, Gwen lamented, "Oh my God, he actually crafted himself a suit. Could he truly be a pervert? Or is this merely a manifestation of his adolescent delusions?" Brushing the dust off her lab coat, Gwen, feeling exasperated, sank into a chair, her thighs pressed together, while she observed the beeping experimental apparatus. The laboratory was devoid of anyone but her. The team leader, recognizing her capabilities, entrusted her with all these mundane and tedious tasks. Although she felt somewhat drained of enthusiasm, utilizing the latest experimental equipment, Gwen still learned a great deal, and it afforded her the leisure to pursue her own interests in her free time. Finally, the tedious tasks came to an end. Donning gloves and safety goggles, Gwen scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was present, then giggled as she locked the laboratory door. She hurried to the testing station, using scissors to cut the prepared web into fragments, applying a reagent, and placing it beneath the electronic detector for a comparative analysis with the silk produced by natural spiders. Excitedly, she recorded her research data with the paper and pen at hand, reveling in this joy and unable to suppress a smile. Before long, the laboratory report appeared on the computer screen. As she scrutinized the data, Gwen could not help but marvel at the brilliance of Shano. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she examined the figures, and she could not restrain herself from pouting in delight upon encountering particularly thrilling results. This silk material was not only entirely natural and harmless, but also capable of biodegrading over time. Its high viscosity, exceptional toughness, remarkable strength, elasticity, and superior biocompatibility were truly impressive. The only drawback was that Sharo's material was somewhat too coarse, rendering it inconvenient for use and transport. Imagining Shano burdened with an array of bottles and jars strapped to her back, launching silk to swing gracefully through the air, Gwen envisioned herself adorned in her red and blue spider suit, skillfully wielding the exquisitely fine silk, proudly tilting her head as she swung past Sharo. An idea sparked in her mind, and her eyes gleamed with inspiration. She swiftly grabbed a pen and paper, jotting down a series of new chemical equations. With great power comes great responsibility, a mantra Gwen had never forgotten. Each day, as she witnessed Spider-Man's valiant exploits, her heart harbored a different kind of ambition. Clenching her fists, she longed to deliver a couple of punches to Sharo, for the thrill of being a superhero was too enticing to be kept from her. especially when she felt deliberately excluded. Since Shano chose not to include her, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. She began to experiment with the latest formulation, and soon the laboratory equipment hummed back to life. During her spare moments, inspired by the design of Spider-Man's suit, Gwen immersed herself in creativity, sketching in her notebook. She illustrated what she envisioned as the most elegant battle attire, capturing not only the aesthetic but also her own alluring poses. Initially, she retained the traditional red and blue color scheme akin to Spider-Man, but eventually transformed it into a striking black and white, applying layer after layer until she achieved her most perfect creation. Beholding her designed spider suit, complete with a pink-tinged hood and luminous blue ballet shoes, Gwen finally wore a satisfied smile, joyfully raising it high before her eyes. As the laboratory equipment signaled completion, she hastily opened it to retrieve the meticulously formulated silk in a test tube. Gazing at the milky white liquid, her eyes widened, entranced by its gem-like clarity. Eagerly, she installed it into the prepared silk launcher, and with a flutter of nervous anticipation, she triggered the switch. A slender strand of silk shot forth, precisely connecting to the target. Staring at the shimmering silk before her, Gwen's eyes danced with colors, her gaze fixed on the radiant hues flowing across the surface. Parting her lips to reveal her pearly teeth, she beamed with pride. Subsequently, she activated the apparatus to assess the strength of the silk. As evening descended upon her home, Gwen donned her backpack, screwdriver in hand, ready to calibrate the silk launcher. Her room was entangled with cobwebs, particularly the photograph of herself and Charlotte, which had fallen victim to the sinister threads. With a swift motion, another strand shot forth, adhering to the ceiling. Gwen seized the web line with determination, hanging upside down, her legs gracefully executing a series of agile movements. Silently noting the design flaws of the web shooter, her expression hardened. It was time to conduct the final test. Although her suit was not yet complete, her eagerness to soar through the city was palpable. After a moment's hesitation, Gwen donned the costume she had stitched together herself. This suit had been fashioned from a Halloween costume, originally a court jester's outfit. With meticulous alterations, she had incorporated web patterns and alternating black and white lines. The once jester mask had been bleached and adorned with soft pink eyeshadow. Though it appeared somewhat loose and peculiar, Gwen had no better alternatives at the moment. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her reflection, feeling a surge of silent dismay at her unflattering appearance. Oh, how mortifying it would be if someone she knew were to see her like this. Chapter 34. My Spider-Man predecessor stuffing the costume into her backpack. She changed into a beige coat, rolling up the sleeves to conceal the web shooter on her wrist. With her hood drawn, Gwen stealthily peeked out from her front door. Not spotting Charlotte, she let out a sigh of relief. Closing the door behind her, Gwen sprinted away, clutching her vibrant purple backpack. Soon, adorned with pink headphones, she ascended to the rooftop of a towering building and stood at the edge, lifting her fair face to gaze at the distant sky. As dusk approached, the remnants of the sun illuminated a few soaring creatures in the air, while scattered lights and wisps of smoke drifted lazily. She had always been a tenacious individual. If Charlotte could do it, why couldn't she? Taking a deep breath, Gwen steeled her resolve. Seeing no one around, she gritted her teeth and swiftly pulled the costume from her bag, donning it with agility. Adjusting the web shooter on her wrist, she began the final calibrations, preparing for the birth of the ghost spider. With her eyes fixed on the dazzling, starry sky and her gaze lowered to the vibrant streets below, the gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing with it a sense of freedom and leisure. Gwen felt as though she floated in a sea of clouds, perfectly at ease. Extending her arms and recalling Charlotte's image from the videos, Gwen felt a surge of confidence. With a resolute expression, she raised her wrist and aimed the web shooter at the nearby skyscraper. If I were you, I would never choose to do this. A sudden voice startled Gwen. She swiftly turned around and beheld Spider-Man, leisurely perched beside the water tower on the rooftop, casually holding a cup of Americano. In just a few days of assuming the role of Spider-Man, Charlotte had already obtained 2 commendable skill cards, a satisfaction that filled her with contentment. Stealing a brief respite for herself, or rather, activating her spider sense, she immediately detected the peculiar movements of Gwen. It remained unclear what mischief Gwen was up to, prompting her stealthy approach to spy. In stark contrast to Charlotte's curiosity, Gwen's first reaction upon seeing Spider-Man was a feeble, cat-like whimper of surprise. In a fluster, she raised her hands to shield her embarrassingly unattractive mask. Internally cursing, Gwen had thought her experiment that evening would go unnoticed, only to be caught off guard by the last person she wished to encounter. Yawning, Charlotte stepped forward, shaking the pilfered coffee and tilting her head to scrutinize Gwen's oddly fashioned costume. Unable to resist a jest, she remarked, "My dear lady, are you preparing for a masquerade? Oh, my spider deity. I recall that Halloween is not yet upon us." Sipping her coffee through the mask, she glanced at the intricate patterns on Gwen's attire and slyly approached her, feigning surprise as she teased, "Goodness, the patterns resemble spider webs. How adorable. You must be my little fan." Puffing her chest with an air of idol-like grandeur, Charlotte critically assessed Gwen's haphazardly made costume from a superior vantage point, stating, "I must confess, the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. Spider-Man is quite displeased with this aspect. However, your passion for Spider-Man is something he truly appreciates." In her role as a mentor, Charlotte earnestly explained to Gwen, "A superhero's costume serves as their second visage. Sometimes a splendid outfit holds more significance than performing 100 good deeds. Humans are visual creatures, and sight plays a crucial role in information acquisition and communication, not merely in daily life, but across all facets. Thus, a favorable first impression is paramount to success. Wearing an unsightly costume is akin to running naked." Gwen, covering her face, seethed with irritation as she coldly glared at Charlotte, who stood there unabashedly. If only she had a more appealing costume, she mused. She would not have ventured out in such a dismal outfit. Just then, Charlotte discreetly equipped the Spider-Sense skill card, intending to engage in friendly interaction with Gwen, envisioning a playful scenario where both could claim the title of Spider-Man. Yet, the moment the skill card activated, Gwen, clutching her head, began to sway rapidly like a maraca. Charlotte blinked, utterly astonished as he faced this skill for the first time. Observing Gwen, whose head swayed and left an afterimage, he quickly canceled the skill card, prompting her to come to a halt, enveloped in a cloud of low pressure. Clearing his throat, Charlotte feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Ah, you are also Spider-Man. A charming little spider, yet you have a long journey ahead to become a worthy superhero." With a frustrated huff, Gwen, incensed, removed her jester mask and flung it to the ground, revealing her rosy cheeks beneath. Opening his mouth, the seasoned Spider-Man, with his hands clasped behind his back, earnestly elucidated, "As the foremost rule of being a superhero, you must, without exception, conceal your identity. Strive to keep it from everyone. Otherwise, you may bring unforeseen calamities upon your family and friends. This is of utmost importance." Charlotte, well aware of this truth, nodded in agreement. Gwen pouted, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her features. "Charlotte, I know it's you. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you donned a leather suit?" Gwen's familiarity with Charlotte was profound. It was not merely his tone, physique, or demeanor, but also the subtle gestures and the way he treated her that affirmed her certainty. Gazing at the Spider-Man mask, she could almost discern the mischievous smile of Charlotte beneath it. "Charlotte? Which Charlotte? You must be mistaken." He swiftly switched his acting skill card, suppressing his smile. Charlotte naturally portrayed confusion in response to Gwen's accusations. In an instant, the familiarity that once enveloped Gwen evaporated, leaving her confronted by a stranger. Her expression tinged with skepticism. She pondered if she had indeed misidentified him. "You are Charlotte," she asserted, biting her silver teeth, choosing to trust her instincts. Unless Spider-Man removed his mask or another Charlotte appeared before her, she was resolute that this Spider-Man was indeed Charlotte. "Ah, little spider. Though I know not who this Charlotte is, I can assure you, he must be a dashing figure, much like myself." Setting aside idle chatter, Charlotte continued with a confident smile, "I have long been aware of your presence, recognizing that New York has birthed another like me. Let me take a guess. You were bitten by a radioactive spider and awoke the next day to find yourself endowed with superpowers, yet feeling lost and disoriented. But you are fortunate. You have encountered a seasoned mentor like myself, who will guide you step by step in your journey to becoming a competent superhero and inherit my legacy." Gwen, arms crossed, regarded the slovenly clown costume that accentuated her figure with an air of disdain, remarking, "You are merely a few days ahead of me." Of course, it was not the child who utilized the actor's skill card. Charlotte offered a benevolent smile, swiftly crafting her character's backstory. A single lie often necessitates a myriad of others for concealment. The more lies one tells, the easier it becomes for them to be unraveled. Yet, only lies can veil lies. Thus, an idea sparked within Charlotte, prompting her to intensify her act for Gwen. Chapter 35. The Tale of Spider-Man. Since you have earnestly inquired, we shall generously enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard peace, and to uphold love and authenticity against malevolence, I am the charming and delightful hero. I am the messenger from the depths of hell, the good neighbor to the citizens of New York. A black hole, a dark tomorrow awaits you. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte added in a high-pitched voice, "That is precisely the case, meow." Gwen's lips twitched, increasingly convinced that this eccentric individual was indeed Charlotte. With hands clasped behind her back, Charlotte's sorrowful expression concealed beneath her mask, she softly fabricated her identity. I comprehend your skepticism towards me, hence I choose to be forthright. Gwen's expression flickered. Was Charlotte about to confess? Charlotte sighed, saying, in truth, I do not hail from this universe. I am from a parallel world of Spider-Man. This astonishing revelation caused Gwen's demeanor to collapse, numbly absorbing Charlotte's web of deceit. The tale began with a spider that had been subjected to radiation. After being bitten, I believed for the following 22 years that I was the sole Spider-Man in existence. However, the narrative took a turn. One fateful day, King, in a fit of inspiration, sought to resurrect his deceased wife and child, commanding his scientists to invent a powerful particle collider. The successful collision of particles connected several distinct parallel worlds. Just as his nefarious plan was on the verge of fruition, the magnificent, wise, and gallant Spider-Man thwarted him. Yet, an unexpected twist ensued. It turned out to be a sinister conspiracy against Spider-Man, a trap designed to exile me. A brilliant light engulfed me, drawing me into the portal of the opened parallel world. Upon awakening, I found myself here. Gwen, rolling her eyes, expressed her incredulity at Charlotte's tale. Can your fabrications become any more absurd? This sounds utterly like a nonsensical story. With hands placed firmly on his hips, Charlotte solemnly introduced himself to Gwen, stating, My name is Peter Parker. Huh, Gwen replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Charlotte, as if a floodgate had been opened, began to elaborate on his identity. I understand you may find it hard to believe, which is quite normal for someone as inexperienced as you. After all, you have yet to witness the absurdity of this world. As a Spider-Man with 22 years of experience, I have seen it all. At this point, no matter how bizarre the events may be, I remain unfazed. This is utterly ridiculous. You are clearly spinning tales, Gwen remarked, raising a delicate hand to touch her cheek in confusion. 22 years. How old are you now? She inquired. 40. Charlotte replied with a sense of pride. Huh. I'm older than you. Call me Daddy. You don't believe me? Upon seeing the expression on Gwen's face, Charlotte's demeanor shifted to one of nostalgia and sorrow as he began to recount his story. Very well, let me share my tale. I still remember the beginning. My very first foe, the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin? Gwen exclaimed, astonished. You can even create new characters. Casting a glance at her to signal her silence, Charlotte sought his composure and continued, his emotions complex. He was the first adversary I faced, and undoubtedly the most formidable. He possessed a dual personality, insidious, cunning, mad, extraordinarily intelligent, and utterly despicable, capable of seeing through the hearts of others. He was truly irredeemable, a villain beyond forgiveness. More importantly, through my investigations as Spider-Man, I discovered that he was none other than Norman Osborn. Uncle Osborn, Gwen exclaimed, her fingers pressed against her chin in rapt attention. After a moment of astonishment, her expression transformed into one of indignation. Charlotte, how can you speak of Uncle Osborn in such a way? He has always treated you well. He has merely fallen ill recently and needs treatment. Not to mention, Uncle Osborn is Harry's father. Charlotte rolled his eyes, deeply immersed in his narrative. I've already told you, I am Peter Parker. You have mistaken me for someone else. Ignoring Gwen, Charlotte continued, I recognized Norman as the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin recognized Peter as Spider-Man, exposing my identity and thrusting me into an unprecedented crisis. It taught me never to seek mercy from criminals. A pumpkin bomb was hurled into my room, exploding with a deafening bang. At that time, I had exerted all my strength, yet it was still too late. I could only save Aunt May, and when I unearthed Uncle Ben from the rubble, he was on the brink of death. Lying in my embrace, Uncle Ben, bloodied and battered, grasped my hands. His eyes shone with a brightness filled with hope and admiration as he uttered, with his last vestige of strength, with great power comes great responsibility. For reasons unknown, Gwen felt a shiver course through her entire being upon hearing those words within this narrative. They struck a profound chord within her, evoking a visceral sense of horror. Charlotte, fully enmeshed in the tale, spoke with fierce intensity, her voice tinged with despair. It is my fault. It is all my fault. I inadvertently revealed my identity. I discovered that Roman was the Green Goblin and foolishly clung to delusions of his goodness. I failed to save Uncle Ben and unwittingly brought the Green Goblin into my home. In that moment, hatred consumed my mind. After ensuring Aunt May was safe, I unleashed my webbing and pursued the Green Goblin with fervor. Charlotte's lips trembled slightly, her voice faltering. A fierce battle ensued, a clash of opposing forces, lasting for what felt like an eternity. I exhausted his pumpkin bombs, ultimately hurling him into a derelict building. As I prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the Green Goblin's head, I hesitated. With great power comes great responsibility. In the midst of the Green Goblin's maniacal laughter, I glimpsed the essence of evil and depravity. He yearned for me to take his life, eager to witness Spider-Man's hands stained with blood, to see a cruel and deranged soul birthed within me. Spider-Man cannot be consumed by hatred, nor can he allow Harry's father to perish at the hands of his best friend. I halted my strike, but alas, the Green Goblin did not. He stealthily activated his glider, attempting to take my life in a swift and lethal assault. Yet, relying on my spider sense, I evaded in the nick of time, while the Green Goblin met his demise upon his own contraption, collapsing before my eyes. Upon hearing the entirety of the tale, Gwen blinked in stunned silence, remarking, "Charlotte, your story is indeed fascinating." But soon after, news of Spider-Man's alleged murder graced the pages of the Daily Bugle, and the NYPD issued a warrant for Spider-Man's arrest. The once revered superhero had morphed into a vilified criminal. My dearest friend Harry believed that Spider-Man was the one who had slain his father, and in his quest for vengeance, he donned the mantle of the Green Goblin. Chapter 36. Spider-Gwen's costume. Upon hearing such explosive news regarding the Green Goblin, Gwen's expression turned to one of shock. However, Charlotte provided her no time to process, intent on solidifying her own identity. First, Professor Connors sought to remedy his severed arm by injecting himself with lizard serum, transforming into the lizard and losing his human reason, aiming to convert everyone into lizard beings. I successfully thwarted him, yet he met his end amidst the collapse of Oscorp Tower. Subsequently, there was Vulture, a thief employing alien technology, who, incidentally, was the father of my crush and perished during our battle due to a technological malfunction explosion. The object of my unrequited affection, Gwen's eyes flickered, her lips gently biting as she swiftly grasped the blind spot. Charlotte remained unfazed, continuing to narrate calmly. Next came Dr. Octavius, the formidable octopus, who, in his pursuit of creating new energy, invented mechanical tentacles that delved into the central nervous system. However, due to a malfunctioning control chip, he formed a new neural center with the mechanical appendages. During our battle, his creation spiraled out of control to halt the chaos. He embraced his greatest invention and sank into the depths of the ocean. Following this was Venom, an extraterrestrial entity that, dear God, amplified my darker side, leading me to indulge in mischief and malevolence. Although I managed to free myself from his grasp, he replicated my superpowers and subsequently possessed my colleague, Eddie. In his quest for revenge, Venom allied with the Green Goblin and the defeated Electro to orchestrate a nefarious scheme. During a fierce confrontation, Harry uncovered my identity and turned against Venom to assist me. Yet, tragedy struck. He perished, as did Venom, Eddie, and Electro, and even Mary Jane, who was captured and threatened. Oh my God. Gwen, listening intently, covered her mouth, her expression shifting to one of solemnity. Charlotte gravely stated, "Secondly, never attempt to save someone directly with webbing." I tried. The web ensnared Mary Jane, yet inertia caused her to crash heavily to the ground. With her eyes closed, she lay in my arms as if in slumber, and soon thereafter, I bid farewell to Aunt May. Oh, my God. As she gazed at Charlotte, Gwen could not suppress her overwhelming sympathy. Gwen, she suffered the most tragic fate. Charlotte reminisced wistfully, while Gwen's lips twitched in response. Huh. A blink of realization struck Gwen. Indeed, those who were meant to perish had all met their ends, and now it seemed her turn was approaching. Her father, Sheriff George, had sacrificed himself during the lizard incident, and knowing my identity as Spider-Man had fostered resentment within her. Breath catching in her throat, Gwen bit her lip. Furrowing her brow as she pondered, Charlotte certainly spins an elaborate tale, weaving in even her father's fate. Yet, her heart trembled inexplicably, finding herself somewhat inclined to believe Charlotte's narrative. All my loved ones and friends have perished, plunging me into a despairing abyss until I encountered Gwen anew. Our reunion was filled with such joy, such elation. However, one fateful day, before my very eyes, in the midst of our kiss, Gwen turned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. I spat out a mouthful of sand and, with tears in my eyes, inquired of Iron Man, Tony Stark, what had transpired. Only then did I learn that during my period of despair, a war had erupted that encompassed the entire universe. Charlotte paused, closed her mouth, and felt she had revealed far too much, hastily attempting to mitigate the situation. Ahem, of course, all of this pertains to events in our world, in yours. These occurrences may not necessarily unfold. Upon hearing the dramatic saga of Charlotte's life, Gwen rolled her eyes. Come on, keep spinning your tale. It has indeed taken on quite a narrative depth and complexity. truly deserving of the genius label I've always attributed to you. Though I hadn't anticipated Charlotte possessed a flair for storytelling. Charlotte spoke solemnly. In summary, before you stands a senior with 22 years of experience as Spider-Man. I am not merely Charlotte, but Peter Parker, and my arrival here was not of my own volition. You are the Spider-Man of this world. My role is to mentor you, ensuring you do not repeat my mistakes. Gwen snickered, crossing her arms as she scrutinized Charlotte's fidgeting with his ears, and sarcastically remarked, "Well then, senior, what should our first course of action be?" Stepping closer, Charlotte stood directly before Gwen, the black compound eyes of his spider mask imposing upon her. Yet, Gwen remained unfazed, boldly puffing out her chest. Charlotte's gaze shifted downward before he took a step back, expressing his distaste. The first order of business is, of course, to craft a suitable battle suit tailored for you. While Spider-Men of parallel universes are indeed craftsmen, I must say, Ghost Spider, your self-made suit is utterly atrocious. Struck at a sensitive point, Gwen emitted a shriek of indignation, glaring at Charlotte in anger. Do not mention this again. It was merely a rushed creation. The final version of my suit will certainly not resemble this. Charlotte casually flicked his fingers and grasped a loose thread from Gwen's suit, giving it a gentle tug and commenting, "This is simply horrendous." Before he could finish his sentence, that single tug caused Gwen's suit to unravel rapidly, revealing her beneath a light yellow outfit. Gwen stared at Charlotte in shock, her face a mix of embarrassment and fury. Charlotte had not anticipated such a turn of events. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the skill card, Enemy Shyness, allowing you to remove an opponent's battle attire upon their defeat. Free attribute points, too. Subsequently, Charlotte disregarded the flustered Gwen and reveled in the recent acquisition of his skill card. I want to fly, momentarily suspended in midair. Live broadcast. You are currently engaged in a live stream. Charlotte, Spider-Man, what exactly do you intend to do? A roar from Gwen pierced the air, and upon noticing the tightness of her fists, Charlotte awkwardly explained, I merely tugged gently. You idiot, Gwen exclaimed, her frustration palpable. But Charlotte solemnly interjected, as your superhero mentor, the first task is undoubtedly to craft a bespoke suit for you. I trust you have a vision in mind. Present it, and I shall handle the rest. Gwen cast a fleeting glance at Charlotte's attire, calming her anger as she hesitantly retrieved a small notebook from her backpack, contemplating whether to share it with him. However, with swift reflexes, Charlotte snatched it away. Flipping through the pages, he stumbled upon Gwen's whimsical sketches of a sultry figure. Draped in a spider suit, she lounged on a bed, her legs elegantly arched, propped up on one arm, her costume artfully accentuating her curves. Charlotte, Gwen, no. That's not it. Forget it, and turn the page. Gwen urged, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Charlotte, maintaining a stoic demeanor, glanced at Gwen's figure before dutifully turning to the next page, where he immediately beheld her design for his suit. Chapter 37. This is unscientific. Creating a superhero suit is indeed a craft, and Charlotte possessed a remarkable talent for it. He retrieved a carbon pen from the pig-nose pocket of his shirt and began inscribing data in the notebook. Curiously, Gwen tiptoed to take a look, nearly striking Charlotte in frustration upon seeing the initial entries, her height and measurements. You jerk, how did you know? She exclaimed, casting a knowing glance at Gwen. Charlotte replied earnestly, as a seasoned tailor, such details are readily discernible. He proceeded to jot down sleeve length, pant length, thigh circumference, and head circumference. Handing the notebook back to Gwen, Charlotte confidently inquired, Do you see any issues? Gwen, blushing slightly and turning her face away, shook her head. No, I'm confident. Observing Gwen before him, Charlotte rolled his eyes nonchalantly and resumed reconstructing the design in the notebook, meticulously marking the details and specifying the materials. After a moment's contemplation, he modified the material selections, drawing upon his knowledge from this world to pen several new options for her to consider. With the preparatory work complete, he lifted his pen and, upon glancing up, was greeted by Gwen's expression of incredulity. Charlotte, you've been exposed. You actually know how to make your own suit. And you've already created one for yourself. You weirdo. What's wrong? Charlotte asked, perplexed by Gwen's reaction. Was she dissatisfied with the suit design? Adjusting her comfortable and transparent battle suit, Charlotte enthusiastically explained to Gwen, Novice, every superhero possesses the ability to craft their own attire. Don't ask me why. It's simply an essential skill for any superhero. You are fortunate. I have been a tailor for 20 years, and my craftsmanship will surely not disappoint you. Gwen, feeling a sense of accomplishment as if she had caught Charlotte off guard, raised her chin and, in a teasing tone, asked, So, what should we do next, Spider Senior? Glancing at Gwen's wrist, Charlotte replied, Naturally, we must familiarize you with swinging on web lines. I can see you have a remarkable talent. Of course, Gwen was talented. Even in Charlotte's absence, she would inevitably become the Spider-Man of this world. However, Charlotte continued, choosing a high-rise building for your first leap is an exceedingly irresponsible decision. As a novice, little spider, you should opt for a lower level. To exemplify her point, Charlotte candidly shared her own misadventure. I once fell from a tall building because I ran out of web fluid, landing directly into a trash bin. My back still aches at the thought, a lingering reminder of that day. Gwen was incredulous. What a story. You've spun quite the tale. A glance at Charlotte's posture, straight back, relaxed shoulders, revealed no signs of middle age, radiating youthful vitality. The snug suit accentuated Charlotte's physique, highlighting the contours of her abdomen, the definition of her arms, and even the firmness of her backside. Gwen's cheeks flushed as she turned away, her widened eyes betraying her inner turmoil. For reasons unknown, she recalled that morning when her head rose and fell in sync with Charlotte's deep breaths, the rhythmic thump of his heart echoing in her ears. Why had she never noticed how handsome Charlotte was before? Hey! With a frown, Charlotte stepped forward, causing Gwen to turn back just in time to see his face draw near, startling her. She quickly recoiled, nearly toppling over the edge of the building. Ha ha! Gwen chuckled awkwardly, her cheeks aflame, her demeanor decidedly unnatural. What were you just saying? I wasn't listening. Charlotte, with a firm voice, commanded, jump. What? I said jump. He stepped closer, his expression serious. Charlotte's tone inexplicably quickened Gwen's heartbeat. She glanced down at the distant ground, unable to suppress a gulp. I said jump. Rest assured. With me here, you will be perfectly safe, Charlotte reassured her from behind. His words instilled a profound sense of security in Gwen. She raised her right hand, aiming at the neighboring building, and pressed the button in her palm. Amidst her anxious gaze, a strand of web shot forth, striking the target with unerring precision. With a powerful tug on the web, feeling its strength, excitement illuminated Gwen's face, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot. She glanced back at the relaxed Charlotte before leaping into the air. She traced a perfect arc through the sky, the wind rushing past her ears. This sensation felt akin to soaring through the heavens, inspiring a desire to shout in joy. Yet, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Gwen was soon engulfed in panic as the wall of the building loomed ever closer. Thud! Gwen crashed heavily against the building, her head spinning. Grasping the web with one hand, she clutched her nose in pain with the other. Connected to the sturdy web, Charlotte squatted above her, looking down at the disheveled Gwen with a teasing grin, his tone mocking. Little spider, that was quite the thrill, wasn't it? Congratulations, you've just completed Spider-Man's first lesson. Cursing Charlotte silently, Gwen remained tight-lipped, scowling as she rubbed her nose and pressed her fingers against the building's glass facade, perfectly adhering to its surface. After a brief moment of experimentation, she stood upright, balancing horizontally on the building, facing the upside-down Charlotte and the vast sky beyond. This feeling was utterly novel. Gwen tentatively took a step forward, controlling her body as she ventured out. Ah, this is a giant leap for you, yet a small step for Ghost Spider. Congratulations, little spider. You truly possess talent, Charlotte exclaimed, shaking his arms. Unlike the agile Gwen, who had the ability to cling, Charlotte hung from the web like a worm suspended on a string. Gwen quickly noticed this disparity and, with a sweet smile, crouched in front of Charlotte. Opening her lips, why are you hanging here like this, Spider-Man, instead of walking effortlessly on the wall like I am? Don't you enjoy it? Charlotte scoffed twice. Do you think you're amusing? Let me tell you, you've successfully irritated me. Want to see Spider-Man's true skills? Crouching before the upside-down Spider-Man, Gwen's eyes sparkled with mirth. I would love to witness that. Humph. With a cold huff, Charlotte turned, pushing off the wall with his feet, releasing the web. Before Gwen could comprehend Charlotte's intentions, she was astonished to see him floating mid-air, as if gravity had ceased to exist, arms crossed over his chest, suspended in the void. What the? Ruffling her tousled golden hair, Gwen gazed at Charlotte in disbelief, exclaiming, this is unscientific. How are you doing this? Is there a transparent web above your head? Or ropes prepared beneath your feet? Or no. One by one, these thoughts were dismissed. As Charlotte hovered suspended in midair, Gwen felt as though the worldview she had painstakingly built over the past decade was crumbling before her very eyes. This was simply astonishing. How could this be possible? It was utterly implausible. Humans were not meant to fly. Gravity forbade such a phenomenon. I had warned you, your knowledge is too limited. Little spider, in the face of certain scenarios, you must learn to set aside your scientific reasoning, for this is merely the beginning. The first use of the skill card, I want to fly, briefly suspended in midair, brought him considerable astonishment. Indeed, Charlotte could only hover for a fleeting moment, yet each instance of suspension was distinct. While he appeared to stand effortlessly in the air, he was, in reality, descending slowly towards the ground. Admittedly, this was rather unscientific, yet it was undeniably systematic. With a smile gracing his lips, Charlotte reveled in witnessing Gwen's worldview disintegrate piece by piece, and with a sudden burst of inspiration, he equipped another skill card, the coolest guy. Upon equipping this card, you become the most stylish individual. As soon as it was activated, an explosive sound resonated from the heights above, echoing throughout New York, capturing the attention of all. A Japanese song filled the air from the distant heights, leaving everyone gazing incredulously at the sky. "Oh my God!" exclaimed George, leaning against his vehicle, a cigarette falling from his lips and burning a small hole in his trousers. Yet he was oblivious to it all. Hank, equally taken aback, poked his head out from the driver's seat, exclaiming, "What the hell?" But they were not alone. Every individual who heard the rousing music displayed a myriad of expressions. Was this truly the end of the world? Everyone craned their necks, peering skyward in search of the source of the melody. The sky transformed into a vast canvas, illuminated by a soft glow, revealing a colossal spider emblem. Amidst the music, a chilling scream punctuated the air as a menacing Spider-Man emerged from the shadows, materializing in the very center of the sky. Those gazing skyward were left in sheer astonishment. And this was merely the beginning. Yeah. In the interstice of darkness, navigating through the shadowy skyscrapers, Spider-Man. Light, with piercing eyes ablaze, Spider-Man. As the blurred visuals played out above, a brilliant spotlight descended, illuminating Charlotte suspended midair. Everything transpired with astonishing abruptness. The moment the music began to play, Charlotte's previously triumphant expression froze in disbelief as he gazed skyward. Echoing in his mind were the system's words accompanying the skill card. Upon equipping this card, you shall become the most dazzling of figures. Good gracious, could it be this outrageous? In a flurry, he hastily altered his skill card, causing the extraordinary phenomenon that had engulfed New York to vanish in an instant. Charlotte struggled to maintain his composure and elegance as he turned to Gwen, who stared at him wide-eyed and speechless, and remarked, "Isn't it marvelous? Discreet, for every Spider-Man possesses a theme song unique to them, and admittedly, mine is rather ostentatious." "My God, how did you accomplish that?" Gwen continued to gaze upward, her mind utterly blank. Her experience was indeed limited. This was beyond the realms of science. Not to mention theology. How could Spider-Man's theme resonate from the heavens? Maintaining an outward calm, Charlotte discreetly blacklisted another skill card and observed the gathering crowd below, who were pointing and whispering at him and Gwen. This was not a suitable place to linger. With a swift flick of his wrist, he launched a web and soared into the distance, with Gwen following suit after a brief moment of hesitation. Charlotte reached the rooftop adjacent to an alley first, standing resolutely in place. Upon Gwen's arrival, he noticed the myriad questions brewing within her and raised a hand to silence her, nodding towards the alley. "Little spider, what do you see?" All her questions were swallowed, and she lowered her gaze to the dimly lit alley, which appeared desolate, lonely, sparsely populated, shrouded in darkness, cold, and filthy. Debris littered the ground, and an unbearable stench permeated the air. Gwen shook her head in confusion. Charlotte's expression turned solemn as he declared, "This is evil. Most of the time, it lurks in the unseen, intangible places. The world is absurd, and human nature is vile. A true superhero does not merely apprehend thieves or confront robbers. Rather, they face the ugliness of this world, struggling amidst the surging tide of humanity, fighting for their very existence. Little spider, are you truly prepared to confront all of this?" Charlotte's words caused Gwen to stiffen, momentarily forgetting the bizarre encounter they had just experienced. Her gaze towards the alley became increasingly serious and focused. Her father was a sheriff, and out of curiosity, she had encountered some of the most heinous cases, which revealed to her just how depraved human nature could be. Yet, now confronted with Charlotte's question, she found herself at a loss for words. A faint sense of shame washed over her as Gwen suddenly realized that her desire to become a superhero was more a fleeting passion than a well-considered aspiration. She had never truly contemplated what she would have to face, nor was she entirely prepared for the challenges ahead. Taking a deep breath, Gwen resolutely declared, "Although I am not entirely prepared, I have faith in myself. Having confidence is all that matters." Charlotte solemnly nodded, with her hands clasped behind her back. To aspire to be a superhero, one must begin with the small tasks to hone one's heart and will. Observe the rubbish that litters this alley, dark, dingy, filthy, and foul-smelling. Little spider, go down and clean up this mess. What? Gwen's grave demeanor faltered as disbelief washed over her. Clean up rubbish? Is this what you consider darkness and evil? Surely not. Little spider, you wouldn't shy away from such trivial tasks, would you? Or do you believe that being a superhero merely entails swinging through the night sky, indulging one's own desires under the guise of protecting the world? Your future will present countless trials and tribulations, and yet, you are deterred by the refuse of a mere alley? Before Gwen could retort, Charlotte shot out a web, retrieving a garbage bag and a litter picker, which she handed to Gwen. Every small task is indeed significant, some even urgent and challenging. If you are unwilling to tackle the small things, how can you expect to manage greater and more difficult endeavors? Accept these, little spider. This is your first lesson. Seeing Gwen completely distracted as she accepted the items, Charlotte smiled and shot a web, saying, "All right, you clean up the rubbish here. I must go save the world." With that, she swiftly departed, leaving Gwen standing there in stunned silence. Chapter 39. Experiment. The following morning, Charlotte arrived on the Harley that Yuan Hua had arranged for him, stopping at Gwen's doorstep. Gwen emerged clad in a sky blue shirt, paired with a bulging white tank top tucked into form-fitting jeans that accentuated her graceful legs. With dark circles under her eyes, she trudged out, accepted the helmet, and skillfully leapt onto the seat behind Charlotte. Noticing Gwen's lackluster spirit, Charlotte feigned ignorance and casually inquired, "Gwen, what is wrong with your eyes? Are they self-made bags? Enough of your nonsense." Gwen seethed, combining old grievances with new as she reached out and clawed at Charlotte's waist. Wincing in pain, Charlotte swatted Gwen's hand away and did not linger. Equipping the skill card, he accelerated the motorcycle. Besides dropping Gwen off, he had more pressing matters to attend to that day. One of those tasks was to create a web shooter. He couldn't possibly rely on the infernal skill card for every use of his webbing. That would make him appear foolish. Once the web shooter was completed, it would be tantamount to having a permanent skill card, freeing up an additional skill slot. Carrying a suitcase, I descended into the sewer, navigating through various passages until I arrived once more at Dr. Connor's underground laboratory. After donning a dust-proof suit and ensuring proper disinfection, I entered the premises. Remarkably, little had changed since my last visit. The sole transformation was in Dr. Connors himself. He appeared significantly more vibrant, shedding the pallor of despair that had once enveloped him. Upon seeing Shano, Dr. Connors expressed mild astonishment, clearly taken aback by Shano's presence. "Hello, Shano," he greeted. "You seem to be in excellent spirits." "Hello, Dr. Connors. You look quite well yourself," Shano replied. Following their brief exchange of pleasantries, Dr. Connor's attention returned to the experiment at hand. Shano, adjusting his lab coat, proceeded to the workstation, seamlessly immersing himself in his material experiments. He casually picked up a pristine test tube, observing Dr. Connors as he clumsily manipulated the apparatus before him, often resorting to using his mouth as an additional tool. A simple operation left Dr. Connors in a flurry of confusion. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shano inquired, "Doctor, why do you not consider hiring a research assistant?" Dr. Connors chuckled, "I did attempt to find one, but you declined, did you not?" With the press of a button, the high-speed centrifuge whirred to life. Dr. Connors turned to Shano, saying, "This serum is the culmination of my years of research. Countless individuals, driven by ulterior motives, have sought to wrest it from me. I shall not permit any despicable thief to approach it. Those assistants are nothing but ungrateful ingrates. Please assist me, Shano. I trust you completely. I know we can achieve greatness together." While conversing with Dr. Connors, Shano worked diligently, quickly replicating the spider silk material based on the equations recorded by Gwen. However, mere replication did not suffice for Shano's satisfaction. He intended to use this formula as a foundation, modifying it by adding supplementary fillers to create a comfortable suit for Gwen. As for his own spider silk, inspiration had already begun to bloom within him. "Apologies, Dr. Connors, but utilizing animal serum to modify the human genome editing system is perilous and uncontrollable. Aside from the protagonist, how many others who have injected animal serum have met with a favorable outcome? Most have either succumbed to their darker impulses or been consumed by their own desires. Dr. Connors, you are perhaps the most tragic case, having transformed into a mindless lizard creature. In my view, lizards do not represent a viable subject for study. If you wish to restore your arm, perhaps a change in course is warranted." Upon hearing these words, Connors was instantly incensed. However, as the speaker was Charlotte, he suppressed his fury and, with a dry voice laced with restrained anger, inquired, "Charlotte, what brilliant insight do you have now? Starfish? Earthworms? Or sea cucumbers?" Recalling scenes from the film, Charlotte, with a faint smile, replied, "My suggestion is plants." "Plants?" A cold sneer crept across Dr. Connor's face. This was a blatant disparagement of his research topic, eliciting his utmost discontent. I thought you would suggest salamanders. Plants? Plants? No. This is utterly preposterous. Our formula cannot possibly utilize plants to create serum. With hands raised in exasperation, Charlotte, observing Connor's reddening face and eruption of rage, attempted to placate him. Dr. Connors, I am merely offering you a suggestion. For animal serum to succeed, one must encounter a rare stroke of luck. No one can guarantee that their genes will perfectly align with those of a lizard. A slight miscalculation could result in the birth of a monstrous abomination. Opening a box, Charlotte began assembling the experimental apparatus, preparing to complete the spider silk launcher before proceeding to the silk production. Connors remained unsatisfied with Charlotte's remarks, furiously retorting, "Monsters? Charlotte, I have been researching lizard serum for 10 years. A decade of relentless effort, accumulated drop by drop. Lizards, lizards, lizards. They are the most suitable organisms for human genetics. A divine gift to humanity, endowing us with the ability to regenerate lost limbs, a veritable treasure trove. Consider it, Charlotte. We could enable all those who have lost limbs to regrow their arms, allowing every resilient soul a brighter future. I am not doing this solely for myself. I wish for more people who have lost limbs to regain their happiness. This is a salvation. We are so close, just one final step away." With a sigh, Charlotte resumed his work, firmly declining. "Court, you are a good person, but we are not meant to be." Receiving a definitive rejection, Connors exhaled sharply. Huffing in frustration and turning away from Charlotte, casting a glance at the engineering apparatus Charlotte was installing before storming off towards the centrifuge. Free from the vexatious presence of Connors, who was unwilling to entertain any dissenting opinions, Charlotte relished the tranquility. He donned protective goggles and immersed himself in his work. The events of the previous night had stirred considerable commotion, with countless images captured by various devices quickly circulating on the internet, garnering widespread societal attention. Many offered comments, suggesting that Spider-Man was an extraterrestrial utilizing alien technology to produce such breathtaking effects. Certainly, some perceive Spider-Man as an angel dispatched by God, a miracle that occurred last night serving as proof of divine existence, with Spider-Man being likened to a modern-day Jesus. Conspiracy theorists assert that this grandiose vision heralds the impending destruction of the world, a warning from God to humanity, claiming that the appearance of Spider-Man signifies the harbinger of annihilation, who must be eliminated forthwith to safeguard our world. Although media reports may be delayed, they are never absent. The Hornblower Daily was the first to publish an article vehemently condemning Spider-Man, labeling him a pest, a grotesque disruptor of public peace, a malignant force undermining societal order, and calling for his resolute opposition. Ultimately, the pressure fell upon the police, leaving George in a state of helplessness. What else could he do? Could he possibly apprehend Spider-Man for questioning? Chapter 40. You should not conceal this from him while on the phone. Yulan sighed and shook her head at George. Observing her expression, a mask of anguish enveloped George's face, his brow furrowed, and he anxiously tugged at his hair. Not long after, the investigation into the Life Restorer found itself once again ensnared in a quandary. The team pursued leads towards the commander of the combat squad from years past, but the military declared him long retired, providing only an identity record, and he had since vanished without a trace. Just days after losing this lead, a similar gunfight erupted in the alleys of Hell's Kitchen. Those nearby rushed to assist, yet before they could enter the alley, a sudden gunshot echoed through the air. This familiar sensation sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting them to race to the scene. Indeed, everything felt both familiar and foreign. Only one individual remained alive, clutching a handgun, while 6 others lay lifeless on the ground, each having met their end with a .41 caliber weapon in hand. Faced with the dwindling survivor, George wasted no time contemplating the circumstances and immediately commenced treatment, striving to preserve the integrity of the crime scene. They executed every possible action, even those they had previously avoided. Yet, contrary to their hopes, the outcome mirrored the earlier incident with eerie precision. Upon examining the scene, it became apparent that no residual evidence remained. All signs pointed to a sudden eruption of internal conflict. There were no extraneous footprints, no superfluous fingerprints, no additional firearms, and certainly no spent casings. The scene was impeccably pristine. After conducting a rudimentary reconstruction, Yulan quickly confirmed that the first victim to fall was the wounded individual who had succumbed midway, having fired the last bullet. Initially, the agents from the Bureau found George's reaction somewhat excessive, but once the news of the survivor's death aboard the ambulance reached them, they promptly dismissed that notion. Such a situation can be deemed a mere coincidence. However, when a similar occurrence transpires for a second time under prepared circumstances, It can no longer be brushed aside as serendipity. It has been ascertained that the deceased on the ambulance was none other than Ryan, the former leader of their team, whom they had sought for so long. This revelation cast a shadow of despair. Smith, clad in a suit and tie, with sunglasses perched on his face in the dead of night, appeared starkly out of place among them. His role was that of a military liaison investigator. Yet his imposing stature, upright posture, and reserved yet commanding presence rendered him more akin to a seasoned operative than a mere investigator. With his golden locks and youthful handsomeness, a subtle smile perpetually graced his lips, exuding confidence and ease. A few days prior, his colleague Coulson had been reassigned due to an urgent matter, leaving Smith to take charge of this incident. He cast a cursory glance at the lifeless body and the splattered blood on the ground. Observing the pattern of the blood spatter, Smith narrowed his eyes and followed the trail of crimson to the wall, stepping nonchalantly through the bloodied scene. He stood beside the wall, raising his hand to rest against it. George, fully aware of Smith's capabilities, followed closely in his footsteps. Following the line of Smith's hand, he spotted a bullet hole high above. Attempting to reach for it proved futile, and with an unchanged expression, Smith smiled and remarked, "Officer George, you are indeed correct. There exists an eighth individual at the scene, one who likely fled along the wall before we arrived, subsequently silencing the last witness." "Are you suggesting Spider-Man?" Hank exclaimed incredulously. The notion of evading along the wall immediately conjured thoughts of the renowned superhero. How could that be possible? What enmity could Spider-Man have with the Life Restorer? How could he possibly orchestrate all of this? With a grave demeanor, George shook his head, resolute in his stance that no conclusions could be drawn before uncovering the truth. Gently tapping his shoulder, Smith stated, "This is Hell's Kitchen, Officer George. The Life Restorer has long been lurking here. Do you know whose territory this is?" "This place." George paused momentarily. "This area is managed by a gang known as the Water Gang, but just 2 days ago, they were eradicated. Those who died, those who fled, hiding terrorists?" They could not have achieved such a feat. Nodding in agreement with George's assessment, Smith suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, Officer George, are you familiar with a legend that has circulated in New York? A legend concerning the Mafia? Are you referring to the urban legend of the Empire Organization?" George asked thoughtfully. Yulon possesses a voice in this matter. The so-called Empire Organization, often referred to as the New York Mafia, seemingly encompasses all gangs within New York, suggesting that they clandestinely adhere to the directives of this mafia, extending their influence throughout the United States and beyond, impacting the entire world. Beneath the surface, this criminal empire is purported to have a singular leader, the sovereign of the underworld. This legend flourishes particularly in Hell's Kitchen. However, our law enforcement has never uncovered evidence of this criminal empire's existence, nor have we discovered any underground monarch. It is likely a fabrication, a myth spun among petty criminals. Smith paused, his expression stern as he gazed at George and Yulon. What if I were to assert that this so-called Empire Organization truly exists? The notion startled George and Yulon, a sudden chill causing beads of sweat to dampen their backs. In contrast, Hank remained dismissive, while Bob remained silent. If such a deeply hidden organization truly existed in New York, George could scarcely fathom the depths of its malevolence. Smith's eyes were laden with meaning. "Officer George, if that organization indeed exists, could it not provide a perfect explanation for how the Life Restorer could conceal themselves here, right under the noses of the New York police?" George opened his mouth to respond, but offered no words. Smith murmured to himself, "I believe that the king of the underworld must possess some knowledge, yet alas, we cannot question him." Glancing at the bullet holes above, Smith expressed his disappointment. "Furthermore, there is Spider-Man, whom we cannot locate to inquire if he knows anything." After a brief pause, Smith turned his attention back to George. "However, there is one individual who may hold additional clues." A slight heaviness settled in George's heart as he inquired with a hardened tone, "Who is this person you speak of?" "Sharon," Smith replied calmly, "the survivor of the first Arkham attack, and also a victim in the second incident, which you have somewhat concealed. Coincidentally, all members of the Life Restorers who had previously assaulted him mysteriously perished." "Officer George, do you truly believe all of this to be mere coincidence?" George locked eyes with Smith, clenching his right fist, and earnestly replied, "Indeed, I am convinced that this is all coincidence." A faint chuckle escaped Smith's lips as he coldly retorted, "If you genuinely believe everything is mere coincidence, you would not have concealed it from him." Chapter 41. The training moment of the Phantom Spider. Dressed in casual attire, he tucked his striking golden hair beneath a hood and slung a backpack over his shoulder. In her mind, memories of the previous night lingered. She had spent hours collecting refuse in darkness, and since Spider-Man's departure, he had not returned. which left a trace of dissatisfaction etched upon her features. Turning right as she stepped outside, her gaze swept over the pitch-black windows of Charlotte, and Gwen raised an eyebrow. Striding forward, before long, she found herself bathed in the dim glow of moonlight, noticing the absence of any onlookers. With a flick of her wrist, she launched a web, and with a powerful tug, her form soared into the night sky like an arrow released from a bow. Having resolved to embrace the mantle of a superhero, Gwen had no intention of wavering. Although yesterday's ordeal had stirred discontent within her, today, idling at Hammer Tech, she pondered and concluded that everything that transpired was merely a test devised by Spider-Man. She became increasingly convinced that Spider-Man was indeed that scoundrel from Charlotte. The notions of parallel worlds, Peter Parker, the Lizard, Dr. Octopus, the Green Goblin, and Venom were nothing but fabrications, conjured to obscure his true identity with a feeble lie. As for the refuse collection, it was intended to assess her determination, perseverance, and patience, as well as to gauge whether she might falter along the way. If her instincts were correct, Spider-Man would surely be there at that moment. With a mental image firmly in place, Gwen's lips curled into a smirk, a gentle smile illuminating her face. She swiftly departed the residential area, her speed intensifying amid the towering edifices. Soon enough, she returned to the rooftop from the previous day, gazing down at the alley she had meticulously tidied. The alley lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of the long-awaited figure of Spider-Man. Peering around, Gwen surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she searched for any trace of him. Yet, standing still, she found herself in solitude. Save for a stray cat that leapt past and vanished into the obscurity of a darkened alley. A profound sense of disappointment enveloped Gwen's heart for reasons she could not articulate. Clenching her fists, her once straight posture began to slump, the weight of her disillusionment spreading within her. An inexplicable grievance caused tears to well in her eyes. "What are you doing?" she inquired, as Charlotte descended from above. Having observed her for some time, "You run pretty fast. I almost lost you. And where exactly is this?" Startled, Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Turning around, she discovered Spider-Man, appearing once again like a specter, silently re-emerging behind her. Her eyes sparkled, and she offered Charlotte a sweet smile, her radiance momentarily captivating him. Yet, Charlotte merely blinked and, with curiosity, asked, "Are your eyes dry?" "Huh." Gwen was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting from delight to restraint. Regarding Charlotte's peculiar query, she had no intention of responding. Habitually crossing her arms, she retorted, "Oh, the great hero Spider-Man of New York City, are you truly going to make me pick up trash today? If it comes to picking up trash, so be it. But let me assure you, I will never give up." "Of course not," Charlotte replied, shaking his head. Yesterday had merely been a tactic to divert Gwen's attention after an embarrassing incident. And today he intended to impart to her a wealth of valuable insights he had recently gathered. Stepping closer, he assessed that the proud Gwen was prepared. With an unrelenting motion, he sharply tapped her forehead with his finger, producing a resounding crack. As pain surged, Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Charlotte before her. "Novice, the first lesson you must learn is to master your spider sense, and to gain perfect control over your super strength, enhanced vision, and adhesion abilities. There is an ancient Chinese saying, 'Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated.' As a superhero, the most crucial aspect is to possess a clear understanding of one's own capabilities." Covering her swollen forehead, Gwen gritted her teeth, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Casting an angry glare at Charlotte, she lowered her hand, clenched her fists, and assumed a fighting stance, declaring, "You jerk. I understand your meaning now. Let us fight. Allow me to witness the prowess of the esteemed Spider-Man and see how you can help me integrate my spider sense." Having trained in martial arts under George since childhood, Gwen was certain that even in terms of sheer strength, Charlotte was no match for her. Yet, Charlotte remained unfazed, calmly stating, "You will see." As Gwen's expression solidified into one of astonishment, she watched Charlotte retrieve a handgun from the chest of his suit. A malicious smile spread across his face as he aimed at her shoulder, declaring, "The special training has commenced. Aren't you going to run, little spider? If I catch you." Hee hee. Gwen, stunned by the sight of Charlotte's finger poised on the trigger, felt time slow around her. Forced into spider sense mode, she quickly spun around, launching herself into the air with a web-slinging maneuver. However, a sudden sharp pain shot through her backside, and as her mind blanked mid-flight, she glanced back to see Charlotte brandishing another handgun, grinning wickedly as he fired several rubber bullets at her. In a flash, the training proved effective, her cheeks flushed. Gwen adeptly maneuvered in mid-air, evading the barrage of bullets, and promptly fled the scene, darting into the distance. Reloading his magazine, Charlotte began adjusting his web shooter, brimming with enthusiasm as he activated his spider sense. He focused intently on the direction Gwen had taken, launching a web to pursue her. The strands of the system's skill card emerged, possessing a genetic sequence perfectly attuned to Charlotte, rendering them wholly compatible. These strands, as thick as a rope, disregarded scientific principles and operated with remarkable ease, akin to an extension of Charlotte's own body. However, the strands produced were fraught with limitations. In comparison to skill cards, they were utterly inferior, mere soulless tools. What vexed Charlotte the most was the fact that these strands adhered to the rules of science. Such a disappointment. Nevertheless, having something was preferable to having nothing at all. Utilizing his spider sense, Charlotte successfully encircled Gwen, launching a surprise attack from the shadows of the building's blind spot. Shortly thereafter, he descended from above, delivering a substantial shock to Gwen. Charlotte had specially treated the rubber bullets, resulting in Gwen's formerly pristine gray attire now marred with vibrant marks from the impacts, even leaving a faint pink imprint on the left side of her face. Gwen, glaring at the approaching Charlotte, burned with fury, wishing nothing more than to dismember him completely. This scoundrel had pursued her for hours, striking unexpectedly. Determined, she resolved to no longer flee. Gwen had long realized that Charlotte's spider sense was overwhelmingly superior to hers. Although she appeared to be escaping, she was merely a headless fly caught in the web of Spider-Man, continuously in a state of passive evasion. It must be said that Charlotte's rigorous training had indeed proven effective, enhancing Gwen's mastery over her spider sense while simultaneously intensifying her pin-up rage. Now, she was prepared to confront Charlotte head-on rather than be led around by him. Ducking under several rubber bullets, she charged towards Charlotte with a clenched fist, gritting her teeth as she aimed a punch at his chest. In Chapter 42, the training moment of the Phantom Spider, Charlotte subtly sidestepped Gwen's straight punch, glancing at her subsequent left hook. With a leisurely step back, he evaded a side kick by bending at the waist. Utilizing the momentum from Gwen's knee strike, he executed a backflip, narrowly grazing her leg with his foot. Suspended in midair, defying the laws of physics, he evaded Gwen's determined kick, landing behind her. Charlotte gave a thumbs up before delivering a precise jab to the pressure point on her shoulder as she turned. Gwen reacted swiftly, her movements quick. Yet, her attempt to dodge appeared riddled with flaws in Charlotte's eyes. Moments later, Gwen stood, her expression blank, clutching her abdomen, which bore several marks from the rubber bullets. Faced with this Spider-Man, who shot with such effortless precision, Gwen could only confront her defeat with dismay. Indeed, spider sense was formidable, yet its primary function was to sense imminent danger and malice. Confronted by rubber bullets, being struck by them posed no real danger, and the shooter, Charlotte, harbored no malicious intent towards her. This resulted in Gwen's spider sense being erratic, necessitating her greater focus and mindfulness. Eventually, Gwen, filled with indignation, felt her anger surge from within, and with determination, she spread her arms to restrain Charlotte's movements, preparing to retaliate fiercely. As she lunged forward with gritted teeth, intent on vengeance, Charlotte remained unflinching, raising her firearm directly in front of Gwen's eyes. Utilizing her own spider sense, Charlotte instilled a profound sense of peril in Gwen, causing her pupils to dilate sharply, making the ordinary handgun appear as lethal instruments capable of ending her life, sending a shiver down her spine. Before Gwen could react, Charlotte swiftly redirected the gun, offering both firearms to Gwen. Gwen, momentarily taken aback, accepted the twin guns with a bewildered expression. Without further ado, Charlotte produced several magazines and thrust them into Gwen's embrace. Noticing Gwen's confusion, Charlotte chuckled. "Hey there, little spider, now it's your turn to chase me. Catch up, and I'll let you." With that, she launched into the air, swiftly soaring away as Gwen stood dumbfounded. For a fleeting moment, upon receiving the guns, Gwen had entertained the notion that Charlotte had experienced a change of heart and wished to apologize. Yet reality delivered a crushing blow, darkening her expression. In a fit of rage, she hurled the magazines and handguns to the ground, shouting, "Charlotte!" Initially intent on pursuing her directly, Gwen relented, picking up the fallen firearms. If rubber bullets could cover Spider-Man's suit, it would allow Charlotte to truly experience the sensations she had previously inflicted, which would surely delight Gwen. Tucking the handgun at her waist, she hurried after the direction Charlotte had taken. In midair, Charlotte moved at a leisurely pace, partly to challenge Gwen and partly to refine her own skills, growing accustomed to the manipulation of her webbing. A strand of webbing shot towards Charlotte's chest from a distance. Yet she effortlessly dodged it by releasing her web. Plummeting freely towards the ground, she aimed to connect her web to a nearby building. intending to use the elasticity of the web and her own momentum to propel herself like a slingshot. The idea was sound, yet a minor miscalculation marred the execution. Observing Charlotte's intent, Gwen mirrored her actions, releasing her web and performing the same maneuver, her speed surpassing that of Charlotte's. Ultimately, while Gwen soared triumphantly into the sky, Charlotte's web snapped in an exasperated realization. In the high altitudes, Gwen reached the pinnacle of her flight, discontentedly observing as Charlotte once again launched a web, gracefully arcing away at great speed. After several hours, the extensive training throughout the night yielded fruitful results for Gwen, culminating in her cornering Charlotte within an abandoned building. Pistol in hand, clapping her hands together, Charlotte commended, "Well done, little spider. Congratulations, you've caught me." With a chilling smile, Gwen aimed the gun's muzzle at Charlotte's abdomen and abruptly pulled the trigger. However, the weapon emitted a sharp click, revealing no rubber bullet had been fired. Witnessing Gwen's frozen expression, driven by revenge, Charlotte shook her head and, assuming the role of a mentor, remarked, "Yet, you have not excelled enough, little spider. There remains much for you to learn." Realizing something, Gwen swiftly drew another pistol from her waist and, without hesitation, squeezed the trigger once more. The result was identical. No bullets were discharged. The magazine that Charlotte had provided her was carelessly discarded on the rooftop, and it dawned on Gwen that her quest for vengeance had led her to chase Charlotte with two empty guns. Noting Gwen's apparent disheartenment, Charlotte raised her hands in a gesture of understanding and advised, "Do not allow emotions to cloud your judgment, nor should you place excessive trust in your adversaries or instinct." Suddenly, a web shot toward Charlotte's chest, leaving her momentarily stunned as Gwen's triumphant expression revealed her cunning success. Pulling on the web, Gwen beamed with delight, teasingly declaring, "Now, who is the little spider?" To which Charlotte, smiling, replied, "Well done. Your progress is truly remarkable. I can hardly wait to retire." After clearing her throat, Charlotte stated, "The foundational course concludes here. I shall see you tomorrow." With that, she retrieved an object from her chest and tossed it to Gwen. Gwen hastily caught it, only to discover it was a digital camera's memory card. Confused, she raised her head to inquire, only to find that the Spider-Man, who had just been there, had vanished, leaving behind only a strand of empty web. This rogue manages to flee quite swiftly. Grasping the memory card tightly, she solemnly placed it into her backpack, preparing to return home and delve into the mystery of what Charlotte was truly up to. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Gwen, Charlotte hurriedly swung in the direction of home, skillfully vaulting through the window and into his bedroom. Yet, the moment he entered the room, an unusual aura enveloped him, prompting him to pause and squint his eyes. At that moment, a voice brimming with confidence resonated from behind Charlotte. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Charlotte. I have been waiting for quite some time." Chapter 43. Eyes that see through the soul. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Charlotte's spirit was jolted. Although he did not turn around, he began to contemplate the identity of the speaker and the appropriate course of action. The foremost question was, who exactly was this individual? A life restorer? An associate of Jean Bin? A police officer? An agent? Or perhaps a doctor from the mental institution come to apprehend him? Previously, when utilizing his spider sense skill card, he had consistently monitored this area and had not sensed any malicious intent nearby, indicating that this person was at least not an inexplicable enemy. After much deliberation, a name suddenly flickered through Charlotte's mind, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gradually, he solidified this notion. How, then, should he respond? Charlotte stood still, lost in thought, while Smith leisurely occupied a chair, observing Charlotte's every move with a calm demeanor behind his sunglasses. Before coming with George, it was already past midnight. To facilitate this sudden ambush, he had only informed May and Ben of his arrival afterward. As he had anticipated, neither of them could reach Charlotte, and they were entirely unaware of his current whereabouts. Meanwhile, George, who had taken a moment to return home, made his own discovery. The neighbor, Gwen, had also vanished without a trace. This revelation sent a wave of dread through him, causing his hands and feet to tremble. He repeatedly dialed Gwen's number, his expression darkening as he returned to Charlotte's door. Just as he was about to connect the call, a noise emanated from within Charlotte's room. Pushing the door open, he found Charlotte standing by the window, his back turned to Smith, his head bowed in contemplation. "Charlotte," George exclaimed with anger, "where have you been tonight? Why is your phone unreachable? Was Gwen with you? Do you know where she is now?" Charlotte remained silent. Smith's confident smile grew ever more pronounced. In his eyes, Charlotte was undoubtedly hiding something. He had been feigning ignorance from the very beginning. The first possibility was that the attack on Arkham Asylum was intricately linked to Charlotte. and it was highly plausible that he was an insider sent by the life restorers to pave the way. Subsequently, when the assailants aimed to silence him, he had turned the tables and emerged as the sole survivor of the Arkham incident, only to face another assault shortly thereafter. The second possibility was that Charlotte possessed extraordinary abilities, awakening in the heat of the attack and killing his pursuers during the ensuing chase. Although the nature of Charlotte's powers remained unknown, the deserted kitchen for over 2 hours and the gruesome fate of the assailants could not possibly be disconnected from him. It was an explanation that defied all logic. The third possibility is that everything is merely a matter of chance. Charlotte may simply be an innocent victim, or perhaps there are other figures lurking in the shadows behind him. Therefore, Smith is determined to meet Charlotte, as he believes that no one can deceive his keen eyes. Suddenly, Charlotte turns around, locking eyes with Smith, whose confident smile falters for the first time, leaving him momentarily stunned. This encounter breeds doubt in his previous judgments. For in that fleeting exchange of glances, Smith becomes convinced that Charlotte is not merely feigning madness, but is genuinely unhinged. "Uncle George?" Charlotte muses, casting a puzzled glance at Smith before turning to the dark-faced George. "What were you just asking me?" He feigns a headache, cradling his head, his expression betraying a hint of confusion and timidity. Smith's familiar visage convinces Charlotte that he is indeed a spy, the kind who is perpetually followed by misfortune and danger. It seems that his earlier peculiarities have drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet this development falls well within his expectations. "You know, George." Before George could fully articulate his question, Smith interrupted him. A smile reemerged on his face, one that conveyed an air of control, while his eyes glimmered with hidden intent, scrutinizing every subtle expression that flitted across Charlotte's face. He had already obtained Charlotte's dossier and was certain that Charlotte was an intelligent individual, albeit a somewhat eccentric one, far easier to communicate with than a fool. "Regarding the Arkham incident, we have uncovered new leads, which is why we sought you out again," Smith stated, his gaze fixed intently on Charlotte, examining the nuances of his expression closely. What Arkham? I have no idea what you're talking about," Charlotte replied innocently, a look of bewilderment and confusion etched upon his face. This response left both Smith and George momentarily taken aback. Looking into Charlotte's eyes revealed a clarity that was disarming, layered with confusion, uncertainty, and kindness. Smith found Charlotte's answer to be entirely beyond his expectations, and the subtleties in Charlotte's expression and reaction startled him, as he sensed that Charlotte was not lying. No one can manipulate their micro-expressions. After all, humans are not machines. As for acting, it is improbable that such extraordinary skill exists in the world. In that instant, Smith found himself engulfed in bewilderment. "Charlotte," George, the dark-faced uncle, admonished sternly, "this is no time for jest. Have you forgotten your friends at Arkham Asylum? Only by swiftly capturing the true culprit behind this can their souls find peace." Charlotte tilted his head in confusion, gazing incredulously at George. "Uncle George, what on earth are you talking about? What friends? What culprit? I don't understand at all." With a timid glance at Smith, Shano suddenly seemed to have made a discovery. He looked around helplessly and inquired, "Wait, what is happening? Why am I here? I distinctly remember distributing flyers on the street just moments ago." His expression turned pale as he tugged at the unfamiliar clothing he wore. "Uncle George, what on earth has transpired?" The changing expressions on Shano's face appeared genuine, prompting George and Smith to exchange a glance filled with skepticism and uncertainty. Noticing the doubt reflected in each other's eyes, George softened his tone and asked, "Shano, do you truly remember nothing?" Observing Shano, George noted the peculiarities. His gaze, tone, lowered head, timidity, and gentle heart all reminded him of another person. The Shano before his time in Arkham Asylum, the somewhat awkward and reclusive bookworm. Staring into each other's eyes, George was momentarily taken aback, while Shano shook his head, panic and confusion flickering in his eyes. Indeed, by utilizing the actor skill card, Shano chose to embody the version of himself from the memories endowed by the system. Through careful observation, Smith also began to believe Shano's claims. Yet he did not relinquish his probing. Rising to his feet and removing his sunglasses, his azure eyes sparkled with clarity. "Shano, have you forgotten? The attack at Arkham Asylum. Within a mere 15 minutes, 27 lives were extinguished by gunfire, and you are one of the few survivors." As Shano opened his mouth, his pupils dilated, and his expression froze for an instant. As his pupils contracted, his demeanor and essence transformed dramatically. Chapter 44. I am with Peter. From an inward disposition to an outward exuberance, from timidity to madness, Shano's eyes sparkled, and his very being underwent a radical metamorphosis. Although his face remained the same, he was now an entirely different person. He gazed curiously at George and Smith, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing, and asked, "Hey George, why are you and this man in black in my room?" Casting a disdainful glance at Smith's attire, Shano remarked, "Sorry, but I have no intention of purchasing insurance." George opened his mouth, staring at the animated Shano, unsure of how to respond. Shano's behavior reminded George of a particular condition, dissociative identity disorder. Coincidentally, Shano had just been released from the psychiatric facility. While George vaguely recalled that Shano was admitted due to delusional disorder, he could not dismiss the possibility of a fragmented psyche. At that time, Shano had been emotionally sensitive, distrustful of others, and unable to perceive the boundaries of his own identity. He was uttering nonsensical ramblings, claiming his mental health was impeccable. Yet he could not even recognize Gwen and Ben when they came to visit him. It appears that Charlotte's delusions have indeed improved significantly. But his mental illness remains profoundly unhealed. Smith's lips twitched, and locking eyes with Charlotte. He fell silent for a moment before inquiring once more, "Do you recall what transpired at Arkham Asylum?" "What Arkham Asylum?" Before Smith could press further, Charlotte continued, "Please refer to it as the Arkham Talent Development and Exchange Center. Everyone there is exceptionally talented and speaks so charmingly. I absolutely adore it there." Glancing at Smith, who had readjusted his sunglasses, Charlotte smirked. "Wearing sunglasses at night. I suspect your mental state isn't quite right. Are you hoping to leverage my connections to become a regular at Arkham Asylum? Under my auspices, I could introduce you to my favorite room. After all, I am a part of Arkham." Charlotte was convinced that his reaction was genuine, which caused Smith's expression to darken slightly. He stated, "There has been new progress regarding the Arkham incident, and I have some questions that necessitate your answers." Yawning and reminiscing about his departed friends, Charlotte traced an awkward cross over his chest and mused, "Dust to dust, earth to earth, they have laid down their burdens and returned, unadorned, to the house of God, mourning the living for their losses, celebrating the rebirth of the dead, honoring life, and extolling death. Ask whatever you wish. I shall answer without reservation." Smith nodded and asked, "The life restorers have targeted you?" Before the question could fully form, Charlotte's expression faltered, his demeanor and gaze shifting abruptly. He glanced at Smith in confusion and then at George. Raising a hand to cover his head, he queried, "Uncle George, what just transpired? What are the life restorers?" Smith replied, while George interjected. A crack resounded as the window was opened slightly. The three occupants in the room reacted swiftly, turning their attention to the window. A golden-haired figure poked her head through, skillfully attempting to climb in, her face adorned with a charming smile. Beaming, Gwen was ready to expose Charlotte's deception and confirm his identity as Spider-Man. However, as she maintained her half-formed action of climbing through the window, she was greeted not by the theatrics of Charlotte, but by George, arms crossed, his expression dark as night. Gwen's sweet smile gradually morphed into bitterness as she widened her eyes, surveying her surroundings to confirm that she was indeed in Charlotte's room. Without hesitation, she turned around and retraced her steps, muttering to herself, "Oh dear, I apologize. These two houses look so similar that I inadvertently returned to the wrong one. I'll leave at once." "Stop right there, Gwen," George barked. "You didn't enter through the front door. Instead, you sneaked in through the window. And you dare to claim you were lost? I think you've had too little punishment." Chuckling nervously and leaning against the window, Gwen replied, "Hi, Dad. Long time no see. What a coincidence to find you here." "Hello, Charlotte," she greeted, raising her hand. Observing Gwen's awkward expression, Charlotte's demeanor shifted, her face betraying a sense of schadenfreude. "Gwen, come inside. Now tell me, where did you and Charlotte go this evening?" George's stern inquiry caused Gwen's pupils to constrict. Entering the room, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze wandering, her face a canvas of guilt. "We didn't go anywhere. We were just practicing on the drums." "Yes, indeed, the drums." Chuckling nervously, Gwen grinned. "Hee hee, the drums are so much fun. I can never get enough of them." "And yes, I was with Charlotte." "Who played the drums with you?" Charlotte scoffed, rolling her eyes. Unlike Gwen's amateurish performance and lowly deception, he was a man of method. "George, Gwen is lying to you. We didn't play any drums." Gwen's eyes widened in shock, realizing that she had expected mutual support from Charlotte, only to find him betraying her swiftly. "Gwen?" George's tone grew firmer. With a resigned sigh, Gwen replied, "I'm sorry, Dad. This evening, feeling rather down. I spent the night wandering between the cities." Her voice grew somber as she glanced at Charlotte, explaining, "I shouldn't have tried to have Charlotte vouch for me. I simply..." Upon entering the room, the moment Gwen laid eyes on Smith, she instantly understood that George's presence in Charlotte's room was not to catch her, but to handle official business. However, Charlotte certainly did not appear to have just woken up. Rather, she looked like her, having entered through the window, and the two were caught red-handed by the ambush. Therefore, George regarded Gwen with suspicion, asking, "You two weren't together tonight, were you?" "Of course not," Gwen nodded, casting a glance at the righteous Charlotte standing beside George, who seemed to relish the opportunity to judge her. The masked Spider-Man was undeniably a mystery, though Gwen was 99% certain that Spider-Man was Charlotte. There remained a 1% chance that he hailed from a parallel universe. "Then who were you with?" Gwen awkwardly blinked her eyes and replied, "A new friend. I have been with Peter." "Peter?" George's mind was inundated with questions. Who was this Peter? Chapter 45. All for the skill card. Who is Peter? This was a question Gwen could hardly elucidate, merely stating that he was a newly acquainted friend, an eccentric soul who relished midnight escapades. She certainly could not divulge that Peter was a Spider-Man from a parallel universe, a solitary outcast, a wretched star of misfortune. Setting aside her interrogation, the collective attention shifted back to Charlotte. This time, it was Gwen who felt a sense of malicious glee, her fingers fidgeting in anticipation. Gwen, displaying a semblance of cleverness, had changed out of her bullet-riddled attire and refreshed herself before confronting Charlotte. Otherwise, her disheveled appearance would have been far more challenging to overcome. At this very moment, George, still seething with anger over Gwen's nocturnal escapades, contemplated future retribution, yet more pressing matters awaited resolution. As all eyes turned towards him, Charlotte revealed a bashful smile, arching an eyebrow and cheerfully greeting the trio. "Hey, guys, what's the issue?" Before he could finish his sentence, Charlotte's demeanor shifted dramatically in response to Gwen's astonished gaze. After a brief pause, he timidly lifted his gaze towards the three, an expression of heart-wrenching confusion clouding his features as he inquired, "Are you Gwen? When did you arrive? I didn't see you just now." In that moment, Charlotte, in a state of panic, clutched his head, exclaiming, "Gwen, is my head broken? I feel like my memory is completely awry." Though his words betrayed alarm, a flicker of irritation simmered beneath. "Damn it. When did these three bestow upon me a skill card? Am I not sufficiently peculiar and exaggerated in my behavior? Perhaps I should escalate my efforts." Observing Charlotte's distress, George let out a resigned sigh, pondering how best to convey this news delicately to Ben and to recommend that Charlotte be readmitted to the psychiatric facility. It was clear that those questioning Charlotte should not be them, but rather qualified psychologists. George contemplated retreating, yet Smith persisted. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had indeed acquired some knowledge of psychology. Although much of it pertained to coping with torture and interrogation, self-construction and self-soothing, it had its merits. Smith was now entirely convinced that Charlotte's condition was genuine, yet he had not yet posed the crucial questions. He was determined not to relent. "Charlotte," he began, "your memories seem to be anchored 2 months in the past, and during this interval, another individual has inhabited your body, another version of you. At that time, you were diagnosed as a patient of delusional disorder and admitted to Arkham Asylum. Upon your recovery and discharge, you encountered a brutal attack, and just days later, while delivering food, you suffered another assault. Your friends met untimely deaths, and we yearn to uncover everything you know." Hearing Smith's explanation, Charlotte swiftly scanned the reactions of the three individuals, then, in agony, covered her head, her eyes reflecting despair and bewilderment. "No, what you say is not true. I am not ill. I merely suffer from amnesia. My God." Observing the tumultuous emotions within Charlotte's eyes, Gwen felt a profound empathy, painfully covering her mouth. It turned out that another persona lay concealed within Charlotte's soul, and she was unaware of all that she had endured. The performance skill card was astonishingly powerful, rendering the Charlotte from their memories with exquisite precision and vivid realism. Doubt lingered only briefly, as Gwen soon came to believe Charlotte's claim of schizophrenia. However, before Smith could continue his inquiries, the once tearful Charlotte transformed again, her tears retreating, her demeanor turning calm and cheerful. "Oh, by the way, have you found Dan's body? I still remember it was a sunny afternoon when I first met Dan." With her hands clasped over her abdomen, Charlotte reminisced about Dan's visage. Her tone sorrowful as she recounted, he was a scruffy boy with curly hair, always wearing a weary smile. He was quite unique. I approached him in hopes of forming a friendship, and he consented, even going so far as to shove a plastic cup up his nose right before my eyes. I was astonished and asked him how he managed that. He replied that practice makes perfect and that he possessed superpowers. Oh, finally. They had arrived at the crux of the matter, and Smith listened intently. The nature of Dan's superpowers had long been one of the focal points of investigation. Charlotte glanced at the curious Gwen, leaned closer to Smith's ear, and whispered mysteriously. Gwen perked up, stretching her neck, but could only see Charlotte's lips moving, unable to hear what she was saying. Upon finishing her revelation to Smith, Charlotte looked at her triumphantly. Humph. Gwen scoffed, pursing her lips. What is there to keep secret? I have no desire to know. Nearby, Smith raised an eyebrow, glancing at the provocatively grinning Charlotte. That rascal didn't reveal anything at all. So what are his superpowers? I demonstrated them for you, Charlotte replied, casting a puzzled glance at Smith, as if questioning his intelligence, and spread her hands, saying, his superpower is that he can speak without making a sound, yet still convey his words to others. As a good friend, he imparted this extraordinary ability to me. And in return, my own gift was the power to rotate the earth while in an inverted position. With that, Charlotte stepped back, performed a handstand, and mouthed the words, see, I am not deceiving you. Gwen deciphered Charlotte's silent proclamation, and Smith was no exception. However, his expression darkened, and anger surged within him. You scoundrel! Are you toying with us? Charlotte, I am earnestly inquiring about something, Smith said. Of course, I am equally earnest in my responses, Charlotte replied as he descended to the ground. Do you recall anything else about Dan? With an exacerbated tone, Smith lifted his gaze to Charlotte, who recoiled slightly, appearing guilty and aggrieved, and began to showcase his unique talent yet again. Sir, who is this Dan you speak of? Is he a friend from my amnesiac period? With a resounding clap, Smith struck his forehead, feeling a sense of discouragement. After repeated attempts, each time he posed a critical question, Charlotte either responded with whimsical nonsense or seemed to have transformed into a different person, utterly oblivious to any inquiries. Smith's countenance darkened. He felt as though Charlotte was trifling with him. Yet, how could anyone exploit their own mental instability to deceive another unless they themselves were indeed unhinged? After a prolonged spell of mechanical repetition, Charlotte, initially finding some amusement in the exchange, gradually lost interest. Particularly, the three individuals around him appeared to regard all of Charlotte's peculiarities as perfectly normal, failing to provide him with any skill cards. Continuing in this manner, Charlotte felt akin to a performing monkey, exerting all his effort in his act, yet receiving no tokens of appreciation, skill cards. Chapter 46. Charlotte? He is perfectly normal. The assault incident on the road had nothing to do with me. It was merely a uniquely orchestrated firework display. The forest echoed with the sounds of firecrackers, smoke billowed, and the clangor of gongs heralded a prosperous opening, brimming with merriment. The uncouth bald man driving had offended others by his lack of civility, leading to their vehement dissatisfaction. A single firecracker sent his steed soaring into the sky, along with my motorcycle, which was utterly destroyed. Disregarding Charlotte's chaotic narration, Smith swiftly summarized the details of the attack, inquiring, are you suggesting they assaulted the other two? Noticing the conversation finally returning to the main topic, Smith's demeanor grew notably more serious. The identity of the assailants in this incident remained enigmatic. Tracing the origins of the obliterated Audi 8 proved exceedingly challenging. No useful information could be gleaned from the wreckage. Even the takeaway order bore only Charlotte's fingerprints, while the other two individuals had vanished without leaving any valuable traces. The vehicle in question bore false plates, its damage indicating prior modifications, and the owner remains elusive. It is strongly suspected to be connected to a bank heist. Numerous gas stations yielded no trace of this car, suggesting meticulous preparation on the part of the perpetrators, who were sufficiently stocked with fuel. The motives of the assailants remained shrouded in mystery. Despite leveraging connections to interrogate the three robbers, they remained obstinately silent, adamantly professing ignorance of their accomplices, even claiming to have forgotten their appearances entirely. With no clarity on their origins, if one were to speculate that the life restorer was the aggressor, it certainly seemed plausible. What transpired thereafter? Where did you all go? We scattered in panic. I have no knowledge of their whereabouts. And what did those two look like? Recalling the features of Frank and Lai, Shano responded earnestly. They bore a striking resemblance to a couple, possessing two eyes, one mouth, one nose, and one head, perfectly human in form, indistinguishable from one another. Smith, momentarily bewildered, acknowledged the validity of this observation, realizing they indeed might resemble that description. His thoughts began to drift into Shano's perspective. Upon regaining focus, he sighed in resignation. Shaking his dazed head, he could no longer discern whether Shano was merely humorously dismissing him or genuinely providing answers. Could you elaborate further? Shano fell into contemplation. Upon opening his eyes, a spark of excitement illuminated his face. I remember. What have you recalled? Smith raised an eyebrow, his spirits lifting slightly. Could there be an even greater revelation from Shano? I recall. Before he could finish, Shano's expression shifted, his gaze clouded with sorrow. It was the first snowfall of 2002. Arriving later than usual. Inspector John, where were we? Distributing flyers. As dawn approached, Shano grew increasingly animated, in stark contrast to the other three, whose energies began to wane. Overwhelmed by Shano's discourse, their heads buzzed, their eyes glazed. Delivering food late at night is when one is most likely to encounter the supernatural. Such scenes are unfathomably terrifying. Holding a client's fried chicken, I traversed a pitch-black alley, Shano animatedly recounted, suddenly raising his voice, startling Gwen, who had nearly succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes flared open in the darkness, and white teeth clacked together, emitting a chilling howl as the figure lunged toward me, arms flailing. As I focused, I discerned the figure's contorted body, its fur as dark as the night, eyes glowing like blood lamps, and its form reminiscent of a beast, certainly no ordinary person. Instinctively, I reached for my waist, drawing the cord and hurling my weapon at it. With a resounding crash, a bag of fries burst open before him, and indeed, he immediately dashed towards the fries, while I narrowly evaded his pursuit. Listening to Charlotte's tales, which he claimed were intricately linked to the returners of life, George could not help but twitch his lips. Monsters? Charlotte, you truly amuse me, yet this shall not suffice. Hence, a question arises. Whose rights are more paramount, those of the mentally ill or of black individuals? Enough of this. It is time for us to depart. I appreciate the information you provided. It is indeed valuable, sighed Smith. He had already discerned that obtaining further valuable insights from Charlotte would prove challenging. Hooray! Gwen exclaimed, leaping onto Charlotte's bed, her eyes gently closing in serene exhaustion. Having been awake the entire night, she was on the verge of collapse. Although her powers could indeed keep her alert, the mental strain of keeping pace with Charlotte's thoughts was overwhelmingly arduous. His whimsical flights of fancy left one uncertain. When it seemed he was serious, he was jesting, and when he appeared to jest, he was earnestly joking. Gwen, George shouted in frustration, witnessing her comfortably pull the covers over herself, preparing to sleep. Without even opening his eyes, Dad, Gwen stretched her body and reassured, don't worry. I've taken a leave from my internship today, so you can go. There's no need to concern yourself with me. The veins on George's forehead throbbed, as he shot a glare at the innocent-looking Charlotte, before firmly grasping Gwen and pushing through the door. Upon reaching downstairs, Aunt May's visage remained as benevolent as ever. Observing the furious George and the despondent Gwen, Aunt May clapped her hands and cheerfully invited, young George, dear Gwen, aren't you two going to have something to eat? George paused, momentarily at a loss for words, but Gwen raised her hand and replied, of course, dear Aunt May, I can hardly wait to savor your culinary delights. However, young George may not have the time. George was momentarily taken aback. Aunt May's expression shifted to one of irritation. Humans are like iron, meals are like steel. Food is a divine blessing and a gift to humanity. Every meal is crucial, and you both are not leaving until you eat. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Smith, who she commanded without room for refusal. Young man, you too, come and enjoy Aunt May's cooking. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to protect New York. As she placed a plate of mashed potatoes on the dining table, she winked at the trio and added, agree with her, otherwise you truly shan't step out of this house. Before long, a rejuvenated Charlotte was seated beside Aunt May, participating in a brief prayer, and then, to the astonishment of all present, he swiftly devoured a bowl of oatmeal, gulping it down in one breath before turning and returning upstairs. My God, covering his mouth, Aunt May anxiously inquired of Ben, is there something wrong with young Charlotte? I have been feeling that he has been rather off lately. Ben gently patted Aunt May's shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry, Charlotte is perfectly fine. He is merely experiencing a growth spurt and has indeed been eating a bit more. Have you not noticed how much he has grown taller recently? With a smile gracing his face, Ben's gaze fell upon Smith, who was savoring oatmeal with a spoon. Wouldn't you agree? Gwen promptly responded with unwavering certainty, Charlotte? He is absolutely normal. Chapter 47. Who lured the police here? After finishing the breakfast prepared by Aunt May, George bid farewell to Ben and angrily dragged Gwen away. This left Smith, impeccably attired, to contentedly enjoy his meal. To be honest, May's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, leaving Smith quite pleased. As he picked up a fourth donut and stuffed it into his mouth, followed by a gulp of oatmeal, he glanced up to find Ben glaring at him with a fierce expression. With a sigh, Smith remarked, Mr. Parker, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Confirming that May was busy tidying the kitchen, Ben turned around with a serious demeanor and stated, I know why you are looking for Charlotte. However, I must clarify that Charlotte has always been a kind-hearted child. I firmly believe he would never engage in any wrongdoing. A good child? Smith blinked and licked his fingers. While he was uncertain if Charlotte was genuinely a good child, He was absolutely convinced that he was far from being a respectable one. The one embroiled in the situation often lacks clarity, whereas the observer retains perspective. After leaving Charlotte's room, Smith reflected on their previous conversation. He was convinced that Charlotte's mental state was decidedly abnormal and was evidently manipulating his peculiarities to toy with each of them. How could such a person exist in this world, utilizing one's own mental irregularities to solemnly torment others? He also discerned that although Charlotte was toying with them, he appeared dissatisfied with the outcome, as if he had not attained what he desired. To the distracted Smith, Ben continued, I believe in Charlotte because he is worthy of belief. You do not understand him. You only perceive his mental state as problematic, but I know he is good. What he needs is not treatment, but rather more love and care from his family. Ben's words did not elicit any response from Smith and were hardly taken to heart. The state of Charlotte's mind was something they all witnessed firsthand. After finishing his breakfast, Smith wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and stood up, saying, Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Parker, but I must express my belief that Charlotte is indeed a good child, yet she certainly requires further treatment. With that, he nodded at the irate Ben and turned to exit. Humph. Watching Smith's retreating figure, Ben scoffed, thinking that Smith was the one in need of a doctor. Who wears sunglasses indoors every day? It's a clear sign of an unstable mind. As soon as Smith departed, Charlotte peeked her head from the staircase, leaped onto the railing, and swiftly slid down, performing a somersault before landing beside Ben. Oh my God! Charlotte's series of actions startled May, who had just emerged. She gasped and clutched her heart, admonishing, Charlotte, what you did is utterly unsafe. You are challenging the endurance of the elderly. If you fall, we will have to take you to the children's hospital. Aunt May, I am not a child anymore, Charlotte shrugged nonchalantly. My athletic abilities are spreading like wildfire. Displaying his bicep, Charlotte boldly proclaimed, I believe I possess the talent to become a gymnast, and I am far superior to any of them because I can cling to the horizontal bar like a spider, absolutely never falling off. May lightly slapped Charlotte's shoulder, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What kind of metaphor is that? Don't jest foolishly. Charlotte, have you done something wrong lately? Why have the police come to our home? May elongated her tone. Charlotte retorted, Hasn't Officer George visited enough? You should refer to him as Uncle George. May scolded, her expression stern, implying, Think carefully. Have you done anything to offend George that would warrant such a late-night visit to apprehend you, especially finding Gwen in your room? A cough escaped Ben's lips. Huh. Charlotte was taken aback. Don't say such nonsense. Gwen was not found in my room. Wasn't she found in yours? May glared at Charlotte. Do you think I am so gullible just because I am getting older? Could she possibly have appeared in your room suddenly? You know Gwen has always been a mischievous child. She thought there would be a show here, which is why she climbed through the window, only to be caught by her father. Charlotte quickly explained, You may ridicule my sanity, but you cannot tarnish my innocence, especially when nothing has occurred. Oh, May inquired with a cold smile. Then why didn't she enter through the front door? Your rhetoric will not deceive Aunt May. I too have traversed the path of youth, and I am acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in your minds. Riding your motorcycles, cigars in mouth, with flamboyantly dyed hair and an eclectic fashion sense, you foolishly display your biceps before others. I merely wish to convey the importance of safety while venturing outside. Ahem. Once again, I found myself coughing. This exaggerated display finally captured Aunt May's attention. Her gaze shifted to me, and she approached to pat my back. What are you coughing about? I'm not even speaking to you. I waved my hands dismissively, asserting, You are absolutely right. I am merely experiencing some discomfort in my throat. Discomfort? It seems you deserve a good smack. Every time I mention Charlotte, you start coughing. Every time. Seizing the opportunity, Charlotte hastily slipped away. Better him than me. He mused, confident that I could handle Aunt May. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Exiting the door and turning right, Charlotte made his way toward Dr. Connor's underground laboratory. His motorcycle had been parked elsewhere the previous night, leaving him to rely on public transport today. However, just a few steps out, he was ensnared by a pair of menacing eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. In a frantic survey of his surroundings, he soon spotted George at the front of Gwen's house, preparing to enter a police vehicle. George halted his actions, his gaze locked onto Charlotte, filled with palpable tension. As he observed Charlotte approaching his home, it was as if he were watching a pig brazenly striding toward his farm. Moreover, this pig was doing so with utter audacity, all while the farmer was still present. Before he had even departed, this little rascal was eager to root around his garden. He clearly held no regard for him whatsoever. Unaware of George's mental turmoil, Charlotte, free of any malice, raised his hand in a friendly greeting. Hi, George, good morning. Hi, Charlotte, good morning, George replied, each word deliberately enunciated, his gaze fixed on Charlotte as he neared the entrance to his home, scrutinizing his next move. Charlotte? Gwen, hiding behind the window, quietly awaited the sound of her father's departure. Upon hearing George utter Charlotte's name, curiosity compelled her to peek out. Charlotte, with his exceptional dynamic vision, immediately noticed her. Hi. Gwen, good morning. Gwen? George turned sharply, catching sight of her quickly retreating head. Frustration surged within him. Yet the sudden crackle of the intercom forced George's hand. He had to leave now. Chapter 48. The high-speed chase. The intercom connected, and the call was completed. In the gaze of summer, Charlotte had arrived beside the bus station, patiently awaiting the arrival of the bus. After a moment of contemplation, George started his police car and drove alongside Charlotte. Young man, where do you intend to go? Let me give you a ride, he said with a hint of menace. Oh, is that so? George, I am headed to 3rd Avenue. Is that on your way? Charlotte inquired with delight. Waving his hand to signal Charlotte to get in, George replied, Of course it's on my way. Even if it weren't, I would make it so. As Charlotte settled into the passenger seat, George observed the reflection in the rearview mirror, catching sight of Gwen's little head resting against the window. And he let out a cold chuckle. Starting the car, he sped away under Gwen's astonished gaze. Watching the eager Gwen in the rearview mirror and the carefree Charlotte beside him, George fell into a deep silence, suddenly contemplating another possibility. Perhaps it was not the neighbor's pig yearning for his own cabbage, but rather his own cabbage that was longing for the neighbor's little pig. The thought stirred a complex expression within him. His daughter had grown up, and it was inevitable that she would eventually engage in romantic pursuits. Sooner or later, Gwen would bring home a rebellious boy, challenging the resilience of his heart. Compared to a more unsavory delinquent than Charlotte, he found Charlotte to be more palatable. However, he certainly did not wish for Gwen to tumble into the abyss of madness. Silence enveloped the car. George's demeanor was grave, yet Charlotte appeared utterly at ease. Leisurely resting his hands behind his head, he reveled in the leather seat, adjusting to its comfort. This was his first experience in a police car, and surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. The vehicle was a Chevrolet Suburban, modified and upgraded for comfort, safety, and power. Behind him was a specially designed iron grille, and further back was the compartment used for detaining arrested criminals. Charlotte curiously leaned back to peek behind him, rather than sitting here. He was more intrigued by the idea of experiencing the rear seat, which must be quite novel. Charlotte, what do you think of Gwen? George initiated the conversation. Huh. Charlotte blinked in surprise, then candidly replied, Gwen? She's a good person, but perhaps too good, which makes her seem a bit foolish and not very bright. Charlotte's assessment caused George to furrow his brow. I mean, what do you think about Gwen as a girlfriend? Her? As a girlfriend? Charlotte's expression turned astonished. After a brief moment of thought, he cautiously confided in George. No, man, you might not know, but Gwen's mental state is a bit unstable. Upon hearing this, George's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting, you lunatic? Gwen often engages in soliloquies and emits a chilling, foolish laugh behind people's backs. In her leisure time, she converses with her dolls. Charlotte continues to slander, particularly noting that recently, Gwen has inexplicably lost her fear of spiders, neglecting her scientific experiments to delve into constitutional studies. I suspect she has gone mad. Lately, attention towards Gwen has waned, and upon reflection, her recent behavior has indeed been peculiar, venturing out in the dead of night, returning through others' windows, and remaining wide awake. Could it be that Gwen is truly unwell? Perhaps it would be prudent to choose a suitable time to take her for a thorough examination at the hospital. Soon, the vehicle proceeded down the one-way street towards 3rd Avenue. As they drove, the radio crackled to life once more. George, exasperated, was about to respond when Charlotte, quick-witted, seized the radio first. Do not use your phone while driving, George. I advise you against breaking the law. Allow me to assist you. Without waiting for George's refusal, Charlotte activated the radio and pressed the hands-free button. An urgent voice crackled through the police channel. Oh, damn. That scoundrel dares to ram a police car. When I catch him, I shall make him rue the day. Stop him. Hurry. Do not let this scoundrel escape. This was an unfamiliar voice. Damn it. I can't keep up with him. How am I to stop him? Hank's voice followed. Head towards 3rd Avenue. Dispatch police cars to encircle him. We absolutely cannot let this scoundrel get away. That bastard is the worst. I detest high-speed chases. Hank's voice rang out again. The helicopter has locked onto his route. 3rd Avenue has fewer people. We can set up spike strips to puncture his tires. The voices on the radio surged together. Charlotte did not anticipate encountering such thrilling events on her first ride in a police car, and with excitement, she exclaimed, George, hurry. They are on 3rd Avenue. Let us join the pursuit. Bringing the police car to a halt at the roadside, George rolled his eyes in annoyance. A high-speed chase? What high-speed chase? Charlotte, get out of the car. I have urgent matters to attend to. George indeed needed to engage in this pursuit, but how could he take Charlotte along? After all, high-speed chases entail a certain degree of danger. Do not be like this, George. Anticipation sparkled in Charlotte's eyes. I believe I could be of great assistance. Perhaps cheering you on from the sidelines. Be quiet and get out of the car. George retorted angrily. Charlotte's eyes darted playfully, and with a charming smile, she proposed. How about we make a deal? I know you are concerned about Gwen encountering unsavory characters, such as that cross-dresser Peter. Why not allow me to drive that Peter away, ensuring he no longer pursues Gwen? You, on the other hand, need only take me along for this exhilarating car chase. Rest assured, I shall not cause any disruption. Shano's words inevitably stirred something within George, yet he quickly steeled his resolve. Get me out of this car immediately, and go deliver your takeout. As for Gwen, I have faith that she can manage her own affairs. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of screeching brakes erupted from the street ahead. Looking up, he saw a brown sports car careening toward them, its engine roaring as it recklessly sped through the streets. Gasps and shouts rang out from the bystanders. A voice crackled through the radio. That damn scoundrel. He didn't take 3rd Avenue. We've been deceived. He turned. He entered a one-way street. How dare he? Oh no, I've had an accident. Requesting backup. That area is a blind spot for the helicopter. What should we do now? Should we continue sending people to intercept? We haven't deployed any officers there. They're all at 3rd Avenue. Who could have predicted he'd turn there? Is he truly fearless? It appears the next move is to veer onto 2nd Avenue and head straight onto the highway. Given the performance of his vehicle, we are likely to lose him on the freeway, at which point we would have to call upon the lowlifes from the next state for assistance. In the distance, the driver exhibited expert maneuvers. Half of the car mounted on the sidewalk as he deftly weaved between vehicles and pedestrians, speeding ahead. Upon spotting a police car parked at the roadside, the driver hesitated, momentarily thinking that the authorities had already uncovered his scheme. Little did he know, George merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Chapter 49. The car chase 2. As the speeding sports car drew closer, George gritted his teeth. Casting a glance at Shano, who showed no intention of exiting the vehicle, he abandoned the thought of blocking the car directly. If the driver was reckless enough to collide with them, George feared he might end up collecting Shano's remains. At this point, it was too late to ask Shano to exit. If he wished to prevent the fugitive's escape, George had no choice but to pursue him. What are you waiting for? Let us go, George. I can hardly contain my excitement. This is a quintessential American car chase. Shano had only witnessed such scenes in video games. Moreover, this was from the perspective of the police, chasing a 5-star citizen of New York, a perfect, first-hand depiction of the action, truly thrilling. How popular are car chases in America? There exists a channel that broadcasts such events daily, live streaming the exhilarating encounters between criminals and the American police, showcasing their battle of wits in real time. The viewership ratings for this program are astonishingly high, with countless viewers treating it as an unscripted variety show, resulting in exceptional popularity. The police helicopter's pursuit faltered, yet the media's chopper, seasoned and adept, continued the chase with remarkable skill. George, no longer hesitating, activated his vehicle and began to reverse. The opposing sports car sped past them with fervor, provocatively decelerating. From the open window, a yellow-haired figure adorned with skeletal tattoos emerged, casting George a dismissive smirk before vanishing in an instant. The wheels spun, executing a deft drift. And George, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly turned his car around and followed closely behind. The sports car accelerated with breathtaking speed, nimbly maneuvering around the vehicles ahead. The velocity surged, quietly reaching 100 miles per hour. In the face of such a spectacle, numerous cars slowed down, their occupants gawking in astonishment as the two vehicles weaved through them. George, now completely focused, navigated intently. On the city streets, their speed escalated to 110 miles per hour. In stark contrast to the sleek Dodge Challenger ahead, George's Chevrolet resembled a colossal iron beast. They navigated the roads with agility, both entering 2nd Avenue, racing towards the highway. No longer driving against traffic, the sports car's performance surged further, and George's Chevrolet was equally relentless. George aspired to overtake and intercept, yet his rival offered no opportunity. The traffic on 2nd Avenue had thinned considerably, the lanes wide and visibility unobstructed. Unbeknownst to each other, both cars began to accelerate. Stealing a glance at Charlotte beside him, George noted her poised demeanor in the passenger seat, attentively gazing ahead, her expression demure, resembling an obedient child, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement, betraying her true feelings. The high-speed chase was undeniably thrilling and tense. A mere miscalculation could lead to disaster. Several near collisions ensued, yet George expertly navigated through the oncoming traffic. A seasoned veteran of countless pursuits, his driving skills impeccable. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring in response. Ahead, the driver of a vehicle in front, noticing George's approach, smirked coldly and provocatively slowed down, awaiting George's proximity. At last, as they were about to merge onto the highway, George's vehicle encountered the sports car's exhaust fumes. Casting a glance at George's Chevrolet, the yellow-haired driver extended his left hand out the window. George, noticing the middle finger protruding from the driver's seat, felt a vain pulse on his forehead. Subsequently, the yellow-haired figure leaned out, spitting with precision, the saliva striking the windshield with a resounding splat. Observing his handiwork, the yellow-haired driver grinned triumphantly, the taillights flashing twice in red. George, seated at the helm, widened his eyes, fixated on the spittle on the glass as it began to redden visibly. His eyes blazed with fury as his hands gripped the steering wheel with unyielding determination. The Chevrolet surged forward, ramming into the rear of the Dodge. Yet, despite the sports car appearing tantalizingly close, an insurmountable chasm remained between them. It seemed the opponent had anticipated George's intentions. Rather than drawing nearer, the distance only widened. With his mouth clamped shut and Summer in close proximity, George swallowed the curse words that threatened to escape his lips. His arms tensed, muscles bulging as he aggressively activated the windshield wipers and veered left, attempting once more to overtake. The aspiration was splendid, yet reality was starkly unyielding. The opponent's horsepower was leagues ahead of George's, and in the blink of an eye, the supercar began to distance itself even further. All George could do was watch helplessly as the taillights of his adversary dwindled into the horizon. With a resounding slap against the steering wheel, George exclaimed in anger, "Those damn street racers. I swear, I will ruin their fuel tanks." "George, don't lose heart," Summer said, reclining in her seat, reveling in the exhilarating speed. "So this is what a car chase feels like. It's amazing. What do you want?" George asked, aware that he could no longer keep pace, his speed diminishing as he cast a wary glance at Summer. "I want to blow out their tires," Summer declared resolutely. The entire car chase was broadcasted live by the media as they observed George slow his pursuit. The host, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "It seems our detective is about to concede. The detective's top speed has reached 150 miles per hour, but alas, the criminals have outpaced him at 165 miles. Once again, the criminals emerge victorious. Let us offer our congratulations." Wait, what is happening up ahead? A multi-car collision? Another chase incident? The highway has been blocked by the New Jersey State Police. They are initiating a rescue operation. The criminals are aware of this development and, with no other option, have chosen to retreat. It appears the chase is far from over. Police reinforcements are on their way, and a face-to-face confrontation is imminent. Through the radio, George learned of the unfolding situation. Coming to a halt, he drew his firearm from his waist and instructed Summer, "Stay here and do not move. I will handle the rest." Exiting the vehicle, he opened the trunk to retrieve a tire deflation device. Laying it out on the highway before using the car door as cover, quietly awaiting the return of his adversary. Before long, the silhouette of the Dodge reappeared in George's line of sight. The opponent slowed their speed, approaching cautiously, and immediately spotted the deflation device on the ground. Reluctantly, the blonde-haired driver maneuvered closer, halting 2 meters away from George. George aimed his gun at the driver's seat and shouted, "Show me your hands. Let me see your hands. Hey, you bastard. Once more, I implore you to reveal your hands." With these words, he fixated intently on the window, ready to fire at the slightest movement from the other party. A pair of tattooed hands emerged from the car window, and a blonde head poked out, mouth adorned with numerous lip piercings, exclaiming, "Congratulations, detective, you've caught me." Chapter 50, The High-Speed Chase 3. Get out. Step out of the vehicle. Immediately, under the threat of firearms, the blonde's gaze became unervingly clear. He dared not make any perilous movements. He was acutely aware that American police were not hesitant to fire at the first sign of danger. Promptly, he opened the car door, and without waiting for George's command, he skillfully placed his hands behind his back and laid himself flat on the ground. After releasing a long breath, George assessed that the subdued blonde posed no immediate threat, yet he remained vigilant. With one hand gripping his gun, he retrieved handcuffs from his waist and advanced cautiously, preparing to navigate past the spike strip. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The rear door of the Dodge sports car swung open abruptly, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun aimed directly at George. Damn! The sudden sight sent a shiver down George's spine, cold sweat soaking his back, leaving him momentarily dazed with terror. He had previously noted the absence of a passenger in the front seat of the Dodge, but he had never fathomed that someone was concealed in the back. Reacting instinctively, honed by years of combat experience, George crouched and leaped backward, his body twisting as he fell toward the police vehicle. Almost immediately, a large spray of blood erupted from his left shoulder. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the outcome could have been fatal. With a cry of pain, the injured George collapsed to the ground. His sudden injury startled Charlotte, who was unbuckling her seatbelt to assist him, only to hear George shout, "Charlotte, don't get out. Whatever you do, stay inside." Executing tactical rolls to evade the bullets that followed, George pressed against the rear of the police car while clutching his wounded shoulder. The police vehicle had been parked at an angle, momentarily obscuring the shooter in the back seat from sight, while the blonde hastily crawled away, discarding the spike strip. As an experienced sheriff, George's reflexes were not sluggish. He aimed his gun in the direction of the gunfire and pulled the trigger without a glance. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the gun battle, 3 bullets shattered against the bulletproof glass before Charlotte, who had just equipped herself with the Spider-Sense skill card, was momentarily taken aback. Following George's attack, a bullet pierced through the Dodge's rear windshield, accompanied by the furious shouts of a woman from within. What should be done now? According to George's usual protocol, he ought to have grabbed the radio to report the gunfight and request backup. However, he had left the radio in the police car. Now, he could only bend slightly forward, peering through the windshield of the police car to observe the movements across the way. Once again, 2 shots struck the bulletproof glass before Charlotte. A stout woman smashed the rear window of the Dodge with a fist, cursing as she raised her firearm and cast a menacing glance at the bewildered Charlotte, searching for the injured George. The blond man was similarly occupied. He removed the flat tire tool and hastily returned to the driver's seat of the Dodge, retrieving a Glock and disengaging the safety, spitting on the hood of the Chevrolet. The blond man raised his handgun, a cold smirk adorning his face. In the back of the vehicle, George had also witnessed the unfolding scene. His recent shooting posture had placed an unbearable strain on his right wrist, and more critically, his injured left shoulder hindered his ability to swiftly replace the spare magazine. Gritting his teeth, George was engulfed in an indescribable sense of regret. It was not only his own safety at stake, Charlotte was also in peril. He should have firmly insisted that Charlotte exit the vehicle, for even if he were to face danger, Charlotte would not be ensnared in such a predicament. "Charlotte, lock the doors. No matter what happens, do not exit the vehicle," George shouted. For a brief moment, the only sounds were the sharp cracks of bullets striking the police car. Noticing George's lack of counterattack, the blond man became aware of a shift in the situation and leaned forward to investigate from the driver's seat. As he poked his head out, he saw the front passenger door of the Chevrolet swing open. The blond man hesitated for a moment. He had completely underestimated Charlotte, perceiving him as an innocent bookworm, a model student from high school. Such timid good students were the very types he despised the most. Charlotte's actions momentarily stunned the blond man, but he quickly grinned wickedly, aiming his gun at the passenger door. As soon as Charlotte poked his head out, he would unleash his attack. Observing the cracked bulletproof glass in front of Charlotte, he surmised the latter's intention to rescue George. "Charlotte, get back," George shouted hoarsely, having also noticed Charlotte's movement. The blond man coldly chuckled, preparing to shoot Charlotte and force George into submission. Through the distorted, shattered bulletproof glass, Charlotte did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, he bit into a dark object and bent down, his head emerging from the car door. A dark object resembling a hand grenade rolled swiftly from beneath the passenger door to the underside of the Dodge. In an instant, the blond man's mind erupted in chaos. His hand, gripping the Glock, trembled uncontrollably. The instincts of a seasoned driver kicked in, prompting him to press down on the accelerator without waiting for his companion in the back seat, who was still firing. The Dodge sped away in a flash. Good grief. George, clutching his shoulder, was taken aback. He was well aware that there were no grenades in his vehicle. As he propped himself up and glanced around, he noticed that his walkie-talkie lay in shattered fragments not far away. As the adrenaline began to wane, George slumped to the ground, pain washing over him. It wasn't that he was unwilling to rise, but at that moment, he realized that his right leg had also sustained a bullet graze. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Hank's number. "Hank, I'm near the Lincoln Tunnel. A gunfight has erupted. I repeat, a gunfight has erupted here. There are 2 suspects in a Dodge, both armed, and they have since fled. I've been shot and am temporarily incapacitated, but fortunately, the injury is not severe and did not strike any vital areas. I request assistance. I request assistance." "My God," Hank exclaimed. "Hold on, George, we'll be there shortly." Once the Dodge had departed, Charlotte swiftly exited her vehicle and hurried to George's side to assess his wounds. The abrasion on George's leg hampered his mobility, while the gunshot to his left shoulder was also not critical. Gazing at Charlotte, who was attending to him, George remarked, "Kid, I'm lucky to have you this time. Otherwise, I would have been finished." Confirming that George's injuries were not life-threatening, friends who frequently encounter gunfire know that even a bullet wound to a limb can be perilous and often requires surgical intervention, with risks of tendon ruptures, remaining shrapnel, nerve damage, and long-lasting repercussions. Recovery from such injuries is invariably slow and fraught with complications. Therefore, the portrayal of a nonchalant attitude post-injury is a mere cinematic fantasy. However, in this instance, it seemed that the movie world had become reality, and a shoulder wound was merely a trivial matter that would not hinder George from wielding a firearm. Charlotte unceremoniously scooped up the injured George in a princess carry. George's face immediately flushed a bright crimson, akin to a monkey's backside. His embarrassment was not due to shyness, but rather a blend of indignation and anger. Being carried like a princess? What a ridiculous notion. He was a robust police officer standing at 6 feet tall. How would he ever face anyone again? "Charlotte, what are you doing? Put me down at once." Chapter 51. The high-speed chase for you're injured. You can't walk on your own, Charlotte insisted, hoisting the sturdy George into the passenger seat before turning toward the driver's side. As she settled into the police car, a smirk crept onto Charlotte's face. Media helicopters hovered above, broadcasting the unfolding scene live. Unbeknownst to George, countless viewers were witnessing the spectacle of him being carried like a princess. The host elongated their tone in astonishment, exclaiming, "It seems the detective who was originally driving has sustained injuries, forcing our police team to reluctantly change drivers." Fortunately, the detective's injuries were not severe. However, the assailant had successfully escaped and increased the distance between them. As the camera zoomed in, our new driver appeared remarkably youthful. Yet we all anticipated his performance with bated breath. "Have you lost your mind, Charlotte? We should remain here and await rescue," George inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. His injured body rendered him weak and unable to resist. He could only observe Charlotte's actions, which stirred a foreboding sense within him. "What shall I do?" "Why, engage in a high-speed pursuit to take you to the hospital." As Charlotte fastened George's seatbelt, he grimaced at the pain in his left hand. Feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, he secured his own seatbelt and cheerfully remarked, "And I'll conveniently catch up to those two rascals." George believed in Charlotte's driving prowess, which was indeed quite remarkable. Glancing at the sun visor, Charlotte ignited the Chevrolet and jested, "By the way, George, do you need to wear a helmet while driving?" A chill ran down George's spine, yet he could do nothing but watch as Charlotte pressed the accelerator and released the handbrake. The tires screeched against the pavement, and George recalled the perilous scene of Charlotte riding a motorcycle, a dance upon the edge of a knife. It was over. As Charlotte released the handbrake, the car lunged forward, and George despaired, exclaiming, "God, I am truly doomed this time." With a sudden burst of speed, the Chevrolet collided with a nearby rock. George was yanked forward by the seatbelt, blood gushing from his left shoulder and splattering against the windshield. In disbelief, he turned to the innocently expressioned Charlotte. Calmly reversing the vehicle, Charlotte explained, "George, that rock was simply too low and cleverly concealed. I didn't see it, but I assure you, you can trust my skills." As he muttered to himself, "Left foot brake, right foot clutch, left foot brake, right foot clutch," the vehicle surged forward again. With a pallid complexion, George clutched the handle above his head, contemplating whether the coroner could piece together his body and convey to Gwen that his father was not a coward. As the vehicle sped along, Charlotte switched skill cards. I want to fly, momentarily suspended in midair. Old dang, explode those coins. You are the eternal spirit of ghostly driving. Although this skill card was intended for motorcycles, it proved quite advantageous for road experience. With one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, the speed rapidly climbed to 160 miles per hour. Charlotte patted George's shoulder and turned to him with genuine concern, inquiring, "George, how are you feeling? You're not passing out, are you?" George was gripped by trepidation and seething anger. "You reckless fool. If you don't watch the road, I might perish. Moreover, you ought to pull over immediately," George bellowed in exasperation. Charlotte merely rolled her eyes, pushed aside the police computer from George's workplace, and switched on the car radio, pretending she had not heard his frantic voice. The broadcast featured a live program, with the host passionately declaring, "The Chevrolet is still accelerating." The Chevrolet is indeed accelerating. However, due to its earlier halt, it remains too distant from the Dodge. This novice driver, who had recently experienced a collision, was clearly a greenhorn, and they were perpetually on the brink of disaster. Let us pray for him. How tedious, what a dreadful program. Charlotte grimaced and changed the channel, only for stirring music to burst forth. Moving to the rhythm, Charlotte began to bob her head as the energetic tunes heightened the thrill of speeding. She clapped her hands in time with the music, while George, overwhelmed, fainted. Before long, George was jolted awake by the cacophony, a faint voice urging everyone, "Clap your hands to my beat." Opening his eyes, he saw Charlotte honking the horn in sync with the music. Still unsated, she exclaimed, "Everyone, follow my rhythm. Let me see your hands in the air." Before George could fully comprehend the situation, Charlotte activated the windshield wipers and repeatedly flashed the headlights. A cold sweat enveloped him. As if awakening from a nightmare, he realized that his previous experiences were indeed real. Above them, a helicopter was broadcasting footage of this peculiar police car, which proved far more intriguing than the fleeing street racers. "Pull over, Charlotte. There's no need to chase them," George weakly uttered. It was not solely the gunshot wound that plagued him. His entire body felt wretched. Though he considered himself an experienced driver, sitting in Charlotte's vehicle was making him queasy. "No, George. My primary objective is to take you to the hospital. Pursuing them is merely incidental," Charlotte replied earnestly. Noticing George's distress, she promptly rolled down the windows on both sides. Indeed, as the fresh air rushed in, George's complexion improved significantly. Charlotte's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she switched off the car's music and decelerated slightly for a smoother ride. It seemed the moment had arrived to showcase her skills. Retrieving a map from the police vehicle's supplies, Charlotte laid it out on the steering wheel, positioning it before her eyes. George's heart raced, a tremor in his voice, as he swore to God that Charlotte's driving was utterly terrifying. He would rather face death than ever ride in her car again. Gazing out the window, Charlotte meticulously discerned the surrounding environment and, with the aid of the map, swiftly pinpointed their current location. As Charlotte folded away the map, she glanced at George. "What expression is that? Is it not customary to navigate while driving? You are unable to provide me with directions." She deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid a speeding vehicle. George fell silent, resigned to his fate. After consulting the map, Charlotte confirmed that she was nearing the Brooklyn Beltway. The traffic ahead thickened once more, and with her exceptional skills in evasion, she narrowly dodged several oncoming cars. Despite the increasing congestion, Charlotte's speed not only remained unchanged, but actually intensified. A brief analysis of the police's deployment and her own trajectory led her to anticipate the choices of the blonde-haired pursuer. Though they had been racing back and forth for over 100 kilometers, the elapsed time had scarcely exceeded an hour. At that moment, New York City was caught in the throes of rush hour, rendering many intersections impassable, thereby limiting the options available to the blonde. Marking Central Avenue on her map, Charlotte abruptly swerved to avoid a heavy truck, and the Chevrolet roared into the emergency lane under her command. Unbeknownst to her, the New York News had caught wind of the escalating car chase and dispatched a helicopter for live coverage. The previous high-speed maneuvers and relentless velocity had captivated the public's attention. Each precarious evasion, coupled with her unmatched driving prowess, drew even more fascination. Particularly when the helicopter noted Charlotte's deceleration and the smoothness of her driving. It zoomed in for a closer shot. The live broadcast showcased Charlotte intently studying the map, a sight that sent chills down viewers' spines, leaving them in awe. "Incredible. This is so exhilarating. Mom, come see the driving prodigy. My God, he is accelerating again. I'm certain this boy behind the wheel is doomed. I know him. He is my classmate." Chapter 52, The Pursuit for Newcomers. The question arose, did this young man steal a police car and abduct an officer while fleeing from pursuit? My God, he has just caused another accident. When will he crash himself? I can hardly wait, exclaimed one viewer. Look at those maneuvers. Unbelievable. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a skill card, criminal genius. You are a prodigy in the realm of crime. Free attribute points, too. Once more, Charlotte jerked the wheel, veering into a side street, executing a rapid drift fueled by nitrous. Despite having obtained the skill card, she dared not lose focus, for in her heightened state of awareness, the world around her slowed. Dust danced in the air, distant birds soared, and then Charlotte's gaze fixated on a pair of delicate, fair legs by the roadside. As the vehicle sped along, Charlotte's perception of speed returned to normal with the fading of the alluring legs. A sudden turn and swift maneuvering nearly caused even the media helicopter to be left behind. The Chevrolet decelerated as it entered Central Avenue, arriving at the corner intersection where Charlotte immediately spotted the approaching Dodge on another road. A smirk creased his lips, and a cold smile emerged on his face. "I found you." Ignoring the illuminated red light, Charlotte maneuvered the Chevrolet into a drift, positioning it squarely in the middle of the intersection, disrupting the flow of traffic and obstructing the Dodge's route. George, pale-faced, turned his head and also caught sight of the Dodge he had been pursuing relentlessly. Before he could feel a sense of relief, he realized Charlotte had positioned the police car to block the way. If the Dodge collided, Officer George would bear the brunt. As he watched the Dodge rapidly approach, George's expression darkened. That rascal Charlotte is coming for me. Open the door. The chaotic traffic led to a minor congestion, temporarily immobilizing the Dodge, which had no alternative but to confront the Chevrolet before it. Rather than slowing down, the Dodge gritted its teeth and charged forward, eager for one last desperate attempt. Understanding the adversary's intent, Charlotte had no intention of sacrificing George. The Chevrolet twisted, beginning to reverse, aiming to collide the rear of the police car with the oncoming Dodge. Was the blonde fool? Certainly not. This was a modified police Chevrolet, reinforced and altered for detaining criminals. To ram the Dodge's front into the Chevrolet's rear was akin to courting death. A swift maneuver attempted to evade the Chevrolet's bulk. Yet, Charlotte was prepared. He yanked the steering wheel, applied the brakes, and, utilizing the inertia of the drift, slammed into the Dodge's body. The moment of impact erupted with a thunderous metallic roar. Both vehicles were traveling at considerable speeds. The Dodge's windows shattered instantaneously, airbags deployed, and the left side of the Chevrolet's frame twisted grotesquely. The uncontrollable Dodge was thrust into a roll, crashing into a nearby fire hydrant amidst the gasps of onlookers, rendering the Dodge a mere wreck, akin to a battered toy. The Chevrolet fared poorly as well. George's beloved vehicle emitted a mournful wail under the strain. Its body mangled, the hood belching smoke, finally stalling in the middle of the road. Glancing at the Dodge, Charlotte's face broke into a triumphant smile. This is the essence of American-style apprehension. My dear boy. Relishing in his handiwork, Charlotte turned to George. Come on, dear George, I eagerly await your praise. Shower me with adulation. I can take it. Exhaling deeply, clutching his injured shoulder in silence, George gazed at Charlotte, wordless. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a skill card, Bad Luck Star. Equip this card, and misfortune shall befall everyone and everything around you, including yourself. You gain 2 free attribute points. Charlotte, what do you mean, my friend? George's gaze towards Charlotte was laden with profound meaning. Though he uttered no words, the system flawlessly manifested everything he wished to convey. Ding ding ding. Although delayed, the New York police swiftly surrounded George's Chevrolet. Step out. Step out. Show me your hands. Hank, the first to exit with his weapon drawn, had already reported George's gunshot injury and was coordinating with Yulon for assistance near the Lincoln Tunnel. However, the appearance of George's police car here caused Hank to furrow his brow in concern, suspecting an unfortunate incident involving George. Charlotte skillfully extended his hands through the twisted window of the Chevrolet, poking his head out to say, Hey Hank, it's me. I was worried something happened to George, so I brought him here. Upon seeing Charlotte, Hank hesitated momentarily before holstering his weapon, shouting to the armed officers surrounding them, Friendlies. This is a friendly. Andrew, take 2 men to check on those bastards over there. Be cautious, they are armed criminals. If there is any movement, shoot without hesitation. As Hank approached, he peered through the car window at George. Although George's complexion was not ideal, he appeared alert, albeit with a somewhat vacant expression. Soon, the unconscious blonde was lifted from the vehicle, while his companion in the back seat was in a dire state. She had been struck in the abdomen by George's blind shots during the shootout and was now covered in blood, requiring immediate medical attention. Hank patted Charlotte on the shoulder with a smile, saying, Charlotte, you would make a splendid police officer. Would you be interested in becoming one in the future? Coughing. George choked on his own saliva. Hank, what kind of joke is this? Letting Charlotte become a police officer? That would be a disaster for the streets of New York. No, Hank. My dream is to own a toy store filled with countless toys. What a wonderful dream. Hank reminisced. I remember my own aspiration was to become a security guard at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Little did I know, due to life's pressures, I became a police officer instead. How tragic. Pushing open the car door, Charlotte exited. The hospital was now quite near. However, the traffic congestion he caused had worsened. And with the arrival of police vehicles and increased traffic, the situation had descended into paralysis. Stepping on the shattered remnants of the Chevrolet and Dodge collision, Charlotte gazed upward at the buzzing helicopters above and remarked, What a splendid and joyous day it is. Assisting the police, aiding neighbors, thwarting crime, and protecting the innocent. How benevolent of me. With an air of natural ease, she approached the passenger seat, preparing to extricate George, intending to escort him to the hospital on foot. However, to the astonishment of those around, George exhibited considerable resistance. Oh, Charlotte, please continue to relish your beautiful life. Here, Hank is assisting me, and my injuries are not severe, he insisted, clutching his shoulder defiantly. With colleagues surrounding him and live helicopters overhead, he thought it far better to bleed out here than to be lifted by Charlotte like a princess. Poor George remained blissfully unaware that the earlier scene had already been broadcast live. Charlotte blinked, nodding regretfully. Very well, George, I wish you a pleasant hospital stay. I will take your father-in-law to the hospital, Charlotte. We can discuss your statement later, Hank interjected. George, his face ashen, lacked even the strength to roll his eyes. Charlotte waved her hand in agreement and walked away into the distance. Dear viewers, today's vibrant program is reaching its conclusion. Although the police have temporarily changed drivers, the new driver has elevated the artistic effect to its pinnacle. One viewer inquired about the level of artistry involved. The answer? It reaches several stories high. I eagerly anticipate witnessing this young man's exhilarating car chase once more. It will undoubtedly be extraordinary. With a snap, the in-car television switched off, and Smith squinted thoughtfully. He had been closely monitoring Charlotte's movements and certainly did not miss this chase. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his specially designed phone from the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency and dialed Coulson. Hello, Director Coulson. The investigation you requested into Charlotte has yielded new developments. Indeed, with Tony Stark's abduction, Smith's focus had shifted under Coulson's direction from investigating the life returners involved in the terrorist attack to Charlotte. This was precisely why he had resolved to confront her. Oh, have you uncovered his connections with foreign organizations? Coulson's weary voice came through the line. Exhausted from the search for Stark with no progress to show, he listened intently. Smith replied nonchalantly, No, I have discovered that he suffers from schizophrenia. Coulson's expression flickered with disbelief. What merit was there in reporting such a condition? Are you jesting with me? After Stark's disappearance, Charlotte, who had previously foretold this event and appeared on television, inevitably became one of the suspects. A prophet? The SHIELD agency's primary suspicion fell upon the relationship between Charlotte and the terrorists. They even connected the resurrectors with foreign powers, transforming Charlotte's miraculous escape from death into a grand scheme of feigned suffering. Naturally, due to Charlotte's prior tip-off, Stark's uncle, Obadiah, also became a focal point of suspicion. However, Obadiah presented no flaws in his alibi and was diligently pursuing Stark's whereabouts. He even publicly declared that regardless of which faction had abducted Stark, he was willing to offer an irresistible sum of money. In a flash, the investigation reached a stalemate. Smith calmly introduced a sensational theory, but I can be fairly certain that Charlotte is Spider-Man. What? This revelation startled Coulson, piquing his interest immediately. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, unlit, Smith elaborated on his analysis. I believe Spider-Man is merely another persona of Charlotte. The first evidence supporting this is the timing of Charlotte and Spider-Man's appearances. Shortly after Charlotte was discharged from the hospital, Spider-Man suddenly emerged in New York, becoming active. Furthermore, during the daytime when Charlotte is at work, Spider-Man rarely makes an appearance. Based on the delivery records I investigated, every time Spider-Man appeared coincided with Charlotte's delivery route. Subsequently, I reviewed all surveillance footage along the routes, confirming that the areas where Charlotte and Spider-Man appeared consistently corresponded. This morning, after someone spotted Spider-Man, I hurried to Charlotte's residence. And indeed, Charlotte was not at home. Smith smirked, his eyes radiating confidence in his deduction. Coulson nodded repeatedly, although Smith lacked direct evidence. His reasoning as a top agent of SHIELD was undoubtedly compelling. Gently stroking his smooth forehead and narrowing his eyes slightly, Coulson revealed his signature smile, imbued with a unique air of mystery. Smith, I presume you have more than just this assurance. Of course. Smith's smile grew increasingly confident. Spider-Man refers to himself as a good neighbor to the citizens of New York, employing violent means to exercise his superpowers. Analyzing his behavior through the lens of psychological principles, he harbors a desire to showcase his abilities and seeks admiration and acknowledgement from others. His conduct is marked by distrust and hostility towards the police and official entities. He pursues extremes without striving for perfection, seeks goodness, yet eschews peace. He embodies justice, albeit with a somewhat detached moral compass, displaying contradictory social behaviors while yearning for emotional stimulation through his actions. His approach to crime is imbued with aggression and a penchant for destruction, indicating a profound animosity towards criminals, likely stemming from personal experiences of loss due to crime. He is arrogant, unafraid of disparagement, sensitive yet transparent, embodying a complex persona. The same can be said for Charlotte. His complexity transcends mere mental fragmentation. A high-speed chase, characterized by Charlotte's audacious maneuvers and perilous driving skills, illustrates his thirst for exhilaration. Coupled with a certain self-destructive tendency, he possesses a strong sense of justice and shows no mercy in the face of violence. To a degree, he harbors distrust towards the police, placing his faith solely in himself. He is concerned for those around him, yet craves attention. One could assert that, apart from his family, Charlotte has not suffered from criminal harm. Everything else aligns impeccably with the persona of Spider-Man. Pausing, Smith reminisced about the expression on Charlotte's face before adding, "Furthermore, I suspect Charlotte may also exhibit tendencies toward masochism." Masochistic tendencies? Coulson on the other end of the line fell into silence. Of course, these considerations are secondary. As Coulson furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, do you believe that the death of the Life Restorer was the doing of Spider-Man?" No, Smith shook his head, asserting, Spider-Man does not possess such superhuman abilities. Aside from the existence of another perpetrator, there is no alternative explanation. Based on the autopsy report and the scene investigation, this assailant likely possesses powers of hypnosis or the ability to manipulate others' wills. This individual has also taken note of Charlotte, or rather, Spider-Man, for reasons unknown. He orchestrated the actions of the terrorists pursuing Charlotte, compelling one to dance after being shot, ultimately bleeding to death in the kitchen. He controlled every officer nearby, rendering them oblivious to the commotion in the kitchen, while simultaneously manipulating the Life Restorers into mutual destruction, leading to their untimely demise. It is even plausible that he is currently exerting control over Charlotte, over Spider-Man. Smith sighed. There are numerous inconsistencies. The matter necessitates further investigation. Hypnosis, command, manipulation of others. Coulson furrowed his brow, contemplating, and deemed Smith's assessment highly plausible. Such abilities are exceedingly perilous, and once discovered, must be met with absolute intolerance, requiring stringent regulation and control. With a soft sigh, Coulson spoke in a somber tone. It falls to you, Smith. If this individual truly exists, then finding him is imperative. Chapter 54. Educational video. The hectic life of a superhero, with merely fleeting moments of sleep, has disrupted Gwen's physiological rhythm. Hammer Technologies graciously granted Gwen a day off, expressing concern for her health and hoping she could complete 2 days' worth of work by tomorrow. With her charming visage slightly drooping, Gwen donned a white camisole nightgown, the purple patterns on her chest protruding prominently. Feebly, she let out a yawn, her expression clouded with melancholy as she reclined upon her bed. Merely a few days of insufficient sleep had rendered Gwen weary and listless. She pondered how Charlotte managed to maintain such vigor, rising early and returning late, only to stealthily transform into a superhero at night, thriving like a workhorse. Were it not for the encounter from the previous evening that solidified her conviction that Charlotte was indeed Spider-Man, she might have doubted whether they were two distinct individuals. Clutching her pillow, Gwen nestled into a cozy position, a serene smile gracing her face as the embrace of slumber began to envelop her, her eyes gently closing in contentment. In an instant, her eyes shot wide open. The vision of the data card Spider-Man had given her flashing before her mind's eye. The tide of drowsiness that had been sweeping over her receded abruptly, leaving her in an alarming state of wakefulness. While at Hammer Tech, fatigue had been relentless, often lulling her into a doze even at her desk. Yet when she lay in bed yearning for sleep, her drowsiness would vanish like mist, rendering her unable to drift off. Struggling to sit upright, Gwen's face contorted in anguish as she angrily delivered a flurry of punches into the air before her. Her short hair clung to her face, and despite her despondent demeanor, there lingered a fractured beauty about her. At that moment, her stomach audibly protested, a reminder of her meager breakfast forcibly taken from her by George earlier that morning. With a lackluster spirit, Gwen closed her eyes, sensing that her energy had risen. The prospect of falling asleep now seemed a futile dream. Rising to her feet, she cast a glance at her jacket beneath the chair, marred with paint splatters, and let out a resigned sigh. The aspiration to become a superhero proved to be an arduous endeavor. Originally, she had planned to take the day off to spend time with Charlotte, Jane, and Harry, but fate had intervened, with Charlotte being whisked away by his father, and Jane occupied with her vocal lessons. They had tentatively agreed to summon Harry the following day to discuss their previously concocted vacation plans. However, her internship at Hammer Tech had dimmed her hopes for that trip. She likely wouldn't be able to go after all. After a moment of hesitation, Gwen made her way to the dining table, her expression vacant as she spread butter on a muffin, drizzling it with syrup and adding crispy bacon. Constructing a makeshift burger before taking a substantial bite, with little regard for ladylike decorum. Chewing and swallowing, she yawned once more. Charlotte had indeed spoken the truth. Since becoming a superhero, her appetite had burgeoned exponentially. Often, She would finish a meal and, without engaging in any physical activity, find herself hungry again. Gwen could feel her strength and physical resilience growing day by day, evolving at an astonishing pace. At present, she has yet to reach the limits of her physical capabilities. After finishing her pancakes and bacon, Gwen resumed her pastry baking. Fortunately, George was not home lately. Otherwise, her peculiar behavior would surely attract the attention of George, the policeman. After blending brown sugar, flour, cinnamon, and oats, she added butter and fruit crisps, spreading the mixture evenly before placing it into the oven. Smacking her lips, Gwen swallowed her own saliva, akin to a little glutton, and set the timer for the oven. She then made her way to the living room, inserting Spider-Man's data card into the playback device connected to the television. Kicking off her slippers, she squatted on the sofa, hugging her legs. Picking up a plate of fruit slices and placing it before her, she turned on the television and pressed the play button. The first sound to emerge was the whoosh of the wind. After a brief observation, Gwen surmised that this was likely the recording device affixed to Spider-Man's chest. Soon, Spider-Man's altered voice resonated. Congratulations. You are now watching Spider-Man's superhero training course. Lesson 1. Counter-surveillance techniques. The methods of counter-surveillance include concealment, disguise, diversion, destruction, hiding, and fleeing. Today's focus will be on hiding, disguising, and fleeing. Remember, these are key points for future assessments. The screen displayed Gwen's figure as she stealthily exited her home, glancing back repeatedly, unaware that Spider-Man was unsteadily following her. The fool depicted on screen served as a prime example of what not to do. Even as I stand here speaking, revealing my presence, she remains oblivious to my shadow, illustrating her weak counter-surveillance awareness. She does not even realize I have tracked her to her residence. Gwen's lips twitched as she held a grape before her mouth. Listening to Spider-Man's incessant critiques echoing from the screen, she crushed the grape in her palm. Indeed, throughout the pursuit, Charlotte kept mumbling, and the criticisms made Gwen grit her teeth in frustration. She was genuinely taken aback that Charlotte had been tailing her all along. She had assumed Charlotte would be waiting for her ahead. As events unfolded, Charlotte descended from the sky behind her, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" The first-person perspective in the recording questioned her incredulously. To be fair, from the footage's viewpoint, Gwen did appear somewhat inexperienced, a novice indeed. However, Gwen would never admit to this. Instead, she mentally noted another point against Charlotte. Soon enough, the main visual presented training on web-slinging and spider sense, encouraging Gwen to flee. At which point a gun was drawn, and a shot hit Gwen squarely on the backside. The video captured Gwen's face, flushed with indignation as she fled. Charlotte continued her exposition. When fleeing, the first priority is to evade the adversary's line of sight, seeking shelter behind substantial obstructions rather than recklessly moving in a straight line, rendering one's intentions all too apparent. One must maintain composure, keenly observe the surroundings, and ensure a swift escape. To evade pursuers, lingering in the air is a profoundly foolish tactic. Instead, one ought to descend, discard the superhero attire, adopt a more inconspicuous appearance, and steer clear of any suspicious individuals or objects. As she spoke, Charlotte set off in pursuit of Gwen, not directly following the path Gwen had taken, but rather gliding towards a distant edifice. She released her webbing, leisurely swinging along the building's edge, occasionally glancing at the time. While in disguise, one must not exhibit panic in their demeanor or erratic behavior. It is paramount to blend in seamlessly with those around. Attire and belongings must harmonize with the environment. Continuous vigilance towards surrounding changes is essential, particularly regarding individuals or objects that appear repeatedly. Suddenly, an unusual sound broke the atmosphere, and Gwen instantly recognized it. Charlotte had arrived. As anticipated, just as Gwen rounded the corner, Spider-Man, who had been lying in wait, sprang forth, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he pulled the trigger. The camera zoomed in on Gwen, her features contorted in terror, her mouth agape in a silent scream, her double chin prominent. It was a sight too dreadful to behold. Overwhelmed by the memory, Gwen abruptly switched off the television, collapsing onto the sofa, covering her face as a mournful cry escaped her lips. Chapter 55, shot twice. Dying on the spot. No more. Watching further would only fuel her anger. She wondered if Charlotte had a backup. The on-screen image of herself filled Gwen with shame, her spirit of social embarrassment stirring within her. Thus, she transformed her anguish into a ravenous appetite. She retrieved a tray of baked confections and devoured them all in one go. After satisfying her hunger, fatigue washed over her once more, and Gwen reclined on the sofa, closing her eyes. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone jolted her from her reverie. Irritated, she raised her gaze to the luminescent clock on the wall. reluctantly picked up her phone and glanced at the caller ID. In the next moment, her drowsiness evaporated. Upon seeing Hank's name, her eyes widened in alarm. A chill coursing through her body. Something was amiss. This was Gwen's immediate reaction. Hank, a colleague of her father's and a longtime partner, was certainly familiar to her. However, the very fact that Hank was calling her ignited memories of a past incident when George had been attacked by an assassin and rushed to the hospital. Although they had successfully retaliated against the assailant, George had sustained severe injuries. At that time, young Gwen had received a call from Hank, and upon arriving at the hospital, she had witnessed George, bloodied and battered, weeping uncontrollably. Gwen, trembling with trepidation, hurriedly answered the phone. On the other end, Hank's anxious voice resonated. Gwen, something has happened. This morning, your father and Charlotte pursued some criminals. What? They are together? Are they all right? A vivid image of Charlotte getting into the police car flashed through Gwen's mind as she urgently inquired. Calm down and listen patiently, Hank said, noticing Gwen's distress. Attempting to soothe her anxiety. Well, they were driving George's beloved car and had arrived at either 3rd Avenue or 2nd Avenue. Gwen bit her lip, her expression growing increasingly desperate. Get to the point. What about my father and Charlotte? Despite her inner turmoil, Gwen had no choice but to let Hank continue. Of course, they were definitely not on 1st Avenue. I remember. It was 3rd Avenue. They happened to encounter a reckless gang of joyriders coming at them head-on. Those two had evaded our police blockade and were on the verge of escaping. If George hadn't initiated the pursuit, they might have truly slipped away. Thus, George made a swift decision to assist the police in turning the tide, which marked the beginning of all misfortunes. As he narrated, Hank poured himself a glass of water, seemingly recalling the scene vividly. He spoke with fervor and emotion. Who is George? The ace sheriff of the New York Police Department, who, alongside his impeccable partner Hank, has cracked numerous perplexing cases. Under the influence of ace driver Hank, George had also honed his driving skills, so he immediately devised a strategy. He maneuvered to intercept, aiming to execute an American-style stop on the joyriders. However, their speed was alarmingly fast, like a raging beast charging towards George. At that critical moment, Gwen, biting her lip, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Hank, sensing her anxiety, reassured her, do not worry, he has not perished yet. George is not foolish. In that perilous moment, he swerved his vehicle and then pursued them. Gwen could no longer contain herself. What do you mean he has not perished? What about next time? Has something happened to my father? Hank, uncle, she cried, desperation lacing her voice. What has happened to my father and Charlotte? Hank, momentarily taken aback, gulped down the cool water, initially animated in his storytelling, but upon hearing Gwen's anxious tone, he could only respond helplessly. I told you not to panic. Rest assured, Charlotte is completely unharmed and even succeeded in apprehending the scoundrels of the joyride gang. Gwen let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, Hank shifted his tone, stating that George was not so fortunate. He had been shot twice, and it was fatal. What? Gwen's face turned ashen, nearly dropping her phone, her heart sinking as she slumped onto the sofa. Yet, Hank sent a screenshot of George being princess carried into the work group, and, gazing at his masterpiece, he smugly added, yes, 2 shots, social death on the spot. Aside from that, George was unharmed and instead had earned a holiday. He was currently receiving treatment in the hospital, and his injuries were not severe. Oh, just social death. Upon hearing this news, Gwen felt a wave of relief wash over her. George's social demise was inconsequential, as long as he was safe. Uncle Hank, which hospital are you at? I'll come right over. What hospital? Hank replied, blinking. Suddenly, George's furious roar erupted over the phone. You bastard, what have you posted in the work group? I'm going to kill you. The line crackled with a commotion, and Hank's cries of struggle echoed. Poor Hank seemed to be being choked, only managing to weakly utter, we're at New York Presbyterian Hospital. It's too late, Princess George. You didn't think the work group had a recall function, did you? Everyone has saved it. Quickly, Yulan was the first to comment. Oh my goodness. This image should be printed out and displayed in the precinct as the honor of New York's best detective. Oh, the call ended. And hearing George's voice reassured Gwen that he was indeed fine, still having the leisure to maintain his reputation. But what on earth was Princess George? Had her father come out of the closet? Was he seeking a male mother figure? If that were the case, she could not accept it at all and would undoubtedly choose to run away from home without hesitation. Indeed, it was true that appropriate fitness attracted the opposite sex, while excessive fitness attracted the same sex. Before long, Gwen arrived at New York Presbyterian Hospital and found George, whose shoulder was bandaged. He lay pale and frail on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Hank, jovially peeling an apple with a fruit knife, looked as if he had found a treasure. Setting her backpack on a chair, Gwen curiously inquired, "Dad, Hank said you weren't seriously injured? Why do you look like you're on the verge of death?" "Hee hee," Hank chuckled, the long peel of the apple hanging from the knife. "He is not dead, but his heart. Oh, it's utterly shattered." Heartbroken? Gwen's eyes widened, gaining a clearer understanding of her previous suspicions. "Could it be, Dad, that you really confessed to a man and it didn't go well?" George suddenly straightened his upper body on the hospital bed, disregarding the pain in his left shoulder. "What nonsense is this? Who has spread such rumors?" Chapter 56. System, let me see where your limits lie. Once Hank clarifies everything, all will be explained. Gwen couldn't help but chide the reticent George. "Father, how is it that your reputation as New York's a sheriff is becoming increasingly unfounded? You exhibit none of the caution you once had. In the end, you had to rely on Charlotte to apprehend the criminals. If I were you, I would consider stepping back. New York would benefit from having more vigilantes like Spider-Man." Nonsense. Before George could respond, Hank could no longer contain himself. He declared loudly and with righteous indignation, "You may question George's sexual orientation, but you cannot question his professional capabilities. New York City can do without Spider-Man, but it cannot do without Hank and his golden partner." As he spoke, Hank placed the peeled apple skin on the small table in front of George, took a bite of the apple, and continued, "However, I must candidly criticize you, George. What a disgrace. Relying on Charlotte to pursue the joyriders. I'm at a loss for words." George was infuriated, rolling his eyes and turning away in a huff on the hospital bed. After finishing the apple, Hank chuckled and said, "Well, now that you're here, Gwen, I must take my leave. I have much to attend to today." He casually tossed the apple core into the trash can, stood up, and reopened the intercom, listening to the chaotic sounds of gunfire. After bidding farewell, he hurriedly departed. Once Hank had left, George felt invigorated and sat up again. "That rascal Hank has finally waited for the day to see me in a predicament. Isn't it just because I mocked him for being outsmarted by a cross-dressing robber?" Such a grudge. Fatigue soon overcame him, and Gwen had no intention of listening to Hank's embarrassing history. She plopped down on the adjacent hospital bed, lay down, and mumbled a few incoherent words to George before closing her eyes and drifting into a blissful sleep. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and clutching her growling stomach, Gwen groggily sat up, wiped the drool from her mouth, and her gaze fell upon George, who was snoring with an 4-drip attached. Though her eyes were heavy and her mind foggy, Gwen picked up her phone, her stomach clearly aware of what it desired most. When the food arrived, George was awakened by the sound. Seeing Gwen bring in an entire box of garlic cheese pizza, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Gwen, is there nothing else? I'm not particularly fond of pizza." The pizza was placed before George, and Gwen remarked, "Congratulations, this entire box of pizza is yours." To conceal her substantial appetite, Gwen had no intention of sharing the pizza with George. Instead, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and waved goodbye, saying, "I know of a highly rated cake shop nearby. I choose to indulge alone and will not return. I shall see you after work tomorrow, a bit later." Opening the pizza box, George wore a look of disdain. Having spent countless days in pursuit of criminals, he had sampled every pizza in New York. Years of eating had led to a form of post-traumatic stress response whenever he saw pizza, rendering it unappetizing to him. "You needn't come tomorrow, Gwen. I am not some bedridden patient in need of care. I merely sustained a gunshot wound, which is hardly a grave matter. I feel as though I could be discharged right now. Take care, old George. You are no longer the middle-aged man you once were." Gwen shrugged, adding, "At least back then, you often boasted of your ability to dodge bullets." "Well, I can dodge them now too," George immediately retorted, but today's bullet was a sneak attack. Gwen chose not to comment on whether George could indeed evade bullets. She was certain of her own ability to do so. That night, suspended by her web, Gwen stood atop a skyscraper, patiently awaiting her moment. Before long, Charlotte's voice emerged from behind her. "Go, Spider. I believe you need to be more vigilant." As expected, Spider-Man had stealthily appeared behind her, taunting, "Goodness, is your spider sense merely for show? With it, you should be able to perceive everything around you. It is as though you were a spider perched upon its web, feeling the tremors of all things. Evil laid bare before you, and all living beings mere prey." What? Gwen grasped Charlotte's implication. It was not just about sensing impending danger. It was about utilizing her spider sense to maintain control over her surroundings. Yet, how could that be possible? To foresee crises seemed to Gwen an extraordinary superpower. Although she admittedly lacked proficiency, taking it a step further felt utterly exaggerated. Charlotte sighed, "Indeed. I may have set my expectations too high, forgetting that you are merely an ordinary spider without any significant accomplishments, a pitiable little wallflower. Perhaps I should guide you in enhancing your skills, allowing you to gradually acclimate to combat and danger. Through experience, you will rapidly grow, and your abilities will strengthen. Little spider, tough days await you. Little wallflower? Gwen scoffed with a huff, her expression sour as she regarded the boastful Charlotte. Charlotte, you truly believe you are my senior now? With arms crossed over her chest, Gwen's lips curled into a cold smirk as she raised her chin and confidently remarked, "All right. Charlotte, I understand. How long do you intend to keep up this charade?" Charlotte elongated her voice, and Gwen pressed on. "Is your greatest superpower merely your acting skills? I must admit, you've managed to deceive me to some extent." Charlotte blinked, the black lenses of the Spider-Man mask reflecting glimmers of light, presenting an appearance of utter innocence. "No need for further words. I even possess acting skills in my battle suit." "Little spider, what nonsense are you spouting? I've already told you I am not Charlotte." Gwen retorted, "You are still pretending. Do you dare remove the Spider-Man mask to prove your identity?" The suggestion to unmask startled Charlotte. He certainly could not reveal his face and make an ugly grimace, claiming he was not Charlotte, for Gwen was not easily fooled. "The mask is the face of a superhero. Spider-Man never removes his mask," Gwen sneered, growing increasingly confident as she pressed on. "Charlotte, can you tell me where you were last night? Why, shortly after Spider-Man departed, did my father catch you through the window in your room?" Indeed, this flaw was far too significant. Charlotte strained to explain, "I am not Charlotte. How could I possibly know where he is? Perhaps he has a penchant for running around naked." Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. "You even tarnish your own reputation. It seems you intend to deny it to the bitter end. Do you know what your greatest flaw is?" Gwen inquired, her smile radiant with confidence. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte shook his head, genuinely curious. "Is it my charm that even the mask cannot conceal?" Ignoring Charlotte's shameless self-praise, Gwen scoffed. "Your greatest flaw is your beloved Mickey Mouse children's watch. Surely you do not intend to claim that Spider-Man just happens to own one as well. And after over 20 years, it remains as pristine as ever? Curse it, I completely overlooked that. Was there any acknowledgement possible? It seemed there was no other option. Of course, there are alternatives." Charlotte had long devised a strategy to absolve himself, ready to bury all previous flaws. He calmly gazed at the skill card, Friend from Nothing. Friend from Nothing. Used during the absolution phase to automatically generate a friend. System, let me see the extent of your capabilities. With this thought, Charlotte boldly equipped the skill card. Chapter 57, Friend from Nothing. The skill card, Friend from Nothing, was equipped, and the effect took immediate hold. Charlotte felt the world around him subtly shift, becoming hazy. His back ached, his legs were sore. It took considerable effort to ascend 5 flights of stairs. He felt a peculiar dizziness, unable to resist cradling his head. The sensation was bizarre, as though he had genuinely transformed into a monstrous arachnid, with 4 multifaceted eyes, 8 long limbs, a colossal form, a muddled mind, and a simplistic intellect. A sudden beam of divine light illuminated the corner of a nearby alley. Gwen widened her eyes, glancing at the pretentious Spider-Man who seemed reluctant to respond. In that moment, she relinquished her inquiries and opted to investigate the alley. Clutching his head, Charlotte felt ill at ease with this peculiar skill card, as the images before him overlapped in a strange manner. He briefly saw Gwen vanish before him, only to descend from the sky moments later, her face adorned with astonishment and a rosy hue as she turned back. A sudden realization struck Charlotte, prompting him to hasten towards the direction of the radiant light, reaching the edge of the alley. Indeed, a figure stood there, hands on hips, completely exposed under the glaring illumination. "Ah!" Gwen exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her voice. "Charlotte, it turns out you are truly not Spider-Man. But what are you doing here? Can't you tell?" Charlotte replied, proudly lifting his chest and shaking his considerable asset. "I am running nude." Hearing his own response and gazing at another version of himself in the light, Charlotte's face darkened beneath the Spider-Man mask. "System, are you out of your mind? Is this how you intend to clear my name?" Indeed, the system chuckled. "A friend in need, as the saying goes. But who is this friend? It is none other than myself, for the sake of appearances." Using this skill card, both Spider-Man and Charlotte coexisted. Thus, Spider-Man could not possibly be Charlotte, and Charlotte was certainly not Spider-Man. Therefore, as long as they were 2 distinct entities, Spider-Man's blemishes could not taint Charlotte, cleansing him of guilt. And Charlotte's faults could not mar Spider-Man, purifying him as well. Ah, this means there are no blemishes, a successful cleansing. Even the whereabouts of Charlotte the previous night had been smoothed over. Running nude? Applause. "Oh, system, you truly are a genius in the art of absolution." Meanwhile, the system responded, "I am indeed adept." Spider-Man let out a low, disarmed chuckle, genuinely amused by this audacious act of exoneration. At that moment, Gwen also realized that Spider-Man was undeniably not Charlotte. He truly hailed from a parallel universe. The effect of the cleansing was remarkably pronounced. Gwen removed her jacket. Her cheeks flushed, stepping forward to shield Charlotte's waist, unable to resist stealing a glance or two. Charlotte, how could you act in such a manner? This is utterly inappropriate. Running around in the nude is simply unacceptable. The purified version of Charlotte, referred to as White Charlotte, stood with hands on hips, displaying utter indifference to Gwen's actions. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon himself. Was he a system? No, White Charlotte was indeed Charlotte himself. The two were interconnected, sharing spirit, vision, thoughts, and consciousness. Essentially, they were entirely one and the same entity. The sole distinction lay in Charlotte's clear understanding of which was the true self. The other was merely a doppelganger conjured by a skill card, an entity that would reappear upon activation of that card. This realization unleashed a torrent of audacious maneuvers swirling within Charlotte's mind. Hey, I can't die? Oh, how exhilarating. I want to know? I certainly do not wish to. Are you truly so disinclined? Indeed, I genuinely do not. Pondering with his chin in hand, White Charlotte couldn't help but contemplate the sensation of death. How he longed to experience it just once. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Charlotte's vision. You are insane. Although he too felt a tinge of curiosity, White Charlotte equipped himself with word spirit technique and silent zen, casting a mysterious smile towards Charlotte. Countless reckless plans from days gone by resurfaced in his mind. He could hardly wait to reveal to everyone that Spider-Man and Charlotte were two distinct individuals, achieving the ultimate separation of identities. Then, he would embark on delightful mischief. First, he would call the IRS to report Nick Fury for tax evasion, then muster the strength to flick the smooth forehead of Coulson. He'd shear off Natasha's vibrant, crimson locks and stealthily swap Hawkeye's bow and arrows. He would fill the Hulk's underwear with itching powder and spread rumors that Iron Man had contracted AIDS. My goodness, this was all so amusing. No, calm down. The true self lacks the ability to be invulnerable. If the true self were to be implicated, everything would come to an end, leaving no time even for weeping. Charlotte, how? Interrupting Gwen's words, the Charlotte clad in Spider-Man attire stepped forward, hands on hips, and declared with righteous fervor, Indeed, I am Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood hero of New York City. Citizen, do you require assistance? Wow. White Charlotte clapped dramatically, stepping forward with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. You are the superhero Spider-Man. You are so incredibly handsome. For some reason, I suddenly feel your charisma radiating towards me. Even your mask cannot conceal your allure. Wow. Charlotte gasped, a shiver running down his spine. He found himself utterly perplexed by his own thoughts. The sensation of social embarrassment pierced through him like a blade. Unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Charlotte lamented, I am indeed a lunatic. Gwen, momentarily bewildered, glanced at the scene before her, while Charlotte, with an air of carefree abandon, straightened her posture and lamented, No need to flatter me. I am well aware of my handsomeness, yet you, young man, are quite impressive as well, possessing a remarkable 99% of my youthful charm. Of course, White Charlotte proclaimed with pride, raising a thumb to point at himself. I am undoubtedly the most dashing individual in this world. Chapter 58. How outrageous. The thought of equipping the most dashing skill card was swiftly dispelled. Charlotte genuinely feared that once equipped, his nakedness might be projected onto the skies of New York City, accompanied by a lively dance. Such a vision was simply too unbearable to contemplate. He would rather escape to an alternate universe altogether. While his doppelganger pondered how to acquire the skill card, Charlotte was preoccupied with thoughts of survival. With a sigh, he swallowed back the boastful declaration of I dare to devour. He was preparing the holy word skill card, praying not to utter any lewd remarks. Should such words materialize, the consequences would be dire. Gwen covered her flushed face, her gaze occasionally drifting towards White Charlotte. The unfolding scene left her utterly confounded. As longtime friends, she had never been aware of Charlotte's penchant for running around naked. Yet the current spectacle was compelling her to believe it. Assuming the role of the superhero Spider-Man, Charlotte cleared his throat and earnestly declared, Brave young lad. Allow me to escort you home. The splendor of your naked physique is indeed a grand art. Let the equally magnificent Spider-Man come to your rescue. Charlotte smacked his lips. The awkwardness of the situation was indescribable. Even Gwen wore a perplexed expression, struggling to grasp the essence of Spider-Man's lines. Unable to maintain his composure, Charlotte yearned to swiftly conclude this embarrassing episode. Their mutual understanding prompted White Charlotte to chime in. Goodness, can I truly experience the thrill of flying naked once more? What an honor. Let us set forth at once. Wait, hold on. Gwen faltered, sensing an inexplicable oddity in the air. Ignoring Gwen's unease, Charlotte merely wished to flee the scene. In pursuit of speed, he seized White Charlotte's wrist, and the two shot towards the heavens like arrows. Woohoo, take off! With White Charlotte's final exclamation, all that remained visible was Charlotte's rapidly vanishing figure. They pierced through the clouds, and Gwen hastily turned back, her face crimson, her thoughts still lingering on White Charlotte's bare backside. In a flash, Charlotte found himself in his room, clutching his head in anguish. Oh no, everything is utterly ruined. My illustrious persona has been completely obliterated. How will Gwen perceive me now? A pervert who revels in running around naked? In the dead of night, a rogue was distributing benefits everywhere. As he felt his social image gradually shatter, Charlotte slumped helplessly into a chair. It was not that he was unwilling to experiment with skill cards in advance. Rather, the absurdity of these inexplicable skill cards was quite overwhelming. Back when he was in Arkham, he had once hidden in an empty room, eager to test the skill card you must attack the minion with taunt. To his utter astonishment, upon just activating it, the entire hospital surged toward his room, intent on assaulting him. One of the patients, brandishing a handgun he had mysteriously acquired, pulled the trigger skyward. Had it not been for the timely cancellation of the skill card, he would have met his demise from a bullet descending from the ceiling. From that moment on, he became exceedingly reluctant to experiment with bizarre cards in advance. Even when he did use them, he ensured to mask his face. Little did he expect to encounter such a significant setback today. This system seemed to exist solely to ensnare him. Was there not a single skill that was straightforward and elegant? What was he to do? Recently, he found himself averse to meeting others. Equipping the skill card, creating friends from nothing, a flash of divine light illuminated the space. Before him appeared White Charlotte, adorned in Gwen's coat. White Charlotte cast a glance at Charlotte, discarded the coat onto the bed, and began dressing from the wardrobe, oblivious to his presence. The two were, in essence, one being, sharing an unspoken bond. With a spirit level soaring to 20, it fully supported Charlotte's dual-core functioning. There was no foolishness in Charlotte gaming while White Charlotte completed assignments. For White Charlotte was merely an extension of Charlotte himself. Whoever was doing the homework was, in fact, Charlotte. Thus, he sought to calm his mind, engaging in psychological construction and self-reassurance. What harm was there in being unclothed? No one was around to witness. Even if Gwen saw him, it would only be a fortunate gain for her. Social death? What of it? What was so extraordinary about it? Peter Parker sold his artistic photographs to the owner of the Daily Bugle for remuneration, rendering Spider-Man essentially a benefactor of sorts. And Charlotte had not received any payment. What of running naked? It was a sacrifice for art. What of nudity? It was a refusal to sell oneself for monetary gain. Indeed, self-reassurance proved highly effective. Charlotte resolved to forget this incident. If Gwen dared to mention it, he would run naked beneath her building every day. With his spirits lifted, the sensation of social death began to fade. He excitedly opened the gaming console, relishing the fact that he could now play co-op games alone, without needing to bring Gwen or those two colorful pens along. However, not long into his gameplay, the sudden ringing of the phone interrupted his reverie. This made Charlotte tilt her head slightly. In a duel where both opponents were evenly matched, a flaw could not be exploited. Yet the opening she revealed was swiftly seized upon by Charlotte. A series of fluid, seamless combos swiftly dispatched Charlotte. She nodded with pride, affirming her prowess. Indeed, I am remarkable. Releasing the game controller, she answered the phone. Hello? Hi, it's me, Charlotte. A youthful female voice emerged from the other end, slightly hoarse and smoky, lacking the clarity of Gwen's voice and the mellifluence of others. A flicker of memory brought another face to mind, Jessica Jones, her classmate. Jessica, a girl beset by misfortune, had experienced a tragic event during last year's holiday at Disneyland. An argument with her brother in the back seat had distracted their father, leading to a collision with a vehicle laden with radioactive chemicals. In the aftermath of the radiation, Jessica became an orphan, having narrowly escaped with her life. Such profound adversity left Jessica in a state of despair. Despite the insurance, inheritance, and compensation from a life foundation rendering her somewhat affluent, she believed the death of her parents and brother to be her fault. She was reluctant to spend a single penny, longing instead for the love and companionship of her parents. During their school days, the ever-kind Charlotte had offered her a few words of comfort. Though Charlotte considered herself friendless, most of her classmates regarded her as a friend. Receiving the call took Charlotte by surprise, yet Jessica felt it was only natural to seek help from a friend. Charlotte, I need your assistance. I feel as though I'm being followed. Hiding in a hotel bathroom, Jessica was too afraid to return home. Clad in a tattered denim jacket, tears streamed down from beneath her dark eye makeup. giving her the appearance of a ghost emerging from a masquerade. Peering through the bathroom curtain, she anxiously gazed at the Jeep parked below. Charlotte seemed to sense the gaze emanating from within the vehicle, prompting Jessica to hastily draw the curtain closed. Only you can save me. I swear this is not my imagination. They have been tailing me for days. I sense their intentions are not financial. Do you think they might confine me, drain my blood, and dissect my body for research? Please, Charlotte. I saw you on the New York news today. I know you must have connections with the police. You are a good person and won't dismiss me as insane like those officers. I haven't lived my life yet. I don't want to die. Jessica sobbed. Previously immersed in her game, by Charlotte, now full of disdain, sat upright and seized the phone. Where are you? I'm coming to save you right now. Charlotte pursed her lips in silence, observing by Charlotte after their exchange. Unable to suppress a chuckle. You are quite audacious, she remarked. Chapter 59. The Purple Figure. Do not come near me. Charlotte, left alone in her room preparing for sleep. While by Charlotte mounted her motorcycle and set off immediately. Charlotte and by Charlotte are manifestations of the same consciousness, whenever they are in different frames. I refer to her as Charlotte. The motorcycle roared through the night, its thunderous growl echoing on the streets of New York, with the throttle fully engaged. The piercing shriek resounded across the city. Notification, congratulations, you have acquired a skill card. When someone curses, you will genuinely feel a sense of joy. Freedom attribute points. 2. With a swift dash, taking advantage of the night before the patrols could react, Charlotte swiftly arrived at her destination, surveying her surroundings. She indeed spotted a Jeep parked beneath the motel, shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of its occupants. Not wishing to ponder further, Charlotte directly entered the somewhat dilapidated motel. The receptionist at the front desk had already succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table, breathing steadily. As Charlotte passed through the entrance, she listened to the ebb and flow of sounds around her, calmly searching for the room number. She quickly located her destination and knocked on the door. Who is it? Jessica's voice was laced with caution, gripping a lamp in her hand, ready to strike should the situation demand it. It's me, Charlotte, she replied, as an indomitable avatar. Charlotte felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility, intoxicating enough to make her desire to showcase her existence to others. Thus, her expression radiated an air of defiance, a hint of mockery dancing in her eyes amidst the absurdity of the world. Hearing Charlotte's voice, Jessica hastily set down the lamp and opened the door, furtively glancing around. Seeing no one, she seized Charlotte's arm, attempting to pull her inside. With a swift motion, Charlotte brushed Jessica's hand aside and gently pushed her head aside as she stepped into the room. Inside, she surveyed the single bed and the modest accommodations. A worn lamp rested on a shelf by the door, the walls marred by peeling paint, and cobwebs lingered in the corners. The white sheets bore dark yellow stains. The bedside table was both filthy and repugnant, and Charlotte had no desire to glance toward the restroom. Turning to look at Jessica, who was holding her head as she followed Charlotte, she noted the long purple hair tied back in a ponytail, with several stray strands falling across her forehead, adorned with trivial accessories. Dressed in tattered, mismatched denim, with her thighs exposed and clad in black stockings, tears stained her face, which bore a striking yet disheveled makeup, rendering her a haunting specter. Is this lust? Is desire consuming her? At present, Charlotte only desires to pin Jessica firmly to the bed, strip her of her garments, and remove her undergarments. Then he would extract the elastic from her panties, fashion it into a slingshot, and aim it at the glass of the Jeep parked below. His previous urgency now seemed more like a jest he played upon himself. Witnessing Jessica in her current predicament left Charlotte rather disinterested. He recalled the television series he had watched in his previous life, and his impression of Jessica Jones was rather lackluster. She was an unremarkable individual, a mere companion to the dim-witted hero Luke Cage, and a promiscuous woman with no discernible standards. His recollection was faint and unfavorable. Following Charlotte's lead, Jessica was thoroughly dissatisfied with his recent rough treatment. After being immersed in radioactive chemicals, she had acquired superhuman abilities, though she lacked experience in handling such matters. She certainly did not consider herself an insignificant girl. She was an uncelebrated superhero in her own right. However, why had she never noticed how incredibly handsome Charlotte was? Casting a glance at the dazed Jessica, Charlotte expressed his disdain. Miss Jones, while love may elude us, must you truly torment my eyes with your ghastly appearance? Jessica was taken aback and then rushed to the bathroom, horrified by her reflection in the mirror as she desperately washed her face. Approaching the window, Charlotte drew back the curtains and activated his spider sense, confirming the malicious intent of those within the Jeep. A faint smile graced his lips as a name flashed through his mind, Purple Man. When one mentioned Jessica Jones, Purple Man was the first antagonist that came to mind. Charlotte felt that the appearance of Purple Man was quite opportune. A plethora of unsavory deeds could be conveniently attributed to him. After washing her face and regaining her composure, Jessica appeared revitalized, shedding the earlier signs of distress and reclaiming her resilient persona. Charlotte, you may assist me, but do not expect my gratitude. I can offer you certain advantages, but you must help me. Her words were disjointed, prompting Charlotte to raise an eyebrow. Of course, I can assist you, but I require a fee. A fee? Jessica paused momentarily, having intended to introduce her friend, Felicia Hardy, to Charlotte as compensation. She recognized that Charlotte was a good man. Though he was not her type, Felicia, with her commanding presence, would likely be more to his liking. What thoughts occupied Jessica's mind remained a mystery to Charlotte. Yet he understood that he was no Franklin. Not everyone would find favor in him. Nonetheless, Charlotte indeed held a fondness for Franklin. A fee? Are you a detective? Jessica's eyes sparkled, and her perception of Charlotte underwent a significant transformation. From a young age, I harbored the aspiration of becoming a detective. To my astonishment, Charlotte, you have already embraced that role. A detective is simply a detective, yet Charlotte's sole desire is Franklin. Indifferently raising his hand, Charlotte tilted his head back and proclaimed in a tone full of bravado. Firstly, the terms of the agreement must not be altered arbitrarily. One must respect the client's wishes. Secondly, one must avoid intruding upon the client's privacy, assisting in concealing it without excessive inquiries. Thirdly, one must maintain confidentiality, ensuring personal safety and never recklessly disclosing one's identity or plans to avert peril. Furthermore, as long as the price is right, I can assist you in resolving any troubles. Thus, Miss Jones, what generous remuneration can you offer? A few modified words regarding underground deliveries left Jessica starry-eyed, deepening her admiration and anticipation for the detective. However, Charlotte dismissed her, preoccupied with other thoughts. The Purple Man, Spider-Man, the Resurrector, S.H.I.E.L.D. And an enigmatic organization intertwined within Charlotte's mind. A singular question floated therein. How should I frame the Purple Man? A cold smirk graced his lips. Framing was unnecessary. The Purple Man's abilities are exceedingly perilous. Regardless of the Resurrector's intentions, they would certainly not overlook him. S.H.I.E.L.D. would react similarly. Upon learning of the Purple Man's existence, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. By drawing the Purple Man out into the open, he would naturally become the target of collective disdain, the root of all malevolence. And Jessica is the most effective means to locate him. Purple Man, don't come near me. Chapter 60. Interrogation. I have money. Jessica exclaimed proudly, raising her hand. Though she sported permed hair, dyed locks, resided in budget accommodations, and embraced an alternative style, she no longer concealed her identity. She was a little heiress, laying her cards on the table. Dear Miss Jessica, how may I be of service to you? Charlotte inclined slightly, his eyes gleaming. In that instant, he found Jessica considerably more agreeable, even detecting a delightful fragrance emanating from her. Taking a deep breath. Ah, that was the aroma of Franklin. After washing away her poor makeup, Jessica's beauty was still striking. Charlotte would never define her by unfulfilled events or television narratives. Labeling a young woman as promiscuous is profoundly cruel. Therefore, he bestowed upon Jessica a new heroic moniker. In the comics, Jessica possesses the ability to fly and immense strength, earning her the title of a little superhero. So, how much are you willing to offer me? Cash Girl? What an odd name. My hero name is. My name is Jessica. Wow, Charlotte feigned astonishment. It is indeed quite astonishing that you are named Jessica. Consequently, your expression has reverted to indifference. How much would you be willing to offer me? I, Jessica, have come to realize that Charlotte has become ensnared in the allure of wealth, singularly focused on obtaining money. Thus, Jessica expressed, as long as it can assist me, I am prepared to offer you everything I possess. Seemingly recalling something, Jessica's countenance paled as she added, however, Charlotte, the adversaries are not mere common gangsters, but rather dangerously unhinged scientists, and they are exceedingly perilous. Everything. Evaluating Jessica with a scrutinizing gaze, Charlotte shook her head. I have no need for all that you possess. Naturally, my assistance comes at a substantial cost, for the individuals I engage are, indeed, superheroes. Superheroes? Jessica's expression turned frantic as she diverted the conversation. What superheroes? Who are these superheroes? No, Charlotte, I lack superpowers. I am not a superhero. I truly am not. Fixating on Jessica's inexplicable unease, Charlotte replied coolly. I am well aware that you are not a superhero. What I mean is that I have several superheroes at my disposal to assist me, including Pig Hero, Ghost Spider. Dance Superman, Mr. Eye Drops, and my ace collaborator, Spider-Man. What? Your collaborator is Spider-Man? The hard-of-hearing girl inquired, perplexed. Charlotte clarified. What I mean is that I can enlist Spider-Man to help you resolve your predicament. A genuine superhero. Spider-Man? Jessica gasped in realization. Spider-Man was her idol and the very source of her aspiration to become a superhero. If Spider-Man could assist, surely he would resolve the issue effectively. With a slight flush and hesitation, she asked, Then, what price must I pay to summon Spider-Man? You are blushing like a teapot. Scanning Jessica's meager frame, Charlotte disinterestedly shook his head. I require $5,000, and Spider-Man. Observing Jessica's eager gaze, Charlotte continued nonchalantly. He also demands $5,000. He is motivated by money, not by people. Once the funds are secured, he will come to your aid. Since you have approached me, you must pay regardless of whether or not I proceed. Remember, not a single cent less. Do you see that Jeep downstairs? Just provide me with the funds, and I will swiftly resolve the matter for you. $10,000? This was no trifling sum. Biting her lip and pondering momentarily, Jessica resolved to utilize her long-cherished savings to provide Charlotte with the $10,000. Yet, she said, Charlotte, I will give you the money. However, they are truly dangerous. Do not act impulsively. Let us wait for Spider-Man to take action. Charlotte let out a cold laugh. Dangerous? Picking up Jessica's phone from the table, he dialed a number. Hello, is this the police? I wish to report a Jeep parked in front of the motel on the road, occupied by two individuals. They are engaging in drug trafficking, and I assure you, they are armed with heavy weaponry, posing an extreme danger. Who am I, you ask? I am Joe Biden. Jessica gazed in astonishment at Charlotte's actions, realizing that her method of resolution was to call the authorities. Using her own phone, Charlotte snapped it in half and handed the remnants back to Jessica. If anyone inquires, simply state that your phone was stolen by an elderly man with white hair, resembling the former Captain America. My sacred sword, Jessica lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at the shattered remnants of her phone. Why would you do this to my phone? Charlotte replied nonchalantly. It merely enhances my professional appearance. Before long, two police cars arrived and halted beside the Jeep. Charlotte discreetly drew back a corner of the curtain to observe the commotion below. As anticipated, the police responded swiftly upon hearing of the drug transaction. A young officer was the first to alight from the vehicle, directing his flashlight onto the Jeep's tinted windows, illuminating the bewildered faces of the two men inside. An older officer followed suit, his hand cautiously resting on his waist as he approached. It was not a matter of negligence. Rather, there had been a surge in false alarms lately. Casting a cursory glance at the Jeep, the older officer activated his radio, declaring, Code 1, Code 1. Before disconnecting the call, the officer's arrival took the two burly men in the vehicle completely off guard. The older officer rapped on the cold hood of the car, inspecting the windshield and checking for any new scratches. The young officer, with a stoic expression, approached and tapped on the driver's window, signaling for them to roll it down. As the flashlight illuminated their faces, he inquired, Where are you from? What are you doing here? Sensing the vigilant officer outside, the African-American man in the driver's seat felt a sense of dread. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, attempting to explain, I apologize. We are just. He struggled to formulate an appropriate excuse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, beside him, a quick-witted Caucasian man with long blonde hair piped up, We are having a makeout session. A makeout session? The initially cautious young officer's mind went blank. The African-American man turned sharply to his companion, incredulous. Are you serious? A makeout session? What a refreshingly unconventional excuse. The peculiar gaze of the police officer fell upon the two men, sweeping over their robust physiques and somewhat disheveled attire, sending an unsettling chill through him. Gentlemen, please present your driver's licenses and exit the vehicle for inspection. Certainly, officer. Noticing the young officer's relatively mild demeanor, the burly African-American man relaxed somewhat. Retrieving his driver's license and insurance documents from the sun visor to hand over to the young officer, the older officer stepped forward to inquire, I must ask, do you possess any alcohol, firearms, or narcotics in your vehicle or on your person? Of course not. Even if we did, we wouldn't admit to it. Upon exiting the vehicle, the African-American man raised his hands in surrender. He provided the information requested to the young officer, while the older officer's expression grew considerably graver, his hand resting on his waist as his tone shifted to one of seriousness. We have received reports of drug trafficking in this area. I must ask you again, do you have any illegal substances in your vehicle? The burly man's pupils constricted at the mention of drug trafficking, illegal substances, and reports. Damn it, we've been set up. Observing the young officer drawing his firearm, the African-American man's forehead lowered, his eyes turning fierce. No, We truly have no illegal substances. How could we possibly be involved in something so lowly as drug dealing? Chapter 61. Jessica Charlotte. The display screen has malfunctioned. This is challenging for me. Both chapters were typed on my phone, making them difficult to compose and revise. Not just drug dealing. The older officer quickly drew his weapon, aiming it at the burly man, shouting, "Hands on your head. Get on the ground. Immediately, hands on your head, and lie down." His eyes flashed with intensity. Any signs of irregular behavior would prompt him to fire all rounds from his weapon without hesitation, executing a quintessential American show of force. Gritting his teeth, the African-American man realized he had no choice. After a moment's hesitation, he laid down on the ground, surrendering helplessly. In the hotel, Charlotte observed the situation being brought under control and drew the curtains. It was not the purple-clad individual she had feared, which left her genuinely disappointed. "Oh, my dear scapegoat. Where are you now? I long for your appearance to help me shoulder the blame." "All right, let us go, Jessica. We are heading to your home." "Huh? Why?" "Remove those negative thoughts from your mind. Don't compel me to discipline you." Jessica cast a dubious glance at Charlotte, raising her small fist in a show of bravado. She believed she had grasped Charlotte's essence, which was to adeptly exploit her advantages while targeting her adversary's weaknesses. Reporting to the authorities was the culmination of this skill. Observing Jessica's amateurish efforts, Charlotte stepped forward and grasped Jessica's fist, pulling with determination. She found herself unable to budge. "Charlotte. Oh, right, I must not reveal my superhero identity." Jessica gasped, dramatically stumbling backward in a clumsy manner as she fell towards Charlotte. Ignoring the outstretched hand reaching for her clothing in a plea for assistance, Charlotte merely sidestepped. Taking a brief step back, he calmly observed as Jessica plummeted towards the floor, her face meeting the grimy surface with a resounding thud, accompanied by a cry of dismay. Gazing at the fallen Jessica, Charlotte hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, rationality prevailed, and he gallantly decided against advancing to step on her. Instead, he quietly watched as Jessica, clutching her nose in distress, struggled to rise. With a grin, Charlotte remarked, "My dear, were you performing a pratfall for my amusement? I must confess, you have succeeded in making me laugh. When I tipped over towards you, why did you not assist me, but instead chose to evade?" Jessica, nursing her nose, retorted in a muffled voice. Charlotte shrugged, offering a casual excuse. "I feared you might elbow me." "Elbow you?" Jessica exclaimed, both annoyed and amused. After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte cautiously inquired, "What are you saying?" Rubbing her nose, the dazed girl suddenly recalled that Charlotte had recently emerged from a mental institution. Yet, if he had been discharged, it implied his mental condition had improved, indicating that he was no longer insane. Thus, his recent retreat must have been intentional. With this realization, she glared at Charlotte with a fierce intensity. Unfazed by her gaze, Charlotte continued to nonchalantly pick his nose. "Did you not say you wished to visit my home? Come, let us go now." Gritting her teeth, Jessica fixed her gaze on Charlotte, contemplating the possibility of a violent confrontation. She aimed to intimidate him with her fierce glare, hoping to elicit fear and shame. However, Charlotte merely glanced at Jessica, who was casting flirtatious looks in his direction, and disdainfully turned his head away. "Let me clarify. The purpose of visiting your home is to assist you with this matter. I have always regarded you as a close friend. Moreover, I must say, you appear flatter than Harry." His words ignited a furious reaction in Jessica, causing her to nearly explode with rage. While she could endure being labeled as unconventional, called a delinquent, or criticized for lacking taste, she drew the line at any comment regarding her modest bust. Clenching her fists, she advanced and threw a punch at Charlotte's abdomen. Observing the incoming attack, Charlotte smiled calmly. "Do you still wish to seek my assistance?" Halting her fist midair, Jessica bit her teeth and contemplated for a moment before declaring, "You are utterly infuriating. Even if I were to meet my demise tomorrow, I will still strike you today." Charlotte deftly dodged Jessica's punch, his expression one of astonishment. "Goodness, are you serious, Asian? In this day and age, can one not even speak the truth?" Once again evading Jessica's assault, she realized that Charlotte was not as weak as she had presumed. Consequently, her strength and speed intensified. Determined to unleash a thorough beating upon Charlotte, Jessica, lacking any combat finesse, resorted to reckless flailing, yet her blows carried considerable force. With a leap, Charlotte dodged Jessica's strike and delivered a kick to her chest, staggering back 3 paces. Jessica's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the imprint of Charlotte's shoe on her otherwise smooth chest, nearly brought to tears by her anger. "Enough of this, Jessica. If you continue like this, I may have to get serious," Charlotte warned. "I admit, it was perhaps excessive to speak the truth, but as a good friend, I can publicly declare that you possess curves." "Are you serious?" If I don't give you a proper thrashing today, I'll consider myself a little puppy. Jessica seethed, gritting her teeth. All right, Charlotte sighed. Why must you provoke me into action? Noticing a subtle shift in Charlotte's aura, she appeared larger and more formidable, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Jessica could not help but gulp nervously, retreating a step, now on high alert. In their brief exchange, Jessica understood that Charlotte was far from ordinary. Rather, she was immensely powerful. Charlotte's combat skills were adept and her experience vast, rendering Jessica utterly ineffective, making her feel foolish in her attempts. If Charlotte were to take this seriously, would it leave me writhing in pain, bloodied and bruised? Would it be too late for me to kneel and apologize? Drawing in a deep breath, Charlotte fixed Jessica with a cold, piercing gaze, exuding an air of authority and menace reminiscent of a war god. Then, leaning out the window, she shouted, "Help! Someone is attacking. Jessica is assaulting me. Is there anyone who can intervene? Jessica Jones from Mid-City Science High is causing a ruckus." Staring in shock as Charlotte called out to the world, Jessica was overcome with a cold sweat. In a flurry, she scanned her surroundings and rushed forward, trying to pull Charlotte back to cover her mouth. Leaping into the air, Charlotte eluded Jessica, the cramped space of the room somewhat hindering her movements. Observing Jessica's panicked state, Charlotte proudly raised her chin and taunted, "So, what do you say? Are you convinced yet?" I yield. I am but a little puppy. Please, Charlotte, cease your formidable display," Jessica exclaimed. "Also, has your illness truly been cured? The police are right downstairs. If we draw them up here, we will be in serious trouble." Initially believing she had grasped the essence of combat, it became painfully clear to Jessica that she knew nothing at all. As she slumped onto the bed, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Charlotte sneered, "I haven't even laid a finger on you, and yet here you are, already defeated." Chapter 62. Let us share a laugh together. With her violet hair elegantly gathered, Jessica appeared remarkably polished. She approached Charlotte, draping her fair arm over her shoulder, and with a playful tilt of her mouth, remarked while observing Charlotte through the window, "I never imagined, Charlotte Park, that you two possess hidden depths. Pray tell, what is your superpower?" Her gaze roamed over Charlotte's physique, and she teasingly patted Charlotte's chest, her hand gliding towards Charlotte's abdomen. In a swift motion, Charlotte seized Jessica's nose, playfully tugging her aside, and dismissively replied, "My superpower? Huh. Whoever I glare at becomes pregnant." "What?" Jessica exclaimed, shaking off Charlotte's grip, her voice trembling with disbelief. "You must be jesting." Pointing a shaky finger at Charlotte, she stammered, utterly at a loss for words. "Pregnant? Surely you jest." Her voice quivered, eyes pleading. The notion of herself carrying a child was overwhelmingly startling for Jessica. Charlotte rolled her eyes, stating, "What sort of grotesque superpower could exist in this world? I am merely teasing you. Do not believe me. Maintain that notion. Ha ha ha." Releasing a breath, the gullible Jessica failed to grasp the underlying sarcasm, allowing herself to relax. "You needn't repeat it so many times. Of course, I trust you, Charlotte." In truth, the violet-haired individual was merely a fraud. Controlling Jessica required no superpower. Any fabricated excuse would suffice. It was no wonder the future Jessica fell into ruin. She had been deceived out of her fortune. Toying with a fool was indeed rather tedious. Charlotte's face fell, her enthusiasm utterly extinguished. He comprehended that Jessica would never divulge her secret abilities. Her mind simply could not discern the extraordinary from the mundane. Turning to observe Jessica's foolish demeanor, Charlotte momentarily envisioned his former hospital companion and inquired, "Jessica, do you consider yourself foolish?" Tilting her head in contemplation, Jessica indignantly replied, "Of course, I am not foolish." "Oh," Charlotte responded with an enigmatic tone. "Then, do you often find yourself deceived?" Jessica's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Charlotte, akin to a devotee gazing upon a deity. "How did you know?" Clutching her head, Jessica lamented, "Ever since I regained consciousness a few months ago, my mind has not been as sharp as it once was. What I could once solve in mathematics, I now struggle with." Charlotte was at a loss for words. "Another fool, just like Francie." "Who?" The hard-of-hearing girl blinked her eyes. "Francie? Francie is certainly not foolish. In my opinion, Francie is quite intelligent." Charlotte remained speechless. Seemingly concerned about Charlotte's feelings, Jessica foolishly complimented, "Of course, I think you are smart too, Charlotte. You are just as clever as Francie." Charlotte continued to be at a loss for words. Before long, she led the dejected and sorrowful Jessica out of the inn. Charlotte mounted her motorcycle, with Jessica seated behind her, preparing to head to her home. Remaining here in idle anticipation would yield nothing, so it was better to wait for opportunities. Meanwhile, Jessica pondered that Charlotte was no ordinary lunatic. She possessed extraordinary abilities, making her a uniquely troublesome individual. with a sense of resentment. Jessica continued to use her clever mind to secretly devise her revenge plan. As the vehicle roared to life, Charlotte felt as though she were leaning against a wooden chair. Her gaze briefly swept over the two large men confined in the police car and then at the elderly officer searching the Jeep before she shifted her attention elsewhere. The tires screeched against the ground, the cacophony disturbing the couples exercising in the inn, who responded with curses as Charlotte sped away with Jessica. In the back seat of the police car, the long-haired muscular man lifted his head upon hearing the noise and immediately spotted Jessica in the rear. The target had appeared. What a pity we are confined here. Otherwise, we could inform our superiors and take action under the guise of the life restorers. The African-American muscular man glared at the long-haired man and scolded, "It's all your fault, you fool. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be stuck here. And stop talking. There are cameras and recordings here. You are truly an idiot." "Cameras? What of it?" The long-haired man dismissed the concern, confidently glancing at the two detectives in the distance. "Madame Gao will not abandon us. She will rescue me. But why would Madame Gao want us to capture the superhumans?" The African-American man, intrigued by this matter, uncomfortably shifted his restrained hands and remarked, "It seems it is to extend lifespan. They have even collaborated with Gene too," realizing he had spoken too freely. The African-American man's expression shifted, and he threatened, "Do not ask what you should not. This is a secret of the Hand Association. And shut your filthy mouth." "Very well, long live the Hand Association. It seems you indeed know more than I do." With that, the long-haired man flashed a smile at the African-American man, his eyes widening with intensity, bloodshot and bulging, as he fixed a menacing glare upon him. Opening his mouth to reveal a set of yellowed teeth, he grinned broadly. His expression bizarre and motionless, his gaze locked onto the African-American man. The expression on his face was grotesquely distorted, revealing an unmistakable resistance reflected in his long hair and piercing gaze. Yet, like a marionette controlled by unseen strings, he maintained a rigid facade, his smile grotesquely unsettling. "Have you lost your mind?" A chilling sensation crawled up the back of the imposing figure, enveloping him entirely, as terror clawed at his very being. His body trembled in fright. The alarm bells within the mind of the formidable man sounded a frantic warning. He strained against the handcuffs binding his wrists. But it was a futile endeavor. Before him, the long-haired figure, with a visage twisted beyond mere insanity, fixed an unyielding stare upon him. A mask of malevolence etched across his features. The imposing man struggled desperately, yet the confines of the police car's back seat offered little space for escape. No matter how he fought, he found himself with nowhere to retreat. Holding his breath, his pupils dilated and his heart raced. Remain calm. One must remain composed. The scene before him was overwhelmingly shocking. The long-haired figure sat quietly, his smile growing increasingly sinister and terrifying, silently monitoring every move of the man of color. The atmosphere within the vehicle had become stifling, and through the lens of his mounting dread, the long-haired man's lips split open from the strain, revealing crimson flesh and bloodied gums. "Officer! Officer! Officer! Help! He has gone mad. Let me out." The desperate pleas surged forth as he focused intently on the contorted expression of the white man, fearing an imminent attack. At that moment, the imposing man yearned only to escape this horrifying prison. The long-haired figure's appearance was so grotesque that it rendered his muscles taut with fear and anxiety. The man of color positioned himself as far away from the long-haired figure as possible, pressed against the rear door of the police car. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound pierced the air, causing him to widen his eyes in terror as he turned around, his heart nearly stopping. Within his line of sight, the youthful officer's pale face was now pressed against the window, alarmingly close. The young detective wore an eerily wide smile, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon him with an unsettling intensity. What the hell? Goosebumps erupted over his skin, rendering him nearly paralyzed with fear, his complexion paling significantly. Limbs stiff and cold, his scalp tingled. Widening his eyes, he could bear it no longer. He opened his mouth to emit a terrified scream. He recoiled from the window, only to find himself face to face with the long-haired man's twisted grin once more. After a series of shocks, the man's heart raced to the point of bursting from his chest. A faint noise echoed from the hood of the car, as the older officer, wearing a sinister grin, remained motionless, pressed against the windshield. Gasping in terror, the man of color was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by fear. The front door of the car opened quietly. In the shattered vision of the burly black man, a faint lavender hue illuminated the surroundings. Fear spread through his heart as three terrifying faces stared at him motionlessly. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he abruptly raised his head to gaze into the rearview mirror of the police car. The air grew tense. In the mirror, his own eyes were wide with shock. And unbeknownst to him, the corners of his mouth were curling into a manic grin. Chapter 63. The Purple Man. How intriguing. Clad in a striking purple-striped suit, he stood tall on the rooftop, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance, his steps embodying an unyielding confidence. He lightly pressed his thin lips together, his keen eyes fixated on the departing figures of Charlotte and Jessica. His fingers tapped gently against his trousers, and the Purple Man slightly curled his lips, revealing a smile laden with meaning. The Purple Man, originally named Zebediah Kilgrave, was born in the former Soviet Union and was an elite KGB agent. His tale began when he was assigned a perilous mission to infiltrate an American military base and steal a nerve gas for experimental purposes. As fate would have it, during the heist, he was discovered by American soldiers, who, in their pursuit, shot through the nerve gas canister. The released gas engulfed everything, and he was the first to succumb. The toxic fumes permanently altered his hair and skin to a vivid purple hue. While he narrowly escaped, the American soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Once safe, the Purple Man discovered that the nerve gas had not only rendered him unique, but also endowed him with the ability to release pheromones, commanding and controlling others. Before he could return to the Soviet Union, it unexpectedly collapsed, leaving the once celebrated agent a homeless pariah. Utilizing his newfound abilities, the Purple Man concealed himself in America, brazenly exerting control over those around him. Throughout this process, his desires grew unchecked, fostering a madness that scorned all. Jessica Jones had recently become the object of his attention. An immature girl with extraordinary powers. After a simple observation, the Purple Man yearned to claim her as his possession. Coincidentally, Charlotte and two members of the Hand also caught his eye. With an odd smile upon his face, the burly black man approached the rooftop, kneeling before the Purple Man in submission. Without sparing a glance at his companion, the Purple Man inquired, "Speak. What do you know of the Hand's operations?" With a hint of struggle in his expression, the black man pressed his forehead to the ground and began to recount. "All I know is that the Hand has forged an alliance with Madame Gao. She seeks to offer blood and soul as a sacrifice, allowing the deceased ninjas to be reborn in the bodies of superhumans, thus manifesting even greater power. Jessica Jones, indeed one of our primary targets, possesses remarkable leaping abilities according to our intelligence." Remarkable? The Purple Man perceives that Jessica's capabilities extend far beyond this. Even the youth who recently abducted her appears to be far from ordinary. An instinctive intuition arises within the agent, suggesting that this seemingly frail boy harbors far greater danger than Jessica herself. This realization piques the Purple Man's interest, compelling him to temporarily postpone his plans regarding Jessica. The Hand, merely a congregation of foolish rabble, the Purple Man disdainfully remarks. His collection area has no room for the ugly matriarch. The drug trade remains clandestine, and criminal organizations offer little utility. The so-called ninjas are nothing but ineffectual trifles. Over the course of 16 years, he has manipulated countless individuals and even once had the opportunity to overturn the very world itself. Having encountered immensely powerful super beings and battled resilient, uncontrollable super soldiers, he understands that power is but a fleeting illusion. Immediate gratification constitutes the essence of survival. He, the Purple Man, yearns solely for romance. Aware that his chosen prey has drawn the attention of the Hand, the Purple Man does not mind complicating their endeavors. By the time Hank and Yulin arrive, the Purple Man has long departed, leaving behind two unconscious officers within their vehicle. Darn it. Yulin hastily approaches to assess their condition, relieved to find them both unharmed. Upon rousing the two, they express shock, utterly oblivious to the events that transpired. Yulin resorts to the computer to review the surveillance footage, only to discover that it has been truncated, leaving behind a brief segment. It features a dialogue between a burly white man and a stout black man. "We can notify the higher-ups and once again act under the guise of the life returners. Lady Gao will not abandon us. Long live the Hand." A moment of pause ensues. The Hand? Yulin is no stranger to this organization, which has consistently been a focal point of their investigations. However, the revelation that the massacre at Arkham Asylum was orchestrated by the Hand surprises him greatly. The Hand? Lady Gao? Hank furrows his brow. Isn't this the singular criminal organization we have been investigating? Why would they assault Arkham and slay super beings? Are they intending to fashion super beings into their unique commodities? Accompanying Smith lets out a derisive laugh, calmly removing his sunglasses to inspect the scene. His gaze sweeps across the unresisting sight, examining the deleted video, yet finding the computer intact, the back seat once occupied by two criminals now vacated, along with the shoe prints on the hood of the police car. Smith's countenance remained adorned with a confident smile as he inquired, "Gentlemen, do you truly recall nothing at all?" The younger officer, applying an ice pack to his forehead, appeared bewildered, while the older officer, his expression darkening, responded, "Indeed. The only recollection I possess is of successfully apprehending the two individuals and securing them in the back seat. My last memory halts during the search of the Jeep. Beyond that, I am oblivious. Perhaps I inhaled an unknown substance during the encounter and succumbed to unconsciousness. Curse those loathsome drug dealers." Smith, observing the fleeting glimmer in the older officer's gaze, shook his head and remarked, "I hold an entirely different perspective. The rear doors of your police vehicle cannot be opened from the inside. They necessitate external assistance to be unlatched. Additionally, accessing the storage computer for surveillance footage is no trivial task, and editing the recordings demands time. Do you truly remember nothing? Are you implying we colluded with the syndicate?" The older officer's countenance darkened, as if he had been affronted. Smith shook his head, asserting, "On the contrary, I believe you are not only innocent of collusion, but rather victims of mind control." The older officer furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Smith's impeccably tailored attire, perplexed by his assertions. "Hank, who is this individual?" Hank, equally uncertain of Smith's identity, replied, "He is a special investigative consultant handling the Arkham case." Hank had never yearned for George's presence more. The recent chaotic events had left him feeling as though he were losing his sanity. How had the conversation veered into the realm of mind control? Was that not an ability confined to adult websites? Or were they discussing forbidden topics? Yulon shared a similar disbelief. Smith's bizarre claims lacked any coherent foundation, leading Yulon to find the notion of the officers being corrupt far more plausible. Smith, with a bemused expression, fixed his gaze upon the older officer. After such an extensive investigation, a glimmer of clarity emerged. Unexpectedly, the resurrection of life was orchestrated by the syndicate. I have long asserted that to deal with these remnants, one must eradicate evil entirely. Moreover, I have uncovered the trail of the mind controller. Thus, I believe Charlotte's whereabouts must have once intersected with this vicinity. Did you follow him here? What? The older officer's expression grew increasingly bewildered. This individual seemed to speak in riddles, and the older officer found himself struggling to comprehend. Whether you acknowledge it or not is inconsequential. I merely wish to convey this. A long-hidden little mouse has revealed its shadow, and the moment it is perceived by the cat, its fate is irrevocably sealed. The old officer was utterly speechless. After being insulted, he wore a frosty expression and turned to leave. However, Smith swiftly advanced, exuding confidence as he seized the old officer's wrist. In the next moment, Smith deftly sidestepped a rapid kick from the young officer, while the old officer spun around, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Smith's chest. As anticipated, everything unfolded according to Smith's expectations. With a smile gracing his face, he felt entirely in control, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dealing with a few controlled officers was hardly a challenge. He tightened his grip on the old officer's wrist, poised to subdue him with ease. Yet, to his astonishment, an extraordinary strength emanated from the old officer's arm, far surpassing that of an average person. Smith's smile froze instantly, compelled to defend himself against the force. From the side, the young officer grasped Smith's tie with force and simultaneously seized his belt, effortlessly lifting Smith overhead. With a powerful thrust, he hurled Smith to the ground. After rolling several times, clutching his painfully injured abdomen, a disheveled Smith could no longer muster a smile. He had never anticipated that the pheromones emitted by the purple individual not only allowed the controlled to disregard pain, but also granted them a degree of physical enhancement. Everything transpired too swiftly. Hank and Yulon drew their firearms, aiming at their two colleagues. "What on earth is happening? David, Danny, what are you two doing?" The young officer, now identified as David, remained expressionless, indifferent to Hank's shouts. His gaze fell upon the rising Smith, and with a cold demeanor, he stepped towards him. Drawing his weapon, David and the other officer simultaneously aimed at Smith. Bang! Bang! With two sharp gunshots, smoke billowed from Hank's revolver, while the gun aimed at Smith was precisely knocked from his grasp. Before Smith could feel relief, David and his partner showed no signs of shock or hesitation, their steps unwavering. "Damn, it appears they are indeed under control," Yulon remarked, a grim expression on his face. Without warning, Smith took action as he stood up. A small disc shot from his cuff, landing on the old officer, and instantly, brilliant currents danced across the officer's body. The old officer's complexion turned crimson. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Another disc was launched at David, who nimbly dodged. As David accelerated, the third disc adhered to him. Electricity crackled, yet he was already closing in. With a savage charge, he successfully knocked Smith away. The force of the impact left Smith clutching his chest, struggling to recover for a considerable time. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, gazing at the two individuals who remained unscathed after removing the electric shock devices from their bodies. Smith couldn't help but let out a grim smile. Underestimating the situation had led to his downfall this time. The portrayal of mental control in films, he mused, could be reversed with mere electric shocks. How utterly false. Pressing the watch on his wrist, he realized that extraordinary measures would be necessary. Seeing Smith trapped in a dilemma, Yulon stepped forward. His movements were light and agile as he turned to confront the elderly officer, delivering a swift punch. Yulon raised his palm to intercept the blow, slightly angled his body, and crashed his shoulder into the officer's armpit. Seizing the moment of the officer's unsteady balance, Yulon executed a sweeping kick to the officer's lower leg, using his arms to exert force and send the officer flying. Smith watched in astonishment as the elderly officer was hurled several meters away, colliding with David, who was unable to evade in time. The two men instantly became entangled on the ground. Before the elderly officer could regain his footing, Yulon approached again, kicking away the officer's supporting hand, and deftly ensnared his neck with his foot, delivering a powerful upward kick. The officer spun a few times before crashing to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Casting a glance at David, who was attempting to rise, Yulon executed a spinning kick that struck David in the back, swiftly seizing his arm and forcing him to kneel on the ground. Stretching his long dormant muscles, Yulon smiled at Smith's bewildered expression and explained, "Chinese Kung Fu. It has been quite some time since I practiced." Struggling to his feet, Smith grimaced as he swallowed the blood in his mouth and gave Yulon a thumbs up. He was genuinely surprised to discover the hidden talents within the modest precinct of New York. Observing David still struggling beneath Yulon's hold, Smith approached, clutching his injured chest. Not only is there mental control, but also physical enhancement. This is indeed intriguing. So what are your limits and weaknesses? David, of course, offered no response. Instead, he blankly repeated the final command from the purple figure. Hide, erase my traces, hide, erase my traces, hide, erase my traces. This revelation sparked a new understanding in Smith. Ah, so it is not real-time control. It requires close-range verbal inducement as well. The darkened street was littered with debris, and the dim streetlights illuminated only a few scattered patches of brightness. A foul odor permeated the air, and in the distance, a tent flickered with light on the sidewalk. Two black men sat at the edge of the road, sipping beer. As twilight descended, several groups of black individuals circumvented them, heading toward the direction of the wailing police sirens. The man on the left finished his beer and, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Alas, do you know? Recently, upon seeing my girlfriend clad in black stockings, I was enveloped by a sense of guilt. I am acutely aware that I am not alone in this sentiment." Her companion, adorned in a black stocking mask, sighed deeply as he reached for a hammer lying on the ground. "Enough with the existential musings. Our revelry has only just begun," he declared. With that, the duo shed their masks and rose to their feet, striding towards an upscale boutique not far behind them. At that moment, a breathless sound of footsteps echoed from the shadows. The two, poised to shatter the glass door with the hammer, abruptly halted and turned towards the darkness. The streetlight illuminated the figure of Charlotte, jogging in a Spider-Man costume. He approached the pair directly, and upon reaching them, he crouched on one leg, striking a pose and proclaimed, "Greetings, dear criminals." Today's harbinger of chaos is also a proponent of eco-friendly transport. Chapter 65, The Legendary Spider-Man. What brought Charlotte to this place? That is indeed an intriguing question. Not long ago, he had just informed Jessica of his intention to enlist Spider-Man's assistance. Thus it was only natural to orchestrate a grand entrance for the hero. However, a complication arose. Equipped with the Friend from Nowhere skill card, Charlotte was left with only one slot available for the Pig Spider-Man card. Furthermore, the solitary set of web shooters he had crafted was not in his possession, leaving Spider-Man Charlotte with no choice but to run forward. Confronted with such an eccentric version of Spider-Man, the two thieves exchanged incredulous glances. "Are you jesting? Do you take us for fools?" One of the thieves hefted the hammer in his hand, his skin blending seamlessly with the black stockings, and clad in flesh-colored attire. He appeared flawless under the night sky. "Kid, are you courting death? Do you think donning a costume makes you a superhero?" Charlotte gestured with his hands as if shooting webs, retorting, "You put on stockings and become a criminal. Why am I not a superhero in my suit?" The robber, holding an empty backpack, paused for a moment and turned to his companion. "Buddy, he's made a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words." Indeed, it was a valid point. As he swung the hefty hammer in his hand, uncertainty clouded his judgment. Gazing at Charlotte's exquisite costume in the dim light, He suddenly felt an inkling that perhaps he was in the presence of Spider-Man. The urban legend of the Spider-Man had spread far and wide, instilling terror in the hearts of many. According to the lore, when the horrors of night descended and New York plunged into its darkest hour, the Spider-Man would don a striking crimson costume and appear in unexpected ways, unleashing a viscous white substance to ensnare victims, leaving their souls impaled upon streetlights. Of course, urban legends often contain exaggerations. After all, Spider-Man's reputation remains largely favorable. Yet all urban legends are rooted in life, yet transcend it. The Spider-Man who has just dashed forward presents a rather unexpected entrance, does he not? Clutching a hammer, the thief even suspects that Charlotte is engaging in entrapment. The moment the hammer swings, he imagines himself stripped bare, ensnared by spider silk in a most compromising position. Furthermore, this is not mere hearsay. It is a scene he has witnessed firsthand, left behind by the arachnid anomaly. With chest out and head held high, the robber plants his hammer on the ground and boldly declares, "All right, you win. I concede you are Spider-Man. But what crime have I committed?" Charlotte blinks and replies, "You attempted to smash open this store and steal its valuable items." The thief waves his hands dismissively. "What you claim is merely your subjective interpretation of my ordinary actions. As a construction worker returning home from a day's toil, carrying a hammer is entirely reasonable." Charlotte, stroking his chin, curiously inquires, "But why do you both wear black stockings on your heads?" The thief, tugging at the black fabric on his face, bursts into laughter, pulling his companion close. "That's perfectly normal. It signifies our profound love for his girlfriend, a rather private little hobby that you have no right to question." "What?" His companion's head fills with questions. "Are you serious?" The thief, playfully squeezing his companion's rear while wielding the hammer, winks. "Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you." Adjusting his tattered clothing, the thief smirks. "That's good. Haha." Stunned, "Are you Spider Anomaly?" This is the bond between brothers. Rubbing his chin, Charlotte raises an eyebrow. Ever since his visit to Arkham, such antics no longer astonish him. He merely mimics the thief's earlier hammer-swinging motion. "But you were just swinging the hammer at this glass security door. Had I not intervened in time, you would have succeeded." "No." The thief puffs his chest proudly. "That was merely my practice swing for golf." With that, he positions himself before the door, gripping the hammer firmly, confidently demonstrating. The hands and club become one, standing relaxed and natural. Then, with hips and knees slightly bent, eyes focused on the target, arms and shoulders relaxed, leaning approximately 15 degrees, with the left shoulder slightly higher than the right. When striking, ensure the target is close to the left foot. As he spoke, the thief swung the hammer with force. A resounding crack echoed as he beheld the hole he had made in the security door, both thieves' lips twitching in unison. A shrill alarm pierced the air within the store. Then, with resolute strides, the two robbers hastily advanced towards the direction where the ball had landed. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. However, Charlotte had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as they turned their heads, they were met with the sight of Spider-Man, wielding two desert eagles, each aimed squarely at their heads. What on earth? Are even superheroes resorting to firearms now? What chance do mere thieves armed with hammers have against this? With a decisive thud, one robber discarded his hammer and fell to his knees, raising his hands in surrender. "Hey, let us talk this through," he exclaimed, waving the other desert eagle. The second robber, recognizing the futility of resistance, also knelt and raised his hands. Beneath the mask, Charlotte smiled. "I pride myself on being reasonable. I merely wish to engage you in a game. If you win, I shall release you without hesitation." "All right." The two robbers eagerly nodded in agreement. Retrieving the two desert eagles, he then produced a revolver, opening the chamber to spill out 6 bullets. As he swallowed hard, he mused, "This is no longer Spider-Man. You are more akin to a walking arms dealer. What kind of superhero carries 3 handguns?" Cold sweat trickled down the robbers' foreheads as they trembled uncontrollably. Was Spider-Man truly proposing a game of Russian roulette? "Our game is called Russian roulette. The first to fall loses," he declared excitedly. Before their eyes, he reloaded the 6 bullets into the revolver, raised the firearm, spun the chamber, and aimed at the robbers' heads. Observing their wide-eyed fear, he inquired, "Now, are you ready to begin?" Ding. "Congratulations, you have acquired a skill card. I bet your gun is fully loaded. When others shoot at you, simply declare, 'I bet your gun is fully loaded,' and their ammunition will be replenished." Free attribute points. 2. Chapter 66. Spider-Man is everywhere as a competent entity. One must never expose oneself to danger, instead sending forth one's avatars to wander freely. Ensuring one's safety is of paramount importance. Of course, exceptions do exist. A boy must safeguard himself, unless it is for the sake of bravado. Living without displaying any pretense is akin to walking in the night in fine garments. What difference does it make from being dead? Charlotte, even in death, would choose to perish while showcasing his flair. Gripping the revolver and aiming it at the two trembling robbers, Charlotte's eyes glimmered with excitement. Having finally captured two individuals who could potentially grant him skill cards, he decided to play with them as a gesture of gratitude. The robbers protested, "No, please don't shoot. This is cheating. Your revolver is loaded with 6 bullets. And regardless of whom you aim at, the probability of firing is unequivocally 100%. This is not a game of Russian roulette." Confronted by the agitated thief, Charlotte counted on his fingers, nodding thoughtfully as he remarked, "Your argument holds considerable merit." Tilting the gun, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the palm of the nearby thief, who, writhing in pain, elicited a startled reaction from his companion. The thief's pupils dilated in shock. Spider-Man truly does wield a firearm. Before he could process this revelation, the smoking barrel was once again aimed at his head. Charlotte smiled and inquired, "Now? With only 4 bullets left in the chamber, how do you feel about a 2/3 probability? Are you satisfied? Are you a devil?" The thief gasped, inhaling sharply. Although his grasp of mathematics was shaky, he still retained some semblance of reason. "How can you calculate it this way?" "The probability of the next bullet firing remains 100%. His countenance darkened as he faced Charlotte's revolver, summoning his resolve for one last desperate attempt. At that moment, the wailing of police sirens echoed from afar, and he had never before felt such a poignant longing for the presence of law enforcement. Clinging to his last shred of hope, the thief pleaded, "Born of wickedness, Spider-Man, I beg you, spare us. The police are coming. You must flee. We would never betray you. Once the police arrive, we will report you." As the police car approached, the thief suddenly sprang to his feet, waving his arms frantically toward the vehicle while shouting, "Help! Spider-Man is shooting people. Spider-Man has killed someone. Save me." The blaring police vehicle sped past him, and the thief's expression of relief turned to one of frozen horror. In the police car, an officer furrowed his brow, perplexed as he turned to his partner and asked, "Did you see anything just now?" "No, it was pitch black," came the reply. The thief turned back to see the ambiguous expression on Spider-Man's mask, a smile that was neither here nor there. "Brother, I was wrong. Oh, please don't hit my face. Oh, my hands." After a fleeting moment of movement, Charlotte sprinted away. Several blocks later, he finally arrived at Jessica's doorstep. It was an imposing duplex. In comparison to Charlotte's old home, this place was several times larger, yet due to neglect, the once quaint garden was now overrun with fallen leaves and weeds, appearing quite chaotic. Dust accumulated at the entrance, contrasting sharply with the illuminated residences of the affluent neighborhood, exuding an air of desolation. With a leap, Spider-Man vaulted over the fence and trod upon the gravel path, occasionally stepping over twigs and litter. Arriving at the door, he found himself in utter darkness. The overhead light had long since shattered. The extinguished Christmas lights, a broken ball, a splintered Christmas tree, and a cluster of wilted flowers marked the entrance. Without exception, Charlotte unveiled Jessica's past and present. This revelation left Charlotte, who was preparing to impress, utterly unfazed, consumed with the desire to showcase his prowess. He had already consoled Jessica numerous times, and he discovered that diverting attention served as the finest method of solace. Donning his night vision, he scrutinized the tightly shut door and the enveloping darkness of the villa. In anticipation of Spider-Man's entrance, Charlotte exerted considerable effort. Having ascertained Jessica's residence, he now circled this expansive neighborhood with her, having navigated the streets on his motorcycle for over 4 laps. He even claimed this was to evade potential pursuers, professing it to be a professional tactic. In truth, he merely sought to delay, allowing Spider-Man to infiltrate Jessica's home first, thereby ensuring a grand entrance. You often perceive Batman as elusive, charming, and dashing. Yet, the sight of him, cloaked in his cape, sneaking about and scrambling away unnoticed, presents a rather comical image. Every successful display of bravado is far from simple. No one truly comprehends the arduous efforts concealed behind the scenes. Abandoning the notion of breaking in through the window, Charlotte speculated on Jessica's uncomplicated mind. He conjectured that she would not stash the spare key in an unconventional place. If I were Jessica, rather. If I were the simple-minded Jessica, Charlotte opened his eyes, stepped back, hesitated slightly, and began to lift the mat beneath his feet. Indeed, a key nestled in the crevice caught Charlotte's eye. Hidden right at the door, dressed in his Spider-Man suit, he opened the door and peered inside Jessica's home. The infrequent visits had left a layer of dust on the floor, and the air was tinged with a bitter scent of neglect. The miraculous appearance he sought was the first challenge Spider-Man had to face. Although Jessica likely wouldn't notice the footprints on the floor, Charlotte was undeterred by the inconvenience of maintaining his fade. He shed his Spider-Man suit, contemplated briefly, then leapt into the air, momentarily suspended, and pulled the door shut behind him. Subsequently, for the first time, he employed his weakened telekinesis, a meager force trailing behind him, urging him forward. Push me forward. Push me forward. Push me forward. A feeble power coalesced behind Charlotte, gently propelling him ahead. Before long, he climbed out through the already ajar window on the second floor, descended to the ground, and relocked the front door. He returned the key to its hiding place beneath the mat and ascended back to the second floor, entering Jessica's room. Meanwhile, on the street not far away, Jessica, clad in tattered denim, trembled from the cold on her speeding motorcycle. This is already the fifth lap. Yet her face still radiates the excitement of a detective's life. With wide eyes, she inquires of Sherlock, "Have we shaken off our pursuers?" "Of course," Sherlock replies confidently. "They've already taken cover at your house." With a swift turn, he raises his hand to greet several familiar officers stationed by the roadside, then pivots the vehicle, speeding towards Jessica's home. Before long, they come to a halt, and Jessica leaps from the bike. She cannot help but rub her cold arms. Were it not for her superhuman physique, she would have succumbed to the chill. Sherlock opens the gate and strides forward with the poise of a seasoned detective, exuding confidence, prompting Jessica to hastily follow. Upon reaching the door, Sherlock casually pretends to survey the surroundings, skillfully retrieves the key from beneath the mat, and, with a gentle twist, unlocks the door. Wow! Jessica's eyes gleam with admiration as she gazes at the proud Sherlock, incredulous. "You truly are the great detective. You're amazing." "Indeed," Sherlock boasts. "Just observe and learn well." As they step inside, Sherlock adeptly switches on the light, illuminating the entire room, while a shadow of gloom descends upon Jessica's heart. The room is spacious, yet many items are draped in white sheets, imparting an air of solitude and chill. Sherlock approaches, glances around briefly, and then ascends the stairs. Jessica follows, reaching the second floor where she switches on the light and explains, "This is my home. Here is the staircase, and over there is downstairs. My room is the second one upstairs, and the other bedrooms belong to my family. I haven't opened them since." Noticing Jessica's despondent demeanor, Sherlock places his finger on the switch and mysteriously declares, "Jessica, shoo, Spider-Man is here." As he speaks, the lights on the second floor quietly extinguish, eliciting a startled gasp from an unprepared Jessica. When the lights illuminate once more, a dashing Spider-Man appears before her, head bowed and hands on hips, exuding an undeniable charm. His striking web patterns, perfect musculature, and reflective black eyes capture Jessica's image. "Hi, Jessica," he greets with a voice that is both magnetic and deep, laced with a hint of gravel, imitating someone. In a swift motion, Jessica instinctively retreats behind Sherlock. Her mind races, and after a moment, she peeks out, her expression one of shock as she queries, "Oh my God, Spider-Man. When did you arrive? How did you get here?" Spider-Man smirks, his voice as calm as snow. "Spider-Man is everywhere. Just take a look behind you," he says with a smile. Jessica swiftly turned around, her scalp tingling, as in the blink of an eye. Spider-Man had instantaneously appeared behind her. Clutching her head, she suddenly felt an itch. Could it be that she was growing a brain? Is this what true superheroes are like? Is this the power of a frontline hero? Bewildered yet impressed, she clasped her hands together, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Spider-Man, as though beholding a divine arachnid. Clearing his throat, Charlotte stepped forward with a smile. "I have always said that $10,000 is indeed worth every penny. I am genuinely a superhero's agent, and I have a crucial question to pose to you." With narrowed eyes, Charlotte moved closer to Jessica and inquired, "Have you ever encountered a person clad entirely in purple?" Of course, he was not referring to Thanos, but rather to a member of the U.S. national swimming team. A jest, of course. A purple figure? Covering her head, Jessica held her breath. "Please do not disturb me. I am pondering." Her face flushed red with concentration. She finally recalled, "I believe I once saw someone like that in a coffee shop, but I cannot recall any other details." "Oh," Charlotte's eyes flickered, indicating that the purple figure was indeed nearby. Activating his spider sense, he found no sinister intentions detected. This left Charlotte in a quandary. Could it be that the purple figure had retreated? How could he frame him otherwise? No, he would undoubtedly seek out Jessica. Capturing her would mean ensnaring the purple figure as well. After a brief exchange with Charlotte, Jessica turned back. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man had vanished, leaving Jessica in stunned silence. She tugged urgently at Charlotte's clothing, pointing repeatedly at the spot where Spider-Man had just stood. Charlotte remained remarkably composed, feigning contemplation, disregarding Jessica's frantic gestures. The purple figure's ability was mental control, and Charlotte was not entirely confident in his capacity to counteract it. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain with Jessica using a duplicate until they discovered the whereabouts of the purple figure. This plan was codenamed guarding the pig while waiting for the rabbit. Perfect. With the skill card, creating friends from nothing, it was akin to Charlotte possessing two bodies in harmony, simultaneously equipped with 4 skill card slots. Although one slot must necessarily be filled with creating friends from nothing. As more slots became available in the future, this ability would only grow in potency. Moreover, since he and his duplicate were inherently synchronized mentally, the purple figure would be unable to exert complete control over the duplicate using pheromones. Even a simple manipulation could be severed by cutting off the skill card. However, if the purple man discovers himself, what then? Charlotte. Spider-Man has vanished. He is gone, no longer to be found. Without further contemplation, Charlotte gently patted Jessica's head, signaling her to remain calm. Oh, Charlotte tilted his head, scrutinizing Jessica's attire, prompting her to curiously inquire, "When did you change your outfit?" With a composed demeanor, Charlotte responded, "Oh, this is merely a fundamental ability that every superhero must possess. In the event of an emergency, who has the time to dash to a phone booth for a change? Thus, it is imperative for superheroes to master this skill of transformation." Wow, Jessica blinked, asking Charlotte, "Could you teach me this technique of changing clothes? I would love to learn it." You? Casting a glance at Jessica's physique, which was capable of performing a plank, Charlotte shook his head, saying, "If the opportunity arises, I shall teach you." He then proceeded to discuss her future arrangements. Charlotte assured Jessica that she should remain here, as Spider-Man would always keep an eye on her. The investment of $10,000 would certainly not be in vain. After a few more brief words, he exited through the door, launching himself with a web-slinging motion, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the tallest building in the vicinity. Perched atop the lightning rod, he surveyed the surroundings of Jessica's home. "Purple Man, where on earth are you? In your absence, my thoughts dwell on you daily. If you were to appear, it would surely bring me joy." A radiant light illuminated the scene as White Charlotte appeared, standing at the edge of the building, his gaze searching for the elusive Purple Man. With dual perspectives, he could undoubtedly search more efficiently than with mere human sight. However, the Purple Man was indeed absent from this location. The bright moon hung high, and the two Charlottes sat together, both expressing, "The night is exceedingly beautiful." With a sigh, White Charlotte propped himself up at the edge of the building, casting his eyes downward toward the distant ground. An impulsive thought struck him. What would it feel like to leap from here and meet one's demise? Gazing down at the base of the building, Charlotte blinked and remarked, "I believe that sensation would be rather unpleasant." "Do not speak thus. I am but a doppelganger. As a manifestation, I am destined to face death eventually. Experiencing the taste of mortality in advance is surely a curiosity we all share." "No, we are not curious," Charlotte asserted with apparent conviction. "Humph," White Charlotte scoffed. "I am you, and you are me. We share the same identity, the same memories, the same sensations, the same vision, the same thoughts, and the same reasoning. It may seem I wish to leap, but the true curiosity lies within you. What appears to be a debate is, in fact, a soliloquy of a singular being. It is you who yearns for this experience, attempting to persuade yourself." Charlotte merely pouted, disregarding the dialogue, his head tilted as he fixated intently on the ground below. Suicide? He certainly did not wish for his own demise, but what does it truly feel like to confront death, especially when one's doppelganger embodies oneself? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Luo, filled with restless energy, ultimately relinquished the thought. As previously stated, the doppelganger would inevitably meet its end, and so too would he eventually face the same fate. The uncertainty lay in whether he would harbor any regrets at that moment. Xia Luo sighed, pondering aloud, "Is it truly engaging to converse with oneself? We appear like deranged individuals suffering from a split personality. Is this not devoid of interest?" A smile crept upon Xia Luo's lips. Indeed, it is rather amusing. In the following scenes, the simultaneous presence of Xia Luo and his doppelganger will diminish, as I feel this repetitive writing conveys an excessive sense of disarray. Chapter 68. Completion of the creation. The following morning, Xia Luo arrived at Dr. Connor's experimental facility. Perhaps it was too early, for Connors was nowhere to be found. Whistling a cheerful tune, Xia Luo joyfully fed the lab mice, meticulously recording their experimental data in his notebook. Then came the main event. With a broad smile, Xia Luo propelled his office chair towards his workstation. Today, the creation of the ghost spider's suit was complete, and Xia Luo was poised to present Gwen with a grand surprise. As he activated the fabrication device, a rush of cold air enveloped him, and he waved his hand to disperse the mist, revealing the ghost spider's suit in his grasp. The craftsmanship was impeccable, the design exquisite. As he caressed its silky texture and admired the intricate spider motifs, he appreciated its comfortable elasticity and gentle breathability, making it irresistibly appealing. Who else could it be but me, the genius behind this suit? Though this ensemble may not rival the perfection of his skill card attire, which could automatically adapt to his custom-made components, it nonetheless fulfilled Gwen's current combat needs and comfort levels entirely. Future updates and enhancements were certainly possible. Of course, Xia Luo did not overlook the other creations. With tweezers in hand, he extracted his masterpiece from a pale blue liquid, a pair of ballet shoes enhanced with lizard-like biomimetic properties. As a former dancer in Swan Lake, these shoes were elegant and agile. Through Xia Luo's design, they boasted the ability to adhere like a lizard. The surface of the shoes appeared smooth and aesthetically pleasing, yet concealed beneath was a plethora of padding, each layer housing thousands of fine hairs, their tips resembling tiny, fluffy brushes. These brushes possessed significant adhesive strength, capable of harnessing biological static electricity to produce a viscous substance, further amplifying their grip. He also retrieved a pair of gloves and shoes, never forgetting his own creations. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the wealthy depend on technology. Charlotte could not help but acknowledge that, aside from the flawed direction of Dr. Connor's research, his methods of deception and fund acquisition were indeed commendable. Coupled with his studies on genetic serums, Charlotte felt entirely capable of embodying the role of a mad scientist, mass-producing an army of spiders. Shaking off these fanciful thoughts and seizing the opportunity while Connors was absent, Charlotte began to test the attributes of the ghost spider suit and boots. Clearing the clutter of bottles and jars from the experimental table, he placed the suit and boots onto the testing platform. He activated the device, and a beam of green laser illuminated the suit, initiating a slow scan. The professional apparatus was capable of not only analyzing the suit's fiber composition, temperature adaptability, washability, color difference, and tensile strength, but also assessing its grade and defensive attributes. Thus, upon activating the device, Charlotte maintained a stoic expression, lowering his gaze to lick the fabric of the suit. 6 minutes later, Ghost Spider Suit Creator, Charlotte Parker Durability, 999 Grade. Utility, Defense, Compatibility, Gwen Stacy, Aesthetic. Ghost Dance Shoes Creator, Charlotte Parker Durability, 999 Grade. Utility, Defense, Compatibility, Gwen Stacy, Aesthetic, Special, Lizard Adhesion. Enhanced Adhesion, Node. Identification Technique. Maintain your tongue on the target for 3 minutes, or chew it directly. You can identify anything you wish to assess. Excellent. A quick rinse, and the testing is complete. It is time to proceed with the next tasks. As he packaged the suit, Charlotte picked up his phone and dialed Gwen's number. Hello, Gwen. I have completed the creation of your suit. Creating a suit? You did this for me? If I remember correctly, it should be Spider-Man doing that, right? At that time, she had believed that Spider-Man was Charlotte, never imagining indeed, I am Spider-Man. Charlotte replied calmly. When you believe Spider-Man is Charlotte, I shall inform you that Spider-Man is not Charlotte. When you think Spider-Man is not Charlotte, then I will reveal that Charlotte is indeed Spider-Man. How about that? Is it peculiar enough for you? Now hand over the skill card. What? Busy in the laboratory, with the phone cradled between her shoulder and ear, Gwen couldn't help but pause in bewilderment, then suddenly realized, stop joking. Charlotte, you cannot deceive me. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Last night, I witnessed both of you existing simultaneously. I can split myself. My mind became muddled, and I mistakenly pressed the wrong button. As I watched the centrifuge spin rapidly, Gwen lowered her head heavily, cursing under her breath. Damn it. I have to start over again. Charlotte, you scoundrel. You are certainly not Spider-Man. I am. Charlotte retorted. Nonsense, you are not. I am. Gwen took a deep breath and resumed her work to complete the progress she had missed yesterday. She held her head with one hand while the other quickly shook a test tube. Sighing, she inquired dismissively. All right, Charlotte, why do you believe you are Spider-Man? Charlotte, dissatisfied with Gwen's tone, toyed with his Spider-Man-themed lizard bionic glove and replied, because I can cling to walls and shoot webs. No, Spider-Man cannot cling to walls. He merely swings around on webs. Static adhesion is the superpower of the ghost spider. Gwen proudly stated, Spider-Man's reputation is being tarnished. I also possess spider sense, spider combat skills, spider dialogue, and a spider suit. Continuing her task with a deadpan expression, she effortlessly tossed the test tube into the apparatus. Charlotte, you do not have spider sense, spider combat skills, or spider dialogue, Gwen said, blinking her beautiful eyes. Pouting, she could not help but add, Charlotte, running around naked is not a good hobby. You could get caught by my dad and brought to the police station. I will supervise you to correct this in the future. Moreover, impersonating Spider-Man is truly not a good idea. It won't erase your naked escapade from yesterday. It will only add the image of a cross-dresser to your persona, making you even more peculiar. On the other end of the line, Charlotte's face fell instantly, and he fell silent for a moment. Clearing his throat, Charlotte scratched his head, attempting to explain, is there a possibility that due to my schizophrenia, I possess different superpowers, and the person you saw yesterday was not me, but Spider-Man? Charlotte, no need for explanations. Gwen interrupted earnestly. As long as you do not do this again in the future, I can help you keep this secret. You wouldn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to find out about this, would you? Chapter 69. The perfect adaptation. Noticing that Charlotte had fallen silent, Gwen blinked and continued with a smile. By the way, do you remember our planned vacation trip to Texas? We said we would invite you and Harry today, so we could discuss it together. Regrettably, it seems that I may not be able to embark on a road trip, and the workload today is exceedingly overwhelming. I cannot even participate in this discussion. A road trip to Texas? Attending the rodeo? As memories flickered, Charlotte recalled something Gwen had mentioned. Of course, I haven't forgotten. But Gwen, you would do well to remember what you need to forget. Charlotte's voice lowered into a menacing whisper. Forget what? Pausing her actions, Gwen smirked. Is it about your naked escapade yesterday? You spoke so proudly of it then, yet today you seem quite timid. Do you truly have a penchant for running naked? With a scoff, Charlotte hastily ended the call, feeling quite humiliated. Gwen was utterly insufferable. After all, appearing stark naked on the street was hardly justified. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Moreover, running naked seems far more believable than the notion of a doppelganger or being a time-traveling Terminator, does it not? Speaking of doppelgangers, the one currently masquerading as Spider-Man, equipped with spider-sense skill cards, was keeping a watchful eye on Jessica's whereabouts. After an entire night of vigilance, Jessica had not stepped out, and the purple figure was nowhere to be found. However, Charlotte possessed ample patience and determination. It was but a matter of enduring a lengthy wait. Clearing his mind of these trivial thoughts, Charlotte began to calibrate the equipment for a new research project. How to imbue the battle suit with the regenerative abilities of a lizard while enhancing its defensive capabilities. Unlike adhesion, granting a lifeless object the ability to heal itself was a complex endeavor, and Charlotte intended to engage in a thorough discussion with Dr. Connors. After all, no one understood lizards better than he. Just then, the door to the experimental facility swung open, and Connors finally arrived at the laboratory. Upon seeing Charlotte, his face flushed momentarily in surprise, but he soon smiled and raised a hand in greeting. Hi, Parker. Hello, Dr. Connors, Charlotte replied without turning. Deeply engrossed in contemplating the material equations, as this was an entirely new research endeavor. Dr. Connors, what do you think is the best method to transfer the lizard's regenerative genes to an object, allowing it to possess self-healing capabilities akin to a lizard's tail? Listening to this topic, Connors stroked his chin, approaching Charlotte and resting his right hand on Charlotte's shoulder, leaning down to observe the equations Charlotte was writing. Creating biological fibers that enable cellular fibers to regenerate like lizard cells? This may exceed my expertise, unless we were to transform the object entirely into a living lizard. I cannot conceive of any other method. However, Charlotte, I believe in your capabilities. You are a genius. A genius? Charlotte scoffed. Who isn't a genius? Are you suggesting we turn it into a living organism? Charlotte blinked, inexplicably reminded of venom. Draping a biological entity over oneself to transform it into a healing battle garment may indeed hold promise, perhaps even deriving inspiration from venom. Yet, who knows where such venom resides at present? What is most urgently required now is independent research. It appears that the journey towards enhancing the self-healing capacity of the battle suit is still a long one, and an exploration into plant cells is indispensable. Drawing a chair, Connors settled beside Charlotte and lifted a small cage containing a white mouse, placing it upon the table. Gazing at the trembling creature with greenish veins, Connors remarked, "What a delightful specimen, though alas, it remains imperfect." He opened the cage and set the mouse upon the table, observing its movements. "Parker, you assert that human existence is so fragile. Why then do humans pursue war and perpetrate mutual slaughter?" Charlotte was taken aback. It seemed Dr. Connors had abandoned his research on lizard serum to delve into philosophy. Casting a casual glance at Connors, Charlotte replied, "Resource scarcity? Political interests? The pursuit of capital? Religious conflicts?" "No," Connors shook his head. "It is dictated by the genetic inheritance of humanity." Charlotte rolled her eyes, expecting Connors to expound with lofty rhetoric, and continued with her work in silence. Connors persisted. "The essence of all actions, both human and other beings, is determined by genetics. It is merely that human genetics are more intricate and variable, endowing highly intelligent humans with correspondingly complex and mutable thoughts. Some genes even predispose individuals to distorted, aberrant personalities, craving violence, slaughter, and destruction, driving them to instigate grotesque and cruel wars. Connors gently nudged the white mouse, which scurried in fear towards Charlotte. Parker, I believe I have discovered a means to alter everything. The lizard serum not only enables limb regeneration, but could also facilitate further evolution, retaining high intelligence while shedding the thirst for violence, fostering unity and camaraderie among communities, along with bravery and wit. So, come assist me, Charlotte. As the mouse approached, a sudden gust of wind caught Charlotte's attention, causing her pupils to constrict and her hair to stand on end. Although Spider-Man was several kilometers away, his radar distinctly sensed a fleeting malice beside Charlotte. Without hesitation, she propelled herself towards the table and rolled to the side, activating her combat skills. However, Connor's abrupt attack was entirely unforeseen, arriving with alarming swiftness and an air of bewilderment. Having rolled aside, Charlotte clutched her neck, extracting the now inactivated needleless syringe, her disbelief evident as she turned to Connors. Good grief. I was careless. I didn't dodge. At this moment, Connors stood robust, his gaze towards Charlotte imbued with a fervent intensity. His eyes glimmered with a green hue, and his physique was imposing. Charlotte, do you realize? Lizards huddle together for warmth. While we were examining lizard genes, I fortuitously discovered the exquisite compatibility between you and lizard serum. Scales shimmered across Connor's form. His teeth sharpened, his figure enlarged, and his expression turned menacing, his voice gravelly and terrifying. I have longed for you to join my research, yet I would never force you. I understand your desire for transformation, and I know you are destined to take this step, but you have changed. Yet, I too have transformed. I can no longer endure. This is my final chance, and I must inject myself with lizard serum. When I open my eyes, everything shall appear splendid, and I shall comprehend your perfection, your indispensable nature. You are the destined deity of the lizard people. Suddenly, the green spread across Charlotte's neck, scales rapidly emerging, her eyes morphing into golden slits, her entire being expanding. Her skin turned a vibrant green, limbs contorted grotesquely. A lizard Parker skill card automatically equipped itself to Charlotte. A massive tail cascaded to the ground, rupturing her garments, while the web shooters in her hands shattered into fragments. A gravelly, sharp voice resonated as Connors flicked his tongue, declaring, "The most perfect adapter. Let us together construct the kingdom of the lizard people." Chapter 70. Lizard Parker. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill card, Lizard Parker. I have always known that Spider-Man's best friend would be a villain. I considered Harry, pondered Francine, even thought of others, but I never imagined that I, not Spider-Man, would be that villain. Transforming into a lizard person, your spirit diminishes to half, yet your strength and physique increase by 50 points. Freedom attribute points, 2. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to Madness Power Stage 5. You have gained an additional skill card slot and 10 freedom attribute points. Lizard Serum Enhancement, all attributes 2. The bite from the spider granted Charlotte 1 to all attributes, but the lizard serum elevated her to 2. What is destined fate? What is the inevitable villainy? Wield your phone numbers and support Lizard Parker. Charlotte, level, Madness Power Stage 5. Age, 16 years. Strength, 56, 50. You are as strong as a lizard. Physique, 62, 50. You are as robust as a lizard. Spirit, 11, 11. You are as foolish as a lizard. Attractiveness, 14. Trait, you will always draw the attention of extraordinary beings. Attribute points, 36. A formidable power coursed through Shero's body. His left fist was as strong as his right, and his right was as agile as his left. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his mouth to taste the air, swiftly capturing information about temperature and humidity. Tilting his head, he gazed at the excited lizard man, Connors, with a greenish hue on his face. His stature swelled to 2 meters and 5 centimeters, rendering him more robust than the 2-meter-tall Dr. Connors. Scales emerged on his skin, shifting from dark green to a fiery crimson, while the color of his eyes oscillated, ultimately resembling flowing lava. Merely under Shero's gaze, Connors felt an overwhelming pressure stemming from their bloodline. Connors exclaimed with fervor, "Yes, yes, this is it. This is the epitome of a lizard man." If Connors resembled an unsightly reptilian creature, then upon Shero's complete transformation, he resembled a wingless western dragon, muscular, with gleaming scales, ferocious and commanding, exuding an innate authority. his eyes radiating brilliance. Question: what then is a wingless western dragon? Answer: it is still a large lizard. Raising his brow, Shero observed his claws, lost in thought. His spider senses had never ceased, always vigilant against surrounding malice. However, he had never anticipated that the benign Dr. Connus would launch an attack, transforming him into a lizard man. Gazing at Connus, who wore an expression of admiration, pride, and uncontainable joy, Shero clenched his sharp teeth. Connus lifted his arm, respectfully regarding Shero, and declared, "Oh, our great king of the lizard men. Let us expand our kind and forge a more powerful future. As long as we create more lizard serums. No. Let us both concoct lizard spray, so that all of humanity can transform into lizard men alongside us." Shero felt an overwhelming urge to kick Connus in the head. Who do you think you are? Yet, rather than inflicting physical harm, Shero wished to vex Connus and torment his spirit. Maintaining a serene demeanor, Shero glanced around. His tail raised to shield his bare lower half, while his claws shyly covered his non-existent chest. How could the great lizard man, Shero, possibly enjoy running about unclothed? Torn between conflicting desires, Shero ultimately chose to conceal his face. Dr. Connus, we cannot turn all of humanity into lizard men. Such an action would be inappropriate and unfriendly. Unfriendly? The lab-coated Connus blinked in surprise, staring at Shero anxiously. Shero, they are not our kin. Friendliness is reserved for our kind. And what we require is more of our own. Shero bore a countenance of sanctity. I apologize. I am a good person now. Bah. I have always been a good person. After clearing his throat, Charlotte proposed. Perhaps we could go door to door, smiling as we extol the virtues of the lizard empire. We shall spread the gospel of the empire, inviting those willing to join us as members of the lizard kin. Connor stared at Charlotte in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Charlotte continued, moreover, the violence and bloodshed are simply too horrifying. We should respect everyone's opinions and sincerely present the benefits of joining the lizard empire to those who oppose us, such as our remarkable height. Charlotte. Connors groaned, covering his forehead, his voice growing hoarse. This is unacceptable. In that moment, he regretted transforming Charlotte into a lizard person. Charlotte shook his head, continuing, by the way, let us inquire about the intentions of those with thick lips, explosive hairstyles, and heavy-set figures. This seems more appropriate. I speak of the lizard empire, and you engage with me. Well, that is indeed significant, Connors conceded, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Parker, we are lizard people. Let us disregard those foolish humans. Do you discriminate against humans? Connors, allow me to pose a practical question. Before you stands a heavy-set black lesbian of Native American descent, an environmentally conscious transgender individual from a two-mom family, and a German Jewish civil rights activist. Which one would you prefer to transform into a lizard person first? I want none of them. Observing Connors in shock, Charlotte's eyes gleamed with amusement. Furthermore, to me, every small life is innocent, and no creature should be harmed by lizard people. Hence I suggest that we lizard beings should adopt a herbivorous diet. Herbivorous? No, you traitor among lizard folk. You wretched bastard. We shall never. Calm down, Connors. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. This is not good. As Connors fumed and bounced around in frustration, Charlotte felt a surge of joy. It was evident that Connors' intelligence had noticeably diminished since his transformation into a lizard person. Such simple questions had thrown him off balance. How amusing it was. With hands clasped together, Charlotte radiated an air of self-righteousness. Every day, 25 species face extinction. And as a lizard person, I find myself utterly powerless. Oh, how tragic. Charlotte lamented, cradling his head, while Connors appeared utterly defeated. Let the animals roam peacefully. We should not concern ourselves with that. Those misguided environmentalists and animal rights activists do not care at all. They are all superficial. They are merely thinking. They merely protest and annoy others, never taking meaningful action. On the surface, they espouse ideals, but at their core, it is all about business. They are solely focused on profit and self-indulgence. The earth is splendid, yet its inhabitants are woefully mundane. Charlotte, you speak with such clarity that I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps I shall join you in villainy. Chapter 71. Target hammer. I suffered from insomnia last night, and today I feel utterly drained. While writing, I found it somewhat interesting, yet upon reading, it seemed far less so. Alas, these 2 chapters are rather lackluster. Charlotte, you must understand, the future belongs to the lizard people. We possess superior physiques, strength, and remarkable regenerative abilities. We unite in cooperation, free from sordid thoughts. Together, we advance, unencumbered by the deceitful desires of the mundane world. We are flawless. Observing the spirited Connors, Charlotte questioned, "But the lizard people lack intelligence." Connors was taken aback. This is indeed a flaw among the lizard folk. After injecting the lizard serum, even Connors could distinctly feel his thoughts becoming sluggish and his temper increasingly irritable. He attributed these feelings to the inconsequential side effects of the serum. The lizard people are fixated on the instinct of obedience, sacrificing rationality for the sake of power. Their shallow intellect is their most significant shortcoming. With a flicker in his eyes, Connors had pondered solutions, yet the sensation of mental blockage plagued him, exacerbating his agitation. The lizard people are imperfect. The lizard people possess flaws. Is his ambition to benefit all humanity through the lizard serum not also flawed? A pair of slit pupils trembled. Could I be mistaken? Yet, his genetic instincts persuaded him otherwise. Compared to his formerly frail physique, Connors now felt an unprecedented sense of strength. What is needed now is a lizard revolution, not lizard contemplation. By producing a copious amount of lizard serum and enveloping all of New York, they could have countless lizard companions. But what should follow? He had not yet conceived a plan. As Connors continued to ponder, Charlotte, toying with his tail, remarked, "Stupidity is not the most lethal flaw. The lizard people's most fatal defect is their sheer ugliness." Charlotte sighed in dismay. "My goodness. The thought of a world filled with grotesque lizard beings sends shivers down my spine." While the third brother might revel in such a spectacle, Charlotte cannot bring himself to accept it. The mere idea is truly terrifying. Ugly. Connors widened his eyes. "I am discussing the evolution of humanity, the future development of the lizard people, world peace, and strategic transformation. Yet you are fixated solely on the lizard people's lack of aesthetic appeal. Am I truly unattractive?" Connors, filled with indignation, tilted his head and approached the edge of the laboratory, gazing into the mirror that reflected his visage. Good heavens, what a monstrosity! He had never paid much attention to his appearance, consumed by the grand ambition of establishing a lizard empire. Yet, upon this sudden encounter with his reflection, he was struck by the undeniable truth. Lizard people are indeed quite unsightly. Despite the influence of the lizard serum on his cognition, he could not help but feel that the countenance staring back at him was grotesquely hideous. He stood at the precipice of a fusion between lizard and human, reaching the zenith of the uncanny valley effect. A shadow of despair loomed over him, but he swiftly dismissed it. Aesthetics, he reasoned, held little significance. What truly mattered was the evolution of humanity and the emergence of a superior race. Beauty and ugliness could not sustain one's existence. I remained utterly unperturbed. Approaching the workstation, he opened a drawer that once housed 5 syringes of lizard serum, now reduced to merely 2 vials. "Sharon, let us not dwell on trivial matters. We must fight for a brighter future for humanity and lizard kind. We need to produce more lizard serum, for the efficacy of these injections is alarmingly low. We should devise a lizard transformation gun, or perhaps a lizard grenade for broader application. Your talents are still essential in these endeavors." Rising to her feet, Sharon regarded the syringes before Connors with arms crossed, her disdain for his ideas palpable. "A lizard handgun? A lizard grenade? Connors, we are in a new era. Why not expand your horizons? I believe a lizard spear would be far more practical." Connors pondered for a moment, weighing the merits of a continuously firing spear against the area effect of a grenade. Adopting a meditative posture, Sharon typed formulas into the computer and pressed the simulation button. Soon, the results of a jet-propelled lizard serum test emerged, and with a smile, she deftly loaded the simulated serum into an artificial rain projectile, launching it into the clouds. Abandoning his thoughts, Connors' eyes sparkled as he beheld the test results. Indeed, transforming Sharon had been the wisest decision he had made. In a mere moment, he upgraded the lizard serum to allow for mist-like dispersion, enabling it to cleanse New York through artificial rainfall. Splendid. We are one step closer to realizing the dream of evolutionary advancement for all humanity. As he scrutinized the lizard equations on the computer, Sharon's modifications were minimal. It was quite straightforward to convert the 2 lizard serum syringes into lizard grenades. The true challenge lay in the dwindling supply of essential materials required to produce the serum. Antitoxic plasma growth inhibitors were indispensable, primarily utilized to suppress genetic toxicity while enhancing the effects of genetic fusion. This is the pride of the Osborne Group, the cornerstone of their commitment to the biogenetics industry. Once a formidable entity, the Osborne Group has now been absorbed by Hammer Technology, relegated to one of its least esteemed divisions. The only path to acquiring more of the antitoxic plasma growth inhibitor lies in cunningly plundering the Hammer Group. The lizard formula has garnered the approval of Connors, eliciting a smirk from Charlotte. Recently, she has been assisting Connors, earning some dollars in the process. Naturally, she is also involved in the research on lizard serum, and the formula she just devised is her latest achievement. While the lizard serum is yet to be produced, the antidote has already been completed, poised to surprise Connors. The Hammer Group holds the essential antitoxic plasma growth inhibitor. It appears we must take action. A predatory glint flickers in Connors' eyes, his fingers glinting with sharp claws. Very well, Dr. Connors, Charlotte concedes, acknowledging his plan, and inquires, so how shall we proceed? Connors momentarily falters. The growth inhibitors he previously had were stockpiled by the Osborne Group. Now, locating the storage of growth inhibitors at Hammer Technology is no simple task. Isn't it possible to simply call Gwen for such matters? What is the difficulty? Charlotte suggests. Connors, perhaps you could directly ask your colleagues. Connors' eyes light up. Charlotte, you are absolutely right. Let us head there and interrogate my colleagues rigorously. Chapter 72. Incoming call in the depths of the sewer. Two massive shadows darted by with remarkable speed, causing the pipes to tremble amidst the howling wind. The murky sewage exuded a foul stench, littered with discarded plastic debris. At the top of the filthy pipe, Shano was crawling in a twisted manner through the darkness, using all four limbs. The spiders, rats, and other creatures of the sewer scurried away in fear. Under Connor's guidance, the two prepared to navigate the extensive underground drainage system toward their destination. Look at other superheroes. They either soar above the clouds wielding Thor's hammer or traverse vast distances clad in golden armor. Yet here is the illustrious hero, Spider-Man, perpetually entangled in the sewers. Oh, today I am the Lizard Man. That's just fine. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone halted Charlotte and Connors in their tracks. Recently, New York has been plagued by manhole cover thefts, leaving perilous holes in the streets. Just ahead, the drainage grate in the sewer has been stripped of its cover. The bustling streets outside were audible to Charlotte, and the mobile signal managed to penetrate the dim confines of the sewer. She flipped open the phone hanging around her neck and glanced at the incoming call number 733044534, ignoring the cold gaze of Connors beside her. Charlotte nonchalantly picked up the device and carefully pressed the answer button with her nimble fingers. Hi, Charlotte, came the slightly taken aback voice of Mary Jane from the other end, her crimson lips close to the phone, softly inquiring, Charlotte, why does your voice sound so muffled? Hoarse and echoing? Are you unwell? Of course not. I'm as robust as a Mexican bearded dragon. Charlotte promptly refuted. I'm not sick. I'm just frolicking naked in the sewer. Mexican bearded dragon? She scratched her cheek, pondering the peculiarity of such a description. And isn't that actually a Komodo dragon? Upon hearing that Charlotte was not ill, Mary Jane smiled, teasing, I know you're formidable. After all, you're the legendary ghost car Charlotte. Speeding in reverse, her swaying, pushing limits, road killer. Charlotte, are you feeling reckless? Unbeknownst to her, this thrilling chase had been shared by a friend from work. After watching it, she realized Charlotte's daily life was so vibrant and colorful. Ghost car Charlotte? That doesn't sound like a compliment. Are you implying that only ghosts can ride in my car? What about the esteemed police King George? He seemed quite pleased riding with me and even wants to join again. You're mocking me, and I will retaliate by shooting rubber bands at your windows. Next time, I shall definitely take you on a wild ride to demonstrate what ghostly drifting truly means. In the face of Charlotte's threat, Mary Jane scoffed, her smile unwavering. I simply believe you should refrain from engaging in perilous activities that might worry your family and friends. Charlotte attempted to counter, but shifted the conversation. By the way, Gwen mentioned she couldn't make it to Texas for the rodeo festival. Does that mean our delightful holiday travel plans are doomed? Absolutely not. Gwen's absence is her loss. Charlotte replied with a glint in her eye. This is an excellent opportunity, as long as I stir up a little commotion on my way to Texas. Everyone will know I'm headed there. If Spider-Man remains in New York, the connection between him and Charlotte will be severed. Henceforth, no one shall doubt that Spider-Man is indeed Charlotte. I am truly a genius. Tilting her head, Charlotte secured the phone between her neck and shoulder. Beginning to tackle her tasks at hand, suddenly recalling something, she remarked, You haven't been gallivanting around at night in spandex playing superhero, have you? One night, I encountered an eccentric individual whose behavior starkly resembled the newly lifted corners of Charlotte's mouth, which instantly froze in place. Eccentric? Spandex? Superhero? Was it truly that apparent? Why could every friend who had met me deduce that I was Spider-Man? This left Charlotte, who considered himself infallible, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. What exactly went awry? He pondered deeply, realizing that his demeanor mirrored that of the Spider-Man from the films. Both were loquacious, benevolent souls, eager to assist. Veiled Avengers infiltrating enemy lairs to unleash their webs, all while upholding an immensely high moral standard. Among criminals, he was held in high regard, even earning the moniker of the Spider-Wiz. How was it that no one recognized Peter Parker as Spider-Man, yet he was so easily identified? Charlotte's lips twitched as he lowered his voice to inquire, "Why do you think that?" With a blink, the convenience store employee, tidying the shelves, reminisced. "Perhaps it stems from a shared, quirky, and whimsical disposition. I remember the old you, who was merely shy and reserved. But the you outside the confines of the institution seems to have been somewhat fermented." Charlotte exclaimed, "I am not Spider-Man." Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to maintain a calm tone. How splendid he was once. Youthful, vibrant, graceful, and generous. One could only wonder who had led him astray. Now spouting nonsensical remarks one after another. "Oh, you aren't. Then I retract my previous statement. Although I had pepper spray and a stun gun in my backpack at the time, I am incredibly grateful to Spider-Man for saving me. He descended like a superhero. And though he possessed an inexplicable quirky charm, he truly dazzled me the moment he appeared. A bit peculiar, perhaps, but he was undeniably unique. The way he stood before me filled me with admiration." Charlotte's expression remained frosty. "So, all I must do to earn your admiration is to admit that I am an eccentric and whimsical neurotic? How inherently malevolent. I see through your scheme. If I dare to acknowledge this, all I shall receive in return is your mockery. I shall not be deceived." Thus, Charlotte cast a glance at the impatient Connors nearby and chose to shift the topic. "By the way, when are we planning our road trip to Texas?" "I am quite looking forward to the Cowboy Festival." "The date?" "It's set for next Monday," came the cheerful response. "Charlotte, you truly lack in friendship. You haven't contacted us during this holiday. Have you been so busy that you've forgotten about me?" Charlotte nodded and candidly remarked, "Indeed, I forgot." Rolling her eyes, she glanced at the wall clock and declared, "No more talk. I must hang up now. I have to commence my busy day. I also need to earn money for next week's travel." As the call ended, Connors' sinister, raspy voice echoed from afar. "What vigor you possess, Charlotte. Do you truly believe you can transform the entire nation into a lizard kingdom within a month, and then embark on a trip to Texas with your lizard companions? I can see your confidence." Of course, Charlotte stretched her formidable frame and responded pointedly, "I am confident I can resolve this issue within a week." Chapter 73. The Purpose of Hammer Lightning Delivery, a mission guaranteed to succeed. Francie, mounted on a brand new motorcycle, leisurely came to a stop beside the towering, futuristic Hammer Technology building. Shaking off her red delivery uniform, she turned to reveal the yellow lightning emblem emblazoned upon it. Dismounting with a flourish, Francie waved her attire and removed her helmet, displaying an expression that could frighten small children, her smile rigid yet bright. She retrieved a parcel from the delivery box and handed it to Gwen, giving her a thumbs up. This gesture left Gwen feeling awkward as she pressed her lips together, accepting the package while her fingers traced the puzzled expression on her face, questioning, "Francie, why that expression?" A friendly smile can brighten a customer's day. The customer is king. This is our service motto. With that, Francie's smile grew even more radiant. "Well," Gwen shrugged nonchalantly, "it's not me who's smiling." She picked up the package to inspect it. It was a delivery from Charlotte, and upon seeing the tightly sealed box, Gwen wore a puzzled expression, unsure of what Charlotte had sent her. As she examined the parcel, she lifted her lab coat to wipe off some stains and inquired, "Did Charlotte personally hand this to you?" "Personally? Yes, Charlotte specifically entrusted this to me." Francie continued to share. "Have you seen this new motorcycle? Thanks to General Charlotte's advice, I purchased full insurance, and the insurance company compensated me with a new one. And the generous Charlotte even lent me this new bike. My goodness, he even allowed me to cover for him, telling me that today as full wages are mine. He only wants a 50-50 split of the tips. He is truly kind." Holding the package, Gwen raised an eyebrow, observing Francie's earnest demeanor, and nodded. "Charlotte is indeed no devil. At least he shares half with you." "All right," she said, shaking the package in her hand. "I've received the parcel. I must get back to work now, Francie. I took a day off yesterday, and I have a mountain of tasks to complete today." Frances waved her hand, donned her helmet, and swayed gently back in the direction she had come. Upon returning to the laboratory, Gwen placed the package on the table and busied herself for a brief moment. Eagerly, she approached the table, reached out, and tore open the package's seal, revealing its contents, a ghost spider suit. Wow, it was indeed crafted by Charlotte. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, for just by gazing at it, she could tell that this suit far surpassed any she could have made herself. Had Charlotte not gifted her this suit, she would have likely resorted to ordering one anonymously online. Unfolding the ghost spider suit, she caressed its texture, examining the hues and patterns, which were identical to her own design. It was flawless. Holding the suit, she felt an overwhelming urge to try it on immediately. As she pulled back the hood, she was momentarily taken aback, then gritted her teeth. Instead of a spider mask, there lay a clown mask adorned with a pig's snout. one that Gwen had previously discarded. Charlotte had found it while gathering paint supplies, presenting Gwen with an unexpected surprise. The incongruous clown mask utterly marred the aesthetic. Imagining herself in the spider suit, while wearing a pig-nosed clown had conjured a grotesque image that made Gwen's brain feel like it was shrinking. Should she truly appear in such a manner, she might have to bid farewell to her superhero career. Kicking the trash bin aside, she grabbed the clown mask, ready to toss it in. However, the weight of the mask caused her to pause momentarily. Upon opening it, she discovered 2 additional items inside. One was the genuine spider hood, which Gwen instantly adored. The other was a bottle containing a pale blue liquid. Gwen furrowed her brow as she scrutinized it. The bottle was the size of a drink container, resembling a bottle of energy drink, yet it was impeccably sealed, encircled by a ring of protective metal components. This object appeared to be quite extraordinary, but what purpose did it serve? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from the doorknob, startling Gwen. She hastily stuffed everything back into the package, concealing it behind her, and turned to see Dr. Mobius entering the room. Tall and slender, with medium-length black hair cascading down his back, he bore a stern expression, clutching a document in his hand. Upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of Gwen, who looked somewhat guilty. He furrowed his brow, but chose not to comment further. Today, he had already assigned Gwen a considerable number of tasks, all of which required a bit of thought, and she had merely indulged in a moment of idleness during her work. After all, who among them, the diligent workers, did not occasionally take a breather? Gwen, tidy up your current tasks, and then accompany me. We are headed to Oscorp Tower. Oh, very well, Gwen remarked. As the swift orientation concluded, she promptly stated, "All right, Dr. Mobius." Nodding slightly while holding a stack of documents, Mobius took the lead, striding towards the door. Gwen hurried to follow him, then quickly turned back, hesitating for a brief moment before seizing the package and jogging after the departing Mobius. Before long, Gwen was driving the vehicle, with Mobius seated in the passenger seat, perusing the documents in his hands. As they drove, Gwen blinked and cast a glance at the papers Mobius held. They contained research materials pertaining to the Osborn Group. One particular document discussed the antitoxic plasma growth inhibitor, a biochemical hormone that I recognize as the brainchild of Dr. Lewis. This substance utilizes fungal transposons to transfer injected foreign gene fragments onto target sequences, which, once introduced into a living organism and cultivated through transposase recognition, yields a hormone capable of suppressing genetic toxins. Oh, Mobius finally turned his head to regard Gwen. Giving her a measure of attention, Gwen continued, "A friend of mine used to work for the Osborn Group. Dr. Mobius, are you interested in this?" Indeed, Mobius sighed. The Osborn Group was remarkably suited for biological research. Regrettably, it has since been absorbed. And the current hammer tech shows no interest in human gene fusion with biological gene fragments. This topic puzzled Gwen as well. She was part of Mobius's experimental team, engaged in projects concerning electric shocks, bats, and the fusion of human genes, and they had made significant progress, now possessing some research results. Yet, why had Hammer Tech marginalized gene fusion? If they were deemed inconsequential, what was Hammer's true aim in acquiring the Osborn Group? Surely, it couldn't be mere enthusiasm? This question had weighed heavily on Gwen for quite some time. The Osborn Group was merely a mid-sized entity, yet it was treated with utmost seriousness by Hammer Tech, which ruthlessly dismantled it and swiftly consumed its resources. Upon arriving at Hammer Tech, the thriving research environment she had envisioned was conspicuously absent, leaving Gwen in a state of profound disappointment and confusion. With a sardonic smile, Mobius set down the documents. Osborn was indeed lacking in military prowess. Their focus lay on biological weaponry and superhero serum. Initially, I believed Hammer's interest was merely in the design of a flying hoverboard. But I later discovered that the true aim was, in fact, biological weaponry. Gazing at Gwen, Mobius coldly remarked, "To elevate the Hammer Technology Group to the same echelon as Stark Industries, which has its roots in World War II. You cannot possibly believe that Hammer is merely a fool. That individual is a cunning egoist. He holds Norman Osborn in contempt, deeming the notion of merging animal genes with humans to be utterly foolish. He is merely inspired by a cadre of comic book creators, yearning to fabricate some sort of superhero to become the next Captain America. How preposterous! A Captain America capable of swaying the tides of war is merely a government propaganda construct. His existence is even questionable. Thus, we, the Forsaken, continue the research on human-animal gene fusion under the auspices of Hammer Group, prohibited from conducting any human trials. Yet, Hammer's true intentions have always resided within the Osborn Group. He seeks to invert the paradigm, merging African-American genes with those of chimpanzees, mass-producing intelligent bioweapons for warfare. Chapter 74. the prelude to the lizard empire. Gwen's eyes widened, her beautiful gaze sparkling with revelation. So, it could be approached in such a manner. Indeed, one must never underestimate the capitalists of these large corporations. Speaking of which, could the recent uproar surrounding Stark's disappearance be orchestrated by Hammer? When direct confrontation fails, employing underhanded tactics against rivals becomes a viable option. It is indeed a possibility. Setting aside her conjectures regarding Hammer's research strategy on chimpanzee soldiers, Gwen found herself perplexed. However, wouldn't this pose a significant quandary for animal welfare organizations? In a nutshell, Mobius fell into silence. The Animal Welfare Organization is a radical group advocating for the equal rights of animals to coexist alongside humans. Their guiding principle asserts that animals should not be utilized for human consumption, clothing, experimentation, or any form of cruelty. They stand as defenders of animal rights. Under the influence of these animal rights organizations, the Animal Welfare Act was smoothly passed. This act stipulates the humane treatment of laboratory animals, mandating suitable living conditions, including temperature, humidity, and lighting, while ensuring scientific training, timely feeding, regular vaccinations, and standardized pathological testing in the care of experimental animals. What a farcical bunch of troublemakers. While the Stark Group, Hammer Technology, and the Life Foundation remain largely unaffected, the Osborn Group, which harbors a multitude of laboratory animals, finds itself severely impacted and constrained. This predicament is one of the motivations for Osborn's shareholders to consider divesting. Mentioning this, even Mobius felt a headache coming on, as his experimental projects housed a plethora of bats requiring electric shock studies. He was reluctant to be branded as an animal abuser and risk losing funding for his experiments. Thus, he had no choice but to remain tight-lipped and conduct his work in secrecy. Fearing the intrusion of radical animal protection organizations and the ensuing troubles, Connor felt reassured by the military backing he had. He believed that compared to the explosive revelations surrounding Osborn's clandestine human experimentation, the animal rights groups were merely a minor inconvenience that could be resolved with financial means. Today, our objective was to locate Abigail, who had once served as Connor's research assistant on the lizard serum and now stood as the principal leader of the human serum project. That despicable little man, Abigail, must be here. Once we find him, we will have located the growth inhibitor, not far from the entrance of Osborn Tower. A serpentine pupil flashed momentarily in the sewer opening. An ambush was in the making. Connor had orchestrated an attack. Their plan was straightforward: to boldly enter, find Abigail along with the growth inhibitor, give Abigail a good beating, and then depart with the serum. The task was uncomplicated. Connor had faith in their abilities. For the lizard people, firearms posed little threat. What were the chances of a superhero intervening at that moment? Charlotte crouched against the wall, puffing out his cheeks as he blew at a trembling little lizard, tilting his head in inquiry. Connor, must we really charge in like this? It seems rather unfriendly. Perhaps we could give them a call or alert the police in advance. Connor dismissed Charlotte's words with indifference, his tone grave as he admonished, Charlotte, the war has begun. They will show us no mercy. We have no choice but to succeed. All right, it's your call. With that, he scooped up the little lizard and tossed it into the murky waters of the sewer. Charlotte stretched, his well-toned muscles rippling, his eyes glowing crimson, devoted to his craft. As Lizard Parker, he could not afford to lose face. Silently equipping himself with a skill card, Charlotte braced himself for the impending spectacle. Criminal genius, you are a prodigy in the realm of crime. Boom. It was a bright and sunny morning, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the street as a manhole cover soared into the sky, crashing down upon a parked vehicle amidst gasps of disbelief. Instantly, two colossal figures burst forth from the sewer, landing on the pavement. Charlotte immediately spread his arms wide, roaring out his pre-prepared lines. We, the lizard people who covertly rule the world, shall no longer remain hidden. Tremble, earth, wail, humanity. Inform the Queen of England, Zachary Grubb, and Johnson that there is no need for concealment. The war of the lizard people has commenced. How's that? Are you afraid? Of course you are. The sudden emergence of two terrifying creatures instilled panic among the surrounding crowd, who screamed and scattered in disarray, expertly fleeing in all directions. The entire area began to empty, while traffic swiftly descended into chaos and congestion. Connor, mentally prepared, disregarded Charlotte's actions, his slit pupils fixated upon the Osborn Tower before him. Abigail, I have come for you. With a powerful strike of his palm against the ground, Connor leaped into the air, hurtling directly toward the entrance of the Osborn group. At the moment the monsters appeared, the head of security at the Osborn Tower initiated emergency protocols. However, in the next instant, Connor shattered the tempered glass door, sweeping aside anyone who dared to obstruct his path with his tail. Grasping the head of security by the leg, he hoisted him up to his eye level, his maw exuding a foul, rancid odor, with his cruel, slit pupils gleaming. Tell me, where is Abigail now? Although the Osborne Tower was not the tallest building in New York, it stood at 72 stories. If he were to search floor by floor, Abigail would likely have already fled. The head of security trembled at the sight of the grotesque lizard-like Connor, a wave of heat flooding his pants as he quaked in fear. Clutching his radio, he found himself utterly unable to resist against such an inhuman beast. On the third basement level, Dr. Abigail was ensconced in a secret laboratory. Casting the head of security aside, Connor charged toward the elevator, crashing through its doors and vanishing into the shaft. Clutching his heart, the head of security shivered once more. What manner of monster is this? My God! The lizard people truly do rule the world from the shadows. It is all over for us. He retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency services. Officer, alien lizard people are attempting to take over the Osborne Tower. War is imminent. We must be wary of the lunar matrix. They are hidden amongst us. What? The operator was momentarily stunned. What are you talking about? Before he could finish his sentence, a colossal shadow loomed over the head of security. Trembling, he turned to behold Charlotte, towering at 2.5 meters, hands clasped behind his back, regarding him with great interest. Gasping, the head of security clutched his heart, unable to draw breath, before fainting from sheer terror. Hello, sir? Are you still there? Sir? Hello? Charlotte shook his head, having rendered yet another victim unconscious with his striking presence. Picking up the phone, he bared his jagged teeth and spoke into the receiver. Roar. An earth-shattering, thunderous sound. Chapter 75. The Lizard Empire. It is unclear what the operator, whose eardrum may have been shattered, reported, but in any case, the New York Police Department mobilized in full force. Police cars raced towards the Osborne Tower, only to find themselves ensnared in the clogged streets. Only the police helicopter and the media helicopter arrived at the battlefield. Similarly trapped were Gwen and Mobius, observing the chaotic streets. Perplexed, Gwen unfastened her seatbelt and craned her pale neck forward to see. They were quite close to the Osborne Tower. A frantic crowd surged forward, sweeping along the drivers who had just disembarked. This made Mobius, who bore a stoic expression, furrow his brow. Had there been another escape of experimental subjects from the Osborne Tower? He picked up his phone and scrolled through the internal messages of the organization. Then, with an impassive face, he unbuckled his seatbelt and informed Gwen that the plan to head to the Osborne Tower was cancelled, and the remaining matters could be addressed tomorrow. She was free to go home. Without waiting for Gwen to inquire further, he opened the car door and stepped out, walking away with the tide of people. Hey, Doctor. Mobius, wait. Sitting in the car, Gwen felt momentarily at a loss, gazing at the surrounding crowd. After a brief hesitation, she turned off the engine, removed the key, and tucked it into her pocket. Grabbing her bag, she exited the vehicle. The crowd was not dense, but it appeared exceedingly frantic. Among them, a damp security captain shouted while running. The lizard people are attacking Earth. We're doomed. The lizard people are attacking Earth. Let us flee. Cradling her package, Gwen walked a few steps with the throng before coming to a halt. Her eyes sparkled as she caught sight of the clothing peeking from her package. She glanced around and dashed toward the nearby building. Meanwhile, in the midst of the lizard attack, Charlotte lifted the reception desk and smashed it against the camera in the corner. A powerful tail swipe from the lizard sent tiles flying and scraped the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. With a savage charge, Charlotte leaped and crashed through the doors of the Osborne Tower. The elevator lights illuminated, and a group of Hammer employees, packed tightly in the lift, arrived downstairs. As the doors opened, they were met with the sight of Charlotte rampaging through the lobby. They stood in stunned silence as they watched her dismantle the LCD television from the wall. Shoo, keep quiet. Let us sneak away, one of the employees whispered, cautiously extending a foot. Ding. First floor, please exit the elevator in an orderly fashion, announced the elevator's voice a moment later. Hearing the sound, Charlotte whipped around. Clutching the television, her gaze fixed intently on them. A chorus of screams erupted. It was unclear who among the elevator passengers shouted first. Quick, close the doors. An employee near the button hurriedly jabbed the closed door key. Meanwhile, Charlotte opened her wide, gaping mouth and, gripping the television tightly, bellowed, kekekek, shield strike. At the very moment the elevator doors closed, everyone witnessed Charlotte's act of hurling the television aside. The elevator ascended to the 72nd floor, a rather dull affair. Casting aside the hefty television, Charlotte curled his lip. They were far too easily amused. A mere simple action had already left several individuals in the elevator faint with shock, all flustered and huddled together. They bore no resemblance to the security captain who had just feigned unconsciousness, knowing full well how to escape. Charlotte picked up the potted plant by his feet, gazing at the elevator as it arrived at the 72nd floor, descending once more, layer by layer. A smile crept across his lips as he awaited the next batch of fortunate spectators. Suddenly, Charlotte's ears perked up, sensing something amiss. He turned around and casually flung the flower pot away. In the distance, a graceful silhouette leaped between the buildings, swinging on strands of web, soaring through the bright sunlight, performing a somersault as it approached. Gwen? What was she doing here? Gwen traced an elegant arc through the air, landing deftly at the entrance of Oscorp. Upon stepping inside, she was startled by the sight of Charlotte's reptilian form, instinctively clutching her chest and taking a step back, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Is it true that lizard people exist in this world? Wow, my God!" Charlotte, with hands clasped over his mouth, feigned astonishment. Indeed, the surface is rife with spandex-clad oddities. What spandex oddities? I possess exquisite taste, as New York City's renowned superhero, the Ghost Spider. And you, an ugly lizard monster, shall wail beneath my fists. With a rallying cry, Gwen initiated her attack, launching a strand of web aimed directly at Charlotte's eyes. Alas, the fledgling ghost spider, still in her infancy, was, in Charlotte's view, rather feeble. "Address me as the Great Lizard." He grasped the web with ease, yanking it forcefully, catching Gwen off guard as she was propelled towards him. His sharp claws sliced through the air, reaching for Gwen. She quickly shot out another strand of web to adjust her posture and direction, landing on the ceiling. The lizard, Parker, with attributes surpassing even Connor's, indeed posed a formidable challenge for Gwen's first battle. A cold sweat trickled down her spine. The lizard's strength was overwhelming, prompting her to regard Charlotte with heightened caution. Baring his enormous maw, Charlotte sneered, "I could devour 800 humans like you in a day, but you, little spider, appear rather intriguing. Come closer, relax, I am quite friendly in one tea bite." Though her heart raced with trepidation, Gwen's words remained unyielding. She waved her hand dismissively at the air before her, retorting disdainfully, "Then you best keep your distance. Your breath is too foul to endure." "Foul breath? What?" Charlotte widened her slit pupils, inhaling a deep breath of cold air. He bellowed, "Dragon breath," and unleashed a torrent of energy towards Gwen's position. Although his spider sense remained unresponsive, Gwen quickly evaded the onslaught. Dragon breath, again. Another gust of ethereal energy erupted from Charlotte. Observing the unaffected surroundings, Gwen finally realized that the massive lizard before her was merely toying with her. Without further hesitation, she unleashed a barrage of webbing towards Charlotte. "Let us see how you fare against this, great lizard." Raising his right arm to block the constraining threads, Charlotte's left claw effortlessly severed them. A devilish smile spread across his face as he taunted, "Little spider, is this all you can do?" However, when he lowered his arm, he found that the ghostly spider had vanished. Realizing something was amiss, Charlotte swiftly turned around, only to be struck in the face by a shattered LCD television. Reeling back 2 steps, he swatted away the glass shards from his face and bellowed, "Audacious." With that, he lashed his tail downward towards Gwen. As the tail descended, it struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater. Charlotte advanced, bringing his right fist down heavily onto the very spot Gwen had just vacated. Supporting himself with one hand, he lunged forward, his left claw slicing through the air with a resounding crack. This caused Gwen, who had narrowly evaded the attack, to feel her heart race as she pondered how to overcome the lizard man. Rising to his feet, Charlotte picked up a chair from the reception area, tossing it lightly in his hand before calling out to Gwen, who had retreated a short distance away, "Watch out." He hurled the chair in her direction. Gwen barely dodged, but the next moment, Charlotte seized her by the throat, holding her firmly in his grip. Caught in his grasp, Gwen forced a conciliatory smile, gazing up at Charlotte's menacing visage. Could we sit down and talk? How about we share a cup of American coffee? This fighting is quite dull." "I don't like coffee," he retorted, "unless you can procure the fresh squeezed blood of an Indian. I intend to use it to nourish my lizard offspring." With that, he hurled Gwen away, watching as she collided with the wall and slid to the ground, grimacing as she regained her footing. Launching a web that snagged a nearby table, Gwen leveraged her core strength to fling it at Charlotte. The table shattered upon impact, but Charlotte stood resolutely amidst the swirling dust, pointing a finger at Gwen with an air of arrogance. "Little spider, if you surrender now, I will grant you the privilege of becoming a member of the Lizard Empire, complete with a sexy tail." Gwen cast a fleeting glance at Charlotte's tail, envisioning a version of herself akin to that. A shiver ran down her spine as she replied, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary. I believe I am quite splendid as I am." 2 strands of web shot out, ensnaring Charlotte's arms. And seizing the opportunity while Charlotte evaded, Gwen leapt to perch upon the ceiling. Observing Gwen above, searching for an opening, Charlotte let out a derisive laugh. Do you underestimate me so? With a great leap, Charlotte effortlessly adhered to the ceiling with one hand, and then, using all four limbs, lunged toward Gwen with an imposing ferocity. Oh, damn it, you can do that too. Gwen hastily recoiled, trembling as she retreated to a corner. Huh, what lizard cannot climb? I am the destined nemesis of spiders. Come, satiate my hunger. With that, Charlotte propelled herself forward, aiming to bite Gwen. She narrowly dodged, and as Charlotte's relentless assaults continued, Gwen's gaze grew resolute, her movements increasingly adept as she gradually regained her confidence. As Charlotte lunged once more, Gwen kicked out, striking Charlotte in the chest and sending her crashing back to the ground. Gwen gazed down at Charlotte, just as she had surmised. While the lizard person possessed great strength, it was not particularly agile. The opponent was a formidable lizard, endowed with robust power, yet as long as Gwen utilized her spider senses to evade, the lizard person had little room to maneuver. Having identified the lizard's weakness, Gwen resolved to engage in guerrilla tactics. One strand of web ensnared Charlotte's left leg, and another wrapped around her right. With a decisive tug, Gwen hurtled toward Charlotte. Before Charlotte could react, she darted beneath her, nimbly leaping onto Charlotte's back. Wow, you're quite clever, she exclaimed, recognizing that the back of a robust figure is often their blind spot for attacks. Charlotte spun around repeatedly, attempting to dislodge Gwen, but to no avail. Streams of web shot from Gwen's hands, adhering to Charlotte's back. Evading Charlotte's grasp, she scurried across the lizard's form like a true spider, launching webs and even darting past Charlotte's front. As the webs entwined, Gwen wove a net upon Charlotte's back, then produced 10 web capsules, which she promptly detonated against Charlotte's neck. The viscous spider fluid expanded, quickly restricting Charlotte's movements. A dense network of webs enveloped Charlotte, the white sticky substance rendering her actions increasingly sluggish. With a mighty leap, Gwen ensnared Charlotte's legs with the web. Standing before the cocoon Charlotte, Gwen admired her handiwork and smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Little lizard, who is the perverse one in spandex now?" Charlotte chuckled darkly twice, but offered no reply. He felt as though he were ensnared upon a glue trap, his body coated in a viscous spider-esque fluid that continued to flow and envelop him. Particularly, his left hand had become incapacitated. Lowering his gaze upon Gwen, whom he believed he could easily defeat, Charlotte's eyes widened, his vertical pupils gleaming like molten lava. A smirk graced his lips, and his scales quivered in response. In an instant, his demeanor shifted, his robust muscles swelled, and the scales glimmered with a metallic sheen. "You, dear spider, bring me such delight." With a powerful tug, his right hand shot forth, the sharp tips of his claws glinting ominously, severing several strands of web with determination. His claws sliced through his neck and across his chest to his abdomen without hesitation. As the strands were cut, sparks erupted in a dazzling display. In the midst of Gwen's startled gaze, the webs binding Charlotte disintegrated. Once more, he severed the bonds on his left hand, summoning all his strength to position himself like a lizard upon the ground. The webs tethered to the ceiling and walls were abruptly torn asunder by his immense force. Rising from the ground, Charlotte leapt into the air, his tail whipping violently toward Gwen. Just as she dodged the first resounding crash, Charlotte exerted force once more, delivering another tail strike from above. The floor shattered into dust, sending plumes of debris into the air. Gwen gasped, recognizing that Charlotte was far more formidable than she had anticipated. As she beheld Charlotte, who had landed and was now sauntering toward her, her pupils dilated. In her line of vision, the elevator behind him illuminated with a crimson light. The elevator doors silently opened, revealing a throng of Hammer employees within. They stared at Charlotte with wide eyes, terror etched upon their faces, their mouths agape yet silent. Furthermore, Gwen noticed many more employees peering fearfully from the stairwell. It was her battle with the lizard man that obstructed the escape route for the Hammer employees, intensifying the perilous situation. Seizing an opportunity, Gwen dashed toward the exit, exclaiming, "Hey, great lizard, you must be the ugliest creature among your kind. Allow my fists to teach you a lesson. Personal attacks are the most uncouth of actions. They are far from friendly. Let me instruct you on the ways of lizard folk." Charlotte pursued her relentlessly, seizing a nearby potted plant and hurling it at Gwen's head. She deftly evaded and bolted out of the Osborn group's doors, launching webs that carried her into the distance. Charlotte bellowed, "You shall not escape," utilizing all four limbs. He burst through the door, racing after Gwen as she ascended into the air. As soon as they departed from the Osborn building, media and police helicopters successfully locked onto their target. Witnessing the colossal creature that burst forth, sending vehicles flying, they were left utterly astonished. The camera swiftly focused on the silhouettes of the two figures, broadcasting this world-altering scene to the entire globe. My heavens! The architect of this chaos has finally emerged. And astonishingly, it is a lizard person. This world truly harbors lizard folk. The host, clutching a microphone, shouted hoarsely. The live broadcast channel was filled with the buzzing noise of helicopters, yet none of the viewers paid any heed. They were all entranced, staring in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Spider-Man. No, this was a brand new white Spider-Woman, engaged in a thrilling chase with the lizard creature. We observed the white spider soaring high above, beyond the reach of the lizard man. But how could the lizard man simply surrender? He was contemplating alternative strategies. Look, the lizard man randomly selected a fortunate viewer's sports car. He hurled it. He threw it. Alas, it missed the target. He then seized a police car. The battle raged on. My heavens. This scene is destined to be etched into the annals of live news broadcasting. The moment the lizard man appeared, it not only astonished audiences worldwide, but also caught the attention of the United States military. The number of startled pedestrians in Charlotte increased, and out of necessity, Gwen aimed to lead Charlotte to a more deserted area. However, Charlotte was no longer deceived. Instead, he stood in an open space, showcasing his formidable presence, and let out a powerful roar towards the media helicopters. Bang, bang, bang. The New York police finally arrived, firing small-caliber bullets that merely pinged off Charlotte's scales. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the bullets against the lizard man, Officer Hank made a sign of the cross across his chest. My George, when will you return? I miss you dearly. The police continued to arrive in droves, yet their weapons proved futile. Charlotte, too, found little interest in continuing the pursuit of Gwen. This was merely a diversion, allowing Gwen to experience the thrill of being a superhero. It was far more entertaining than remaining on the ground smashing televisions. If the battle continued, it would lose its charm. Instead, why not let everyone witness his might? With a sweeping motion of his tail, he cleared a vast area of cars, launching them 30 meters away. As he saw the oncoming vehicles, Hank hurriedly ducked for cover, glancing back at the Jeep perched atop the cars behind him, breaking into a cold sweat. Seizing the opportunity, webbing shot forth, and Gwen leapt over Charlotte's head, attempting to land on his back once more. Unfortunately, Gwen had miscalculated. Charlotte's tail sent her flying far away. With a powerful punch, he created a deep crater in the road, and as he leaped, his tail swung, smashing a police car before him into mere scrap. Under Charlotte's relentless assault, countless vehicles lay wrecked on the roadway. The beleaguered police, left with no choice, could only retreat while continuously calling for reinforcements. The first significant threat to Charlotte emerged in the form of a newly arrived armed helicopter, a formidable 64 model. The moment it arrived, its single-barreled chain gun roared to life, spewing forth blinding flashes of white fire as bullets rained down upon Charlotte with reckless abandon. The pavement erupted as the powerful rounds, distinctly more potent than mere handgun ammunition, tore through the concrete. Charlotte, racked with pain, raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself. Following this assault, a Sea Serpent 70 rocket was launched with precision, striking Charlotte before he had time to react. The live broadcast erupted into chaos as a violent explosion illuminated the sky. The stunned host exclaimed, "My God, it seems the lizard man is doomed this time." It appears this thrilling spectacle will soon come to an end with the military's intervention. But wait, as the flames dissipated, Charlotte emerged from the dust, gazing up at the heavens. His wounded right arm, visible on the live broadcast, healed at a terrifying pace, rendering his wounds grotesque. With a powerful leap, he evaded the barrage of Hellfire missiles. In disbelief, onlookers watched as Charlotte clung to the side of a building, using both hands and feet to scale it with the agility of a true lizard, racing upward. Oh, my Holy Mary! The helicopter pilots above were drenched in cold sweat, especially the host, who, having thought himself safe, fell to the ground in terror. Ascend quickly. For the sake of the broadcast, the media helicopter, undeterred by danger, flew perilously close to Charlotte. In the live footage, he appeared to charge directly at the camera, as if to burst forth from the screen, eliciting gasps of astonishment from viewers and leaving the host in stunned silence. Soon reaching the rooftop, Charlotte leapt into the air, soaring past the lens, prompting the photographer to hurriedly shift focus. Moments later, a military helicopter disintegrated into fragments. The host, wide-eyed and chilled to the bone, despaired at the sight, murmuring, "Heavens! Who can possibly contend with him?" Without waiting for the media crew to react, a figure burst forth from the open door of the helicopter. Descending from the sky, they delivered a powerful kick to Charlotte's abdomen midair. Charlotte, devoid of any means to resist, plummeted to the ground, letting out a pained wail as he clutched his left shoulder. The newcomer landed with one hand braced against the earth, their legs pinning Charlotte's chest down, sending him flying over 100 meters away. With his mouth agape, Charlotte looked on in fear at the approaching figure. The individual stood up slowly with hands on hips, executing a somersault onto the police vehicle, dramatically stepping on the siren as he boldly proclaimed, "I am the Iron Cross assassin, Spider-Man." The host exclaimed with excitement. Spider-Man is here. Meanwhile, countless viewers watching on television felt a surge of exhilaration. The superhero Spider-Man had arrived. The Lizard, upon recognizing his opponent, took 2 steps back, finding the situation insufficiently theatrical, and retreated 2 more steps. As Spider-Man landed, he approached the Lizard with a leisurely demeanor. The Lizard, exhibiting an unprecedented caution, bellowed, "I am not afraid of you." As he charged at Spider-Man, the latter remained unhurried, as if all of the Lizard's attacks were anticipated. With a gentle ease, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the towering Lizard, who stood at 2.5 meters, tumbling and emitting a thunderous scream. Spider-Man seized the Lizard's tail and, with a powerful tug, delivered another shoulder throw, leaving the Lizard utterly defenseless. Observing the Lizard attempt to rise and mount another attack, Spider-Man soared into the air, delivering 2 swift kicks to the Lizard's chest, sending him rolling and tumbling over 100 meters away. Gaping in shock, the Lizard clutched his right arm and, with a roar, lifted a manhole cover beside him, fleeing into the sewers. Watching the battle unfold, Gwen held her head in disbelief, awestruck by the invincible Spider-Man. What? Is the Lizard throwing a fake match? Is Spider-Man truly this powerful? In the face of the astonished police officers and live camera crews, Charlotte stood tall, smiling calmly. Low profile, that's just how impressive I am. The Iron Cross assassin completed his mission. The Lizard was no match. In the live broadcast, Charlotte slowly crouched, contorting his body in various peculiar ways, before leaping into the sewers and vanishing from sight. Chapter 78, The Lizard Empire 4, I've hit a wall, alas. My mind feels utterly blank, devoid of inspiration. Oh my, Spider-Man is incredible. I admire him so much. He is the eternal superhero in my heart. Spider-Man, did you see that? He kicked the Lizard, who could withstand missiles hundreds of meters away. My goodness, long live the Lizard. Spider-Man. In a uniquely Western display of collective support, they gathered together, shouting in excitement, expressing their admiration for Spider-Man. The previous mysterious sounds in the sky had already elevated Spider-Man's popularity. Following his battle with the Lizard, his fame soared to new heights. Unfortunately, the joys and sorrows of humanity remained disconnected. Clutching a package, adorned with a hood, and donned in a pristine white sweatshirt, Gwen ambled forward with her head bowed, exuding an air of melancholy. While all eyes were fixated on Spider-Man, none paid heed to the ghost spider, who had been flung aside by a tail. Despite having delayed the Lizard for so long and having saved numerous lives in a high-rise, ultimately, the spotlight remained on Spider-Man's triumph over the Lizard. In search of solace, she dialed Charlotte, only to discover that her friend was out of range. Disheartened, she shoved her hands into her pockets and, with a swift kick, sent a nearby soda soaring into a trash bin with remarkable precision. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself standing before a fast food establishment. The afternoon had arrived, and feeling lackluster, Gwen rubbed her stomach, hesitating momentarily before pushing open the door. Upon entering, her eyes were instantly drawn to the television displaying footage of the ghost spider being knocked aside by a tail. Gwen's lips twitched, and she felt a strong urge to turn and leave. Unlike other news outlets that lauded Spider-Man, the Hornet Daily took an alternative route, opting to report on the ghost spider. Yet, as she watched her indistinct silhouette captured in slow motion, flung by a tail, Gwen suddenly found solace in the anonymity. With her head down, she nervously adjusted her hood and stealthily made her way to a corner booth. Raising her hand, she ordered a sandwich and a soda, embarking on a prolonged wait. The television in the fast food joint featured a stern middle-aged news anchor, sporting a small mustache between his nose and upper lip, clad in a deep blue suit, who vociferously condemned another masked pest. These remnants will inevitably ruin the peace of New York City. Yesterday, a red spider, today a white one. Will there be a black one, a purple one, a green one in the future? These masked villains threaten the entire city, hiding their pitiful faces behind ridiculous masks. They are not superheroes, but a wretched band of criminals. You worthless masked trash. George James of the Hornet Daily will never compromise with you. I will resist you to the bitter end. And let us not forget those incompetent officers who previously failed to apprehend the relentless serial killers. and now cannot locate the city's menace. What can they do? Become a source of public ridicule? I am certain that even if a pest were hiding in the sheriff's home, those fools wouldn't notice. Eradicate the spiders. Eradicate the spiders. Spiders. Once more donning her hood, the guilt-ridden ghost spider lowered her head. It appears that, much like Charlotte articulated, aspiring to become a superhero is far more troublesome than one could ever imagine. Without any renown to speak of, I have already begun to feel the chilling presence of detractors. I wonder what it will be like when I eventually reach the same heights as Spider-Man. The waiter placed a platter before Gwen, who wasted no time in devouring her meal. This modest portion was hardly sufficient, prompting her to order several additional servings under the incredulous gaze of the staff. The television channel switched to an interview with the chief of security at Oscorp Tower, who recounted conspiracies about extraterrestrial lizard people lurking among us, secretly ruling the Earth. As Gwen listened and ate, she remained uncertain of the veracity of his claims, yet found the narrative oddly palatable. Having satiated her hunger, the meal momentarily banished her discontent. She straightened her posture, ready to settle the bill. But upon reaching into her pocket, her expression froze, and her back slumped again. Meeting the gaze of a nearby waiter, she offered an awkward smile and retracted her neck. Hee, would it be possible for me to pay next time? Gwen was acutely aware that it was not an option. Thus, she opened her mouth and said, "Excuse me, could I please have another order?" Discreetly, she took out her phone and summoned assistance. Later, carrying her small bag and clad in a blue convenience store uniform, she entered the fast food establishment. Her eyes scanned the room until they landed on Gwen, who was in the corner, having consumed 3 additional servings and now despairingly clutching her belly, staring at her 4th portion. She had sampled everything the fast food joint had to offer and was genuinely unable to eat more. Upon seeing her, Gwen's eyes sparkled as though she had spotted a savior. She sat down across from Gwen, placing her bag on the table and observing her with a bemused expression. Picking up a French fry dipped in ketchup, she teased. "You busy bee. Finally remembered to seek me out today. I thought our next encounter would be in the classroom after the semester begins." Gwen chuckled weakly. "You know how it is. I've been incredibly busy. I couldn't even make it to Texas." "Just joking," she replied with a smile, summoning the waiter. She listened in shock to the outrageous total of Gwen's meal expenses and couldn't help but stare at her in disbelief. Gwen returned her gaze with an embarrassed grin. "I've developed quite an appetite lately. I promise I'll pay you back soon. It must be a trivial amount, right?" With a sigh, she helped Gwen settle the bill, commenting, "You all are quite the handful, always bringing me peculiar surprises. One can hardly fathom what goes through your minds. This morning, I conversed with Charlotte about our journey to Texas, and he seemed rather peculiar, as if harboring some mischievous intentions. I can't shake the feeling that this trip will be anything but tranquil." "Charlotte?" Gwen nodded. "He has always been rather odd. This morning, he even claimed to be Spider-Man." In response, Gwen remarked that Charlotte's eccentricities are hardly surprising. She glanced at her phone to check the time and suggested, "Let us converse while we walk." Gwen had no qualms about this. The sky had darkened, and the dim sunlight cast shadows at their feet. With her hands clasped behind her back, Gwen took a couple of steps forward, then turned and playfully skipped back, glancing at her leisurely companion. "What sort of individuals do you believe superheroes are?" "What kind?" He blinked, pondering. "Fearless in the face of danger, endowed with wisdom and courage, possessing a sense of justice, humble yet resolute, embodying integrity." Chapter 79. The Lizard Empire. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly. A bit shyly, she shifted her stance. As Ghost Spider, she felt a delightful sense of pride from such praise. Yet, she continued, "However, I can't help but feel that the mindset of these superheroes is somewhat unconventional. After all, who in their right mind would choose to become a superhero? If one wishes to protect the city and uphold justice, they ought to follow in the footsteps of your father and become a police officer. Donning a mask and a tight suit to become a superhero seems rather awkward to me. What do you think, Gwen?" Gwen's rosy complexion quickly faded as she contemplated for a moment before weakly nodding. "You have a point. Indeed. Why should I aspire to be a superhero? If I wish to enforce justice and safeguard citizens, I should indeed become a police officer." The image of Charlotte flickered in her mind, muttering softly, "With great power comes great responsibility." Was my choice to become a superhero influenced by Charlotte's persuasion, or was there a slight malfunction in my mental state? She glanced at Gwen, who appeared troubled and deep in thought, and shook her head. "Do not dwell on such matters. This is merely my personal perspective. Overall, since Spider-Man began to roam the night, periodically hanging criminals from the sky, the crime rate in New York has significantly decreased. Yet, the thought of stripping individuals of their pants and binding them to lampposts is undeniably disturbing." "Wait, is that really a thing?" Gwen's mind was reeling. She had no knowledge of such occurrences. It truly is unsettling to contemplate. As a supermarket stock clerk, she often chatted with colleagues. And one of her coworkers' boyfriends was a victim of the Spider-Man. She naturally learned much about the more negative gossip surrounding him, although most of it was unverifiable. Those who had previously encountered Spider-Man remarked that he is, indeed, a good person. Gwen, let us hasten our pace. The twilight has begun to envelop us. And one can only speculate what ghastly entities may lurk in the shadows of New York's night. Charlotte, employing all four limbs, darted through the sewers, her robust lizard-like form maneuvering with remarkable agility. The military deployment was far more extensive than a mere helicopter. A squad of fully armed soldiers, equipped with sophisticated instruments, was diligently tracking the trail of the lizard people beneath the streets. The duplicate hastened back to execute its ambush plan, while Charlotte felt an inexplicable connection with the subterranean realm. Unbeknownst to her, General Ross was the one pursuing her this time. Presently, Ross regarded the lizard people with utmost seriousness, or perhaps he was merely reacting to all colossal green humanoid creatures. Of course, Charlotte remained oblivious to this, for her duplicate had activated its spider sense, allowing her to maintain control over the malevolent intentions lurking in the sewers. The soldiers, entirely captivated by Charlotte, inadvertently allowed the fortunate Connors to escape with a large canister of growth inhibitor unscathed. With a resounding crash, Charlotte shattered the sewer cover and leaped forth, only to be met by the astonished faces of Gwen and her companion. What a stroke of coincidence. They were perilously close to home. Both women were pallid with fear, utterly unprepared for the appearance of the lizard people. Charlotte, too, was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Gwen amidst her game of hide and seek with the military. What should she do now? Naturally, she opted to feign ignorance. Stepping forward, she shielded Gwen behind her. After all, Gwen had seen the news and was aware of the lizard people's formidable nature. Previously, Gwen had insisted on escorting her home, and after their encounter with the lizard people, Charlotte felt a pang of guilt for putting her friend in danger. Gwen, deeply moved, readied herself for battle. Meanwhile, Charlotte scratched her head and, with a gentlemanly bow, addressed the two women in a tone laden with gravitas. Pardon my intrusion, esteemed ladies, but might you be so kind as to direct me to the nearest restroom? Just as Gwen prepared to launch an offensive, her resolve deflated. Was he merely seeking directions? Moreover, one does not emerge from the sewers merely to inquire about lavatories, does one? Her heart raced, her pallid visage betraying her anxiety. I have a restroom at my place, she thought, though she refrained from voicing it, instead gesturing towards a distant thoroughfare. There is one over there. Charlotte casually glanced upwards, fabricating an excuse. He had no genuine intention of finding a restroom. Lowering his gaze to Gwen, a mischievous spirit stirred within him. With a playful smirk, Charlotte extended his hand behind him and declared, as a token of my gratitude, please accept this humble offering. As he spoke, he produced a writhing tail, roughly the size of a ham, presenting it to Gwen. Both women felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld the squirming appendage, their eyes widening in disbelief. Who would desire such a thing? Charlotte's enormous lizard tail is simply astonishing. I took a step back, colliding with Gwen, whose complexion paled even further, clutching her chest to suppress the urge to retch. Gwen, equally unnerved, observed the writhing flesh of the green lizard tail, feeling as though her own vitality had drained away. Charlotte, noticing their reactions, wore a slightly regretful expression and, with her large eyes wide, suggested, would you care for my arm? Or perhaps my leg? Or even my entire tail? No, that's quite unnecessary, Gwen insisted, waving her hands in refusal. The mere thought of such imagery flashed before her eyes, extinguishing any remaining fighting spirit, if a confrontation were to arise. Her only option would be a hasty retreat. With a sigh, Charlotte toyed with the tip of her tail, glanced at the two of them, waved her hand dismissively, and turned to walk in the indicated direction. Once the lizard person had vanished from sight, the two quickly fled, escorting Gwen to her doorstep. Listening to the intense argument between her parents inside, Gwen felt a twinge of awkwardness. Her usually resolute demeanor softened with vulnerability. How about you stay over tonight, Gwen? I genuinely fear for your safety if you return now. I'll be fine, Gwen replied with a smile. New York at night has Spider-Man around. Unable to dissuade Gwen, Charlotte watched her depart, returning home to await a reassuring message from her friend. Charlotte, however, discreetly followed Gwen, her form shadowing her along the alleyway. She transformed back from her lizard form, intending to give Gwen a fright. But as Charlotte reverted, she stood bare beneath the alley's light. Oh no, I forgot that Lizard Parker was still unclothed. The smile vanished from Charlotte's face as she instantly blinked out of sight. Sensing something amiss, Gwen turned sharply. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she scratched her head. Had she just caught a glimpse of the naked Charlotte again, or was it merely an illusion? After a brief, unsuccessful attempt to track the lizard person, Gwen sent a message to confirm her safety. Oh no. Upon taking my temperature, it's not that I've lost my inspiration. I have a fever. Chapter 80. The Lizard Empire 6. A strand of webbing ensnared the fleeing robber's calf with a gentle tug. He was brought crashing to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. Another web adhered to the stolen phone, which Gwen promptly retrieved, elegantly pinching it between two fingers. Donning the shattered lenses of his glasses, Max accepted the uniquely crafted flip phone from Gwen, expressing his gratitude at once. Thank you, Spider-Woman. This is a special edition provided by the company. Perhaps this individual was drawn to its distinctive appearance, leading to the theft. Much of my information is stored within, and I am at a loss as to what I would do if it were to be seized. It's nothing of great concern. This is merely the work of the spectral spider. The intent behind Gwen's words was unmistakably clear. Without glancing back, she shot a strand of webbing at the fleeing robber, ensnaring his left foot to the ground. My apologies, Miss Spectral Spider. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, he stammered. Oh, it's nothing, she chuckled, finding joy in aiding others. Just then, Gwen's phone rang unexpectedly, the enchanting melody of a cannon filling the air. Turning around, she retrieved her phone and, upon seeing the caller ID of Mobius, paused momentarily before casually uttering, "Wishing you a pleasant day, sir," and then gracefully headed toward the towering building. As the call connected, Mobius's serious voice resonated from the other end. "Gwen, you are acquainted with Charlotte, correct?" "Charlotte?" "Yes," she replied, leaning against a signal tower, puzzled. Why would Dr. Mobius know Charlotte's name? Had she mistakenly delivered an order to him that caused some inconvenience? That's good. You must locate him swiftly and bring him to Oscorp Tower. Abigail has been transformed into a lizard person by Connors, and apart from Abigail, the only other participant in Connor's lizard serum research project is Charlotte. Gwen's eyes widened in shock, momentarily rendered speechless by this revelation. Dr. Mobius, what did you just say? Abigail has been turned into a lizard person by Connors? How is that even possible? Lizard people, were they not extraterrestrial beings that had long concealed themselves on Earth? Could they truly transform humans? At this point, Gwen finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Her pupils constricting. She suddenly recalled a statement made by Spider-Man. Dr. Connors, in his quest to restore his severed arm, had injected himself with the lizard serum, transforming into a lizard person, losing his human rationality in the process, and sought to convert everyone into lizards. Could it be that Spider-Man's words were indeed true? It was no wonder she had never considered this, as the conspiracy theories surrounding lizard people infiltrating human society were quite popular in America. There were even authors who published extensive works detailing their grand schemes, becoming national bestsellers. Everyone believed that the events of yesterday marked the beginning of the lizard people's bid for domination over Earth. Yet it was astonishing to discover that the lizard people originated from a laboratory. Dr. Connors was the lizard person? Gwen pressed her forehead in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the ferocious creature she had battled with the genteel Dr. Connors. However, the truth speaks louder than words. That lizard man is undoubtedly Connors. Indeed, Mobius replied. This matter requires Gwen's assistance. Thus, there is no reason to conceal it from her. Connors likely injected himself with a failed lizard serum, resulting in his transformation into a lizard man. Today, he attacked Abigail, successfully converting her with a grenade-like serum injector. Now, Abigail, transformed into a lizard woman, is imprisoned in Osborn's underground laboratory. Apart from him, only Charlotte might know how to create the antidote serum. Whispering Charlotte's name, Gwen grasped Dr. Mobius's implication. Not only did they need Charlotte, but she was also likely in danger. Hastily ending the call with Mobius, she dialed Charlotte's phone. The call connected swiftly. Clad in a spider suit, Charlotte tilted his head and removed his mask, revealing his face on the video. He tossed his hair, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, greeting Gwen, who was similarly dressed in a suit. Hey, Gwen. Hey, you pretending to be Spider-Man, Charlotte. Upon seeing Charlotte, Gwen's anxious heart lightened. She rolled her eyes, exclaiming, How long have you waited to appear before me dressed like that as Spider-Man? I told you, I am Spider-Man. Charlotte nonchalantly swung his legs while perched atop a building. Cut it out, you are Charlotte. I have questions for you. All right, I am Charlotte, right? Yes, indeed. I am Charlotte. Charlotte blinked and smirked, mischievously asking, I have a question for you too. How breathable is your suit? Does it bulge when you pass gas? That would be quite embarrassing. I suggest you poke a few holes in the rear end beforehand, though that would cause a sharp hissing sound. Gwen's face immediately flushed with anger, wishing she could rush over and give Charlotte a good thrashing. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Were our previous conversations not serious then? Charlotte shook his head with a tilt. I am imparting you valuable experience. Next time, try finding a secluded spot. Otherwise, if the moment arises, it would undoubtedly be quite awkward. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it for you. Taking a deep breath, Gwen mentally scolded Charlotte while saying, Charlotte, Dr. Connors has transformed into a lizard man. He attacked Dr. Abigail, and he may very well come after you. You must be cautious. Should I inform Gwen that I am the lizard man who attacked her today? Charlotte blinked, ultimately resisting the alluring temptation of that thought. It would be far better for Gwen to discover this during battle herself. As the defeated lizard man, Charlotte would return to her normal state, receiving warm applause in celebration of her first fight as the ghost spider. Surely, she would be deeply moved. At that moment, any unreasonable request I made would undoubtedly be met with her consent. Thus, I could straightforwardly demand the luminous clock from her. Rest assured, my relationship with Kurt is solid. He would not attack me, neither now nor in the future. In any case, you must take good care of yourself and Charlotte. Dr. Mobius has asked me to inquire whether you can produce the lizard serum. This question finally strikes at the heart of the matter. Therefore, Charlotte responded with utmost caution. Guess? Guess? What should I guess? Charlotte, you are truly becoming more infuriating by the day. It seems I must choose a time to give Charlotte a proper thrashing. The next day, upon receiving Mobius's message, Gwen headed straight to Oscorp Tower. Before entering, she observed several workers renovating the damage done by the lizard men on the first floor. The security captain at the entrance, standing tall, scrutinized Gwen for a moment before calmly allowing her entry. She took the semi-exposed elevator down to the third basement level. At last, she encountered the grave-faced Mobius. Chapter 81. The Lizard Empire 7. Mobius led Gwen into a group of doctors clad in white lab coats, the vast majority of whom were renowned biologists under Hammer Tech. As expected in the Marvel Universe, there were no misfits among them. Each person seemed perfectly suited for scientific pursuits, as if handsome and beautiful individuals were inherently destined for research. My God, Gwen could not help but exclaim, for in the metallic cage before them was a lizard man, approximately 6 feet tall. This lizard man was unmistakably the same one from yesterday, possessing an appearance that was not only grotesque, but also repulsive. It was Abigail. With arms crossed, Mobius frowned slightly as he introduced, "This is Abigail, an Indian American, who was Connor's assistant during his time at Oscorp. However, he betrayed Connor and stole a portion of the research on the lizard serum, resulting in his expulsion. Later, as Oscorp was swallowed up, and Connor, disinterested in the War Gorilla project, left Hammer Tech, Hammer recruited Abigail to take over Connor's work, beginning research on the War Gorilla. Although progress has been slow, Abigail is particularly diligent about this hard-won opportunity. Unexpectedly, yesterday, while stealing growth inhibitors, Connor casually tossed a lizard grenade at Abigail. He transformed Abigail into a lizard person and hastily fled. Casting a glance at Gwen, Mobius furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's Charlotte?" "We have already prepared the experimental materials. We require him to lead the research on lizard people and expedite the creation of an antidote so that Abigail may return to her normal state. Connors pilfered a substantial canister of growth inhibitor yesterday. I suspect his intentions are far from nurturing laboratory mice," he continued. Gwen, feeling awkward, replied, "Charlotte did not come. He mentioned he had to deliver takeout. Furthermore, Charlotte informed me that Dr. Connors aims to transform all humanity into lizard people." Transform all humanity into lizard people? Mobius's expression shifted for the first time as he turned to gaze sternly at the grotesquely transformed Abigail in the cage. "We must thwart Connors." The surrounding scientists, who had been engrossed in studying Abigail, pointing at her reptilian form, were suddenly stirred into fervor upon hearing Connors's intentions. And then it can only lead to outrage. Previously, the well-meaning scientists had extracted half of Abigail's blood and severed part of her tail for research. The results indicated that Connors's lizard serum had achieved an unprecedented level of transformation. The lizard serum, derived from the growth inhibitor, had flawlessly altered Abigail's genetic makeup. Could the antidote reverse the genetic mutation? How could that be possible? This level of genetic alteration was deemed utterly irreversible by the collective. The energy contained within the lizard serum propelled rapid cell proliferation, division, assimilation, and evolution, culminating in rapid healing and physical expansion. It also rendered the lizard people immensely powerful, yet intellectually simplistic. Abigail's genetic sequence had been irrevocably altered, transforming her into an entirely different being, a lizard person. Even Abigail's cognition had been distorted by the serum. Even if the antidote could suppress the expression of the genes, They believed it would be impossible to revert the genetic transformation. How do we stop this? Alexander, with his white beard, wore a grim expression. Have you seen the news? The memory of that scene haunted Alexander. The chain cannon could not penetrate his skin, and missiles could not harm his innards. Do you know what I am reminded of? The catastrophe of 03, another disaster involving a great biologist and physicist. Mobius, we have continuously endeavored to comprehend the mechanisms of humanity, understanding humankind, advancing it, rendering it more refined and powerful. Yet, look at what these madmen, who seek to subvert humanity, are concocting. They are challenging God, and they have succeeded. Is this still the realm of reality? Is there still a necessity to delve into the mechanisms of humanity? Should we don sacred robes, gather collectively within the church, clasp our hands together, and fervently pray to God to commence our studies of the Bible? Alexander, casting a sidelong glance filled with hysteria, found Mobius to be cold and unfeeling. Calm down, Alexander. The nature of science is inherently unpredictable. Your perspective on science appears rather one-dimensional. In this world, nothing is impossible. It merely depends on whether one dares to dream and act upon those dreams. Ignoring the fuming Alexander, Mobius turned to Gwen and said, "Now, please call Charlotte. I hope he can provide us with more insights. Understanding the formula for the lizard serum would be most beneficial." All right, Gwen complied, dialing Charlotte's number. Perched atop the building, Charlotte, idle and unoccupied, glanced at the caller ID and answered the video call. "Hello?" Upon seeing Charlotte clad in his Spider-Man suit, Gwen painfully covered her eyes. If others were to witness such a sight, it would be Charlotte who would suffer embarrassment, but it would be Gwen who would face social demise. Charlotte was her dear friend. She wished for the world to see the cheerful and bright young man he was, rather than this foolish boy insisting he was Spider-Man in his costume. Shielding the phone, Gwen lowered her voice and urged, "Charlotte, Dr. Mobius and the others need to speak with you regarding Dr. Connors. Quickly, change out of that suit." All right, Charlotte replied reluctantly, noting Gwen's serious demeanor and furrowed brow. After a moment, the screen went dark. Gwen wore a somewhat guilty smile as she presented the phone to Mobius, saying, "Charlotte is changing his clothes. You are all esteemed scientists he admires, and he feels his previous attire was not sufficiently formal." Before she could finish her thought, the screen illuminated once more. Charlotte, bare-chested, appeared unfazed on the screen, locking eyes with Mobius and stating, "Is it me you wish to see?" Gwen's toes curled into the floor, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the image of Charlotte on the screen. Yet, Mobius's expression remained unchanged, calm and serious as he inquired, "Good day, Mr. Parker. I am Michael Mobius. I've heard that you assisted Dr. Kurt Connors during a holiday, aiding him in further research on the lizard serum. I would like to ask if you know the formula for the lizard serum." "The formula for the lizard serum?" Charlotte shook his head, responding helplessly, "I do know it." Then, Mobius pressed on, "I apologize, but I cannot disclose that information. Respecting the achievements of others is an essential virtue for me as a researcher." "Understood." Nodding toward Charlotte, Mobius returned the phone to Gwen. Gwen, who stood beside them in a daze, took the phone. Glancing at Mobius, who showed no objections to Charlotte's remarks, she turned her gaze to the screen where Charlotte was making faces. With a decisive click, Gwen hung up the phone. "I understand. This world is, for the most part, insane." Chapter 82. The Lizard Empire. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Shamelessness. Your sense of shame has significantly diminished. Attribute points, 20. How delightful to discover that my sense of shame can still diminish. It truly feels as though the system is bestowing praise upon me. Just moments ago, during the call, Charlotte witnessed Gwen's face transition from a deep crimson of embarrassment and anger to a vacant, despairing gaze. This left Charlotte feeling concerned for Gwen. Would she end up damaging herself in this ordeal? It seems I must be kinder to Gwen in the future. Losing her as a playmate is not an option. Raising her head and standing up, Charlotte stretched her limbs, her eyes shimmering with determination. The spider suit swiftly enveloped her entire body as she cast her gaze towards Jessica, who had just stepped outside. Through her spider sense, multiple malicious red dots began to stir, forming a convoy poised to launch an attack on Jessica. Purple one. Have you finally lost your patience and decided to act against Jessica? I have awaited this moment with great anticipation. It appeared that the purple one was resolute. And with so many participants involved, Charlotte resolved to respond with full force. Thus, system attribute allocation commenced. Charlotte. Level, Power of Madness Stage 5. Age, 16 years. Strength, 40, 20. Trait, Ability, I shall sprinkle some dust into your eyes. Constitution, 40, 20. Trait, Endurance, Master Brother has locked down Hygiene. Spirit, 30. Trait. Control. Let us make an appearance, darling. Attractiveness. 14. Trait. You shall invariably draw the attention of extraordinary beings. Attribute points. 8. Equipped skill card. Pig Spider-Man. You are a uniquely splendid pig. Shano shivered. This card, when used alongside the Pig Spider-Man card, grants you the Pig Spider reflex, allowing you to sense malice within a 50-kilometer radius. Super Strength. This card, when used alongside the Pig Spider-Man card, will double your strength and constitution. Charlotte leapt into the air, closing her eyes as she embraced the rushing wind. Like a grand bat, she spread her arms wide and dove towards the convoy below. In the fleeting moment before a fatal fall, Charlotte swiftly exchanged her skill card for I Wanna Fly. With a flawless roll, she landed elegantly, resembling a graceful dove, spanning several meters to alight on the roof of her target's vehicle. Within the web of her senses, the most peculiar malevolent spirit lingered inside the car. With a downward thrust, she pierced the fragile metal, instantaneously seizing the adversary by the throat. Feeling the assault on her psyche, a smirk curled at Charlotte's lips as she yanked upward. Let us make a deal, purple figure. The car's roof tore like thin parchment, revealing its occupant, whom Charlotte hoisted forth. Gazing at the crimson-clad, oversized-headed ninja in her grasp, Charlotte's expression momentarily stiffened beneath her mask. Was this the Hand Association? That very group known for capturing and sacrificing individuals? A sigh escaped her lips. Spider-Man adhered to a code against killing, thus he refrained from taking lives. With a swift motion, Charlotte crushed the ninja's neck. Yet, these ninjas of the Hand were not human. Even Spider-Man could slay them. The red-clad ninja's eyes widened in horror as the remnants of her life coalesced into a black thread, erupting from her gaze, ensnaring Charlotte in a suffocating embrace. Charlotte hastily attempted to return her to the car, but it was too late. Your mind has been impacted, malice overwhelming, lasting 30 minutes. Mental state 30? Madness, sluggishness, obsession, pathological, brutality, damn it. She had fallen victim. Dodging 3 shurikens, Charlotte quickly grasped the ninja's katana. How could a spirited individual with a mental fortitude of 30 be so easily swayed? You remnants who attacked Arkham Asylum, the Hand that slaughtered my friends, after so many days, I have finally located you again. In the convoy behind, ninjas were scaling the rooftops of each vehicle. With her eyes fixated on the foremost car, Charlotte crouched, thrusting the katana downward. The blade pierced the roof, carelessly embedding itself into the head of the driver. You are Spider-Man? The red-clad ninja exclaimed in shock, yet her actions with the shurikens did not falter. In the next instant, the vehicle beneath Charlotte lost control. As she leaped forward, the driver's eyes sparked with lightning. With a swift motion, 5 shurikens, accompanied by a pale blue electric glow, were hurled toward Charlotte's head, throat, heart, and kidneys. Defying the laws of physics, Charlotte, momentarily suspended in midair, launched herself upward once more. The shurikens had yet to reach their target, but their fate was already sealed. With a swift motion, the 5th electric shuriken struck first. The spider sensed danger, but Charlotte barely managed to tilt his head, only to have the lower half of his neck severed in an instant. Blood gushed forth as he fell onto the roof of the crimson-clad ninja's vehicle. Observing Charlotte, whose neck was bleeding profusely, the red-clad ninja wore a cold smirk, raising his katana high, its blade engulfed in pale blue lightning. Spider-Man, is this all? Hearing the contemptuous words, Charlotte leaped to the side, his crimson gaze slicing through the air as the entire jeep was cleaved in two. In the ninja's line of sight, Charlotte's neck appeared nearly severed. He landed on the still-moving half of the vehicle, drawing a desert eagle from the snout on his chest. Firing 3 shots at the red ninja, the katana effortlessly sliced through the bullets. The ninja's dark gaze fell upon Charlotte as the blade crackled with electric fury. You shall die here, Spider-Man. Charlotte silently chanted, System, Physique 1. A faint holy light illuminated him, and when he lifted his head once more, the wound on his neck had vanished completely. Tilting his head in confusion, Charlotte mused, Who said I was Spider-Man? The spider patterns on his suit had completely disappeared, leaving only the red bodysuit and the snout on his chest. His black compound eyes were a stark white. With his right hand holding the katana horizontally across his chest, he aimed the desert eagle at the red ninja's head. Opening his mouth, Charlotte laughed uproariously, casually firing a shot towards the ninja's lower region. As the ninja deflected the bullet, Charlotte raised his gun, inhaling the intoxicating scent of gunpowder, and elegantly bowed. Nice to meet you. I am. Chapter 83. This chapter is a bit bloody. You may skip it. Deadpool? Who is Deadpool? What do you mean by calling me Deadpool? Hey, how dare you insult me? Charlotte abruptly changed his tone and raised his middle finger at the red ninja. Gathering some strength, The blood that had sprayed forth dissipated like smoke, returning entirely to his body. Charlotte stretched his limbs, fully restored. Do you know why Charlotte always holds on to skill points? Because he discovered the system's refresh mechanism. Allocating points to physique refreshes his physical state. Allocating points to strength refreshes his vitality balance. Allocating points to spirit refreshes his mental fatigue. The system's refreshing mechanism had successfully saved Charlotte's life, prompting him to silently exclaim how amazing the system was. Although at that moment, with a katana in hand and clad in a red bodysuit, Charlotte bore a striking resemblance to Deadpool, he would never allow anyone to call him that. Was it the readers who called him that? Indeed, I am Deadpool. Address me as you wish. With a fierce howl, Charlotte lunged forward, delivering a swift strike aimed at the neck of the red-clad ninja. His blow was intercepted by a katana, while his left hand unleashed a barrage from his Desert Eagle, for bullets hurtling towards the ninja's toes. The red ninja cursed inwardly, hastily dodging Charlotte's gunfire and parrying with his blade, yet he was forced back by Charlotte's overwhelming strength. Beneath their feet, the half-submerged car bore the weight of countless footprints, already buckling under the pressure. After deftly deflecting Charlotte's retaliatory strike at the cost of his own injury, the red ninja leapt onto the rooftop, joining another black-clad ninja. Though he appeared to wield his sword with ease, his trembling fingers betrayed an inner turmoil. As thoughts of retreat began to surface, who would dare to engage such a monstrous opponent after witnessing Charlotte's remarkable healing abilities? Foul creature, where do you think you're going? Charlotte called out, pursuing him with fervor, sword raised high. Despite numerous wounds adorning his body, Charlotte's demeanor remained exuberant. The red ninja turned, aiming a kick at Charlotte as he descended, attempting to send him sprawling off the vehicle. Yet, Charlotte defied gravity, evading the attack with an uncanny grace and landing atop the car without hesitation, driving his blade into the throat of the black ninja. As he gazed into the black ninja's eyes, filled with despair, Charlotte cruelly twisted the knife, then swung forcefully. The black ninja's throat was torn open, fingers and part of his hand severed and sent flying through the air, blood spraying and soaking Charlotte's mask. Oh, for heaven's sake! Your filthy blood got into my eyes. Water! I need water! Ignoring Charlotte's cries, the red ninja seized the opportunity, his katana crackling with thunder as he swept it horizontally towards Charlotte's midsection. Meanwhile, another red ninja materialized behind him, their arms adorned with red bindings that ensnared Charlotte's limbs. Binding? Wiping the blood from his face with a nonchalant demeanor, Charlotte remarked, apologies, but I prefer more niche interests. With a powerful pull, he severed the bindings and disregarded the red ninja's electrifying strike, pivoting to aim his blade at the neck of the disappearing ninja. Miss. Just as he was about to strike, the opposing ninja converged his fingers, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared atop a car behind Charlotte. In that moment, Charlotte comprehended how his opponent had maneuvered behind him. But it was too late. In slow motion, the thunderous light burst forth, sweeping through the air. Charlotte was cleaved in two, her upper body torn away while her lower half lay drenched in blood. Viscera and crimson liquid gushed forth from her abdomen. Yet, before the red-clad ninja could revel in his apparent triumph, he was met with a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Blood surged back, and her innards twisted as her severed lower half lifted, while the airborne upper body descended. In an instant, Charlotte's form reassembled like a jigsaw puzzle, even her battle attire rejoining seamlessly. Such an experience was profoundly unsettling. Wasting another 2 skill points, the restored Charlotte plunged her blade into the heart of the red-clad ninja. Noticing the bloodied ninja still harboring the will to resist, Charlotte crushed his right wrist and seized the katana from his grasp. With a deliberate motion, she slowly drove the blade into his neck, observing the tremors in his pupils as life ebbed away. She withdrew the katana from his heart only to viciously thrust it into his abdomen. As she felt the ninja's body grow limp and witnessed the longing for life and fear of death in his gaze, Charlotte grinned wickedly and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "You ought to have struck my head." With a powerful swing, Charlotte dismembered the red-clad ninja into 3 parts. Disdainfully, she brushed aside the remnants of his entrails clinging to her body. Brandishing 2 battered katanas, she lifted her gaze towards the remaining members of the gathering and inquired, "Who shall be next?" Such an extraordinary, even terrifying spectacle extinguished the fighting spirit of all present ninjas. Who would dare to face an indomitable monster? Oh no! He is coming for me. Help! A sudden brake was applied as a driver swerved his vehicle, but in the last red-clad ninja's vision, Charlotte's silhouette loomed ever closer. This scene was witnessed by 2 pairs of eyes. Initially, upon hearing that the assembly had been ambushed, they believed their ambush plan had been thwarted. However, Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yoland's expression darkened, and he cursed, FCK? Smith, are you intending for us to capture a bunch of superhumans? And who is that? Spider-Man. Smith, peering through binoculars at the battlefield, paled and shook his head in denial. Whoever he is certainly not Spider-Man. I suspect it may be related to the purple entity. Moreover, I did not anticipate the presence of superhumans within the assembly. This exceeds our capabilities. It seems we must request assistance from headquarters and escalate our response. Damn it. Yoland set down the binoculars, squatting down with closed eyes, clutching his abdomen in anguish. In a fleeting moment, Charlotte, utilizing her spider sense, accurately predicted the landing point of the instant-moving ninja. With fingers that pierced like a spear, she plunged them into her opponent's abdomen, seizing hold of their spine. Subsequently, Yulon watched in shock as Charlotte extracted the spine from the lifeless body. Just witnessing this gruesome act caused Yulon to experience phantom pain, clutching her stomach and battling waves of nausea. Discarding the corpse of the red-clad ninja, she stood atop the halted vehicle, where the remnants of the Hand Association's ninjas had long since vanished. Charlotte grinned malevolently, declaring, I have marked your malice. None of you shall escape. As her vision returned to clarity, Charlotte's eyes widened as she frantically flicked the revolting substance from her hands. Good heavens, this is utterly disgusting. I can't bear it. I must leave this place immediately. Covering her mouth, Charlotte leaped from the vehicle, yanked aside the lifeless driver, and took the driver's seat, promptly emptying her stomach into the passenger side. Starting the engine, Charlotte fled in haste. Fortunate enough not to be equipped with the Lizard Parker skill card while at the Connor's base, Charlotte was now overwhelmed by her own retching, barely clinging to consciousness. Observing Charlotte drive away, Smith quickly coordinated the surveillance cameras and satellite tracking, preparing to address the horrific scene left behind. Chapter 84. The Hand Association's response upon receiving a text, the black-clad ninja trembled, hurriedly approaching the esteemed Madame Gao, who was inspecting the exclusive production line. Bowing deeply in respect, My leader, I have just received word that Lord Raijin, Lord Flash, and Lord Banish have been ambushed and met their demise. Madame Gao, a worn Japanese woman clad in a purple kimono and wooden clogs, grasped her bamboo cane. Upon hearing the news, her previously impassive face betrayed a shift in expression. The wrinkles of age rippled as she turned her head, her sharp gaze piercing the black-clad ninja beside her. The ninja continued to report with urgency. This was an operation targeting number 68, Jessica Jones. We had previously sensed the potential presence of superhumans around her. You commanded several lords to accompany the mission to ensure absolute success, yet we did not anticipate the formidable strength of the adversary. With only a handful of ninjas possessing superpowers, the loss of 3 in a single instance was catastrophic. Madame Gao's knuckles turned white as she gripped her cane, her heart bleeding with despair. She remained silent, her narrowed eyes lost in contemplation. As one of the 5 digits of the Hand Association, Madame Gao had been trained in the martial arts of Kunlun. Subsequently, she harbored treachery, defecting from Kunlun and absconding with the materials and formula for Dragon Bone, which had enabled their survival to this day. Dragon Bones possess the remarkable ability to concoct elixirs of immortality and facilitate resurrection. However, repeated consumption taints the mind, leading to a gradual erosion of humanity. The potency of the elixir correlates directly with the frequency of its intake, hastening the departure of one's humanity. It is imperative that vital bodily parts, particularly the head, remain intact for resurrection to occur, should the head be severed and not reattached. Even the most potent elixir will not prevent complete death. Despite the formidable nature of Dragon Bones, their scarcity ensures that their resources will eventually be depleted. Coincidentally, in the fierce competition for territory in New York and the establishment of a unique network, the Hand Society has exhausted their supply of Dragon Bones through excessive use. During this tumultuous period, Madame Gao fortuitously unearthed a novel type of Dragon Bone in the subterranean depths of New York. This extraordinary Dragon Bone does not require direct ingestion to produce the elixir of immortality. Rather, it demands a sacrificial offering of life, allowing the Dragon Bone to consume vitality and yield malevolent bones and life essence. The malevolent bones can create elixirs, revive the deceased, while the life essence extends life and enhances vitality. Through sacrifice and the consumption of the elixir, those who are resurrected possess immense strength and inherit the extraordinary abilities of the sacrificed. Notably, the sacrificial requirements are not limited to humans. Any creature with substantial vitality suffices. A successful sacrifice yielding superhumans necessitates a precise count of 100 individuals, no more, no less. Previously, Jean Bing expressed interest in longevity and consented to collaborate with Madame Gao of the Hand Society, agreeing to provide 500 individuals in exchange for elixirs and life essence. However, unforeseen circumstances led Jean Bing to rescind the agreement, abandoning the provision of the 500 individuals and severing all previous cooperation. Now, to gather sacrifices. The only option is to collect the homeless of New York City. Yet, the homeless in New York have become a sought-after commodity, with not only Madame Gao eager to offer them a warm home, but also several other benevolent organizations vying for their attention. The demand far exceeds the supply, creating a rare market. Currently, the focus must shift to assisting homeless individuals from other states or undocumented immigrants, transporting them to New York for a grand gathering of 100. Observing Madame Gao's furrowed brow, a long-haired man peered in from behind, reporting, "Madame Gao, are you familiar with the lizard people?" Startled, Madame Gao turned to meet his gaze. The long-haired man, grinning foolishly, excitedly disclosed, "I recently received news that Dr. Connors from the Osborne Group has developed a lizard serum, a reagent that can bestow ordinary humans with extraordinary vitality, transforming them into lizard people." A lizard serum? Bestowing ordinary humans with remarkable vitality? Madame Gao lightly tapped her cane, contemplating the potential acquisition of lizard serum. If it were indeed possible to obtain this serum, she could simply inject it into the enthusiastic crowds they captured and then cast them into the dragon bone altar, thus alleviating her perennial concern of gathering 100 individuals. While she pondered the feasibility of this notion, her gaze remained icy, fixed upon the long-haired, burly man before her, demanding, "From whom did you acquire this information?" "I." The long-haired man puffed out his chest with pride, lifting his chin as he proclaimed, "This was a revelation I painstakingly unearthed, disclosed to me by someone with intent." Madame Gao, still suspicious of his motives, found her mind momentarily paralyzed by the potential conspiracies at play. "Someone deliberately informed you? Who? When?" She pressed. "When?" A nostalgic gleam flickered in the long-haired man's eyes as he sighed. "It is a lengthy tale, the origins of which trace back to a distant afternoon yesterday. On that day, I chanced upon a red-billed magpie that had fallen to the ground, unable to take flight. Out of kindness, I approached to stroke its head, only to find myself ensnared in a trick. From the trees, two larger magpies swooped down, not only pecking at my head, but also relieving themselves upon me. What a stroke of misfortune." Gazing at Madame Gao's displeased countenance, he concluded, "This story teaches us not to casually touch others' birds." Unamused, Madame Gao exuded an air of frostiness as she retorted, "What relevance does this have to the information you obtained?" "Of course it is relevant," the long-haired man exclaimed, hands on his hips. 4 bird droppings signify good fortune. In the next moment, a sharply dressed man approached me and, face to face, divulged, "Young man, I am intentionally sharing this news with you. Recently, a certain Dr. Nas has developed lizard serum, transforming some individuals into lizard men. He aspires to convert all of humanity into great lizards. However, great lizards are far from appealing. I cannot abide the thought of all beautiful women becoming such creatures." With that, he departed. Thus, it seems this technology does exist, enabling rapid self-healing and bestowing formidable vitality, Madame Gao murmured to herself, recalling the lizard men's impressive display in yesterday's news. Their colossal physiques, vibrant life force, and remarkable regenerative abilities were astounding. Should the lizard men be successfully sacrificed, how many cursed bones and life essence could they acquire? To summon a superhuman, how many lizard men would be required for the sacrifice? Her thoughts shifted as a nearby imposing black man, resolute and unhesitating, raised his firearm and shot the smiling long-haired man. The black man stepped forward, casting a glance at the long-haired man's now extinguished smile. Gazing upon the lifeless body of the long-haired, muscular man, a faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of purple light flickered in his eyes. Calmly, he searched the man's body but found no listening devices. Rising, he shook his head at Madame Gao. She nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the imposing black man to dispose of the body. Turning away, she resumed her observation of her unique production line, her hands clasped behind her back, slowly manipulating a string of prayer beads. Having acquired such invaluable information, Madame Gao had no intention of halting her pursuits, regardless of the adversary or their schemes. She was indifferent. All she needed was the confirmation that the lizard serum was authentic. With a slight wave of her hand, the black-clad ninja bowed and retreated to investigate the veracity of the lizard serum. Chapter 85. The Lizard Empire resting his chin on one hand. His fingers gently tapped against the stem of a wine glass filled with red wine. Behind him stood a captivating beauty clad in black stockings. her figure alluringly reminiscent of a bunny girl, as she leisurely massaged his shoulders. Closing his eyes, the purple-clad man savored the exquisite sensations at his fingertips. Relishing this indulgent moment. Knock, knock, knock. The door resounded with rhythmic knocks. Without needing a command from him, the somewhat dazed beauty rose from leaning against him and instinctively approached to open the door. With her long legs gliding gracefully, her high heels produced a crisp cadence, the silk of her stockings contrasting sharply against her fair thighs. The bunny ears atop her head bobbed playfully as she moved. His gaze continued downward, landing on her red high heels. Raising his wine glass, he downed its contents in one swift motion, tugging at the collar of his purple shirt as he languidly reclined on the pink sofa. Soon, the beauty returned, leading a robust black man into the room. Upon seeing the purple-clad man, the black man knelt without hesitation, reporting, "Master, we have conveyed Connor's information to Madame Gao, as you instructed." "Well done," he replied, observing the beauty pouring him more wine, his hand resting on her back, fingers gliding over her delicate skin. Such a temptation was too great for the hand to ignore. Indeed, they would likely covet the lizard serum for themselves. The army, the hand, the lizard people, Spider-Man, all entangled in chaos. Ha ha ha, how utterly delightful. A cold smile crept across his lips. Transforming beauties into lizards? What a ludicrous notion. It would be an utter waste. Thus, upon learning this news, he promptly resolved to thwart Connor's plans. Yet, he did not intend to involve himself directly. His strategy was to utilize the two members of the hand he had previously controlled to relay this favorable information to Madame Gao. The hand dared to target his chosen prey, and the lizard people sought to turn every beauty in the world into grotesque creatures. Neither of these parties deserves forgiveness. It would be far more entertaining to witness them engage in a brutal conflict, only to see the victor meet their demise in the arena. At this moment, all that the purple figure needs to do is to continue observing the spectacle. When Charlotte next encounters Dr. Connors, the hour has already turned to evening. Following Dr. Connors' directions, Charlotte traverses the abandoned subway station, winding through the labyrinthine sewers of New York. He even passes by several still operational underground railways before finally arriving at a forsaken air raid shelter. This is the true secret laboratory base of Connors. Not only vast in space, but also equipped with experimental facilities that far surpass those found above ground. One wonders how Connors managed such a feat, as this place is exceedingly clandestine and deeply concealed. Constructing such an extensive laboratory within an underground shelter is no small accomplishment. Were Charlotte alone, he would scarcely be able to move a single machine. It dawns on Charlotte with clarity. Indeed, Connors must be a lizard man hiding among humans. He must have summoned his reptilian compatriots to assist him. Truly, I, the lizard man Charlotte, am exceedingly clever. At this moment, Dr. Connors is operating experimental instruments, concocting a new lizard serum. Charlotte, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. Behold, this is the future of our lizard kin. Alas, poor Abigail. The lizard woman has not witnessed this scene, though in the past, Abigail treated him like a lizard, betraying him in a frenzy that once drove Connors to the brink of madness. Now she has become one of the lizard people. As the first lizard man, Connors naturally regards Abigail with love and unity. Once the entire world transforms into lizard people, surely Abigail will be saved. Just then, Connors catches a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and swiftly turns, only to be rendered speechless. Before him stands Charlotte, whose form has once again surged in size. Once standing at 2.5 meters, he now towers at 3. With a robust physique and a thick tail, he resembles a humanoid dinosaur. The reason for the lizard Charlotte's dramatic growth lies, of course, in the augmentation of his attributes. Charlotte, strength, 72/50, trait, ability, constitution, 72/50, trait, endurance, remaining attribute points. For equipped skills, unfathomable friend, lizard Parker, brazen, gazing at Charlotte. Connors is left in silent awe. Truly, he is the most perfect adapter of the lizard serum, standing at 2 meters. Connors appears as nothing more than a juvenile lizard before the towering form of lizard Charlotte. Charlotte surveyed Connor's experimental instruments with an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Kurt, I have some unfortunate news. Our assault on Oscorp has drawn the attention of the U.S. military, which has dispatched troops to impose martial law in several regions and is currently scouring the sewers. It is only a matter of time before they discover our hideout. Our time is running thin. In the next confrontation, we will face not only the police, but also the military." The military? Connors furrowed his brow. Yet he did not appear troubled. Their arrival is fortuitous. Soon, all soldiers will transform into lizard people, and our lizard empire shall boast a fully armed legion. Individuals like Charlotte, whose physique has burgeoned to 3 meters, are merely exceptions. Most lizard beings will not fare as well as Connors. Some may even remain unchanged in height upon transformation, merely sprouting a tail. Thus, the firearms, weaponry, tanks, and aircraft will all be at the disposal of the lizard folk. However, Charlotte was preoccupied with a different concern. The robust tail would undoubtedly tear through their trousers. When they were restored by the antidote, would they not be left exposed? What an opportunity! Chapter 86. The Lizard Empire. The concoction of the serum proceeded swiftly, and soon Connors held 4 vials of luminescent green lizard serum in his grasp. Raising his prized creation high, Connors' thick tail struck the ground, and a grotesque smile spread across his face. At last, it is complete. This is the future of our kind. Clutching the lizard serum tightly, Connors' eyes glazed over, and through the shimmering elixir, he envisioned the utopia he so ardently desired. Humanity evolved, free from ailments, devoid of war. A harmonious society with limbs and tails. His raspy voice resonated, proclaiming, "The lizard empire is now firmly in my grasp. How splendid, how extraordinary. Charlotte, we now need only to await a rain cloud. Then we shall place this reagent into the artificial rain apparatus atop Oscorp's highest floor. The lizard serum will cascade from the heavens, purging humanity of all its sins." "Ah, yes, yes," Charlotte nodded absently. With just one final step to the lizard empire, Connors was beside himself with joy. It is worth noting the contribution of Abigail. It was she who informed Connors of Oscorp's ability to release lizard serum in an artificial rain. The empire shall not forget the contributions of each individual. As for Charlotte's contribution, it was one of relaxation. He yawned languidly. His contribution was unique. During Connors' absence, he had taken the liberty of creating 20 vials of antidote serum, emphasizing the importance of being prepared. Now, we have finally arrived at this pivotal moment. It seems quite fitting to employ the lizard as Spider-Gwen's inaugural adversary. Charlotte firmly believes that Gwen can adeptly handle the situation. However, one cannot help but wonder whether the unfortunate George has been discharged from the hospital. Oh, how I hope he is not. After all, in the film, the ill-fated George meets his demise at the claws of the lizard. Undoubtedly, Charlotte's urgency stems primarily from his profound weariness of this reptilian form. This lizard-like physique not only suppresses his peak allure, but also, with a length of 3 meters and a tail extending the total to over 5 meters, renders every action cumbersome. Gazing at Connors, Charlotte expressed his anticipation. "I believe good weather is just around the corner." 3 days swiftly passed. Today, at 8 a.m., a torrential rain cloud made landfall in New Harbor, with forecasts predicting an intensification of rain by 2 p.m. and precipitation in New York reaching 1 foot by 6 p.m. Subsequently, the rain clouds would spread westward, with heavy downpours encroaching inland, expected to reach New Jersey later in the day. The television overhead broadcasted weather updates as Gwen busily toiled in the laboratory, while the sky outside Oscorp Tower had already darkened ominously. The dim, overcast sky imparted a sense of impending storm, though it was misleadingly calm, with only a gentle breeze stirring beneath the heavy clouds. The military had been searching for the lizard in Queens for 3 days, and the partial lockdown had incited considerable discontent among the citizens of New York. Fueled by the Purple Man's influence, rumors circulated that the U.S. military was the greatest threat to New York, using the pursuit of the lizard as a pretext to poison the city's underground water supply and drive its residents from their homes at gunpoint. Protests and strikes erupted, with cries of condemnation against such oppression. This only intensified the urgency of the investigations taking place on the 3rd subterranean level of Oscorp Tower. Meanwhile, Gwen, clad in her lab attire, appeared haggard as she diligently transcribed Abigail's research data. She had been working tirelessly for 3 consecutive days to unravel the lizard serum. Although Morbius had transitioned from skepticism to recognition of her abilities, it bore no impact on the development of the antidote. Over these 3 days, the vibrations of her spider sense had become increasingly frequent, particularly today, as her heart raced with a sense of urgency that something significant was about to unfold. Yet, the more she delved into her research, the more she recognized the formidable prowess of Connors and Charlotte. Surmounting their technological barriers proved to be an insurmountable challenge. With a long journey ahead, Gwen had contemplated reaching out to Charlotte once more, but it seemed as if he anticipated her thoughts and was deliberately eluding her, rendering all attempts at contact futile. Meanwhile, Morbius continued his research, adhering to his traditional methods of studying bat serums. Not far off, Morbius, also clad in a lab coat, bore a serious expression as he gripped the electrical switch, preparing to proceed. In the next moment, A staggering 1,000 kilovolt surge of electricity struck Abigail, coursing through his entire being. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. The power was cut off, and a button was pressed. A crimson laser shot forth from the apparatus before Abigail, followed by a delicate, gossamer-like slice of lizard-human biological tissue landing on a glass slide. Subsequently moved under the electronic microscope of another researcher. A single drop of reagent was added, revealing the still vibrant, undeterred lizard-human cells. The researcher could only shake his head in resignation. Mobius had anticipated such results long ago. Gwen meticulously transcribed a new line of data onto a page filled with experimental records, striking through one of the proposed antidote formulas. Clutching her head, she wrestled with calculations pertaining to the lizard formula. The origin of the lizard formula stemmed from the lizard-human serum extracted by Alexander from Abigail's blood. After separating the various liquids, Mobius directly injected the lizard-human serum into a group of white mice. The vast majority perished immediately, while the few that survived were convulsing amidst the electrical currents. Although Mobius's methods appeared dubious, one mouse remarkably underwent lizardification, sprouting a charred limb due to the electricity. Following a thorough analysis of the injection's composition, a multitude of potential lizard serum formulas emerged. Holding a signature pen, Gwen observed the scene before her and felt less like she was in a highly specialized biological research facility and more like a visitor in a madhouse witnessing a grotesque electrotherapy session. Meanwhile, the seemingly pitiful Abigail, after a brief recovery, appeared vibrant once more. Your torturous methods are futile. I shall never divulge the lizard formula. Never. Connors will surely come to rescue me. I understand that you will not reveal anything until the Bengal giant lizard is sent to employ its charms, correct? Mobius paid no heed to Abigail's outcry. After all, he was not a policeman, merely a researcher. For him, Abigail's body was more truthful than his words. Science would unveil the answers. Increase the intensity of the experiment. Time is of the essence. Gazing at Abigail, Mobius coldly suggested, next, we shall extract his spinal fluid and insert the apparatus into his lower body. Though he lacks distinguishing male or female physiological traits, we must attempt it. What the hell? You must be a devil. Even Abigail's eyes widened in shock. He indeed lacked physical attributes, but he had always been human. Terrified by Mobius's next research plan, he trembled and struggled desperately. No, this is animal cruelty. I shall lodge a complaint against your organization at the Animal Protection Association. Mobius cast a cold glance at Abigail. Remaining silent, an urgent news bulletin interrupts the moment. The television overhead blared with the host's anxious voice, drawing all eyes to the screen. The live footage of a parade revealed a manhole cover soaring into the air, followed by Connors emerging from the rear of the military. Without hesitation, he hurled a green canister to the ground amidst the throngs of police and soldiers surrounding him. Bullets rained upon Connors, leaving him defenseless. Yet, the canister burst open, spilling green liquid and releasing a pale green mist. Amidst the host's gasps and shouts, soldiers, police, and parade participants were transformed into lizard men one after another. As the green mist dissipated, a well-armed lizardman army stood ready at the scene. Chapter 87. The Lizard Empire. Urgently, Gwen rushed to the first floor, where she spotted Francie leisurely riding his motorcycle into the Osborne building. He still donned the red delivery uniform emblazoned with a yellow lightning bolt and a full-face red helmet. Upon seeing Gwen, Francie waved and grinned, declaring, "Lightning Delivery, on a mission to deliver. The Lightning sends greetings from Charlotte." With that, he retrieved a package from the delivery box behind him and handed it to Gwen. "Francie, do you know where Charlotte is?" Gwen inquired anxiously. "Charlotte?" Francie shook his head. "No idea. Perhaps he is out saving the world at this very moment, though he might also be on the verge of destroying it." Listening to Francie's speculation, Gwen bit her lip, her heart filled with worry for Charlotte. Not only was she unable to reach him, but even Aunt May and Uncle Ben could not contact him. After a phone call, she discovered that Charlotte was not intentionally avoiding her. He had not returned home for 5 consecutive days, and for the past 3 days, his phone went unanswered. Suddenly recalling something, Gwen turned to Francie and asked, "Is this the package that Charlotte asked you to deliver today?" Francie nodded in confusion. Gwen quickly opened the package to inspect its contents. Upon seeing 4 blue vials within, she furrowed her brow and then unfolded a card resting atop. The front of the card depicted a 4-panel comic. In the first panel, a roaring, scruffy lizard man appeared, poised to attack a precisely drawn and dashing Charlotte. In the second panel, Charlotte smashed a vial onto the ground. In the third panel, smoke billowed forth. In the fourth panel, a lizard-like figure transforms into a voluptuous beauty, hastily fleeing while clutching her dairy in alarm. The reverse side of the card depicts prohibited actions, featuring a red cross over a figure of Gwen, who is attempting to pour a reagent into her mouth, clearly marked as non-toxic yet inedible. With a resounding slap, Gwen cast the card to the ground. What on earth is Charlotte up to? As she pondered, it dawned on her that the blue reagent was likely an antidote. Recalling that Charlotte had previously delivered a vial to her days ago, rather than alleviating her confusion, her mind became increasingly chaotic with questions. However, Gwen resolved that once this ordeal concluded, she would certainly give Charlotte a piece of her mind. For now, she urgently needed to return to the laboratory to validate her hypothesis. Francie, scrolling through her phone, inquired of Gwen, "Gwen, experts are analyzing that the Lizard Army's target is the Osborn Tower. There must be something there they covet. I contacted a clothing store where the owner plans to flee, and everything is on sale. I'm considering bulk purchasing a batch of jeans to deliver to Osborn Tower shortly. Do you think this could be profitable?" I had initially wanted to ask Charlotte, given her intelligence, but I can't reach her now. Gwen blinked, picked up the card from the floor, glanced at the fleeing beauty, and nodded in agreement with Francie's idea. While making her way to the elevator, she replied, "That's an excellent plan. If you want to do it, then go for it." Francie shrugged, grabbed the last package, and revved the engine as she drove away from Osborn Tower. The Lizard Army had yet to commence their assault, merely advancing towards Osborn Tower. Meanwhile, news of the lizard serum's potential to transform humans into lizard people spread rapidly throughout the city, plunging it into chaos. In a frenzy, individuals scrambled to escape, fleeing the vicinity of Osborn Tower, vacating Queen S District, and even abandoning New York altogether. With fewer people on the surface of the city, the lurking malevolence began to reveal itself. This was aimed squarely at you. Hand association. Several ninjas, armed with rocket launchers, leaped atop the tower, observing the advance of the Lizard Army. Along their inevitable path, military and police forces gathered, establishing checkpoints in a bid to thwart the Lizard Army's progress. Donning gas masks, everyone braced themselves for what was to come. As the Lizard Army drew nearer, the tension escalated, and combat was imminent. Suddenly, a vial of green reagent soared from the rear of the Lizard Army into the crowd, exploding and releasing a cloud of green smoke. Visibility was obscured, breaths became labored, and Hank tightened his grip on his assault rifle, gritting his teeth. Stay calm, an officer shouted amidst the chaos. Yet before Hank could steady his mind, a soldier beside him suddenly let out a roar. Amidst the green mist, Hank distinctly perceived the soldier's form swelling with menace. A pair of slit-like pupils fixated intently upon him, as the soldier's left hand clutched the trigger while the right aimed the gun's muzzle squarely at Hank's head. "This is it, George. I am truly doomed now." As expected, in the next moment, the pale-faced Hank found himself ensnared by a lizard soldier's rifle around his neck. The reptilian assailant flicked its tongue menacingly, exerting force with both hands, intent on choking Hank to death. Damn it! Hank's right hand instinctively shielded his throat, struggling against the lizard's grip, which elicited desperate gasps from him. Not far away, Yulon was the first to notice this dire scene. "Get away!" Yulon shouted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Hank, delivering a swift kick aimed at Hank's groin. "Ah!" Hank screamed, his terror amplified 1,000-fold compared to the previous assault by the lizard creature. His latent potential surged forth, propelling him to slap away the lizard's hands from his neck. And with a mighty leap, he soared to an unprecedented height. Yulon's kick did not strike the lizard's groin, but rather landed precisely at the base of its tail. With a pained howl, the lizard was sent soaring 3 meters into the air, crumpling upon its descent and collapsing, unable to rise again. Hank's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to witness the lizard rolling its eyes back, frothing at the mouth. In a mix of terror and fury, he shouted, "Damn it! I cannot fathom what would have happened had that kick landed on me." Yulon, however, had no intention of sparing the lizard. He advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to the lizard's forehead, followed by a knee strike that snapped its right arm. Only then did he turn to Hank with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Hank replied, clutching his groin indignantly. "You almost caused me to lose my manhood." "I nearly lost mine too," Yulon retorted. Indifferently, Yulon shrugged. "If you have the energy to curse, it seems you are indeed unscathed." Yet, the atmosphere in the green mist was far from optimistic. The air was rife with the roars of lizard men and the anguished cries of soldiers, punctuated by sporadic bursts of gunfire and flames. Yulon's gaze sharpened as he peered towards the front lines. In the murky green haze, ominous silhouettes of massive lizard creatures loomed ominously close. Clenching his fists, Yulon kicked up a fallen rifle, raising it to aim toward the advancing lizard horde. Suddenly, a figure soared overhead, and a bottle of blue substance plummeted from the sky, landing in front of the defensive line. In the next moment, a delicate blue mist dispersed the green haze that enveloped the crowd. Amidst the anguished cries of the lizard men reverting to their human forms, Gwen descended from the heavens, landing atop a police car that had been hastily assembled as a defensive line. The ghost spider greeted everyone, and as they beheld Gwen, a chorus of excited cheers erupted from soldiers, police officers, and the restored marchers. The ghost spider. It is the ghost spider. She has saved us. Wonderful. The ghost spider has arrived. We are rescued. Long live the ghost spider. Chapter 88. The Lizard Empire 12. Having obtained the serum, Gwen promptly returned to the laboratory for verification. As expected, it was indeed the antidote. Cradling her head in confusion, she truly could not fathom what Charlotte was thinking. Yet, her lack of understanding was perhaps a blessing. Had she comprehended fully, Arkham Asylum would have eagerly welcomed her presence. In any case, Gwen immediately relayed this exhilarating news to Mobius, who was tormenting Abigail. Subsequently, she arrived on the battlefield bearing 3 vials of the antidote, successfully staving off further escalation of the conflict. At that moment, Gwen seemed to be enveloped in a divine golden aura. As she listened to the surrounding cheers, her eyes widened slightly, gazing at the crowd that hailed her. An inexplicable tremor spread through her heart, and even her eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, now was not the time for sentimentality. Before her, the remaining lizard army, shrouded in the faint blue mist, dared not advance. The furious Connors roared from the rear, his glare fixed upon the vial of antidote at Gwen's waist. Who did this? Who is responsible? Charlotte. Our lizard empire has been betrayed by an unknown traitor. First, Charlotte is certainly innocent, and I too am blameless. Thus, the sole culprit left is Abigail, that notorious scoundrel. I shall avenge this. The live helicopter broadcast may arrive late, but it would undoubtedly not be absent. Previous broadcasts had garnered immense profits for the television station, prompting them to hire 4 helicopters for this coverage. Accompanied by the media's live reporting, the fanbase of the ghost spider surged. The footage revealed Gwen retrieving the antidote from her waist, her wrist flicking to launch webbing that propelled the lizard's serum rapidly toward Connors. He leapt back, narrowly evading the antidote's mist. As he watched the remnants of the lizard army being restored, he opened his mouth to unleash another furious roar at Gwen. I harbor a strong disdain for spiders. Gwen nonchalantly raised her hands and elegantly leapt down from the police car, landing with grace before pouting slightly. What a coincidence. I too have no fondness for lizards. I much prefer adorable and obedient puppies, or perhaps little foxes, kittens, and maybe a few other delightful creatures. It is worth mentioning that the snow-white lion dog is the most charming of them all. Well now, ugly little lizard, I know you are not the mastermind behind this. Let that cooler fellow out. Your scheme ends here. Despite her words, Gwen heightened her vigilance, fully prepared for a sudden assault from the large lizard. Sure enough, a massive mound of earth erupted from the storm drain on the road, roaring as it charged towards Gwen. The concrete ground shattered, but Gwen adeptly dodged. The mound of dirt turned and surged back. In the next moment, Charlotte's colossal figure burst forth, exclaiming, "Tornado, destroy the parking lot." Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the 3-meter-tall lizard. My goodness, how has he grown larger again? Charlotte's tail swept through the air, stirring up clouds of dust as he roared skyward, utterly dismissive of the bullets that rained upon him. Why are you so nervous, little spider? The pain is fleeting, Charlotte remarked, lifting a massive rock from the ground and hurling it towards Gwen. As Gwen leapt to evade, Charlotte bellowed once more, dragon's breath. He opened his mouth, exhaling a gust that scattered the antidote before her. Once again, he lunged toward Gwen. His claws tore through the web strands with tremendous force, narrowly missing as they crashed to the ground. Charlotte unleashed a flurry of attacks, each one putting Gwen in peril. A tail swipe forced her to retreat. Rising, Charlotte taunted. Why the silence, little spider? Have you lost your voice? With a sigh of relief, Gwen stood her ground and retorted. If your abilities matched even half of your verbal prowess, the lizard people would have already conquered the world. Charlotte, infuriated, roared, "The crow flies the plane." He leapt into the air, aiming to land on Gwen. As she dodged once more, the long-prepared Connors finally made his move. He soared forward, launching a vial of lizard serum directly at Gwen. The fluorescent green concoction drew nearer, its shimmering contents enlarging in her sight. Just as it seemed the lizard serum would crash upon her, a strand of web, thick as a rope, shot from above, striking the serum with precision and exploding into a fishing net, completely ensnaring the lizard serum within. Spider-Man plummeted from a great height, and at the moment of impact, all his strength dissipated in a slow, rolling motion. Rising to his feet, he pointed one hand towards the sky while resting the other on his hip. "I am the expert in vanquishing monsters," he declared. With a confident stride, he directed his finger at Connors, stating, "Fair is fair. It is now 2 against 2. There were 4 individuals present, 2 of whom were actors whose identities I shall refrain from disclosing." Facing Spider-Man, Connors' expression turned ashen, and he bellowed, "Why do you obstruct me? This is a pivotal moment for the evolution of humanity. I am liberating the genes of all mankind. And you, Spider-Man, are the true villain of humanity." Spider-Man casually dug into his ear and replied, "What are you babbling about? I'm hardly listening. Are you 2 attacking together, or will you face me alone? Trust me, if it's just you, your odds of victory would be slightly better. I'm genuinely not deceiving you." Connors, choosing not to engage further in conversation, swiftly opened a vial of lizard serum, unleashing a torrent of intense green mist that was hurled towards Spider-Man. In the next instant, amidst the wide-eyed astonishment of Gwen and Connors, Spider-Man bent down to retrieve the canister emitting the noxious green fog. He raised it to his lips, inhaling deeply. The verdant smoke filled his nostrils and flowed into his lungs. With his eyes closed, he savored the sweet, metallic tang of the lizard serum, appearing to relish the experience. Then, tilting his head, he fixated on Connors and nonchalantly exhaled the green mist. Chapter 89. The Talent of Capital, Francie. Connors' spirit shattered, devoid of any fighting will. "What expert in monster extermination? You, Spider-Man, are the greatest monster of all," he lamented. "What is the point in continuing this fight? Charlotte, the lizard has its limits. The more one strives, the deeper the despair. The harder one fights, the greater the suffering. Charlotte, I will no longer be a lizard. Spider-Man is the true future of humanity." Before Connors could react, Lizard Parker retreated 4 steps, his lizard visage betraying panic before he turned and fled, declaring to Gwen, "Leave the little spider to me. You handle Spider-Man." Connors interjected, "Wait, I have a differing opinion." In that moment, a blue beam shot into the sky from the Osborn Tower. It was Morbius activating an artificial rain device, injecting the antidote serum into the clouds. The pale blue light rapidly expanded, transforming the sky into a dreamlike panorama. Although rain had yet to fall, Connors gazed up at the clouded heavens, his heart heavy with despair. At that moment, the Lizard Empire was undeniably crumbling. Connors was engulfed in hopelessness, yet Lizard Parker remained resolute. With a hand extended into the sewer, a bottle of pale green serum was grasped by the Lizard Parker. "Doctor, the saga is far from over," he exclaimed, for everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "Behold, in my possession lies the quintessential lizard serum, a novel variant impervious to antidote neutralization. If it were a spider, let it come to the Osborn Tower and confront me." Without hesitation, Lizard Parker plunged into the earth, displacing a police car that served as a barricade. Pushing aside the heavily armed American soldiers and officers, he surged straight towards the Osborn Tower, closely followed by 2 media helicopters. "Damn it," Gwen cursed under her breath. She had not anticipated that the mastermind behind this scheme was so cunning, crafting a serum that could not be neutralized. Infuriatingly, he had foreseen her every move. "I must halt him." Gwen resolutely pursued Lizard Parker, racing towards the Osborn Tower. As Gwen and Lizard Parker departed, only Spider-Man and Connors remained at the scene. In that fleeting moment, Connors felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. The mere exchange of glances with Spider-Man sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Raising his head slightly, Spider-Man wore a smile and inquired amiably, "Hello, Dr. Kurt Connors. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? Or perhaps your eyes are too dry?" Just as Connors opened his mouth to refuse, his voice unexpectedly pitched high in panic. His apprehension was indeed justified. Spider-Man was a creature of monstrosity. After a single question, Connors found himself utterly defenseless, instantaneously ensnared in Spider-Man-esque grip. Spider-Man cradled his large head, bending down to press him into his embrace. The seemingly relaxed hands of Spider-Man held an inexhaustible strength, suppressing all resistance. Connors could only widen his eyes, his mind racing with dread as he beheld the figure of Spider-Man gazing down upon him, his own panic reflected in those dark eyes. With one hand firmly pressing Connors' head, Spider-Man gracefully retrieved a bottle of eye drops from his pocket, adorned with a skull insignia. Connors gasped as he twisted the cap open. A pungent aroma wafted into the air. Being a researcher accustomed to the confines of a laboratory, Connors' pupils dilated as he immediately recognized the scent. It was akin to sulfuric acid. Wide-eyed and paralyzed with fear, Connors could do nothing but watch helplessly as Spider-Man gradually tilted the bottle's opening. It felt as though a sword of Damocles hung above him, with no means of resistance. only the ability to witness the blade descend. Connor's voice was drowned in an unspeakable despair, with a smile gracing his face. Spider-Man opened his mouth to utter a devilish greeting. How can you be a good little lizard man without blinking? Let Uncle Spider-Man assist you properly. Buzzing, a motorcycle, laden with a cargo box, approached slowly from the distance. The rider, witnessing Spider-Man cradling the lizard's head while administering eye drops, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. However, he paid little heed to the peculiar scene. His paramount concern was to sell the precious trousers he had procured. As he passed by the lizard, he spotted a group concealed behind a barrier, observing the battlefield and live-streaming the events. Their presence evoked an image in his mind of countless bare-bottomed men and women, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Finally, a bottle of eye drops was emptied onto Connor's eyes. Freed from his previous state, Connors hastily extricated himself from Spider-Man's embrace, clutching his eyes and emitting a pained wail. While the substance Spider-Man poured into his eyes was not sulfuric acid, it was infinitely more malevolent for Connors, for it constituted the antidote. As the serum coursed through him, Connor's vertical pupils began to return, and his skin shifted from green to its natural hue. His form shrank, right arm and tail disintegrating into dust. Now successfully restored, Connors collapsed weakly to the ground, immediately reaching out to Spider-Man, pleading, "Spider-Man, please help the lizard. Help Charlotte return to normal." "All right," Spider-Man replied, tossing aside the empty beverage bottle. He nodded amicably at Connors, glanced at the halted motorcycle of Francie, then shot a web from his wrist, bounding toward the direction of Oscorp Tower. The chilly wind brushed against Connors, forcing him to clench his muscles. In the distance, Francie's voice rang out, "Pants for sale. Pants for sale. Just $9.15 a pair. Also available. Underwear, jeans, all sorts of cool items. Surely, no one wants to buy one." After a brief pause, the previously weak Connors stood up nonchalantly, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he approached Francie. However, upon catching sight of the jeans in Francie's hands, Connors' eyes widened in disbelief. "Capital genius, Francie. Your brilliant idea is to sell lingerie to a crowd of bare-bottomed men and women." He stared at the pair of jeans, which seemed little more than a belt. His hands trembled. It was hardly enough to shield oneself. Most of those transformed into lizards had been military and police, so the majority wandering around bare were indeed men. Naturally, there were some plump women amidst the parade, rendering the current scene truly indescribable. Connors cast his gaze upon the other peculiar products peddled by Francie. Good heavens! Semi-transparent lingerie, open-crotch bodysuits, bizarrely connected fabric strips, and oddly shaped fitted garments. Although the items offered by Francie were utterly outrageous, the crowd found themselves with little choice. After witnessing a bruised soldier purchase a tail, Connors silently approached and picked up a pair of women's alluring form-fitting denim shorts. This was, after all, the most coverage available at Francie's, serving at least as a makeshift undergarment. As Parker, clutching the lizard's serum, departed, the ninjas of the Hand Association stirred into action. Chapter 90. Disturbed, a thunderous crack resounded as a blade of lightning descended from the heavens, plunging into the earth and halting the eager excavation of Charlotte. A red-clad ninja materialized before the blade, seizing the hilt and rising with the weapon. The ground erupted as Charlotte emerged, claws tearing through the air in a sweeping motion. The red-clad ninja held the blade in defense, the thunderous edge clashing violently with Charlotte's claws, producing a cascade of sparks. With a sudden flash, the red-clad ninja vanished, reappearing several meters away. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Charlotte's smile vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and a return to indifference. If memory served, this individual should have been torn to shreds by him. The Hand Association could resurrect even this. Unbeknownst to Charlotte were the grave sacrifices the Hand Association endured. In their quest for the lizard serum, they had offered up all captured superhumans and vagrants. This was merely the beginning. In desperation, even ninjas and gang members had made sacrifices, allowing the red-clad ninja to rise once more. Lady Gao had initially intended to amalgamate the powers of 3 deceased ninjas into the resurrected red-clad ninja, yet ultimately, she failed. The revived ninja possessed only the ability of teleportation. In contrast to its former self, the red-clad ninja now bore a vacant expression, devoid of humanity. The exposed neck revealed stitched black threads, eyes radiating with lightning, a pallid visage, and a frigid gaze, resembling a thunderous corpse. Charlotte let out a cold chuckle. If he could slay the red-clad ninja once, he could certainly do so a second time. This time, he intended to obliterate the opponent entirely. Eager to see how the Hand Association would manage another resurrection, with an unrestrained strength of 72 points, he charged towards the red-clad ninja. The blade of the red-clad ninja flickered with electrical energy, striking fiercely against Charlotte. His skin ruptured, wounds deep enough to expose bone, yet began to heal rapidly. Charlotte's lizard-like form collided with the red-clad ninja like a bulldozer, sending the ninja hurtling away with unstoppable force. With a swift whoosh, two rockets struck the road before Charlotte, sending plumes of dust skyward. After a brief interruption, the red-clad ninja vanished from sight. Charlotte raised her gaze toward the source of the rocket fire and immediately spotted four black-clad ninjas, grasping the lizard's serum in her hand. She cast a glance at the Osborne building a dozen meters away and, without hesitation, charged toward the four ninjas. "Die for me," she bellowed, slamming her palm down, obliterating one black-clad ninja into a gruesome pulp. With a flick of her tail, the remaining three ninjas were sent crashing, their bones shattering upon impact as they were flung skyward. Surveying her surroundings, Charlotte once again locked onto the figure of the red-clad ninja. Fixating on the ninja standing in the middle of the road with blades in hand, she leaped toward him. Her massive claws struck the concrete ground, shattering it and creating a deep crater. In a flash, the red-clad ninja appeared beside Charlotte, his katana crackling with lightning as it struck her left wrist. The blade sliced into her skin but was halted by her formidable bones. "Are you merely tickling me?" she scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips as she lunged for the ninja's face, intent on crushing his skull. The red-clad ninja deftly dodged her attack, his expression as inscrutable as a still pond. At that moment, Gwen finally arrived. Upon witnessing someone successfully impede the lizard, a glimmer of joy flickered across her face. Silken threads shot forth, ensnaring Charlotte's back, followed by a soaring kick of justice that landed forcefully against Charlotte's spine. Gwen gracefully landed after retreating. "Damn it," Charlotte blinked, realizing the odds were now stacked against her 2-1. "It seems I must resort to outside tactics." She shrugged off the webbing, rising to her feet with her right hand raised. "Miss Spider, I hereby report that this red-clad fiend is a despicable villain. I propose we eliminate him together." Gwen, unwavering and resolute, regarded Charlotte's lizard serum with skepticism. "Dr. Connors, don't jest. If you relinquish the serum, there is still a chance." "Dr. Connors? What Dr. Connors?" "Indeed, I am Dr. Connors," Charlotte proclaimed, her head held high, affirming Gwen's assumption. "It is well known that I, Connors, am merely a good soul who frequently deceives funding for research. And this red-clad zombie before you is vile and shameless. He is disgusting and lowly. He is treacherous and cunning. He is full of tricks. I have never encountered such brazen audacity." Gwen let out a derisive chuckle. "Gaze into the mirror, and perhaps you shall catch a glimpse of yourself." It is curious how Dr. Connor's demeanor feels so familiar. He does not appear to be afflicted by the lizard serum. Rather, he seems to be infected with the serum of foolishness. The red-clad ninja remained silent, gripping his katana tightly, poised to launch an ambush at any moment. Unmoved by the tension, Charlotte proposed, "How about we strike a deal? Let us first eliminate this jester in red attire, and then I shall provide you with the lizard serum. Afterward, I shall deliver a sound thrashing to reclaim the serum for myself, shall we?" "First, hand me the lizard serum," Gwen replied, blinking her eyes, her intent solely to retrieve the precious serum. Once the antidote descended from above, Dr. Connors would naturally return to his former self. Yet, could it be that Dr. Connors was not deceiving her? Furthermore, she would not act recklessly against a stranger without comprehending the full situation. Gwen cast a sidelong glance at the peculiar red ninja, whose appearance resembled that of a corpse. Internally, she scoffed, certain that this individual was no paragon of virtue. Charlotte exaggerated the narrative further. "He has been stalking young women, kidnapping and threatening civilians, assaulting and murdering superheroes. Such crimes are unforgivable. If what you say is true, I shall defeat you, investigate thoroughly, and bring him to justice," Gwen declared with unwavering resolve, striking a combat stance. "Now let us engage in battle. I, Ghost Spider, shall not broker any deals with villains. My sense of justice shall not waver. Even if I were to face 1,000 failures, I shall rise again to thwart you." Observing Gwen's steadfast determination, Charlotte clicked her tongue in annoyance. Her righteousness only served to cast me as the villain. It was infuriating. As I gazed at Gwen, I felt my cheeks flush crimson. My heart raced violently within my chest, as if it might burst free. The only sound resonating in my ears was Gwen's voice. This sensation, yes, I was indeed startled by her fervent shouting. "As you wish, little spider," Charlotte bellowed, then turned to charge at the red-clad ninja. A flash of electricity crackled as she attempted to counter Charlotte's assault. The red ninja vanished in an instant. "Damn it," Charlotte exclaimed in frustration. Without spider sense, the teleporting ninja was as elusive as a slippery eel. The last time, The instant ninja had been dispatched with ease. But now the true terror of such instantaneous movement was palpable. Chapter 91. The defeated in an intense battle, the crimson-clad ninja darted around Charlotte with remarkable speed, wielding a blade that inflicted numerous wounds. Charlotte, clutching the lizard serum in his left hand, swung his right fist in vain, his frustration mounting as he could not land a hit on his elusive opponent. The ability to teleport was simply infuriating. Lightning crackled around Charlotte, exacerbating his fury as he found himself on the defensive. Not far away, Gwen observed the fierce confrontation, momentarily dumbfounded, unsure whether to intervene. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to join the fray and dashed toward Charlotte. Seizing the opportune moment, she leaped into the air, her wrist flicking to launch a web strand that accurately struck the lizard serum in Charlotte's grasp. In midair, Gwen yanked forcefully, catching Charlotte off guard and causing the serum to slip from his fingers. The red-clad ninja, still entangled in combat with Charlotte, swiftly maneuvered to seize the lizard serum before Gwen could claim it. Charlotte's tail swept towards him, but the connection to Gwen's webbing prevented the ninja from teleporting away, and he was unable to sever the strand in time. Reluctantly, he released his grip and vanished once more. Charlotte's tail snapped the web, and he caught the lizard serum, realizing that both adversaries were akin to thieves, intent on claiming his prize. You desire it? I shall not grant you your wish. Rather than attacking the ninja, Charlotte redirected his course, swiftly racing towards Oscorp Tower. Gwen gritted her teeth in frustration. The flawless opportunity had been disrupted by the ninja, confirming her suspicion that they were not allies. Regardless of their motives for wanting the lizard serum, it was undoubtedly nefarious. Yet, the most pressing matter remained, stopping Dr. Connors. Having learned that the lizard's target was Oscorp Tower, the personnel within had already been evacuated. The antidote was successfully administered to the rain cloud, allowing Mobius and others to escape safely. With a clear path ahead, Charlotte charged to the base of Oscorp Tower, extending his massive lizard hand to adhere to the glass faade as he ascended. At that moment, Gwen finally caught up with him. The web ensnared Charlotte's tail, and with a powerful tug, she slowed his ascent while propelling herself like a slingshot over his head. Quickly adjusting her position, she unleashed a barrage of spider bullets aimed at Charlotte's eyes. The red-clad ninja reappeared on Charlotte's arm, wielding the blade of thunder. He dashed along Charlotte's left arm, poised to deliver a decisive strike to his head, with the left hand gripping the lizard serum and the right hand clinging to the glass curtain wall. Charlotte found himself severely constrained. Listening to the howling winds above, he shrugged his shoulders, positioning himself in front of the spider bullets with the red-clad ninja. Aware of his unstable stance and the futility of his attack against Charlotte, the ninja opted to deflect the incoming spider bullets with his blade, vanishing in a flash. Gwen, poised on the glass wall, focused intently on the ascending Charlotte. She propelled herself off the wall, shooting strands of webbing that she grasped with her right hand, plummeting from the heights. The webbing she shot from her left hand ensnared Charlotte's right hand, which was affixed to the glass wall. Utilizing her descent, she spun around, enveloping Charlotte in a net intricately woven by Gwen herself. Connecting the web strands from both hands, she launched several web bullets that secured Charlotte's feet to the glass wall. Releasing her grip on the webbing, a massive spider web rebounded toward Charlotte. In the next moment, Charlotte's right hand was ensnared, strands of web binding him, effectively restraining him. Subsequently, Gwen fired another strand, attempting to forcibly seize the lizard serum from Charlotte's left hand. However, Charlotte clutched it tightly. After a brief stalemate, Charlotte's right hand broke free from its bindings. With a swift claw, he severed the webbing around the serum, smirking at the flung Gwen as he resumed his ascent. Suddenly, the glass wall shattered, and a sharp, lightning-infused katana emerged from within the building, aiming for Charlotte's heart. His pupils constricted as he beheld the cold, emotionless face of the red-clad ninja behind the curtain wall. Cracks spidered across Charlotte's visage as he surged forward, the blade striking fiercely into his left shoulder. Lightning coursed through his left arm as Charlotte grasped the katana, applying force to snap the blade. He then slashed towards the ninja's neck, but the strike missed its mark, and the wall crumbled completely, leaving Charlotte to plummet downward. Grasping the blade lodged in his shoulder, Charlotte attempted to extract it as he fell. In an instant, the red-clad ninja, wielding half of the katana, appeared behind him. The broken blade crackled with lightning as it sliced toward Charlotte's left hand, which held the lizard serum. A surge of thunder traveled from the hilt along Charlotte's arm to the blade's tip. After sustaining a significant blow to his left arm, the serum slipped from his grasp uncontrollably. Observing the red-clad ninja reaching for the serum, Charlotte's face twisted into a sinister grin. I have awaited your arrival for an eternity. With a swift motion, I withdrew the blade's tip, my right hand piercing the glass curtain wall to mitigate my descent. Just then, the prepared lizard tail struck with sudden ferocity, plunging into the chest of the crimson-clad ninja. A spray of blood erupted forth. The red-clad ninja's eyes blazed with fury as he grasped the lizard's serum and viciously sliced at Charlotte's tail. The fragile lizard appendage snapped instantly. A splendid demonstration of survival through sacrifice, severing my tail to ensure his existence. Quite impressive indeed. Clutching the lizard's serum tightly, the descending ninja spat another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Gwen rushed upwards in desperation, helplessly witnessing the crimson ninja extract the lizard tail from his chest, fingers converging as he vanished into thin air. Alas, the lizard's serum was once again snatched away. Gwen's complexion turned pale as she gazed skyward at the ominous clouds brewing above, her heart laden with frustration. What a futile endeavor with Osborn's artificial rain. It proves utterly ineffective. Chapter 92. Lizard Parker Spider Gwen. At last, the sky hinted at rain, as fierce winds began to stir. Before Gwen could dwell too long on her loss of the lizard serum, a massive shadow loomed above her. Looking up, she beheld the grinning visage of Charlotte, now perilously close. Little spider, it appears we are the last two standing. I shall ensnare you in my grasp and swiftly devour you. As he spoke, Charlotte's enormous hand reached for her. Gwen staggered back in terror, nearly plummeting from the glass wall. Where is Spider-Man? Where is he? Hurry and save me. At that moment, Spider-Man was still en route, galloping to her rescue. Come forth, little spider, and use all your might to amuse me. Should you vanquish me, I will reveal to you a monumental secret. Gwen chuckled nervously, cautiously inquiring, Dr. Connors, if I choose to remain ignorant of this secret, might we forego this battle? Doctor, address me as Queen Connors. Charlotte bellowed. Ah. Gwen's mouth fell agape, her mind momentarily blank. As for your proposed truce, that is certainly feasible. Standing upright against the glass wall, Charlotte spread his arms wide, stretching his muscles, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. But do you not yearn to know where Charlotte has gone? This inquiry altered Gwen's expression. Indeed, where had Charlotte vanished? He had been missing for 3 days without a trace. Could it be possible? Observing Gwen's tense demeanor and her escalating fighting spirit, Charlotte resolved to provoke her further. Charlotte. I can't seem to articulate it. In any case, Charlotte is quite troubled. Your refusal to engage with me will only exacerbate his distress. What peculiar justifications and bizarre excuses are these? Charlotte leaped down, her enormous lizard-like foot descending upon Gwen's delicate face, causing her to pale in fright and hastily evade. Then, Charlotte's massive tail swept through, striking her back and sending her crashing into the glass curtain wall, tumbling into the 27th floor office space of the Osborn building. With a resounding thud, Charlotte's colossal form burst into the building, her hands swiping away all surrounding desks and computers, sparks of electricity flickering amidst the chaos. Charlotte's large head shattered the ceiling, sending pages of documents swirling through the air, her overwhelming force advancing with a palpable sense of menace. Summon your resolve, little spider. Otherwise, you shall not escape your fate. Another cryptic utterance. Gwen shot out webs, toppling a filing cabinet. In the whirlwind, documents swirled around the floor, flashing lights casting eerie shadows as everything flickered in and out of illumination. Taking advantage of Charlotte's momentary distraction, Gwen crawled stealthily to change her position. Come out, little spider, I see you, taunted Charlotte, as her tail knocked over all nearby desks. If you emerge, I will reveal a grand treasure to you. Unfortunately, her words held no allure. Gwen remained undeterred. Charlotte casually picked up a Snickers bar that had fallen to the ground, unwrapping it in haste and consuming it whole, satisfying her ravenous hunger. With a deafening roar, a shockwave erupted, scattering papers and dust into the air. At last, Charlotte spotted Gwen stealthily advancing. Gwen's aim was clear, the fire alarm not far away. Cleverly, she had secured 3 vials of lizard serum. The first 2 had vanquished the Lizardman army, while the third had been poured into the firewater tank. Once the Lizardmen stormed the building, Gwen would activate the sprinkler system, allowing all Lizardmen to be restored by the detoxifying serum. As she crept along, victory within her grasp, her movement abruptly halted. Gazing at the enormous lizard foot before her, a chill coursed through her body. In the next moment, the lizard's hand grasped Gwen's arm, lifting her effortlessly. Look what I've caught, a wild phantom spider. I could consume her raw. The protein content is 6 times that of beef. Of course, if time permits, I might roast her for an even more delectable feast. Oh, phantom spider, with a flavor reminiscent of crispy chicken, as she stared into the menacing visage of the lizard. With its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and a blood-red tongue, Gwen's face beneath her mask drained of color. She could already envision herself in the gory jaws of the lizard man. Desperately, she struggled and struck Charlotte's arm, but Charlotte's strength was formidable, rendering all her resistance futile. Dr. Connors, I believe we can have a meaningful discussion. I have already told you. Address me as Queen Connors. With that, Charlotte opened her cavernous mouth, lunging to bite at Gwen. With a surge of determination, Gwen pivoted and pressed herself against Charlotte's arm, swiftly disassembling her web shooter, modifying it, and loading it with 4 web capsules, which she forcefully hurled into Charlotte's approaching maw. With a resounding thud, sparks erupted from the web shooter, and in the next instant, the web fluid rapidly expanded within Charlotte's mouth. Spitting out webbing foam, the obstruction caused her immense discomfort. Damn it! Charlotte flung Gwen aside, pinching the webbing in her mouth and yanking it out, discarding it onto the ground. Observing the still expanding mass of web on the floor, Charlotte furrowed her brow. Tracking Gwen's retreating figure, extending her tongue, she sensed the biological traces lingering in the air. With a swift motion, she cleared all obstacles in her path. Using all 4 limbs, she charged towards Gwen once more. With her right hand, she shot a strand of web that ensnared a fire extinguisher, spinning her body to hurl it at the oncoming Charlotte. One claw smashed into the extinguisher, causing a vast cloud of white carbon dioxide to erupt, obscuring Charlotte's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Gwen utilized her web-slinger to propel herself and landed a powerful kick on Charlotte midair. Charlotte tumbled to the ground, shook her head, and stood up unscathed. Damn it, Gwen cursed inwardly. Dr. Connor's lizard form was simply too tough and resilient. Her attacks barely inflicted any damage, while even a single blow from Dr. Connors would leave her in pain for a long time. What to do now? The only solution lay in the lizard serum. Gwen took the initiative, crashing through the elevator doors, grasping the steel cable within the shaft, and began to climb upwards. You shall not escape. We will battle for an eternity. Charlotte pursued closely behind, looking up at Gwen and scrambling upwards. As Gwen darted past the elevator that had stopped on the 60th floor, Charlotte found her path blocked. What now? Should she simply allow Gwen to flee and secure the ultimate victory? Apologies, but that is not a quality befitting a villain. A true villain never surrenders in the face of adversity. If there are no challenges, they will create their own and persist undeterred. With a jarring screech of metal cutting through the air, Charlotte breached the bottom of the elevator, fully entering its confines. A powerful punch shattered the safety hatch above, revealing Gwen above. With a resounding crash, under Gwen's command, 2 steel cables snapped, causing the elevator to tilt precariously, the metal groaning in agony. Another cable broke with a thunderous clang, crashing onto the elevator. The last cable trembled, clearly at the brink of its endurance. Charlotte let out a furious roar, his palm tearing through the elevator's top safety hatch, striving to break free and rush towards Gwen. However, the final cable had already severed. His outstretched hand was abruptly halted as the elevator, along with Charlotte's massive lizard-like form, plummeted towards the depths of the shaft. Chapter 93. The web of fate. Charlotte may allow mercy, yet he is no mere stream of water. This was a trial he orchestrated for Gwen. In a world devoid of Lizard Parker, Charlotte would embody Lizard Parker, delivering an exquisite first lesson to Gwen. The insidious wisdom states, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torture their will, harden their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and expose them to poverty. It must also disrupt their actions, so that they may develop a resolute heart and increase their capabilities. To forge Gwen into a formidable force, Charlotte willingly assumed the role of the antagonist, presenting her with challenges. Thus, Gwen, there is no need for gratitude. Simply call me Red Scarf. As the elevator plummeted to the ground, it stirred up a billowing cloud of dust that spread rapidly. Gwen took a long, steadying breath, calming her wildly racing heart. Was it finally over? She wondered if Dr. Connors was safe. The dust swirled upwards, and soon, a sense of trepidation gripped her once more, with her spider sense issuing a warning. In an instant, she leapt into the air as a steel beam plunged into the very spot where she had just stood. Charlotte's immense form burst forth from the dust, his left shoulder's gruesome wound rapidly healing. Little spider, give me more speed. Grant me more strength. Bestow upon me more power. The leaping claws shattered the reinforced concrete, propelling upwards as countless chunks of cement cascaded towards the base of the skyscraper. The sounds of battle drew the attention of many and were reported to Justin Hammer, the owner of the building. Clad in a powder blue suit with a flamboyant tie and purple-tinted glasses, his silver hair meticulously dyed, he sat at a grand dining table, methodically slicing a snail adorned with asparagus using his gem-encrusted silver cutlery. He savored each minuscule morsel of the Western delicacy, closing his eyes to relish the taste as he swallowed slowly. A fortuitous turn of events had unfolded. That pompous, arrogant, ostentatious, and superficial Stark had been kidnapped. This revelation brightened Hammer's spirits, making him feel as if the skies over New York had become a touch more radiant. Individuals often find themselves comparing their worth to that of Stark, yet Hammer believes there is little merit in such comparisons. He and Stark are fundamentally dissimilar. Stark is a gentleman devoid of frivolity, a mature and exceptional leader, a prodigious entrepreneur, and the foremost contractor for the American military, second only to the primary collaborator. Compare with Stark? What is there to compare? It is of no concern to me. Reflecting on Stark's disappearance, a smile graces Hammer's face. At the very least, I am certain I shall outlive Tony Stark. The butler entered, bowing respectfully, clad in a crisp white shirt and a black vest. Adorned in a sleek black tailcoat with a red bow tie, and impeccably tailored black trousers paired with polished burgundy leather boots, his hair, a neat streak of silver, and his posture, eternally upright. This is the quintessential butler a gentleman ought to possess. What need have I for an artificial intelligence like Jarvis? That is mere rubbish. A new development has arisen. Surveillance reveals that Connors, the lizard, is engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost spider within the Osborn Tower. According to Dr. Mobius, Connors intends to inject lizard serum into a viral rain disperser, aiming to transform the entirety of New York's populace into lizard beings. Setting the cutlery at either end of the plate, he dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. The lizard serum? Though Hammer does not endorse Osborn's research direction, he holds Connors' capabilities in high regard. Unfortunately, Connors has plunged headlong into the depths of the lizard serum, leaving Hammer in a state of helplessness. Connors differs from Mobius and Osborn, who tread this path due to familial genetic afflictions. Connors' aspirations stem from his ideals. How utterly laughable. The purpose of weaponry is to inflict harm, and the rationale behind firing bullets is to bring forth death. Wherever humanity resides, conflict will inevitably arise. And in the realm of war, interests abound. The dichotomy of friend and foe is merely a business that requires equilibrium. The deaths of soldiers serve only to solidify the worth of capital. Hammer is convinced that even if the lizard serum is successfully developed, Connors is destined to betray his ideals, selling them to greater interests. Just as with the lizard serum, from the very first moment of its conception, Hammer's thoughts do not dwell on the potential dangers it poses to humanity, but rather on the immense value it could generate and the wealth it might bring him. Alas, it is a pity. The solution is to thwart Connors by demolishing the Osborn Tower. Raising his glass of red wine, he gazed into the scarlet liquid. The lizard serum indeed holds considerable military value, yet it threatens to disrupt the delicate balance of the arms ecosystem, jeopardizing his foundational interests. Stark is likely doomed. His true challenge lies in dealing with that old fox, Obadiah. Currently, my focus is not on innovation, but rather on stability. Remaining vigilant against the cunning schemes emanating from Obadiah. Is there anything else you wish to command, my lord? After sipping a glass of red wine, Hammer continued. Let us deploy our latest invention, the Spice Girl missile, to obliterate the Osborn Tower. In the midst of their relentless battle, Gwen and Charlotte ascended to the pinnacle of the Osborn Tower. With a roar, Charlotte lunged towards Gwen, who deftly evaded her assault as Charlotte burst through the rooftop. Standing at the summit, Charlotte surveyed her surroundings. Before her, the artificial rain apparatus loomed close, yet she found herself devoid of the lizard serum. Gazing up at the luminous blue sky, a flash darted across the horizon. It seemed the torrential rain was finally approaching. Gwen also peeked her head over the edge of the rooftop, climbing up to join her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted another vial of antidote serum placed beside the rain apparatus. Hey! Upon reaching the rooftop, Gwen assumed an attack stance. Clenching her fists. This is where it ends, Dr. Connors. You have already lost. What? I, Queen Connors, am to be defeated? She murmured, staring down at her hands. Equipped with the exceptional acting skill card, Charlotte's desire for performance was palpable. Her eyes, filled with struggle and despair, widened as she shouted, No, not yet. With a fierce cry, Charlotte lunged at Gwen, who skillfully dodged with a sweeping maneuver. In midair, Charlotte's claws destroyed Gwen's web shooter on her right hand, leaving her injured. However, during a roll, Gwen managed to grasp the antidote serum. As Charlotte charged at her once more, she swiftly shattered the vial, releasing a pale blue mist that enveloped the air. Affected by the cloud, Charlotte flew over Gwen's head, uncontrollably plummeting from the building. Oh no! As she fell from the heights, Charlotte rapidly transformed from her massive form back to her normal size. Blue luminescence spread swiftly across her green lizard skin. restoring her flesh and body. Is my antidote serum this potent? Forced detox lizard Parker skill card temporarily unavailable for 30 minutes. Not only was it temporarily unusable, but she couldn't even switch it out. Suspended in midair, Charlotte landed smoothly on the ground, somewhat speechless, covering herself with her hands. Curse it! Standing bare in the chaotic wind, her expression was one of dazed despair. Suddenly, a missile soared from the distance, crashing into the Osborn Tower in the blink of an eye. Chapter 94, the final chapter of the Lizard Empire boom. The explosion erupted with a blinding flash, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a storm, as the sky rumbled with ominous thunder. Torrential rain, illuminated by a pale blue glow, cascaded down. Gwen's spider sense was in a frenzy, yet her expression on the rooftop was one of sorrow and helplessness. The web shooters on her hands were irreparably damaged. Her slender figure was flung from the building, plummeting helplessly towards the ground. This harrowing scene was broadcast live by the last remaining media helicopter. As the ghostly spider fell freely, a wave of despair washed over everyone watching on their screens. Tears began to brew. Was this truly the end? Would the world be left to mourn the loss of a young superhero forever? Certainly not. Suddenly, a figure adorned in red and blue streaked through the sky, shooting a web as thick as a rope towards Gwen, who instinctively grasped it tightly. Spider-Man glanced at Gwen, his silhouette swiftly passing by her as he charged into the direction of the collapsing Osborn Tower. Moments later, the building crumbled, crushing down upon Spider-Man's last known position, followed by a blinding explosion. In such a cataclysm, no one could survive, and thus, sorrow was bequeathed to the audience. Now, it was permissible to weep. Spider-Man was dead, perishing in the collapse of the Osborn Tower, witnessed live by all. Gwen, left unrescued, landed with a painful thud, kneeling on the ground. She was acutely aware that beneath the rubble lay not only Spider-Man, but also Professor Connors. A torrential downpour obscured the sun, drenching the ground with the toxic dust from the collapse. At that moment, Connors arrived, riding Francie's motorcycle, albeit belatedly. He had discarded his pants, now clad only in snug denim, and rushed over without a care for appearances. His eyes quickly found the frail and sorrowful ghost spider. Gwen, too, recognized Connors. Her pupils dilated. Just one glance at his tattered white coat confirmed her fears. If he was indeed Dr. Connors, then who lay beneath the debris? A sense of foreboding enveloped Gwen's heart. Charlotte! Charlotte! Where is Charlotte? The ghost spider Charlotte. Where is she now? In a flurry, Connors rushed to Gwen's side. The moment their eyes met, Gwen's face blanched beneath her mask, plunging her into an abyss of unspeakable despair. Could it be that Charlotte had perished? Charlotte was dead. Charlotte was lost because of me. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, mingling with the rain as they cascaded down her face. With great power comes great responsibility, and the memory of Charlotte looms before me. Yet before I can reach out, it dissipates like smoke. My heart is in turmoil, and the agony of being torn apart renders me breathless. How could this happen? Did I truly cause Charlotte's demise? Gwen gazes at her trembling hands, uncontrollably quaking as if stained with Charlotte's blood. Oh my God, what have I done? With her mind blank, Gwen suddenly rises and rushes towards the direction of the explosion, only to be met with an even greater despair. There are no stones or bodies, only a dark pit left in the wake of the blast. Life, 64. Charlotte's words ring true. He truly messed up. It was not a ruse to deceive Gwen. He was genuinely gone. I had thought George would be the one in danger, yet fate, that cruel mistress, dealt a devastating blow to the dashing figure of Charlotte. How infuriating. Indeed, those who utter the words with great power comes great responsibility must pay the ultimate price. The sensation of death is indeed terrifying, and Charlotte's experience is doubly so. The split Spider-Man couldn't save him in time, and instead, another life was lost. Only now does he comprehend the meaning of life attribute points. It signifies existence itself. I once thought they were of no consequence. Had I known, I would have recalled my split earlier. Upon awakening, Charlotte's first action is to invest the remaining 4 attribute points without hesitation into life. Life, 8, trait, you possess great vitality. Exhaling deeply, filled with a sense of security, Charlotte begins to survey his surroundings. He finds himself seated upon a toilet, facing a restroom door illuminated by a holy light. Equipment lies scattered on the floor. He dons the hospital gown, slips into flip-flops, and wraps a towel around his lower half. Outside the door, 2 voices emerge. Bruce, are you feeling any better lately? Dr. Arthur, not really. I know I'm ill, and it's quite serious. Bruce, please rest assured. There is no one here, and I have been listening intently. Dr. Arthur, everything begins with a cave, from which several bats emerged, and I have felt an overwhelming force of terror filling my soul. Call me darkness, call me vengeance, call me slaughter. I have been torn apart, fragmented, yet I wish no harm upon anyone. Bruce, you are indeed gravely ill. Dr. Arthur. It's as if he embodies another persona, rife with anger and violence. Questions swirl in Charlotte's mind. What is happening? Is this still the Marvel Universe? Bruce. The fear you speak of, is it a black bat? No. Dr. Arthur, it is green. It resembles me, akin to my other persona, an eternally enraged one. Bruce. Could you recount your previous experiences? Certainly, Dr. Arthur. I wandered the streets, and a benevolent soul bestowed upon me a golden ring, a gold necklace, and a substantial sum of money. Shero silently pushed open the door. Indeed, the figures of Dr. Arthur and Bruce Banner emerged before him. The disheveled Bruce, taken aback, hastily rose to scrutinize Shero's appearance. Hospital gown, flip-flops, an unruly hairstyle, and a towel wrapped around his waist. What a spirited ensemble. Bruce gazed at Shero, nodding. You must be the outpatient hero, Shero? Quite a presence indeed. Dr. Arthur, equally bewildered, stood up. Shero, what are you doing locked in the restroom of my office? When did you arrive? Shero glanced back at the restroom of Arkham Asylum, realization dawning upon him. Ah, so this is where I came into being. Chapter 95, Farewell Gift. Why am I here? Shero blinked, finding the question difficult to answer. Is this my triumphant return? Hey, Dr. Arthur, have you eaten? Shero diverted the topic, his gaze wandering, guilt evident. Arthur, frowning, honestly wished not to see Shero, for upon encountering him, doubts would plague his mind. Had he misjudged Shero's sanity? Had he unleashed a madman upon society? With a smile, Shero offered a cordial greeting to Dr. Arthur. Have you eaten? If not, take a punch from me. Indeed, it seemed simpler to address the one posing the question rather than the question itself. Dr. Arthur rubbed his temples, the veins in his forehead pulsating, and sternly declared, Shero, cease this charade. Be normal. I know you are not ill. Shero sighed, adjusting his unruly hair. It appeared he could not deceive Dr. Arthur after all. Upon returning to Arkham Asylum, Shero felt an immense sense of ease, as though he had returned to his domain, and tilted his head. I haven't eaten either. What shall we have for lunch today? I desire a Mexican chicken wrap, accompanied by Italian tomato pasta and Turkish kebabs. Dr. Arthur's expression remained unchanged, responding with calm and composure. If you wish, your lunch consists of chlorpromazine tablets, alprazolam, eggs, and an orange. Oh, splendid. Dr. Arthur, that is my favorite. Oh, of course, I am referring to oranges. What else could it possibly be? After exchanging a couple of innocuous jokes, the trio emerged from Arthur's office. However, Bruce remained uncharacteristically silent, feeling somewhat out of place due to his lack of energy. Upon finally encountering Charlotte, he suddenly realized that his affliction was not as grave as he had previously imagined, especially after learning that Charlotte was not ill. Although another persona within him often contested for control of his body, this was not schizophrenia. Rather, it was a product of experimentation, a consequence of an accident induced by gamma rays, which had led to a mutation in his genes, thus giving rise to the Hulk. You see, this is science. It is rigorous. It possesses logical coherence and a theoretical foundation. It bears no resemblance to madness whatsoever. Therefore, I am not unwell. The Arkham Asylum had undergone renovations. Its walls were pristine white, and the floors were smooth. The once brutal scars had been erased, leaving only a fleeting memory of joy from that time. In the corridor, a patient gazed at Charlotte with a startled expression before quietly trailing behind the trio to the dining hall, clutching a small toy airplane. Shortly thereafter, a caretaker brought 3 plates of mashed potatoes and 3 apples, placing them on the dining table. Charlotte picked up a plastic soup spoon and took a bite, turning to Arthur with a puzzled inquiry. By the way, Dr. Arthur, we have known each other for quite some time, yet I have never had the chance to ask you, what is your profession? With a serious demeanor, ignoring Charlotte entirely, Dr. Arthur maintained his calm demeanor. It was Bruce, standing beside him, who widened his eyes in astonishment. Although I could not comprehend why Dr. Arthur was so convinced of Charlotte's normalcy, I was utterly flabbergasted. Observing Dr. Arthur's indifferent attitude, Charlotte felt a sense of ennui. Gwen was far more entertaining, with a mischievous glint in his eye. Charlotte scratched his wild hair and turned to Bruce Banner. So what is it that you do, my friend? Bruce opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He was still clad in his ragged vagrant attire, employing the strategy of blending into the shadows to evade military pursuit. Arkham Asylum served as a genuine point of investigation for him. Charlotte scrutinized Bruce, noting his unkempt hair, scruffy beard, worn-out clothing, partially faded jeans, and the dirty bag he carried. Just by looking at you, I can tell you must be a scientist. What? Bruce's heart raced. How could he deduce that? I am not. I do not. Please do not say such things. I am a vagrant, Bruce declared loudly. He harbored a certain pride, believing that his attire closely resembled that of a vagrant, meticulously attending to every detail. Yet, how did Charlotte discern the truth? Unsure of how to broach the subject, he noticed that Charlotte had already shifted his gaze away. Turning around, Charlotte spotted a group of patients leaning against the window, their eyes fixated upon him. With an air of nonchalance, Charlotte raised his hand to greet them. However, the patients remained unresponsive, silently peering through the window at him. Those frequently confined to psychiatric hospitals are well aware that cinematic portrayals are often exaggerated. In reality, individuals with mental health issues appear no different. Particularly after medication tends to render them more tranquil. Yet, it was the intensity of their stares that made Charlotte realize that, within the confines of Arkham Asylum, he, Bruce, and Dr. Arthur were, in fact, the most abnormal of them all. Noticing the patients as well, Dr. Arthur cautioned Bruce, advising him not to speak or move erratically, to maintain a safe distance, and to avoid provoking them. Bruce remained stoically silent. Having located Charlotte, he no longer intended to conceal himself within the asylum. Despite his disheveled appearance, Dr. Arthur observed that Bruce lacked the characteristic odor of a mentally unstable individual, conversing coherently without engaging in soliloquies. Thus, Dr. Arthur held a skeptical view of Bruce's claims of insanity, suspecting instead that he was masquerading as a madman, perhaps a journalist intent on infiltrating Arkham Asylum for investigation. As he spooned cold, unappetizing mashed potatoes into his mouth, Charlotte silently chewed, feeling disgruntled. How infuriating. He had hoped that with a new chef, the meals would be more palatable. While chewing on his spoon, Charlotte remarked, Dr. Arthur, if there is nothing pressing, I think I shall take my leave. Dr. Arthur glanced at the mere spoonful of mashed potatoes Charlotte had consumed, expressing disdain for his apparent wastefulness. Shoving the potatoes aside, he inquired, Charlotte, want you stay a while longer? Not really, Charlotte sighed. If I linger any longer, I fear I might be fully exposed. Dr. Arthur, my towel is slipping. Do you have any proper clothing for me to wear? Indeed, I do. It's the farewell gift we prepared for you prior to your discharge, Dr. Arthur replied. Unfortunately, you left in such haste that you didn't have the opportunity to take it. It's fortuitous that you can collect it now. A gift, you say? I truly left in a rush last time. I had no idea I would be so lucky, Charlotte exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. Half an hour later, clad in hospital trousers and a white t-shirt emblazoned with Arkham Asylum departure commemorative, Charlotte strode confidently down the hallway. Dr. Arthur also gifted Charlotte a tote bag adorned with the same exquisite pattern. It is said that such items are rarely given away, and Charlotte has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. However, whether it is merely an illusion, she often feels as though someone is watching her as she walks down the street. Bruce hastily approached her, carrying his own tattered bag, and said, Charlotte Parker, one of my purposes for coming to this psychiatric hospital is, in fact, to find you. There is a matter in which I require your assistance. Oh, Dr. Banner, how may I be of service to you? Those who know me are aware that I derive great joy from helping others. Chapter 96. Alas, I can no longer use the name of the Lizard Empire. The mention of his name caused Bruce Banner's heart to tighten. He quickly scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention to him, before pulling Charlotte aside onto the street. How did you recognize me? I believed I had left no traces. Throughout their encounter, he had never introduced himself. Even when facing Dr. Arthur, he had identified himself as Bruce Wayne. After all, it was entirely reasonable to present himself as Bruce Wayne when attempting to gain entry to Arkham Asylum. I shan't reveal that. Surely it cannot be because you bear a resemblance to a certain character from Fear Level 1. Bruce was left speechless, since Charlotte did not wish to divulge her thoughts. He could not resort to coercing her. Parker, since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand my plight. Due to an unfortunate experimental incident, following exposure to gamma radiation, my body underwent a transformation. Within me lies a powerful and wrathful entity. Whenever my heart races or I become agitated, it bursts forth, wreaking havoc upon all that it encounters. For years, I have been evading capture, suffering greatly. Charlotte, somewhat perplexed, inquired, then, Dr. Banner, why do you believe I can save you? This is where science comes into play. Bruce's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He retrieved a notebook from his tattered bag, opening it before Charlotte, revealing a page dense with intricate calculations. He patiently explained, I have a friend. Wait. What expression is that? I truly do have a friend. Oh, it's nothing, Dr. Banner. Please, continue. Charlotte displayed a peculiar smile that suggested she understood without needing to articulate it. My friend, well. Bruce's face fell in defeat. This person is indeed me, and I seek your help due to the scientific mathematics involved. Although this statement may seem a bit far-fetched, Bruce maintained his serious demeanor, demonstrating his earnestness. After all, it was easier to assert the existence of a friend than to admit one's own vulnerabilities. Mathematics? Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. What does it mean? Bruce, in a state of resigned acceptance, recounted his calculations. One day, as I was strolling near Arkham Asylum, I was suddenly immobilized by an inexplicable force. In that moment, I found myself unable to move, with a myriad of thoughts racing through my mind and countless inspirations illuminating my heart. Although most of them were swiftly forgotten, I managed to grasp one. I inscribed this formula, bestowing upon it the melodious title of the Bruce Banner formula. The purpose of this formula is to facilitate calculations. Indeed, after extensive and meticulous computations, I tossed a coin and observed its outcome. At that moment, I was convinced that the individual who had immobilized me could liberate me from my torment. This is not superstition, it is science. Upon investigation, I discovered that this person is you, Charlotte Parker. Bruce's expression was earnest. Charlotte examined the mathematical formula before her, unable to suppress her admiration, nodding in acknowledgement. Quantum mechanics. Truly profound. It is evident that you, Dr. Banner, have found me. You are correct. Bruce continued. I have been surveying Arkham these past few days, not anticipating to find you here. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Bruce's eyes as he eagerly extended his arms, pleading, please help me. Parker, I can no longer endure this precarious existence. All I seek is stability. With a look of regret, Charlotte shook her head. Dr. Banner, I cannot assist you at this moment. I have faith in your scientific principles, but you may have miscalculated the time. Perhaps one day in the future. I may be able to help you, but certainly not now. Future you will have restored yourself without needing my assistance. Future? Bruce's expression dulled, his eyes dimming. For years he had sought a way to rid himself of the Hulk, only to encounter despair time and again. He had placed his faith in deities, sought solace in meditation, controlled his body and mind, and solicited the help of other scientists. He had even attempted to end his life, only to transform into the Hulk and expel the bullet. In his desperation, he returned to New York, only to be robbed of all his money. He restrained his anger and began to wander. After a brief period of homelessness, he ultimately resolved to hide in a psychiatric hospital, using medication to confine himself. Bruce was acutely aware of the absurdity of his formula, yet Charlotte remained his last glimmer of hope. Now, that hope had also dissipated. Taking a step back, Bruce nearly stumbled to the ground, but was caught by the quick reflexes of Charlotte. I am well, and I can afford to wait. After leaving a parting remark to the despondent Bruce, Charlotte shook her head, exclaiming, really? Don't you even inquire about the price? I, Charlotte, am not inexpensive. Following their separation, Charlotte strolled through the streets of New York, where a subtle melancholy permeated the atmosphere. Red roses were laid along the streets once traversed by Spider-Man, as many gathered spontaneously to mourn the hero. A colossal image of Spider-Man, defiantly extending his middle finger while shooting webs, was projected onto the grand screen in Times Square. Numerous individuals wept softly as they gazed at the image of Spider-Man. In remembrance of him, some hung themselves from lampposts, while others stripped down to bind themselves in tribute. They clutched blood-red roses in their mouths, honoring every moment of Spider-Man's existence. Charlotte nodded affirmatively, touched by the scene. But there is no need for sorrow. Spider-Man has triumphed in the resurrection match. He has returned. Surprise. Be moved. Prepare to squeal under Spider-Man's mighty presence. Charlotte waved her commemorative attire, hands clasped behind her back, relishing their adulation and homage to Spider-Man. How sentimental. How perfunctory. This scoundrel is riding my coattails. Alas, I forgive you. This is rather perverse, but I enjoy it. What? You wish to crowdfund a statue of Spider-Man launching webs to be placed in the center of Times Square in his memory? I shall contribute a penny to encourage this endeavor. As night fell, Connors was apprehended by the police, reviled as the wretch responsible for Spider-Man's demise. Yet, he refrained from revealing the identity of the other lizard man, unwilling to tarnish Charlotte's reputation due to his blunder. He insisted vehemently on meeting Charlotte's family. Meanwhile, the distraught Gwen returned home, repeatedly dialing Charlotte's unreachable number, her eyes swollen from crying. Her phone played Charlotte's voice. Beep. This is Charlotte Parker's voicemail. Speak up, cutie, and let me hear who's buzzing my phone. You little beep, beep, beep. After a moment of comical banter, she continued. All right, I'm done with my insults. Oh, and by the way, I want to be listening to your message. Tears surged in Gwen's eyes as she picked up a pillow to muffle her face. Just as she was about to wail aloud, in a fleeting moment, she heard a familiar voice once more. Hi, Gwen. Chapter 97. Don't get too close to me. Hi, Gwen. George's gruff voice interrupted Gwen's anguished lament. With a quivering tone, her father spoke, prompting Gwen to lift her head from the pillow and sit up on her bed. Hastening to the door, he flung it open, revealing George, recently discharged from the hospital, with a bandage wrapped around his left shoulder. Upon hearing Gwen's tearful wails, the smile on George's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a countenance as dark as a soot-laden pot. What's the matter, Gwen? Has that wretched scoundrel, Charlotte, bullied you? Tell me, and I shall ensure he pays dearly. Witnessing Gwen's sorrowful visage, George was consumed by righteous fury. Had he known, he would have discharged himself a few days earlier. The monotony of hospital confinement had nearly driven him to madness, and he longed for an opportunity to vent his frustrations on Charlotte. Now, seeing Gwen so heartbroken, he could only surmise that it was indeed due to Charlotte's misdeeds. He should have taken the initiative to confront a couple of individuals sooner, thus preventing Gwen's current state of despair. Wiping her tear-streaked face, Gwen's tears flowed more freely at the mere mention of Charlotte's name as she cried out, "Daddy, Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte." The words stuck in her throat, leaving George in a state of anxious perspiration. What has Charlotte done to you? Speak up, he urged. I must confront him immediately. If he fails to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall flay him alive. With that, an irate George turned and strode downstairs, fists clenched, envisioning a plethora of ways to exact revenge on Charlotte. Gwen hurriedly followed, managing to catch George's arm just as he paused on the staircase. Through her tears, she exclaimed, "It's not that Charlotte harmed me. It's just that he. The word lingered unspoken when, from behind George, Charlotte's head emerged. Hi, Gwen. Do hurry up and tell me. What has happened to me? I still wish to admire your luminous clock." Charlotte. Upon seeing him, a wave of overwhelming joy enveloped Gwen, and she opened her arms, rushing toward Charlotte. Before George could react, Charlotte casually swatted Gwen's face away. "Get away, you little darling. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions to wipe your snot on my clothes? I shall not be fooled." Gwen stood there, expression frozen in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Charlotte glanced at her with a hint of compassion, stepping forward to gently adjust her head back into place. "There, now it's symmetrical," George remarked. It seems there was no need to speak with either of them. "Rather, Gwen, you must show some spirit. Do not let a lunatic best you." Gwen, snapping back to reality, broke into a smile, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Charlotte. "How wonderful. Charlotte, you're alive." "Huh," Charlotte scoffed, his pride evident as he declared, "Nonsense. As Spider-Man, I possess 8 lives. Dying is far too easy for me." Wait, George furrowed his brow, his instinct as a police officer immediately grasping all the keywords. "What death? What Spider-Man? Charlotte? Gwen, what are you all talking about? Can't you see?" Charlotte raised his foot, stepping onto the chair where George usually dined, confidently pointing at himself with his thumb. A faint halo seemed to illuminate behind him, casting his figure in a heroic light. The upper half of his shirt bore the emblem of Arkham Asylum, a commemorative piece from his release, the bold characters on his back exuding a sense of justice. "I am Spider-Man. I have 8 lives." George's lips twitched, unable to suppress the urge to brace his forehead with his hand. "I can't believe a word of this. You madman." Picking up his phone, George dialed Dr. Arthur. "Hello? Dr. Arthur, it's me. Charlotte has lost it again. Could you send a car to take him away? Or I could bring him myself." "What? You just left your place? Are you sure Charlotte is fine?" "Huh. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he be a normal person? Perhaps he needs another thorough examination." With a click, Charlotte extinguished the room's lights, and the glow-in-the-dark clock finally revealed its true form. The luminous green hands ticked rhythmically, each numeral radiating a green light. The eerie glow bathed Charlotte's face, and his smile shifted from a curve to a serene expression, ultimately turning downward. Green. Why do I find it increasingly distasteful?" Turning the lights back on, Charlotte remarked to Gwen, who had also been watching the clock, "This is not amusing at all. It seems I prefer kittens that can flip." Gwen had long since grown accustomed to the clock, but the brightness of its green glow was indeed rather overwhelming. One night, while searching for a midnight snack, she had startled George so much that he almost swung a baseball bat at her head, thinking he had seen a ghost. Gwen blinked and said, "So, what do you think about a glow-in-the-dark puppy? I heard from a colleague that it was found and seems quite adorable." Scratching his wild hair, Charlotte hesitated before asking, "What color is it?" "Just to be clear, I've just realized I detest things that glow green." I heard its fur is white, and the glow is blue. It's a very small, cute puppy. With some training, it might actually do flips." Chapter 98. Writing a novel is not as good as dancing. "Gwen, this really isn't permissible. Rest assured, Charlotte, I will be very gentle. I won't harm your little treasure. It appears quite adorable, yet you must hasten. I fear the sight of blood. Very well, I shall proceed. With those words, Gwen swiftly severed the label from the neck of the little white mouse and tossed it back into its cage. Although the red-eyed creature did possess a certain charm, her fondness for such rodents was non-existent. Regardless of Gwen's inherent kindness, the little white mouse remained a mere consumable within the confines of the laboratory. Of course, the specimen brought by Charlotte was indeed exceptional, for it was a lizard mouse specifically retrieved by Charlotte upon her return to the lab. A lizard mouse? Are you implying it has been injected with lizard serum? Gwen's fair visage paled slightly. Her recent experiences had left her with a degree of trauma concerning lizards. Indeed, it is a juvenile version of Godzilla, the lizard mouse. Do you not find it delightful? Consider it a gift for you. Or would you prefer a cockroach mouse? Perhaps a bat mouse? I can procure either for you. Naturally, should you wish to repay me, my request is modest. Merely that luminous little dog as a gift will suffice. Gazing at the lizard mouse in its cage, Gwen grimaced, revealing her disdain. Suddenly, I find it rather unattractive. Speaking of lizards and Charlotte, I genuinely feared I had caused your demise. The antidote must have worked, as I witnessed the lizard man plummet from the heights. The mere thought of that scene sent Gwen into a state of panic. Charlotte, how did you survive? Was it Spider-Man who saved you? I have reiterated that I am Spider-Man, and Spider-Man possesses 8 lives. Charlotte asserted with unwavering conviction. What on earth is wrong with these people? Why do they disbelieve the truth? Do not jest, Charlotte. This is no laughing matter. Spider-Man sacrificed himself to save you. You ought to mourn his loss, not mock him. Charlotte refrained from further banter, crossing her arms and immediately equipping her spider-sense skill card. Observing Gwen's erratic movements, Charlotte smirked. Now you believe me, do you not? Upon deactivating the skill card, Gwen found herself dizzy, her disheveled golden locks clinging to her cheeks. An aura of shattered beauty enveloped her as she widened her eyes, gazing vacantly at Charlotte. How can this be? If Charlotte is Spider-Man, then who is the deceased lizard man? Conversely, if Charlotte is the lizard man, then who stands before me now? Covering her head, Gwen took a step back. Her senses clearly informed her that the individual before her, who was laughing at her expense, was indeed Charlotte. Yet, could it be possible that Charlotte could truly divide herself? You did not deceive me. You genuinely can split yourself? Of course. Charlotte raised her hand, a haughty smile gracing her lips, and with a snap of her fingers, a radiant light illuminated the space. The door to Gwen's bathroom swung open, and a doppelganger, dancing the horse-riding dance, emerged. With a snap of his fingers, Charlotte caused the swaying doppelganger to disintegrate into dust. My God, Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she covered her mouth. This is unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. Look at this. Charlotte rolled up his sleeve and raised his middle finger towards the ceiling. From his wrist, a thick rope of hemp materialized, as if conjured from thin air. In an instant, the ceiling of Gwen's room was shattered, and a web connected to the attic above. Gwen? George, hearing the commotion from downstairs, called out in confusion. What is that? Gwen stepped forward, grasping Charlotte's wrist, her fingers exploring the unexpected manifestation. Turning to glance at the thick rope-like webbing, she tugged at Charlotte's arm. Charlotte, how on earth did you do that? The foundations of her worldview began to tremble, and Gwen even started to question the validity of everything she had learned in school. If a deity indeed existed in this world, then that entity would surely be named Charlotte. Or perhaps it could be Satan. Gwen's eyes widened as she asked, Charlotte, are you a robot? An alien? Or have you acquired some extraterrestrial technology? Have you watched too many sci-fi movies? Charlotte rolled his eyes in disdain and proclaimed, I am a superhuman endowed with numerous extraordinary abilities. Quite formidable. Quite impressive. As he spoke, Charlotte flexed his muscles dramatically, inquiring, So, what do you think, Gwen? Would you like to experience it? Experience what? Gwen blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily intrigued. Charlotte smirked and declared, Do you wish to dance as well? With a swift motion, he seized the web he had just launched, twisting his hips and readying to perform a pole dance. Realizing the precarious situation, Charlotte quickly retrieved a skill card. At that moment, no music had yet begun to play. Gwen, perplexed and amazed, asked Charlotte, Can you actually control my body? Without answering, Charlotte calmly lowered his leg and said, Ahem, I made a slight miscalculation just now. This time I'm serious. He pointed at Gwen with a single finger raised. Gwen, do you wish to dance as well? Before either could move, a rousing melody erupted from the ceiling. Gwen's body once again became ungovernable, her expression a mixture of astonishment as she felt herself moving involuntarily. With the rhythm, Gwen began to sway, her body responding to the music. Beside her, Charlotte, clad in a commemorative shirt, squatted in a martial stance, waving his arms in sync with her movements. They then clasped their hands behind their backs, swaying back and forth. To the rhythm of the music, infused with a sense of relaxation, strength, and coordination, Gwen and Charlotte moved in perfect synchrony. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Gwen felt that Charlotte's movements were imbued with a certain exuberance, an almost manic perfection. As the song drew to a close, both dancers halted simultaneously. Gwen raised her arms, savoring the sensation of her body once again under her command, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is absolutely fantastic. There's something even cooler," Charlotte boasted, hands on her hips. "Gwen, do you want to dance too? Don't even think about it." Gwen waved her hands in refusal, though deep down, she was aware that she lacked the authority to decline. Once again, the music reverberated from the ceiling, while George remained blissfully unaware downstairs. Two little tigers love to dance, and a little bunny obediently pulls the radish. With a playful sway, they followed the rhythm, their arms moving in unison, engaging in a captivating and catchy dance. Multicolored lights flickered overhead, and as Gwen danced, her gaze was electrified. She felt herself becoming entranced. With a step forward, the sound of Gwen's pants straining under the pressure echoed through the room. Frustrated, she called out, "Charlotte, you need to stop this right now." "Huh?" Charlotte, puzzled, canceled her skill card and turned to see Gwen's flushed cheeks. "What's wrong? Do you not like this song? I can change it." "That's enough, Charlotte." Gwen squeezed her legs together, stating, "I've already felt the extent of your powers. It's getting late, and my father will be coming up soon. Don't worry." Charlotte cheerfully patted her chest. "My powers won't be disturbed while dancing. We can dance beautifully all night long." "All night?" Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be a devil." Chapter 99. The Lizard Empire continues. Raising her Mickey Mouse watch, Charlotte finally realized it was indeed quite late. She glanced at Gwen's peculiar standing position. Perceptive and understanding, Charlotte quickly deduced that Gwen was in urgent need of a restroom. With a considerate nod, she said, "Gwen, I wish you a smooth journey to the restroom. I shall take my leave." With that, Charlotte opened Gwen's window and leaped out. She had not forgotten her agreement with Aunt May, which promised a sumptuous feast. What does a smooth journey to the restroom even mean? Gwen pouted, watching Charlotte sprint home. Quickly, she retrieved a pair of white sweatpants from her wardrobe, preparing to change. However, a moment of hesitation struck her, given her knowledge of Charlotte. She highly suspected that Charlotte might return unexpectedly, jumping through the window and startling her. If she were to change her pants at that moment, the mere thought of such a scene would evoke a profound sense of embarrassment. Thus, Gwen twisted the doorknob of the restroom. "Perhaps it is best to change here," she chuckled. Upon swinging the door open, Charlotte, clad in a Spider-Man suit, stuck out her tongue and made a grimace, emitting a playful roar in her direction. Startled and unprepared, Gwen let out a shriek, her features contorting in surprise. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, she clenched the pants in her grasp and angrily flung them toward Charlotte. However, Charlotte, with a smug grin, dissipated into a cloud of ash, vanishing from sight. "Gwen?" George's voice echoed from downstairs, laced with curiosity. "I'm fine, Dad." Gwen exhaled, casting an exasperated glance at the little white mouse left behind in her room. "There's just a mouse in my room." "All right," George replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders as he tied on an apron. With a cookbook in one hand and a spatula in the other, he continued his battle with the splattering oil. The scene flowed along the gas pipes, traversing the luminous night sky, interspersed with the antics of performance artists reminiscent of Spider-Man, before descending into a shadowy corner. Lady Gao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression dark and resolute. She had paid a hefty price for the lizard serum this time. On the surface, only the red-clad ninja and the lizard man were engaged in combat, yet covertly, the hand had clashed briefly with the military, resulting in the deaths of several ninjas. To resolve this matter, they had expended substantial resources. Even the red-clad ninja who successfully reclaimed the lizard serum met his demise before Lady Gao. Subsequently, she entrusted the serum to her chemist, who immediately began the process of analysis and research. She hoped that this serum, impervious to detoxification, would yield the perfect answer. At that moment, a robust African-American man approached respectfully, reporting, "Lady Gao, the lizard serum has been successfully decoded." "So soon?" Lady Gao nodded in satisfaction. "You truly are my ace, a paragon among those who have even received the Nobel Prize in chemistry. I knew you would not disappoint me." Leaning on her bamboo cane, Lady Gao made her way to the chemical laboratory of the underground manufacturing plant. Clad in protective gear, Dr. Hayter stood before the very vial of lizard serum that had been seized from Charlotte, now partially depleted. The testing apparatus emitted a series of sounds as he reviewed the report, retrieving a test tube containing a luminescent green liquid from another device. A smirk playing on his lips. I am indeed a genius, he mused, having meticulously compared the lizard serum with his imitation for an extended period, finally nodding in satisfaction. After a prolonged wait, Madame Gao approached, her gaze fixed upon the vial of lizard serum in his hand, satisfaction radiating from her being. All the sacrifices made prior had been worthwhile. With the formula for the lizard serum in her possession, she could offer the lizard men as a sacrifice to the dragon bone, thus obtaining the sustenance required for superhumans. Subsequently, she would surpass Jean Bing, eliminate him, and absorb his power, constructing her own subterranean dark empire. Over the years, Madame Gao had skillfully amassed a considerable number of politicians through the use of evil bones and life essence, their influence sprawling across America, with many occupying lofty positions. After all, nothing entices those aging authorities more than the allure of longevity and immortality. Utilizing her established network of power, Madame Gao managed her unique kingdom with great flair. Now, the time had finally come for her to advance even further. The market in Hanoan was gradually declining, and she had determined that cannabis, fentanyl, and methamphetamine were the future of her singular enterprise. She seized the initiative, ensuring these substances could be legally sold across America, thus reaping substantial profits. Dressed in protective gear, Hader stepped forward, shaking the vial in his hand before presenting it to Madame Gao. This is truly a magnificent creation. Fortunately, I am clever enough to have perfected its formula, he proclaimed, tapping his temple with pride, holding the vial of lizard serum. Madame Gao's eyes sparkled as she listened to Hader expound further. Its primary component is water, naturally, as is the case with most liquid consumables. It also contains parabens such as hydroxybenzoate and hydroxypropylbenzoate, enhanced with the delightful scent of orange blossom. Most importantly, it comprises 1,2,2,2,1,1 and a xanthine alkaloid compound, mixed with potassium sorbate. Gazing at the lizard serum in her hand, Madame Gao nodded and handed it to the muscular black man, confidently stating, "Drink it." Now is the moment to witness the power of the lizard serum. As the black man accepted the vial, a glimmer of purple light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he lifted the vial and downed the lizard serum in one gulp. Smacking his lips, he furrowed his brow, feeling no discernible change. Could it be that he had consumed too little? The flavor was strangely familiar and somewhat sweet. What? Madame Gao's expression shifted. Turning to Hader, she exclaimed, quickly, "Bring that vial of lizard serum over here. Let him drink more." Before long, 3 more generous swigs of the lizard serum were consumed, and as he savored the taste, the black man's eyes suddenly brightened. Believing he was on the verge of transformation, Madame Gao instinctively recoiled. Yet the black man declared loudly and confidently, "I remember this flavor. It's the surge." Indeed, Hader responded affirmatively to the robust black man's proposition. This is the essence of energy drink, while 1,2,2,2,1,1 represents mere white sugar combined with caffeine, water, colorants, and artificial flavoring. My dear Madame Gao, what a brilliant idea. Shall we commence the imitation of this energy drink and venture into the realm of unique beverages? I suspect we could amass a considerable fortune. Energy drink. The mere mention of those words caused Madame Gao to falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. In disbelief, she seized the lizard serum from the black man's grasp and took a hefty swig. Almost instantly, she was on the verge of retching blood onto the floor. After all she had sacrificed, after all she had endured, was it all merely for a bottle of carbonated beverage, a bottle of energy drink? Oh, and Hader raised a finger. There's also urea and rodent feces in it. I forgot to mention that, but it hardly detracts from the flavor. In fact, it adds a certain zest. Madame Gao could not contain herself and spewed blood, her bamboo staff splintering in her grip as she clutched her chest, collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, there had never been a lizard serum that could render the antidote ineffective. Charlotte had merely sought an excuse, at the time, to pour the antidote into the energy drink bottle as if it were eye drops. The drink had naturally been siphoned into a container that had previously held the lizard serum. Little did he anticipate the ensuing chaos, with someone actually attempting to seize the serum from his possession. How utterly fascinating. Chapter 100, Gwen's Calamity. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Blabbermouth. When this card is equipped, you can effortlessly discern the truthfulness of others' words. But for the next 24 hours, you will be compelled to speak only the unvarnished truth. Free attribute points. 2. Blabbermouth? What is this? I feel I haven't lied recently at all. What is this blabbermouth nonsense? Gwen can attest that my nickname has always been the honest and reliable young gentleman. System, you are slandering me. You are defaming me. Gwen, the system is defaming me. So, Charlotte, is the reason you haven't answered calls for the past 3 days because you've been at Arkham Asylum? My inquirer asked, puzzled. Indeed, brother. I was previously at Arkham Asylum and have just returned, Charlotte replied earnestly, raising his right hand. I, Charlotte, am sworn enemies with falsehood. Dr. Arthur can corroborate. Sensing the insincerity in Charlotte's words, the inquiry still proceeded to call Dr. Arthur. Dr. Arthur, Charlotte claims he was with you for 3 days and has just left. Wait, what? He was in my restroom for 3 days. My God. I pondered why I had never noticed when he arrived. Mr. Parker had the opportunity to bring Charlotte over for further examination. I feared I might have genuinely misdiagnosed her. After briefly conversing with him, I hung up the phone, casting a glance at Charlotte's innocent expression. The following day, life resumed its ordinary course. Charlotte, accompanied by Gwen, arrived at Hamo Technology, where she delivered takeout on her motorcycle. Meanwhile, George, whose injuries had begun to heal, promptly initiated an inquiry into Connors. In the dimly lit sewers, George and Yulon painstakingly followed the trail left by the lizard man, and after considerable effort, they finally located Connor's clandestine laboratory in an abandoned subway station and commenced their search. Yulon picked up an empty vial of lizard serum from the ground, affirming that they were indeed in the right place. With George leading the charge, their efforts were proving remarkably fruitful. Hank wrapped his arm around George's neck, exclaiming, "It's a pity Connors has refused to utter a word since his arrest. He merely insists on seeing Charlotte's family. Otherwise, we could have proceeded more swiftly." At this mention, another officer speculated. What if Connors desires to meet Charlotte's family because she is another lizard person? Impossible. Smith was the first to dismiss the idea, even in the sewers. The stylish Smith wore his tattered sunglasses, preserving his air of mystery. George shook his head in agreement, asserting, "It cannot be Charlotte. The lizard man is dead. But Charlotte remains alive." Smith nodded in acknowledgement. Although it seemed implausible that Spider-Man could have survived the incident, Charlotte's presence raised a significant question mark in Smith's mind. Given the torrential rain and obscured visibility, it was possible that Spider-Man had successfully fled before being caught in the explosion. However, the lizard man had undoubtedly met his demise. "Look at this," an officer exclaimed, prompting George to rush to his side. Observing 4 vials of antidote haphazardly placed under a table, George's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind racing. Antidote? How could there be antidote here? This defies all logic. "George, come see this," Yulon exclaimed, astonished as he powered on the computer. Not only had he discovered the encrypted chemical formula for the lizard serum, but he also unearthed something else. "I can't believe it." Hank craned his neck in shock, exclaiming, "Is this the design for the ghost spider's suit? And the leftover materials for its fabrication?" Hank clutched his head in disbelief, crying out, "Ghost Spider is in cahoots with Dr. Connors?" They orchestrated a catastrophe threatening all of New York, only for Ghost Spider to save everyone. Their sole aim was to elevate Ghost Spider to a pedestal. "Hank, do not be so decisive. Perhaps we should inquire with Connors." A few hours later, the New York Police Department issued a warrant for the Ghost Spider, citing the alleged association with the reptilian Connors, demanding that the Ghost Spider voluntarily present herself at the precinct to elucidate the situation. In the span of merely 1 day, the Ghost Spider transformed from an admired superhero into a loathed outcast. The proprietor of the Hornet Daily roared on the news channel, "Shameless. Fraud. A murderer endangering humanity. A scoundrel masquerading as a hero. I have long proclaimed that these masked insects are nothing but refuse. They were never superheroes, merely cowardly miscreants. I abhor them." Upon hearing this news, Gwen's marker slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Her world had suddenly crumbled. Her mind buzzed with confusion, leaving her in a daze. What was happening? What was going on? Regaining her composure, Gwen dialed a number, her voice seething with rage as she shouted, "Charlotte, you scoundrel! What have you done?" "It has nothing to do with me." Charlotte quickly distanced himself from the phone, awkwardly retorting, "This is the inevitable fate of all Spider-Men. No Spider-Man is without tribulations. Superpowers are both a gift from fate and shackles of calamity. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The lesser the ability, the fewer the troubles. While it may seem that my presence has wrought these difficulties, even in my absence, the worlds would still act against you. We must look ahead, for the days of hardship are still long to come. Besides, how was I to know your father would uncover your incriminating evidence?" "My incriminating evidence?" Clutching her chest, Gwen felt a pang of anger. The longing to embrace Charlotte yesterday had morphed into a desire to submerge his head in a toilet today. Observing Gwen's seething glare directed at him, her fists pounding against her workstation, Charlotte gulped, his eyes darting around as he blustered. "Moreover, Gwen. Do you truly believe that being a superhero is merely for fleeting fame? Do you save others solely for superficial glory? If they misunderstand you, will you cease your efforts to save lives? If they exalt you, must you toil doubly hard? Maintain your composure. Time will reveal the truth. Furthermore, they are condemning the ghost spider, not you, Gwen Stacy. Should I then thank you? With flames of fury in her eyes, Gwen glared at him, prompting Charlotte to hastily exclaim, "Oh no, I must go? My phone is about to die." Crackling noises echoed as he hurriedly ended the call, wiping the sweat from his brow. How terrifying. It seems prudent to keep my distance from Gwen lately, as she has appeared quite irritable. Perhaps a relative has come to visit. With a few muttered thoughts, Charlotte turned and entered the police station, raising her hand in greeting to George. "Hi, George." Chapter 101. Control the convict, Charlotte? Upon seeing her, Connor's pallid complexion regained some color, his voice trembling with emotion. Throughout the day, he had rehearsed countless times how to convey the heartbreaking news of Charlotte's demise to her family. Yet, the words caught in his throat, and he felt a deep sense of guilt for Charlotte, unable to utter a sound. The sight of her brought him immense relief. Her well-being calmed his frayed nerves. Charlotte, keenly aware of George's instructions, aimed to coax Connors into revealing the identity of his accomplice and to clarify the details of his criminal activities. Such interrogation techniques were well within her expertise. Slamming her hand on the table, she glared at Connors and bellowed, "Speak. Who is your accomplice?" Connors was momentarily taken aback. "Charlotte." "You." Charlotte furrowed her brows and shouted with authority, "Who dares to challenge this court? I shall inform you. Confess, and you shall receive leniency. Resist, and you will face the full extent of the law. Immediately disclose all that you know, or else, I'm sorry, I have no accomplices." Connor's heart steadied. The rational thoughts that had been shattered by Charlotte's death now regained dominance. Crossing his legs, he gazed at Charlotte with a smile, responding earnestly, "Impossible. We found the design schematics for the ghost spider's suit and the recipe for the antidote in your laboratory." "Connors, do you still wish to deny it?" "Wait, what? The antidote and the spider suit?" Connors paused for a moment, his expression towards Charlotte laden with significance. Charlotte pressed on, "You must divulge this. Aside from Ghost Spider, who is the other deceased accomplice, the lizard? Otherwise, we will charge you with murder and manslaughter." With a loud bang, George entered, looking utterly exasperated. He knew he could not trust Charlotte, but he had not anticipated her to create such chaos. Taking a seat beside her, George spoke with gravity. "I am a family member of Charlotte. You have seen her, and now you have seen me. What do you wish to discuss? Speak." Raising his hand, George signaled his colleagues to turn off the recording devices, awaiting Connor's confession. Glancing at Charlotte, he realized that since she was unharmed, there was little left to uphold aside from the prospect of imprisonment. Shaking his head, Connors relaxed and mused. "Firstly, the ghost spider is not my accomplice. I have no accomplices whatsoever. It is utterly implausible that I could simultaneously develop lizard serum and an antidote. It would be far too chaotic. Ever since I was completely infected by the lizard serum, I have not returned to that secret laboratory. I am certain the ghost spider must have discovered it, and, utilizing the lizard serum, crafted an antidote." "Quite reasonable, indeed." George nodded, as this seemed more plausible. Alas, the director had already issued a warrant, and the ghost spider would not simply walk into captivity. Attempting to persuade the director to retract the warrant would be futile. He would never agree due to pride. Connors continued, I was far too hasty back then. The moment I successfully replicated the super soldier serum, everything became irrevocable. I eagerly updated the lizard serum and was overjoyed to find that all the lab mice exhibited no rejection response. After much contemplation and hesitation, I ultimately injected the lizard serum into my own body, not anticipating that the first-generation serum would alter my will, leading me to create the second generation. I have committed numerous grave errors as a lizard man. Sighing, Charlotte remarked, "Rest in peace, Connors." The lizard serum was indeed quite remarkable. Connors chuckled and shook his head. "Perhaps I should not lament the loss of my arm so deeply. I ought to be studying spider serum instead of lizard serum. Spider-Man, ghost spider. TSK, Charlotte. Why do you think spider serum does not distort their thoughts?" Connor's glasses glimmered with a faint light, his expression calm, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Filled with insatiable curiosity, Charlotte smirked and replied, "Dr. Connors, I believe it is due to the user's genetics. How can you be certain that those infected by the lizard serum have their consciousness distorted?" So that is how it is," Connors exclaimed, enlightened. Charlotte's genetics are truly fascinating. Why must he study animals rather than explore Charlotte himself? Charlotte serum? What do Spider-Man, Lizard Man, and aliens hold for the future? You all ought to be human. Of course, this thought was but a fleeting notion. Connor smiled at George and said, "Officer George, that massive lizard is a Komodo dragon injected with enhanced lizard serum. It is one of my experimental subjects. I, Connors, have never had any peers. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall speak freely and fully. However, some questions are best left unasked, as it is for everyone's benefit." Exiting the interrogation room, Charlotte shook his head. "Dr. Connors is a good man, yet we are simply not compatible. Perhaps if you were to create a panda serum, I might relent. After all, who wouldn't wish to become a charming and lovable giant panda, cherished by others?" However, there remains an important matter that Charlotte has never forgotten since his arrival at the precinct. As he strode into the hall, Charlotte's expression suddenly shifted, and he cast a frantic glance at George beside him. His posture was rigid, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. "What is happening?" George, who was preparing to escort Charlotte away, was taken aback. "Is Charlotte on the verge of a breakdown?" "George, I cannot control myself. I am being manipulated. I am being controlled. I am being controlled." He emphasized the gravity of his situation by repeating it thrice. "George, what is going on?" Charlotte's demeanor underwent yet another transformation, both his expression and attitude shifting dramatically. Smith, who had been attentively watching Charlotte since his arrival, quickly rose to his feet, frowning as he observed the distressed George. Charlotte's face was a mask of terror. "Help me. George, stop me. It's the Purple Man. It's the Purple Man." What? George's voice grew increasingly frantic. He was utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Charlotte dashed forward, his legs moving swiftly as he mechanically waved his arms in a frantic rush towards the precinct's exit. He narrowly evaded a police officer who lunged at him and shouted as he ran, "George, help. I am under the control of the Purple Man. Remember, it's the Purple Man." Amidst the excitement, Charlotte's lips curled into a smug smile, rewarding his own cleverness. The plan was a success. As the saying goes, "If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain." Surely, I cannot be accused of slandering the Purple Man if I cannot find him. How clever I am. I am being controlled by the Purple Man. I am being controlled by the Purple Man. His rapid sprint and the words escaping his lips quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, the smile on the Purple Man's face gradually faded as he watched Charlotte rush past him, puzzled by a flurry of questions. When did I control him? How was I unaware of this? Chapter 102. Purple Man, am I exposed? Charlotte moved swiftly, his arms dancing gracefully, exuding an air of relaxed ease. George followed closely behind, his muscular arms swinging as he took large strides to chase after Charlotte. Hank and Smith quickly joined the pursuit, their footsteps echoing with the vigor of seasoned sprinters. Simultaneously, several bewildered officers, unaware of the unfolding drama, impulsively rose to join the chase. A group of individuals surged forth, breaking free from the confines of the New York police station. Charlotte executed an extraordinary slide, defying the laws of physics, narrowly evading the grasp of a guard at the entrance. As if his legs were not his own, he propelled Charlotte forward with remarkable speed, his face a perfect portrait of panic. As they continued their flight, Charlotte dashed past the enigmatic figure in purple, only to realize, in the periphery of his vision, the identity of the individual he had just encountered, his heart racing with astonishment. In the quest to find him through countless searches, a sudden glance revealed that the figure in purple was concealed nearby in a shadowy nook. "Wait, what brings you here?" Charlotte exclaimed, abruptly halting as if defying Newton's laws. Turning sharply towards the figure in purple, with a forceful stamp of his right foot, he executed a mechanical turn, standing upright, raising his hand with a solemn expression, and saluted the figure in purple. The figure in purple? The figure in purple. Just then, Charlotte was tackled to the ground by the breathless George, who had caught up, and he continued to salute fervently. Hank arrived swiftly, hands on his knees, panting loudly, following the direction of Charlotte's gaze. He lifted his head and spotted the figure in purple within the alley. "Is it really the figure in purple?" Hank exclaimed. "Don't move," he shouted, drawing his gun with lightning speed, aiming it at the figure's head. Just then, Smith rushed forward, grabbing the back of Hank's collar and pulling him away, shouting, "Everyone be cautious. The figure in purple can exert mental control." The figure in purple responded with a startled expression. Without waiting for a reaction, Smith brandished a peculiar firearm, which had barrels on both ends, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A beam of blue light shot forth, sending the unfortunate figure in purple flying through the air. As Charlotte turned, he saw George's face flushed, his eyes bloodshot, swinging his massive fist down towards Charlotte's head, intent on knocking out the seemingly controlled Charlotte. Perhaps it was an illusion, but George's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing his stark white teeth, his expression one of vengeance about to be fulfilled. "I'm fine. I'm not under control anymore. George, Charlotte exclaimed, swiftly tilting his head aside as George's punch brushed past his hair and struck the concrete below. Upon glancing back, he saw George's demeanor calm, his thick brows and large eyes exuding a heroic nonchalance, his right fist hanging vertically, eyes deep with contemplation. Charlotte? It's good that you're all right, George said, maintaining his punching stance, his right fist trembling as he sat up from the ground, staring ahead, his posture desolate. Rising to brush off the dirt from his clothes, Charlotte regarded George's outstretched fist with concern, asking, George, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Just as Charlotte was about to respond, several paper-like black discs flew through the air, sticking to his back. In the next moment, a dazzling electric shock coursed through Charlotte's body, the intense current causing him to sway rhythmically, as if performing an electrifying dance. Smith lowered his hands, questioning the assurance of safety. To neutralize Charlotte, he utilized all the electric shock discs he carried. After the previous encounter with two controlled individuals proved ineffective, he increased the voltage this time. George rolled away from Charlotte's vicinity, assisted by Hank's outstretched hand. Observing the small electric figure of Charlotte, George couldn't help but express his concern. Is everything truly all right? Rest assured, it will be perfectly fine, Smith reassured confidently. Following the capture of the two controlled officers, S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted overnight research and tests, revealing that the purple individual's method of mental control involved an unknown pheromone, akin to a virus, requiring direct contact with the subject and auditory induction to issue commands. Furthermore, this control could not be sustained for an extended duration due to cellular metabolism. Research indicated that the pheromone would be expelled from the body within a maximum of 12 hours, rendering it ineffective. Thus, countering the purple individual was quite straightforward. One merely needed a full protective suit and soundproof earplugs to negate the effects of the mental control. The only lamentable aspect was that this pheromone could not be artificially synthesized. Charlotte, enveloped in smoke, hoarsely declared, "Left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me." Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill card. Heavenly punishment. The sky will rain down thunder, treating everyone present equally. Freedom attribute points. 2. Charlotte fell to the ground, a grim smile on his face. Smith glanced at Charlotte before donning his soundproof earplugs and hastily approached the spot where the purple individual had just been struck. Only a few drops of purple blood remained on the ground. The purple figure had vanished without a trace. Drawing a tool from his waist, he skillfully scraped up the cement as if it were tofu and placed it into an evidence bag. Smith was acutely aware of the tremendous power of his weapon, and the fact that the purple individual appeared merely slightly injured underscored the latter's formidable physique. Nevertheless, now that the existence of the purple individual was confirmed, all previous events suddenly made sense. A purple figure traversing this society would undoubtedly stand out and be unique. Even a modicum of curiosity would prompt people to take a second glance. The absence of attention towards his existence indicated that one of the purple individual's abilities was to emit pheromones that rendered those nearby oblivious to his presence. Long before at Arkham Asylum, the purple individual had fixated on Charlotte, facilitating the assailant's demise to aid him and ensuring that the police searching the premises overlooked the kitchen. Subsequently, whether the purple individual was being pursued or merely sought to continue aiding Charlotte, he intervened, inciting the returners to turn against one another. He also exposed the conspiracy surrounding the returners and their Hand Alliance. The two officers were merely pawns in a game orchestrated by the enigmatic figure known as the Purple Man, who had no intention of harming them. Rather, he sought to erase their traces. Once 12 hours elapsed, they would naturally revert to their normal states, perhaps haunted by a nightmarish reverie. However, Smith adjusted his sunglasses and smirked, unaware that I had already unraveled the Purple Man's trail and, through diligent pursuit, had ultimately discerned his vulnerabilities. The recent outburst from Charlotte was likely a consequence of her robust constitution, which rendered her pheromones ineffective prematurely, compelling the Purple Man to summon her back to his side. It seemed he employed a method of remote manipulation, likely utilizing a radio earpiece. Charlotte's body convulsed as she collapsed. Damn it. It is well known that superhumans possess conductive bodies. While she was not as fragile as Thor, the shock had indeed caused her legs to weaken. Smith's assault had been merciless, leaving Charlotte's attire singed. As he returned, he leaned down to assess her condition, stating, "She will recover swiftly, certainly no longer than 12 hours. Trembling, Charlotte raised her hand, but it fell limply to the ground as she succumbed once more. In that fleeting moment upon encountering the Purple Man, Charlotte came to a startling realization. She had been unable to locate this scoundrel in Jessica's vicinity, because he had been shadowing her all along. Another villain, lacking in malice, had evaded her spider sense due to his sheer ineptitude. Charlotte remained oblivious to the purple man's true nature. He was merely a slothful voyeur, deriving amusement from her presence, never anticipating that he would unwittingly become the object of her ridicule. Chapter 103. A vacation journey. 12 hours later, Charlotte was released from solitary confinement. Upon confirming her well-being, George allowed her to depart from the precinct in New York. As soon as she stepped outside, she received a call from Mary Jane. The moment the call came through, Charlotte was compelled to glance at the number, 733044534. Hey there. So, you've finally been freed from the clutches of the police? How was your time in there? Mary Jane's tone shifted from one of feigned sympathy to a chilling curse. Sooner or later, you'll find yourself sharked for ignoring calls and your damn voicemail. Don't be like that, Charlotte drawled, rolling her eyes. Was it that he didn't want to answer the phone? It was that he couldn't. George had been kind enough to relay the information to everyone who had attempted to reach her, the news of her arrest. With a sardonic chuckle, she fiddled with her meticulously manicured nails and remarked, "Let us skip the pleasantries. Charlotte, are you prepared for the holiday trip commencing tomorrow?" Tomorrow? Charlotte blinked in surprise, glancing at her phone to confirm the date. Indeed, tomorrow marked Monday. Time had swiftly passed, and the onset of their holiday journey had arrived. She continued her enthusiastic narration. Harry has rented a pickup truck. Since Gwen cannot join us, he has decided to bring along his partner. We shall embark on a self-driving adventure along Route 66, covering over 2,000 kilometers, which will take approximately 24 hours or more. Our route will take us through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado, ultimately reaching Texas. Each state boasts its own unique landscapes and landmarks, such as Michigan Avenue in Illinois and Wisconsin, the Wind City in Kansas, and Raccoon Town in Colorado, each a splendid destination worthy of exploration. Charlotte barely listened, playfully complimenting, "Your itinerary is truly impressive." "Of course it is. For I possess a sense of responsibility," she retorted with a chuckle, pride evident in her voice. "You lot have neglected your duties, leaving it all to me. What I've shared is merely a fraction of my comprehensive plan. I have meticulously researched, purchased newspapers and magazines from each state, mapped out our schedule, arranged accommodations and dining options, and delved into local laws, culture, and culinary practices, history, weather, transport, documentation, medications, clothing. There is nothing you, Charlotte, could fathom that I cannot manage." Listening to her boastful tone, Charlotte rolled her eyes, knowing well that he had prepared in some capacity. It was just that the specifics she mentioned were not among his preparations. "Have you, perchance, investigated the details of highway crime statistics in each state, including the notorious serial killer operating along our travel route and the recent number of cases?" Charlotte inquired with a devilish grin. Taken aback, she realized she truly had not. "Didn't he think so, did you?" "Huh," Charlotte teased. "And yet you dare claim your preparations are thorough. Unlike me, who can only empathize. You must tell me," she urged, gritting her teeth. "All right, since you are so earnestly inquiring, I shall graciously enlighten you," she said with a playful tone. "But, alas, I do not know, meow." With that, Charlotte swiftly ended the call and powered down her phone once more. Midtown Science and Technology High School offers 4 vacations throughout the year: spring break, summer vacation, fall break, and winter break. The summer vacation is the longest, lasting 3 months, followed by the winter break of 2 months, a month for spring break, and a brief 2 weeks for fall break. Most students relish the opportunity to revel in joyous parties during their vacations or embark on wilderness adventures in uninhabited areas. However, for Charlotte and her companions, a third option beckons: a distant and intriguing road trip. It is now May, the midst of the spring break at Central City Science and Technology High School. Despite the long journey ahead, everyone, save for Gwen, is brimming with anticipation for the adventure. Picking up her phone, Charlotte prepares to power it on once more, eager to share this unfortunate news with Gwen. "Hello, Charlotte Park," a deep voice emanates from behind her, causing Charlotte's expression to shift as she stands frozen in place. Emerging from the alleyway behind her is a figure clad in a purple suit, his attire billowing as he approaches with a smile, inquiring, "Can you tell me how you discovered me and how I was exposed?" The night deepens, shrouding everything in darkness. The bustling streets, the twinkling stars above, all begin to fade into the distance. It feels as though Charlotte has stepped into the realm of the purple figure, where everything else becomes inconsequential, save for the chilling breeze. With a light chuckle, Charlotte turns to face the purple figure not far away. "Surely, you cannot believe you have concealed yourself flawlessly?" she remarks, lightly tapping her temple. "As long as you focus on me, I can certainly sense your presence. This assertion holds truth. During this period, Charlotte has been attuned to her spider sense, which indeed detected the purple figure, albeit faintly, leaving her unaware of his identity. It is only now that his malevolence has intensified, allowing Charlotte to perceive him clearly. Quite intriguing, the purple figure muses, a slight smile gracing his lips as he grows increasingly fascinated by Charlotte. If I could control you and keep you by my side, wouldn't that ensure my own safety? Tell me, purple figure, can you guess why I dare to approach you, fully aware of your presence? The expression on the purple figure shifts, and he instinctively steps back, his vigilance heightened as he surveys the surroundings, although nothing occurs. Turning once more, he sees Charlotte swiftly gesturing with her hands, striding purposefully away into the distance. Why are you running so fast? The purple figure calls out. I cannot control you. If I could, I would have done so long ago. Discontented, he shakes his head. He merely wished to converse with Charlotte, to inquire why she had exposed him. Yet, revealing his identity has only led to her distancing herself. Very well, I find myself at an impasse with you. I shall cease pretending and lay my cards on the table. However, to his surprise, Charlotte does not even glance back. Run, purple figure, run while you can. Otherwise, it might be too late. In a frantic rush, Charlotte hurried home, beginning to gather his belongings in preparation for his escape. Leaving behind a clone of Spider-Man seemed prudent. If anything went awry, he could simply sever the connection to the clone. However, if his true self remained, he could very well fall victim to the nefarious intentions of the Purple Man, whose psychopathy is well documented. Yet, Charlotte had no grasp of the extent of his depravity. Thus, the anticipation for tomorrow's getaway was unbearable. He yearned to set forth immediately. As dawn broke, clutching a backpack full of cash, an impatient Charlotte finally awaited the arrival of Harry. Harry drove up in a burgundy Dodge Ram, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt and shorts, his eyes shielded by sunglasses, and his hair slicked back. He emerged from the vehicle, lowering his sunglasses to survey Charlotte's dapper ensemble, complete with a substantial overcoat. Both exchanged disdainful glances, each having undergone changes since their last encounter. Charlotte noted that Harry had donned a light makeup and dyed his hair a soft red. His previously sun-kissed complexion now somewhat fairer, albeit he exuded an air of arrogance that seemed invitingly punchable. Accompanying Harry was his girlfriend, the stunning blonde bombshell, Sally Burns. As Harry stepped out, he quirked an eyebrow at Charlotte and remarked, "What on earth are you lugging in that backpack? Please don't tell me it's schoolwork, or Sally will undoubtedly mock me." Sally chuckled lightly, glancing at Charlotte, intrigued by Harry's friend. With a swift motion, Charlotte unzipped his backpack, revealing it stuffed with bundles of cash. Harry's expression soured immediately, and he rushed forward to zip it shut. "Have you lost your mind? Did you just rob a bank? Are you planning to flee and launder the money? All right, you're definitely insane," he retorted, shoving Harry aside as he made his way toward the driver's seat. "Insane? This is merely the tips I've earned recently. I just arranged the larger denominations on top." As he neared the driver's seat, fate intervened, and Charlotte was yanked back by the collar, his throat being firmly grasped, pulling him back with force. "You think you're driving? Not a chance," Harry exclaimed. "This trip will be driven by the three of us. And you're not touching the steering wheel." Charlotte watched as Harry, with a playful gesture, stuck out his tongue and flashed him the middle finger while stepping into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. Charlotte resignedly took his place in the back seat. He rolled down the window, waving at Gwen, whose gaze was wistful, sending her a playful kiss. Amidst cheers, the pickup truck roared to life. Simultaneously, a web shot forth, and Spider-Man, with a music player slung over his shoulder, landed gracefully on the bustling streets of Wall Street, greeting the astonished crowd with a wave. "Greetings, avaricious hyenas and slaves to wealth. Your superlative savior, Spider-Man, has returned. Offer your flowers and applause, and let your voices resound in celebration of your illustrious neighbor, Spider-Man. Oh, from this moment forth, New York shall know no benevolent and charming Charlotte, but shall instead be graced by the unwavering presence of Spider-Man, 24 hours a day. Rejoice, my people." Yet, silence enveloped the scene. No cheers echoed back. No excited cries filled the air. Charlotte felt no embarrassment as he raised his hand and activated the music player at his waist. Like a fly, he rubbed his head in agitation. As the music began to play, Charlotte stepped forward, twisting and shaking his hands while executing flamboyant dance moves. He snapped his fingers before a nearby blonde beauty, moved a few steps ahead, unfurled his radiant wings, and spun around, casting a glance at the discounted clothing shop, a surge of excitement propelling him forth. Alas, he realized he had no money. Spider-Man, is he truly alive? Curse it, The spider monster is a shameless fraud. I have long asserted that this creature is not so easily vanquished. Spider-Man has deceived us. Let us denounce him. He and Ghost Spider must surely be in cahoots. Scoundrel! Perish! You pest! Though his reputation plummeted, Charlotte remained unfazed. With wings of light unfurled, he unleashed a torrent of webbing from his wrist-mounted shooter, striking a vociferous man in a suit who dared to hurl eggs at him. With a swift tug, he disrobed the man of his trousers. Charlotte raised his middle finger, releasing yet another strand of webbing that expertly targeted the man's vulnerable spot, ensnaring him against the roadside. As he danced, Charlotte launched web after web, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Those who had previously sought to condemn Spider-Man now screamed in terror, fleeing the scene. Observing their frantic escape, Charlotte reveled in his triumph, relishing the cheers that arose for his antics. With the music player still at his side, he propelled himself toward the next area to make his presence known. In a whimsical manner, Charlotte swayed to an imaginary rhythm, extending his hand out the window as he glided forward. Rolling his eyes at Harry, who was engrossed in cheerful conversation, he raised his hand to stifle a yawn. "What's the matter? Why do you look so tired the moment you step out?" Charlotte queried, perplexed, for was this not the most joyous of moments? With a sardonic laugh, he retorted, "Do you dare to inquire? I spent the entire night poring over data on the highway killer. I could not sleep until I had finished my research, and now that I have completed it, sleep eludes me even more." With a light chuckle, Charlotte remarked, "Fear not, for I am well prepared. I possess a remarkably refined set of techniques for inducing slumber. Would you care to experience them?" With that, Charlotte aimed at his head, his eagerness palpable. Deb laughed scornfully at Charlotte's methods, saying, "You are hardly a serious person, and your techniques are likely to be just as frivolous. Dreadful, yet your head appears rather inviting for a strike." He forcefully restrained his eager right hand with his left. "There's no need to worry about murderers. I am Spider-Man, after all. How could I be intimidated by a mere serial killer?" As they had yet to leave New York, a Chevrolet sports car sped by, pursued closely by two police vehicles. Charlotte glanced at the scene, marveling at George's dedication. For the high-speed chase had led them to the hospital, and just a day after his discharge, he was once again embroiled in a thrilling pursuit. With a glint in his eye, Charlotte turned to Harry and suggested, "What do you say we follow them?" "Who? George?" Before Harry could respond, the sound of gunfire erupted, causing all four to instinctively crouch low, ducking their heads. "All right, forget I said anything." The vehicles continued forward, and not far ahead, they spotted the halted sports car. George stood on the roadside, hands on his hips, watching as Hank apprehended a kneeling, wounded black man, placing handcuffs on him. "I can't breathe. I can't breathe." Due to the debris scattered across the road, Harry was forced to reduce his speed. George, somewhat on guard, reached for his waist and turned to face the approaching pickup truck. "Hey, George," a familiar phrase rang out, instantly revealing the identity of the occupants to him. A quick glance into the vehicle showed no sign of Gwen, and with a serious expression, George nodded towards Charlotte, calling out, "You four, be cautious. There have been many street racers about these days. Do not let them harm you by mistake." Chapter 105. Speed and Fury on the Sun-Drenched Road. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gasoline. Harry pressed lightly on the accelerator, the powerful engine of the pickup roaring to life. Leaning one hand against the window, he lowered the sunshade to shield himself from the rising sun. In his view, the scenery whizzed by, with only the straight, endless road ahead. As they exited the bustling city, the traffic became exceedingly sparse, and the surrounding landscape took on a desolate, barren quality. The vehicle's speed increased steadily. Amidst the roar of the engine, a sleek black Honda Civic zoomed past the pickup, closely followed by two Dodge Challengers. The driver of the last car was Frank, who briefly registered surprise upon spotting Charlotte's head peeking from the back seat. However, he hesitated not, accelerating further in an attempt to overtake Harry. "Damn it!" Harry shouted, slamming down on the gas pedal. "One vehicle, fine. Two vehicles, fine. You persist time and again. Do you truly believe that I, Harry, lack patience?" The engine roared with vigor, the pickup truck's horsepower immense, rapidly accelerating under Harry's deft control as he began to close the gap. "Buckle up, everyone," Harry exclaimed, casting a glance at the back seat where Charlotte sat. Naturally, she complied, fastening her seatbelt, though she cautioned, "Perhaps we should reconsider, Harry, with all this cargo. You won't be able to outrun them." Harry tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "I detest being overtaken." With that, he was determined to engage in an exhilarating race against the three sports cars. Up front, Dominic glanced back at the swiftly approaching pickup truck, the sun glinting off his bald head as he grinned while gripping the steering wheel. Beside him, Vince shared a smile, finding the situation quite amusing. As the leader of the street racing crew, Dominic relished the thrill of the chase, delighting in the sweet taste of victory that followed. As Harry's pickup drew nearer, rather than accelerating, Dominic slowed down, waiting for Harry to catch up. The driver behind, Lady, was equally cooperative, though Frank furrowed his brow. In his view, it was better to distance themselves from the pickup and focus on completing the mission. Not to mention, he harbored an aversion to Charlotte, sensing an unsettling aura about her, as if she brought calamity wherever she went. He had even seen news clips of her reckless driving. It was a perilous affair. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Frank said, "Dominic, this matter does not fall within our agreement. If you wish to breach our pact, I cannot accompany you." Hearing Frank's voice crackle through the radio, Dominic responded, "Jason, our agreement pertains to arriving at the designated location on time to intercept the truck marked with Rogers. It is laden with valuable goods. Your role is to provide support. And this is precisely when you need to do so." Frank's expression darkened as he replied through the radio, "I have indeed provided support. Let me reiterate. It is best not to engage in a race with them. It's too late for that," Dominic declared, and then he ended the transmission. Harry's pickup surged forward, aligning alongside Dominic's Honda Civic. Casting a glance at his co-pilot Sally, Dominic's gaze returned to Harry, and then wandered to the back seat where Charlotte, with a playful tilt of her head, watched him with a radiant smile. It was merely a group of children. Dominic felt somewhat disheartened. Yet Harry was already aware without any reminder that a thrilling street race had commenced. The engines roared, and the tires of the pickup screeched against the asphalt. In the high-speed chase, the advantage of driving skills was not overly pronounced. It was predominantly a contest of vehicle specifications. Dominic, possessing superior driving prowess, piloted a modified vehicle that outpaced Harry's, who, burdened with passengers, dared not accelerate too aggressively. Before long, he found himself vanquished. "Damn it," Harry exclaimed, frustrated as he slammed his hands against the steering wheel. The trio's vehicle nonchalantly sped past him, leaving him in their dust. "TSK, TSK, TSK," mocked Charlotte from the back seat. On the highway, the cars do not whistle, nor do the horses neigh. "Little Harry, how ridiculous." Angered, Harry glared into the rearview mirror and extended his middle finger toward Charlotte. "Damn it, Charlotte." The vehicle continued its forward momentum as the occupants of the pickup spotted 3 racing cars decelerating in proximity to a truck. The leading Honda Civic maneuvered ahead of the truck, obstructing its speed. The truck driver, not wishing to become embroiled in a calamity, reluctantly began to slow down. Inside the Honda Civic, Vince donned a motorcycle helmet, humorously questioning, who rides in a car without a helmet these days? He leaned out of the car's roof, brandishing a grappling gun, and pulled the trigger, sending the attached hook piercing through the passenger side's windshield. This startling spectacle startled the truck driver, who could only manage a steady grip on the steering wheel, feeling somewhat at a loss. Securing the grappling hook's safety lock to his waist, Vince leaped with daring audacity, precariously positioning himself atop the truck's front. He grinned menacingly at the astonished truck driver. With a vigorous tug, Vince yanked the entire passenger side windshield free, then vaulted into the passenger seat. Observing the driver's panic-stricken expression, Vince drew a pistol from his waist and aimed for the driver's shoulder, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the driver's shoulder, prompting him to widen his eyes in shock, bloodshot and furious, as he clutched his wound. "Damn it, you bastard, we're on the same side," he shouted. "Of course I know," Vince replied, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "How would you explain this if you weren't shot? I'm doing this for your own good." As he spoke, Vince patted the driver's shoulder and added, "All right, enough complaining. Pull over quickly. This is all to eliminate your suspicion. Otherwise, you could simply park the truck and hand it over to us. Why put on this charade? Your 4 spectators are watching from behind. Once you step out of the vehicle, you can seek their aid. They can attest to your innocence. By the way, what is this batch of valuable goods you mentioned? Damn it." As the truck driver slowed down, he clutched his injured shoulder, defiantly raising his wounded hand to give Vince the middle finger, introducing, "This truck is filled with Captain America's toys. They're worth a fortune." "Captain America's toys?" Vince raised his motorcycle helmet, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even Dominic furrowed his brow. Vince slammed his fist on the dashboard, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are immensely valuable." He ordered the driver to stop the truck and pushed him out of the vehicle. To ensure the plan remained flawless and credible, Vince did not give the truck driver anything, not even his wallet or phone. Soon, the Honda Civic led the convoy speeding ahead once more. The injured driver, limping, waved towards Charlotte and the others in their pickup, his face pale as he hurried over. Harry slowed down, intending to stop, but Charlotte in the back seat tapped his shoulder and said, "Don't mind them, they're in cahoots." Without hesitation, Harry pressed the accelerator. leaving the injured truck driver engulfed in exhaust fumes. Stunned, he watched the pickup recede, finally managing to utter the words he had been struggling to express. "Help me." Chapter 106. Hearst drift not far from the pickup. It stopped in response to the truck driver's astonished gaze. He quickly approached, calling out, "Wait for me. Take me with you." Inside the pickup, Harry unbuckled his seatbelt, as if determined, saying, "Charlotte, they say your driving skills are impressive. I would like to see if you truly measure up." He patted Sally's shoulder. "You should sit in the back. It's safer." Desperately trying to reach Charlotte as she stood up, Sally found herself restrained by the seatbelt, unable to grab Charlotte's sleeve. In a panic, she exclaimed, "Harry, you will regret this. I'm the driver." The front seat is also a driving position. As Harry settled into the passenger seat, Charlotte, with a look of enjoyment, claimed the throne before her. Turning to Harry, she flashed a devilish smile and said, "I give you a chance. You can still retract your assessment of me as the ghost driver, Charlotte." "Never." Swallowing hard, she hastily rebuckled her seatbelt and gripped the door handle tightly, her expression tense. Biting her lip, she believed Harry would surely come to regret this decision. Harry gazed at her incredulously, questioning if it was truly necessary to act this way. The facts compel him to take action. Observing Sally as she settled in and fastened her seatbelt, Charlotte leisurely ignited the engine and declared, "Harry, watch me avenge you." "My dear friend." Harry, with an air of nonchalance, patted Charlotte on the shoulder and replied, "Good buddy." Just then, as the truck driver approached, he noticed the pickup sliding slightly forward. Before Harry could mock Charlotte's pace, the pickup suddenly accelerated, disappearing in a cloud of dust before the truck driver's despairing gaze. Harry and Sally exclaimed, "What a powerful sensation of acceleration." Charlotte's capabilities had far surpassed his previous limits. Concerned about potential dangers, he had temporarily equipped himself with Spider-Man and Spider-Sense skill cards, even ready to switch to a racing skill card at a moment's notice to ensure absolute safety. Meanwhile, in New York, Charlotte's spider suit vanished, revealing that he was still clad in his spider attire beneath. He had prepared 2 suits for himself, anticipating such a contingency. The pickup roared as it sped toward Dominic's crew. Watching the pickup come and go, Frank felt a sinking sensation in his heart. If his suspicions were correct, then they were indeed founded. The pickup, shrouded in billowing smoke, raced towards Frank's vehicle, which had been slowed down by the truck. Frank seized the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Jason." "This is none of your business." Dominic inquired, "Who is Jason?" Vince echoed the question, "Who is Jason? How many Jasons are there?" The bald man taunted, "Do you wish to race me?" "Just don't cry if you lose," Charlotte boldly challenged. "What skill is there in straight-line acceleration? Real speed is in navigating curves, but alas, there are no curves here." As Charlotte maneuvered the pickup closer, he leaned forward, casting a cheeky gesture at Frank. Meanwhile, Harry, mere inches from Charlotte's gesture, turned pale, his entire focus consumed by the obscene display, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Having consumed a hearty breakfast that morning, his stomach was now in turmoil. "Charlotte, watch the road. Look at the road." Harry screamed in panic. With a casual flick of his wrist, and guided by his spider sense, Charlotte expertly swerved to avoid a massive boulder in the middle of the road. Almost on the verge of retching, Harry's eyes widened as he realized that Charlotte was not even wearing his seatbelt. "Stop the car, Charlotte. I no longer require your assistance in avenging me. For heaven's sake. If you continue to help me, you'll only be avenging me for yourself." Clutching his churning stomach, Harry leaned out of the vehicle and could no longer suppress his nausea. Meanwhile, Charlotte had already overtaken Frank and was now ahead of him just as Harry's entire regurgitation was launched toward Frank's vehicle. In an instant, Francie's face contorted into an expression of utter horror, darkening as if charred. "I knew it. Encountering that rascal Charlotte could only lead to misfortune." Gritting his teeth, Frank activated the windshield wipers and discovered Charlotte's pickup barreling towards them with alarming speed. Don, ever vigilant, immediately recognized that the driver had changed at first glance. He quickly reached out to Lady and Vince. The 3 vehicles united, positioning themselves side by side to obstruct Charlotte's path. The massive truck leaned into Charlotte's direction, constricting his space, while Frank lingered behind, effectively surrounding Charlotte with their convoy. Charlotte wore a sinister smile and inquired of his 3 companions in the vehicle, "Do you wish to experience the sensation of flight?" "Absolutely not," came the frantic response from the one with his eyes tightly shut. "No need for that." The feeble Harry managed to regain some composure. Sally, in despair, pounded on the car window. As previously stated, Harry believed that relinquishing the driver's seat to Charlotte was one of the gravest errors of his life. As their path was blocked, Charlotte reduced his speed. Feeling his stomach churn, unable to contain himself, Harry once again poked his head out of the window. "Damn you, my beloved car," Frank exclaimed. his hands trembling as he reactivated the windshield wipers, leaving them running this time. Charlotte's eyes scanned for any weaknesses among the three vehicles, though they had indeed formed an impenetrable barrier. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Charlotte's eyes, and a smirk graced his lips as scenes from Fast and Furious flashed through his mind. He abruptly turned the steering wheel, and amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, Charlotte maneuvered the pickup, lightly tapping the brakes. With a surge of traction, he swayed back and forth, executing a deft drift beneath the towering chassis of the truck. Given the truck's elevated undercarriage, the pickup swiftly emerged on the other side. Accelerating once more, Charlotte sped past the convoy, positioning his vehicle ahead of Don's. Harry's head hung out the window, his eyes vacant and mouth agape, feeling as though his soul had nearly escaped his body. I am already dead. No one should attempt to save me. Charlotte, with feigned concern, patted Harry's back, but Harry's complexion turned pale as he puffed up his cheeks and exhaled. The two sports cars and one truck bore expressions of dismay, while only Frank seemed invigorated by the turn of events. The most unfortunate was Don, who still had his window down. Suddenly sensing movement in the seat ahead, he could not resist opening his eyes. In that moment of panic, he beheld Charlotte leaning out of the vehicle, making a face at the others behind him. Then, the pickup sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Chapter 107. Gwen, I want to get in the car too. What was initially planned as a morning's journey was completed in just an hour by Charlotte's reckless driving. At the next station, three individuals burst from the car doors, leaning against a large tree, retching uncontrollably. They felt as if the sun and moon had lost their luster, their heads buzzing with a disorienting dizziness. Is this the legendary vehicle of the ghostly Charlotte? How utterly enchanting. Indeed, it is a carriage fit only for those of extraordinary caliber. Harry, filled with regret, mused that if granted another chance, he would never allow Charlotte to sit beside him at the wheel. Should this promise come with a time frame, he would wish for it to last 1,000 years. Casting a glance at the three beside him, Charlotte crossed her arms and calmly shook her head. Is it really necessary? I barely drove fast at all. How did you end up like this? Harry's predicament was not entirely Charlotte's fault. He had already upset his stomach that morning and now felt his legs growing weak. Standing pale and trembling by the roadside. Harry, are you all right? Feeling faint? Let me drive again. I'll take it slow this time. Charlotte sent out a request for cooperation. The three responded in unison, absolutely not. Just then, the phone rang. Picking up, Charlotte was surprised to see that the caller was Gwen. Upon answering, Gwen's voice was a mixture of shyness and embarrassment, yet her cheeks flushed with excitement. I've resigned. I want to join you on your trip. How about it? You haven't gone too far, right? Charlotte surveyed the surroundings. The pickup had just crossed into New York State. He nodded. Indeed, we haven't traveled far, just over an hour's drive. We could reach our destination in about 30 minutes. What? Are you flying? Harry exclaimed. Turning away from the phone, Charlotte inquired of the others. Gwen says she's resigned and wants to join this perfect, carefree holiday. Do you all agree? Absolutely. Yes, of course. They all nodded vigorously, having suffered enough. Only someone like Gwen, who had grown up alongside Charlotte, could keep him in check. At this rate, she felt she might travel with her life, but not return. Harry and Sally shared no objections. With everyone's consent, Charlotte relinquished the wheel, allowing the ailing Harry to drive the pickup as they began their slow journey back. What? Why is Harry still driving? Because Sally and the others possessed only learner's permits. According to New York State regulations, they could only drive between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m., and only while proving they were attending classes. Otherwise, it would be considered driving without a license, and driving on the highway could lead to a court appearance to explain themselves. Only by venturing into states with more lenient laws can they truly express themselves. On that particular morning in the office, Mobius furrowed his brow. From the very start of the day, Gwen had been listless, making numerous mistakes even in her simplest tasks. An air of dark discontent seemed to surround her, much to the chagrin of the meticulous Mobius. Observing Gwen, who remained unresponsive despite being called repeatedly, Mobius's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Gwen's mind was consumed by the morning's vivid recollections, the affectionate kiss from Charlotte, juxtaposed with the heavily made-up visage of Mary Jane. She felt as though her heart had momentarily stopped, as if something were about to slip away. Indeed, it was a delightful vacation trip. With a sudden force, Gwen crushed a test tube in her grip, oblivious to her actions as she continued her mechanical tasks. The sound of another shattering test tube caused Mobius's temples to throb, his frustration mounting to the point where he wished he could engage in a boxing match with Gwen. As a scientist, Mobius was not only a germaphobe but also a perfectionist plagued by obsessive tendencies. Before him, Gwen was shattering test tube after test tube. leaving a laboratory table strewn with shards, which made him grit his teeth and his heart race, wishing he could simply slam his head against the wall in despair. He should never have allowed Gwen into his laboratory. Gwen elongated the syllable of her name, and Mobius, filled with rage, echoed it with a tremor in his voice. Yet, Gwen remained blissfully unaware, her gaze vacant. Another test tube exploded, spilling its contents across the floor. Mobius felt a surge of panic, his hands trembling. Gwen, he bellowed, and at last, she reacted, blinking in surprise as she surveyed the scattered remnants of test tubes. In a strange twist of blame, she exclaimed, Dr. Mobius, hurt not those you do not love. Why did you break my test tubes? Mobius could only respond with a bewildered stare. You're fired. He seethed through clenched teeth. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief, her fair face lighting up with joy as she tossed her golden hair back. What? I'm fired. This is wonderful. I can go on vacation now. Why have I been stuck here doing this tedious work when I could be traveling? There is so much knowledge to be gained from a vacation. Even Charlotte chose to travel. Yes, that's it. Farewell, Dr. Mobius, and thank you. Yet another moment of reproach and forgiveness arose as Mobius, lips pursed and anger surging within, silently observed Gwen joyfully striding away. He had once regarded her as a person of potential, but now it seemed she was utterly incorrigible. Upon receiving the delightful news, Gwen resolutely seized her phone and promptly called Charlotte. The pickup truck glided onto the highway leading back to New York, moving steadily yet slowly. At long last, in the evening, the group was greeted by a refreshed Gwen. Noting the 4 individuals in the vehicle, she found that, aside from Charlotte, the others appeared quite listless. Carrying an assortment of bags, Gwen curiously inquired, What has happened? Was your journey unenjoyable? Harry tumbled out from the driver's seat, only to be swiftly caught by Charlotte as he exited the vehicle and gently placed on the ground. With a pained expression, Charlotte remarked, Harry, don't make me hurl on you. Harry, pale and weary, lifted his head. His nausea was not due to Charlotte's rapid driving, but rather a genuine stomach ailment. He retrieved some antacids from his pocket and swallowed them before standing up, stating, I'm just feeling a bit unwell. It's nothing serious. After stowing her prepared luggage in the back of the pickup, Gwen rebuked, Charlotte, you scoundrel. Harry is unwell. How could you let him drive? Have some decency. Realizing his blunder, Charlotte, as a person of conscience, solemnly declared, I shall take responsibility for my actions. I was wrong. I will drive instead. However, Harry sprang up from the ground, revitalized, and exclaimed, No need. I can manage. Alas, the final decision left Gwen in the driver's seat. Engaging the brake with her left foot and the clutch with her right, she raised her hand to activate the windshield wipers. Swallowing hard, Harry's eyes widened as he bellowed, Get out of the car. Ultimately, the pickup was entrusted back to Charlotte. Sitting beside him, Gwen crossed her arms, visibly irked. It was merely a minor mistake. It's common knowledge to clear the windshield before driving. Even seasoned drivers know that visibility is paramount. Dr. Mobius dared to sit with me, and I've never had an accident. Gwen glanced at the back seat, swiftly fastening her seatbelt, gripping the overhead handle. Her entire being tense with anxiety, feeling quite perplexed. Harry, squeezed behind Charlotte, looked pale and implored, Father, I beg you to drive slower. I'm not ready to die. As the vehicle gradually roared to life, Charlotte, devoid of any skill cards, cast a glance at the figures in the rearview mirror and could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Chapter 108. George. How do I recall that Gwen wasn't in the car? Could she be beneath it? Charlotte's cautious driving, adhering to safety protocols, was rather typical of her. However, it felt distinctly uncharacteristic. It was akin to witnessing a madman suddenly regain composure. The smooth journey allowed her to relax somewhat, yet she remained resolute in not unfastening her seatbelt. As dusk descended, clouds obscured the vast expanse of stars, and the humid air seemed to herald an impending spring rain. Leaving behind the clamor of the city, the lights along the road grew increasingly sparse, until the beams from Charlotte's headlights became the sole illumination in the world. On this desolate road, it appeared that only their vehicle was in motion, while the darkness outside concealed unknown terrors. A gentle breeze tapped against the car windows, and the trees on either side rustled ominously, rendering the night particularly somber. The vastness of the surroundings instilled a chill among the passengers. Harry had already donned his jacket and could not help but pull his clothing tighter around him. Charlotte glanced at the front passenger seat, where an exuberant Gwen was engrossed in studying a map. She exclaimed joyfully, Just ahead, we are nearing the most remote town in New York State, Lakeview. We can take the small road over there and fully replenish our supplies in the town. We might even camp in these mountains and host a bonfire party. Oh, how perfect. After driving for a while, Charlotte turned the car onto the narrow path, observing the increasingly ominous road ahead. Unable to resist, she smiled and remarked, "Don't you find this scene eerily familiar? It resembles the opening of a classic horror film. Dim, foreboding skies, an isolated town, a solitary pickup truck navigating the narrow path, and 5 young travelers embarking on an adventure. What follows are unforeseen calamities, a broken-down vehicle, scattered companions, forests, light rain, supernatural creatures, cannibalistic villages, dismembered corpses, bizarre cults, and shocking encounters culminating in a sudden explosion of blood." "Shut up, Charlotte." Harry, leaning against Sally's shoulder, rolled his eyes. His condition had improved significantly after taking some antacids. His complexion was no longer as pale, and he was in dire need of a hearty dinner. Although the atmosphere indeed mirrored Charlotte's description. Who would utter such things late at night? "Were you trying to frighten the young lady?" Sally's complexion turned slightly pale as she recalled the information she had unearthed the previous night, gripping her seatbelt tightly against her chest. The area around Lakeview was notorious for frequent disappearances and the presence of serial killers. According to her plans, they should have steered clear of this place. Yet, unexpectedly encountering so many unforeseen events, they had ultimately found themselves here. The sudden ring of the telephone jolted Gwen, tightening her senses. As she glanced at the screen to find that the caller was her father, George, it then dawned on her that in her haste to embark on her holiday trip, she had completely forgotten to inform him. Answering the call, Gwen swiftly took the initiative, saying, "Dad, I'm currently with Charlotte. Remember that holiday trip I mentioned?" "Indeed. We've set off. You're together now? In that pickup?" George, at home and sipping water, was left perplexed. A fleeting image of encountering Charlotte earlier that morning flashed in his mind. "I recall there were only 4 people in the vehicle, and Gwen was absent. Is she hiding under the car?" This absurd notion briefly crossed his mind until he realized that Charlotte must have come to pick Gwen up. "I see," George sighed. "I merely called to check why you hadn't returned home. Since you are together, I have nothing more to say. Have fun, but do be safe." "Of course. We are quite safe." As Gwen spoke on the phone, she navigated along a narrow road and soon spotted a car ahead with its headlights illuminated. Halted in the middle of the path. "Who stops their car here for no reason? Could there truly be a murderer?" Charlotte exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and panic in her voice, deeply questioning the nature of the occupants inside that vehicle. Bang! The tire exploded, sending the car into a spin. "Ah!" Gwen shrieked. Just as George heard her assurance of safety, chaos erupted on the line, accompanied by another female scream. The sudden fright made George shudder. His hand trembled, causing the cup he held to shatter on the floor. He barely registered the mess as he quickly rose to inquire, "Gwen, are you all right?" "We're fine. Just a flat tire. Charlotte's driving skills are excellent. I have to hang up now." The call ended abruptly. "What? Charlotte is driving? That is far more alarming than a flat tire." With lingering trepidation, George's concern for Gwen's safety intensified. Meanwhile, the car struggled for control, but Charlotte, with her exceptional skills, managed to steady the pickup, bringing it to a halt beside the road, right behind a Dodge Challenger. "Ah, now I understand why they stopped here," Charlotte mused. Inside the pickup, Sally appeared pale with fright, while Gwen maintained her composure. Charlotte unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to glance at the wide-eyed, ashen-faced Sally. Her small hands clenched tightly, her sharp nails nearly piercing her skin, betraying her evident terror. "Do not fret, it is merely a trivial incident. Besides, even serial killers tend to target individuals who are isolated. With so many of us here, how could we possibly fear him?" Charlotte shrugged, uttering these words as he opened the car door. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Frank, who descended from a Dodge Challenger, wearing an expression of bemusement. Clutching a phone and a flashlight, he remarked, "Jason, someone has deliberately scattered triangle nails on this road. It is uncertain whether it is a prank or a calculated scheme." Frank had already inspected his own tires. After completing his task, he had decided to swing by Lakeview Town for a car wash, arriving slightly earlier than Charlotte. He had not anticipated encountering Charlotte here. As he opened the car door, Gwen, intrigued, stepped out and inquired, "Charlotte, is this your friend?" The others followed suit, exiting the vehicle. Charlotte briefly introduced Frank, saying, "Well, he is somewhat of a friend. His name is Frank, an underground courier. Of course, he prefers to be called Jason or Baldy." He then proceeded to introduce Gwen and the others. Their meeting here seemed serendipitous. Once Harry exited the vehicle, he inspected the tires and discovered, to his dismay, that 3 of the 4 tires on the pickup truck had been punctured. With dusk settling in and a considerable distance remaining to Lakeview Town, they were stranded in a desolate area, making it exceedingly difficult to summon a tow truck. "What shall we do now?" Harry queried, patting the pickup truck and turning to Charlotte. "What can we do?" Charlotte surveyed the surroundings, gazing into the forest. It appears we must wait until tomorrow. The sound of an approaching vehicle caught their attention as another car appeared on the road behind them. Spotting the group ahead, the vehicle slowed down and gradually came to a halt nearby. Chapter 109. The Fatal Bin Note. This chapter has been significantly censored. It contains some graphic content. Those seeking amusement or levity may wish to skip it. As the vehicle drew nearer, the group realized it was a police car. The officers, a man and a woman, exited the vehicle and approached to investigate. They quickly identified the scattered triangle nails on the road. The female officer relaxed her hand, which had been resting on her side, as she recognized the situation. She signaled to her male counterpart to clear the nails from the road and walked over to Charlotte and the others with a smile, saying, "It seems you are in need of assistance." With a look of relief, they nodded vigorously, stating, "Indeed, we require help. Our pickup has suffered punctured tires, and we are far from town." The female officer, maintaining a friendly demeanor, nodded and approached, glancing at the supplies in the pickup. She remarked with a smile, "The only issue is that we can only tow one vehicle. Sir, I believe they require assistance more urgently. You may initially take a seat in the rear of our patrol car as we proceed to the town. The remaining matters can be resolved tomorrow." Frank glanced at the model of the police vehicle and inquired, "Do you have a spare tire?" "I've damaged 2 of my tires, but I do possess a spare. I'm merely lacking one." Frank was reluctant to abandon his beloved car here and even less inclined to sit in the back of the patrol vehicle. The female officer turned to her companion for a brief confirmation and nodded at Frank, stating, "Well, it seems you are indeed fortunate." Soon, Frank had replaced the damaged tires and was driving at the rear, accompanied by Harry and Sally. Meanwhile, Charlotte was delighted to find herself in the back of the police car, exploring her surroundings with glee, flashing a broad smile at the camera mounted on the ceiling. The convoy set off once more. After some time, a pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness. Clutching a hammer, a disheveled, balding old man emerged from the shadows. His gaze was fixated on the few vehicles retreating into the distance, his eyes gleaming with malice, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he grinned menacingly in the dark. Turning around, he noticed 3 other grotesque figures had appeared behind him. Clad in rags, they resembled wretched vagrants, each more hideous than the last. Their faces disfigured as though splashed with acid, their demeanor erratic. They bore an assortment of gruesome weapons at their waists, exuding a repulsive stench. The leader extracted a golden ring from his pocket, an unsettling memento of a murderous past. The second man tilted his head in a daze, drooling, his vacant stare fixed on the direction in which the others had departed. The third clutched a plastic container, his bloodied palms disregarded, as he scattered a handful of triangular nails upon the road, creating a treacherous path. Suddenly, distant headlights illuminated the scene. The 4 exchanged glances, and the bald old man grinned wickedly, signaling with his eyes. Moments later, a red Chevrolet approached, its tires crushing the scattered nails. With a loud bang, the tire exploded. The driver lacked the skill of Charlotte and Frank, causing the vehicle to flip and crash violently into a nearby tree. In the glaring headlights, the bald man leaned forward, dragging his hammer along the ground, producing a chilling screech as he approached the car with ominous strides. Inside, a blonde beauty, disoriented, mistook the approaching figure for a savior and cried out for help. "Help! Help!" After feeling the blood trickling from her head, she unfastened her seatbelt and struggled to crawl from the overturned vehicle. Her boyfriend, in the driver's seat, was unconscious, his head bloodied and battered. The third man abruptly thrust his grotesquely disfigured head into view, flinging open the car door and seizing her boyfriend's body, forcibly dragging him out into the open. The dizzy, golden-haired beauty, believing her boyfriend had been rescued, clumsily emerged from the vehicle, only to find a pair of military boots planted firmly before her. A hammer gently tapped against the boot, producing a sharp, resonant sound. As she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of a malevolent, aged visage. A booted foot descended upon her hand, pressing down with a cruel force, slowly grinding away. Amidst her agonizing screams, she desperately struck the old man's shins. But to no avail. Suddenly, a foul-smelling dagger pierced through her cheek, revealing that the leader had stealthily positioned himself behind her. Twisting the blade, the leader's chilling laughter echoed in her ears. Her cries morphed into whimpers of despair. As a hand clutched her throat, the second and third men dragged her boyfriend before her. At that moment, he was covered in blood, his breath barely a whisper after enduring unspeakable torment. With a sinister smile, the leader's tormenting voice infiltrated the golden-haired beauty's ears, subjecting her to a dual assault on her body and spirit, reducing her to a state worse than death. Her eyes widened in horror. In an instant, the third man's hand clamped over her mouth, forcing all her anguish back down her throat. He yanked her out of the car, compelling her to kneel on the ground. Before her, the leader approached. His gaze fixated on the golden-haired beauty, not as if she were human, but as if she were a delectable morsel. He covered her mouth while wielding a knife, slashing through her black stockings, treating her as a mere object of amusement. Meanwhile, the leader, hammer in hand, approached from behind, smiling ominously. Her piercing screams roused the vigilance of the forest creatures. The night was dark, and Charlotte and her companions had arrived at the small town. Gwen pointed towards the hiding place of the cannibal, suggesting they camp there, enthusiastically inviting Frank to join them. After a moment's hesitation, she called Ray to assure him of their safety. The group sent the pickup for repairs, gathered their belongings, and set off without delay. Chapter 110, The Cannibal Returns. The previous chapter was censored, leading to the omission of certain parts, hence the abrupt jumps. Future content will strive to avoid similar themes. In summary, it revolves around a solitary, bald old man accompanied by 3 vicious cannibals. They extended their lecherous hands towards the innocent blonde beauty, seizing her, while her boyfriend, consumed with worry, was ultimately compelled to split up, reluctantly choosing to depart. Beneath the inky darkness of the night, Charlotte and her companions, burdened with their packs and wielding flashlights, trekked towards the woods, preparing to camp and picnic in the wilderness. Leading the way, Harry strode forward with vigor, clutching a double-barreled shotgun in one hand and a Glock secured at his waist, for who embarks on a road trip without a sidearm? At that moment, Harry was brimming with energy, eager to procure the perfect game for tonight's bonfire. As they trod upon the damp earth, the brittle branches beneath their feet crackled audibly, adding an air of uncertainty and foreboding to the night. The atmosphere carried a faint, unpleasant odor, and in the shadows untouched by light, ominous shapes seemed to flicker momentarily. Sally, feeling a sense of unease, crouched low and trailed closely behind Harry, while Charlotte wore a smile, swaying to her own rhythm, lagging a few paces behind. Walking beside the self-assured Gwen, Charlotte found some solace in the confidence exuded by her companions. Suddenly, Charlotte's gaze flickered as she illuminated the spot where the shadow had darted, revealing the decaying carcass of a small deer. Instantly, muffled gasps of shock echoed among the group. Gwen, dissatisfied, pouted, although the night was dim. Her spider-like instincts perceived it as bright as day. Despite the insects avoiding her presence, many scenes appeared ominous, and she had ceased to anticipate the joy of camping in the forest. The policewoman, Carter, also gasped in surprise. Citing her duty to protect, she shamelessly joined the group, hoping to partake in the wild fare, though genuine concern for her companions lingered in her heart. Yet, despite her claims of protection, she appeared the most timid of them all, even less courageous than Sally. A mere scurrying mouse nearly sent her into a panic. Lastly, there was Frank, a man accustomed to grand spectacles, moving with an air of confidence and alertness, exuding a sense of being back in his territory. Although venturing out for a midnight picnic seemed utterly implausible, it appeared entirely reasonable in the context of a quaint American lakeside town. Charlotte was intrigued as she fiddled with the lady's Ruger handgun that Harry had given her, while Gwen sported a Hammer technology-produced Jericho 941 at her waist. As the group advanced, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky, prompting them to quicken their pace in search of an open space to swiftly set up their tents. Amidst the wind and rain, a melancholic voice seemed to whisper through the trees. The moment they stepped into the woods, it felt as though a sinister breeze swept past them, transporting them from the city into a wild and untamed realm. Here lies the intersection of malevolence and chaos, a realm where sunlight dares not penetrate, shrouded in terror. The somber forest resembles a voracious demon, devouring all who dare to enter, leaving them with no means of return. The chilling depths of the night bring forth an overwhelming sense of dread, as if countless unknown horrors lurk within the darkness, enhancing the uniquely savage atmosphere of the bloodthirsty pursuit that pervades the shadowy woods. The roots of their fear stem from the anxiety of their lives hanging by a thread, and their trepidation is indeed justified. As the tale unfolds, an insidious calamity stirs in the shadows. For in that darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes fixates intently upon them. Charlotte. Gwen elbowed Charlotte in the stomach, silencing his words. Beside them, Officer Carter's face turned a ghostly white, her palm trembling over the holster at her waist as she anxiously surveyed the surroundings in search of that pair of crimson eyes. Those who held expectations of the police could not suppress their grimaces. Was this a joke? 4 man-eaters had wreaked havoc in Maple Lake for so long, even establishing residence. Yet they had remained undiscovered and unapprehended, a testament to Officer Carter's ineptitude. It was Frank, the last among them, who first sensed something amiss. His flashlight illuminated a mountain bike concealed within the underbrush, prompting a stern expression as he approached to investigate. A thin layer of dust coated the bike, still being washed away by the rain. The front tire lay slashed and utterly ruined. Observing the expensive bike before him, Frank furrowed his brow and ran his fingers along the blade's edge on the frame, then quickly strode over to Charlotte, declaring, "Charlotte, something is terribly wrong here." "Indeed." Charlotte nodded in agreement. "It is wrong, and rightly so. Look." Harry, leading the group, called out. Surrounding the clearing were numerous abandoned vehicles, and before them stood a somber little cabin, dimly lit. Few were foolish enough to ignore the palpable danger. Harry tightened his grip on his shotgun, subtly retreating to conceal himself behind a derelict RV, casting furtive glances at the cabin. "Sally, keep your distance. It seems our picnic plans may be dashed," he whispered. Stepping forward, the only fool among them, Officer Carter, scanned the area filled with discarded vehicles and abandoned clothing. "What is going on? This makes perfect sense. It's normal to find some abandoned cars here, considering this might be a favored camping spot for young couples. Perhaps we should inquire at the cabin." "Of course." Or perhaps Frank shot a glance at Officer Carter, his disdain for foolishness evident. Without further ado, he drew his pistol from his waistband. "But it's better to be cautious. Allow me to lead the way." With that, Charlotte, impatient and undeterred by the protests, slipped a hand into her pocket, grasping the lady's pistol, and boldly approached the cabin door. Casting a glance at the claw marks and dried blood stains on the door, Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly. Raising her hand to knock heavily on the door while equipping her skill card, she called out loudly, "Open up. Your delivery has arrived. Please come out to sign for it." After a few knocks, armed with the spider sense skill card, Charlotte was acutely aware that the room was unoccupied. The foul stench wafting from behind the door confirming her suspicion. Disdainfully raising an eyebrow, she delivered a decisive kick, shattering the door to splinters. Peeking inside, she immediately recoiled, declaring, "There's no one inside. But this is the lair of a serial killer, and the scene within is exceedingly gruesome. I doubt any of you would wish to behold it." "What?" Officer Carter's face turned ashen as she anxiously shouted, "Call the police. We must call the police." Producing her vintage mobile phone, she was on the verge of tears, turning to Frank in frantic inquiry. "What is the number for 911? Frank rolled his eyes, his expression grim as he shook his head. "No good. I've already tried. There is absolutely no signal here." "What now?" Gripping his double-barreled shotgun, swallowing hard. Even Harry felt the tension rising, cold sweat forming in his palms, the rain making the weapon slippery. A spring rain could very well render their firearm useless. And with a merciless killer on the loose, they could not afford to be overly cautious. Returning, Charlotte wore an expression of disbelief, glancing at the group regarding her. "Of course we should run. What else would we do? Offer them a meal?" "You make an excellent point. I find myself at a loss for words." Harry's eyes lit up as he hastily prepared to retrace their steps. Officer Carter, however, had a differing opinion. "Our phones have no signal. Perhaps we could seek refuge in the cabin and use a landline to call for help." "Shut up." Harry nearly wished to strike Carter with the butt of his gun. "What are you, a brainless supporting character from a horror film? I suspect you might be in league with the killer." Just then, the sound of an engine broke the tension, a vehicle's headlights illuminating a trailer emerging from the forest, drawing ever closer. A blonde woman hung lifelessly from the rear, dragged along as they watched in horror. Charlotte, witnessing the gruesome scene, shook her head in disbelief, thinking how this was straight out of a horror movie. Could it possibly get any more absurd? As the vehicle approached, they remained oblivious to the hidden onlookers. Suddenly, Charlotte's phone rang sharply, startling Carter beside her. The jolt caused Carter's vintage handgun to discharge, a bullet flying forth and striking the cabin of the pickup truck with alarming precision. The elderly man driving the pickup widened his eyes, raising his hand to touch his right ear, observing the blood staining his hands. A sinister smile crept across his face, a murderous intent radiating from him. His gaze shifted, spotting Gwen peeking from beside the vehicle. "Damn it," he cursed, and without hesitation, Harry stood up, raising his gun and pulling the trigger toward the tow truck. Chapter 111. The Ogre. Sometimes it feels utterly despairing, prompting thoughts of calling the police. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted fiercely. Aside from Officer Carter, who lay on the ground covering her ears, everyone on Charlotte's side unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets. After firing 2 or 3 shots, feeling something amiss, Charlotte's feminine Ruger inexplicably transformed into a Desert Eagle. Hearing the sudden change in gunfire, even Frank couldn't help but turn his head, uncertain if he had been imagining things. In a brief moment, the group riddled the tow truck with bullets, though the 4 murderers inside managed to evade most of the onslaught. Only the ogre leader in the passenger seat was struck 4 times by Frank and Gwen, collapsing beside the tow truck. Under George's guidance and her own efforts, Gwen's marksmanship had become remarkably precise, bolstered by her attributes and night vision capabilities, making her unmatched in nocturnal gunfights. However, she was reluctant to shoot for fatal points. After the Lizard Charlotte incident, she had resolved to adhere to her principle of not taking lives. Thus, her 2 shots merely struck the ogre leader's arms, while Frank's shots hit the leader's abdomen and thigh. These 3 ogres were grotesque and terrifying deviants, relishing in the torment and murder of unsuspecting passersby, often cooking their victims for sustenance. Their deformities stemmed from generations of inbreeding and cannibalistic traditions, compounded by long-term consumption of contaminated wastewater, resulting in bodies that were even more resilient and formidable. Yet, this strength was only relative to ordinary humans. The shot ogre leader now lay incapacitated, blood bubbling from his mouth, unable to move. Seeing this, Charlotte immediately aimed her gun, landing 3 shots on the ogre leader's shins. Listening to the ogre leader's incoherent, monstrous cries, Charlotte cursed under her breath. Damn it, I haven't even unlocked the head. Determined, she decided to try again. Leaning out, she bobbed her head twice, evading 3 bullets, rhythmically shaking her head while observing the trajectory of the bullets, raising an eyebrow at the balding old man. The ogre elder exclaimed, "What the hell? What sort of monster are you?" 2 more bullets were deflected by Charlotte's head movement. Finally, Charlotte's gun was aimed directly at the old man shooting at her, and she squeezed the trigger for a shot. The bullet veered off course, striking a nearby abandoned car. After ricocheting off the door, it hurtled towards the crouching old man, hitting its target with unnerving precision. After the trailer, the elderly man clutched his groin in agony. His anguished scream was piercingly shrill, causing all the gentlemen present to instinctively tighten their legs, particularly since the ricochet had lodged itself unceremoniously in the old man's trousers. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, Headshot Kid. When wielding a weapon, you will invariably strike your target's head with precision. Freedom attribute points, 2. Oh, Charlotte grimaced, casting a disdainful glance at the old man's predicament before lowering his head in dismay. The scene was so visceral that even Charlotte felt compelled to squeeze his legs together, his body trembling slightly. Although Charlotte had performed admirably with his marksmanship, the men present collectively directed reproachful glares at him. Charlotte turned to Gwen, who was rising to prepare for another shot, and said, "You take care of Sally. I will handle the rest." Gwen nodded in agreement, then suddenly tilted her head sharply to dodge a bullet. The old man, a murderous fiend, exclaimed in exasperation, "You bastards. I want to report them for cheating." At times, even the killer felt a sense of despair, compelling one to consider calling the authorities. Frank found such a scene incomprehensible. Is dodging bullets merely a matter of shaking one's head? Perhaps he should practice? He slightly bobbed his head. Frank inhaled sharply. It seemed to have some effect. No wonder every character in Indian films can dodge bullets. At that moment, Frank found himself with few bullets remaining. He shot the limbs of the cannibalistic leader and, after reloading, remarked, "Charlotte, this cannot continue. This is their territory, and they are far more familiar with the environment than we are. We must coordinate our tactics and be wary of being picked off one by one." The sky was indeed dim. The previous attack had extinguished the crane's headlights, and in the pitch darkness, any source of light would become the primary target for assault. Suddenly, Officer Carter sprang up, illuminating the surroundings with her flashlight. Completely disregarding Frank's words, she shouted, "We should split up. Every one of us that can escape should." Bang! Harry struck the officer from behind with the butt of his gun, rendering her unconscious, and calmly changed the ammunition in his shotgun. "Remember to testify for me." She was knocked out by that murderer next to the crane. He coughed. Now, apart from the old man, the other 2 oddities were unarmed. At this moment, we found ourselves in an absolute advantage. In my opinion, we should decisively eliminate the elder. Now is not the time for mercy. If we can kill, we shall not hesitate. With that, Harry suddenly rose and, aiming at the still-breathing ogre chief in the distance, pulled the trigger, causing a spray of blood to erupt. Charlotte, having swapped skill cards, also stood up and fired a shot with precision, confirming, "The one on the ground is still moving. He is definitely not dead. Let's take him out first." Harry, trembling with fear, gazed at the desert eagle in Charlotte's hand. "Brother, my dear brother, I haven't done anything to wrong you, have I? I never knew your marksmanship was so astonishingly precise." A thunderous roar emanated from the generator within the cabin, and it was unclear when the ogre third had retreated to the underground of the cabin. However, at that moment, brilliant headlights illuminated the entire scene. As an array of abandoned cars connected by wires flickered to life, over 20 or 30 in number. In the blinding light, Harry and the others finally comprehended the dreadful reality surrounding them. Blood was splattered everywhere, and remnants of tattered clothing and shattered bones littered the ground. A terrified scream escaped Sally as the lights suddenly brightened. The ogre third, having circled nearby, launched a surprise attack, drawing a bow and swiftly releasing an arrow aimed at her throat. Reacting too late, she could only watch in horror as the blood-stained arrow approached ever closer. Yet before the ogre could revel in his triumph, a pale hand emerged, effortlessly catching the arrow in its palm. Gwen retaliated by throwing a dagger, which struck the ogre third in the left shoulder. He collapsed, vanishing amidst the wreckage of the cars, and Gwen dared not pursue, wary of falling into a trap. Meanwhile, after firing several shots, Charlotte began to reposition himself, preparing to launch a stealth attack on the elder. Just then, his phone rang again, and with a sigh of resignation, he answered it openly, raising his gun towards the elder and firing carelessly. The elder emitted a pained wail from behind the car. "You can't play this game. You're just a worthless little punk shooting at an old man." "Hello? Charlotte? What are you doing? Why didn't you answer my call just now?" Gwen's call didn't go through either. "Why does it sound so chaotic on your end?" A barrage of questions left Charlotte feeling dazed. He slightly tilted his head, deftly dodging a bullet without glancing at the elder's direction, saying, "George, I'm not doing anything, just a little gunfight." He raised his hand, pulling the trigger at the sky, and soon after, a pained scream echoed from the repositioned elder. "A gunfight? Charlotte, are you in danger? Where are you now?" The phone crackled with static as George listened intently, confirming Charlotte's account of the gunfight. Anxiously, he strained to hear her voice over the line. "We are amidst the chaos now. The situation is dire. Gwen, she is dead." The call abruptly ended with a haunting laughter. George, bewildered, exclaimed, "What has transpired with Gwen? Please elucidate." Suddenly, a second ogre burst forth, brandishing two foul-smelling cleavers, thrusting one towards Charlotte's abdomen while maniacally attempting to bite her. Unfazed by the onslaught, Charlotte steadied herself, gripping her Desert Eagle as she silently aimed at the ogre's small head. The air was pierced by the sound of gunfire, one shot after another. Though the three ogres were largely impervious to pain, the force of the bullets sent them crashing to the ground, while Charlotte's shots curved gracefully through the air, each one striking its intended target with precision. The scene was brutally savage, yet Charlotte could hardly bear to witness the carnage. Silently, she reloaded her weapon, casting a sympathetic glance towards the old man, raising her gun to take aim at the second ogre. The shots rang out with chilling clarity. Was it cruel? Not in the slightest. Observing the blood-soaked ground and the vehicles strewn about, Charlotte felt an overwhelming sense of mercy towards her foes. The final bullet sliced through the second ogre's lower body, tracing a semicircular arc before striking the old man's fragile form once more. The loss of his lower half drove the already deranged ogre further into madness, transforming him from a mere beast into a true monster. Despite the torrents of blood pouring from his wound, the ogre crawled towards Charlotte, intent on slaughtering and devouring her as he had done to so many others. With a resigned sigh, she shot off his arms, following up with 3 more shots, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head, to send him into eternal rest. In the distance, the enraged cries of the third ogre echoed. Charlotte raised her hand, effortlessly catching the Molotov cocktail thrown her way, and hurled it upon the ogre. She turned to face the concealed figure of the third ogre, a cold smile gracing her lips. Disregarding the flames that erupted from the ogre behind her, Charlotte returned to her previous position beside Frank. The remaining defenders had nearly exhausted their ammunition, reluctant to fire recklessly. The old man, having sustained multiple injuries, some inflicted by Frank himself, had lost much of his combat capability. Only the third ogre remained in the fray. "I am nearly out of bullets." "What have you, Charlotte?" Frank inquired. Charlotte reached beneath the trailer where they had taken refuge, retrieving a weapon to Frank's astonishment. "Where did you acquire that, my friend?" he asked, bewildered, as he peered beneath the vehicle, where the lifeless gaze of a deceased individual met his eyes. He immediately rose, his face darkened, casting a bewildered glance at Charlotte. "What expression is that? Have you seen a corpse?" Charlotte inquired curiously, blinking her eyes. With a chuckle, "I'm just looking at a dead body," Charlotte said as she stood up, confidently striding towards the hiding place of the ogre, Old 3. The ogre, gritting his teeth, stood up with a manic laugh and shot an arrow at Charlotte. In response, Charlotte pulled the trigger, the bullet crashing into the arrow, piercing it completely before striking Old 3 in a vital area. The sound of gunfire was crisp and rhythmic, with minimal recoil, though the muzzle tended to heat up. Charlotte advanced step by step, bullets erupting from the barrel and embedding themselves into Old 3's body, causing him to convulse and rendering him unable to resist. His mouth only able to emit a series of agonized howls. With each shot hitting its target, blood splattered, yet none struck a fatal point. The bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, each lodging itself within Old 3, mangling his flesh and distorting his form. Finally, as the bullets ran dry, Charlotte gazed at the fallen but still breathing ogre. He gently squeezed the trigger twice with his left hand, lowering his gaze at Old 3. Softly blowing away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "I bet your gun is full of bullets." Chapter 112. Live Broadcast Frenzy. A light rain fell from the sky, cascading down Old 3's body, mingling with the blood that stained the ground. Standing before him, Charlotte wore a smile, the flames of his weapon illuminating the scene. The recoil caused his palm to tremble slightly as bullets flew from the gun, piercing Old 3's body. "I bet your gun is full of bullets." This skill exceeded Charlotte's expectations in its potency, for within it, he envisioned a path to wealth rising before him. Why deliver takeout? I should sell bullets directly. This was a completely zero-cost venture. Utilizing the system's capabilities to manufacture bullets for sale, poised to become a global sensation. With the system's guarantee, quality was assured. Reselling, marking up prices, expanding and strengthening. Creating brilliance once more, securing a beautiful life, and reaching the pinnacle of success. Charlotte envisioned a splendid future, surpassing Tony Stark, becoming the foremost arms dealer known worldwide. Dressed in a leather coat, wearing sunglasses and dual guns at his waist, he would raise his proud head, looking down with disdain at the launch site, sneering, "I bet your gun has a nuclear warhead. How amusing. I truly am a genius." The beautiful imagery flickered past, replaced by an overwhelming vision of countless golden bricks approaching. Only the beautiful illusion of Charlotte was awakened by the agonizing cries of the ogre, Old 3. Looking down at the grotesquely enlarged figure of Old 3, Charlotte gritted his teeth and fired several shots, casually tossing the still warm barrel into the ogre's bathwater. With a snap, he turned around and was met with the unsettling gazes of everyone present, including Gwen. They had just witnessed him fire 70 rounds at close range into a single individual, a gruesome spectacle that was difficult to behold. The smiling Charlotte appeared far more deranged than a mere murderer. "Why do you all look at me like that?" he exclaimed in discontent. "Why am I the one labeled as the pervert? He is an ogre, and he is not even dead yet." This only served to cement the perception that Charlotte was indeed the more twisted one. The ogre, Old 3, opened his mouth and spat out 2 bullets, his eyes fixated on the direction Charlotte had departed. "Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill card. Dog thing. I may not be human, but you are truly a dog. Free attribute points." 2. Ignoring Old 3, Charlotte focused on the spreading flames caused by the Molotov cocktail. Although the ogres had dragged the wrecked vehicles here, they had failed to siphon off the gasoline. Over time, some cars had even developed leaks. Amidst the rain, the fire spread, and the anguished cries of an old man echoed nearby, momentarily startling Charlotte. "Aren't you still alive?" Officer Carter, too, emerged from her daze, bewildered. The group, armed and cautious, approached to check on the old man's whereabouts. Beside an overturned vehicle, they found the old man's legs engulfed in flames, his lower body already scorched. In his desperate bid to escape, he had crawled forward, foolishly covering himself in leaking motor oil to hasten his movement, only to ensnare himself in a web of his own making. Intelligence turned to folly. Charlotte glanced at the old man's dire predicament and immediately raised a hand to halt his teammates. The acrid smell of burning flesh was overwhelming, nauseating, and obscured the view for Gwen and the others. Quietly, Charlotte suggested, "How about you, Harry, take them away from here. I can handle things myself." As he spoke, Charlotte produced a Ruger and handed it to Harry, who hesitated, glancing at the old man struggling desperately and beckoning for help, his face a mask of despair. Covering his nose, he nodded, "Let us keep our distance and wait for you not far from here. Hurry." With Harry, Gwen, Sally, and the others departing, Charlotte turned his attention back to the old man, who had crawled closer. The oil on his body was not easily ignited, yet something clung to his legs, allowing the flames to pursue him relentlessly. Observing the elderly man whose lower body was engulfed in flames, Frank felt a pang of compassion as the man screamed in agony. "We should help him," he suggested. "No," Charlotte quickly interjected, preventing Frank, who had picked up a nearby blanket, from acting. "I absolutely want to allow you to suffocate him with water. That would be too brutal." "No, I meant to extinguish the fire." "Ah, hold on a moment." Charlotte tilted her head, squatting down to address the burning man with a semblance of friendliness. "So, are you going to surrender?" I'm asking this fine gentleman. "Do you need assistance? I sense your lower half is beyond salvation. Perhaps it's best to let it be." Yes. The tormented old man nodded fervently. his face paling from both the excruciating pain and excessive blood loss. Beads of moisture streaming down his visage, whether it was rain or sweat, was indiscernible. His gaze at Charlotte was filled not only with desperation, but also an unmistakable loathing. Upon hearing the man's affirmative response, Charlotte smiled unperturbed and said, "All right. We shall rescue you." A benevolent policewoman, noticing the scene, rushed over to initiate aid for the elderly man, exclaiming, "Do not worry. Hold on. I'm coming." As she spoke, she grabbed a plastic bucket from a discarded vehicle and unscrewed the lid, dashing toward him, unaware of the gasoline container in Officer Carter's hands. The old man let out a despairing cry. Charlotte and Frank quickly made way for the officer, and in the next moment, the entire bucket of gasoline was splashed onto the man's face, pouring into his mouth as it drenched his entire body. Instantly, the flames surged skyward, defying the rain. Witnessing the old man writhing in agony amidst the flames, Charlotte, unable to bear it any longer, seized a cup from the abandoned vehicle and doused the man with rainwater. "Oh, my God." Officer Carter then realized in horror that she was holding a bucket of gasoline, and she hastily discarded it. The fuel splattered, igniting the bucket, which rolled away to the side of a nearby RV, where it erupted into a towering inferno. Charlotte and Frank exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this man cursed? The raging fire swiftly consumed the entire junkyard, incinerating the ogre. Charlotte, Frank, and Officer Carter promptly evacuated and sought refuge with Gwen and others nearby. Buzzing echoed from the helicopter above, and Gwen looked up, her gaze piercing through the darkness as she sought her father, George, hanging outside the helicopter, momentarily mesmerized. "Father?" Soon after, both Gwen and Charlotte were taken to the town's police station with George, where they began to recount their statements. Harry was relatively lenient, asking only a few questions before allowing them to leave. They left the uncompleted pickup truck for Charlotte and Gwen, hastily choosing to depart from this place that haunted them psychologically, boarding a police car en route to their next destination, where the two awaited them. In New York, while being interrogated by the police, the idle doppelganger was engrossed in examining the skill card that he deemed credible. He promptly equipped the skill card titled Dog Thing. "I may not be human, but you are certainly a dog," as a radiant beam of holy light enveloped him. Charlotte instantly transformed into a charming hound. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What the heck? A dog speaks human language." Using all fours, he hopped in front of a mirror, utterly dumbfounded by his reflection. He had become a strikingly handsome, dignified mutt. Raising his paw, he made various peculiar expressions at the mirror, and with unwavering certainty, Charlotte confirmed, "Indeed, I am a dog." Speechless, he deactivated the skill card and stood up from his prone position. Curiously, he glanced at another skill card titled Live Madness. Chapter 113, Live Madness. Equip skill card. In an instant, Charlotte's vision transformed dramatically, revealing a cascade of green codes composed of zeros and ones, accompanied by a fleeting visage of a large face. The scenes before his eyes flickered, akin to his mind being rapidly drawn away and then pulled back close. A series of system prompts flashed, and the scene morphed into one brimming with cinematic quality. Simultaneously, a live stream room named Live Madness appeared prominently featured on the homepage of various streaming platforms, even catching the eye of the Serene streaming platform. Countless curious individuals flocked to the live stream to witness the spectacle. Upon entering, they were pleasantly surprised, as their devices displayed an unparalleled visual quality, mirroring the world through Charlotte's eyes. His spider costume was enveloped by another skin, a sharply tailored suit, each curve exuding profound elegance. He glanced at the pulsating system prompts. Unknown life forms have been observing you, eagerly awaiting the activation of your live stream. They find everything about you to be of great interest, adding new excitement to their immortal existence. Your Live Madness skill has received an unknown enhancement through rewards. Caution. Due to the influence of unknown forces, this skill may not be able to coexist with others. Your overall attributes. 5. When you equip this skill card, your skill slots increase by an additional 1. Note, the greater the amount of rewards you receive, the more formidable your abilities will become. There was no time to ponder the implications. As if propelled by an explosive force, Charlotte felt his mind soar into the heavens, traversing the celestial expanse. Gazing upon the myriad twinkling stars, before plunging into the depths of the ocean, where he was engulfed in a cacophony of chaos. Countless comments flashed before his eyes, and he pondered, what is this? A performance art? Why does this streamer remain utterly still? Show us his shoelaces. To my dismay, I clicked on a sensual live stream. And instead, this is what I am presented with. Is the host a hacker? Regardless, I demand the sensual content. What price must I pay for it? As his consciousness returned to his mind, Charlotte could not help but shudder with excitement. Exceedingly splendid. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he glanced down to admire his dapper suit. Commanding and robust, his physique was impeccably proportioned, every detail seemingly sculpted with meticulous care, radiating a unique charm and charisma. His waist was both supple and strong, and the lines of his back flowed naturally. Gazing into the mirror before him, each angle revealed a breathtaking masterpiece. As Charlotte lifted his head to behold his own visage, this scene was simultaneously broadcast live. Countless viewers followed the gaze of Charlotte's eyes, ascending towards his face, and a single comment flooded the screen. Some even exclaimed, "This must have been prearranged." Charlotte emanated an air of mystery, and with the elevation of his head, he reached a pinnacle of allure. His mind transformed into a grand camera, perceiving the reflection in the mirror from a first-person perspective. Charlotte exclaimed, "Good heavens! Is this truly how I conduct my live streams?" Special effects. Vivid phrases danced before his eyes, and whether among the subdued audience in the live stream or the equally stunned Charlotte, the sound of music resonated simultaneously. This melodic chant enhanced Charlotte's charisma, rendering it even more enigmatic. Fixated on his reflection, Charlotte lifted his right hand, adorned with a white glove, intending to caress his face. Previously lacking a clear perception of his own attractiveness, he now comprehended, through the lens valued at $2 million, that he had indeed reached a level of striking handsomeness. Some viewers were genuinely astonished by Charlotte at this moment, while others perceived it merely as a spectacular display of special effects, a ruse to promote a new film. Choosing to ignore the chaotic comments, Charlotte cast a glance at his attribute panel. Charlotte, Strength, 27, Spirit, 280, 245, Constitution, 27, Attractiveness, 20, Trait, Caution. Someone is taking a particular interest in you. Attribute points, 8. No wonder I feel an unprecedented surge of spirit. It is marvelous. I sense that I am gradually comprehending everything. Tilting my head and gazing at the shimmering reflection of myself on the screen, Charlotte gracefully bent at the waist. Standing at attention, with his left hand gently caressing his chest, he performed a courteous bow for all the viewers. How dashing I am. Elegance. Elegance. This is true elegance. With this physique, I could certainly achieve such a look. Does anyone know which film this is from? Charlotte stared blankly at the barrage of comments, feeling somewhat hesitant. What should I do now? I have no idea what my purpose is. Should I bite a lighter? But I have no mouth. Ignoring the chaotic comments, Charlotte finally had an idea. Since this is a live broadcast, we ought to stream something that cannot be aired. For instance, let us broadcast from the streets of Hell's Kitchen and liven things up by confronting someone. Scene transition with special effects. Before he could comprehend, Charlotte found himself unarmed before the entrance of the Hand Association. The two henchmen at the door widened their eyes, startled by Charlotte's sudden appearance, and gazed in astonishment at his camera. Who is this? They questioned. This is a monster. Quickly inform Lady Gao. With that, the two prepared to raise their weapons and pull the trigger on Charlotte. Charlotte exclaimed, "What a joke. This is too sudden. At least hand me a carrot. A pencil would suffice." A flurry of comments flooded the screen. I knew it. Is this a special feature? The visuals are indeed impressive. I am fully supportive of its release. My goodness. Fighting is inferior to dancing. This place seems somewhat familiar. It doesn't look like a green screen. I also find it familiar. At this moment, the sounds around the audience shifted. The rain outside pattered incessantly for 3 days and nights, accompanied by music. As he gazed at the gun pointed at him, Charlotte moved slightly, rushing forward like a phantom. With a powerful straight punch, his fist shattered the head of the Hand Association henchman, and every frame of the scene was captured clearly by the high-definition camera. The splattered liquid did not drench Charlotte, nor did it touch the lens. One punch sent a shiver through countless viewers, watching his once pristine gloves turn crimson. Charlotte cursed inwardly and swiftly turned to deliver a low kick to another henchman, following up with a punch to the face. Comments flooded in. I entered a lewd live stream. I've already taken off my pants, and you show me this? I'm flaccid. What the hell? The visual effects of this film are simply astounding. The realism is astonishing. Yet, something feels amiss. What a ridiculous situation. I just realized why this place seems familiar. It is next to the store where I work. This is truly alarming. I must call the authorities. Where's the supervisor? Where's the supervisor? With a flick of his wrist, Charlotte shook off the blood from his hands. A voice shouting about calling the police quickly faded into the distance. Staring at the imposing iron gate before him, Charlotte silently clenched his fists and adjusted his gloves. He had initially planned to return later that evening, but since he was already here, alas, this is truly lacking in elegance. Chapter 114. Live broadcast frenzy. Having removed his trousers and prepared some tissues, An elderly balding man finally completed another day of work. He sat at his computer, exhaling a heavy sigh, and opened his favorite website, ready to unwind. The moment he entered the site, a dazzling array of visuals greeted his eyes, overwhelming him with delight. Oh my, such a spectacle. How enticing. A young girl who could easily captivate anyone. The lecherous old man, filled with anticipation, eagerly entered the live stream. A charming little girl bounced happily. And as the old man relaxed, he inadvertently clicked on a pop-up advertisement. In an instant, the screen transformed dramatically. A fist struck forward with tremendous force, blood and flesh erupting, causing the old man to tremble and tense up. Before he could process the scene, another ferocious kick landed squarely in the opponent's groin, leaving him utterly deflated. This shocking display sent the old man into a euphoric frenzy. He sat bare-bottomed, clutching his vital parts, hand over his heart, and toppled from his chair to the floor. The commotion echoed throughout the room, alarming his family, who rushed to the door. The housewife attempted to open the locked door, but it was barred against her. His son soon arrived, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, forcing it open. There lay the old man, one hand clutching his heart, the other grasping his manhood, tissues at the ready. The video on screen displayed gruesome, unwatchable content. What are you standing there for? The young daughter was the first to react, shouting in alarm. The family quickly dialed for an ambulance, lifting the old man, who was still clutching himself, toward the exit. Outside, the party was in full swing, voices jubilant. Charlotte raised his foot, poised to kick the iron gate, then gently lowered it. Inside, countless figures clad in black and ninjas awaited, all aimed at the entrance, ready for Charlotte to charge in. In an instant, the grand door swung open unexpectedly, and Charlotte found himself amidst the crowd. Stunt cross silhouette, two flashes of crimson light streaked across the scene, and in an instant, three figures clad in black were decapitated. Charlotte turned to regard another ninja. Stunt jump cut. In a blink, he appeared before his adversary, with a swift motion, stunt departure cut, sending a severed head tumbling to the ground. The imagery flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of the most exquisite cinematic moments, each frame exuding an unparalleled charisma. The focal length, exposure, and composition all conspired to create an aesthetic of timeless allure. Suddenly, the now-aware ninja retaliated, unleashing a hail of bullets from 4 guns toward Charlotte. Yet, Charlotte's lens flickered with a crimson glow, expanding rapidly around him. The incoming bullets and flying shurikens gradually decelerated, eventually appearing to drift languidly within Charlotte's line of sight. Stunt bullet time. The subtitles erupted once more, overwhelmed by the recent spectacle of combat. Viewers gasped at the live stream, exclaiming, "Bullet time? That was astonishing. How is this possible? This defies all logic. This cannot be live. It must be reality. Surely it's a film. Is there even a live monster in this movie?" With a flash, Charlotte had evaded all the bullets. His arms crossed again in a cross silhouette. A montage unfolded outside the grand entrance. The bewildered remaining few fired erratically, inadvertently wounding a comrade, until their ammunition was exhausted, prompting them to resume their search for Charlotte. With a powerful kick, Charlotte burst through the doors, striding confidently inside. Stunt flashback, he appeared behind the ninjas, raising his hand to sever the heads of 2 assailants. His form flickered, elusive as a specter, wielding a blade of lethality with effortless grace. While his presence on the live stream exuded an explosive charisma, Charlotte felt exasperated. Such a cumbersome skill to dispatch mere minions. Stunt fade in, fade out. As darkness enveloped his surroundings, Charlotte found himself in Lady Gao's underground factory, advancing forward unnoticed. The workers toiled diligently, while Charlotte broadcasted incriminating evidence across the entire network. Regrettably, Lady Gao had been rushed to the hospital due to a cerebral hemorrhage, depriving him of the chance to confront her today. Observing a familiar, burly figure and the ninjas hastening towards the exit, Charlotte seized the initiative once more. Stunt action continuity, stunt cross silhouette. Charlotte nonchalantly adjusted his blood-soaked suit as the corpses that had been standing before him collapsed to the ground. Outside, the wail of police sirens echoed, reverberating through Charlotte's mind and into the confines of the live broadcast studio. Casting a calm glance at the fleeing workers, Charlotte turned back, unfazed, and continued to share the unfolding events with the audience. In an instant, as Yulon burst in, weapon drawn, Charlotte stepped into the shadows. The live stream vanished in a heartbeat. As vision re-emerged, Charlotte faced George and Carter seated before him, declaring, "This is how it transpired. I bear no ill intent. I merely discharged the bullets within. I never meant to kill him. He startled me. I cannot fathom why they were there. It is likely that the cannibal concealed himself in that location. But no, they were not dead at that time, Charlotte. George's face darkened, his voice laced with fury. A Desert Eagle, 4 rounds in the magazine, another firearm with 2 rounds, and yet another previously associated with a homicide, reported lost. All incidents occurring this very month. How could such items appear at a crime scene several kilometers away? Even if I suffered a decade-long stroke, I would not believe your words. Shock rippled through the room. A renowned New York sheriff, enduring a decade of strokes, still steadfast in solving cases. Beside them, Carter timidly raised her hand, saying, I believe him. Shock ensued. I am astonished. George, unable to suppress his displeasure, rubbed his temples. His disbelief in Charlotte was not the issue. The interrogation required a good cop, bad cop dynamic. Carter volunteered to play the role of the good cop, while George, embodying the bad cop, was indeed incensed by the duo's antics. How ironic that he once considered Carter, who had slain the cannibal, to be a person of potential. Chapter 115. The Grim Reaper approaches. When Charlotte finally departed from the police station in May Lake, the morning of the following day had already dawned. George had intended to adopt his usual stern and impartial demeanor, covertly assisting Charlotte within another's jurisdiction. However, he was taken aback by Officer Carter's unorthodox methods. She was not only forthright in her willingness to release Charlotte immediately, but also took full responsibility for the deaths of the 4 cannibals and the firearms involved. With George's persuasion, she retained Charlotte for procedural necessity overnight, but by dawn, Charlotte was promptly expelled from the police station. Did you think Officer Carter was truly foolish? You would be mistaken. Her intellect may not shine brightly, yet she understood the value of merit, recognized Charlotte as a good man, and acknowledged the advantages of eliminating 4 cannibals. Subsequently, the chief of the May Lake Police lauded Carter extensively, contacting the chief of the New York Bureau to commend her, and subsequently promoting her as a distinguished talent to the New York precinct, where she fortuitously became one of George's subordinates. George turned his head to glance at the policewoman Carter, who was grinning foolishly at him, and he felt utterly speechless. What a nuisance. Did I ever ask her to clean toilets? In contrast, Carter was beaming with delight. Indeed, she was George's little fan. At the police station's entrance, Gwen had been waiting in her pickup truck for Charlotte for quite some time. She flashed Charlotte a sweet smile and eagerly invited her into the vehicle. Hurry up and take a seat. The old driver is ready to hit the road. Swallowing hard, Charlotte awkwardly settled into the passenger seat, watching Gwen intently as she skillfully activated the windshield wipers to clear the glass. Unable to resist, Charlotte quietly fastened her seatbelt and softly spoke, Gwen? Gwen, having meticulously inspected the pristine windshield and deemed it ready, turned her head, her expression one of curiosity as she regarded Charlotte. Observing Gwen, who was poised to depart, Charlotte cast a glance at the police station's wall behind them, silently assisting Gwen by shifting the vehicle out of reverse, engaging the handbrake, and adjusting the rearview mirror. She nodded reassuringly at her, saying, everything is fine. Gwen wrinkled her nose in disdain and pressed the accelerator, the pickup truck swiftly darting forward. The winding path unfurled ahead, and before long, they traversed the entire stretch of Little Rock, merging onto the highway. Well, Charlotte shrugged. Apart from Gwen's penchant for speed, her driving skills were commendable. It seemed they would be safe on this journey. In a buoyant mood, Charlotte reclined her seat slightly for comfort and casually switched on the radio. Today marked the anniversary of the tragic crash of Flight 180, and the broadcast lamented that we would never understand why Alex saved those survivors from the plane. He disrupted God's design for death. This is what I wish to convey to everyone. Never resist your demise. At that time, all survivors were not spared from calamity. The only way to survive was to hide in the shadows of the world, but you must understand, no one can evade death. We cannot foresee which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. How morbid, Charlotte thought, as she switched the channel, remarking, we cannot anticipate which will precede, the accident or the next moment. Gwen's smile lifted slightly. You're so childish. The exhilarating prelude began to play, and someone was driving. Charlotte rested her hands behind her head, comfortably crossing her legs. A life of ease, unbridled love, a one-way journey, never to return. Speeding down the road to hell. The road to hell. Satan, settle my debts. This is a rock band. Speeding down the road to hell. The road to hell. The rock anthem Highway to Hell made Charlotte smile as she swayed to the rhythm. Feeling that things were certainly looking up, a faint whisper of Charlotte's name brushed past her ear, causing her to momentarily pause and turn to Gwen, asking, Gwen Stacy, did you just call my name? After glancing at the red light, she halted the car at the entrance to the intersection, and Gwen rolled her eyes, retorting, who called your name? I certainly did not. Then who was it that just called me? It sounded so intimate, Charlotte pondered, surveying her surroundings. A few cars had come to a stop nearby, and not far ahead, an elderly woman was scavenging for bottles, with no suspicious individuals in sight. The passionate strains of music continued to fill the air. For reasons unknown, a sudden chill surged through Charlotte's body. Gwen, equally perplexed, glanced around, and then, with a pout, suspiciously inquired, "Did you just call me by my full name?" Charlotte, about to deny it, hesitated, reflecting, "It seems I indeed did. Ugh, how cringeworthy." Gwen grimaced in disdain. "How utterly nauseating." Charlotte echoed her sentiments with a similar expression. As the traffic light turned green, a school bus passed by, its boisterous children chanting, "Chain collision, chain collision, chain collision." Charlotte furrowed her brow, a series of events triggering a strong sense of déjà vu gripping Gwen's arm. She prevented her from moving forward, her demeanor turning serious as she began to scan the surroundings. However, even if Gwen had wished to proceed, she could not. For the car in front of them had also come to a halt, then turned its front end sideways, blocking the road. From within that red vehicle, a woman's panicked voice cried out, "No, we can't leave. There will be a chain collision here. We will all die." Her voice quivered with desperation. "I saw it all. I saw everything. Bodies everywhere, debris, all of it." Charlotte's expression darkened as she met Gwen's questioning gaze, yet offered no explanation. The scene was far too familiar, and recalling the news she had just heard, Charlotte quickly realized this mirrored the plot of Final Destination 2. In that narrative, no one could escape the Grim Reaper's pursuit. Given their current circumstances, it was evident that they were marked by death, suggesting that both she and Gwen were doomed. Was it truly possible for Spider-Man to perish in a traffic accident? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. A police car passed by Charlotte, halting beside a red vehicle at the forefront. As the officer alighted, the unmistakable scent of marijuana wafted through the air, and a glance at the bloodshot eyes of the driver, Kimberly, led to a strong suspicion that the group of young individuals within the car had indulged excessively. The officer promptly summoned Kimberly out of the vehicle. Behind them, a cacophony of horns blared as a throng of reckless individuals remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom. Charlotte reached out to remove the car keys, signaling to Gwen that they should exit the vehicle. Another exuberant young man, fueled by a spirit known as vodka, staggered out of his car in a disheveled manner. There was also a speeding pregnant woman and a motorcyclist of African descent. In memory, this film had no depiction of safe driving, prompting Charlotte to wonder if the incident involving herself and Gwen was somehow linked to this realization. She discreetly turned to Gwen, whose expression quickly shifted upon noticing Charlotte's unease. "What are you thinking?" Gwen exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. "You must be contemplating something dreadful. And my spider sense is inexplicably tingling." Before Charlotte could respond, Gwen abruptly turned to glance behind them, her eyes widening at the sight of a truck laden with timber barreling toward them. Kimberly also spotted it and shouted, "That's it. Stop it. It will kill us all. We must prevent it." Not far away, Gwen blinked and said, "Did you see that?" Charlotte, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded. "That timber is contraband. It's a crime." "No. I mean the driver. There's no driver in that truck. Just a dark shadow." Chapter 116. Setting off again, the truck ahead erupted in a catastrophic explosion, igniting a cascade of reckless vehicles that collided in a fiery spectacle. Before Charlotte could react, Gwen sprang into action, delivering a kick to Charlotte's abdomen that propelled her several meters away, while Gwen hastily sidestepped. As Charlotte was sent tumbling, a motorcycle, launched by the explosion, landed precisely where she had just stood, bursting into flames. With no time to brace herself, Charlotte coughed up blood, clutching her stomach, her eyes glazed over, with a severed tree looming behind her. "Ah!" Gwen exclaimed, rushing toward Charlotte, only to instinctively retreat a step to avoid a tire plummeting from above. Death seemed to muse. These two appear somewhat challenging to eliminate. Gwen hurried to Charlotte's side, assisting her to her feet and inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? You know I only did that to save you." Blood trickled from Charlotte's mouth, yet her expression remained stoic as she nodded. I know. I can still hold on." With that, she equipped her spider sense skill card, scanning their surroundings for threats. Gwen awkwardly chuckled twice. Ever since she discovered that Charlotte was Spider-Man and possessed numerous superpowers, she had been secretly studying him. She realized that Charlotte's abilities could not coexist. In other words, his spider sense was merely one of his powers, and it was one he seldom employed, which prompted her to push him away immediately. However, she had not anticipated the fragility of his physique. He was injured with just a gentle touch. In the distance, a police officer noticed the commotion. Upon turning, his expression hardened, and he swiftly shielded Kimberly beside him. An out-of-control truck sped towards them, colliding with Kimberly's red vehicle, propelling her friends into a fiery inferno. The harrowing scene diverted everyone's attention from Charlotte. Gwen, on high alert, scanned their surroundings and inquired of Charlotte, "What just attacked us? My spider sense has been vibrating oddly. Yet the nature of the assault feels peculiar." Wiping the blood from her mouth with her sleeve, she observed Charlotte, who was quickly recovering, as he responded, "We must be targeted by something sinister." Gwen nodded gravely, glancing around. "It seems to have departed." Charlotte shook his head. "Not quite. It has merely exited your sensory range." Within Charlotte's awareness, a menacing presence lingered nearby, observing from afar without retreating. The crowd began to focus on the accident ahead, leaving Charlotte and Gwen, who had been ambushed, largely unnoticed. Kimberly sat on the ground, her face a mixture of fear and sorrow as she gazed at the flames, unable to restrain herself from grasping Officer Thomas's hand. Her voice heavy with grief. "I saw them. They shouldn't have died." Witnessing the tragic scene in the distance, Gwen's expression turned somber as Ghost Spider. She felt powerless in the face of such disaster, unable to save them. Meanwhile, Charlotte, clutching his abdomen, took a moment of silence before speaking. "Gwen, were you intentionally seeking revenge on me?" "I was not. I didn't." "Don't say such things." Gwen quickly shook her head, her face flushing red as she protested. "How could you think that of me? If I wanted to retaliate, I would have kicked you in the face." "Really?" "Indeed. This is a falsehood." Gwen's expression suddenly froze as she tilted her head, looking at Charlotte with a puzzled frown. "Charlotte, have you used some superpower?" "Skill card, Bluff Master. When equipped with this card, you can easily discern the truthfulness of others' statements. But within the next 24 hours, you will only speak the truth." Amidst Gwen's inquiries, Charlotte erupted with an uproarious laugh, wearing an innocent expression as he shook his head, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." With narrowed eyes, Gwen sensed something unusual about Charlotte through her spider sense and pressed further. "What superpower?" Charlotte chuckled foolishly for an extended period, nearly collapsing with laughter. And in a moment of breathlessness, he composed himself to earnestly reply, "Boastful one. I can effortlessly discern the veracity of another's words, yet during the span of 24 hours, I am compelled to speak nothing but stark truths. What a ridiculous ability. I can't even avoid answering." From a distance, everyone regarded the laughing Charlotte with disdain and loathing. So many lives had just been lost, and while all others were engulfed in sorrow, Charlotte dared to laugh. Surely he must be mad. Gwen tugged at Charlotte, signaling him to cease his laughter, for it was truly embarrassing. But at that moment, Charlotte was incapable of telling a lie. Gwen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she was about to bombard him with questions, but unexpectedly, Charlotte dashed forward without hesitation. If he could not confront it, could he at least evade it? An hour later, they established 3 rules, and Gwen assured that she would no longer pose any questions, which finally persuaded Charlotte to return after making off with the car keys. Upon their return to the police station in Lakeview, they found themselves amidst those who had narrowly escaped earlier. The station was in disarray. Such a commotion had never before transpired in Lakeview's police precinct. In addition to the accident on Highway 180, the case of the serial killer was also under investigation, and even George and Carter had not yet departed. With arms crossed and a scowl on his face, George looked at Charlotte, exasperated. "And you claim not to be a harbinger of misfortune?" He turned to Gwen with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Gwen smiled and nodded sweetly. "Both Charlotte and I are just fine." Suddenly, Charlotte sprang to his feet, raising his right hand and proclaiming loudly, "I have an issue. Gwen just kicked me hard. Right here." He lifted his shirt to reveal the swollen bruise on his abdomen to the onlookers. "George, Gwen." And the crowd collectively reacted. "Is that the lunatic who was laughing at the accident scene? It seems his mind is truly unhinged." "I didn't do it on purpose," Gwen said awkwardly, yanking Charlotte's shirt down while offering a nervous smile to George. "No." Charlotte pointed accusingly at Gwen, shouting, "George, she did it on purpose." Gwen lowered her head, clenching her delicate fists, gritting her teeth as she evaded the gazes of those around her. "How infuriating. This is retaliation for my kicking him. Are you out of your mind?" Beside her, the fiery train conductor could no longer endure the situation, casting a glance at the charming, lovely Gwen. He stood up and rebuked Charlotte with fervor. "Indeed, Charlotte," hands on her hips, proudly declared, "I just emerged from Arkham Asylum. Although Dr. Arthur claims I am cured." Charlotte continued, "I am utterly magnificent." The blonde, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted, "What is there to be proud of in being abnormal?" With a mocking laugh, Charlotte replied, "It is precisely my abnormality that brings me pride. What is there for a normal person to boast about?" George suppressed his boiling indulgence, pulling Gwen aside to quietly inquire, "Did you kick him in the head?" Chapter 117. Lakeview Town. Gwen's father wore a look of sorrow. "What kind of talk is this? Are you treating me like a fool? Moreover, Charlotte isn't that foolish." Gwen paused, attempting to explain. He just suddenly wanted to speak the truth. No, I do not want that at all. Charlotte interjected honestly and with righteous fervor. Gwen snapped. Get away from me, you wretched person, gritting her teeth. She wished she could genuinely kick him in the face for undermining her. George was about to ask another question when, at that moment, the bewildered Carter approached. She casually placed her large glass filled with hot water at the edge of the table and complained, Sheriff George, Thomas is questioning that young girl. And she is spouting nonsense. Something about Flight 180, Route 180, and the Grim Reaper coming, mentioning a death sequence. She claims to have witnessed everyone die before successfully saving them. It is utterly ridiculous. She shook her head solemnly, adding, but I believe her. George remained speechless. A sudden chill swept through the air, and both Charlotte and Gwen instinctively lifted their heads, surveying their surroundings. The blonde, previously seated on the sofa, felt a sudden coldness. Adjusting his collar, he gulped down a large glass of water. At that moment, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself and stood up to head towards the restroom in the police station. After taking a few steps, a gust of wind blew a target paper towards him, featuring a skull that startled him. In his attempt to evade it, he accidentally knocked the hot water cup off the table, shattering it on the floor. Regaining his balance but feeling the burn, the blonde cursed and moved forward again, only to step on the shards of glass beneath him, causing him to slip and crash heavily to the ground. A scream of agony escaped his lips. A shard of glass embedded itself in the palm of his right hand, eliciting a cry of anguish. He hastily rose to his feet and yanked out the glass fragment, blood streaming from the wound in his palm. Nearby, a kettle of boiling water emitted a shrill whistle, and amidst the chaos, the sudden sound startled another portly man seated at the table, causing him to recoil and tumble backward onto the table where a cup had previously rested. The table was violently overturned, and the heavy edge struck the blonde man squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, where another shard of glass pierced his lower abdomen. A yellow liquid gushed uncontrollably, soaking his trousers. Oh, my God! Exclaimed Officer Carter, rushing forward to assist the blonde man. However, in her haste, she inadvertently stepped on his palm. His anguished cries intensified as he writhed in pain, despair evident in his voice. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from within the cabinet, a bullet narrowly missing the blonde man's head and embedding itself in the center of the target paper on the table behind him. The rapid sequence of events unfolded too swiftly for the eye to follow. Without hesitation, Carter disregarded her initial revulsion and helped the terrified man into a chair. Had that bullet found its mark, his entire head would have been obliterated. Cold sweat drenched his back as he grappled with conflicting emotions, unsure whether to express gratitude or cast blame upon Carter. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he removed the glass shard from his abdomen, after narrowly escaping death. Wetting himself seemed a trivial concern. Having just won the lottery, he had no desire to perish. Carter, alarmed and covering her mouth in fear of further mishaps, bent down to clear the shards of glass from the floor. Yet, as fate would have it, her foot caught on the leg of the blonde man's chair. In his panicked expression, she fell forward, landing squarely in the puddle of liquid on the ground. Observing Carter assist the now-soaked blonde man once more, George's eyelids twitched, revealing his inner turmoil. An hour later, under Carter's care, the burnt and disrobed blonde man was finally placed onto an ambulance, en route to the hospital. The earlier gunshot had roused Officer Thomas from the meeting room, and upon emerging, he promptly inspected the cabinet housing the hunting rifle. This had been yet another accident, triggered by a mouse inadvertently pulling the trigger. He could not help but express to Kimberly, I am beginning to believe you regarding your notion of the Grim Reaper. The sudden eruption of gunfire and the tragic fate of the blonde startled everyone. Charlotte, frowning, whispered to Gwen beside her, this matter is far from over. In fact, it is merely the beginning. We must be cautious for a while, avoiding any rendezvous with Harry and the others. It would be best to keep one eye open even while we sleep at night. Who knows what other dangers we might encounter? Gwen wrinkled her nose, sensing the truth in her words. Yet, such stark reality filled her with unease. What should we do then? Sleep separately, with one of us keeping watch? No, we will sleep apart, Charlotte replied coolly, watching Gwen with vigilance. I fear you might be tempted to do something mischievous at night, such as drawing a turtle on my face. Seeing Charlotte's distrustful expression, Gwen ground her teeth in frustration, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. How infuriating. He is too clever. He has seen right through me. Upon returning to the pickup truck, Charlotte settled into the driver's seat and started the engine. The two set off once more. The place known as Mayhew Town was truly plagued with misfortune. Although they were bound to face life and death crises ahead, it was prudent to distance themselves from this cursed place. After all, It is said that no one can escape the decrees of the Grim Reaper, and Charlotte felt somewhat helpless in the face of this fate. By evening, the two were still some distance away from Harry and his group, so they parked the pickup in front of a motor inn. Charlotte rented a room with 2 beds, and they prepared to rest. Chapter 118. Dawn of the Killers. In the evening, as Charlotte played with her phone, Gwen slept soundly nearby, mumbling in her dreams. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone startled Charlotte, but she quickly answered. "Charlotte, be careful. You are in danger." Charlotte furrowed her brow, pulling the phone away to scrutinize the unfamiliar number on the screen. "Who is this?" On the other end, upon realizing Charlotte had answered, Kimberly urgently warned her. In just one night, the tragedy of the 180 highway accident had claimed many lives. Only she, Officer Thomas, and the blonde, Evan, had survived. The Grim Reaper was meticulously executing the murder plan in the order she had predicted. Even Thomas had narrowly escaped the calamity, thanks to her embrace. Now, the threat loomed once again over Charlotte. As they planned to head to the psychiatric hospital to seek out Claire, the sole survivor of Flight 180, they did not forget to alert Charlotte. "Charlotte, what is happening? Is it truly this urgent, as in a movie? The Grim Reaper is acting with such swiftness. Has the carnage already begun? It is all my fault," Claire cried. Thomas and I gathered all the survivors to deliberate on the right course of action, but disaster struck unexpectedly. Before Charlotte could continue, his spider sense abruptly activated, causing Gwen to spring up from her slumber, bleary-eyed. A blaring horn echoed through the air as the headlights of a heavy truck pierced through the curtains, illuminating Charlotte's room. With an unstoppable force, the vehicle crashed through the wall, sending wood and debris flying. The front of the truck bearing down upon Charlotte's face in the blink of an eye. Reacting swiftly, Charlotte grabbed Gwen by the collar and, without hesitation, broke through the wall into the adjacent room. In that room, a grotesque, blood-soaked brute lay asleep beside a knife resting on a pillow. Awakened by the noise, he startled awake and reached for the knife. Meanwhile, the entire motel began to collapse under the impact, the ceiling crumbling as a masked killer, wielding a sharp blade, descended from above, bringing the ceiling and rooftop crashing down upon the 3 of them. "Goodness, not another combo," Charlotte exclaimed, holding the dazed Gwen in his right hand while using his left to shield himself with the stunned knife wielder. He quickly retreated, enduring several blows from the debris before escaping the wreckage. Outside, he unceremoniously dropped Gwen to the ground, his face smeared with dust and his temples throbbing with rage. The phone on the other end emitted a busy tone, leaving Charlotte uncertain whether Kimberly was in trouble. Frustration boiled within him. "Damn it. This Grim Reaper appears and vanishes without a trace. It's infuriating." Clenching his teeth, he utilized his spider sense to search for the Reaper's presence. Unfortunately, he could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow this time. The spider sense only revealed a faint layer of red mist, suggesting danger lurked everywhere. "Curse it. When I find you, I will flay your skin." Though he couldn't locate the Reaper, 2 danger sources, one large and one small, rapidly intensified within his spider sense, glowing ominously. Amidst the rubble, 2 figures rose. Jason plunged his sharp knife into the heart of the grotesque figure, who retaliated with a wild swing of his bloodied knife. Both turned their gazes towards Charlotte in unison. A torrent of curses lodged in Charlotte's throat. Jason withdrew the knife, its tip untainted by blood, while the grotesque figure gripped his soiled weapon, fixated intently on Charlotte. How could these 2 be here? Maple Lake, could it possibly be Crystal Lake? And as for that tiger, do they think I am on the brink of death? Charlotte raised his hand and clenched it tightly. Enemies shall be stripped of their garments. With a loud bang, the grotesque figure's clothing exploded, even the knife shattering into 2 halves. A towering figure, clad only in a tank top and underwear, stood empty-handed, gazing at Charlotte with a perplexed expression, his murderous intent rapidly diminishing. Yet, he appeared even more grotesque. "Charlotte, do you not possess any dashing skills?" Gwen, standing behind Charlotte, remarked disdainfully. "Why does it feel somewhat sleazy?" Charlotte calmly retorted, "Sleazy? This is purity. This is the epitome of coolness, subduing one's foes without a fight. We all arrive in our bare essence and depart in the same manner. Wearing fewer garments aligns us more closely with nature. What is clothing, after all? Merely a ruse of capitalists. This skill is nothing short of perfection. Nothing is more splendid than being au naturel. Believe it or not, I certainly do." Casting a glance at the bewildered, unattractive face, Gwen instinctively wrapped her garments tighter around herself, muttering that she would rather be deceived by capitalists. Grasping a sharp blade, Jason merely cast a cold glance at the stunned visage before charging towards Charlotte with haste, only to be swiftly repelled. Charlotte raised his palm, clenched it. Yet it bore no effect. Jason had not been vanquished. "Well, I must say, this skill of subduing foes while appearing dashing is quite impressive. Rising to his feet, Jason brandished his steel blade, his gaze fixed coldly upon Charlotte, dark tendrils of energy swirling around him, his eyes seemingly ablaze with crimson light. He stepped forward once more towards Charlotte, a wave of terror washing over Charlotte. Yet, he found himself exhilarated. It was as if he could scent the essence of death. And he tilted his head back with a playful grin. My dear companion, do you wish to dance as well? In the blink of an eye, Jason vanished before them, entering a barrier, as if performing a whimsical dance. How frustrating that such a splendid skill was confined within a barrier, preventing everyone from witnessing it together. Meanwhile, in New York, Spider-Man, who had just uttered similar words, stood atop a skyscraper, relishing his own company. Indeed, Charlotte had employed the From Nothing, Friends Arise skill card, utilizing his voice to remotely activate the Do You Wish to Dance skill card. Casting a glance at the disarmed, idle face, Charlotte unhesitatingly waved his hand, causing the remnants of clothing on the unattractive visage to explode. Grabbing Gwen, he turned away from the grotesque face and dashed towards the vehicle. This Grim Reaper had executed a masterful maneuver, luring the assassin Jason, who was evidently not under the Grim Reaper's control but was likely tempted to come here. The pressing matter was not to eliminate Jason but to deal with this accursed Grim Reaper. The vehicle sped to the center of the intersection before abruptly stalling. With a deafening roar, a high-powered, unmanned motorcycle barreled toward the driver's seat, crashing violently. The motorcycle erupted in flames, sending a towering inferno skyward. The airbags surrounding Charlotte deployed, confining her body. She tore through the airbags and unfastened her seatbelt, shattering the windshield to leap out of the vehicle. Unable to suppress her scowl, she twisted her neck. The Grim Reaper was indeed elusive, seizing every opportunity to strike. Uncertain of Kimberly's situation, Charlotte exited the car just as Gwen approached, intending to assess her injuries. Unexpectedly, the motorcycle, engulfed in flames, detonated, sending a fragment of the pickup truck door spiraling towards her, which she caught effortlessly in her palm. At that moment, Charlotte comprehended the ruse behind the recent attack. It had merely served as a distraction. The Grim Reaper was meticulous, executing his assaults on Gwen in accordance with his own sequence. With a slight movement of her eyes, Charlotte retrieved her phone and dialed Kimberly. Xia, are you all right? This is splendid, Kimberly exclaimed with surprise upon connecting the call. After the abrupt interruption, she had feared that Charlotte and Gwen had met with a dire fate. Despite the relentless pursuit of the Grim Reaper, the survival of even one individual surpassed all else. I'm in quite a predicament. My handsome face is charred from the explosion, and a seemingly indestructible little darling is chasing after me. Although I currently have the situation under control, I feel exceedingly perilous. Charlotte candidly relayed her circumstances, then inquired, What about you? Kimberly responded, We are presently at the psychiatric hospital in Mayhew Town, where Claire, a survivor from Flight 180, is also located. As for Evan, he unfortunately perished moments ago. An oxygen tank in the hospital malfunctioned and exploded, resulting in a horrific scene. Next in line is Thomas, followed by me, she continued. Claire suggested we remain here, in the safest possible location. Kimberly's tone was somber, reflecting her uncertainty about their next steps. Charlotte squinted thoughtfully. The Grim Reaper only kills in order. What if we were to disrupt this sequence? What if those designated for demise stayed in a place of absolute safety? What if we could rescue the departed through alternative means? What if we were to locate this Grim Reaper and eliminate him? What sort of Grim Reaper would dare to call himself such? Perhaps we should confront the goddess of death and see if she consents. With a blend of bravado and skepticism, Charlotte mused, convinced that the Grim Reaper, despite appearing to have everything under control, was merely skilled in petty tricks. The pressure he faced from Gwen and the infamous Jason was far greater than any of his previous maneuvers. Especially for Gwen, to be honest. There was no need for her to evade. Reaching out to grasp the Grim Reaper's onslaught was already a significant concession to this harbinger of death. To disrupt the order of mortality? To locate the Grim Reaper? Kimberly's complexion paled slightly, as she perceived Charlotte to be utterly deranged. How could one possibly find the Grim Reaper so easily? Even if found, what could be accomplished? At this moment, what they required was a breakthrough. Was it feasible to disrupt the Grim Reaper's design? And how could one achieve that? Eugene discharged 6 rounds from his revolver towards his own head, yet each shot fell silent. Within the framework established by the Grim Reaper, even the liberty of choosing death eluded them. At this juncture, Kimberly resolved firmly, I have decided to take refuge for a few days in the Thomas Psychiatric Hospital. To calm my mind and contemplate strategies, there must be a way to turn the tide. I have long asserted that the greatest concealment lies in plain sight, particularly within a psychiatric institution. Isn't that so? Even Dr. Banner concurs with this reasoning. To evade the sudden onslaught, Charlotte, who was on the phone, was now leading Gwen through the wilderness, once more heading towards Lakeview Town. Too many events had transpired there, making it highly probable that the Grim Reaper was concealed within its confines. Charlotte had no desire to live in perpetual fear. Such a life would be dreadfully mundane. Indeed, the Grim Reaper's lethality was rather insignificant, yet the ability to instill dread was most unsettling. Kimberly continued her exposition. According to Claire's research, everything that transpired yesterday is intricately linked to last year's Flight 180. Those fortunate souls who survived, who were meant to perish, inadvertently or directly saved us, thus placing us on the Grim Reaper's list. I believe you share this fate as well. What? Charlotte's expression faltered, a shiver coursing through her scalp. A sudden realization struck her. If Kimberly and her group were the individuals destined for death, thus marked for the Grim Reaper's designs, what then was the status of Charlotte and Gwen? A chilling breeze swept across the lawn. Beneath Charlotte's feet, a vast intersection began to emerge, stretching several kilometers. A meteor streaked across the sky, illuminating the night with its vibrant glow. Observing this distinctly anomalous meteor, Charlotte could not restrain herself from swallowing hard, setting her phone aside. Look, it's a meteor, and we happen to be near the grove. Perhaps we will soon discover a super baby and raise him. With that, Gwen turned and dashed away, with Charlotte following closely behind, declaring, even if there are creatures within, they would undoubtedly be black. Even a superhero could very well be a black superhero, as it is entirely plausible for a black superhero to be abandoned by his parents. Hey, Charlotte, do not jest about such things, Gwen exclaimed, glancing around as she sprinted. With a cold laugh, Cheryl remarked, it makes perfect sense for such a couple to adopt him without spending a dime. After all, the Black Superman is the finest product humanity can acquire. Accidentally kicking a stone, he stumbled and fell, his face a mask of disbelief. Spider-Man tripped? What a joke. The meteor in the sky finally descended, and as expected, it plummeted directly toward Cheryl. A web shot forth, and Gwen yanked it fiercely. The impact of the meteor sent Cheryl flying, while Gwen shielded her face from the dust, frowning slightly at the crater left behind, spitting out the grass in his mouth. Cheryl rose to his feet and approached Gwen, asking, so, did you see the Black Superman? My Wonder Woman, drop your lame jokes. Cheryl, that is not funny at all, Gwen retorted, rolling her eyes. Observing the black fragments of the meteor in the pit, she smirked disdainfully. Not amusing in the slightest. Just then, Cheryl's spider sense tingled, confirming that something was indeed within the meteor. He leaped into the crater, inquiring, what has 5 toes but isn't your foot? Before Gwen could respond, he burst into laughter. That is my foot. Ha ha. Gwen, unable to suppress a grin, rolled her eyes again. Your foot? I don't even know what to think. Yet, her amusement was evident as she chuckled. Ha. Glancing at the goofy smiling Gwen, Cheryl shrugged. I still find the Black Superman far more amusing. Inside the meteor, a viscous creature slithered and crawled, using its tiny eyes to observe everything outside. It immediately spotted Cheryl and Gwen, the latter radiating an unprecedented allure. It stealthily emerged from the meteor, landing in the crater, resembling both slime and a tadpole, and watched the two as they exchanged jokes in the darkness. Inching closer to Gwen, suddenly, its tail was firmly pinned by a large foot. Cheryl looked down at the diminutive venom and couldn't help but smirk. What has 5 toes? Trapping you beneath it like a mountain, leaving you no escape? Venom opened its small mouth and bit down hard on Cheryl's shoe, intending to use him as a springboard to parasitize Gwen. But as it took a bite, an image flashed in its mind. It was joyfully devouring brain matter, bouncing forward when Cheryl suddenly lunged at it with a sinister laugh, instantly parasitizing it and voraciously consuming its brain matter. Venom quivered in shock, shrinking slightly, and hastily released its grip. Turning his head, he spat to the side in disdain. Charlotte, Chapter 120, Symbiote. As he observed the large fork in the lawn slowly vanish beneath his feet, Charlotte immediately grasped that they had fallen for Death's cunning trap. The specter had lured them towards the meteor's impact site, resulting in a catastrophic collision. In truth, had they not run, they would have faced no peril. This reckless dash nearly cost Charlotte his life. He grasped the small tail of the symbiote, lifting its dark form as it squirmed and bared its teeth, its menacing demeanor belied by its apparent frailty. Charlotte could not suppress a frown. Was this truly the symbiote? Had he mistaken it for something else? A symbiote? This one appeared exceedingly feeble. After a brief silence, Charlotte placed the symbiote into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully before extracting it once more. Observing the limp creature in his hand, he examined its identified attributes. Name: symbiote. Species: sentient alien symbiote. age, juvenile state, abilities, memory, theft, enhancement, aggression, commonality, symbiosis. What is this? Gwen, intrigued, approached, watching the now vibrant symbiote as it struggled against Charlotte's grip, unable to resist blinking in surprise. It appeared rather adorable, yet it was undeniably not of earthly origin. One could only speculate whether it posed any toxicity or threat. Holding the elastic symbiote, Charlotte smiled as he introduced it. This is the symbiote, a sentient alien entity currently in its juvenile state. The symbiote trembled. If it were capable, it would have screamed in terror. How could you know? When did this happen? When was I parasitized? It has stolen my memories. Oh, it bit me just now. I am tainted. The symbiote slumped limply in Charlotte's hand. Motionless, gently squeezing the soft creature, Charlotte pondered how it might become so grotesque upon maturation. Moreover, it seemed that the symbiote could enhance the host's traits. Should it bond with me, I would undoubtedly become more righteous, just, kind, and amicable, right? After another gentle squeeze, the symbiote had turned as pliable as dough. This left Charlotte somewhat astonished. What was happening? Had the symbiote perished? Such a fragile extraterrestrial life form. After a moment of hesitation, Charlotte raised the symbiote towards his mouth once more. Gwen's expression was a mix of concern and incredulity. Charlotte, you can't keep putting things in your mouth. Consuming everything will only harm you. Before the wide maw could close around it, the symbiote jolted, unable to contain itself, and transformed into a dark liquid, vanishing from Charlotte's grasp. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card Parasite. In a parasitic state, you may equip the skill card onto the host. Free attribute points. 2. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card Share. Share your physical condition with others. Free attribute points. 2. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card Tide. You can manipulate water flow based on your attribute values. Free attribute points. 2. Congratulations. Your skill card slots have increased by 1. You are now parasitized by Venom, with all attributes reduced to 0. Charlotte, what? Venom, are you truly that useless? All attributes reduced to 0? Are you serious? However, Charlotte valued the increase in card slots and the acquisition of new skills more than the enhancement of attributes. Although Tide seemed rather frivolous, Parasite and Share appeared formidable at first glance. Eagerly, Charlotte equipped the Parasite skill card, only to find that Conjuration was immediately replaced. The pests of New York finally vanished from the rooftop. Blinking, Charlotte pondered how to utilize this parasitic state. Should he parasitize someone else? Gwen was still puzzled about the whereabouts of the little tadpole in Charlotte's hand. With the Parasite skill card equipped, Charlotte stealthily stepped back, furtively observing Gwen. Seizing an opportunity while Gwen was distracted, he leaped forward, wrapping his arms around her neck, akin to a spider clinging to its prey, exclaiming, Parasite! Gwen, what on earth? Shaking off the Charlotte who clung tightly to her back, Gwen exclaimed in annoyance, Charlotte, what on earth are you doing? Clearing his throat. Charlotte jumped off Gwen's back. The moment he made contact with her, the Parasite skill activated, granting him an additional perspective anchored to Gwen. Momentarily hesitating, Charlotte noticed the 3 card slots on Gwen's person and felt a spark of inspiration. Not only could he equip skill cards onto Gwen, but he could also duplicate his own skills onto her. Intriguing. Attempting to equip Conjuration onto Gwen failed, prompting Charlotte to swiftly equip her with Mutt. Gwen barely registered what had transpired before a crimson symbiotic layer enveloped her, and with a flash of holy light, the skill took effect. Observing the bewildered golden retriever on the ground, Charlotte smiled, pleased with the experimental outcome. A shriek erupted as Gwen, livid and embarrassed, nearly lunged at Charlotte, wishing to take a bite out of his head. You scoundrel! What have you done? Another burst of holy light illuminated the scene as Gwen, now on the ground, returned to her normal state. Realizing what had happened, Gwen canceled the skill card she had inadvertently activated. As Charlotte pondered briefly, he observed the furious Gwen approaching, equipped with Dog Thing. Transforming into a mutt without hesitation, Charlotte unleashed the parasitic duplication skill card once more towards Gwen. The bewildered Gwen, rushing forward, was taken aback to witness Charlotte morph into a mere dog, only to be astonished further as she herself transformed into a bewildered golden retriever. It was revealed that skill cards prepared for others could be utilized and dismissed by them directly, yet skills duplicated by oneself could not be rescinded by the opponent. Ignoring the fact that he was being bitten on the head like a dog, Charlotte equipped Gwen with the Sharing skill card and endeavored to select himself as the target. Chapter 121. A stab in the back this time. The skill was successfully executed without a hitch. Charlotte's strength, 87, Sharing, Constitution, 73, Sharing, Special, Self-healing factor, Goodness, Had Gwen's growth accelerated so dramatically? How long had it been since she was bitten? Just over a month, perhaps. It was truly enviable, had he not possessed a system. Consuming that spider would have surely enhanced his attributes beyond Gwen's. Of course, the more likely scenario was that he would transform into a spider monster, losing his intellect and rampaging uncontrollably through the city, only to be slain by the newly emerged ghost spider Gwen. After vanquishing the spider monster, Gwen would ultimately realize that the creature was, in fact, Charlotte. Cradling the dying Charlotte in her arms, she wept bitterly, lamenting in despair. Charlotte, with a firm grip on Gwen's hand and summoning his last strength, uttered the iconic farewell from Spider-Man. I think I can still be saved? Oh, I'm dead. Upon canceling the parasitic skill, Gwen clung to Charlotte like an octopus, her face contorted as she nodded his head. It was rather unbecoming. Leaping off Charlotte, Gwen, fuming, waved her tiny fists in anger and exclaimed, "What trickery are you using now? Haven't you felt it already?" Charlotte shrugged, reaching out to pet Gwen's dog head, saying, "I'm merely attempting to turn you into a dog." Swatting Charlotte's hand away, Gwen's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted angrily, "Do you have no semblance of a normal superpower? It's either stripping your enemy of their clothes or transforming them into a dog. Can't you defeat your adversaries with honor? How can you treat me this way? Abilities used for good are noble, used for evil, they are vile. I can strip others of their clothing honorably, so why can't I use my powers in a dignified manner? Besides, whoever battles me is an enemy. Whoever fights me embodies evil. In order to thwart the malevolent foes who wreak havoc upon the innocent and indiscriminately devastate this world, I find it justifiable to employ any means at my disposal. After all my actions are for the greater good of this realm. Yet, such conduct feels exceedingly despicable. Gwen, however, holds a different perspective. As she engages in combat with Charlotte, she is taken aback when Charlotte clenches her fist, causing Gwen's garments to explode into tatters. Standing before Charlotte in her bare form, she feels a flush of embarrassment, unable to suppress her thoughts of Charlotte's peculiar behavior. With righteous fervor, Charlotte proclaims, "For the sake of justice in this world, what is the sacrifice of my meager reputation in the face of such a noble cause? Even if the world regards me with scorn, I am willing to relinquish everything for the justice I hold dear. Even if this world shuns me, I shall never compromise." Gwen retorts, "Even if you proclaim it to the heavens, undressing someone is hardly a noble skill, especially not against me. If victory can be achieved through combat, why resort to such tactics?" Charlotte counters, "If I can achieve victory by disrobing, why should I engage in battle at all?" As she absent-mindedly rubs her chin, she muses, "I feel as though I've forgotten something." "What?" Gwen inquires, curiosity piqued as Charlotte shakes off the unwelcome thoughts. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberates as a steel knife plunges into Charlotte's lower back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Looking down at the familiar blade, Charlotte's face lights up with a sudden realization. "Ah, so that's it. After losing control of my doppelganger, little Jason has emerged." Amidst her muted cries, Gwen senses an assault on her psyche and hesitates in her attempt to assist. Compared to their last encounter, the murderous Jason seems significantly enhanced, enveloped in dark energy that threatens to overwhelm Charlotte. With a swift kick, Charlotte sends Jason sprawling, clutching her abdomen as she unhesitatingly activates her skill, Share. Just as Jason regains his footing, he is met with a puzzled glance downward as a wound suddenly rends his abdomen. His strength wanes, despite the dark aura intensifying around him, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of weakness. Infinite enhancement? Immortal being? Charlotte, grimacing yet amused, leaps into a playful dance. Now, even the Hulk would have to submit to a couple of slaps before departing. A mere killer like Jason, with abilities akin to mine, truly thinks he can contend with me? I shall easily bring you to your knees. Thus, with her head held high and performing her dance, Charlotte points decisively at Jason and declares, "It is settled. Gwen, charge forth." Gwen rolls her eyes, sensing that Charlotte is once again veering into peculiar territory. With a swift flick of her web, Gwen effortlessly seized Jason's steel knife, subsequently delivering a kick that sent him sprawling onto his back. Stripped of his attribute advantage and the potential for infinite evolution, the murderous Jason was soon ensnared by Gwen's webs. Observing Jason, who shared the same attributes as herself, writhing like a maggot, Charlotte felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Swaying her body forward, Charlotte triumphantly extended her hand to Gwen, exclaiming, "My lovely companion. Let us celebrate our successful collaboration with a high five." Reluctantly, Gwen raised her hand to meet Charlotte's, inquiring, "Charlotte, is he a demon? How should we dispose of him?" Lowering her gaze, Charlotte scrutinized Jason for a moment before seizing his steel knife. She struck 3 swift blows to his abdomen and observed the rapid healing of his wounds. Musing, perhaps he isn't a demon after all? I find him rather adorable. Pulling off Jason's mask and pinching his cheeks, Charlotte's grin grew even more self-satisfied. Adorable? Before Gwen could finish her thought, Charlotte casually severed Jason's head. Instantly, it regenerated, aside from the identical wound on his abdomen that was slowly healing. He bore no other injuries. The speed of his recovery appeared far more terrifying than that of an immortal being. After a moment's hesitation, Charlotte blinked and plunged the knife into her own abdomen. Watching as a similar wound appeared on Jason, her eyes gleamed with curiosity. Charlotte. Gwen was taken aback by Charlotte's reckless actions, quickly stepping forward to help remove the knife from her abdomen, covering the wound as she exclaimed, "I understand you're experimenting with skills, but you needn't use your own body for such tests." Having acquired the shared skill card, Gwen was well aware of its capabilities. Yet, the brutality of the scene before her was overwhelming. You mean I shouldn't use my own body for experimentation? Charlotte turned to Gwen, her eyes gleaming with excitement. What are you planning? Gwen retreated a step, her expression filled with wariness as she clutched her chest. Moments later, Charlotte regrettably discovered that her parasitic skill card could not be applied to the ants, mice, rabbits, or monkeys that Gwen had captured, as they lacked higher intelligence. Even when used on Gwen, it could not transfer her attributes to Jason, instead designating Charlotte as the automatic recipient. Thus, her ambition to crush Jason like an ant was thwarted. Having bound Jason like a dumpling, Charlotte and Gwen hastened back towards the town of May Lake, for they still faced the formidable adversary of the Grim Reaper. The Reaper lacked the ability to kill directly. Instead, he manipulated details and guidance. He did not direct a meteorite towards Charlotte. Rather, he guided Charlotte towards the meteorite. He did not dispatch Jason to hunt down Charlotte. Rather, he orchestrated a meeting between Charlotte and Jason. In fact, Gwen's fate was entirely unrelated to Kimberly and the sequence of their deaths. Just moments ago, Kimberly was safely ensconced in a psychiatric hospital, while Charlotte was assaulted. Everything was a ruse to lead Charlotte and Gwen to believe otherwise. At this juncture, the Grim Reaper had shifted focus to Gwen. Thus, Charlotte, with genuine concern, declared, "Gwen, let me escort you to the psychiatric hospital." Chapter 122. Clear question. What should one do if they wish to admit their dear friend to a psychiatric hospital? Answer. Approach the matter with both compassion and reason, emphasizing that such an action is in her best interest. Presently, with the Grim Reaper wreaking havoc, they felt utterly helpless, akin to ants on a hot stove. Yet, if one of them remained in a secure location, the Grim Reaper, to maintain the order of his grim harvest, would naturally refrain from targeting those who wandered outside. Subsequently, Charlotte would strike with fury, seeking and vanquishing the Grim Reaper, rendering her sacrifice a necessary one for which Charlotte would exact vengeance. Question. What if she retaliates? Answer. Mutual suffering is the essence of friendship. Pain inflicted upon one resonates with the other. True friends share in sorrow, agony, despair, loss, and anguish, epitomizing the depth of their bond. At 10 in the morning, a visibly displeased Gwen was reluctantly escorted by Charlotte to the psychiatric facility in May Lake Town. Charlotte intended to arrange for Gwen to have a private room, also wishing to see Kimberly, as she believed her opportunity to confront the Grim Reaper lay within Kimberly's presence. The psychiatric hospital was situated on a hill beyond the outskirts of May Lake Town, accessible only with great difficulty. Here, not only were dangerous items prohibited, but all metal objects were also banned, including phones, rings, earrings, jewelry, glasses, and even fingernails had to be meticulously trimmed to eliminate any potential hazards. This was the stringent requirement Claire had imposed upon her abode, a measure that had successfully delayed the Grim Reaper for a year. Navigating through a series of barriers and doors, the two finally encountered Kimberly and Claire once more in the expansive hall. The three, dressed simply, sat in 3 corners of the room, their expressions tinged with anxiety and concern. The Grim Reaper's methods were always characterized by intricately designed fatal scenarios, which, in essence, comprised unexpected yet plausible accidents. He never revealed his presence directly, as if evading something. This place represented Claire's carefully selected sanctuary. Regardless of whether in the hall or within the confines of the building, no hazardous items could be found. Even the walls were enveloped in soft, auspicious colors. One might argue that diseases, plagues, poisons, or even a plane crashing into the psychiatric hospital could pose threats. However, these would hardly qualify as unforeseen casualties in the Grim Reaper's meticulously crafted design. A falling plane would likely harm others and disrupt the carefully orchestrated demise he had planned. Now, the 3 groups found themselves ensnared in the Grim Reaper's cycle of lethal retribution. Charlotte and Gwen formed one pair, while Kimberly and Thomas constituted another, with Claire from Flight 180 standing alone. Charlotte, do you have any good ideas? Kimberly inquired eagerly, sitting up at the first sight of Charlotte. As a youth newly embarking on her university journey, she feared she could scarcely endure a lifetime in a place devoid of entertainment. With a smile while clutching Gwen's arm, Charlotte replied, "My approach is to take the initiative." Sitting beside the bulletproof glass window, Claire could not suppress a derisive laugh at Charlotte's naive notion. "It's easy to say. How do you propose to take the initiative, and against whom? The Grim Reaper? Is a deity of death truly so easily vanquished? I maintain that remaining in this mental institution is the safest option. As long as I stay here, the Grim Reaper has no power over me." Perhaps due to prolonged solitude or lack of movement, Claire's complexion was ghastly pale, and her eyes bore bloodshot veins, revealing a pressing desire to converse with her companions. She lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Charlotte, asserting, "No one can escape the designs of the Grim Reaper. Everything is part of his grand scheme." "Exactly. So all I need to do is keep Gwen here, and the so-called Grim Reaper will temporarily refrain from targeting me," Charlotte remarked, disregarding Gwen's sullen demeanor as she playfully draped her arm over her shoulder. Claire glanced at Gwen and nodded. "Yes, that is indeed the logic. So, do you perhaps know where the Grim Reaper is hiding? I would like to have a word with him," she continued. Charlotte turned her gaze toward Kimberly, recalling that she was the protagonist of this entire narrative. If anyone might know the whereabouts of the Grim Reaper, it would likely be Kimberly. Unaware of Charlotte's scrutiny, Kimberly shook her head in confusion, while Claire interjected, "Though I do not know the Grim Reaper's location, there is someone who likely does. If you truly wish to end this, I can take you to him." Thomas added, "I too am willing to assist. After all, I am a police officer and can address any unforeseen troubles." At this moment, a deathly crisis loomed over Gwen, Kimberly, and Claire. Following Charlotte out of the mental institution, Claire was undoubtedly the most perilous among them. Yet, she was on the brink of her limits, as witnessing her companions perish one by one had rendered her heart increasingly cold. After languishing in the desolate room for an entire year, her mental state had begun to fray. Sometimes, living was more agonizing than death itself. In the presence of Charlotte and the others, she perceived not an opportunity, but rather an invitation from the Grim Reaper. He did not desire her to end her life within the confines of the hospital. Instead, he intended to incorporate her into the intricate web of his deathly design. Gwen crossed her arms and, with a pained expression, exclaimed, "Charlotte, I believe there is no necessity for me to remain here." Charlotte, smiling gently, patted her shoulder and replied, "That Grim Reaper is remarkably meticulous. Just observing his technique and sequence reveals that he is undoubtedly a perfectionist. You are here to safeguard Kimberly, while I shall confront him directly. For the sake of his meticulous order of deaths, it is highly probable that even if I were to slap him in the face, he would refrain from striking me. Of course, should he decide to act, I will call you, at which point your presence here would be unnecessary. Your stay not only ensures your safety, but also protects Kimberly's, and indirectly safeguards Thomas and myself. Claire is the one who is truly in peril." Claire let out a sigh and stated, "I am quite indifferent. After all, I have long ceased to desire life. If I were to escape this fate, I would be more than pleased. Even if I were to perish along the way, I have little to lose." After soothing Gwen, Charlotte departed with a heavy heart, retrieved her phone, noted the number for the Mental Health Center in Myhusen, and strolled out of the hospital. Upon exiting, Charlotte could not suppress a smile, her hands on her hips as she laughed heartily towards the sky. "Ha ha ha, they've locked Gwen away in a mental facility. From now on, Gwen will be one who has resided in a psychiatric hospital." Such a splendid opportunity was indeed rare. Her laughter startled the birds into flight, while a few individuals at the entrance cast bewildered glances, causing Gwen in her ward to look around in confusion, feeling as though she had been ensnared once again. Having boarded the vehicle driven by Thomas, Charlotte, shaking her head and laughing without a care, contrasted sharply with Claire and Thomas, who were tense and prepared for any sudden dangers. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, leading them to an exceedingly remote crematorium at the foot of a mountain. This place, a cave of rock, was dim and dry, marked by an ancient black iron gate, with the air thick with the foul stench of sulfur. As Claire explained, all bodies from Myhusen must be incinerated here. If there were anyone who had encountered the Grim Reaper, it would be the cremator in this place, closest to death itself. As the trio stepped inside, a door glowing with an ominous red light exuded a chilling aura, and a black man, pushing a gruesome yellow-haired corpse, emerged from the mist, resembling a devil stepping out of hell. Upon seeing Claire, he paused slightly, curling his slender black lips into a smile imbued with deep significance. "Long time no see, Claire." Chapter 123. This demon is utterly without boundaries. Just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd, I have never been able to forget your visage. Dreaming of the day we might serendipitously meet again. From that moment, I began to yearn for you in solitude. When I think of you, you are far away. When I think of you, you are right before my eyes. Upon encountering the towering figure of a 2-meter-tall African man, Charlotte's instincts immediately identified him as the Grim Reaper he had been seeking. Hello, Charlotte. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. His deep, magnetic voice resonated as he flashed a smile, revealing a mouth full of pearly white teeth, casting a knowing glance at Charlotte. He emanated an eerie, cold aura, clad in a simple gray work uniform, and a pungent stench of sulfur assaulted Charlotte's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Pushing a bloodied stretcher, on which lay the tragic remains of a blonde-haired corpse, he halted before Charlotte, surveying him from an elevated position. As Charlotte beheld the intact upper half of the blonde's head, his eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, venom stirred for the first time, quietly mimicking Gwen's voice with a weak, childlike tone, pleading, "Charlotte, I wish to taste the delectable brain. Can we have a bite of this black fellow's head? Just one bite, I beg you." "I'm sorry," Charlotte responded calmly. "I do not consume excrement." "Disappointing," Venom replied. Claire was slightly dazed, still mourning and repulsed by the sight of the blonde's corpse. Charlotte's sudden declaration of not eating excrement left her momentarily bewildered. The African man, equally perplexed, abruptly shoved the blonde's body into the crematorium, the sound of burning flesh crackling as he exclaimed, "This is not for you to eat." Misunderstanding the intent behind Charlotte's words, the African man stood tall, his imposing figure and broad back casting a mysterious, enigmatic presence in the flickering flames of the crematorium. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell, the peculiar atmosphere caused Claire and Thomas to retreat in panic. "You are not the first to pose this question to me directly, but you are certainly," before he could finish, Charlotte delivered a powerful punch to the back of the man's head, sending him crashing against the crematorium, nearly toppling into the inferno. Amid Claire's exclamations, Charlotte, with a cold smirk, swung his fist and exclaimed, "What are you posturing for? When you were hiding, I genuinely couldn't locate you. And now you dare to flaunt yourself before me?" Simultaneously, Charlotte raised his foot to kick at his groin. Just as the kick was about to land, the figure of the black man appeared to dissolve into a shadow, ghosting to the side. He glared at Charlotte, growling, "Enough." The air seemed to resonate with the roar of a demon. "Huh, a missed kick, how amusing." Charlotte tilted his head and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, Claire. You two should leave. Hurry, I want to have some fun with him." Without hesitation, Claire and Thomas began to flee, sensing the situation was decidedly amiss. Something was off about both of them. Exuding a dark aura, the black man coldly regarded Charlotte and said, "Are you planning to strike me? You are far too feeble. Retreat, I shall overlook this." "Fool," Charlotte replied disdainfully, "am I going to strike? I've already pounded your pig's head before, though your skull is indeed quite tough." Grasping a scalpel from the tool table, Charlotte hurled it at the black man with force. The black man attempted to catch it, but unexpectedly, the scalpel twisted oddly and plunged towards his groin. With a metallic clash, the bent scalpel fell to the ground, and the black man's body emitted an even denser black mist. Goodness, he truly is a little powerhouse. Such impressive attributes. Can even a scalpel not pierce his skin? "Charlotte, you still have a chance to leave. I will engage you in turn." The black man observed Charlotte with an air of indifference, as though he were merely gazing at an ant, a toy. "Return to the narrative. Continue this game with me. Should you triumph over me, I shall grant you all that I possess. However, if you perish, your body and soul shall belong to me." Charlotte, dismissive of further discourse, seized another scalpel from the table and hurled it once more. This time the black man did not even attempt to defend himself. The scalpel flew towards his groin, and an overwhelming weakness surged through his body. He widened his eyes in disbelief at the scalpel lodged in his groin, his expression one of incredulity. Pain coursed through him, forcing his mouth open as he tilted his head back, nearly letting out a howl. This sensation was a subtle sorrow, a profound despair deep within. "Huh," Charlotte sneered. "If I cannot breach your defenses, can I not protect my own?" A shared experience, penetrating you, though lacking lethality, was sufficient to penetrate. Trembling, he extracted the scalpel, and the wound healed instantaneously. Yet in an instant, a massive steel blade was thrust into the very same spot once more. This time, the African-American could no longer contain himself. He knelt on the ground, his mouth agape as he let out a guttural, anguished roar. "Ah, hey, I cannot kill you, nor will I harm myself. We are merely toying with one another." In Chapter 124, the devil shows no bounds. Once again, 3 consecutive strikes from Xia. his flying daggers hitting their mark without fail, each one a lethal blow. The sharp, harrowing pain bore down upon him, accompanied by an ominous shadow that sent shivers through his very being. Although Charlotte's attacks inflicted no physical damage upon him, each dagger struck deep into his psyche. He could not comprehend why the pain was so profound, nor could he even dull the sensation, feeling as though this body were not his own. He could not help but unleash a torrent of invective towards Charlotte. Despicable, shameless, vile, malicious. Charlotte, wielding a surgical knife glowing red from the furnace, paused momentarily at the African-American's words, then resumed with a righteous demeanor. As a benevolent, upright, courageous, and honest superhero, I shall face the devil's blade with valor, never yielding to death. He cast a glance at the crimson instrument meant for the African-American, continuing, I shall stand resolutely against the devil, enduring countless torments without compromise. Even if I am weak, I will exert every ounce of my strength to uphold my justice. With that, Sia hurled the smoking surgical knife. And despite the African-American's frantic attempts to defend himself, the knife found its target, piercing true. A demonic roar escaped him as the blade seared the flesh around it, mingling with blood before healing almost instantaneously. Unable to hold back any longer, the African-American yanked out the knife and turned to flee. Having just selected an axe meant for dispatching his foe, Charlotte erupted in fury at the sight of the African-American's cowardice, bellowing, You coward! You shall not escape. Fleeing signifies your defeat. The African-American, deaf to his words, burst through the incinerator's door, desperately striving to distance himself from Charlotte. A glint of cold steel shot forth, striking accurately from behind. With a cry of despair, the African-American did not even pause, quickening his pace. Claire, initially worried for Charlotte, was taken aback as the African-American, with a surgical knife protruding from his groin, sprinted past, followed closely by Charlotte, who bore a menacing grin, brandishing 3 surgical knives and an axe. Though their attributes were similar, the African-American's speed far surpassed that of Charlotte. Whether due to magical prowess or physical differences, or perhaps because no second Charlotte pursued him, Charlotte could do nothing but watch as the distance between them widened. You think you can escape from my grasp? In the next moment, an axe spun through the air, striking the top of the black man's head before plunging downwards with force, delivering a horizontal blow to his groin. This time, it severed cleanly. A visceral scene evoked a sense of phantom pain as the man stumbled, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. He had never experienced such agony. Although the severed part had seemingly restored itself in the blink of an eye, he felt an unsettling disconnection, as if it no longer belonged to him. Swiftly advancing, Charlotte raised his hand, aiming directly at the black man. In the face of humiliation, I shall strip him of his garments. The black man, taken aback, did not react as his work uniform exploded into tatters, leaving only a white shirt and black, tattered underwear. Dazed, he stared in disbelief at Charlotte, who was rushing towards him. How could he still call himself a superhero? His tactics were utterly despicable. Charlotte retorted, Those who aspire to greatness are unperturbed by trifles, especially when it concerns the trifles of others. With another swift motion, the underwear and shirt disintegrated into ashes, leaving the black man stark naked, a surgical scalpel embedded in his groin, his expression one of sheer shock as he gazed at Charlotte. Yet Charlotte's demeanor remained unfazed, calm as he launched 3 final surgical scalpels towards the man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scalpels embedded themselves within him, his expression twisting in agony, yet he rose and fled. Charlotte hot on his heels, shouting, Everyone, come out and witness. Here stands a demon. A thoroughly shameless demon, stripped bare. There was no semblance of a formidable figure. No hint of shame, nor any limit to his disgrace. Hey, you pervert. Are you brave enough to don your attire and face me honorably? The black man, his face darkened with fury, gritted his teeth but uttered not a word, intent only on escaping this desolate place where the demon's sense of shame was not particularly acute. In truth, he could be deemed one of the most shameful demons of all. Though he felt humiliated, the thought of being further pierced by scalpels while fleeing was even more mortifying. Charlotte couldn't help but shake his head. This demon truly lacked any sense of decency. Unfazed by his own nudity, he realized that his skills were not as formidable as he had imagined. What would he do if someone stripped him bare? Why? He would boldly present himself. Even if exposed, it would be in the name of justice, a heroic sacrifice. Indeed, I, Charlotte, am a kind, brave, honest, and joyful superhero, an idol of the people, unmatched in my virtue. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Charlotte's mouth did not cease its movement. Grim Reaper, do not flee. Let us sit down and converse. I have relinquished all my weapons and pose no threat to you. Unperturbed, the black man, with 3 surgical knives embedded in his torso, dismissed Charlotte's words as mere nonsense. Provoked by the contempt, Charlotte's expression darkened. Observing the retreating figure, he gritted his teeth and, in a moment of desperation, crouched down and struck his own right leg with a fist. A distant scream echoed as the unprepared black man fell once more, rolling on the ground. Yet, unlike the previous occurrences, this time his severed leg did not miraculously mend itself. As he turned to face the approaching Charlotte, fear crept into the black man's features, and he tremulously exclaimed, "Charlotte, what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Leaning on a branch, Charlotte approached, smacking his lips. "I merely wish to test your composition. Congratulations, you have passed my examination. I now realize you possess the capability to collaborate with me." "Collaborate?" Trembling, the black man drew the surgical knife from his torso and flung it aside, his face contorting with rage, wishing nothing more than to reduce Charlotte to ashes. Indeed, where there is darkness, there is light. Where evil thrives, justice is born. Your brutality gives rise to the brilliance of heroes. It is through your existence that we emerge, to rescue the innocent and combat crime. Nothing compares to a grand battle between good and evil. Eradicating malevolence and calling for peace pales in comparison to a profound performance that sways the tide. Without the rampant demons, how could the heroes of the world shine? Without the sorrows of humanity, where would the noble heroes arise? The bare-skinned black man, with a solemn expression, clenched his fist and inquired, "So, what can I gain from this? Will you continue to play the role of the criminal to enhance my notoriety?" "You shall gain." Charlotte's palm struck his own chest, and both he and the unsuspecting black man were propelled backward. Rising, Charlotte, blood trickling from his lips, laughed heartily. "Devoid of dignity. Of course, you will gain a reputation that invokes the wrath of both gods and men. Does a demon not seek infamy rather than glory? Does one who craves hatred desire faith? This is a plan that benefits both parties." Finally grasping Charlotte's method of attack, the black man halted his hand, which was poised to obliterate Charlotte's head. In fury, he spat, "You shameless bastard, leave me be, you wretched parasite." Chapter 125. This demon knows no bounds. Under the black man's control, trees took root and grass grew wildly, entwining themselves around Charlotte. If inflicting harm upon Charlotte would cause him equal suffering, then restraining him would offer ample opportunities for the black man to make him weep profusely. Before the entangling vines could ensnare Charlotte's body, a shadowy figure silently emerged. The glint of a blade not only severed the constricting tendrils, but also directly sliced through the tendons of Charlotte's hands and feet, causing blood to spatter as a massive camera fixated on the naked black man. Simultaneously, the live stream ascended once more to the homepage of every streaming platform. The scene within induced a chill among the countless unsuspecting viewers who inadvertently stumbled upon it. Gazing upon the man's nudity, their pupils dilated in shock. What is this? Is this the content I just clicked on? Has the platform become so brazenly explicit? The most unfortunate were those watching the lewd stream, as in the next moment, the black man lay incapacitated, blood gushing forth. Charlotte, equally collapsed on the ground, paled slightly, her eyes fixated on the black man. Is there truly no one to witness this? If you feel no embarrassment, then let me broadcast this globally and see if the demon feels any shame. To ensure this harbinger of death comprehended the gravity of the situation, the cameraman pointed skyward. Instantly, the sky illuminated, not with sunlight, but with backlighting, as the heavens aired the live broadcast in real time. A combination skill, live madness, the most dazzling one. Upon catching sight of his enormous naked image in the sky, the black man stood agape, momentarily forgetting his severed limbs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury's expression darkened to a terrifying degree as he glared at the live feed on the large screen. The initial incident had transpired so suddenly and ended just as quickly, leaving them utterly unprepared. However, they had been ready for this second onslaught. "Director, there's simply no way to shut it down." Beside him, Hill, wearing a Bluetooth headset, shook his head in report. "We have exhausted all means to terminate the stream, even going so far as to sever the service area. Yet this particular live room remains unyielding." Nick barked, "Let the technicians analyze the environment there swiftly. We must locate them." Hill nodded and, after relaying the order, continued with the latest updates. "The technical department has analyzed the situation. All data from every platform is functioning normally. In fact, even the backend cannot trace this live room, as if their operations and the web platform have become entirely severed. Even if we shut down a lewd platform, that live site remains, as if locked in place." "What sort of technology is this?" Nick inquired, his face darkening. The adversary's methods exceeded the technician's comprehension. Even physical interference proved futile, resembling alien technology beyond our era or an incomprehensible network superpower. Damn it, Nick seethed with anger, instructing, maintain the live broadcast and expedite the search for this forest, while hastening the investigation regarding that individual. We've located it, Hill reported through his earpiece. The opponent is not concealing themselves. The center of the bizarre phenomenon in the sky is Lakeview Town. The scene shifted to reveal a colossal nude figure hovering directly above Lakeview Town. Claire and Thomas gazed in astonishment at the sky, accompanied by an atmosphere of fervent excitement. The African-American man's expression turned grim as he looked up at his own likeness in the sky, and he bellowed furiously, "Charlotte Parker." The camera momentarily shifted, and an ominous roar echoed from above, showcasing a close-up of the man's fierce and menacing visage. Blood splattered across his body, bearing grievous wounds, rendered unsettlingly grotesque by the filming technique. Yet, something even more disturbing was soon to unfold. In Charlotte's mind, he commanded Venom. "Venom, provide me with a disguise. I am about to make my appearance." The feeble Venom nodded pitifully, casting a glance at the six-winged black angel conjured by Charlotte's imagination, and with great effort, it inflated its cheeks. A second later, a black nylon mask, typically used for robberies, was placed over Charlotte's head. "Is this what you call a disguise?" Charlotte exclaimed. While it did not obstruct his vision, he knew that once he appeared in the live stream, his identity would be impossible to conceal. "Venom, you little nuisance." Venom retreated into a corner of his mind, feeling aggrieved. It was merely an immature entity in need of growth, and that mask was the extent of its capabilities. Beside him, the cameraman raised his hand, attempting a slight adjustment. Charlotte confirmed that everything was in order as a mosaic flickered across the screen beside the nude African-American figure. The man, embodying death, gazed upwards at the live broadcast, desperately trying to cover his modesty. Seeing Charlotte, cloaked in a mosaic, he gritted his teeth in frustration. "Is this your idea of manners?" A divine voice resonated from the heavens. "You, who possess no boundaries and harbor no sense of shame, dare to taint the eyes of all with your own body. You masquerade as the harbinger of death, slaughtering the innocent, reaping lives under the guise of a grim game, and toying with souls. But now, I, the iron-willed train hero, alongside the live stream hero, shall expose your sinister machinations. Your vile deeds are laid bare before the world. Your reckoning has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise, fiend." Charlotte declared with a fierce expression. In an instant, his limbs detached from his body. The African-American man let out a desperate scream as the live broadcast captured the horrifying spectacle of his dismemberment. In the next moment, the pain caused Charlotte's body to tremble, and his face turned pale as he canceled the sharing skill, immediately allocating 1 point each to strength and constitution. Blood surged back, and his limbs returned to him. Despite still being haunted by psychological shadows, Charlotte had regained his former self. The cameraman, not a live-streaming hero, executed a special technique, crossed silhouette, aimed at the black figure's head. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as a massive black demon burst forth, resembling a balloon popping through the black man's skin. Flesh and blood clung to the creature as it erupted from within the man. This spectacle left all viewers before the live stream in shock. What was presumed to be a sadistic broadcast had, unexpectedly, revealed a true demon, a horrifying revelation. The viewership skyrocketed. Upon unleashing its true form, the demon's limbs were restored, and its height surged to 6 meters. It radiated dark energy, its appearance grotesque. With crimson eyes and bloodied fangs, its back adorned with folds and bony protrusions, its entire body a dark mass resembling a small mountain. Its robust physique displayed visible ribcage, almost bursting forth from its abdomen. With arms as thick as tree trunks, stained red as blood, it struck down upon Charlotte's head with a force akin to a mountain pressing down. Yet in an instant, despite its colossal size, the demon's strength and vitality dissipated. Charlotte had once again employed the sharing skill against it. The Grim Reaper was nearly driven to the brink of fury, exclaiming, "Charlotte, you scoundrel! You soulless human!" The relentless actions enraged the demon, which quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and, devoid of hesitation, spun around, fleeing into the distance. "Run! Hurry and escape!" The sheer malevolence of Charlotte had stripped the demon of its courage to confront him. Observing the creature's frantic flight, Charlotte stepped forward with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, akin to a harbinger of death, coldly observing the demon's retreating figure. If a human's clothing serves as their battle attire, what then constitutes the battle garb of a demon that wears no clothes? In the live stream, the cameraman slowly raised his hand. The moment Charlotte canceled the sharing, he gently gripped in the direction the Grim Reaper fled. With a soft sound, Blood erupted from the demon's body. Cracks formed on its skin, spreading from its head to its entirety. Unimpeded, the Grim Reaper surged forth, bursting through the demoness skin, revealing its organs and flesh. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The intact skin of the demon fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 126, The Crucial Future. This gruesome scene of skinning was broadcast to the world, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The comments flooded the screen. Many have only just realized the existence of terrifying demons in this world, and before they could even experience a moment of fear, the streamer raised a hand, and a complete demon skin fell to the ground. Two Charlottes simultaneously took steps, advancing towards the panicked Grim Reaper. Yet, before they could approach, the situation underwent an unexpected change once more. A pale hand broke through the ground, penetrating the flesh now devoid of skin, and seized the Grim Reaper's heart. "No. You promised me. We have a contract between us." Blood spewed from his mouth as the Grim Reaper wailed in despair. This pale hand evoked an inexplicable sense of déjà vu in Charlotte, reminiscent of the hand that had pulled him down when the meteor fell. The air was thick with a suffocating scent of sulfur. Even the air currents twisted, refracting a faint yellow light amidst the oppressive heat. The entire world seemed dragged into hell by this hand, incinerating everything in its vicinity. Another cruel voice of a demon echoed, "Our contract? Of course, it is correct. The contract stipulates that you are to prepare a vessel for my descent. It is my selection, your execution. But now you have brought me this vessel, have you not?" With a grip of the hand, the heart seemed to be devoured, along with all the flesh of the Grim Reaper, forcefully pulled into the ground. A pale face flashed momentarily, its profound gaze pausing briefly on Charlotte before vanishing without a trace. On the ground, only a bloody demon skin remained. Charlotte turned to glance at the live streamer. As their eyes met, the viewer count surged at the speed of light in the live broadcast, leaving only Charlotte's icy silhouette. Charlotte picked up the demon skin from the ground, weighing it in his hand. Surprisingly, it was quite heavy. An hour later, SHIELD arrived in Maplewood, and what they discovered first was not the battlefield where Charlotte had skinned the demon, but rather the meteorite crater where Venom had fallen. Nick stood before the crater with a solemn expression, like a deep abyss, while Coulson and Hill exchanged all related information behind him. This meteorite crater is quite peculiar. It should not be this small, and it should not have landed here. A researcher, holding an instrument, his hair graying and wearing reading glasses, looked bewildered. This defies all scientific reasoning. It makes no sense. This crater is far too small. It's utterly baffling. Scratching his thinning hair, he muttered aloud. It should have exploded everything around it, and yet it only created a small pit with a diameter of over 20 meters. My God, something is definitely amiss. Ignoring the distressed researcher, Nick simply confirmed something further. A meteorite possesses the astonishing capability to alter both its descent location and velocity. Apart from human intervention, Nick could conceive no other explanation. The director wore his characteristic benevolent smile as Coulson stepped forward, casting a glance at the dark meteorite being examined in the crater. With a smile, he remarked, "Just moments ago, the terrorists who abducted Tony Stark released a video. It can be confirmed that Mr. Stark is currently concealed in Afghanistan. However, our technicians are still analyzing the footage and user data, making it difficult to extract any useful information." After a prolonged silence, Nick immediately declared, "Then we must apprehend Obadiah Stane without delay." Coulson appeared momentarily taken aback, contemplating his response. "However, we lack evidence implicating Mr. Stane in Mr. Stark's abduction, and we cannot ascertain that Mr. Stane is indeed Parker." Coulson continued, "According to recent reports from Smith, Spider-Man is still wreaking havoc in New York. Though morally compromised, he is certainly not Parker." The one-eyed Nick turned to face Coulson, his expression grave as he said, "Do you recall the prophecy once made by Charlotte Parker?" Coulson nodded in puzzlement, a smile escaping his lips as he replied, "That was merely a child's whimsical jest, Director Nick. Should we take it seriously? A jest?" Nick repeated the word, his face hardening as he shook his head. His profound gaze seemed lost in contemplation as he stated, "It is no longer a jest." A flicker of realization crossed Coulson's face, prompting him to step forward, his pupils dilating rapidly. Could it be that beyond Mr. Stark's abduction, other prophecies have come to fruition? Exhaling deeply, Nick's tone grew somber as he replied, "We discovered the aircraft last piloted by Captain America, Steve Rogers, in the Arctic. Though it seems incredible, he is indeed aboard the plane, and we found that the captain, encased in ice, still possesses a faint heartbeat." Coulson, Captain America Steve Rogers. A myth from a bygone era, the revered superhero of every American, he is truly on the verge of revival. Before the exhilarated Coulson could pose a question, Nick turned away, his gaze fixed on the meteorite in the crater, concealing his expression from all. He continued, "Moreover, do you recall the sudden lizard man incident? What did that deceased, unidentified lizard man proclaim? He stated that the lizard man is hidden among us. Coulson, we initially dismissed this as a deception. Yet Congress appointed and initiated a joint investigation with the Department of Defense. The facts once again reveal to us that this is no mere rumor. Lizard men genuinely exist. And New York has indeed been infiltrated by inexplicable extraterrestrial forces. During our multi-departmental high-level investigation into the lizard men, we truly found them. Another prophecy has come to pass. Moreover, the successful verification of the Thor fighter jet in the United Kingdom has landed safely. At this moment, the Purple Man lurks in New York, possessing the ability to manipulate anyone with the power to enlighten all. Nick, having sealed his lips, pondered as the Olympics approached, already exhibiting signs of ascendance. Coulson's expression transformed repeatedly before settling into a grave demeanor. So, does Charlotte truly possess the ability to foresee the future? He did not dismiss any possibility, asserting that the crux was not merely the prediction of the future, but rather the capacity to alter it. Otherwise, we would remain at the mercy of fate's whims. Names such as Tony Stark, Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, the Purple Man, Dr. Lizard, Charlotte, the Grim Reaper, and the Live Man flitted through Nick's mind. With one name growing increasingly distinct, Charlotte Parker. Nick finally spoke. "At this moment, our foremost priority is to rescue Tony Stark." "Huh?" Coulson inquired with a hint of confusion. "Shouldn't we locate Charlotte first?" Nick shook his head resolutely. Since the prophecy mentioned Tony Stark by name, solely in the context of his abduction, it is evident that he is pivotal to our future. We must deploy all our agents to ensure Tony Stark's safety. Chapter 127. You have been matched with a worthy adversary. As Nick perused the Grim Reaper's dossier, his expression turned grave. The Grim Reaper's previous actions were minimal and discreet, making the incident involving Flight 180 the most conspicuous operation to date. Subsequently, the car crash on Highway 180 did not garner the police's belief in Kimberly's account, nor was it reported. After all, countless accidents occurred daily. It is implausible that each one bears the Grim Reaper's signature. Following this, the Grim Reaper eliminated the remaining victims in one fell swoop, attracting only the attention of a few tabloids. During the Flight 180 incident, SHIELD dispatched agents to investigate and uncover the true culprit. Ultimately, the conclusion was reached. All occurrences were deemed mere accidents, with no evidence of human manipulation detected. At that time, no one fathomed that behind these sudden fatal incidents lurked a malevolent force. The runaway roller coaster, the malfunctioning escalator, the gas explosion, the plummeting gym equipment, all provoked Nick to contemplate whether he could evade such unforeseen, coincidental assaults by the Grim Reaper. No, he could certainly not escape. So why had the Grim Reaper not targeted him? Instead, why focus on more illustrious figures? Was it out of inability or fear? Was he afraid of something? Dinkling. "Hi, George," Charlotte greeted as she answered the call from George, who was washing demon skins by the water's edge. Once again, a meteor has fallen, and once again, a demon is broadcasting live, which inevitably stirs concerns for George, who is stranded midway with Carter regarding the safety of Gwen and Charlotte. Rubbing his temples, George watched as Carter dashed away to fetch a spare tire that needed replacing, and with a hint of agitation, he inquired, "Charlotte, you haven't encountered any danger, have you?" "I can't reach Gwen by phone, which is why I'm asking you." With a playful flick of her demon skin, Charlotte smirked. "Oh, little Gwen has been confined to a psychiatric hospital." "What?" George's mind momentarily blanked, confusion etched across his face, yet he was not particularly surprised. "As long as she's all right." "So, what has been happening lately?" George asked calmly. His gaze followed the spare tire as it rolled uphill, then turned back, chasing after Carter, who was approaching him. Contemplating the resilient surface of the demon skin, Charlotte replied, "It's nothing too serious, really. I almost got struck by a meteor and was pursued by a demon known as Death. In the end, she temporarily sacrificed herself to protect me and ended up in the psychiatric hospital. I think she rather enjoys it there." "So much danger?" "I've always known Charlotte was a calamity." George paused, his tone faltering as he watched Carter chase after the tire again, pondering whether he should keep Gwen away from Charlotte in the future and let her play with Carter instead. "All right, in which psychiatric hospital are you two confined?" "I'll come to get you." Sighing, George reflected not only on his advancing age but also on his growing misfortunes, feeling as though fate had conspired against him. Perhaps he ought to choose a time to take Gwen to church and pray, to attend a service to dispel his bad luck. "No need for that, George," Charlotte said, thumping her chest with a resounding clap. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of Gwen. I'll scare her out in no time." In George's view, the spare tire finally collided with Carter, pinning her in the middle of the road as she waved her hands, desperately calling for help. with an expression devoid of emotion. George strode towards Carter, speaking into his phone. Just remember to remind Gwen of what she promised me, that she would check in on me every day. And Charlotte, I sense your recent behavior is becoming increasingly perilous. Remember, I do not wish to see you on the news one day. Otherwise, I will personally escort you to the police station. With that, George ended the call. Charlotte pocketed her phone, pouting slightly, as she picked up the large, clean demon skin in her hands, aiming it at the sun above. The thick, heavy demon skin was utterly opaque, disappointing her slightly as she pouted again. Then pulled the demon skin over her body. Donning the hood of the demon's face, a wicked smile crept onto Charlotte's lips. The colossal demon skin, exceeding 6 meters in height, enveloped him, far surpassing the size of a mere blanket. A sly smile crept across Charlotte's lips as he donned his boots and gloves. And with a sudden surge, his form expanded, the dark demon hide cascading over him. Skill card, Lizard Park. Little Venom was equally exhilarated, as black lines wove and mended across the demon's surface, rendering the battle attire even more attuned to Charlotte's immense physique. Charlotte, Strength, 79, Spirit, 86, Constitution, 79, Venom, all attributes. 1 regardless of who ultimately wielded the hand of the invading Demon Reaper, it was undoubtedly a demon, harboring ill intentions towards him. Although Charlotte had previously broadcast the existence of the demon, he felt it was far from sufficient. He believed he ought to bestow some notoriety upon the demons, stirring up a bit of mischief for them. Most importantly, it was simply too entertaining. Except for a massive tail that could not be concealed, the remainder of Charlotte's form bore no trace of a lizard man, having wholly transformed into that of a great demon. He extended his palm, observing the inky darkness of his hand's interior, and grinned savagely. Phantom Spider, your lizard park has returned. Simultaneously, another Charlotte, pale-faced and in haste, rushed towards Claire's car, urgently exclaiming, Claire, we must leave at once. That black man is, in fact, a demon. Claire regarded Charlotte with skepticism. Having just witnessed the colossal live broadcast in the sky, she was certainly aware that the man was a demon, yet she began to harbor doubts about Charlotte's identity. Are you not the superhero who just vanquished a demon? A different demon had seized control of his body, and if they did not depart swiftly, it would be too late. A roar erupted from the depths of the forest, echoing Charlotte's fervor. Sensing Charlotte's emotions, Little Venom empathetically absorbed his thoughts, opening its small mouth to join in the skyward howl. Subsequently, Charlotte nestled by the water's edge, curling his form, hands tucked away, silently awaiting the unfolding of the narrative. After all, the actors had yet to arrive. There was no rush for the antagonist to make an appearance. Though slightly embarrassed, Charlotte realized he indeed harbored a penchant for portraying villains. Inside the car, Charlotte immersed himself in his performance. The curse of death had dissipated, yet the demon's body, driven by compulsive tendencies, refused to relent. They were compelled to confront the demon's relentless pursuit, especially this particular demon that had usurped the Reaper's essence, proving to be exceptionally formidable. It would consume each of them in accordance with the order of death. Thus they must swiftly return to the mental asylum, collect Gwen, and make their escape. Gazing upon Charlotte's earnest and benevolent visage, Claire's cheeks flushed slightly, signifying her trust. After all, in the moment of the Grim Reaper's demise, she truly felt her body lighten, as if some shackles had suddenly dissolved, rendering her complexion vibrant. The pursuit by demons? She found herself remarkably untroubled. In Claire's heart, the unknown specter of death would always be far more daunting than any tangible entity. Meanwhile, in the psychiatric facility, Gwen, pouting, was idly picking at her fingers. Charlotte had not been gone for long, and she remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside, yet she harbored a growing suspicion that she had been deceived by Charlotte. Thus, she clandestinely sketched small circles on the ground for Charlotte. Unbeknownst to her, Charlotte had matched her with a worthy opponent, and the two Charlottes were eagerly preparing to engage her in playful merriment, relishing this delightful holiday excursion. Chapter 128. Charlotte, I am a fearsome demon. The vehicle sped onward, swiftly arriving at the psychiatric facility in beautiful Lake Town. Although Charlotte had assured her that the death curse was nullified, the journey's uneventful nature allowed Claire to exhale in relief. Heaven knows the days she had endured, the lengths she had gone to for her survival. With the substantial fortune bequeathed by her companions, she had purchased the entire psychiatric facility, crafting a sanctuary for herself. She envisioned countless potential demises, sitting in the desolate ward daily, consumed by dread, fearing satellites plummeting from the sky and meteorites crashing into the mountains. This relentless anxiety had left her mentally exhausted and disoriented. Yet now, all was resolved. A tangible threat approached her, akin to an ominous health bar suddenly illuminated. bringing her a sense of exhilaration and a sparkle to her eyes. In the forest, Charlotte, recognizing that the time was ripe, finally set forth, charging directly towards her initial destination. Meanwhile, at the site where Charlotte had clashed with the Grim Reaper, an unexpected group of intruders had arrived, cautiously collecting the demon's blood that lay upon the ground. Charlotte's blood had vanished due to the refresh mechanism of her attributes. Nick and the others were entirely unaware that Charlotte had returned to beautiful Lake Town. They had received word that Charlotte and Gwen had been assailed by the Grim Reaper at a motel and were now traversing the highway, presumably en route to a subsequent location. Having previously engaged with Charlotte, Harry and his companions had already rented a new pickup truck, departing with the belongings of all five. With a clear path ahead, they had reached Raccoon Town, participating in the local festivities and savoring joyous moments. Suddenly, an unusual noise echoed through the forest, yet the S-H-I-E-L-D agents had no time to react. Charlotte's form darted like a bolt of lightning, racing swiftly along the road. As he came to a halt, brimming with enthusiasm, he found himself not far from Nick. Charlotte and Nick stood, utterly unprepared, gazing blankly at one another. In Charlotte's mind, thoughts raced frantically, devising strategies. Meanwhile, the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D were genuinely taken aback by the imposing demonic form of Charlotte. Nick reacted with remarkable swiftness. Leaping aside while drawing a blue handgun from his waist, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A beam of blue energy shot forth, perfectly intercepted by Charlotte's raised arm. With a newfound clarity, Charlotte embraced his role, his gaze icy and menacing, casually shaking his hand. Standing tall, he elegantly nodded at the S-H-I-E-L-D agents, surveying each of them from his elevated position. Nick raised his hand to halt the agents' assault. Their firearms posed little threat to the demon's impenetrable skin. Charlotte cast a glance at Nick, revealing a chilling smile as he declared, "I believe this is our first meeting. You must have heard of my name. Indeed, I am the demon Nicholas Stanislav from the depths of hell, the great demon who governs and punishes the souls of traitors. I have descended today in my guise, and it is an honor to meet my earthly admirers. Please continue your efforts. I am in need of more traitorous souls to indulge in." At the mention of traitor souls, Nick's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he comprehended Charlotte's implication. Every spy would surely descend into hell, becoming the feast for this very demon before him. And he, Nick Fury, was the ultimate spy among spies. Charlotte grinned cruelly, further embellishing his persona. "Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Maria Hill. Ah, how delightful it is to have you all on my menu. I never anticipated facing my admirers in the mortal realm. I can hardly wait to savor your essence in hell. Do you have any special requests? I particularly relish a whole roasted human, stuffed with soybeans, the skin evenly coated with a special marinade, perfectly controlled in temperature. Should I perhaps sprinkle a bit more cumin?" Nick's heart sank slightly, yet he remained undeterred as he inquired, "Demon, what purpose brings you to the mortal realm? Are you merely here to select your meals?" "Certainly not," Charlotte replied nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. "It is merely that your souls possess an enticing aroma. I am particularly fond of the rich darkness of your sins and sorrows." As he spoke, Charlotte turned to Nick, his gaze penetrating. "I can also savor your hidden memories, inhaling the fragrance of your despair. How I long to consume your souls. Alas, I must first fulfill the task of the Dark Heart Demon." "The Dark Heart Demon?" Nick's brow furrowed slightly. "Do not dare to claim you have not heard of him." Before Nick could utter a word, he was abruptly interrupted by Charlotte's sharp rebuke. With eyes brimming with admiration, Charlotte elaborated. "The Heartless Demon is the offspring conjured from malevolence by Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. He has perpetually sought to fathom the essence of evil, possessing the power to corrupt souls. He ranks among the formidable rulers of the infernal realm. Regrettably, the cunning Mephisto has discerned the Heartless Demon's burgeoning strength and has cruelly diminished his power. Thus, the Heartless Demon now seeks to enlist virtuous superheroes from the mortal realm to descend into hell, vanquish Mephisto, and reclaim his strength, augmenting it further. And I am the emissary he has dispatched for this recruitment." With that, Charlotte launched a surprise attack without hesitation, for as a demon, he regarded this as merely routine, devoid of psychological strain. However, the ever-prepared Coulson and his companions immediately opened fire, striking Charlotte and sending him crashing to the ground. "Damn this feeble body." Feigning defeat, Charlotte swiftly retreated, a mysterious smile gracing his visage as he turned to Nick Fury, saying, "By the way, would you be inclined to enter into a pact with me? Here, you may acquire anything your heart's desire in exchange for providing me with more traitorous souls. It's a surefire deal." With a swift motion, Charlotte deflected yet another blue laser. Nick coldly retorted, "We never engage in transactions with demons." Charlotte unleashed a chilling, villainous laugh, his voice resonating ominously. That is because you have never had the opportunity to bargain with the devil. This is merely my avatar. My true essence remains in hell. You traitors dare to strike at me? Your betrayal only endears you to me further. Once you meet your demise, I shall revel in tormenting your souls, extracting every ounce of darkness from your very beings. We need not fear, Nick exclaimed, firing his weapon as he responded resolutely. We are willing to sacrifice everything for justice, even if it means descending into hell. That is a consideration for another time. Demon, you cannot sway our steadfast hearts, he declared. Such bold words. Do you truly believe them? Charlotte retorted with a cold smile, maintaining his faade, and cast a tempting glance at those present. You remain unshaken. But what of them? Chapter 129, The Great Demon. Observing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were firing at him, disregarding the sparks and the pain in his chest. Charlotte stood proud and declared, Fools. The weapons of your mortal realm hold no sway over demons, especially not for one as formidable as I. Reflect upon this. We harbor no enmity towards one another. The annihilation of your kind would yield me no benefit. On the contrary, your continued existence provides a ceaseless supply of treacherous souls for my dominion. As long as you endure, darkness and power shall corrupt you, rendering your souls all the more delectable. In truth, you ought to align yourselves with me, for I shall not hastily summon forth my delicacies. Your current actions will only invite endless calamities upon your future. Death itself would merely be the beginning. As Charlotte spoke, a cruel expression gracing his visage. The countenance of one devout agent grew increasingly pallid, their gunfire directed at Charlotte waning. Observing the amusement in this encounter, Charlotte continued to tempt. Do you know the ecstasy enjoyed by executives and legislators? Have you relished in the opulent lifestyle of luxury cars and beautiful companions? Have you partaken in the wild revelries of the entertainment elite? You find yourselves entwined with the smoke of battle, nursing your wounds in the face of death, only to facilitate the pleasures of capitalists. What regard do the esteemed figures you protect have for your existence? The words of a demon are hardly worthy of belief. Continue your assault. Nick cast a glance at the agents behind him, his face a mask of fury as he commanded. Charlotte, smirking, regarded Nick with disdain. Observe the folly of this man. Your bullets cannot penetrate my skin, yet he urges you to continue firing. He shows no concern for your lives. Unlike me, I lament for my brother, for each of your souls is precious to me. Consider his expression and reflect upon his past actions. Observing the disarrayed marksmanship and the grave expressions of the few, alongside Nick's countenance, Charlotte continued with a cold laugh. You have already begun to waver. And he has taken note. When you return, he will surely hold you accountable. You have been risking your lives firing at me, yet you gain nothing. And now you face repercussions. Why do you continue to serve this man? Why not eliminate him here and now? Should you slay this devil? Even if your fate is death, you would descend into hell to revel alongside me. The joy of a demon is beyond your imagination. Cursed be it. Nick muttered under his breath, his expression darkening to the utmost as he bellowed. He is a demon, and merely a demon. Protecting this world is our duty. Demons inherently seek to lead others astray. Rest assured, when you return, I shall not pursue any inquiries. Charlotte interrupted loudly. What duty is he still speaking of? What inquiries are to be spared? Charlotte inquired softly. Do you truly believe in him? Nick clenched his jaw, a chill running down his spine, as he continued to unleash his laser bullets towards Charlotte, commanding, It seems the bullets are indeed ineffective against this demon. You all go ahead. I, along with Coulson and Hill, will cover your retreat. While the bullets had no effect on Charlotte, the situation was entirely different for Nick. Realizing this, he instructed his subordinates to withdraw. Upon hearing Nick's command, several agents rose to their feet, while the last agent cast a furtive glance at Charlotte, a glimmer of icy intent flashing in his eyes. As if sensing his gaze, Charlotte turned to him, his molten lava-like vertical pupils gleaming with amusement. When he requires you, he will thrust you to the forefront. Even if you are of no assistance, he will entangle you in his schemes. Yet, the moment you pose a threat, he will not hesitate to order your retreat, abandoning you without a second thought. He seeks to divert my attention using your lives. Look closely at his dark countenance. Is it truly worth it? Is he genuinely a good leader? Working under such a callous and ungrateful superior, do you foresee a bright future? Not to mention, you are engaged in a perilous line of work. Even if he claims not to hold you accountable, discontent will inevitably fester within him. Are you not afraid that one day, he will surreptitiously arrange for your demise? This world is filled with suffering. Why cling so desperately to it? Accompany this dark wretch and join me in hell to revel. You must sense that he has begun to doubt you. What if he uncovers something? The final agent's expression hardened, and he abruptly raised his firearm, aiming it at Nick and firing. Forewarned, Nick rolled to the ground and, pivoting, shot the agent in the head, causing the others, who were about to retreat, to vanish as they sought cover. Charlotte grinned wickedly now. Some have already ascended to a higher place to enjoy hellish pleasures with me. Are you not yet inclined to join the fray? Observe the dark wretch's demeanor. He has been wary of you all along. A gunshot interrupted Charlotte's taunt as Coulson glared at him, stating, "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." Hill added, "We have long suspected Bieber of treachery and have been investigating him. He is an infiltrator placed by another organization, but we have refrained from alarming him. Our enemy is this demon before us." Nick did not turn to regard the tense standoff behind him. Instead, he stood resolutely, coldly fixing his gaze upon Charlotte and inquiring, "What do you truly know, and what do you desire?" "Ha ha ha." Charlotte laughed heartily, jesting. She mentioned that they have been investigating Bieber, which implies that they are also scrutinizing you. They never believed in you. Now that Bieber has taken action, do you truly think you can keep this hidden? Do you genuinely believe you won't be implicated? Nick gritted his teeth, cursing the damned fiend. Chapter 130. I am the devil. No laughter allowed. Bang. 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 A fierce gunfight erupted once more. Faced with the sudden onslaught, this group of agents, accustomed to suspicion, could no longer distinguish between ally and adversary. Bullets were fired at every individual they doubted. One after another, people fell to the ground, disbelief etched upon their faces. As the chaos escalated, Charlotte cackled loudly, proclaiming, "Indeed. Just like that. Kill. Kill. To slay one is a crime, but to massacre thousands is valor. If we eliminate everyone here, no one will know what transpired. Only blood can bury the sins." In an instant, several lay in pools of blood, even a few researchers, helplessly drawing their weapons to join the fray, only to meet their grim fates shortly thereafter. The King of Spies proved his title, although Nick was targeted by many. He sustained only a gunshot wound to his left leg. His marksmanship was precise, and with a callous heart, he swiftly dispatched the elite agent who attacked him, rallying Coulson and others to seize the upper hand. The ever-amiable Coulson faced minimal gunfire. Of course, he returned fire just as sparingly. Eventually, as the smoke of battle cleared, the only survivors were Nick, Coulson, Hill, and two other SHIELD agents. The rest perished in the chaos, instigated by the fear of exposure among the Hydra operatives. Undoubtedly, the reason for everyone's gunfire stemmed from the inner turmoil stirred by Charlotte's words. Bang, bang, bang. Nick clenched his teeth, limping forward as beams of laser struck Charlotte's mouth. Observing the devil before him, who had no intention of engaging, his fury reached a boiling point. "Motherfucker, are you satisfied now? You foul creature, tell me what you truly desire." Charlotte disdainfully fixed her gaze on Nick, curling her lips into a smirk. "Nick, I desire nothing. I simply relish watching you humans turn against one another, for this is your forte, is it not? Just like you now, compared to the living traitors. You are more inclined to believe in the deceased ones. What was the purpose of this sudden gunfight? What significance lies in the sacrifice of the innocent? Have you truly succumbed to my temptation, or do they harbor something deep within?" With a devilish grin, Charlotte softly inquired, "For those who hide things within their hearts, do they genuinely wish to take a leap of faith? When they pull the trigger, do they not realize their demise is inevitable? Do they truly consider you their adversary? They are aware of your capabilities. Now that you comprehend that you have been discovered and are ensnared in a fatal predicament, why not make a sacrifice? Let your inevitable demise acquire a more profound significance. Nick, your heart is perpetually laden with doubt. Do you not now question whether this is merely a ploy to drive the nails deeper, a ruse to earn your trust? Ha ha ha, is it not amusing?" A chill coursed through the hearts of all present as Nick maintained a stoic expression, fixating intently on Charlotte without uttering a word. Indeed, he began to harbor suspicions. Behind Nick, aside from Coulson, the remaining injured agents could not suppress their grim expressions upon hearing Charlotte's words. Is this the devil? Is this the infernal fiend? The demon has not yet struck, yet the SHIELD agents have already suffered grievous losses. Ha 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 ha. They assisted you in eliminating your close comrades. Yet what they received in return was perpetual suspicion from you. Is this truly worthwhile? Perhaps you should eliminate the two of them as well. Otherwise, retaining two individuals who have begun to despise you serves no beneficial purpose. Charlotte wore an expression of concern for Nick's well-being, sending chills down the spines of the two agents behind him, who instinctively reached for their waists. "Silence, damnable demon. I have utmost faith in them," Nick admonished sternly. Observing the individuals before him, the devilish Charlotte remained resolute, casting a glance at Coulson, who was somewhat silent, before disdainfully averting his gaze towards Hill. The moment Charlotte spoke, Hill's injured countenance darkened immediately. "My dear, you are over 30 this year, a seasoned veteran. Would you care to join me? I am in need of a matron." Bam! In response to Hill's furious assault, Charlotte merely shook his head in disappointment. "You truly cannot bear to be teased. It is nearly impossible to sway these agents now. They are far too vigilant. How tedious." Instead, Charlotte said playfully, "Oh my, as they say in hell, you humans are truly gullible. You believe whatever you are told. Ha ha. There are no traitors or demons in hell. I merely adopted a casual persona to toy with you. Think for a moment, and you shall realize I was merely jesting." With a sly smile, Charlotte's every word struck like daggers into the hearts of the audience, inciting such fury in Nick that he felt the urge to spew blood. "No wonder we demons enjoy toying with you humans. You are simply too entertaining." Observing the grim expressions on their faces and Coulson's despondent demeanor, Charlotte could not help but burst into laughter. "You believed it again. You believed it again. Ha 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 ha, you believed it again." Leaping into the air, with a sharp and terrifying voice, he declared, "Allow me to share a truth with you. I refrain from taking action because I cannot directly confront ordinary individuals. However, I shall return to engage with you all again in the future, for you have provided me with immense amusement. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I will not linger any longer." With that, Charlotte's form shifted, transforming into a streak of darkness that swiftly vanished from their sight. "There's no need to pursue." Nick raised his hand to halt any attempts. Naturally, no one wished to chase after him. The group gazed at the multitude of fallen agents, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Each individual on the ground had perished at the hands of their own comrades, and the devil had merely uttered a few words, resulting in catastrophic losses. A heavy heart sank into the depths of despair as everyone recognized the terror that the devil embodied, ensuring that Charlotte's visage would remain etched in their memories forever. Turning to look at the lifeless body of the elite agent beside him, Nick's countenance darkened as he spoke. "Let us first tidy up this place. This time, my command has faltered. I never anticipated that the demon would indeed possess the power to sway hearts, leading to such monumental losses. Upon our return, I will personally draft a report delineating the menace posed by this demon. Furthermore, I shall ensure that everyone is aware the demon is untrustworthy, and upon detection, we must immediately deploy heavy weaponry to eradicate it." Casting a glance at Nick's subtle expression, Coulson stepped forward to support the limping Nick. "Clean up the battlefield," Coulson instructed. Nick's solitary eye scanned the three individuals amidst the carnage, and he whispered to Coulson, "Keep a close watch on them. Our entire S.H.I.E.L.D. requires scrutiny. The words of the demon are not to be taken lightly. I suspect there may indeed be a traitor within our ranks." Coulson's expression tightened as he inquired, "Including Hill?" "Yes, including Hill," Nick replied, his complexion grave and foreboding. He perceived the demon as the most perilous entity in existence, toying with human emotions and blurring the lines between reality and deception. "I will reach out to my former superior, Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to conduct an assessment of the entire organization, for I no longer know whom we can trust within S.H.I.E.L.D. The individuals requiring scrutiny include myself and you. Of course, we must also consider the possibility that the demon is merely playing a cruel jest upon us." At the mental health facility in Maple Lake, tranquility reigned, a stark contrast to the clamor of the outside world. It was as if Claire had crafted a paradise beyond the tumult. The hastily arrived demon, Charlotte, stealthily crouched at the edge of a small hill, peering down at the hospital with his formidable demonic head. Inside the facility, Charlotte seized Gwen and Kimberly, dragging the bewildered victims toward the awaiting vehicle. After their arduous journey, Claire's car had run out of fuel. Thus, they were to use Thomas's police car as their mode of transportation this time. "What has happened, Charlotte?" Gwen inquired, sprinting alongside him toward the police car. "There is no time for explanations. Quickly get in," Charlotte exclaimed, forcefully shoving Kimberly and Gwen into the back seat of the police car before unceremoniously displacing Thomas to take the driver's seat. As the car door slammed shut, a sense of leisure enveloped her. She hurriedly grabbed a piece of paper and crouched down to begin. Gwen clutched the iron bars of the small window, peeking her head out from the back seat of the police car, feeling increasingly bewildered in her confinement. The vehicle roared to life, enveloped in a cloud of dust as it surged forward, and the devilish Charlotte seized the moment to leap out dramatically. Positioned before the car, he bellowed to the crowd, Chapter 131, "What is the thrill of racing? A true man should race the devil." The police car sped past the colossal tail of the demon, and Gwen couldn't help but glance back, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the towering figure of the demon, nearly 8 meters high. Who could explain the bizarre circumstances she found herself in? She had spent merely a few hours in the psychiatric hospital. How had the outside world so swiftly descended into chaos? Even demons had emerged. Was she truly losing her mind? Was everything merely a figment of her imagination? As the demon grinned wickedly at her, Gwen turned away, asserting to herself, "I am not insane. There truly are demons in this world." Charlotte, steering the car with one hand, briefly locked eyes with her through the rearview mirror. Both could not suppress a smirk, a mischievous smile exchanged between them. With deft control, Charlotte maneuvered the car, narrowly evading the demon's descending tail. The police vehicle veered off the road, speeding through the grass where Gwen and Charlotte had previously traversed, racing towards the wilderness. The young venomous creature, now slightly larger, chirped with excitement. The demon Charlotte, tongue lolling, danced joyfully after them. Charlotte executed a sharp turn of the steering wheel amidst the gasps of the onlookers, performing a small drift to evade another attack from the demon, twisting away with remarkable precision. The spectators felt their hearts race. It seemed as though every assault from the demon was anticipated by Charlotte. They gazed at him with admiration, for no one could remain calm while being pursued by a terrifying demon standing 8 meters tall. Thankfully, they had Charlotte. The police car soared like a roller coaster under Charlotte's command, playfully toying with the pursuing demon. As the vehicle swerved, the demon lunged, vaulting over the car's roof, baring its teeth in a menacing grin at those inside. "Ha ha ha, I am the devil. No laughing allowed. Only you may laugh." The wheels screeched, kicking up dust as Charlotte executed a dramatic 180-degree drift, turning the car around, leaving the demon choked in a cloud of debris as they made their escape. The muffled screams within the car transformed into exhilarated cheers. "Charlotte, you are truly incredible." However, just as the words of praise were on the tip of their tongues, the speeding vehicle struck a rock, spiraling out of control, teetering on the brink of overturning. The demon, moving with lightning speed, grasped the police car and slammed it down onto the ground. "That was close. I almost flipped the car." Charlotte burst out of the car door, boldly shouting, "Demon, spare them. If you have the courage, come and catch me." The demon let out a chilling laugh and responded, "What a tedious provocation. Do you truly believe I would fall for such a trick? Ha ha ha." Observing Charlotte sprinting away, the demon gave chase, exclaiming, "Indeed, I shall." Once the two had departed, a somewhat shaky Thomas finally exited the vehicle, opening the rear door of the police car that could not be accessed from the inside. Gwen was the first to step out, anxiously gazing in the direction the demon had vanished. She turned to the 3 others and inquired, "So, who can enlighten me on what transpired?" It was the demon. Claire swallowed hard. The adrenaline from being pursued had surged through her. But compared to the prolonged tension and the battle of wits with death, nearly being defeated by the demon did not terrify her excessively. Conversely, Kimberly was in the most precarious state among them. She slumped in the back seat of the police car, clutching her head, nearly so frightened that she could have wet herself, and was gently lifted out of the car by the somewhat recovered Thomas. The police car's hood bore massive handprints, its 4 wheels and chassis pressed deep into the mud. Cursed by our brush with death, we faced a demon. A superhero defeated it, yet another demon seized its body, and it is the very one chasing us now, Claire explained as she steadied her breath. She then gritted her teeth and looked toward the direction Charlotte had departed, declaring, "We must devise a plan to aid Charlotte. For our future safety, we must vanquish this fiend." Gwen nodded in agreement, knowing that Charlotte was indeed stronger than herself, and the demon might not be a match for him. She suggested, "However, I believe we should first call the authorities, alert the government and military, and let the nations might be unleashed upon the demon. They surely possess greater capability and resources than we do, and then we can proceed to assist." After a moment of contemplation, Claire nodded, acknowledging that despite her disillusionment with the American government due to the neglect of the Grim Reaper incident, Gwen was correct. Reporting the incident and rushing to help Charlotte were not mutually exclusive actions. Seeing everyone in agreement, Gwen promptly reached for her phone, only to freeze in shock. Damn it! In her haste to leave, she had forgotten not only her phone but all her belongings at the psychiatric hospital. The enhancement of attribute points had sharpened Charlotte's senses, allowing him to hear every word of their conversation clearly. Calling the military on him? "Gwen, you have truly disappointed me. Have you lost all sense of a superhero's professional integrity?" Thus, he made a swift decision to return, executing a sudden reversal. Observing the demon turning back, Gwen, disregarding everything else, hurriedly positioned herself to shield the 3 behind her. Subsequently, with a thunderous crash, the colossal demon was sent tumbling backwards, landing heavily on the ground. its visage marred with dirt as it staggered to its feet. Charlotte, Gwen, Claire, goodness, power 87, power 79. Despite Charlotte's imposing stature and formidable presence, his strength lacked focus. And Gwen was no longer the person she once was. The demon Charlotte rose, casting a glance at Gwen, and the atmosphere became momentarily awkward. The other three, only then realizing Gwen's extraordinary change, exchanged knowing looks. Clearing his throat, the demon Charlotte declared, "Indeed. At last, I have found you. I am the Lord of the Dimensional Realm, son of the great demon Mephisto, known as the Black-Hearted Demon. I have come to this world in my guise to invite you noble and righteous superpowered beings to descend into hell with me, to overthrow Mephisto's malevolent reign and restore a luminous future to the underworld. Young maiden, I have great faith in your abilities. Join me, and together we shall save hell." Save hell? What nonsense is this? Do you even believe what you say? The darkness of hell exists because of treacherous scoundrels like Mephisto, who, as the Lord of Hell, lures wicked, fallen souls to wander its depths. Unlike the vile Mephisto, I harbor grand ideals and aspirations for the future. I aim to transform hell into a beautiful, joyous, harmonious sanctuary, so join us. Dream on. Gwen surged forward, launching another attack on the demon. Her movements were exceptionally agile, and she was still in the process of growth. The former Lizard Parker posed little challenge to her now. A swift kick to the abdomen sent Charlotte rolling to the ground. Rising in fury, he exclaimed, "If you do not wish to join, then simply refuse. How dare you strike a demon? We must communicate with kindness. Your violence is unacceptable. I disdain you. I condemn you." Just then, the demon Charlotte charged forth from behind, positioning himself protectively in front of Gwen, radiating an aura of righteousness. With his chest held high in a graceful stance, he addressed the four with grandeur. "You all should flee. I will hold the rear." Chapter 132. Charlotte, it's over. I have succumbed to darkness. Charlotte's appearance startled everyone into alertness, and Claire breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Charlotte had met a tragic end at the hands of the demon. The demon Charlotte emitted a sinister cackle. "Excellent. Young superpowered heroes. Come, let us descend into hell and confront the villainous King Mephisto, together rescuing the vibrant realm of hell. The magical life you long for awaits you below." With a clap of his hands, a tremendous force stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Though the voice of the devil Charlotte remained unseen, he continued to entice. "The Demon King has just dispatched a ferocious dragon to abduct the beloved princess. The kingdom is in peril and urgently requires the aid of brave heroes. They are currently ensconced within a peculiar castle in hell. Come, let us embark together on this wondrous journey. The Demon King threatens the dragon daily to deliver freshly laid dragon eggs, and perhaps our comrades may perish in battle." Enraged, the heroes engaged in combat with the dragon, while the Demon King raised a crucifix to shield himself from harm. Ultimately, the valiant hero delivered a decisive blow, slaying the Demon King. Together, they embraced the hellish princess and set forth on a path to a perfect life. "My noble heroes, do you not wish to join this heart-stirring tale?" Charlotte cried out, yet these joyless, foolish humans remained unmoved. "Hero, no one ever mentioned that the tale of heroes battling dragons took place in hell. Charlotte, the muck truck is right in your face. If you are not in hell, then where are you?" Gwen waved her hand to disperse the swirling dust, revealing an enraged demon descending from the heavens, engaging in a fierce battle with the valiant Charlotte. The clouds of dust obscured the view, yet one could imagine the intensity of the conflict within. "Cursed devil!" Charlotte hurled a handful of dirt at the demon, only for it to be swept away by the demon's tail. The demon howled, thrashing its tail and stirring the dust, while Charlotte valiantly countered. Their movements resembled a dance. "Stop fighting. You cannot kill each other this way." As Gwen confirmed that Claire and the others were unharmed, she rushed into the dust to assist. However, by the time Gwen reached Charlotte's side, the dust began to settle, and the demon had vanished from sight. Charlotte, tilting his head back, nonchalantly waved his sleeve, casually adjusting his attire, leaving behind an image of aloofness and charm. A mere little demon? Easily dealt with. Stepping forward, Gwen surveyed her surroundings, her expression tinged with curiosity as she inquired, "Where has that black-hearted demon gone?" "Huh." Charlotte chuckled coldly. "I have frightened it away." "Frightened away?" Observing Charlotte, who was caked in dirt, Gwen narrowed her beautiful eyes and remarked, "Charlotte, you seem a bit off." "Off?" Charlotte was startled. Could it be that Gwen had perceived something? "Huh." Charlotte blinked in surprise at Gwen, then scrutinized his dirt-laden self, puzzled as he questioned, "What is amiss?" "I feel as gallant as ever." With that, he shook off the dirt, sending wisps of dust swirling into the air. Avoiding the dust. Gwen pondered for a moment before assertively stating, "Ever since you encountered that extraterrestrial being, you've been acting rather strangely." Her face was etched with concern as she scrutinized Charlotte. "Charlotte, could it be that you have been parasitized by that black liquid? That is how it is portrayed in the movies. It first influences your brain, then quietly incubates within you, ultimately bursting forth." As she spoke, Gwen grimaced, unable to fathom such a ghastly image. A thought struck Charlotte, and she focused her immense mental presence upon the minuscule venom, observing it cowering in the corner, trembling. "Indeed, I must have been affected by the venom," Charlotte exclaimed in terror, clutching her head as she explained to Gwen, "Although it may not be as brutal as you described, the venom is indeed a symbiote. It has already taken residence within me, awakening a desire for malevolence in my kind heart. It is igniting and amplifying my dark side. My heavens, I can already sense myself beginning to turn to the dark side." Rubbing her head and shaking off the dust, Charlotte declared, "For instance, I have started to care about my appearance. I must get a trendy hairstyle and purchase a stylish outfit from a discount store. And I'll demand a raise from Francie." Gwen, who had initially worn a worried expression, could not help but twitch. "What do you mean by Charlotte sensed Gwen's disdain and retorted angrily, "Do you have any idea how wicked I am right now? My wickedness is beyond your imagination." Charlotte squinted her eyes, directing an unusual gaze at Gwen as she advanced menacingly, stopping in front of her. With a defiant expression, Charlotte enunciated, "Gwen, let me tell you just how evil I am. I do not complete my homework." "Gwen, I am utterly astonished." Charlotte seized Gwen's face, kneading it playfully, and added, "I want to even let you do your homework. My God, that is truly wicked of you." Gwen exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She pushed Charlotte's hand away and quickly retreated. Both of them were burdened with holiday homework. As a diligent student, she could already envision the humiliation she would face if called to the front by the teacher, hearing the taunts of her classmates for failing to complete her assignments. Indeed, Charlotte had succumbed to the dark side, and it was exceedingly malevolent. Chapter 133, The Heartless Demon. Additional update. The score improved from 65 to 75. Thus an additional update. Although it has fallen back to 74, I am unfazed. As an exemplary student, what does Gwen dread the most? Naturally, it is being summoned to the front by the teacher, becoming a paragon of mischief among the naughty children. The mere thought of that scene sends shivers down her spine, and her sense of shame reaches an unbearable peak. Not submitting homework. This is utterly heinous, akin to failing an examination. No, it is indeed a failure. Please pardon her lack of adjectives. Her predicament is already akin to the depths of hell, and she dares not even contemplate it further. Each day, she toils diligently, never tardy for school, fully engaged in class, eagerly participating, passionate about learning, and always willing to assist others. She epitomizes the ideal student. Consequently, she consistently secures the second position in every examination, outperformed only by her friend Charlotte Parker, who works tirelessly to support herself. Although they have been close friends since childhood, Gwen harbors a lingering resentment, often seizing any opportunity to startle Charlotte from behind, a bad habit she has yet to shed. Flashing back to the present. For a diligent student, the threat of not submitting homework strikes at her very core. She is deeply suspicious that Charlotte intends to tear apart her completed assignment. How wicked must Charlotte be to entertain such a nefarious act? As these thoughts swirl in her mind, Gwen regards Charlotte with growing wariness, increasingly convinced that Charlotte is up to no good. At this moment, Claire, unaware of the tension, approaches and finds herself shielded by Gwen's protective stance. "Be cautious. Do not approach Charlotte. She is dangerous," Gwen warns. Claire raises an eyebrow, gazing at the seemingly harmless Charlotte in the distance. Dangerous? She sees no evidence of such. Yet, since Gwen has declared Charlotte a threat, she must indeed be so. Charlotte carelessly waves her hand, seemingly lost in her own world. "Gwen, you're overreacting. Symbiotic entities can amplify the darker aspects of human nature, but my heart is devoid of any darkness. It is brimming with justice, kindness, and love." "What did you say? Your dark side has been magnified? That sounds dreadful." Gwen gasps in shock. "Charlotte, your malevolence is beyond your own imagination." Claire feels a profound sense of security standing behind Gwen, especially after witnessing Gwen's earlier kick that sent Claire's summer flying. Watching the demon being propelled by the girl's swift kick shattered Claire's worldview. Although the scene behind her gradually turned abstract, Claire found herself able to comprehend it. Standing beside Gwen with admiration sparkling in her eyes, staring wide-eyed without blinking. Having lived in the shadow of death, She had always been on edge, facing the constant threat of peril. Little did she expect that one day, danger would manifest as a demon before her, only to be sent sprawling several meters away by the girl beside her. Before long, Gwen, still on guard against Charlotte tearing her assignment, found herself blushing under Claire's unwavering gaze. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she hurriedly explained, "I wasn't really concerned about my homework. I was merely indulging in a bit of playful banter with Charlotte. Indeed, I am not worried about my assignments at all. Not in the slightest." Gwen proudly lifted her chin. "Oh right, my homework and luggage were taken away by Harry, so what could Charlotte possibly be worried about?" With this thought, Gwen placed her hands on her hips, gaining confidence. Claire gazed in astonishment at Gwen's seemingly slender arms and curiously asked, "I am simply intrigued. How could you possibly strike a demon so far away? You are truly remarkable. Are you an angel?" "An angel?" Gwen's cheeks reddened further as she waved her hands dismissively. "I am certainly not. I am just an ordinary girl, merely a tad stronger than most." The phrase "a tad stronger" was difficult for Claire to assess. It was certainly more than just a little. Just then, Charlotte approached, casting a wary glance at Gwen before suddenly making a silly face that startled her, causing her to flinch. "I am not afraid of you. Just so you know, my homework is not here," Gwen declared, her bravado somewhat shaky. "I have assured you that there is no dark side within me. I am merely a bit more eccentric than before, just a smidgen." As she spoke, Charlotte demonstrated that minuscule amount with her thumb and forefinger. Gazing at the police car she had pressed into the ground, Charlotte turned to Gwen and said, "Let us lift the car out. I would rather not walk all the way back." Gwen blinked, still reluctant to fully reveal her immense strength. But the idea of walking back was not appealing. Reluctantly, she nodded, her face flushed as she joined Charlotte in lifting the police car, both panting heavily afterward, although not a drop of sweat adorned Gwen's forehead. "How about that? It looks quite normal now, doesn't it?" The two took a few steps and set the police car aside. Charlotte inspected the damage, relieved to find it still operational. Thus, she drove the police car, carrying the four of them toward their next destination. Charlotte explained, "The demon, Blackheart, has not yet relinquished its pursuits and may attack at any moment. It is safest for us to stay together for the time being. Besides, without the police car, Kimberly and Thomas won't be able to escape far at the next stop. They will still have the option to drive away." In an abandoned church, a blood-red figure emerged from the ground, its body a grotesque amalgamation of torn flesh, coalescing amidst the wailing dark aura. The figure drew its intestines back into its mouth like strands of pasta, its pallid skin enveloping the compressed flesh. An eerie, alluringly sinister face manifested in the place, tilting its head back and closing its eyes beneath the ravaged sculpture of God above. He opened his mouth wide, extending his arms, and breathed in the fresh air with a graceful yet greedy delight. Chapter 134. The Demon Strikes Back. The dark-hearted demon rose, clad in a long robe resembling a dark suit, his chest thrust forward, and a sudden swell of black energy enveloped him, accompanied by a faint, raspy growl resonating in the air. With a sinister smirk, his eyes, as dark as ink, contrasted starkly against his pale skin, where the terrifying silhouette of a demon lingered ominously. As he raised his hand, the sunlight dimmed, casting the dilapidated church into a shadowy gloom. In a corner of the church, a sharp, eerie meow pierced the silence as a gaunt black cat, startled, leapt from the abandoned statue and scurried away into the distance. "What brings you here, dark-hearted demon?" Emerged a frail, elderly priest, clad in a black robe, leaning on a cross-shaped staff. With white hair and a heavily worn silver cross around his neck, he regarded the dark-hearted demon with a cold, authoritative gaze. "What brings me here?" Stretching his limbs, the dark-hearted demon's smile grew increasingly malevolent. Behind him, water surged, a wicked wind swept through, the earth trembled, and thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, summoned by a pact, for more demonic figures appeared behind him. "Of course, it is to surpass my father and reign over all of humanity." "You are indeed audacious," the old priest retorted, a chilling sound akin to a baby's cry emanating from him, as molten magma flowed from his 7 orifices, his mouth opening wide to reveal a fiery, orange glow. "Compared to your father, you are merely a foolish little demon devoid of foresight. Do you have any idea the cost we have incurred by remaining here? You have so carelessly slain the death demon." With a mocking smile, the dark-hearted demon dismissed the priest's concerns. "What cost? Keeping you here is merely to create value. My arrival is the death demon's greatest worth. Besides, had the death demon not been so weak, I would have already acquired a satisfactory vessel without needing to occupy his form myself. That was the body I had set my sights on. Trust me, it can harbor countless souls. Once I obtain the sanctified Gansha contract, I will surpass my father and reclaim my rightful power, sweeping through all of humanity. You truly are an imbecile, the old priest replied disdainfully, succinctly encapsulating his thoughts. A roar of fury erupted from the dark-hearted demon. Fixating on the old priest, he demanded, "Enough, fired demon. Just tell me where the sanctified Gansha contract is. Once I possess that perfect body, this world will be ours." He spat out a mouthful of molten saliva, as the fire demon snorted flames, smoke billowing from his nostrils. "You are mad. I have no desire to share in your madness. As for me, I wish to indulge in a few more moments of slumber. It is only that foolish demon who would believe another fool's absurd words and enter into a pact with you. One fool has been deceived by another fool. Ha ha ha. You need not resort to any schemes. If you return to your father's side for just a few days, he shall surely perish from your laughter. Little demon, come find me once you have truly acquired that body." As he spoke, the flame demon transformed into a blaze of fire, igniting the dilapidated church. Amidst the roaring flames, he vanished into the fireplace. The dark-hearted demon wore a sullen expression. These wretched old fools are as antiquated as his elderly and conservative father. There is no paradise dimension. He cannot fathom what these old-timers fear. After multiple tests, he realized no one cared that he had left hell. That terrifying bald woman is merely a ghost story meant to frighten children. Now he need only surpass his father step by step to achieve something his father never could. That body is one of the keys. Previously, he had collaborated with the death demon to deceive Charlotte several times. Now, he regarded her with disdain. He had intended for his 4 demons to seize the sanctified Gansar contract while he dealt with Charlotte himself, thus claiming the entire body for himself. However, if he did not share the spoils, these 4 demons, summoned by his intrigues and contracts, would likely rebel and abandon him in an instant. Therefore, he must first divide the gains. With a faint smile, standing amidst the glow of the church flames, the dark-hearted demon grasped the contract and proclaimed, "Earth demon, your power is feeble. I shall grant you a pair of eyes in due time. Thunder demon, you endure humiliation. I shall take your ears. Wind demon, you have turned from darkness to light. I shall keep your nose. Rain demon, you are the strongest. I shall claim your tongue. As for me, the dark-hearted demon, to act against kin is no easy feat. His body shall be left to me." Ultimately, Thomas and Kimberly chose to disembark, while Claire stubbornly remained in the vehicle. After years of relentless pursuit by the death demon, her newfound safety felt surreal. She remained vigilant, believing that being with the 2 of them was the safest haven. With one hand on the wheel of the rented sports car, she drove towards Raccoon Town. Charlotte's mind occasionally drifted back to that fleeting pale face. Disguised as the dark-hearted demon, it was not only because Charlotte felt that face resembled the demon's, but also because she could only recall the name of that one devil. Even if she wrongly accused him, it mattered little. After all, these demons would eventually wreak havoc upon the world. They are a despicable and shameless lot. And to blame them is certainly no error. The intensity of the framing was insufficient. It was imperative to find a way to enhance Gwen and the Darkheart's strength. With a swift motion, a drift was executed, causing a noticeable change in Charlotte's expression. Equipped with his spider sense, he felt an icy chill creeping over him. Each hair on his body standing on end, deepening his sense of foreboding. He was being targeted. From a considerable distance behind, 5 ominous presences loomed, each one a direct threat to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte pressed the accelerator, fully aware that fleeing was the only prudent course of action. Despite not knowing the identities of his pursuers, the car roared to life, its thunderous engine causing the 2 women in the back seat to momentarily falter. As Charlotte's speed increased, Gwen sensed something awry and inquired, "Charlotte? Is the Darkheart closing in?" Glancing at Gwen's serious demeanor, Charlotte gravely nodded, "Indeed. Regardless of who approaches. Possessing a body of the dead will undoubtedly grant them a tribute surpassing my own Lizard Parker abilities. Moreover, these demons wield magic, harnessing the powers of the infernal dimensions. Even Gwen may not stand a chance against them. In terms of strategy, fleeing is far more effective. After all, a few demons wandering on Earth could attract the attention of a powerful figure, who might eliminate them with a mere flick of the wrist." The vehicle accelerated relentlessly, Charlotte paying no heed to the pursuing police cars as he sped ahead. The Darkheart gracefully perched atop a police car, observing the massive handprint left behind. A scowl forming on his brow, the wind demon grasped Thomas by the neck, a malevolent grin on his face as he lifted him into the air. Watching as Thomas struggled against the torrent of air, his belly distended and writhing in agony and despair. The earth demon buried Kimberly beneath the soil, her body compressed by the earth, leaving only her terrified head exposed. Dismounting from the vehicle, the Darkheart, clad in mud-stained boots, stepped beside Kimberly. A hollow, chilling voice resonated. Tell me, where did they go? Chapter 135. The serene and peaceful town is driving fast merely a matter of pressing the accelerator? Who cannot do that? Yet Charlotte's driving artistry lay in his refusal to decelerate, maneuvering with carefree abandon, as if he were one with the vehicle, transcending the boundaries of man and machine. Thus, he effortlessly distanced himself from the pursuing police cars, speeding ahead so rapidly that even the media helicopters could only report the events, unable to provide live coverage. Consequently, the following morning, the demons discovered Charlotte's whereabouts through the news. What now? He has undoubtedly realized our presence. And catching up to him at our current pace will not be an easy feat. The rain demon's pallid visage was slick with viscous water. Strands of long hair cascading over his forehead, presenting an eerie countenance reminiscent of a ghost emerging from the depths. The wind demon, tall and emaciated, shook his head in resignation. Even he found it arduous to keep pace with Charlotte's swift vehicle amidst a sudden malevolent gust. The diminutive thunder demon sighed, declaring, "It's futile. We are far too behind to catch up. It is utterly impossible. Let us disperse and indulge ourselves for a few days before returning to hell." Impossible? Scoffed the cunning black-hearted demon, a smirk playing on his lips. Earth demon, showcase your utmost speed. Let them know that nothing is unattainable. The earth demon, enveloped in a coating of yellow mud, flashed a confident grin with his hollow, eyeless visage directed at the other three. Surprised, are you? I, the earth demon, epitomize unparalleled swiftness. He stepped into the ground, his lower half sinking into the earth, yet his body glided forward as if propelled by an unseen force, sending ripples through the soil. As long as there was earth beneath him, the earth demon could navigate swiftly. Spitting mud, he circled the other three in the blink of an eye and declared, "Leave the task of seizing that body to me. I shall return in no time. No one can escape my grasp." The vehicle traveled at a steady pace, neither slow nor hurried. In the passenger seat, Gwen reclined comfortably, succumbing to a peaceful slumber, while Claire nestled in the back seat, cocooned in her clothing, sleeping soundly. After nearly a day and night of travel, Charlotte had brought them to the tranquil, beautiful town of Wind Town. When one thinks of Wind Town, the towering edifices and the clattering of typewriters in Chicago may first come to mind. However, Wind Town is merely a serene and harmonious small town, one of Kansas's notable tourist attractions. The sunlight was gentle, the town idyllic, nestled between mountains and water, exuding a serene charm. The tour guide, beaming with joy, led several international travelers in front of a lavender patch, explaining its beauty, while a young man in sunglasses leisurely walked his dog along the roadside. Here, the traffic and stoplights increased, and they were not far from the raccoon town where Harry and the others resided. Suddenly, Charlotte accelerated through the town, sensing a malevolent force rapidly approaching their direction, causing a noticeable change in his expression. The speed of the oncoming threat was alarmingly swift, surpassing even Charlotte's driving capabilities. The vehicle weaved through the slow-moving traffic, provoking a chorus of angry shouts from pedestrians. Gwen and Claire were jolted awake by the sudden acceleration. Rubbing her eyes in a daze, Gwen glanced around, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth, and asked, "Charlotte, where are we?" Observing Charlotte's cold demeanor and silence, Gwen felt a surge of concern and spoke hesitantly. "Charlotte, you haven't suddenly fallen under the control of the symbiote and turned dark, have you? Perhaps we should head to the restroom and quickly extract that symbiote from your body." Venom interjected with a scoff. "Humph," Charlotte retorted. "I have merely allowed the symbiote to inhabit me. It's not as if I've been poisoned. You are being utterly revolting. Besides, the juvenile symbiote isn't that malevolent. It merely has a craving for excrement." Excrement? Gwen, Claire, and Venom gasped in unison. Venom then vehemently countered within Charlotte's mind. "It's not excrement. It's the sweet, tender brain matter that is crisp when bitten into, with a delightful texture that is both crispy on the outside and tender within, visually appealing as well. One taste, and you would surely relish the flavor." Charlotte turned her gaze toward Gwen's brain matter, exclaiming, "It's still tempting me with excrement." As the vehicle continued its journey, the congested road forced Charlotte to reduce her speed slightly. Yet, within just over an hour, the ominous red had closed in on her. "Brace yourselves. Prepare for battle." Charlotte interrupted Gwen's words, alerting them loudly. The next moment, a bizarre mass of yellow mud surged forth from a crack in the road, coalescing into a half-human form that grinned menacingly at Charlotte with hollow eyes. Before she could react, the car collided violently with the creature, the front crumpling as mud splattered, coating the entire windshield in a thick layer of yellow sludge. In an instant, the vehicle had rear-ended the car in front. "Ouch!" Gwen, clutching her forehead, lifted her head. while an unprepared Claire tumbled back into her seat. Bewildered, Gwen stared at the excrement-colored windshield, voicing her concern. Charlotte, you crashed into excrement. You wouldn't want to eat that, would you? You're the one who eats excrement. Charlotte shot back at Gwen. After a brief moment of annoyance, Charlotte activated the windshield wipers and sprayed washer fluid, grimacing as she attempted to clear the grime, but soon had to concede defeat. A relentless downpour of excrement-colored mud began to fall from the sky, drenching everyone in the small town. Charlotte seized Gwen, who had attempted to exit the vehicle, saying, "If I were you, I would definitely reconsider." For just behind the car, the half-formed creature continued to spew forth a torrent of mud from its fractured lower body. The noxious yellow mist spread, saturating the surroundings in a ghastly hue. Tourists and dog-walkers alike were caught in the deluge, drenched in the repulsive rain, tasting its foulness in their mouths. It was indeed not excrement, but did it truly matter at this moment? Everyone gazed in terror at the muddy explosion, which fell from the sky in an instant. Each person sought to escape its grasp. The town was filled with a cacophony of varied screams. "Oh my God!" The sludge thickened, rendering Gwen's complexion pallid as she hastily shut the car door, seemingly able to sense the foul stench outside through her eyes and nose. "What on earth is happening?" Charlotte calmly elucidated. "We have just been attacked by the chief minion of the nefarious sorcerer, the feces demon. This is their signature move, the rain of chrysanthemums." Charlotte elaborated with a serious demeanor as the two others listened, realizing that this excremental rain would not cease anytime soon. Charlotte revved the engine once more. Gwen looked at Charlotte with hopeful eyes and implored, "Can we leave this place quickly? I truly cannot bear to stay here any longer." Behind them, Claire's retching echoed as she listened to the panicked cries outside, feeling nauseous in sympathy. Goodness, this is utterly horrifying. The demon is so vile to resort to such tactics. With her eyes closed, Charlotte concentrated on her spider senses, feeling a grip of control over everything. And then the vehicle surged forth. Bang, 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 bang. They collided with several cars, yet Charlotte remained unfazed, ultimately maneuvering onto the sidewalk and progressing slowly. After several hours, once they had escaped the range of the excremental rain, the three disembarked. Shock etched on their faces as they turned to gaze back at the towering fountain in the town center. Yellow muddy water shot up over 30 meters high before cascading down upon the noisy town, transforming what was once a fresh and vibrant locale into a scene of utter defilement. Chapter 136, Valley of Joy Thud. In the astonished eyes of the trio, a thunderous explosion resonated from the heart of the town. Subsequently, a brownish-yellow mushroom cloud ascended, thick smoke billowing forth, obscuring the sun in a terrifying display. In a tactical retreat, the three gasped in unison and hastily rushed toward the vehicle, unwilling to linger in this picturesque town for even a moment longer. Although it was merely mud raining down, the spectacle was undeniably heart-stopping. In the distance, the malevolent sorcerer had commandeered a stolen taxi, his pallid visage darkening as the shadows of demons writhed around him. Casting a glance at the perspiring driver beside him, he turned to the trio huddled in the back seat, Wind Demon, Rain Demon, and Thunder Demon, and said, "The Earth Demon has failed. Wind Demon, it is now your turn." Although the Earth Demon proved somewhat useful, having delayed the target's advance, "I hope you do not disappoint me." With a haunting, dry chuckle, the malevolent spirit nodded, its parched arm opening the car window. Instantly, a dark, sinister wind surged forth, escaping into the vast cerulean sky. As Charlotte's gaze fell once more, the rented sports car, abandoned in despair, came into view, not solely due to its damages, breakdowns, or lack of fuel, but rather because it was besmirched with mud, drawing peculiar stares from passers-by. Fortunately, Claire, the affluent benefactor, was willing to lend her support once more. Otherwise, with Charlotte's meager finances, the trio would have had no choice but to traverse on foot to Raccoon Town. Yet, the wealthy patron's assistance came with the condition of first taking her to the nearest town to procure a vehicle from the rental chain. Seizing a brief respite on the road, Charlotte conjured a friend from the void, while she herself clutched the demon's hide and slipped into the shadows. Lurking and poised for action, the chilling wind howled, and as one of the four malicious orbs pursuing them dissipated, Charlotte's expression sharpened. Her adversary must have unleashed another tactic. She proceeded with utmost caution, a thin veil of crimson mist of impending danger enveloping her spider sense radar, causing her to furrow her brow. An hour later, Gwen abruptly halted at the roadside, and Claire, unable to avert her path, collided with her. Supporting Claire, Gwen's brow furrowed, her face a canvas of uncertainty as she surveyed her surroundings. The sensation of danger crystallized, prickling her skin and sending shivers coursing through her body. "Charlotte, you feel it too, don't you?" Charlotte nodded, affirming, indeed, this feeling is reminiscent of the dread brought forth by death itself. A pervasive sense of peril lingers. Yet it has yet to manifest. As time elapsed, the malice intensified, deepening the fog of crisis sensed around them. Though not fully materialized, a looming threat was undeniably imminent. Claire's complexion darkened as she clutched her phone, exclaiming, "Charlotte, Gwen, I can't reach Kimberly and Thomas. Their phones are down. I contacted the police in Westlake Town, and they discovered the bodies of the two. They met a gruesome fate." Charlotte's expression soured. While she could not be blamed for their demise, their deaths weighed heavily on her conscience. Time had slipped away, and still, no formidable figures had intervened. Where were Doctor Strange, Odin, Thor, the Ghost Rider, and S.H.I.E.L.D.? What were they all preoccupied with? Was the chaos instigated by the malevolent spirit deemed too trivial to warrant their attention? Yet, the disturbance was undeniably significant, reverberating across the heavens. Though it may lack lethality, I shall not await the mountain-s arrival. Instead, I shall venture forth to meet it. If the spectacle remains insufficiently grand, I shall assist the malevolent sorcerer in crafting a more imposing scene. With this thought, the figure of Charlotte morphed once more into that of a lizard demon, revealing a peculiar grin as he opened his mouth. The radiant sunlit sky gradually darkened with the passage of time, ultimately transforming into a colossal black cloud, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder. The atmosphere growing increasingly arid. It became evident to Charlotte and Gwen that the source of their peril lay within the ominous black clouds above, which seemed to conceal a colossal and terrifying demonic visage, poised to devour them. Surely, it cannot be that loathsome fecal demon once more? Gwen inquired anxiously, fearful that another deluge of excrement would rain down upon them, a fate she found utterly disgusting. Unbeknownst to her, the unfortunate Earth demon had met its demise. Tragically crushed by a vehicle, losing all semblance of demonic dignity. To stand before an automobile in a vain display of bravado, despite lacking strength, was indeed perplexing. Yet, the scale of its demise was monumental. Surely not. Charlotte offered a vague response. As the storm brewed ominously, the winds intensified. Charlotte persevered against the gale, ultimately reaching another small town before the crisis ensued. The desolate road led to a rusted iron gate, above which were inscribed the words Joyful Valley. Though his memory served him well, indicating that this town was marked as a graveyard on the map, it mattered little in the midst of the tempest. Having a refuge was preferable to standing in the winds awaiting impending doom. Amidst the howling winds, the town's mayor pressed his cowboy hat down upon his brow. Twirling a hook in his hand while his unmasked eye leered at the approaching figures of Charlotte and his companions. Chapter 137. The malignant one. Charlotte recalled correctly that Joyful Valley was indeed a cemetery. However, as the trio drew nearer, they encountered numerous wooden houses, depicting a quaint and cheerful village. Villagers emerged from all corners, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, trailing behind the one-eyed Mayor, Buckman, clad in medieval attire, as they braved the fierce gale to greet Charlotte and his companions. Several elderly men strummed on their old guitars, producing lively and cheerful melodies, while a procession of scantily clad young women danced forth from the crowd, showcasing their figures and friendliness. Among them were also valiant and striking young men, exuding an extraordinary charisma. They exuberantly encircled the trio, extending the warmest of welcomes amid the joyous atmosphere. The winds grew ever more ferocious, as if the sky itself threatened to descend upon the ground where Charlotte and his companions stood. Mayor Buckman removed his cowboy hat and elegantly approached, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he addressed Charlotte and her companions. "Welcome, dear young ones. Your presence truly illuminates the quaint town of Joy Valley. My goodness, it has been ages since we have welcomed such a crowd, causing my villagers to brim with excitement. And how fortuitous that you arrived just in time for the town's revelry. Come, join us in this celebration." Charlotte and her companions quickly discerned the villagers' exuberance was excessive, as if they were witnessing the emergence of cave dwellers for the first time. A glance at the peculiar villagers revealed each adorned with malicious red glimmers. Yet these seemed trivial compared to the ominous presence looming above, which they chose to ignore. Gripping Charlotte's sleeve, Gwen sensed her indifference toward the villagers, realizing they were far from benign. Claire, nearly pressed against Gwen, had successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of death for a year, showcasing her vigilance and acute sense of danger. The villagers appeared disconcerting from every angle. Trusting them was out of the question. Claire was far more inclined to believe they were in league with the devil. Thus, the trio remained oblivious to the overly hospitable villagers, their gazes fixed firmly upon the sky, which appeared to be collapsing above them. It resembled a ghastly, gaping visage, both terrifying and surreal. Their indifference momentarily halted the jubilant atmosphere of the town, prompting Buckman to cast a puzzled glance skyward before returning his attention to Charlotte and her companions. The music abruptly ceased, and the expressions of the 2001 villagers morphed, their eyes now gleaming with a sinister, cruel light. Young Buckman toyed with his iron hook hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he declared, "If you do not join our festivity, the entire town of 2001 villagers shall not be pleased. Get lost, you foul old fool," Charlotte retorted mercilessly, shoving Buckman aside with force, her gaze sweeping over the rapidly swirling currents at their feet. A visible spiral of white wind surged upward toward the ominous visage above, which seemed to extend a slender, menacing tongue downward as two currents prepared to converge. Ignoring Buckman's frantic demeanor, Charlotte seized Gwen and Claire's wrists, urging, "We must find a safe place or a vehicle to escape this wretched place." Rising to his feet, Buckman sneered at Charlotte, "Dream on if you think you can leave." Though Charlotte's strike held considerable force, Buckman remained unscathed, a testament to his extraordinary nature. He appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet the entire town was, in truth, a collective of vengeful spirits. In the 1980s, 2001 residents were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Northern Army in the Joy Valley, leaving behind an indelible resentment and restless spirits. The souls of the deceased linger here, with Mayor Buckman reigning as their leader. These restless spirits often entice passers-by to this forsaken place, where they curse and brutally slay them, feasting upon their flesh to nourish their fellow specters. Without exception, none have ever escaped. Although Charlotte and her companions appeared somewhat peculiar, Buckman was not convinced that they could elude his grasp. He intended to subject them to the most excruciating demise. With a swift motion, one villager after another brandished their weapons. Some wielded bloodied cleavers, others brandished fetid pitchforks, while a few raised vintage shotguns. A figure adorned with a cowboy hat and a rusted hook hand aimed menacingly at Charlotte and her friends. Mayor Buckman, exuding an air of authority, sneered coldly, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You three must join our revelry. There is no choice in the matter." Yet, the trio paid him no heed. United, they gazed skyward, and Charlotte solemnly declared, "It has arrived." In the next instant, the currents of the world converged, and a sinister laughter echoed through the air. This terrifying sound sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing the spirits to frantically survey their surroundings. Buckman, his expression turning grim, approached to inquire, "What is happening? What is this?" Charlotte shot him an incredulous glance, retorting, "What else could it be? A tornado." With a thunderous roar, the tornado fully materialized, resembling a portion of the sky collapsing onto the town's parking area, swiftly obliterating it. Vehicles, mangled corpses, grave diggers, harvesters, meat grinders, and juice extractors were swept into the air one after another, hurtling towards Charlotte and her companions. Wooden structures offered no resistance to such a tempest and were rapidly dismantled, while the very earth was uprooted, swirling skyward in a chaotic dance. Amidst the airborne tombstones and the bodies of the deceased, Gwen shivered and uttered, "It seems we have summoned not a demon of filth, but one of the dead. I can't take this anymore. We must flee," exclaimed Charlotte. Several scantily clad specters hastily gathered around Mayor Buckman, who stood in stunned silence. One ghost in a bikini pointed to a spinning skull in the sky, saying, "Mayor, that seems to be your dead head." Silence. Before he could retort, they were all swept away by the winds. The trio dashed forward, hastily fleeing the town. The tornado had already ensnared hundreds of spirits, bearing down upon Charlotte and her friends in relentless pursuit. The awe-inspiring spectacle, coupled with a terrifying sense of oppression, rendered escape from the ferocious tornado exceedingly arduous. As the tempest pursued Charlotte, it uprooted gravestones and corpses throughout the town, ensnaring restless spirits and dismembered remains within its swirling vortex. A colossal visage fleetingly emerged from the whirlwind, its gaping maw unleashing an immense suction directed towards the trio. The agile Gwen and Claire were effortlessly lifted into the air, their resistance futile, saved only by Charlotte's firm grip on their wrists, preventing them from dancing with the decaying corpses. Charlotte first pressed Gwen back to the ground, and she swiftly employed her adhesive abilities to secure herself firmly to the earth. In such a dire environment, every movement was a monumental challenge. Tiny grains of sand and debris were whipped up, mercilessly pummeling their faces, causing discomfort even to Charlotte. Once Claire was pulled back, Charlotte and Gwen exchanged a glance, utterly at a loss for words. Gwen raised an eyebrow, signaling with her eyes, "What should we do now?" Charlotte's brows danced expressively, conveying succinctly, "Run swiftly." Chapter 138. The Wind Demon Tornado, a chapter of flavor. Trees were wrenched from their roots by the tornado, and wooden houses were obliterated in an instant. As the whirlwind expanded and wreaked havoc, lightning crackled and thunder roared, while soil mingled with remains ascended into the sky. The entire cemetery was swept aloft, followed by the bewildered townspeople who had just threatened Charlotte, now soaring skyward in unison. The wind demon roared at the fleeing trio, its mouth agape in fury. Gravestones, like swords, were ejected from its maw, raining down upon Charlotte and her companions like a tempest of sharpened projectiles. Utilizing her spider sense, Charlotte navigated perilously with Claire, evading the onslaught of gravestones. Meanwhile, Gwen leaped into the air, deftly maneuvering through the airborne tombstones, landing nimbly on a nearby wooden cabin. Shortly thereafter, several cars, accompanied by corpses, plummeted from the sky. Tossing Claire aside to evade, Charlotte found herself beset by an explosion, leaving her dirted and disheveled. Here, the cars detonated upon impact like grenades. Having failed to evade, Charlotte caught Claire, gazing in disbelief at the putrid skull that rolled away amidst the flames. Why do these fiends resort to such despicable tactics? Is it impossible for them to engage with elegance, cleanliness, and civility, as I do? Yet, Charlotte could not deny the formidable power of the wind demon, which was on an entirely different level from the comical earth demon. Especially as this wind demon wielded the forces of nature, how could humanity ever hope to contend with such primal power? In the face of this supernatural might, Charlotte and Gwen appeared diminutive, momentarily paralyzed, and utterly unaware of how to vanquish the wind demon. In any case, the best course of action was to flee as far away as possible. Charlotte dragged Claire away from yet another corpse-collecting vehicle that plummeted from the sky. Although Claire, in a daze, felt as though her head might spin and her arms ached, her astute mind urged her to endure, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. Gwen leaped onto the rooftop, perching at the edge, her gaze fixed upon the splattered remains of the vehicle below. With a scowl of indignation, she unleashed several web bullets towards the swirling tornado. Amidst the tempest, the projectiles were likely swept away, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of the wind demon's face. He roared in pursuit, his mouth agape once more. From a considerable distance, the remnants of trees and buildings within the tornado were hurled towards Charlotte and her companions. With swift determination, Charlotte pulled Claire along, sprinting headlong as Gwen, her face set in grim resolve, followed closely with arms outstretched. They dodged the debris raining down upon them. A scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. The earth rose in defiance, and chaos reigned as flames erupted, corpses tumbled, and tires flashed past. Together, the trio pressed forward, evading the majority of the onslaught, yet still emerging coated in mud and dust. As they ducked and weaved, a small cow cried out, bursting open on the ground. The wind demon, having expelled its insides, began to inhale deeply once more, casting a glance back at the tumultuous thunder and the ever-expanding tornado. Charlotte could not suppress a curse. Ahead lay a motorcycle. Gwen, racing across the rooftops of the town, shouted loudly. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Charlotte's eyes. As she rounded the corner, indeed, a striking black and red Harley trike awaited not far ahead. Exchanging a knowing glance with Gwen, who had just landed, they dashed toward the magnificent machine without hesitation. Upon reaching it, they were fortunate to find not only the key still lodged in the ignition but also remnants of its owner. With a swift motion, Charlotte brushed aside the owner's arm, then glanced at Claire, who was covered in grime and nursing her arm. Without a second thought, Charlotte stripped off Claire's jacket to wipe the blood and filth from the motorcycle, later returning the garment with an elegant flourish. Claire exclaimed, "What the hell? Why don't you use your own clothes?" Charlotte retorted with a proud smirk, "If I used my own, would I still be Charlotte?" Gwen, having seated herself in the trike sidecar, turned to witness this exchange and rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if Charlotte continued this way, she might never find a girlfriend. However, urgency prevailed, leaving no time for such discussions. As the tornado drew closer, Charlotte quickly equipped her skill card. Old Don, explosive coins. You are the eternal soil of ghost fire driving. I want to fly. I want to fly. Briefly suspends in midair. The motorcycle roared to life, merging seamlessly with its rider as it surged forward at an exhilarating speed, weaving left and right along the dwindling roads of the small town. With a graceful sidestep, Charlotte deftly evaded falling debris and, with a mocking smile, turned to the wind demon, raising her middle finger in defiance. The furious roar of the wind demon echoed within the vortex, which then glowed with an eerie blue light. The strange cacophony of laughter and screeches emanating from the tornado momentarily startled Charlotte, prompting her to accelerate once more. Gwen, seated in the sidecar, vigilantly monitored the Wind Demon's movements, ready to alert Charlotte to any changes. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, she too was taken aback. 2001 spirits circled and cackled within the tornado, their presence thickening the atmosphere with a malevolent energy. They were swiftly ensnared by the Wind Demon's control, each spectral figure leering ominously at Charlotte and her companions. 3 naked female spirits wielding pitchforks were expelled by the Wind Demon, transforming into ghostly figures that pursued Charlotte and her friends with lewd grins. They brandished their pitchforks, aiming directly at the trio as they charged forward. The sound of Gwen's silk-spinning bullets whizzed through the air, but they failed to pierce the ethereal forms of the ghosts. However, one of the spirits was successfully struck by Gwen's shot. With a pallid complexion yet unwavering composure, Gwen quickly devised a plan. She unleashed her latest creation, an electric bullet, towards the oncoming specters. True enough, the electric shock proved effective against the apparitions. The trio found themselves ensnared in a web of electric silk. Thrashing on the ground, the tormented souls emitted anguished cries, dissipating into the air as wisps of smoke, reduced to ashes. "Bravo, Gwen. Well done," Charlotte exclaimed, her voice filled with exuberance. The motorcycle swerved dramatically, performing a brief aerial pause before executing a bizarre drift to avoid the sudden appearance of Bachman, who sought to damage the bike with his hook hand. As the bike landed, its speed increased once more, and upon catching a whiff of a foul stench, it burst forth from the confines of Happy Valley. The Wind Demon pursued closely behind, spiraling toward the town's largest edifice. The terrified voice of Bachman echoed from within the tornado. It was not just him. All the spirits were in a frenzy, desperately attempting to halt the Wind Demon's advance. But it was too late. In the next moment, torrents of golden liquid were indeed swept up by the Wind Demon, devoured entirely, leaving no trace behind, including the soil that was thoroughly scoured. Accompanied by an overwhelming stench, the entire tornado transformed into a garish golden hue. Gwen's face paled in terror as she screamed, "Charlotte, accelerate even faster. The demon of excrement and the demon of corpses have truly allied." Chapter 139, A Wind with a Distinct Odor. Without madness, there is no survival. I, Charlotte, shall henceforth declare the Wind Demon as the most deranged fiend across all dimensions. As the opulent golden tornado swirled, even Charlotte held her breath, her expression transforming in astonishment, revealing the immense power of the Wind Demon's technique. It felt akin to having your closest friend wield a mop tainted with excrement, swinging it above their head while bellowing tornado. As they charged toward you, none could stand against it. Even the Ancient One would shy away from direct confrontation, preferring to retreat. The trio's faces paled, and the phantoms within the tornado mirrored their horror. The joyous spirits controlled by the Wind Demon were semi-ethereal beings with sensations, and the filth they unleashed was a stark reminder of their cursed town, accompanied by the epic winds that heralded the Wind Demon's ascent. Fear gripped Charlotte, compelling her to leap from her motorcycle, pushing it forward in desperate haste. It was utterly terrifying. Were the demons of hell all of this ilk? Such a blatant lack of professional ethics. They resorted to such lowly tactics. Yet, undeniable was their prowess. It felt as though something was awakening. In the distance, the demon Charlotte wore a look of disdain, embarrassed to associate with such fiends. The Wind Demon, surrounded by a multitude of purple-faced phantoms, opened its maw once more to unleash an assault upon Charlotte. Meanwhile, a photograph capturing the Wind Demon's attack was snapped by an arriving journalist, quickly making waves across the internet. Observing the reporters broadcasting live, the demon Charlotte's eyes glinted with mischief as she leapt toward the filming vehicle in pursuit. In the back of the truck, Gwen trembled, clutching her head and screaming in terror, "Charlotte, hurry, faster. I can't take it anymore." Riding her motorcycle at full speed, she knew the Wind Demon's yellow rain couldn't catch her, yet the intimidation of the assault was overwhelming. "Excellent. I've learned well. Next time, I shall wield this technique against others." Just as she evaded the first attack, a second came barreling forth. The Wind Demon opened its mouth wide to unleash another barrage. This time, the yellow winds were laden with countless phantoms, launching them toward the trio. As the Wind Demon pursued, the entire highway became engulfed in a noxious haze, the stench permeating for hundreds of kilometers. "I shall spare you the misfortunes of some hapless drivers. Let your imagination run wild." Accompanying the Wind Demon's onslaught were skeletal warriors clad in golden armor, hurtling towards Charlotte with fiery yellow trails. They charged forth, spewing forth their grotesque contents, a sight too horrendous for Charlotte to fathom, while Gwen dared not even glance back. As thousands of yellow phantoms surged forward, Charlotte's mind raced, devising strategies, while Gwen, eyes shut tight, fired her web-like bullets backward, mere drops in an ocean of chaos. Escape was undoubtedly impossible. Charlotte squinted thoughtfully, as if a realization had dawned upon him. He loosened his grip on the handlebars, replaced the skill card with web weaving, and swiftly began to craft webs with his hands. Ultimately, amidst the terrified gazes of Gwen and Claire, he surrendered in resistance and halted the vehicle. He planned to affix the hardened webs to the ground, creating a colossal cage that enveloped the three of them, his hands simultaneously launching the skill to weave webs as industriously as a diligent spider. In a desperate bid to avoid disaster, Charlotte exerted himself to the utmost. Gwen gazed at the world outside the cage, where the golden-armored specters, filled with malice, believed that the current predicament was the fault of the trio, rushing towards them with alarming speed. With a trembling voice, Gwen inquired, "Charlotte, are we merely covering our ears while stealing a bell? Is this a makeshift umbrella? Can it truly hold them back? Are they really unable to enter? I do not wish to meet such a tragic fate." Claire shivered in response. "Calm down, Gwen. We will not perish," Charlotte assured. His gaze fixed on the approaching golden specters, gradually gaining confidence. He leaped back onto the motorcycle, raised his hand to switch the skill card to Heaven's Punishment, aligning his middle and index fingers at his chest, and with a confident smile directed at the nearly imminent golden specter, he proclaimed, "Summon the lightning." Heaven's Punishment. The sky unleashes thunder, treating all present equally. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and at that moment, Charlotte truly witnessed the world illuminated. All the advancing specters vanished in the rolling light of thunder, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Even the wind demon felt the impact of the storm. 3 bolts of lightning were channeled through the web into the earth, and Charlotte's sleeves billowed, as if he were an omnipotent god of thunder. Exhaling deeply, Gwen's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, Charlotte, you're absolutely amazing. I adore you. You have this incredible trick. How astonishing." To Gwen, avoiding confrontation with the golden-armored warriors was the most significant achievement. Her eyes gleamed as she gazed at the web above. "Is this a Faraday cage? Thank heavens. I am so grateful for you." Indeed, this was the combination technique of Heaven's Punishment and the Faraday cage. It was Charlotte's improvised solution to the crisis. Thankfully, it proved effective. Otherwise, he and Gwen would likely be fine, but Claire would be in dire straits. Grabbing the Faraday cage, he crumpled it and stuffed it into the vehicle, not daring to waste a moment as he accelerated and continued to flee, for the dung demon was still in pursuit. As Charlotte distanced himself, the foul wind blew, spewing forth once more. However, this time, he could no longer endure it. He transformed into a shadowy figure, appearing at the heart of the whirlwind, his face pale, retching as he collapsed to the ground. Did you think it had been incessantly attacking Charlotte? No, he is indeed regurgitating. The opulent golden whirlwind seems to be dissipating, and the wind demon, trembling and utterly drained, lies weakly on the ground, a shadow of his former self. After all, even a demon has its limits. 5 fiends have descended upon the mortal realm, their powers severely curtailed, compelling the wind demon to resort to merging with the tempest itself. The wind is him, and he is the wind. Yet, this is truly repulsive. As the wind demon's control waned once more, the tornado gradually vanished, and the contents he had consumed were violently expelled, spreading across the clouds. Subsequently, an uncontrollable toilet plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the wind demon's head. The wind demon dissipated into a cloud of dark mist. Unlike the previous demise of the earth demon, the taciturn wind demon was not to be trifled with. He was utterly serious. A torrential yellow rain poured down, sending the inhabitants of several nearby towns and passers-by into a frenzy. As the saying goes, the fragrant scent ascends towards Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Chapter 140. I, the black-hearted demon, declare responsibility for this incident. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. The lavish golden wind demon wreaked havoc on the highway. As the Fox News live chase vehicle swiftly arrived at the scene, from a considerable distance, the camera hastened to focus on the noxious storm. While inside the business livestream vehicle, the stunning reporter Roshan Simpson, donning a headset, shouted, "This is Fox News Live. I am currently located on Wind Avenue in Kansas, a vital route to Wind Town. We were originally set to investigate the mud incident in Wind Town, but upon receiving notification, we rushed here. And in a matter of moments, this bizarre tornado has formed. Look, the wind speed has reached level 18, causing buildings in several nearby towns to collapse and trees to be uprooted. I can barely speak here. The force of the storm could whisk me away at any moment. Why is this tornado the color of excrement, you ask? According to local residents, It has picked up debris from the cemetery in Happy Valley and a sewage pit, coincidentally sweeping up 3 sewage trucks along the way. The emergence of this tornado was without warning. The National Weather Service issued no alerts, and its formation was rapid, defying all logic. Experts suspect it to be a remnant of Soviet-era weather control devices, a potential act of terror from Russia against us. As the camera panned, over 1 billion viewers tuned into the live broadcast, when suddenly a shadow darted past, rushing towards the live-stream vehicle, leaving the cameraman momentarily stunned, who hurriedly exclaimed, "Roshan! Roshan! Look at that!" With a resounding crash, amidst swirling dust, the sinister visage of the demon Charlotte materialized before the camera, grinning malevolently at all the viewers. A terrorist attack? Ha ha ha, indeed. It is a terrorist attack. And I, the black-hearted demon, announcing responsibility for this horrific attack. A colossal hand rested upon the luxury vehicle, and the visage of the demon Charlotte was fully revealed in the live broadcast. The high-definition cameras captured every detail of him with crystal clarity. The venomous patterns upon Charlotte's form writhed, rendering this moment indescribably shocking. Countless viewers were utterly astounded by the scene unfolding on Fox's live stream. Indeed, there exists a demon in this world. The previous broadcast featuring the death demon resembled a premeditated conspiracy that most people dismissed, further compounded by the rapid cleanup and censorship from SHIELD. However, this time, a demon emerged in the most formal, fervent, and universally scrutinized live news event, towering at an astonishing height of 8 meters. As Charlotte spoke, the distant wind demon revealed its immense and terrifying face amidst a swirling tornado, spewing forth a chaotic array of substances. Roshan, overwhelmed by fear, fell to the ground, gazing at Charlotte in disbelief, as if confronted by the devil himself. The cameraman trembled uncontrollably, his mind blank. Charlotte attempted to reassure them, saying, "You 2 little humans, do not be alarmed. After all, the old demon is not a benevolent one. I do indeed feast upon humans." Roshan shuddered again, her eyes wide with terror as she instinctively recoiled, while Charlotte disregarded the now terrified cameraman, directing his gaze toward the camera, declaring, "By the way, Fox and the government officials watching in the back, listen closely. Continue the broadcast without interruption. Otherwise, I shall first devour these 2, and then proceed to feast upon everyone at Fox." Charlotte grinned menacingly at the camera, causing countless viewers to be so frightened that they lost control, prompting Fox to immediately abandon any plans to terminate the broadcast. Was the previous scene not grand enough? Was it ignored? Well, what of now? Observing that the host Roshan remained fearfully sprawled on the floor, exhibiting no professionalism, Charlotte took the initiative to introduce himself to the live camera. "I am the malevolent demon, the son of the Hell Lord Mephisto, descended to Earth to propagate the terror of the malevolent demon. Do you see the feculent demon behind me? Indeed, it is my formidable general, the Wind Demon. Impressive, isn't it?" Charlotte raised his eyebrows, pointing proudly at the foul-smelling Wind Demon. Finally regaining some composure, Roshan grasped the microphone, trembling as she stood, asking, "You are a demon? The malevolent demon? You truly come from hell?" Charlotte, gesturing toward the opulent tornado, chuckled, "Doesn't this scene appear hellish?" "Indeed. Hee, this is precisely how our hell looks. Let me share some good news. There is no heaven in this world. You all are destined for hell." With a resounding boom, a nuclear explosion echoed in the minds of every devotee watching the television. They could no longer afford to harbor fear of the demon, as they instantly began hurling curses at the screen. "I shall speak plainly. What of it? If God truly exists, let him descend and confront the malevolent demon." The Marvel comics offer little depiction of heaven and God, with only fleeting appearances in select story arcs, lacking any substantial power. In the related films, they are entirely absent. Yet the formidable entities from the infernal dimension undeniably exist. The sole evidence lies in the identity of the Ghost Rider, the avenging angel, which, to Charlotte, is nothing short of a jest. Observing the tremor in Roshan's eyes, Charlotte smirked and continued, "It is quite easy to comprehend, is it not? Heaven and hell? In truth, it is merely the 2 of us from the infernal realm playing a charade, vying for the souls of humanity, plundering faith, and sharing the spoils. And you humans are easily deceived. Whatever we present to you, you shall echo, and whatever we proclaim, you shall believe. My return to the mortal realm as the malevolent demon is to expose hell's conspiracy, to unite with the superheroes of the human world, and to reclaim my power and dominion." Impossible. Absolutely not. You are deceiving me. Roshan voiced the sentiments of countless souls. At that moment, the hearts of innumerable viewers shattered, their defenses crumbling in outrage. Charlotte opened his mouth wide, a scornful expression adorning his face. The malevolent demon of hell stands before you now, smiling. And where, pray tell, are the ludicrous angels of your fabrication? The demon of filth behind me spreads yellow terror. Where is the God you worship? I, the malevolent demon, stand here, unchanging in name and nature, declaring today that God is naught but rubbish, while I embody the true terror of the world. As Charlotte's words fell, the wind demon unleashed a multitude of spectral warriors, causing them to soar through the sky. Panic spread within the hearts of all. Glancing at Roshan, the demon Charlotte smirked and remarked, "Are you frightened now? Anxious, are you? Terrified, perhaps? Do you wish to avoid descending into hell? Then why not join me, the malevolent demon? Together, let us vanquish the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and seize hell to create a harmonious and splendid true heaven. Now, I present a boon to everyone. No need to attend church, recite the Bible, or pray. Simply embrace natural death. Each individual can battle alongside me, this new deity. I do not even require your faith or voluntary sacrifice, for eventually, you will all fall into my grasp. Are you not filled with joy? Are you not elated? To the viewers before the screen, you stand to gain immensely. No longer must you peruse your own tedious scriptures. Merely sacrifice a single life, and a new future shall be born beneath your very hands. Furthermore, those willing to join me, the malevolent demon, in our counteroffensive against hell may call the number displayed at the bottom of the screen. With a wave of his palm, a line of twisted, writhing black characters materialized on the screen. Chapter 141, Hell's Hotline. In the dimension of hell, the world was inverted, with the parched, yellow-brown earth cracked and desolate. Inky fissures were filled with black thorns that spewed forth torrents of searing flames and thick plumes of smoke. The souls of the damned were ensnared by the thorns, suspended as they advanced, their anguished cries echoing throughout the abyss. Occasionally, a soul would plummet from the ground towards the heavens, despairingly plunging into the swirling depths of the clouds. Fiery torrents erupted from the rivers of magma below, cascading into the distorted cloud layers, and only in the foulest, darkest quagmire could the souls of the sinners find a fleeting respite from the thorns. Adjacent to the black mire, a grotesque mountain of flesh loomed. This mountain was entirely composed of the severed hands of all the sinners, intertwined and fused together. At the base of this grotesque edifice, a hand clawed at the ground, writhing forward. In the infernal winds, numerous small hands atop the mountain waved like leaves in the air. At the very bottom of this fleshy mountain, a gigantic demonic hand grasped a beautiful villa, the abode of the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Upon entering the door, exquisitely tailored garments hung on the coat rack. In the lavishly decorated living room, an elderly man, bald and disheveled, lounged in short sleeves and shorts, with his feet propped up on the coffee table. One hand held a remote control while the other clutched a handful of snacks against his chest, his eyes glued to the television, engrossed in the sitcom Friends. Indeed, this unkempt, balding figure was none other than Mephisto, the ruler of the Hell Dimension. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He picked up the remote and switched the channel to a live news broadcast from Fox. A wave of murky yellow wind swept before him, revealing a striking demonic visage that made Mephisto's eyes widen in surprise. I, the black-hearted demon, claim responsibility for this terror attack. Mephisto? Wait, who? My foolish son is this handsome? How can I not remember? Mephisto smirked, his gaze fixated on the figure of Charlotte on the screen, finding it utterly amusing. He abruptly sat up from the sofa, intently watching the television. The foolish son, black-hearted demon, had sneakily ventured into the human realm. Mephisto was certainly aware of this. Not only was he aware, but he had also been too apathetic to care. Even the flame demon and thunder demon had brought him news. Yet indifferent Mephisto had not even awakened the Wraith Knight. However, this moment was far too intriguing. Mephisto's eyes transformed into demonic orbs as he scrutinized the devil on the television, softly exhaling a breath of chilling air. A raspy, terrifying voice emanated from his lips, Charlotte Parker. Unbeknownst to the Charlotte on screen, he continued to speak confidently, declaring, "There is no heaven in this world. All of you shall descend into hell. Two infernal dimensions conspire to divide the spoils, and how easily you are deceived. The malevolent demon stands before you, while the absurd angel remains elusive. God is naught but a farce, and fear spreads rapidly across the earth." Mephisto's eyes gleam ominously. This child, one can see, possesses an innate talent for wickedness. Pretending to be a malevolent spirit, I can transform you into a true devil. Charlotte Park, come forth. Become my progeny. Every soul must succumb to death, for he, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, is merely an intermediary. His delight lies in ensnaring souls through deceitful contracts, augmenting the power and vitality of his infernal realm. He has duped countless mortals, even securing pacts for the souls of the damned. To intercept these souls, he cunningly prolongs the duration of punishment and intensifies its severity, thereby harvesting greater fear, one of the sources of his power. At this moment, as fear proliferates on earth and many grapple with the crumbling of their faith in God, Mephisto revels, rising to bask in the augmentation of his might. He has done nothing, and yet power cascades upon him effortlessly. How delightful! He has grown fond of this boy on the television. Charlotte continues to speak, raising his hand to reveal a chaotic array of codes. With a mouth agape, he exhales flames, and a colossal demonic silhouette flickers momentarily beside Mephisto. With a wave of his hand, the meaningless characters contort, transforming into a direct line to Mephisto's infernal hotline. Demons are particularly fond of contracts. Who claims that verbal agreements do not constitute a pact? Charlotte's actions unveil a new possibility, eschewing the earthly realm's misfortune and remaining in hell to negotiate contracts via telephone. Glancing at the blood-red receiver before him, Mephisto smirks. Charlotte has bestowed upon him an extraordinary surprise. He too lifts his hand to dial Charlotte's number, preparing to offer him an even greater astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, a bald woman with a serene smile meditates in a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, the time gem embedded in her chest radiates a green light. A gentle green timeline sweeps before her, flickering with countless images of the past and future. However, as time draws nearer to the present, the timeline quivers with uncertainty, until it ultimately arrives at this very moment. The timeline abruptly transforms into two figures, convulsing in tandem. This abstract scene does not perturb the calm expression of the Ancient One. She merely opens her eyes slightly and gazes into the depths of the present timeline. In the scene, Charlotte is whimsically portraying a demon, and as he raises his palm, a string of meaningless characters transforms into a series of numbers. Meanwhile, Ancient One, with a serene smile, raises her hand and gently taps the numbers. Suddenly, a connection is established with a delightful chime. The voice of Mephisto shifts, adopting the innocent tone of a young girl, timidly inquiring, "Is this the dark-hearted demon brother? I am a superpower wielder. May I join your ranks to descend into hell and vanquish the malevolent archdemon Mephisto?" Her voice is tender, evoking an unmistakable glimmer of hope that is utterly irresistible. However, to accept her proposal would bind one to a contract, irrevocable in nature. "Very well, the contract is sealed and shall take immediate effect," comes the calm voice of Ancient One from the other end of the line. Mephisto's body shudders, and he flings the phone away, shattering the window as it plummets into the abyss of clouds. What constitutes a surprise? A surprise is when you call your future son, only to find that Ancient One answers. With wide eyes, Mephisto can hardly believe his ears. His hands tremble, despite having discarded the phone. He feels a contract binding itself around his arm, his powers being frantically siphoned away into an unknown dimension. By the dark. This is utterly terrifying, Mephisto exclaims, gritting his teeth as he hastily severs all ties to the number. In his futile attempt to outsmart the situation, he experiences a decline in his strength, his face darkening with frustration. "Ancient One, how shameless of you, resorting to deception against an old comrade. This is nothing short of telecom fraud. I am furious. Yet, what can I do?" He seethes. "I must confront that dark-hearted demon and relieve my anger." With hands clasped, Ancient One smiles knowingly, grasping a wisp of black energy. What a delightful surprise this is. Raising her hand, she marks a specific sequence of characters, a number, and begins tracking everyone who has dialed or searched for them, quietly observing, while deliberately ignoring the dark-hearted demon. Beep. "Congratulations, you have acquired a skill card, Hell Hotline. When you dial your own number, you will randomly summon a demon. Free attribute points, 2. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 10. Charlotte. Huh? What just happened? Chapter 142. The Rain Demon approaches, allocating a point to Strength and Constitution. Charlotte glances at his attributes. Charlotte, Strength, 31, 1. Trait, Super Hearing. Spirit, 46, 1. Trait, Insight. Adept at identifying the weaknesses of foes. Constitution, 31, 1. Trait, Rapid Regeneration. Appearance, 21, 1. Attribute points, 12. New skill, Hell's Hotline? Charlotte felt a slight shock in her heart. Could it be that she had drawn the attention of Mephisto? Surely not. Facing the live camera, Charlotte pondered for a moment and said, "Of course, there are formidable guardians on Earth. She is incredibly powerful, exceedingly strong, absolutely extraordinary. I would be delighted to invite her to hell to join forces against Mephisto. Thunder rumbled, and the winds dissipated. Charlotte looked up to see a brownish-yellow shockwave expanding through the clouds. Oh no, run! Charlotte shouted into the camera. Now is the time. Experience the terror from hell. Having delivered her ominous words, Charlotte turned and sprinted away, vanishing from the camera's view at an astonishing speed. Charlotte dropped to the ground, propelling herself forward with all fours, panting as she pushed her speed to the limit, just managing to evade the torrential rain descending from above. These demons from hell were truly reckless. How could they resort to such extravagant tactics? Meanwhile, Roshan, left behind, was still trying to comprehend the situation. What terror! How could one even perceive it? Then, the downpour began, and in the live broadcast, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Oh, my God! In front of their televisions, countless viewers made the sign of the cross for her, offering prayers. The scene shifted, and Charlotte, accompanied by Gwen and Claire, managed to evade the yellow rain. Her original form returned to the group halfway, canceling the summon friend, skill card, and Raccoon Town was finally within reach. Later, Harry, who was enjoying himself immensely, and Sally, adorned in vibrant local festive attire, waved to Charlotte and the others from a distance. However, as the motorcycle approached, they were taken aback by the disheveled appearance of the trio. Harry exclaimed, "What on earth happened? Did you three go on the run? Why do you look so grimy?" Charlotte jumped off the bike, rolling her eyes. Indeed, it has been nothing but a frantic escape, and it is far from over. 3 colossal sources of danger are drawing closer, and one of them is beginning to stir. Goodness, is this never-ending? You 4 enjoy your time here. Gwen and I will lure them away. It goes without saying that they are undoubtedly after the 2 of us. There is no need to put Harry and the others in harm's way. Is there really a threat? Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Harry's previously nonchalant expression shifted to one of seriousness, his brows furrowing as he inquired, "Charlotte, what on earth has transpired? Speak freely. I shall undoubtedly assist you." Observing Charlotte's grave demeanor, Harry sensed that the matter at hand was far from trivial. "It is a demon," Charlotte replied. "A demon?" Harry chuckled, slapping Charlotte's shoulder jovially. "Do not jest. What kind of nonsense is this? There are no demons in this world. Goodness, you seem to be having quite the laugh, unaware of such monumental news." Charlotte, retrieving his phone, conducted a brief search and displayed the results before Harry's eyes. Gazing at the enormous creature on the screen, accompanied by a grotesque, yellowish tornado in the background, Harry raised an eyebrow. Is this for real? In a state of bewilderment, he fished his phone from his pocket and began his own search, only to discover the same shocking information. My word, it is indeed true, Harry exclaimed, particularly startled by the repulsive demon featured in the videos, which evoked a sense of discomfort. The horrific final moments of the demon's demise were particularly gruesome. Shutting off his phone, Harry spoke first. "Rest assured, Charlotte, I will certainly aid you and Gwen." Raising his hand with a look of distaste, he added, "Just to clarify, the demon we are pursuing is not the same repugnant creature, is it? If so, I fear I cannot be of any assistance." Upon hearing this, numerous gazes turned toward Charlotte. Even Gwen appeared eager to inquire. She was aware of Charlotte's spider sense being quite expansive, urging him to ascertain if the vile demon was approaching. "The foul demon is already deceased," Charlotte shook his head. "However, the new demon that has arrived will undoubtedly pose a threat to you all. For safety's sake, it is already too late." Charlotte's tone shifted as he scanned the group with a serious expression. "Hurry, we must vacate this place. This is surely a formidable adversary." Unbeknownst to them, a faint mist began to rise along the streets, the rain demon making its move against the reveling Raccoon Town. Sensing the looming danger, the crimson dots of distress subtly spread across the thoroughfare, prompting Charlotte to recall the name Raccoon Town, reminiscent of a biological crisis. "Do you know how to react upon encountering zombies?" he asked. "Turn and flee," Sally replied resolutely. "Call the authorities," Claire expressed, her gaze fixed anxiously on the rising mist. "Deliver a powerful punch." She tossed her red hair dramatically. "Post a status update?" Gwen queried, looking quizzically at Charlotte. "Engage in a romantic relationship." Harry confidently nodded. Charlotte, shaking his head with the air of someone seasoned in such matters, remarked, "None of those are correct. The most prudent course of action upon encountering zombies is to first plant sunflowers." In mere moments, the mountaintop adjacent to Raccoon Town was shrouded in an even denser fog, resembling a commonplace natural occurrence, yet it appeared increasingly bizarre upon closer inspection. A thick mist slowly enveloped the entire town, accompanied by a rumbling sound and a sudden blackout that plunged the area into darkness. Chapter 143, The Rain Demon-S Fog, Additional Update. A layer of silvery sand spread across the ground, growing thicker as the white mist approached. The entities shrouded in the fog seemed to have entered another realm, completely vanishing from sight. Charlotte and her companions quickly retrieved supplies stored by Harry and retreated, ultimately finding themselves cornered by the encroaching mist at the center of Raccoon Town, in front of a supermarket. A piercing air raid siren suddenly blared from an unknown source in the sky, creating a disconcerting sensation that tightened their nerves. Gwen, distressed, covered her ears, the sound aggravating her already frayed emotions. The white mist continued to expand. An elderly man, blood streaming from his nose and still clad in his party attire, stumbled out of the fog in a panic. He cast a frantic glance at Charlotte and her group before dashing into the supermarket, screaming in terror at the bewildered patrons inside. There's something in the mist. It had dragged John Lee away. What? Impossible. You must be mad. Are you joking about the demon from the Fox Live broadcast? The crowd in the supermarket erupted into chaos, gazing at the advancing mist behind them. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Harry and the others into the supermarket. The next instant, the milky white fog enveloped the entire establishment, obscuring everything outside the glass walls as the mist shrouded the world beyond in obscurity, hinting at an unknown terror that was both mysterious and perilous. A violent tremor shook the ground, causing many inside the supermarket to stumble. Lights flickered as the earth quaked violently. Charlotte stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on the mist before her. The heavy silver sand clung to the glass, blocking her view, yet in her spider sense, she felt the presence of the demon, now alarmingly close, standing just outside the window, silently observing her. Their eyes seemed to collide in the air, igniting a spark of fervor. Charlotte? What's wrong? Gwen, approaching, observed the hazy world outside, her voice laced with concern. This world is utterly insane. Each demon is more formidable than the last. But why aren't they attacking together? Why? What is the reason? How peculiar, Gwen mused, rubbing her rounded chin. Be quiet. I'm trying to think. It's nothing, Charlotte replied calmly. In her spider sense, she noted that the entity had quietly departed, leaving her puzzled as to why it hadn't simply charged inside. Could it be that they believe there are more of us here? This is, of course, impossible. However, Charlotte has confirmed another matter. The target is indeed herself. How infuriating. Is it because my charm is too overwhelming? I have never admitted to my own handsomeness. It is my steadfast principle to oppose the world. A painful scream pierced the air from outside, causing the countenance of every individual in the supermarket to shift dramatically. Outside, the sky was shrouded in a fine, drizzling rain, a dense mist lingering without dispersing. The crowd began to believe the old man's words. Indeed, something lurked within the fog outside. A middle-aged woman gazing out the window murmured, "It is the Grim Reaper. It must be the Grim Reaper." The Grim Reaper? What is the Grim Reaper to me? Having weathered numerous tempests, Claire could not help but cast a sidelong glance at her, then resolutely turned his gaze back to the window. The woman continued her rambling. The Grim Reaper, right outside. It is the end of the world decreed by the Almighty. This is the Lord's punishment for our disrespect, this calamity unleashed by the second descent of the demon. O Lord, allow me to save these souls. O Lord, permit me to proclaim your truth. O Lord, let me radiate your holy light. An elderly man reprimanded her. Cease your prattling. Enough is enough, all right? A woman in a brown coat, with short hair, also rose, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed into the mist. No, I cannot remain here. I must return home. My 8-year-old daughter, Wanda, is taking care of her 5-month-old brother. She often forgets about him. I cannot stay here. I must go back. Best not to, an old man cautioned. The accursed Stark group has a testing facility nearby. This fog, this earthquake. It must be that damned facility that has exploded. Did you hear that scream just now? This white mist may very well be toxic. As he spoke, the patrons of the store began to chatter anxiously. The short-haired woman, her eyes brimming with tears, pleaded, I truly cannot stay here. I told them I would only be gone for a few minutes. What if they cannot wait for me and run into the fog? She is only 8 years old. My home is very close. Is there anyone willing to assist me? Yet, no one dared to meet her gaze. After all, each life is precious, and it was evident that staying here was far safer than venturing outside. Gwen couldn't help but look at Charlotte. She genuinely wished to offer her assistance. Harry stepped forward first, declaring, I have a weapon on me. Although I do not know what lurks in the mist, having a weapon will surely be of some use. As he spoke, he produced a feminine handgun from his backpack and extended it towards the woman. Thank you for accompanying me to rescue my child. It's not far, the short-haired woman pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Harry exhaled slowly and shook his head in silence, saying, I'm sorry, ma'am. The patrons of the store averted their gazes from the short-haired woman. With great power comes great responsibility. Gwen felt a stirring in her heart and spoke up. What if I? But was interrupted by Charlotte, who suggested, let me accompany her instead. Observing the woman who wished to express her gratitude, Charlotte raised a hand to halt her, saying, you must consider carefully. There are indeed dangers lurking in the fog, and it is you who may be in the greatest peril. I am not afraid. Thank you for agreeing to come with me. If I perish, I hope you will care for my child, she said, handing Charlotte the handgun. Accepting the familiar weapon, Charlotte weighed it in his hand, then approached Harry with a smile, patting him on the shoulder before whispering in his ear, brother, I trust you the most. Take good care of them. They exchanged a fist bump, and Harry nodded, once again taking the feminine handgun. Then, Charlotte pulled Gwen aside, speaking softly to her, sister, I trust you the most. Take good care of them. As he spoke, he offered her a lollipop. By the way, there's a novel group in the tomato. He added, before they moved to the corner. Charlotte placed a hand on her shoulder, earnestly whispering, sister, I trust you the most. Remember to look after them. As he retrieved a Glock and a magazine from his pocket, handing them to her. Not far away, the perceptive Gwen crossed her arms, a lollipop clenched between her teeth. Pouting in dissatisfaction, ready at last, she donned the raincoat provided by the townsfolk. Arriving at the entrance, Charlotte waved to his friends, then turned to survey the residents of Raccoon Town who were watching him from within the supermarket. He reached out and opened the supermarket's large door. A gust of wind rushed in, sending a chill deep into everyone's bones. Outside, the fog was thick, as white as cream and as light as air, gently seeping into the supermarket the moment Charlotte swung the door open. Accompanying the ominous breeze, a fine drizzle began to patter against the unprotected skin of Charlotte, its coolness penetrating to the marrow. It seemed as though the whispers of demons echoed in his ears. Come be my son, echoed in the air. Charlotte, momentarily bewildered, found herself at a loss for words, struggling to comment on the peculiar sounds of the demon world. After donning the hood of her raincoat, she stepped forward, swiftly vanishing from Gwen and the other's sight amidst the fog. Mother Ka hesitated at the doorway for a moment before donning her raincoat and resolutely following in Charlotte's footsteps. As they ventured into the mist, darkness enveloped them. She switched on her flashlight, revealing only a brief beam of light through the Tyndall effect. After a few steps, the supermarket behind them was swallowed by the fog, disappearing entirely from view. The world was reduced to the sound of fine rain. Following closely behind Charlotte, Mother Ka's face turned pale as she hurried to catch up, exclaiming, Thank you, young man. My home is not far from here, just. She raised her hand to gesture in the direction of her house. But as she did so, her complexion drained to a ghostly white. Her eyes widened in horror as she surveyed their surroundings. The thick fog enveloped them in a milky haze, rendering any sense of direction utterly lost, surrounded by an identical and terrifying monotony. There's no need to panic, Charlotte reassured her. As she spoke, she aimed her flashlight around them, while her instincts sensed the growing number of red dots nearby. The largest of these ominous points, positioned at a distance, seemed to observe him silently. After taking a few more steps, Charlotte felt a sudden movement beneath her foot, as if she had kicked something. The ground beneath her was indistinct in the mist. After a brief moment of silence, she crouched down to retrieve it. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, covering her mouth. Mother Ka's face blanched as she struggled to suppress a scream. In her trembling gaze, Charlotte held what appeared to be a blood-soaked, severed human arm. With a flick of her wrist, as if it were merely a toy, Charlotte tossed the dismembered limb into the fog. A raspy roar erupted from the direction where she had thrown it, followed by the unsettling sounds of insects scuttling and a heavy object hitting the ground. What do we do now? We should run. We don't even have weapons. Mother Ka trembled, clutching the only source of support she had at that moment, Charlotte's arm. I told you not to worry. Who said I have no weapons? Watch me perform. With a confident smile, Charlotte pushed Mother Ka aside, standing firm with one foot forward and the other back, her head held high, eyes gleaming with self-assurance. With her left hand delicately poised, she reached towards her chest with her right hand, pulling with force. As the sacred light illuminated, the hilt of a katana materialized against Charlotte's chest, the radiant glow captured within the grasp of his palm. In the tremulous gaze of Mama Ka, Charlotte smiled, slowly extracting the blade from his chest. With a flick of the blade, its edge shimmered with a cold glint as Charlotte raised an eyebrow at Mama Ka, exclaiming, What do you think? Am I not dashing? This katana was housed within the spatial pocket of the skill card, Pig Spider Hero, which, though modest in size, often contained the weapons Charlotte had acquired. He had long wished to demonstrate this to Gwen, yet fate had not granted him the opportunity. As for whether performing before Mama Ka would expose his noble and virtuous superhero identity, now was not the time for such considerations. realizing Charlotte's extraordinary nature. Mama Ka's initial reaction was not fear, but genuine joy. She was not intimidated by Charlotte's prowess. Rather, she found solace in it. The more formidable Charlotte became, the sooner she could return home, ensuring her child's safety. Suddenly, the beam of the flashlight attracted an unknown monster. 3 tentacles silently crept along the ground, varying in thickness. Resembling the appendages of an octopus, yet adorned with gaping maws instead of suckers, intent on ensnaring and devouring Charlotte. Unfazed, he deftly wielded his blade, elegantly severing one of the tentacles, which fell to the ground. With the weapon in hand and a cold smile upon his lips, Charlotte unleashed his blade skills, wildly slashing at the tentacles. Though his strikes landed, they did not sever the appendages. With a steely resolve, he noted the orchid-like tendril rising. Mama Ka, who had been anxiously focused on Charlotte's battle, was momentarily dumbfounded as he slowly drew another weapon from his chest. The familiar sound of gunfire resonated. Dispelling the source of all fear, the bullets proved effective. Even those in the nearby supermarket paused, momentarily startled, believing the military was approaching. Gwen and Harry exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. Although uncertain of the origin of Charlotte's newfound weaponry, they had come to accept the unpredictable nature of his presence, which rendered the absurd normal. The sound of gunfire indicated danger, yet also signified that Charlotte was still safe. For a moment, the group was at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. Gripping the lady's pistol, Harry furrowed his brow and declared, "No, I must assist him," before Gwen could voice her objections. The others in the supermarket began to dissuade him as well. Gwen remarked, "You must have faith in Charlotte. She is undoubtedly capable." In the midst of the fog, one cannot discern the direction, yet Gwen possesses a unique ability. While Charlotte is equipped with her spider sense, she can occasionally sense Charlotte's location. With a swift motion, she severed another substantial tentacle. A roar echoed through the mist as 3 tentacles gradually retreated. Throughout this encounter, Charlotte had yet to glimpse the true visage of the creature. Yet it was certain to be far more colossal than her imagination could fathom. A gentle drizzle fell upon her, and Charlotte brushed the water from the brim of her raincoat, gazing down at the severed, writhing tentacle on the ground. It was a pallid hue, with its jagged teeth darkened. It continued to convulse and gnaw at the earth, while another segment, having been struck by a volley of bullets from Charlotte, had fallen silent. In Charlotte's and Mama Ka's eyes, it began to wither, releasing a trickle of fluid before ultimately vanishing, merging seamlessly with the surrounding rainwater. Feeling a chill, Mama Ka wrapped her arms around herself as the rain dampened her short hair, causing it to cling to her forehead. As if struck by a thought, she crouched down to scrutinize the ground, hoping to discern any anomalies upon the concrete pathway. She then pointed towards the mist, declaring, "The parking lot. It lies in that direction." Following Mama Ka's indication, Charlotte advanced a few paces, passing a toppled Volkswagen, and soon arrived at the edge of the supermarket's parking lot. Shining her flashlight ahead, the foggy world remained eerily silent, save for the patter of rain, amplifying the unease within her heart. It felt as though a creature could spring forth from the roadside at any moment. Gripping her katana tightly, Charlotte shook off the rain from her coat, twisting her neck to peer into the depths of the mist. Trailing behind, Mama Ka trembled, her mind clouded by fear. She hastily fumbled for the car keys, believing that once they returned to the vehicle, they could hasten their escape, and that remaining inside would be far safer than wandering about in the open. However, her progress was abruptly halted as a corpse unexpectedly appeared before her. The body belonged to the supermarket security guard, who lay lifeless, limbs splayed in a star-like fashion, face down on the ground. Startled by the pallid corpse, Mama Ka momentarily forgot her keys, hastening to catch up with Charlotte. Advancing further intensified her anxiety, her heart nearly leaping from her throat, as dread enveloped her, rendering her face pale and devoid of color. In the hazy mist, the sight before them was not limited to the solitary corpse. One after another, bodies lay sprawled across the parking lot, all lifeless and positioned in a similar star-like manner. The eerie drizzle, enveloping the scene in terror, resembled a bizarre and malevolent religious rite, with bodies obscured in the mist, seemingly without end. Covering her mouth, Mama Ka dared not utter a word, her legs trembling as she clung desperately to Charlotte's rear. The further they ventured, the denser the corpses became, and the reality grew increasingly despairing. Scattered around the twisted vehicles, this morbid parking lot was strewn with bodies, many adorned in the vibrant garb of revelry. A stark contrast revealing their swift descent from joy to despair. The bloodstained scene was now dominated by lifeless figures, their faces buried in their hands. Suppressing her heartbeat and unease, Mama Ka, nearly trembling to the point of collapse, finally spotted her car. However, the prospect of driving away was daunting. Navigating through the sea of corpses was a formidable task. In a moment of distraction, her foot inadvertently struck a nearby body. In an instant, that corpse convulsed violently. Startled, Mama Ka emitted a short gasp, retreating a few steps, and that sound truly stirred the hornet's nest. Like a chain reaction, the body sprawled in a large X on the ground began to writhe uncontrollably. Charlotte rushed forward, wielding a knife, positioning himself protectively before her, eyes fixed on the writhing remains. Bodies twitched, limbs contorted, and pale wrists dangled limply, while the upper halves strained upwards, their once desperate faces still drooping. The skin behind them rippled, as if something within were eager to break free. Grabbing the still trembling Mama Ka, Charlotte urged her to flee. Only a fool would linger, waiting for transformation. Without hesitation, they dashed over the squirming corpses towards the parking lot's exit, just as a chilling roar erupted from the first convulsing body. Suddenly, a grotesque creature emerged. Its thighs contorted grotesquely, arms awkwardly propping it up, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced. From its back, spindly, spider-like appendages burst forth. A spurt of blood erupted from its groin, revealing a circular orifice resembling a spider's maw, gaping wide with a myriad of eyes within. With its limbs and legs in unison, it swiftly pursued the direction of Charlotte and Mama Ka's escape. Soon, a legion of these aberrant spiders began to stir, their pale, human heads swaying as they hastened after Charlotte. Though Charlotte ran swiftly, he could not match the speed of the eight-legged monstrosities. One such spider leaped into the air, landing before Charlotte, perched atop an overturned police car, obstructing their path. The sight of this arachnid sent a chill coursing through Charlotte's entire being. Yet before Charlotte could release karma and prepare for battle, a plump tongue shot forth from behind the aberrant spider, adhering to his back. In the next moment, the creature was pulled into the mist. Gripping karma tightly, Charlotte trembled, unable to suppress a gulp. What a bizarre array of monstrosities this journey had unveiled. He was thoroughly fed up. Without hesitation, he redirected his heart and declared, "We shall proceed this way." A pursuing aberrant spider pivoted, raising its head. Its pale eyes seemingly fixated on Charlotte's retreating figure. It suddenly opened its gaping maw, and a slender strand of silk surged forth from its throat, hurtling towards Charlotte. Previously, he had unleashed protein to ensnare others. Now, the tables had turned. Sensing the horrific presence of the spider, Charlotte shoved karma aside and swiftly dodged. The silk sliced through the space between them, striking the school bus ahead. With a hiss, a plume of green smoke erupted as the silk's corrosive properties pierced through steel, collapsing into a limp heap on the ground. With no time to lament, more and more aberrant spiders crawled along the road and the rooftops, densely pursuing Charlotte. He turned, seized karma, and swung his blade to sever several strands of silk that had been launched at them, hastening forward amidst the creature's shrieks. A radiant light flared behind him, revealing another Charlotte who swiftly kept pace, trailing behind. Just then, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a strand ensnared the arm of White Charlotte, swiftly slicing through his short sleeve and beginning to erode his flesh with a noxious smoke accompanying the immense pain. Desperate to escape, White Charlotte tore at the silk, but the highly corrosive thread inflicted a grievous wound that exposed bone. Before White Charlotte could take further action, another strand coiled around his neck, causing him to widen his eyes in horror. At the other end of the silk, a grotesquely swollen green head was connected, and the aberrant spider forcefully whipped its tail. The silk's corrosive cutting seemed to have prematurely completed Charlotte's plan of diversion. However, was the use of the creating friends from nothing skill card truly intended as a sacrificial maneuver to impede the pursuing aberrant spiders? Certainly not. The severed head flew back, and the injury on his palm vanished. With arms outstretched, White Charlotte surveyed the aberrant spider and yawned disdainfully. He raised his hand to catch the katana thrown by Charlotte, brandishing it to fend off the grotesque creatures. Karma, too, recognized the presence of another person behind her. Her face went pale, and panic-stricken, she inquired, Is he your friend? Should we pause to assist him?" "Indeed, my friend," Xiao Luo replied with a confident smile. "His name is Deadpool, and he does not require our aid. He can handle it himself." In a swift motion, Bai Xiao Luo leaped forward and cleaved an aberrant spider in half, blood and viscera exploding forth. He cursed vehemently. "Oh, for heaven's sake. I knew I couldn't trust the depictions in films. How could splitting it open result in such a mess?" Ignoring the spider spear embedded in his back, Bai Xiao Luo thrust his blade into another aberrant spider's body, cleansing the weapon in the process. Drawing forth the crimson blade, the wounds adorning his body rapidly healed. and he gazed upon the multitude of aberrant spiders with a mischievous grin. Darlings, do you wish to join Lord Xia Luo in a delightful game? With that declaration, he plunged into the throng of aberrant spiders, wielding his blade with abandon. At this juncture, Xia Luo was equipping a shared skill card, designating his clone as the target for sharing. Countless pangs assaulted his mind, yet the sensations brought an inexplicable thrill. Chapter 146. The Mist 3. Xia Luo's attributes were already formidable, and with the addition of an invulnerable body, the faces of these aberrant spider monsters were etched with the essence of invincibility. As the relentless tide of aberrant spiders surged toward him, he revealed a row of pristine teeth, his gaze devoid of trepidation. Come, let us battle. He swung his blade, a continuous flurry of strikes, drawing and cleaving with fervor. One aberrant spider lunged forward abruptly. The human form it occupied still lingered in a state of half-life, its swollen green head representing its abdomen, gaping and moaning. Yet, Bai Xia Luo remained unfazed, clad in his tattered, corroded attire, and with a single stroke, he severed it in two. The liquid splattered, causing his body to emit wisps of smoke, but Bai Xia Luo was undeterred as yet another creature succumbed to the tip of his blade. At this moment, in stark contrast to the contorted forms of these grotesque spiders, the undead Bai Xia Luo appeared more monstrous than they. Finally, after dispatching the last aberrant spider, he stood atop a mound of their carcasses, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He casually sheathed his dulled katana beside him, and with a swift turn, vanished from sight. There was no respite, for on the other side, Xia Luo faced yet another peril. As he advanced, the home of Ka Ma lay tantalizingly close. Yet, within the mist ahead loomed a colossal creature, approximately 10 meters tall. Its form bore resemblance to a crab, with enormous, unwieldy pincers and elongated, jointed legs elevated its body, which was obscured by the fog, rendering it indistinct. Only its slender legs and massive claws, ominously drooping towards the ground, were visible. Hissing ominously, the creature detected the presence of Xia Luo and Ka Ma. It swung its pincers, toppling nearby shops as it lunged towards Xia Luo with a sweeping attack. Xia Luo retreated, deftly evading alongside Ka Ma. In the ruined shop, a billiard table was hurled into the sky, and a solitary ball descended, rolling and coming to rest a short distance before Charlotte. As he drew closer, Charlotte discerned the grotesque, tentacle-like appendages writhing within the jaws of a creature, which retreated into the mist after a failed strike, shaking off the blood that had clung to his palm during his evasive maneuvers. The terror of the situation caused Charlotte to involuntarily smirk. He could not deny that the prolonged slaughter, the monstrous howls, the enveloping fog, and the fine rain descending from above had indeed polluted his spirit, or perhaps diminished his worth. Gazing upon the obstructing beast, Charlotte bent down and picked up the billiard ball that had rolled to his feet. With the persistent drizzle and white mist, he could feel everything within this fog-laden world growing and evolving with time. He needed to act swiftly, determined to vanquish this rain demon. Currently, he was fervently eager to tear every monster into shreds. With a crooked smile, Charlotte looked at the billiard ball in his hand, twisting his neck to stretch his muscles. Turning confidently to Mama Ka beside him, he said, "There's no need for excessive worry. I will soon put an end to all of this." Put an end to all of this? Mama Ka gazed toward her home, despair etched on her face as she lamented, "It can never be concluded. It is all over." Patting Mama Ka's shoulder, Charlotte tossed the billiard ball in his hand and took a few steps forward, grinning as he declared, "Let me show you something truly exhilarating." He blew a whimsical breath onto the billiard ball and shouted, "It is decided. Lizard beast." He hurled the ball into the mist where the creature resided. As the ball soared through the air, it radiated a brilliant holy light, and the next moment, the towering figure of Lizard Parker, 8 meters tall, materialized before Mama Ka's astonished eyes. Lizard Parker let out a thunderous roar. Of course, her astonishment was merely the beginning, for in the following second, she felt certain that Charlotte had lost his mind. Beside her, he danced in an eccentric manner, his lips mimicking the off-key evolution music of digital monsters. He raised his Mickey Mouse watch, aiming it at Lizard Parker, and shouted, "Lizard Beast Super Evolution. Do. Lizard Spider Beast." Charlotte, chanting, activated the nightlight feature of his Mickey Mouse watch, casting a faint glow toward Lizard Parker and, with a melodramatic shout, swiftly equipped Lizard Parker with 2 skill cards, Pig Spider Hero and Super Strength. With a roar, Lizard Parker's body was enveloped in a radiant holy light, and his form began to swell at an astonishing rate. Evolution? No, it is alienation. 2 robust arms suddenly extended from behind him, transforming the lizard man's original scales into armor adorned with stinging hairs. Beside his magma-like vertical pupils, 6 compound eyes emerged, styled in the same short haircut as Charlotte at that moment. Each claw of his hands became obsidian and unyielding. Even venomous fangs protruded from his mouth. The charm attribute no longer rendered lizard spider Charlotte handsome. Rather, it cast a terrifyingly negative effect, rendering him more grotesque and monstrous. At this moment, lizard spider Charlotte bore a closer resemblance to a demon than demon Charlotte himself. Charlotte trembled, first expressing shock at the transformation of his doppelganger. Mother Ka fell to the ground, gazing at the formidable figure of lizard spider Charlotte, convinced she had lost her sanity. His body swelled, reaching a horrifying height of 16 meters. Boundless strength coursed through him. As he looked down at the crab-like creature before him, it felt akin to gazing at a younger sibling. He extended his hand, effortlessly crushing the creature's head while easily snapping its claws, and with a swift motion, he reduced its head to mere pulp. Lizard Spider Charlotte's attribute panel read: Charlotte, Strength, 160, Chaos, Spirit, 0, Chaos, Constitution, 160 Chaos. His towering 16-meter frame, the world perceived through his 8 eyes. And his formidable absence of spirit created an illusion that Lizard Spider Charlotte had spiraled out of control. With a powerful kick, he sent the remnants of the crab-like creature flying, scattering them like spilled water in midair. With his colossal body and immense strength, Lizard Spider Charlotte turned his gaze toward the direction of the rain demon, striding forward with gigantic steps. Meanwhile, Charlotte, accompanied by the mentally shattered Mother Ka, traversed half a street until they finally arrived at her doorstep. Although the ordeal had begun to unravel her sanity, a pair of clear little eyes peering from behind the curtain immediately restored her composure. Hastily retrieving her keys from her pocket, she trembled as she attempted multiple times to unlock the door, eventually breaking into tears as she finally managed to open it. Charlotte turned his gaze back to the scene behind him. There, Lizard Spider Charlotte had plunged his hands into the abdomen of the spider lobster monster, while his other 4 hands tore at the countless tendrils curling toward him from behind. With a surge of strength, he ripped the creature in 2 before severing the cables that ensnared it. As he watched the creature's body dissolve into a stream of water, Lizard Spider Charlotte seized a nearby utility pole and hurled it with force, piercing a massive winged creature attempting to flee. Grabbing a small sign from the side, Lizard Spider Charlotte stepped forward into the mist. Chapter 147. The Mist 4, combined chapter, 1 hour after Charlotte departed from the power distribution room of the Raccoon Town supermarket. With a firm grip, Harry plunged a fire shovel into the severed tentacle, his expression taut and veins prominent as he resisted the writhing appendages that sought to bite him. Soon, the thrashing tentacle succumbed, dissolving into a puddle of muck. Harry's countenance darkened, his lips pale as he rejoined the fray, increasingly convinced that Charlotte was in grave peril. Moments earlier, David, a fellow trapped customer, had entered the distribution room in search of supplies, only to discover a malfunctioning generator emitting thick plumes of smoke. After shutting down the generator, he noticed strange sounds emanating from the rolling shutter door that led outside the supermarket. Without delay, David returned to the supermarket, briefly reassuring his son before informing the staff of his findings. Though skeptical, the employees followed David to the distribution room, and Harry, having heard of the situation, chose to assist. The supermarket staff reopened the generator, examining its anomalies and concluding that a blockage in the exhaust pipe outside was causing the noxious fumes to spew into the distribution room. Ignoring David's warnings about the monster, they deemed him a coward, particularly the fierce Jim, who held a strong disdain for affluent individuals like David. Thus, under the confident guidance of Mechanic Jim, they opened the rolling shutter door. In an instant, a tentacle surged forth, ensnaring a young volunteer who doubted David and sought to repair the generator's pipe. For heaven's sake, damn it, don't just stand there. Close the shutter door, Harry shouted angrily at the still-dazed Mechanic Jim. With that, Harry wasted no time, striking the tentacle coiling around the young man's chest with the shovel. When the tentacle merely writhed but did not release its grip, Harry's resolve hardened. He swung the shovel fiercely, delivering a decisive blow to the tentacle's side. At last, the effort bore fruit, and the tentacle relinquished its hold. David managed to pull the injured young man, battered and bruised, back to safety. However, before they could celebrate, a tentacle far larger than the previous one surged through the rolling shutter, crawling low to the ground before suddenly rising over 2 meters high, its maw gaping menacingly. This horrifying sight stunned everyone, except for Harry and his trusty shovel. Like a relentless warrior, he shouted, "Close the shutter door, now!" With a fierce swing, he struck the rising tentacle, severing it cleanly from the ground. As multiple tentacles poured in beneath the shutter, Harry charged forward, striking and slicing with relentless determination. After rescuing the young man, David promptly rose to his feet, forcefully pushing aside the dazed Jim. He swiftly navigated over the writhing tentacles on the ground and approached the rolling shutter door, reaching for the switch nearby. With a loud bang, another shovel struck the ground, and as the tentacles coiled toward him, Harry quickly raised the shovel in defense. The shutter door then descended, and Harry, drenched in cold sweat, watched as the tentacles retreated, dragging the shovel along with them. The distribution room fell silent once more, and Harry could no longer endure the tension. He collapsed onto the ground, shaking the paint-splattered short sleeve that was soaked in sweat, and with a wry smile, he remarked, "Wow, this holiday trip is truly exhilarating." His laughter rose. "I must come again during the break before college next year." Concerned, David approached and helped Harry to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "It's good to hear that," David sighed in relief, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Thank goodness for you." In contrast to Harry, the other staff members appeared to be ineffectual, mere talkers, lacking the utility of a single artist like him. "Look over there." Ollie, wielding a fire axe, exclaimed, pointing at the severed tentacles on the ground. In the gaze of the crowd, the fragments of tentacles lay motionless, gradually transforming into a pool of murky water. While Harry was unharmed, the young man, Norm, whom they had rescued, was gravely injured. The areas where the tentacles had ensnared him were severely bitten, and he lay in a pool of blood, now unconscious. "Damn it," David fumed as he glared at the still-dazed Jim, who had foolishly insisted on opening the door against David's warnings to repair a generator that was utterly unnecessary. David stepped forward and slapped Jim across the face, jolting him back to his senses. "I didn't realize. You should have clarified that there were such monsters outside the shutter door," Jim stammered. "Enough of your excuses," David retorted, lifting the moaning Norm. "Let us get him back." As they carried the bloodied Norm out of the distribution area, it startled everyone in the supermarket, who had just been discussing when the fog might lift. The eccentric seer, Commodity, approached, followed by a few believers. "It has truly descended. This is the punishment for our sins throughout our lives, the day of judgment, the fruits of our malevolence. God's judgment for our lack of faith," she proclaimed. Ignoring her, Harry, who was at the forefront carrying Norm, pushed Commodity aside. Amidst the shocked gazes of the supermarket manager and the surrounding crowd, they brought Norm near the cash register. Harry forcefully swept everything off the counter, clearing it entirely. Before placing the injured Norm atop it, the cash register, which had fallen to the ground, emitted a sharp sound before breaking apart, scattering bills and coins that rolled across the floor before the gathered crowd in the supermarket. Amanda, the cashier, hurried over, stepping on the banknotes as she approached Harry, examining the various wounds on Norm's body, exclaiming, "My God, what on earth has happened?" Faced with the unconscious Norm, Jim trembled as he responded, "There's a monster. In the mist, there's a monster. Long, thick tentacles ensnared him, and we managed to rescue him." "What? Impossible. You must be lying. This cannot be the day of judgment." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each person sharing their differing opinions. She rushed over, her eyes fixated on Norm's battered form, her brow furrowed, and asked Amanda beside her, "Do you have any medicine here?" "We don't have any." Amanda shook her head. "Only some hemostatic sponges and bandages. Let us stop the bleeding first. The necessary medications can only be found at the pharmacy in town." Turning to gaze into the mist and the darkening sky, a sense of dread washed over Amanda as she continued, "Going to the pharmacy? That's truly not a wise idea." Panic, tears, and fear began to permeate the crowd, with some individuals refusing to believe the situation and desperately attempting to flee the supermarket. Chaos ensued, voices clashing in a tumult of confusion. Madness. Utter madness. Who would believe such a thing? Yet, this morning, the demon's words were swallowed by the uproar. "Do you truly think we are so easily deceived? The outsiders are the ones deceiving us, aren't they? You lack taste." The tentacles, once large and imposing, had now transformed into mere sludge on the ground, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. Norm's injured body lies right here. I have many matters to attend to. Your pathetic joke has gone far enough. Open the door. I am leaving now. Now, every life hangs by a thread, and while I could turn a blind eye, to stop you is to save you. Ultimately, under David's persuasion, the majority began to construct makeshift defenses along the supermarket's glass walls. The most skeptical of David was his neighbor, the indifferent African-American lawyer Brent, who coldly observed the crowd using dog food to fortify their position. He raised his hand, asserting, "You actually believe in these ghostly tales? They are mere fabrications or hallucinations." This cashier probably sustained her injuries by accident. No one should fall for this. Anyone with a modicum of thought would never. Continue to ponder, you meddlesome fool. David had grown weary of debating with Brent. As a distinguished citizen of New York City, she was acutely aware of the absurdities that abound in this world. Everything is the will of God. There are neither courts nor appeals in hell. And there is little room for debate here. The prophetess Commodity addressed the lawyer Brent, surveying the crowd as they piled dog food against the supermarket's glass walls. No one can withstand the march of God, not even if you were to amass all the dog food in the world and stack it high. Ultimately, it shall amount to nothing but foul refuse. Casting a glance at Commodity, Brent called out to those in the supermarket. Is there anyone willing to employ reason to resolve this calamity and leave here? You are welcome to come to me. For those intent on piling dog food, please, feel free. A few individuals exchanged glances and approached the African-American lawyer Brent, following him to a secluded area in the back of the supermarket to discuss matters. Meanwhile, the prophetess Commodity continued her address to the crowd. The truly blind are not those without sight, but rather those who possess eyes yet refuse to see. Open your eyes. Disregarding the rules of reality, God has inscribed everything in his book. All of this has long been foretold. As she flipped through her Bible, she read aloud, Revelation. Chapter 15. The temple was filled with smoke from the glory of God and from his power. And no one could enter the temple until the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were completed. What on earth are you talking about? An elderly believer furrowed his brow and inquired. We must prepare to meet our God, Commodity replied, her voice laden with self-righteous emotion. Go meet your foul refuse. Someone interjected, unable to contain their disdain. Even an imbecile possesses more intellect than you. Truly, it would be a blessing for God to have a follower like you. Even upon meeting him, he would smile at your thoughts and personally serve you that refuse. A burly follower of Commodity, enraged and humiliated, attempted to advance but was halted by Commodity's raised hand. In America, the number of those who believe in God has significantly dwindled, now lamentably reduced to a mere 80%. This statement incited some ire, for though Commodity's words were somewhat ludicrous, many believers still wish to hear her proclamations of divine admonition. The apocalypse is not in fire, nor in the tide, but in the fog, Commodity declared, extending her arms and gesturing towards the mist outside as she continued to elucidate to all present. I am here to save your souls. A monster has attacked this supermarket. If you believe there are no monsters in the fog, then go outside. Immediately. What are you still doing here? You remain here because you know, deep down, that you believe this is true. Demons truly exist. Monsters truly exist. The existence of God is undeniably evident. All calamities stem from the prior seduction by demons. You have ceased to believe in God. Some even dare to assert that this world is devoid of divinity. How pitiable and foolish. What an ignorant notion. Have you consumed the myriad miracles and the countless divine heroes sent to rescue us? There exists but one God in this world. He is the God of the Jews. He is a God of strictness and vengeance. We have profaned him for far too long, and now demons have emerged to corrupt his faith. Thus, today, he demands retribution for our transgressions. Now, Commodity extends her arms to all, proclaiming, it is time to declare your stance. Engage more earnestly with the scriptures. They advocate for both punishment and redemption, and we must offer blood sacrifices for God. Bang! A bullet pierced through Commodity's thigh. In the midst of her preaching, she raised her Bible, utterly oblivious to the sudden pain, and faltered, collapsing to the ground. Glancing down at her wounded leg, disbelief washed over Commodity's face. Surrounding her, many gasped in shock, including David, who stared in astonishment at Harry's audacity. With a steadfast gaze, Harry, wielding a lady's pistol, approached step by step, aiming the gun at Commodity's head, commanding, put your hands on your head and move aside, fool. If you wish to avoid a fate worse than death, keep your vile mouth shut and sit quietly in the corner. From this moment forth, I am in command here. The agony compelled Commodity to silence. Casting a curse at Harry through her eyes directed at God. Damn it! How dare you fire upon me? The African-American lawyer Brent stepped forward, incredulous as he regarded Harry. Perceiving the entire situation as a mere jest, infuriated, he exclaimed, you scoundrel, put down the gun, or when this damned fog clears, I shall ensure you rot in prison. Huh? Harry scoffed, shrugging his shoulders, redirecting the gun towards Brent. Who cares? As you said, when the fog dissipates, I shall reiterate. From now until the mist clears, I am in command here. Raising his hand, he fired another shot into the ceiling above, looking at Brent. Do not think I am afraid to shoot. Even if it is all a ruse, what of it? If you wish to live, heed my commands. Prison? The law? First survive. Though scarce, My family possesses some remaining capital. No one will imprison me, least of all you. Chapter 148. The fog concludes under Harry's formidable control. Tranquility returned to the supermarket. Although he wielded but a lady's pistol, every individual suppressed their inner thoughts, yielding to Harry's overwhelming presence. As everyone willingly sprang into action at David's command, collaborating to construct defensive fortifications, Harry nodded at David, acknowledging him. This is your domain. I shall return to examine the monstrous water, to see if I can uncover anything, he said, turning to join his companions. Despite his previously solemn demeanor, he offered a faint smile, forestalling their concern with the words, I am perfectly fine. I simply require a moment of solitude. With that, Harry declined Sally's offer of companionship, retreating alone to the distribution room, where he closed the door behind him. Observing Sally's anxious intent to follow, she was gently restrained by a reassuring hand. Let him be for a while. He appears burdened, as if he has stumbled upon a troubling revelation. He then winked, adding, later, you may quietly approach him. Trust me, at that moment, your private world shall remain undisturbed. Stop it. Sally's cheeks flushed crimson as she clarified, I merely believe that Harry needs care at this moment. Very well, I shall go to him later. Perhaps he requires time to contemplate before I attempt to guide him. Behind them, Gwen sat pensively in a chair, resting her chin on one hand. Gazing with concern toward the world beyond the window, her face turned in the direction of Charlotte. Alone in the dimly lit distribution room, Harry ejected the magazine, coldly fixating on the final bullet that remained. Why do you not eliminate her? A single shot to the forehead. Kill her. It would be advantageous and without consequence. Why should I kill her? Harry closed the magazine, his tone devoid of warmth. The voice echoed in his ears with a lingering astonishment. Why? Is there a need for a reason to take a life? No. To refrain from killing requires justification. Do you not find her insufferable? If you wish to kill, then do so. Look at her absurd proclamations. God? Judgment Day? It is all so dreary. If God truly exists, why does he treat you this way? Why the Osborn family? Consider the foul visages of these so-called believers. You are shackled by your own thoughts. You dare not voice your true feelings. You hesitate to act upon your desires. Silence. Harry turned to the mirror behind him, where a green shadow mirrored his movements, staring back at him. Strange, distorted, malevolent. It followed in tandem with Harry's steps, inching closer in the darkness. A green demon grinned wickedly as it gazed into the mirror. Ha ha. Come and sign a pact with me, Harry. Everyone harbors their own fears. Yet yours, Harry, are the most profound. If you but enter into this agreement, all your desires shall manifest, and the curse upon the Osborn family shall be lifted. Your unfortunate father will no longer be mad. You should loathe the wretched God. The Osborns have wronged no one. Rather, it is others who have wronged you. If you cannot be an angel, why not attempt to be a devil? With a sudden crack, a bullet shattered the mirror, and as the fragments reflected the cold smirk of the green demon, Harry reciprocated with a similar icy grin. A pact? What a jest. Contracts are inherently fraught with peril. Reflecting on the absurd agreement that led to his family's expulsion from the Osborn group and their subsequent ruin, Harry scoffed. What demon, what God? My future is not dictated by you. I, Harry Osborn, alone shall determine my fate. With relentless fury, he forged ahead, cleaving through one monstrous foe after another at the hands of the lizard spider Parker. Brandishing a crushed school bus, the roaring lizard spider Parker was unstoppable. After traversing the mist for some time, he finally encountered the concealed rain demon, grasping the reason for its previous absence. Simultaneously, a soldier was brought before Harry by Jim, and at last, the truth became clear to all. It was the Umbrella Project, Stark Industries, Hammer Tech, the Life Foundation, in conjunction with the United States military. Humanity has never existed in solitude. Other dimensions and worlds surround us. They created a portal, and the scientists successfully opened this gateway, a door through which monsters surged into our realm. Before the lizard spider, the rain demon was now parasitically linked to a colossal otherworldly creature, towering over 100 meters in height. Multiple chains shot forth from the clouds, coalescing into torrents that ensnared the rain demon, while dark clouds resembled a pair of wings. Another enormous rain cloud formed the head of the rain demon, giving it the appearance of a llama parasitized by tentacles. Its 6 long, pale legs supported its stout figure, and the skeletal wings, composed of rain clouds, were marred by twisted tentacles along its spine. The rain demon's successful possession rendered it increasingly grotesque, terrifying, and massive, creating a dissonance in its structure. The entire behemoth leaned against a grand mountain, its back hosting numerous winged birds taking respite, the enormity of its form fostering a new ecosystem. At this moment, The winged birds were oblivious to the fact that this body had changed its master. The rain demon, now a mere remnant of this colossal beast, appeared both agonized and contorted, having yet to fully regain its strength. It did not attack the lizard spider Parker. Merely its gaze was enough to send shivers through the soul. From a distance, the rain demon fixed its stare upon Charlotte, fear isolating him, leaving only a singular thought, to seize the moment while the creature was weakened. With a flick of his hand, Charlotte reverted to his original size, and, without hesitation, unleashed an attack called sharing upon the immense rain demon. To sustain such a massive form, one requires equally vast attributes, which Charlotte's power could not support. As anticipated, the overwhelming sense of weakness caused the rain demon to collapse, leaning feebly against the mountainside. However, due to Charlotte's sharing, the creature's body began to oscillate rapidly between collapse and restoration, achieving a remarkable equilibrium that allowed the rain demon to truly master its form. The rain demon raised its multitude of eye stalks, casting a disdainful glance at Charlotte. "How audacious of you!" Thunder rumbled as the gentle rain intensified. No longer reliant on the rain to control its immense body, the rain demon prepared to unleash its fury upon the entire town. The deluge continued to pour, instilling fear within Charlotte's heart. Closing the sharing, he grinned, humming a tune as he inquired softly of the rain demon, "Do you wish to dance as well?" No refusal allowed. In an instant, a barrier enveloped the rain demon's colossal form, extending over the entire mountain and half of the town. The fog that had shrouded the town dissipated completely, rendering all within the barrier, monsters, humans, even Charlotte himself, motionless, collectively gazing towards the distant horizon, transformed into spectators within the barrier. The untriggered exotic spider raised its rear, while the winged bird stretched its neck, plummeting from the sky. The tentacle monster exploded, each eye fixated on the same direction. Soon, whatever had obstructed their view quietly vanished. All surviving humans within the barrier beheld the terrifying silhouette of the rain demon. It loomed so large, so magnificent, so profoundly awe-inspiring that it instilled instant despair in all who beheld it, leading them to abandon any thought of resistance. All eyes were raised in reverence, akin to gazing upon an all-powerful deity, a terrifying god. Fear permeated the hearts of every individual in the supermarket. None believed humanity could triumph over such a creature. Even David, feeling utterly deflated, would have crumpled to the ground had he not been immobilized. Was this the essence of divinity? Was this the inevitable destruction and judgment awaiting humanity? The immobile fortune-teller, Madame Commodi, is frantically proclaiming her victory in a desperate declaration, leaving no room for contradiction. Yet, amidst the boundless despair, the narrative abruptly pivots, accelerating in a new direction. A voice of a fallen ancient deity resonates in everyone's ears. "Greetings, everyone. I am a practitioner of 2.5 years, fond of singing, dancing, and basketball." While the standing Charlotte remains motionless, and the crowd still trembles at the presence of the rain demon, in the next instant, the horrifying entity faces an unforeseen calamity. With a sound that sends chills down the spine, the rain demon stands upright on its 2 feet, its upper limbs folding limply at its sides while its middle legs suddenly detach, crashing heavily to the ground. The clouds continue to form its head, but the gray clouds atop disperse, creating a hairstyle reminiscent of a middle parting. It appears as a grotesquely disproportionate giant human. The tilted head evokes a sense of familiarity for Charlotte, conjuring memories of a long-lost acquaintance. Suddenly, lively music bursts forth, and Charlotte finds herself clad in overalls, instinctively catching a basketball that seemingly materializes from nowhere. But that is not the crux of the matter. Astonished, both Charlotte and the onlookers widen their eyes. Accompanied by the music, the crowd gasps as they witness the rain demon, donned in oversized overalls and holding a massive basketball. The two entities rhythmically dribble the ball beneath their waists, achieving a perfect coordination of 100%, leading the unaware to believe that the rain demon is merely a mech controlled by Charlotte. With a gray wig perched atop its head, Charlotte watches the rain demon's movements, her eyes nearly popping out in shock. This spectacle is utterly breathtaking. It captivates the hearts of all who behold it, leaving them dazed and their minds in a whirl, as the entire world around them spirals into madness. The image of the figure in overalls, playing basketball, etches itself permanently into their memories, never to be forgotten. Gwen's lips twitch. She is well aware that this is Charlotte's ability. However, faced with the colossal creature engaged in a chaotic game of basketball, her mind merely buzzes with confusion. Subsequently, the two casually toss the basketball aside and begin to explore their own bodies. As the vibrant music fills the venue, G&I is too beautiful. From a distant vantage point, Charlotte watches as the dancing rain demon turns its back to the onlookers, employing a technique reminiscent of Iron Mountain, relentlessly colliding with the surrounding mountains using its contorted shoulders. It swings its arms with abandon, leaps into the air, and executes a move akin to a crow taking flight, even dislodging its own overalls. With a thunderous crash, the rain demon lands, its gray rain clouds vibrating above its head in a rhythmic motion. As Charlotte experienced cardiac arrest, a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp. Countless onlookers widened their eyes, the initial terror dissipating as a collective gasp filled the air, the temperature rising perceptibly. Was this some bizarre and infernal sacrificial rite? The spectacle was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, some well-intentioned individuals quietly took note of the dance and music, intending to inscribe it in the Book of Satan, envisioning a future where they would lead thousands of followers in this dance to summon the devil. The rain demon, with an elegant twist, began to sway its hands while clutching its groin, terror etched upon its disproportionately contorted visage. As the dance concluded, the ancient deity's voice resonated once more. Though no one cared to decipher its words, they were transfixed, watching the rain demon sketch a heart with its hooves, biting its tentacled lips and blowing a kiss in their direction. Watfa utilized the demon, while Mephisto observed the gathering from afar, his eyes wide and his tone frenzied. Leaning back in disbelief, Mephisto clutched his head, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. G&I was breathtaking, and a brainwashing voice echoed in his mind. More terrifyingly, his extraordinary memory replayed the recent events in a continuous loop, allowing him to savor the experience repeatedly. He could foresee a future where countless voices would call his name, all while performing the same dance. As the final notes faded, the barrier vanished, and the rain demon collapsed heavily beside the mountains. Its previously grounded legs had transformed into streams of water. All beings bowed their heads in unison, returning to normalcy, yet their minds were ablaze, grappling with the recent spectacle. Charlotte's eyes widened in shock as, in the instant the rain demon regained its freedom, it erupted in a fit of rage, charging at him without hesitation. Charlotte barely had time to lift his hand, and in the next moment, that unborn friend, skill card lost its efficacy. Simultaneously, the rain demon appeared to be crushed by an invisible force, exploding into a splash of water. Far away, Charlotte's true form turned pale. Life, 87, Chapter 149, Demon Skin. Am I dead? Have I perished? Soul death. Unborn friend skill card temporarily unusable for 30 minutes. Gazing at life, 7, Charlotte's expression darkened. The decrease in his life limit, coupled with the sudden demise caused by the rain demon, left his mind in a daze, even as he neglected to examine his newly acquired skill card. At that moment, Charlotte realized that his initial life limit was not 8 points, but rather 10. He had died once in his true form and twice in his doppelganger, resulting in the drop to 7 points. Gritting his teeth, he understood that he could no longer afford to be complacent. Had he reached his true form in time, the doppelganger would not have perished. It was his misguided belief in limitless life that had led to this calamity. From now on, I must not allow myself to become complacent as I did this time. After a moment of introspection, Charlotte examined the newly acquired skill card. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill card, Demon. Even the devil thinks you are quite the devil. You have gained 2 freedom attribute points. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds swirled, and Charlotte sensed the approach of a demon. After a brief pause, he activated his new skill card. In an instant, a striking demon skin enveloped Charlotte, his hands adorned with deep crimson scales, hellfire igniting and engulfing him, his eyes transforming into a fierce shade of blood red. The hellfire blazed, the crimson scales appearing as if they were encrusted with charcoal, flowing with wicked patterns reminiscent of disease. As his hands swept back over his head, a pair of curved black horns emerged, exuding a terrifying aura. His once white hair grew rapidly, and a sleek black suit materialized around him. As Charlotte, now a demon, opened his mouth, a triumphant grin revealed sharp teeth that seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of reality. Repugnant yet fearsome, wicked yet sinful, yet ultimately, this was merely an aesthetically pleasing skin with no real power. Even the hellfire was devoid of any potency. Before long, the lightning demon, who had been patiently waiting in the mist, descended from the heavens and landed before the demon Charlotte. He gazed at the striking figure engulfed in hellfire, majestic and charming. And for a moment, he was taken aback, almost believing he had mistaken his target. The lightning demon raised an eyebrow, his short and stout form adopting a flamboyant pose. He tugged at his white shirt, revealing a chest covered in dark hair, and with a voice dripping with flamboyance, he said, "Hello there, beautiful handsome. My name is Lightning Demon Capaccio. As he spoke, he waved his hands, swaying his hips with a flourish, exposing a mouth full of blackened teeth that unleashed a spark of electricity. He styled his beard with his electrically charged hands, lifting them above his head to strike a pose he deemed charming. With a look of playful affection, he gazed at Charlotte and asked, "Interested in joining me in hell?" In moments of utter disbelief, laughter indeed arises. The outrageous appearance of the lightning demon elicited a chuckle from Charlotte. What kind of flamboyant and ridiculous demons inhabit hell? Is there not a single one that resembles normalcy? As the lightning demon stared at him with wide, infatuated eyes, Charlotte maintained his composure and smirked, inquiring, "So, what are the benefits of descending into hell?" Benefits? The lightning demon paused, realizing the absurdity of the question. Indeed, who would venture into hell without any advantages? He blinked his eyes, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together and replied, "Indeed, there are innumerable benefits to descending into hell. Countless beautiful women, endless fame, delectable cuisines, and boundless riches. If you dare to dream, hell will undoubtedly provide." Amused, Charlotte maintained an impassive expression, lifting his palm to observe the hellish flames dancing in his hand. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he mused, "Greed is insatiable, obsession is difficult to quell, desire is hard to sever, and delusions are rarely realized." With a devilish smile, Charlotte's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed down at the Thunder Demon. "If hell possesses everything, then what is it that you seek in the mortal realm, Thunder Demon?" The smile on the Thunder Demon's face faltered slightly, and before it could respond, Charlotte continued, "Do not tell me you have ventured to this world merely to fulfill some absurd task. Do you truly require a mission to enjoy what is rightfully yours? No. You have come to the human realm because you have satiated your material desires and now yearn for spiritual pursuits. Oh, Thunder Demon," he continued, "desire knows no bounds. Yet your abilities are finite. The harder you chase what eludes you, the more you covet it, the more you attain, the greater your cravings." Narrowing his eyes, the Thunder Demon gazed at Charlotte with rapt fascination, emitting an odd chuckle. "By the way, I have yet to inquire your name." Opening his mouth to reveal a dazzling smile, Charlotte earnestly introduced himself. "It is my honor to be called the Heart Demon." "The Heart Demon?" The Thunder Demon blinked in disbelief. Not only had he never encountered such a demon, but he had also never heard of this title before, which sounded quite formidable. With a single finger pointed at the Thunder Demon, Charlotte activated the skill, Share, immediately causing the Thunder Demon to sense a slight diminishment in its power. It widened its eyes in disbelief as it looked at the Heart Demon before it. Charlotte wore an inscrutable smile as he spoke softly, "Where there is desire, there will be vulnerabilities. Where there are flaws in the heart, your heart shall be at my command. I am the undying Heart Demon of all beings. As long as the heart is obstructed, no one can triumph over me." Saying this, Charlotte, amidst the bewildered expression of the Thunder Demon, drew a dagger and plunged it into his own abdomen. "Wait, do not harm yourself," the Thunder Demon shouted in alarm. However, before it could finish, a spurt of blood erupted from its mouth. It lifted its head, dazed, and exclaimed, "You cannot harm me either." Swallowing the blood that had almost escaped, and seeing that he had momentarily subdued the Thunder Demon of unknown prowess, Charlotte smiled enigmatically and declared, "No one can conquer their own Heart Demon, for no one can defeat themselves." As Charlotte aimed to stab his thigh with the dagger once more, the Thunder Demon shouted in protest, "Wait, I have something to say." This exclamation heightened Charlotte's vigilance as he gripped the dagger, eager to see what the Thunder Demon intended to reveal. The Thunder Demon wore a serious expression, and with a swift gesture of his sleeve, thunder rumbled ominously. He then lowered himself, kneeling on the ground, his body prone as he clasped his hands atop his head, pleading for mercy. "Great Demon Lord, spare me. I, the little Thunder Demon, admit my wrongdoings. I shall never dare again." With his head bowed, he failed to hear Charlotte's words, thus commencing without hesitation to betray the malevolent Black Heart Demon. "Dear Master of Darkness, the recent assaults have all been orchestrated by the detestable Black Heart Demon. I am certain you have heard of his infamous name, but you may not fully grasp his despicable nature. He is utterly shameless and vile. He revels in male beauty, and even I, a mere demon, fell victim to his wickedness. When you encounter him, do not hold back. Strike him with 2 piercing blows to his rear." Feeling his account insufficiently comprehensive, the Thunder Demon continued, "The treacherous Black Heart Demon deceived the dead demons left behind on Earth into signing a contract, subsequently shamelessly seizing their bodies." In an instant, Charlotte blinked, and the Thunder Demon turned and fled, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a dark mist surged toward Charlotte, landing ominously upon the ground before him. Chapter 150. The Heart Demon. Black Heart Demon draped in a black long-tailed robe. The Black Heart Demon stood with his right hand clasped behind his back, proudly lifting his noble head, exuding an aura befitting the son of a lord of the underworld. His terrifying, black, spiked demonic form flickered behind him, and with a ghastly pale face adorned with a sinister smile, he regarded Charlotte, exhaling a chilling breath as he proclaimed, "What heart demon? I have never heard of such a thing." Charlotte cast a glance at the pretentiously elegant Black Heart Demon, focusing particularly on his height. Without further ado, he straightened his posture, raised an eyebrow, and with fiery red eyes brimming with provocation and mockery, tilted his head back, peering down his nose at the Black Heart Demon. "Fool, I am taller than you." This silent provocation utterly enraged the Black Heart Demon, as an ugly grimace contorted his face. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of hellfire towards Charlotte, engulfing him entirely. "Pretentious little imp. You possess the visage and aura of a demon, yet you lack the true scent of hell. Let the hellfire reduce you to ashes." Amidst the raging inferno, Charlotte emerged unscathed, his expression unchanged as he extinguished the flames smoldering on his shoulder with a casual flick. Sneering, "The little Black Heart Demon has stated I am the Heart Demon igniting the flames. Have you not had enough to eat? Your hellfire is rather tepid, lacking any proper flavor." "Impossible." The Black Heart Demon's mind raced, flames erupting from his palm. In his astonished gaze, Charlotte stepped closer. Seizing his fiery hand and grinning wickedly, "There is nothing impossible. Now it is my turn to perform." Though enveloped in special effects, Charlotte possessed something far more formidable in his grasp, the leather attire belonging to the dead demon. Now, the body of the Death Demon has been possessed by the Heartless Demon. Thus, by merely touching the Death Demon's leather attire, Charlotte can directly activate the parasitic function, effectively making contact with the Heartless Demon. Unbeknownst to the Heartless Demon, he has unwittingly shared his attributes with Charlotte through the sharing parasitic replication. The Heartless Demon, or rather the Death Demon, possesses attributes of physique and strength exceeding 80 points, which are not particularly formidable. Charlotte's mind raced. Since the Heartless Demon is utilizing the Death Demon's body, he smiled as he observed the Heartless Demon raise his palm, gently grasping it before him. The Heartless Demon, who had witnessed this scene before, widened his eyes in shock, utterly defenseless as his long, tattered robes erupted into shreds, leaving him half-naked, clad only in a pair of undergarments emblazoned with Mephisto. Then, Charlotte's fist sliced through the air before him, raising his middle finger in defiance towards the Heartless Demon. Strike him? What a jest! The shared state renders the distinction between striking him and striking oneself moot. The Heartless Demon, keenly aware of his image, let out a furious roar, baring his sharp fangs as he lunged towards Charlotte. Once more, Charlotte lightly grasped his palm, and the enraged Heartless Demon, clutching his pale posterior with one hand while covering his modesty with the other, curled up on the ground. This demon still possessed a sense of shame. Charlotte's eyes brightened at the sight of the Heartless Demon's mortified expression, a sinister smile curling at his lips as he emitted a terrifying, maniacal laugh that would haunt the demon's dreams. Stripped of his outer guise by the skill card, the Heartless Demon could not don it again until Charlotte replaced the skill card, making him reluctant to revert to his true form. Especially after witnessing Charlotte effortlessly peel away the Death Demon's exterior. Momentarily frozen, he watched as Charlotte, hands clasped behind his back, began to skip around him, seemingly intending to circle to his rear. The crouching Heartless Demon could only sway like a crab, ensuring that he remained facing Charlotte. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, he demanded, "Damn it, what do you intend to do? I am a superhero. What can I do?" Charlotte replied with solemnity. The sound of a camera shutter echoed behind the Heartless Demon, sending chills down his spine. "Are you taking pictures? Hee, I'll post it on social media. Alas, I forgot there's no signal here." The Heartless Demon sighed deeply, hastily spinning his body to evade the camera angle from behind Charlotte, who was nimbly circling him. Phone in hand, the sound of recording began to play from his device. Charlotte pondered for a brief moment before innocently inquiring, "Are you here to relieve yourself?" Suddenly, the terrifying figure of the Dark Demon loomed behind him, attempting to snatch Charlotte's phone, but he deftly evaded the assault. Brandishing his phone, Charlotte proclaimed, "Everyone, look! This is the Dark Demon, son of Mephisto, who has come to Earth to expose himself and defecate wherever he pleases." The previous fecal demon was merely one of his minions. As he spoke, Charlotte abruptly halted, causing the taken-aback Dark Demon to turn around, his face a mixture of embarrassment and shock, perfectly captured by the camera. As his pallid visage transformed into one of sheer terror, the Dark Demon quickly covered his face with both hands, inadvertently revealing even more. Charlotte shouted into the phone. Look, he is utterly repulsive. He even eats. The dark demon could no longer contain his rage. Abandoning all modesty, he lunged towards Charlotte with a furious roar. Charlotte, aiming the phone at the advancing dark demon, emitted a laugh that was utterly contemptible before swiftly turning and sprinting away. With a deafening roar, another blast of hellfire surged forth, prompting Charlotte to hastily tuck his phone into his chest, running away with an insufferable grin. Stop! Give me back my phone. The dark demon bellowed, his fury palpable. Retrieving the phone was essential to preserving his tarnished reputation. As Charlotte darted into a narrow alley, the dark demon pursued him, only to be confronted by a massive camera lens, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. 30 minutes had passed, and the live stream was set to resume, reuniting the audience with the unfolding spectacle. Countless viewers eagerly entered the live stream, only to be met with bewilderment as they beheld the pale, naked figure of the dark demon, equally perplexed by the camera. Maintaining his leaping pose, he resembled an oddly behaving crab. The cameraman accepted the phone from Charlotte, who then enthusiastically addressed the live audience. This pale, naked youth is none other than the illustrious dark demon, son of Mephisto. He revels in running about in the nude and has come to Earth for undisclosed purposes. Details to follow. Special effects, videos and photos captured by Charlotte were uploaded online, with live footage beginning to stream in the bottom right corner of the broadcast. The cameraman, intuitively, raised his hand. Special effects close-up, as he shouted at the two. The dark demon refrained from attacking, instead turning tail and fleeing without hesitation. Unyielding, Charlotte shouted after him, trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Chapter 151. Why not dance with arms outstretched and a lewd grin adorning his face? Charlotte once again employed the parasitic replication skill, forcibly equipping the heartless demon and activating two skill cards. Do you wish to dance too? And the most dapper. In the blink of an eye, the parasitized heartless demon lost all control over itself. Both figures raised their foreheads and in unison queried the camera operator Charlotte with exuberance. Do you wish to dance too? Instantly, the scene within the live stream transformed, transitioning to an unfamiliar room. Concurrently, in the streaming chamber, the camera captured Charlotte, gloved hands deftly maneuvering a smartphone displaying a short video of the nude heartless demon, leaving the viewers utterly bewildered and chilled to the bone. Particularly disconcerting was the twisted expression of the heartless demon, adorned with silver-framed spectacles and a strikingly unkempt hairstyle, its bare form only accentuated by a pair of white gloves, inducing an overwhelming sense of discomfort. In the next moment, a gloved hand pressed down on the phone. Two unconventional figures, with flamboyant and gaudy visages, emerged before the livestream lens. In stark contrast to the nude heartless demon on the left, the right showcased Charlotte, the demon clad in a black suit, complete with special effects and a shock of yellow hair, appearing equally outrageous. With a magnetic voice, Demon Charlotte addressed the camera with heartfelt enthusiasm. Drawing closer to his own demon visage, my lady, the nude heartless demon leaned in, raising its arm to glance at its empty wrist, the expression grotesque, yet the tone oddly serene. Ah, dear viewers of the live stream, brace yourselves, as they gazed in disbelief at their screens. In the video, Charlotte mused, still glued to your phone, I see, with playful inflection. The heartless demon retorted, burning the midnight oil, are we? With an expression of intense struggle. Charlotte continued, your skin will suffer, eyebrows dancing mischievously. The heartless demon warned, a final warning, raising a middle finger to adjust its glasses. Charlotte, growing increasingly audacious, declared, if you don't sleep now. Then, both the heartless demon and Charlotte spread their arms wide. We are about to dance. The nude heartless demon wiggled its fingers before the lens, an expression of despair growing as it helplessly uttered, ah, dear. Charlotte's demon eyes sparkled mischievously. The lady cannot be stopped. Viewers clutched their heads, minds reeling in confusion. Why must I witness this? A devil. A devil. My God. Can't I just go to sleep? Please, don't come near me. I wish to gouge my eyes out. As the music began to play, it was too late for self-inflicted blindness. The scene around Demon Charlotte and the nude heartless demon transformed yet again, as both began to sway their arms and kick their legs in unison. The heartless demon, particularly an eyesore, stirred an unsettling discomfort within the audience. There exists a sensation of incomplete cerebellar development, accompanied by an utter lack of cerebral maturation. Yet, the lips chant, Allez, allez. The gates of the new world have swung wide open, crashing forth like waves towards all, particularly the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who, at this moment, are not merely spectators, but are tasked with documenting and conducting profound research on these three extraordinary beings. As the camera zooms in, Charlotte sways enticingly before the lens, declaring, "The unstoppable young lady." Following this, two figures, backs turned to the camera, synchronously wiggle their posteriors, with the particularly voluptuous backside of the dark heart demon exuding an enchanting allure. Suddenly, he whips around, flashing a devilish grin at the camera. Allez, allez. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., as the video commences, Coulson, who has been struggling to swallow a sip of coffee, can no longer contain himself. He glances at Hill before hastily bowing his head, inadvertently spraying coffee onto his trousers. At this moment, no one has the leisure to mock him. Everyone is collectively captivated, astonished by the grand screen at the operations center. The scene shifts once more, revealing Charlotte and the dark heart demon before the lens, with the latter directly addressing the camera, gyrating his hips while pointing animatedly. In the next instant, Charlotte dances with exuberance, her smile radiating unrestrained delight. The two devils indeed evoke a sensation akin to force-feeding the audience with absurdity, and they relish every moment. As the camera captures their antics, Charlotte and the dark heart demon entwine their fingers with the camera operator's gloved hand. The audience gasps in disbelief, confirming that we are indeed partaking in this farcical spectacle. Join us and dance tonight, and you shall find slumber sooner, for I shall keep your secrets. With that, the pair performs a synchronized kiss gesture, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the audience. As the dark heart demon and Charlotte twirl gracefully, phantoms of thunder, rain, wind, and earth spirits manifest beside them, all converging in a dazzling display, engaging in a greasy and hypnotic dance. Even Nick Fury's expression contorts in disbelief, his mouth agape as his mind repeatedly echoes, "This is absurd. This is absurd." Yet, his formidable willpower compels him to fixate his solitary eye intently upon the screen. The image of the undulating, bare dark heart demon elicits an involuntary shiver down Nick's spine, a wave of goosebumps cascading over him. It's over. I'm going to develop a nervous twitch. The antics of Charlotte and the dark heart demon persist unabated, and one female employee, having gazed at the dark heart demon for too long, finally succumbs to her nausea, rushing to the trash bin to vomit. Charlotte dances with vigor and a hint of madness, unperturbed by the demon's guise, as if he himself were the one performing. Indeed, it was somewhat disconcerting. Regardless of how many individuals felt the urge to slumber before the live broadcast, none could find rest after witnessing it. After the brief dance concluded, the barrier dissipated, leaving the black-hearted demon dazed and slumped on the ground. Chapter 152 Birth. 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 Naturally, the black-hearted demon's collapse was fleeting. Faced with the lens of the camera, he unhesitatingly rolled away and, with a voice of righteous indignation, proclaimed, "Wait. I concede. I surrender." Concede? Surrender? The eyes of the demon of Charlotte gleamed brightly, emitting a sinister chuckle. Previously, he had vanquished the death demon, and now he had triumphed over the black-hearted demon. Enemy shamed, I shall strip him of his garments. What would transpire next? Observing the black-hearted demon, Charlotte tentatively clenched his palm. Yet, it appeared that nothing transpired. However, the black-hearted demon widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling as he implored Charlotte, "What have you done? What on earth have you done?" It seemed that the heart demon was destined to remain his tormentor forever. For just moments ago, within the depths of hell, it was indeed his true form that had been revealed, his long-tailed robe shattered, leaving him clad only in underwear adorned with the image of the formidable black-hearted demon, Mephisto. Beneath his feet, all while standing before his father, Mephisto, who had come inexplicably to confront him. Having surrendered, the black-hearted demon in hell was now enduring a thorough beating. His voice quivered as he gazed at Charlotte with a tone of despair. "You, born anew, dare to insult me." Seeing Charlotte raise his hand for another strike, the black-hearted demon's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a wisp of black mist that burrowed into the ground, vanishing instantaneously. After the black-hearted demon fled, the corpse of the death demon he had possessed reverted to its original state, bloodied and lifeless, and in the next moment, the body decayed, its entrails spilling forth and collapsing into disarray. In the lens of the camera, only the figure of the demon Charlotte remained. Raising his hand, Demon Charlotte gestured triumphantly to the camera. Ahem, the broadcast has concluded. Thank you for tuning in to the live session of the hero and the iron-willed train hero. The malevolent and utterly unscrupulous black-hearted demon has fled, and the righteous superhero has once again achieved victory. Let us applaud. Clapping sounds, self-generated by Charlotte. Well, that concludes our live session for today. We welcome you to join us again next time. The cameraman waved to the lens, and with a snap of Charlotte's fingers, he vanished in an instant. On the desolate, crumbling streets, only one figure remained. However, there lingered an unsettling feeling that something had been forgotten. What could it be? With a sudden sound akin to the tearing of parchment, a steel knife pierced through Charlotte's lower back. As she looked down at the familiar blade, a look of astonishment washed over her face. Goodness, Jason, you are still here. In an instant, Charlotte's form grew colossal, as hellish flames erupted from her demonic essence. The blade was forced out by her bulging muscles, revealing a mouth filled with menacing teeth, and a pair of enormous, black wings, tinged with infernal fire, unfurled behind her. A halo effect adorned her head, and she pinned Jason to the ground with a clawed hand. Gazing into the bloodthirsty eyes of the killer, Charlotte wore a sinister grin, repeatedly poking at his kidneys with her fingertips. How dare you stab me? How dare you stab me? How dare you stab me? After a considerable time, having vented her rage, Charlotte seized Jason's mask with 2 fingers and forcefully yanked it off. Let me see your true face. My, you are quite hideous. As the mask was removed, Jason's once growing power began to stagnate, even declining at a sluggish pace. Pressed down into the sewage, he seemed to regain some awareness and struggled desperately, mumbling incoherently while emitting pained howls. It appeared that Jason had a fear of water. Perhaps he had been bitten by a dog in his youth? No wonder his face resembled that of a dog's chew toy. Charlotte grasped Jason and leaped into the air, soaring to the small lake of Raccoon Town, where she casually tossed him into the water. After thrashing violently for a while, Jason, unwilling to accept his fate, dissipated from the corpse, sinking to the bottom of the lake. Interesting. Holding Jason's hockey mask, Charlotte reverted to her human form and donned a fresh set of clothes from her spider pouch. She then approached a nearby corpse and placed Jason's mask upon its face. In an instant, the corpse's eyes flew open, glaring furiously at Charlotte. It groped around, searching for its steel knife, but found nothing. Thus, it stubbornly raised its flaccid fists, exerting all its might to pummel Charlotte's kidneys. With a firm grip, Charlotte caused the garments on Jason to explode into tatters, even sending the mask flying, which she caught in her hand as the corpse reverted to its original state. Fascinating. Shortly thereafter, Charlotte discovered a round, smooth head and, without a second thought, placed Jason's mask upon it. After a while, she attempted to affix Jason's mask onto the face of a female corpse. As the mist dissipated, tranquility returned to the town. With the fog lifted, all the monsters lost their strength. As daylight broke, those drenched by the fine rain fell ill. With the rain demon vanquished and the ailing reduced to merely suffering from a severe illness, the army rolled into Raccoon Town, purging and capturing the powerless monsters. The survivors emerged from their hiding places, rejoicing in their newfound existence. Communication lines remained severed, and the site was still under the control of the American military, which confiscated all recording devices, allowing individuals to leave only after signing non-disclosure agreements. At that moment, the entire town was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Among them, Charlotte felt particularly despondent. Amidst the chaos, the entire sum of his hard-earned money had been stolen, and everyone had lost something of value. Cursed thieves. After gathering at the temporary assembly point, Charlotte radiated a palpable aura of despair, his demeanor steeped in melancholy. That money represented countless days of arduous labor, and now, in the blink of an eye, it had vanished, much like when he had just been discharged from the hospital. Cheer up, Charlotte. Harry, smiling broadly, approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. At least we're alive, aren't we? Damn it. Charlotte turned, scowling at the cheerful Harry, and raised his middle finger in defiance. What a time to bring that up. I might as well be dead. Harry provocatively reciprocated the gesture. They had waited nearly a day, during which the scientific team, led by the Life Foundation, conducted their research. They had already confirmed that the planet's organisms lacked the ability to transmit viral infections. Having lost their host, they began to weaken and perish. Thus, the residents of Raccoon Town lined up to sign the non-disclosure agreements, eagerly awaiting their release. What? A gasp arose from the front of the line as time had seemingly elapsed, nearly a month since the incident. Several companions exchanged glances, eyes wide in shock. Without their phones, they could not ascertain the current date, and even with phones, synchronization with the network was necessary. But had an entire month truly passed? How could that be possible? Did this imply that school had already resumed? Charlotte's expression grew increasingly grim. Believe it or not. Next. The soldier in military garb impatiently called out as he typed on a computer. Charlotte Park, he timidly responded. This answer prompted the soldier to glance up at him, then down for confirmation, before signaling to several armed soldiers behind him. With a cold expression, he addressed Charlotte. So, You're the one named Charlotte? You've got some explaining to do. Come with us. Chapter 153, Volume 2, Side Story, The Sin of Connors. This section can be skipped, as the previous chapter was mistakenly positioned. This is merely a supplementary narrative. Kurt Connors, your heartlessness astonishes me, leaving me chilled to the bone at the mere sight of you. By the authority granted to me by the state of New York, I hereby declare you guilty of crimes against national security, sentencing you to a term of 3 years imprisonment with the possibility of parole for crimes against humanity. You shall serve 2 months, also eligible for parole, and for animal cruelty, a sentence of 5 years without the possibility of parole. Thus, the cumulative sentence amounts to 8 years and 2 months, effective immediately. Court dismissed. As the judge's gavel struck the bench, Connors, clad in prison attire, was swiftly escorted to a transport vehicle destined for the most fortified penitentiary in America, Shawshank Prison. However, before this transition, there was one individual who wished to see him. Connors grasped a hamburger with his left hand, while the person seated across from him had transformed into Justin Hammer. Observing Connors devour the hamburger voraciously, Hammer folded his arms and shook his head in disdain, unable to suppress his incredulity at the lavish spread he had prepared for him. Yet, the caliber of one's taste had never been a priority for Hammer. In his eyes, profit and value reigned supreme. With a smile, Hammer inquired, Dr. Connors, what are your thoughts on my recent proposition? A complete and expansive commercial empire ought not to focus its efforts in a singular direction, but rather extend its influence across various domains. The arms trade is indeed a lucrative venture, yet it is inherently limited. What do you think? Munching on his hamburger, Connors glanced up at Hammer and replied, Justin, do you truly require my assessment? You have always excelled in this arena. I witnessed that live broadcast. Acquiring Apple and creating a smartphone for the video. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why you sought me out. Hammer smirked. The pace of technological advancement is relentless, and I often find myself lacking the latest insights. Although Tony is an insufferable egotist, I must concede that he surpasses me in the field of weaponry. Observing his latest inventions, I realize that the nature of warfare is evolving. The old will inevitably be supplanted by the new, while my guerrilla soldier initiative has hit an impasse. Connors could not help but roll his eyes. You should abandon that ridiculous guerrilla soldier concept. I have no desire to witness a throng of long-haired chimpanzees parading down the street, chanting guerrilla lives matter. Hammer, undeterred, pouted and leaned forward. Is it truly that uninspired? I have always believed my idea to be quite ingenious. Connors scoffed, offering no reply. His original intention was to eliminate disabilities from the world, not to engender further bloodshed. To him, anything associated with warfare was devoid of merit. Seeing Connors remain unmoved, Hammer pondered and said, what if I told you that I could ensure you remain free from prison for the next 5 years, and also assist you in upgrading the equipment in your underground laboratory? Our previous collaborations have always been quite harmonious, have they not? As he spoke, Hammer raised his palm and clapped his hands. In the next moment, the butler gracefully drew back the curtain that had been behind him, revealing a colossal cage containing an immense creature, which came into Connors' view. For the first time, Connors' expression shifted, his eyes widening in shock as he gazed at the metal cage. A roar emanated from within, for it housed the last lizard man in this world, Abigail. With a smile, Hammer inquired, Kurt, do you wish to continue your research? I can offer any assistance you may require. While I am prepared to venture into the mobile phone, toy, and entertainment industries, the foundation of weaponry is far from obsolete. Fixated on the lizard man Abigail, Connors fell into a brief silence before shaking his head and replying, I'm sorry, Justin. I have been misguided in my previous endeavors. What I need now is not a hasty resurgence, but rather a moment of tranquility. Chapter 154. The arrival, just as the soldiers sought to take Charlotte away. Gwen rushed forward, her face etched with concern. What is happening? Why are you taking Charlotte? An officer stood in front of her, providing an unsatisfactory explanation. The reason is quite simple. We suspect he is involved in a perilous incident that threatens national security, and he must be taken for investigation. What incident? Harry interjected, his brow furrowed. Tell us what this incident is. We have been together recently. We haven't done anything to jeopardize national security. The stern sergeant shook his head. This is a matter of national secrecy. No further comments. Where are you taking Charlotte? Gwen inquired urgently. National secrecy. No further comments. The sergeant waved his hand, and several soldiers promptly escorted Charlotte away. Charlotte, however, waved back, signaling everyone not to worry, raising his hand to gesture as if making a phone call. Amidst the ongoing dispute, Gwen persisted, but the sergeant remained resolute, repeating only, national secrecy. No further comments. The two soldiers led Charlotte to an armed helicopter, and upon witnessing him board, they turned to leave. The helicopter began to roar to life as Charlotte entered, and the man and woman inside commenced their actions. The woman unceremoniously restrained Charlotte, fastening his seatbelt, while the man leaned partially out of the helicopter, forcefully shutting the cabin door. As the final hatch closed, Charlotte exchanged a glance with Gwen, who was still engaged in a spirited debate with the two men on the ground, just as the helicopter buzzed away. The flight was smooth, allowing Charlotte to take a keen interest in the attire of her companions. The woman was clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, accentuating her alluring curves, while the man sported a sleek black suit and sunglasses, presenting an air of polished sophistication. With a roll of her eyes, Charlotte, feeling somewhat constrained by her seatbelt, stretched her neck uncomfortably. Observing the duo's vigilant demeanor, she teased, "I must tell you, individuals dressed like you in movies seldom play the role of the virtuous. Which hospital sent you? Just so you know, my funds were whisked away by a tempest, and I currently lack the means to cover any hospital fees." The pair remained impassive, silently appraising Charlotte with a cold gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Charlotte chuckled mischievously. "Why are you both so reticent? Is verbal communication not your forte? Come now, do indulge me. Speak up, won't you? If you remain silent, I might just begin to scream." Seeing that her antics elicited no response, Charlotte pouted and withdrew her head. All right, just a jest. You are truly the epitome of dullness. I recognize you as agents of the Bureau of Strategic Defense and Logistics." Upon hearing this, the male agent's pupils narrowed slightly. Yet he remained tight-lipped. How did Charlotte discern their identities? It was hardly a matter of poor eyesight. The emblem of the shield emblazoned on the female agent's chest was prominently displayed. The male agent appeared taken aback, and these agents were indeed difficult to assess. What was more vexing was their refusal to engage in conversation, as if their gazes were intent on silencing her further. While their silence was tolerable, Charlotte felt she would surely perish from the pent-up restlessness if she could not express herself. "Oh, come on, comrades. We shall all be part of the same organization henceforth. I am still young and brimming with potential. I have a charming eloquence that surely will endear me to everyone. Before long, I could find myself in a position of leadership. Would it be wise to treat your future leader with such disdain? In the future, I shall ensure you face challenges. So come and engage in conversation with your new leader. For instance, I can discreetly reveal that I possess extraordinary abilities." With a smirk, Charlotte remarked, "My superpower is the capability to cause helicopters to crash. I am not jesting. How about experiencing it for yourself?" Her words caused the female agent's eyelids to twitch. Yet she remained silent. Noticing their skepticism, Charlotte decided to demonstrate her prowess. Her smile took on a mischievous allure as she activated her hovering skill card. Raising her hands above her head and playfully gesturing, she teased, "Prepare yourselves. I am about to commence." "Just a moment," said Mr. Parker, his face adorned with a comforting smile. Phil Coulson, with a notably high hairline, turned from the passenger seat. "I am Phil Coulson, Mr. Parker. A pleasure to meet you." He approached, donned in a tailored suit, exuding a sense of warmth and familiarity that contrasted with the male agent, akin to an old friend reunited after many years. There was nothing off-putting about him. He gently took a seat opposite Charlotte and said, "Please do not trouble my team, Mr. Parker. You may discuss anything with me." Charlotte, her gaze appraising Coulson, nodded readily and stated bluntly, "I do not wish to attend school." Coulson paused, preparing to launch into a lengthy discourse of persuasion. But Charlotte promptly interrupted, her curiosity piqued as she unleashed a barrage of inquiries. "What are the benefits at SHIELD? How many hours do you work in a day? How many days a week? How often do you get vacation, and for how long? What insurance do you have? Are there any additional allowances for those with superpowers? Most importantly, what does the cafeteria serve? How is the food?" Mr. Coulson maintained his genial smile as he clarified, "We are not here to invite you to join us. Rather, there is a matter requiring your cooperation in our investigation. Do you recall your prophecy?" "My prophecy?" Charlotte paused, blinking in confusion as she inquired, "Is it not related to Mr. Tony Stark being kidnapped by his uncle?" "Oh, you mean that?" Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. "I don't remember. Did I mention it? And who is his uncle, anyway? Elon Reef's Mark?" Coulson furrowed his brow, pondering the identity of this individual. However, he deemed it inconsequential and continued, "It has now been over a month since Mr. Stark's disappearance. During this time, we have discreetly interrogated Mr. Obadiah Stane. Although he denies any involvement, we have essentially confirmed that Mr. Stark's disappearance is indeed linked to his uncle, Mr. Stane." As Charlotte was about to interject with a jest, Coulson continued to unveil a shocking revelation. "Captain America, Steve Rogers, has also regained his heartbeat, and I believe he shall soon be resurrected." Charlotte exhibited no reaction to this news. Instead, the pupils of the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quivered, seemingly bewildered. Everything fell under Coulson's keen observation. Charlotte's nonchalance towards such news was striking. Once could be a coincidence, but what about twice? Or thrice? Agents never believed in mere coincidence. Well, let me ponder this further. Charlotte mused, cradling her head in contemplation. I seem to recall having distributed flyers, correct? Goodness, those memories are indeed quite distant. Coulson could not suppress a sigh, stating, "You are a genius, an unparalleled savant, so cease the charade. This concerns Tony Stark's life, a matter of great import that impacts global economy, national security, and world peace." Realizing she could not deceive Coulson any longer, Charlotte candidly confessed, "Tony Stark, yes, I am aware he is currently in the deserts of Afghanistan." Coulson nodded, acknowledging they were already aware of this. "And what else?" "Nothing more," Charlotte replied, nonchalantly shrugging. "I only know this much. By the way, don't you truly wish to test my superpowers? Especially how impressive they would be when used aboard a helicopter." Chapter 155. Where is the marvelous Tony Stark? The helicopter descended onto a vast, open plaza. As Coulson gently tapped his phone, blue lights illuminated the area, accompanied by the sound of mechanical whirring from below. "Wow," Charlotte exclaimed, excitedly waving her hands and casually patting Coulson on the shoulder, inquiring with delight, "Is this extraterrestrial technology?" I can hardly contain my anticipation. In the next moment, the entire plaza fractured into segments, revealing an expansive space beneath. With a soft sound, a section of the helicopter descended into the ground, subsequently propelled forward by a transport mechanism, fitting seamlessly alongside a collection of advanced aircraft like pieces of a puzzle. Nearby, several S.H.I.E.L.D. engineers were diligently at work, and a crane was hoisting the latest model of an engine heat shield. Charlotte's eyes sparkled. This place was nothing short of paradise. Gwen's absence was undoubtedly her greatest loss. The overhead canopy closed, and the liquid crystal display transformed into a brilliant blue sky adorned with a resplendent sun. Coulson opened the hatch and leaped from the aircraft, smiling at Charlotte as he welcomed him to the scene. Observing the distant, innovative fighter jets, the display of dazzling lightning and cutting-edge technology was mesmerizing. An engineer was dancing amidst the electric flashes, while several other engineers cheered, spraying him with fire extinguishers as if they were celebratory confetti. In a fit of excitement, one of them playfully jabbed the ecstatic engineer, whose joy had reached a point of almost smoking. It was truly a jubilant spectacle. Charlotte casually inquired, "May I take a photo for Facebook?" Of course. That was out of the question. Unaware of the commotion, Coulson waved for Charlotte to follow him as he made his way towards the underground headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Charlotte bounced along beside Coulson, shaking his head and humming an off-key tune. Oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed at him, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, his eyes lingering on each person and every detail. This led to an impressive 100-turn rate, and he even caught a glimpse of Natasha passing by in the distance. With a look of amazement, he hopped over to Coulson and whispered, "Coulson, be careful. Someone once told me that if a person is distracted while staring at you, they might be an undercover agent. Look, they're all staring at you." Coulson shook his head, clarifying, "They are watching you." The male agent trailing them let out a derisive chuckle, dismissing Charlotte's enthusiasm. In astonishment, Charlotte turned to him and exclaimed, "You can talk. So you're not mute." With a huff, the young agent fell silent again. Bored, Charlotte continued walking, his eyes darting about until he spotted a familiar figure, Crossbones, Brock Rumlow. At that moment, Crossbones was carrying a box of equipment when he suddenly felt the weight of a menacing gaze upon him. Startled, he quickly set down the box and turned around, locking eyes with Charlotte, whose gaze was bright and inquisitive. With a friendly smile, Charlotte raised his hand in a casual greeting. Subsequently, amidst Crossbones' bewildered and brooding stare, Charlotte staggered away, waving enthusiastically at a group of female agents, attempting to high-five each one, though only a goofy brunette obliged. Gliding on his feet, Charlotte strutted alongside Coulson. This entire scene was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s omnipresent cameras, transmitting it to another individual's watchful eyes. Opening a drawer, they selected a black eye patch to adorn their left eye, followed by an electric razor to shave the fuzz from their head. Applying a bland skincare product to their face, they continued to pat it down to the back of their head. Rising to don the leather trench coat hanging on the coat rack, Nick Fury adjusted his expression and attire while gazing into the mirror. He then pushed open the door to his office and strode towards the conference room, his face a mask of cold authority as he presented himself before all present. The war room was filled with numerous individuals, some engrossed in analyzing recordings of the live broadcasts featuring Ironheart, the Blackheart Demon, and the live streamer. All wearing headphones and fixated on the screens, their expressions somber and grave. Others were fervently pursuing the whereabouts of Tony Stark, employing satellites and the military still stationed in Afghanistan to scour the nearest terrorist bases to the site of the attack, yet they had yielded no leads thus far. Among them was Alexander Pierce, tasked with investigating the integrity of S.H.I.E.L.D. Under Pierce's diligent oversight, the investigation had progressed steadily, uncovering several agents hidden within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., including a Skrull who had infiltrated their operations. The apprehended agent, resolute in their silence, ultimately chose martyrdom in the face of Pierce's brutal interrogations. Now, the investigation was nearing its conclusion, revealing a remarkably pure team, and Pierce expressed considerable satisfaction with Nick's efforts, once again recommending several trustworthy individuals. Chapter 156. The rescue of the hero Tony Stark, casting aside the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Nick took measured steps towards Charlotte, reciting the well-prepared lines he had rehearsed. September 11th, 2001, a day that plunged not just America, but the entire world into profound sorrow. With the cataclysmic fall of the Twin Towers, over 3,000 American citizens met untimely deaths, heralding the onset of the protracted war in Afghanistan. On October 7th, the military operation codenamed Operation Freedom commenced, marking the first international war against terrorism. At that time, Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Industries, was among the first to respond actively, providing the coalition forces with an abundance of advanced weaponry, while Justin Hammer was not to be outdone. Before long, the war in Afghanistan achieved a comprehensive victory. However, strangely, the Seekers organization soon resurfaced, bolstered by unknown forces, repeatedly acquiring outdated equipment from other nations. They capitalized on the increasingly tense operational environment amid the coalition's warfare. Though Afghanistan was impoverished and offered little profit, arms trade remained the most lucrative business. Charlotte, clearing her ears, interjected, "I'm sorry, my English isn't very good." "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Nick's indifferent expression momentarily faltered as his single eye fixed intently on the seemingly unconcerned Charlotte. "We suspect that Stark Industries has maintained connections with the Seekers organization. In the shadows, weapons and resources are clandestinely provided to the Seekers to prolong the conflict, thereby allowing for the sale of more arms to the United Nations." Oh, Charlotte, no longer pretending to be oblivious, thoughtfully stroked his chin and analyzed. "So you suspect that Tony Stark ventured into Afghanistan to meet with Layden?" "No," Nick replied with a stern expression. "The true mastermind behind all this is likely Stane, the vice president of Stark Industries, who orchestrated Stark's abduction as well. The new weapons developed by Stark are disrupting the balance of warfare, a situation Stane cannot tolerate. Simultaneously, he intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate Tony Stark and usurp Stark Industries." Oh, Charlotte suddenly understood. So Tony Stark deliberately infiltrated the enemy's ranks to poach clients? No, he was actually captured by terrorists because Obadiah betrayed his travel route. How infuriating. I had thought his uncle was behind the kidnapping. So who exactly abducted him? Nick did not respond, but instead turned away from Charlotte and inquired, "Do you know why we summoned you here?" Charlotte shook his head in confusion behind Nick. After a brief pause, Nick continued, "Because we recognize your uniqueness. We know you possess secrets, though we do not care about them. What we seek now is for you to acquire new information to help us locate and rescue Tony Stark." "I do indeed have secrets." Charlotte's expression radiated an audacious defiance. He beckoned Nick closer. "Come here, let me whisper something to you." Nick nodded, and Coulson leaned in. Charlotte looked around and quietly told Coulson, "Shoo, don't tell Nick." But there's a hint of ginger about him. However, dead hair follicles cannot produce hair. Coulson's lips twitched, casting a glance at Nick's reflective dome, and looked back at Charlotte with a bemused expression. "What we wish to know is not such trivial matters." "Trivial?" Charlotte frowned and retorted. "How can this be considered trivial? Have you consulted Director Fury about this? It is of utmost importance to him." Nick remained silent, his stoic demeanor betraying none of his thoughts. Charlotte's voice had already reached his ears through the earpiece. "Mr. Parker," Coulson shook his head. "Enough of this. Our priority is to locate Mr. Tony Stark to prevent the situation from worsening. Regardless of the method employed, we must expeditiously rescue Mr. Stark." Charlotte, with a hint of boredom, shrugged his shoulders, realizing that these agents were exceedingly dull, lacking the intrigue of even a demon. With a lackluster tone, Charlotte remarked, "Although I am indeed unaware of Tony Stark's whereabouts, I possess a method that may lead us to him. Oh, what method is that? Coulson inquired, his eyes lighting up with interest. I possess the ability of malevolent perception. As long as someone harbors ill intentions towards me, I can sense the presence of that malevolence. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, several agents at work subtly changed their expressions. Yet none dared to harbor murderous intent, suppressing all emotions instead. Charlotte continued confidently, however, I cannot perceive those who do not wish me harm. When my powers awakened, I foresaw several visions. Though my abilities are not as strong now, if you take me to the battlefield in Afghanistan, I can utilize my malevolent perception to successfully locate Tony Stark. After a moment's silence, Nick nodded and instructed, Coulson, take him to Afghanistan. I require no details. Only the outcome matters. Remember, your sole directive is to ensure swiftness. A month later, a helicopter hovered in the sky, with Charlotte bundled up tightly as they flew over territory occupied by the U.S. military. Coulson, also thoroughly wrapped, sat alongside two agents, one male and one female. With a hint of exasperation, Coulson asked, So, Charlotte, have you pinpointed Mr. Stark's location? Do not rush me, Coulson. If it were that simple, I would have located him a month ago. It's akin to sifting through refuse. Unless you delve in, how can you discern which is the most significant refuse? I can only identify the hiding places of dangerous terrorists. How can I ascertain if it is the one holding Stark? Observing Charlotte's explanation, the young agent Ward could not contain himself, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I believe you are merely toying with us. Are you truly incapable of finding Tony Stark? Or do you simply wish to avoid returning to school? Swinging his head playfully, Charlotte made a face at Ward, snapped a selfie, and sent it to Gwen, who was far away in New York. Thus began a holiday escapade, causing Ghost Spider to vanish after being scolded, while Spider-Man, upon his resurrection, faced severe public backlash. Citizens speculated that these two young superheroes had abandoned their roles due to the cruel invectives they endured, leading to a sense of self-reproach. As time passed and the dark tide receded, New York's crime rate steadily rose, prompting the populace to yearn for the days when Spider-Man was present. Upon her return from the journey, the Ghost Spider sought to make a comeback, successfully turning the tide of public opinion in her favor. Although the warrant for her arrest remained in effect, an increasing number of individuals were willing to believe in her. Countless others had forgotten the deception surrounding Spider-Man's demise and began to anticipate his return. Ward and Charlotte had been tirelessly working, which was certainly preferable to our aimless wandering like headless flies. Charlotte nodded, seizing the Afghan map from Ward's hands and flashing him a defiant smile. She then took a red pen and marked several additional red circles on the map, which was already dotted with crimson rings. These locations were glaringly evident as areas of malevolence, and it remained uncertain whether Tony Stark would be found there. Perhaps we could entertain a more optimistic thought. It had been 2 months, and Tony Stark might very well be deceased by now. Chapter 157. Found you. To facilitate Charlotte's observation and search for Tony Stark, the helicopter door remained wide open. The howling winds rushed in, carrying a chill into the cabin, yet the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., blessed with cinematic resilience, exhibited no fear. Naturally, the physically robust Charlotte remained unfazed. As she gazed at the swiftly passing scenery outside the cabin, endless yellow sands, desolate and frigid landscapes, dilapidated villages, and the remnants of war, a figure appeared below, leading a camel and dressed in what resembled traditional Arab attire. Charlotte swallowed hard, her anticipation palpable as she caressed the helicopter's doorframe, her entire being brimming with excitement. Unable to resist, she turned to Coulson and inquired, Coulson, may I relieve myself outside the helicopter? It has always been my dream. Goodness, you consider that a dream? How audacious. Coulson's smile faltered, a tinge of bitterness creeping into his previously amiable demeanor. No, Charlotte, that is rather uncivilized. With a heavy heart, Charlotte shook her head in disappointment. The helicopter soared rapidly through the sky, and the pedestrian below glanced upward, watching as the aircraft passed overhead. Slowly, he lowered his face covering, revealing Charlotte's visage beneath. With hands on her hips and a confident grin, she declared, Coulson, I bet you didn't expect that this Afghan man below is also me. I truly am a genius. Shortly after arriving in Afghanistan, Charlotte had left a doppelganger by Coulson's side while her true self embarked on the quest to locate Stark. It wasn't that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents couldn't afford it. Rather, monopolizing the bounty from Stark Industries proved to be a more lucrative endeavor. With a wave of her hand, the symbiote that had latched onto her entwined around her form, enveloping her Afghan attire in a layer of darkness. The modest symbiote could only manage this much at present. In evaluation, better than nothing, At least it could shield her from the stinging winds and sands. For over a month, Charlotte traversed the long distances daily, scouring desolate locales in search of the elusive Tony Stark. Yet, the outcomes were consistently disappointing. Stark was concealed too effectively, and despite the assistance of S, H, I, L, D, and the vast expanse of sky and land, no trace of Tony Stark emerged. Thus, she was compelled to venture into even more remote areas. And after many days of flight, Charlotte finally discerned a glimmer of hope. In her perception, there existed a location that was eerily deserted, yet at its core, a concentration of red dots suggested that this time, she might truly be on the right track. Naturally, Charlotte refrained from marking this site on S, H, I, E, L, DS map, and the range of her detection remained a mere 10 kilometers. With a kick to her camel, she pressed onward until dusk fell. Dark clouds obscured the bright moonlight, and in this war-torn, impoverished region, the night was as dark as ink, surrounded by desolate mountains and wilderness, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. Shrouded in the cloak of night, Charlotte arrived at the periphery of this secret base. Gazing at a distant flicker of campfire, a sly smile gracing her lips, she raised a hand to pat her chest, instantly enveloping herself in a layer of demonic skin. Adjusting her complexion to the deepest black and disabling all effects, a creature of the night was born. With a toothy grin, she swaggered confidently toward the terrorist outpost's lookout. The lookout was quite close, and in a few strides, Charlotte found herself beneath the tree where the sentinel was concealed. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. She equipped a hovering skill card and, utilizing her enhanced telekinesis, ascended silently. She stealthily approached from behind the lookout. The temperature in Afghanistan experiences stark contrasts between day and night, and the nights are bitterly cold. The lookout, wrapped in a layer of aluminum foil, had a frostbitten head exposed to the frigid air, topped with a woolen hat, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, utterly oblivious to Charlotte's presence behind him. With arms crossed, she observed the trembling lookout, lost in contemplation. Then, she drew a knife from her chest, scrutinizing the foil covering the lookout. Lowering her head to target the area near his rear, and stealthily made a small incision. A gust of cold wind swept through. Suddenly, the lookout felt an unexpected chill at his rear, causing his sphincter to clench tightly as he sensed the icy air swirling beneath him, prompting a shiver to course through his body. Dazed, he glanced around, his fingers probing the foil at his backside, swiftly locating the breach. Blocking the hole with his finger, the flustered lookout unleashed a barrage of foul language that Charlotte could not comprehend. Meanwhile, the darkened figure of Charlotte, wearing a friendly smile, flashed a devilish grin once more. With a faint sound, yet another hole quietly appeared at his rear. Feeling the cool breeze sweep in, accompanied by the melancholy of his predicament, the lookout widened his eyes, 2 streams of mucus hanging from his face. It seemed as if a branch had grazed the foil covering his backside. The lookout turned around, cautiously groping forward in the dark. With another sound, 2 more holes punctured his rear. A shiver ran down his spine, his head ringing as a chill rushed towards him, sending a shiver straight to the crown of his head. He instinctively reached for his flashlight to alert his distant comrades, but in the next moment, he found himself seized by the neck by the shadowy figure of Charlotte, lifted off the ground. Without a moment to utter a word, Charlotte swiftly retreated. 10 minutes later, Charlotte casually tossed the lookout onto the ground, staring intently at his terrified expression as he trembled uncontrollably. Charlotte began his interrogation with familiarity. "Speak, do you understand English?" A slap echoed against the lookout's face, prompting Charlotte to repeat his question. "Speak, do you understand English?" Another resounding slap followed, as Charlotte, grasping the lookout's collar, shouted, "I ask you again, do you understand English?" This time, the lookout, clutching his stinging face, tears streaming down, chose silence. With a flurry of slaps, Charlotte exclaimed, "I told you to speak. I told you to speak. I told you to speak." Venom peeked out from the crown of Charlotte's head, eyeing the lookout hungrily. "Let me devour this morsel. By consuming him, I shall acquire his memories. Soon, I shall not only converse in Persian but also describe the taste." Hearing the third voice, the lookout's terror escalated. Just then, a gap formed in the overcast sky, the moon peering through and casting its silvery light upon Charlotte, allowing the lookout to finally discern his captor. It was a being entirely devoid of humanity, a pitch-black demon, its grotesque visage now facing him, as if it had devoured the light, leaving only evil and chaos, chilling the very soul. "Iblis," he gasped. "Why is it said that this is the truth?" A mere glance from Charlotte shattered all of the lookout's mental defenses. Charlotte smirked, nonchalantly dropping the lookout to the ground, and pressed the venom atop his head back down. "See, you can speak English after all," he remarked, baring his terrifying maw filled with dark teeth. "Do you know where Tony Stark is?" Prostrating himself, the Dark Sentinel knelt upon the ground, murmuring a long string of incomprehensible phrases to Charlotte. He then replied, "Great Iblis. That war merchant is currently imprisoned in the incarceration facility of the base. This is the truth." He chuckled. "Finally, I have found it." Raising his head, Charlotte's grin became increasingly grotesque and terrifying, instilling a bone-chilling fear in the Dark Sentinel. Chapter 158. The Great Carnage. Pressing the Dark Sentinel's head down, Charlotte inquired, "Tell me, boy, how many guards are watching over Tony Stark? How many personnel are stationed in the base? How many cameras are there? And where is your leader, the Great Iblis?" Trembling with fear, worried that Charlotte might seize the opportunity to swiftly sever his head from his shoulders, he reverently replied, "There are only 4 individuals guarding the war merchant. Yet there are approximately 100 people in the entire base. They are not all located in this cave. There are several other caverns nearby to monitor the war merchant. There are 7 or 8 cameras connected to my leader's phone, and he is not here at the moment. This is the truth." Charlotte, feeling gratified, patted the Dark Sentinel's shoulder, saying, "You are quite honest, much like myself. I can only speak the truth as well. I had initially planned to seize your head like a fly, burst your belly open, and use your intestines to choke you, with a final thrust resulting in a scream as your entire tongue protrudes before I strike with my blade." Sensing the Dark Sentinel becoming increasingly diminished under his hand, Charlotte abruptly lifted him, exclaiming, "Do not be so agitated. You have already divulged everything, despite your initial reluctance. Since you have confessed, I shall certainly still kill you." With a gentle yet forceful touch, Charlotte's palm seemed to bear the weight of life itself, and with one swift motion, the Dark Sentinel collapsed to the ground. Grabbing him by the collar, Charlotte smiled down at the pale, trembling figure, stating, "However, compared to the death I just described, does it not sound much more pleasant if I simply sever your neck with one clean stroke?" "Great Iblis, I beg you spare me," the Dark Sentinel cried, tears streaming down his face, caught in the grasp of a demon, overwhelmed by anguish and despair. With a glint in his eye, Charlotte remarked, "It is not impossible for me to spare you, provided you disable or destroy all the cameras in the base. I assure you, I will not lay a hand on you." "Thank you, Great Iblis," the Dark Sentinel said, seeing a flicker of hope as he bowed deeply. However, his hope dimmed once more as he asked with a grim expression, "But how can I deactivate all the cameras?" "Fool," with a dismissive roll of his eyes, Charlotte remarked that severing the power supply or the internet cable within the cave would suffice. He then seized his belt and swiftly began to hop away. The scene transitioned back to the previously abandoned location, racing towards the campfire. Upon reaching a certain distance, he carelessly tossed the lookout at his feet. He began to scrutinize the base earnestly. By the campfire stood 6 armed terrorists, standing before a green-painted barrel adorned with skulls, roasting their fire. Behind them, the cave was brightly lit, emanating a cacophony of sounds. Charlotte waved to the lookout, signaling him to move freely, indifferent to whether he would alert others. The moment he had arrived at this place, no one could halt him. Nonetheless, Charlotte did not mind granting the lookout an opportunity. Observing as the lookout stealthily maneuvered past the 6 terrorists at the entrance, after a brief wait, he slipped into the cave, plunging back into silence. Charlotte raised his hand and yawned, patiently awaiting the outcome. With a soft thud, the 6 terrorists turned their heads in confusion as the cave's lights dimmed, and the world grew increasingly luminous in Charlotte's eyes. With a smile, he acknowledged that the lookout had seized the moment. Whether he would survive now rested solely upon his own capabilities. The extinguished lights also afforded Charlotte a measure of ease. He tilted his head back, drawing a shotgun from his chest, and with a devilish grin, he swapped his skill card. "Friend from nothing, demon, headshot kid, I bet your gun is fully loaded." Wearing a congenial smile, Charlotte boldly advanced, raising his weapon to aim at the 6 terrorists at the entrance, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding blasts echoed, smoke billowing from the barrel as countless tiny steel pellets surged forth, seemingly alive as they adjusted their trajectories. By the time the 6 terrorists realized they were under attack, it was far too late. Chaos ensued, heads were bloodied, and the scene was nothing short of horrific. 3 unfortunate souls met their demise without uttering a sound, their heads struck by bullets as they collapsed into eternal slumber. The primary flaw of a shotgun lies in its short range and scattered pellets. However, equipped with Headshot Kit, when using a weapon, you will always hit your target's head with precision. Each pellet would automatically pursue its target. This maximized the shotgun's potential, making it the most suitable weapon for Headshot Kit. with the shotgun aimed at his own head. He inhaled the smoke from the barrel and gently exhaled a ring of smoke. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte pulled the trigger, declaring, "I wager your gun is fully loaded." Bang! Bang! He swiftly redirected the firearm, firing 2 more shots, leaving 6 tragic corpses sprawled hopelessly on the ground. Loading the bullets with his mouth, Charlotte clutched a shotgun and advanced step by step into the cave. Chapter 159. Tony. Quick, the teammates are coming. Upon hearing the gunfire outside the cave, the drowsy guard at the entrance was abruptly jolted awake. He called out to his comrades, who had returned to inspect the circuitry and assess the situation. "Hurry. We are under attack." Several terrorists immediately armed themselves and ran towards his direction, while he cautiously peered out to gauge the circumstances outside. The area outside the cave was enveloped in darkness, akin to a curtain stained with ink. Even the campfire had extinguished, leaving only the sound of approaching footsteps. The rustling noise was indistinct, merely meandering through the shadows. Calm, steady, yet imbued with an indescribable dread. Time seemed to slow as he perceived a flicker of gunfire illuminating a terrifying figure ahead. His eyes widened as steel pellets hurtled towards him, and he instinctively recoiled the moment the flash erupted and the sound reverberated. Yet everything in his view appeared to move in slow motion. The bullets curved adeptly after rounding the corner, plummeting rapidly in his horrified gaze. With a sickening thud, a bloodied figure was propelled back into the cave, landing before the approaching terrorists. "I wager your gun is fully loaded." Outside, the enemy began chanting incantations, and for a moment, none dared to advance. Exchanging glances while aiming their weapons at the cave entrance, holding their breath, utterly focused. As soon as the enemy crossed the threshold, they would unhesitatingly turn the intruders into mere riddled corpses. Regrettably, what awaited them was not Charlotte, but death. Whoosh! 2 grenades, their pins removed, soared into the cave. Ricocheting off the walls, one landed on the ground, while the other directly struck a terrorist's torso. The terrorist, mouth agape, shouted in despair, "Watch out, a grenade." He cried out while diving for cover. Boom! The grenade detonated beneath him, shrapnel flying in all directions. No matter how the terrorists attempted to evade, they all let out heart-wrenching screams. The echoes of their agony reverberated throughout the cave, instilling a sense of terror among all present. The lookout shrank back, his face paling further. While he had indeed severed the generator's circuit upon entering, he had not succeeded in cutting off all power. He had merely disrupted the circuitry on the left side. In a state of trepidation due to unfinished tasks, he hesitated momentarily before steeling himself, seizing a grenade and hurling it towards the network server within the base. He then turned and sprinted towards the cave's exit. With a resounding boom, the explosion severed all communication between this remote outpost and the outside world. The power within the cave faltered, plunging half of it into darkness, which caused the remaining engines to begin operating beyond their limits. Stark's prison was situated in that very half. Through the flickering lights and unstable currents, Tony Stark, his pallid face resting upon the cot, suddenly underwent a profound transformation. Dressed in a gray, oil-stained short-sleeved shirt, with a faint cyber glow emanating from his chest, he bore unkempt, greasy hair and a scruffy beard, all framed by a countenance marked by exhaustion and despair. This harrowing ordeal had wrought a significant change within him. His eyes, once frivolous, now glimmered with newfound conviction and an understanding of peace. After 2 months of suffering and the beautiful descriptions of family from Ethan, Stark felt a longing for such beauty. However, the abrupt loss of power filled him with an ominous premonition. As the sounds of explosions and screams echoed from outside the cave, Stark and Ethan promptly sat upright, exchanging glances. Stark's eyes sparkled not with the exhilaration of impending rescue, but with a frantic anxiety over the uncontrollable events unfolding around them. In this chaotic scene, he found himself utterly defenseless. Damn it! These bastards should have come to rescue me sooner, not now, just when I could have escaped on my own. With a scowl, Stark glanced at the dimming camera, then resolutely turned towards the iron exoskeleton he had crafted, exclaiming, "Ethan, hurry. This is our best chance. I refuse to leave my fate in the hands of others. Whether they come to save us or not, we must be capable of self-preservation." Yet Ethan hesitated, responding, "Your creation is merely a prototype, lacking many armaments. And your so-called flight mechanism hasn't been reprogrammed yet. Does it even possess combat capability?" Despite his grievances, Ethan's hands moved swiftly, for he understood that this truly was their best opportunity. Regardless of the chaos outside, such chances, once missed, may never present themselves again. "Just trust me," Stark asserted confidently. Observing Stark, now poised and ready, Ethan immediately began assisting in the assembly of the armor, connecting data lines, and powering up the laptop to upload the combat system. As the lights in the cave extinguished and then reignited, they finally illuminated the ominous figure of Charlo. The terrifying visage of the black demon instills dread. Yet in its grasp lies only a shotgun as it strides towards the terrorists. Chanting incantations, the weapon becomes laden with ammunition, each shot sending an enemy hurtling through the air. The onslaught upon the terrorists seems inconsequential, as if the bullets cannot inflict harm upon the demon. Suddenly, a rocket strikes Charlotte's head amidst a moment of inattention, accompanied by a violent explosion and a blinding flash of fire, causing the demon's head to shatter before their eyes. The small leader, clutching the rocket launcher, erupts with excitement, raising his arms in triumph to showcase his might, prompting the terrorists to cheer in unison. However, upon witnessing Charlotte's undiminished form, the small leader's expression falters. In the next instant, fragments of the demon's head reassemble, restoring it to its former state in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the terrified crowd, Charlotte grins menacingly. Although the sharing skill card requires visibility of the target to activate from the very first day in Afghanistan, the doppelganger has utilized the sharing skill card on the main body, never rescinding it. Thus, for these days, Charlotte has not needed sustenance or rest, tirelessly wandering through Afghanistan as an entity impervious to death. With a swift motion, Charlotte discarded the damaged shotgun and continued to advance through the hail of bullets, coldly approaching them. Demon! Demon! The first individual, succumbing to psychological collapse, shrieked and fled deeper into the cave, followed closely by a second, then a third, morale evaporating as the terrorists began their panicked retreat. As a rocket arced toward him, Charlotte opened his mouth wide, swallowing it whole. The ensuing explosion left him momentarily dazed, yet his steps remained resolute as he advanced upon the small leader, trembling at the sight of the approaching demon. The small leader frantically attempted to reload the rocket launcher, but in his haste, he fumbled and dropped the rocket. As he bent to retrieve it, the demon's dark, menacing feet loomed before him. Upon lifting his gaze, he met Charlotte's cruel smile. This state of invulnerability may indeed render him impervious to death, but the pain is undeniably real. With a belly full of rage, the moment for release had finally arrived. He raised his hand to catch the rocket launcher hurled by the small leader. In the depths of his terror, Charlotte seized the small leader's head, fiercely thrusting it into his abdomen. As he watched blood spurt from the leader's mouth, Charlotte smiled calmly, pulling him closer and tightening his grip around his neck. With a sharp tug, a scream escaped the small leader as his tongue was wrenched from his mouth. Subsequently, Charlotte swiftly brandished a knife, cleaving the small leader in half with a rocket launcher found on the ground. A notification chimed. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill card, 100 empty-handed weapon catch. By bringing your palms together, you can effortlessly seize your opponent's weapon. You have gained 2 free attribute points. Chapter 160. A knock on the door. Note: the previous chapter was mistakenly placed, and due to unavoidable circumstances, an extra chapter was added after Volume 2, Chapter 152, which is only loosely connected to the main plot. Interested readers may wish to take a look. 100 empty-handed weapon catch. This skill sounds intriguing, filled with excitement and curiosity. Charlotte promptly exchanged his skill card, raising his palm and striking forward with vigor. He felt an unknown resistance between his hands, preventing them from coming together. Not far away, a weapon was summoned, soaring straight towards Charlotte's outstretched hands. The speed of its flight was not particularly swift. However, its strap was still entangled with its frantic owner, desperately attempting to escape. Amid the terrorist's frantic cries, his face turned crimson as he exerted all his strength, ultimately relinquishing the weapon into Charlotte's grasp. With his palms perfectly joined, Charlotte captured the terrorist's weapon and flashed a sinister smile at the terrified terrorist, turning the gun to aim at him. A resounding gunshot rang out as a bullet pierced through the hopeless terrorist's south skull at close range, curving gracefully to achieve a second headshot. If one weapon could be seized, then what of many? Without hesitation, Charlotte thrust his palms forward once more, and indeed, it worked. This time, the obstruction between his hands was significantly greater. All weapons within his sight were summoned. Rifles, handguns, grenades, and daggers flew towards him in unison, some still accompanied by their frantic owners. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with shrieks and cries. The astute individuals had already frantically unstrapped their weapons and fled deeper into the cave, while many unfortunate souls were swept along, propelled by their own discarded arms to stand before Charlotte. This operation revealed an intriguing phenomenon. The farther the weapon was, the faster it arrived. A dagger from the depths of the cave pierced through 3 individuals with astonishing force, hovering first in the center of Charlotte's palms. One by one, weapons returned to their rightful place. Charlotte released his grip, effortlessly catching a grenade amidst the trembling gazes of the terrorists. With a smile, he pulled the pin and once again brought his palms together, summoning all the grenades back to him. Then, with a flourish of his hand, he scattered the multitude of grenades like blossoms in the wind among them. In the face of this scene, some fled in terror while others broke into a cold sweat, hastily searching for the grenade from which the pin had been removed. "Quick, let us find it." One of the terrorists, observing his bewildered companions, bellowed with fury. With so many grenades primed to detonate simultaneously, none present could hope to escape. Yet, Charlotte strode forward, maintaining his composure. "I found it," a terrorist shouted, intending to hurl the grenade outside the cave. But in the next instant, there was a resounding boom. The grenade exploded, its shockwave and shrapnel striking their targets with remarkable precision. The blast triggered a more substantial explosion, sending countless shards whizzing past Charlotte, propelled by immense kinetic energy as they sought their marks. A true man never looks back at an explosion, though the flames seared his posterior and back, inflicting sharp pain. He swiftly healed, returning to his previous state. Charlotte's steps retained their devilish elegance as screams echoed through the corridor ahead. He trod upon a blood-soaked path, advancing rapidly to the innermost depths of the cave, arriving at the prison door where Stark was held captive. At that moment, the entrance was littered with corpses pierced by shrapnel. The sole remaining sentry, drenched in blood, sat trembling in a pool of it, his gaze toward Charlotte filled with abject terror. "You truly are fortunate," Charlotte remarked candidly, waving his hand to signal the man to flee. If fortune favored him further, Charlotte believed he might evade his boss's pursuit. The sentry, without hesitation, bowed deeply to Charlotte twice, muttering incantations unknown. Though his legs had turned to jelly, rendering him unable to walk, he suppressed his frailty and crawled toward the cave's exit. Meanwhile, Charlotte stood at the threshold of Stark's confinement, attuning his ears to the sounds within. With the enhancement of his attributes, his hearing had naturally improved. Even through the iron door, Stark and Ethan, despite their efforts to lower their voices, were crystal clear to Charlotte, more so than they were to themselves. "Faster, Ethan," Stark urged after the violent tremors outside had subsided. "We have little time left." Ethan, burdened by the cumbersome steel headpiece, approached Stark. "I'm going as fast as I can. Unlike you robust scientists, I am but a meek doctor." Finally securing the iron headpiece on Stark's head, Ethan wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. At last, Stark appeared anxious yet resolute, his gaze fixated on the progress bar on the notebook. "My turn is about to arrive," he declared. Indeed, Ethan's expression mirrored his relief. "We've reached 90 progress. In approximately 10 minutes, we shall succeed." Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks resonated from the iron door. Charlotte, beaming with a radiant smile, inquired loudly, "Who's inside?" This unfamiliar voice instilled a sense of inexplicable danger in Ethan, prompting him to turn and exchange a worried glance with Stark. As the progress bar surged to 92, Stark cast a wary eye towards the bomb tethered at the door and cautioned, "There's no one inside, but there's a bomb at the entrance. If I were you, I would refrain from opening the door. Give me a moment to disarm it." With a creaking sound, Charlotte disregarded Stark's warning, unfastening the door latch as she cheerfully announced, "Little Tony, I'm coming in." She flung open the door, and an overwhelming blast of fire and chaos surged forth, causing Stark's expression to shift dramatically. As she stepped forward, the malevolence that had cloaked Charlotte dissipated, revealing Venom, who joyously called out, enveloping her exposed skin and dramatically altering her appearance. Staring blankly at the door, Ethan widened his eyes and gaped, witnessing a demon transform into a dark figure amidst the flames, striding through the explosive fury into the room. "My God," Ethan gasped, drawing a cross over his chest, trembling. Clad in a white Afghan ensemble, Charlotte effortlessly extinguished the flames licking at her and exchanged a benign smile with Ethan. "Ethan, what on earth has transpired? Is he dead?" With his back to the door, Stark, confined within his iron shell, was oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. "Oh dear," Charlotte smiled. "If so, you've prayed to the wrong deity. From a certain perspective, I am in opposition to the divine. Moreover, I bear two monumental pieces of news for you. First, Tony Stark, you are saved." As she spoke, Charlotte flung a knife, embedding it into Stark's computer, which was at 99 progress. The screen flickered and then dimmed entirely. "No." Stark's eyes widened in fury. "So close. Just a fraction away. Trapped within the iron shell." Stark seethed with impotent rage as Charlotte's strike obliterated the crucial phase of energy input, transforming his armored suit into a steel coffin. Though he could not fathom how Charlotte remained unharmed, Stark was certain she had come to rescue him. Even without seeing her, he shouted, "I actually didn't need your help at all. I could have escaped on my own. It was you who sabotaged my grand design." Wow, a jailbreak. Charlotte took a few steps forward and reached out to embrace the paralyzed Catholic, Ethan, who was too frightened to move. "I absolutely adore the plot of jailbreaks. Oh, Satan. This is precisely the second delightful piece of news I wish to share with you. You two will soon have the opportunity to escape once more, and this time, it will be a fresh start." How exhilarating. Stark stood in stunned silence, bewildered, as he attempted to glance back at Charlotte. But the iron coffin prevented him from doing so. "What do you mean? What do you mean by escaping again? What foolishness are you spouting?" Charlotte chuckled mischievously. "It's quite simple. I mean, you are currently in my clutches. Surprised, are we? Feeling quite astonished, I presume." Ethan trembled all over, his face paling to the extreme. Charlotte patted his shoulder reassuringly. "There's no need to be so frightened. I am not sending you to hell, despite my connections there. But you know, hell is certainly no pleasant destination. An adversarial relationship is still a relationship. Under the relentless truth of 24 hours, Charlotte could not afford to lie. Who on earth are you?" Stark bellowed, unable to see Charlotte. After 3 low, sinister chuckles, Charlotte sang back in response to Stark's question, "My current name is the Devil's Advocate," with an elegant turn. Charlotte released the timid Ethan and briskly approached Stark, scrutinizing the masterpiece before him, the Mark Eye. At last, Stark beheld Charlotte, a man with skin as dark as oil. "Enemy. I shall remove his garments." Clenching his fist, Stark's armor showed no signs of transformation, indicating that he had not yet bested Stark. Nonchalantly tapping the abdomen of the Mark Eye, Charlotte noted that Stark's shock absorption was commendable, and the internal soundproofing exceeded expectations. Approaching the table, he picked up the design schematics and inquired, "I have a rather simple question for you, Stark. What would it take for you to concede?" "Concede?" Stark scoffed. "Had you not interrupted my kinetic progress, it would be you on your knees begging for mercy right now." Tapping his chin thoughtfully, Charlotte replied, "What if I were to place a mouse inside your tin can?" The mere suggestion of a mouse caused Stark's eyebrows to rise and his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Imagining a mouse scurrying through the Mark Eye, racing up his thigh, Stark felt an involuntary itch in his leg. However, before Stark could muster a retort, Charlotte swiftly retrieved a mouse from the ground that had been keeping the two of them company day and night. As Charlotte strolled towards him, the plump mouse writhed violently in his grasp. Charlotte approached and lifted the mask from its face, seemingly intent on stuffing the rodent into the collar of his battle suit. Stark, finally gripped by fear, exclaimed with a pale visage, "Wait. We can talk this over. You must have kidnapped me for a reason. Money, beautiful women, luxurious cars. We can negotiate anything." However, the smile on Charlotte's face turned malicious as he brought the mouse closer to Stark's face, declaring, "I desire none of what you mentioned. I merely wish for you to concede." The squeaking mouse emitted a repugnant odor, which Stark could not ignore. Charlotte reassured him, "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer. First, let this mouse run free, and then I shall introduce a snake to devour it." Of course, Charlotte's words were merely intended to frighten Stark. Otherwise, he would have to introduce an eagle to capture the snake, which would be quite troublesome. Observing Stark's frantic struggles, Charlotte felt compelled to deliver another blow. "If you refuse to surrender, I shall kill him." Charlotte paused, turning to Ethan and inquired, "By the way, what was your name again?" Trembling with fear, Ethan responded, "Ethan White." "Very well, should you choose not to concede, I will take Ethan's life. Would that bring you some solace?" Stark's pupils dilated as he turned to face Charlotte's dark expression, rebuking, "You are nothing but a devil." Charlotte merely nodded in affirmation, saying, "Many have said the same. Thus I have become the devil's spokesperson." Wrapping an arm around Ethan's shoulder, Charlotte pressed, "What is your decision, Stark?" Stark clenched his jaw, glancing at the terrified Ethan and the large mouse swinging in Charlotte's hand. In that moment, Charlotte felt an absurd urge to grotesquely extend his tongue and lick Ethan's balding head. Yet he refrained from such an eccentric notion, abandoning the temptation that would further accentuate his character. "I concede," Stark murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. The clarity of his admission brightened Charlotte's eyes, prompting him to toss the gray-furred Pikachu aside. "Excellent, excellent. A concession is all I needed," Charlotte exclaimed, shaking Ethan's lifeless expression while grinning. "So, Tony Stark, as the vanquished, do you wish to become a devoted follower of the Heart Demon? Will you worship, cherish, respect, and protect it for eternity?" "I refuse," Stark replied with unwavering resolve. "To become a devoted follower of the Heart Demon? What a jest." It sounded anything but benevolent. Charlotte pouted in disappointment. "How blunt of you." The concept of the heart's demon sounds formidable, does it not? With a gentle grip of the palm, this time it indeed proved effective. The iron coffin-like armor that had restrained Stark for quite some time collapsed swiftly before his bewildered gaze. Waving his hand, Charlotte cheerfully interjected, "Do not be like that, Tony. At the very least, you ought to familiarize yourself with our esteemed entity. Currently, not only does the initial charge offer a plethora of benefits, but members also enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, the latest devilish effect skins are flying off the shelves. They can envelop you in a torrent of demonic flames, allowing you to indulge in crime with unparalleled smoothness. Opportunities abound, benefits are plentiful, action speaks louder than words, so come join us. The sooner you join, the sooner you shall enjoy the blessings." Descending from his iron coffin, Stark moved his stiff limbs, his expression cold. This hardly seemed to evoke any excitement. This heart's demon was surely not a formidable adversary. Although Stark harbored disdain within, he was determined to extract further intelligence. What? A heart's demon? I have never even heard of it. How could it possibly be powerful? With a clever provocation, Charlotte indeed fell into the trap, immediately enlightening Stark about the heart's demon. "It is precisely because none of you have heard of it that it is remarkable. True strength is never superficial. It is subtle and unassuming." Charlotte's expression turned serious, his dark face illuminated by a sacred glow, reminiscent of a perpetrator frequently seen at a crime scene in Conan. The heart's demon. It is the devil born from the hearts of countless souls throughout history. As long as humanity endures, the heart's demon shall persist. Its greatest skill lies in unearthing a person's innermost fears, identifying mental, spiritual, and psychological flaws and obstacles. It can reveal the long-awaited beauty, instill infinite dread, unveil unfathomable mysteries that lead to madness, and root itself in your memory, penetrating your mind to expose the lingering thoughts buried deep within. As Stark walked cautiously, wary of his surroundings, Charlotte closed his eyes, took a gentle breath, and smiled at Stark, saying, "It is your father, I senti it?" Stark's pupils constricted sharply as his father's stern visage flickered before him, causing his heart to quiver. "What do you mean, my father? Why would you think that? This heart's demon is utterly ineffective." Observing Stark's flustered demeanor, it was clear that this was far from ineffective. It was more akin to a breach in his defenses. Charlotte, with a smile on his face, turned to Ethan and remarked, "Your heart's demon is faith, is it not?" Charlotte's expression shifted, and in a moment where Stark could not see, Venom's face abruptly emerged from Charlotte's countenance, curling into a sinister smile, revealing a maw brimming with blackened teeth, its menace unmistakable. Clutching his heart in trepidation, Ethan nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely correct. You are not mistaken at all. My heart's demon is faith. I believe in my heart's demon." Venom flicked its tongue, reluctantly retracting it back onto Charlotte's face. As it absorbed fragments of its host's spirit and grew, it felt an undeniable joy and had recently matured even further. Observing the perceptive Ethan, Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. Turning around, Charlotte gently clenched his palm, and in the next instant, Stark found himself standing in place clad only in tattered underwear, his shirt and pants having erupted into shreds. Looking at the incredulous Stark, Charlotte continued his explanation. "When humanity values decorum, shame becomes a vulnerability. Skill card, riding the tide." Charlotte wiggled his middle and index fingers. Instantly, Stark's bladder, colon, stomach, and blood all surged with accelerated flow. Observing Stark grimacing and clutching his abdomen, Charlotte maintained his composure and elaborated. "When humanity indulges in desire, injury and illness become obstacles. When humanity fears death, your life and death are manipulated by inner demons." Almost naked, Stark grasped his belly with one hand while desperately attempting to cover himself with another article of clothing from the bed, yet found himself hindered by an incomprehensible force. Unable to succeed. Frustrated to the brink of explosion, Stark exclaimed, "What inner demons? These are nothing but lowly tricks. Is it not merely about stripping someone's clothes, causing stomach pain and physiological reactions? Even without superpowers, I could achieve the same with money. Lowly tricks?" Charlotte flicked his fingers, gazing at Stark's flushed face. "Inner demons are indeed devilish. We do not concern ourselves with whether our methods are scorned, as long as they are effective. The more you care, the more we relish employing them. If you were to stand unabashedly, pure of heart, and unafraid of the world, inner demons would have no hold over you. Tony, you still have debts to your inner demons." Once again wrapping his arm around Ethan's shoulder, Charlotte displayed a devilish grin. "However, consider yourself fortunate to encounter a benevolent soul such as myself. You truly have struck gold. As an emissary of inner demons, my greatest delight is to assist others in vanquishing them. So, Come along with me on this journey. Desperately trying to drape the bedsheet over himself, Stark found it utterly impossible. With a scowl of fury and embarrassment, he roared, "Damn it! Cancel this cursed trick of yours, and let me put on my clothes." Charlotte, shaking his head in disappointment, deactivated the enemy's shame. "I strip him." Skill card, stating, "Stark, now you face a dilemma where you must wear clothing even when alone. If you are unwilling to confront your nakedness openly, how will you ever stand boldly before others?" Stark, tugging at the hem of his clothing, bellowed angrily, "Why should I strip bare before a crowd and stand unabashedly?" Chapter 162. Quite fair. Will you assist me? Assist me in shedding my garments before a multitude, exposing myself unabashedly? Unbidden, my mind began to conjure such a scene. Clad in a tailored suit, I stood tall, delivering a speech at a crucial meeting, while journalists armed with their pens and cameras pointed their instruments at me, vociferously hurling bizarre inquiries. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable chill emanating from below, and the reporters widened their eyes, subsequently erupting in a cacophony of excitement, all directing their lenses towards me. It was only when I cast a glance downward that I realized, to my horror, that my attire had vanished before the live cameras. Such a revelation was enough to induce a desire for oblivion. Shaking my head, I forcibly expelled that terrifying image from my thoughts. No, that shall not be. Stark, with a furrowed brow, declined. He began to clear his mind of all distractions, striving to regain clarity as he contemplated the present predicament. From the outset, his adversary had demonstrated a profound interest in him, seemingly provoking him incessantly, and his rising ire clouded his judgment. Stark had always believed that contemplation outweighed mere survival. Humanity may cease to breathe, but one must never cease to think. Gradually calming himself amidst the fury, Stark's brow knitted tighter, and his eyes shone with renewed vigor as he inquired once more, posing an ambiguous question. "What is it that you seek from me? Wealth? Power? Or the advanced technology at my disposal?" He gestured to his chest, where the arc reactor emanated a brilliant light. Regardless of who they are, every individual's actions adhere to the most fundamental of logics. All endeavors are driven by a desire to acquire something, be it material or spiritual. No one is exempt from this, even the so-called demons of the mind. Stark's gaze settled upon Charlotte, observing the enigmatic smile upon the devil's advocate, who seemed unfazed by his scrutiny. "So what is it that you wish to attain? What do I desire?" This question indeed perplexed Charlotte. He stroked his chin, sinking into a realm of simple contemplation. Initially, he sought merely the skill cards, wishing to possess sufficient strength for self-preservation in this world. As time progressed, he acquired friendships and familial bonds, yearning for wealth to provide a better life for Ben and May. Eventually, he began to pursue formidable power, perpetually feeling inadequate, haunted by the fear of losing all that he had. Yet, it seemed he was devoid of pressure, ambition, or direction, like aimless duckweed drifting on the water's surface. Floating freely and adapting to circumstances, arriving here in search of Stark seems merely a matter of chance. Even the current act of kidnapping him is approached with an indifferent, almost whimsical desire to acquire the skill card. Charlotte opened his mouth and said, "What a splendid question. This question is truly remarkable. Thus, it is indeed the crux of our discourse. Tony Stark, what I seek from you is your assistance in discovering what it is I truly desire." Stark responded, "What are you, a Russian nesting doll?" Stark's sardonic laughter dripped with sarcasm as he mused, a devil capable of perceiving others' innermost thoughts, yet ultimately unaware of his own desires. Charlotte's expression stiffened, the smile fading as he cast a glance at Stark and remarked coolly, "So, you concede that your father represents the flaw within your heart?" Stark's disdainful demeanor immediately crystallized, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Enough with the idle chatter. Having lingered too long in the cave, the arrival of the terrorists' reinforcements is now evident. With a slight twitch of his ears, Charlotte stretched his limbs and yawned, saying, "It's all your fault for dragging me into this lengthy conversation, allowing the enemy reinforcements to arrive. Now, this peace-loving benefactor must once again unleash a torrent of violence." Within the cavern, a minor leader, flanked by 6 subordinates, pressed onward. Under the dim, flickering lights, the spilt blood had pooled upon the ground, and the cavern was strewn with the contorted corpses of the terrorists, rendering the scene akin to a hell on earth. Particularly notable was the blood-soaked state of each corpse's waist. While their chests and heads fared slightly better, yet the expressions frozen on their faces conveyed an unfulfilled sorrow. It was unfathomable what kind of weaponry could wreak such havoc. The minor leader heightened his vigilance, arriving at the door that imprisoned Stark, the location now littered with the most bodies. The heavy door stood resolutely shut, obscuring the interior scene from view. Straining to listen intently, he discerned an unsettling silence. Hesitating slightly, he forcefully pushed open the dilapidated iron door. In his mind, he presumed that the enemy responsible for the death of his comrades had either rescued Stark and departed or had slain Stark and left. He never entertained the possibility that 3 individuals were within, engaging in light-hearted banter. Thus, when he opened the battered door and beheld the dark-skinned Charlotte, he was utterly taken aback. "Who are you?" His battle-hardened instincts, honed over the years, ignited his bloodlust, prompting him to swiftly draw his weapon and aim it at Charlotte's head. Though Charlotte may not appear to be a virtuous individual, he also does not exude malice, and Stark regarded him as a temporary ally. Upon realizing that Charlotte was in peril, he swiftly bent down to retrieve a weapon from Mark I, shouting, "Be careful. Get away." Meanwhile, Ethan merely traced a cross upon his chest, silently beseeching the Lord for mercy. "Please, let it be a mutual demise. It must be a mutual demise." Casting a glance at the gun pointed in his direction, Charlotte smirked disdainfully. In an instant, the small leader unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The gun barrel quivered as it spat flames, bullets hurtling towards Charlotte's head. With a sudden opening of his mouth, Charlotte welcomed each bullet, one after another, into his maw, a cold smile gracing his dark visage as he advanced step by step toward the small leader. The terrorists behind him, having merely fired a single shot, were utterly paralyzed by the spectacle. All eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Charlotte as though he were a demon. Some terrorists were so terrified that they soiled themselves, collapsing to the ground in a state of shock. As Charlotte approached, the small leader exhausted his final bullet, though his legs trembled and his mind was blank. The instinct for survival compelled him to reach for his waist, attempting to reload for one last struggle. Observing his movements, Charlotte wore an amused expression, his lips curling into a grin as he opened his mouth and spat a bullet, glistening with saliva, onto the small leader's face. This projectile bore no lethal force, yet was laden with the deepest humiliation and terror. Even Stark stood awestruck by the scene, his scalp tingling as he recognized Charlotte's menace. One by one, bullets were ejected onto the small leader's face, each striking his body, mind, and soul with relentless force. Trembling, the magazine slipped from the small leader's grasp, his face paling as he beheld Charlotte looming before him, his expression crumbling into despair. Raising his hand and disregarding the small leader's feeble resistance, Charlotte seized the rifle from his hands, deftly catching the magazine as it flew into his palm, swiftly loading it and pulling back the bolt. Gazing at the small leader, whose face reflected desperation mingled with a hint of pleading, Charlotte chuckled, "You've shot me so many times. It seems only fair that I return the favor." With that, he disengaged the safety and thrust the searing muzzle into the small leader's mouth. The sound of a gunshot echoed, and blood erupted forth.